The man woke up to find himself lying on the damp, muddy ground, with the bed beneath him turned into a pile of withered grass. He looked up and found himself in a very simple wooden hut. The jarring system noise rang out intermittently. He couldn't make out a single word of the 6 survival rules. The noise lasted for a full half-minute before the voice finally became clear again. Remember these rules and try to survive. Jiang Mian's face darkened. He hoped the signal wouldn't fail at a time like this, and that he could hear clearly what he needed to remember. He looked around and began to take stock of the existing items, while also looking for any possible beginner item boxes. This small wooden cabin is 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, totaling only 6 square meters, barely enough to fit a tattered straw mat. Next to the straw mat was a black stone axe more than 30 centimeters long, and a bracelet made of a semi-transparent material. Jiang Mian's gaze fell on the bracelet, and she picked it up as she approached. The bracelet's body is a translucent, deep blue gemstone, tightly encased in a light-colored square metal frame. It looks pretty high-end. Jiang Mian gently touched the surface of the bracelet, and the screen lit up instantly. A projection shot out from the bracelet, forming a light screen in midair. Drawing your talent. Name, the builder's dream. Rank, S, unique. Jiang Mian will lose all materials and buildings, but thereafter the production of building materials will double, and the number of buildings manufactured will also double. The next moment, the colors of the surrounding wooden houses rapidly faded, eventually becoming completely transparent and disappearing from sight. Even the straw mat and the 20 or 30 wooden sticks in the corner were not left for Jiang Mian. What kind of lousy newbie guide is this? Can't the system functions be unlocked before drawing talents? Upon seeing the forum function, Jiang Mian immediately began to curse. Why can't the system let the survivors communicate their situation first, and then let them make a choice? And where is the customer service complaint section, given the intermittent signal from before? With a thought, Jiang Mian entered the forum section and opened the regional channel, where dense text was scrolling rapidly upwards. The top right corner of the regional channel displays 10W/10W, which should represent the total number of people in the region. As Jiang Mian put on the bracelet, he bent down and picked up the stone axe with his other hand, asking questions in the channel. The signal was bad just now, and I didn't hear the 6 rules clearly. Could you please tell me what they were? While the others were still chatting, Jiang Mian had already taken the stone axe and walked to a tree about 2 meters away that was as thick as a bowl. Given Jiang Mian's usual strength, a single axe strike would at most leave a dent on the tree trunk. At this moment, the spot where the stone axe struck not only had a dent, but also torn inwards by several centimeters. Clearly, the system has corrected the tool's strength. That's not bad. Otherwise, even if he worked all day, he might not be able to cut a tree into a few logs. At this point, people in the channel responded one after another. Dude, are you kidding me? Bad signal. Bro, are you in outer space? Hey buddy, you're number 100,000. You might have been respawned in some obscure corner. The 6 rules are not complicated. The cabin is the only shelter that each survivor is bound to, and staying in the cabin will give them a 20% protection effect. At night, there are mutated creatures in the mist. They fear fire, so it is essential to ensure that the fire inside the house does not go out at night. This world also randomly generates resource chests, which you can go out and search for. The rewards inside are very generous. A mutated tide occurs every 7 days. During the tide, the mutated creatures will no longer be afraid of fire and will become even more terrifying. Finally, after the system functions are unlocked, a survival manual will appear in the cabin, which will give a brief introduction to the basic situation of this world. Survival manual? Jiang Mian looked down at her surroundings, but found nothing. After all, talent selection occurred before the system functions were unlocked. After he chose his talent, the cabin was taken away by the system, so it was impossible for him to generate any survival manual. Next, he had to multitask, chopping down trees while gathering information through the channel. After the stone axe fell again, Jiang Mian suddenly felt weak all over and had to stop for the time being. He discovered that regardless of the amount of force used when chopping down a tree, a portion of his physical strength would be depleted after each chopping action. After about 8 cuts, he would feel completely exhausted and had to stop to rest, and it would take him 10 seconds to recover some strength. Jiang Mian saw someone mention in the channel that the bracelet had scanning and identification functions, so he immediately raised his hand and scanned the tree in front of him. The scan results show that the tree has 100 health points, and each time it is chopped down, it only loses 1 health point. In other words, It takes him about 20 minutes to cut down a tree. Building a level 1 log cabin requires 80 logs, but it's unknown how many logs can be obtained by cutting down a single tree. Jiang Mian decided to cut down one tree first to test the yield. If the yield was too low, he would stop cutting it for the time being. Half an hour later, Jiang Mian wiped the sweat from his face and counted the number of logs that had automatically broken off after the trees fell. 6 logs. Not bad, if a tree can produce 6 logs. Does this mean I've triggered a talent? I originally thought I could cut down a tree in 20 minutes, but as my strength was depleted and I recovered time and time again, the recovery speed became slower and slower. If he only has 6 logs after triggering his talent, then he probably won't be able to prepare enough logs to build the cabin before nightfall. Stop cutting down trees. Let's find a water source first. Although the wooden house I started with is gone, I don't have a shelter now, so I can choose the location to build one myself. Jiang Mian walked slowly through the forest, occasionally picking up scattered small sticks from the ground and holding them in his arms. After walking 2 or 3 miles south, a clear, splashing sound suddenly came from not far away. Jiang Mian's ears twitched slightly. It was the sound of water. No one can be unlucky forever, right? Jiang Mian quickly ran towards the direction from which the sound came, and the sound of water became clearer and clearer. After crossing a small earthen slope, Jiang Mian saw a small river flowing slowly down from a higher place. The water was clear, and the river was nearly a meter wide. Once the wooden house is built, we can walk downstream along the river. The section of the river in front of him was still very narrow, clearly near its source. If we continue downstream, and the river widens and the water deepens, perhaps fish will be able to survive. Someone on the channel also mentioned the island in the middle of the lake. There might be one downstream of this river as well. If you want to get rich, you have to cut down trees first. In the end, you still have to cut down trees. Jiang Mian lamented. Even if he couldn't gather enough materials to build the cabin by nightfall, he would still surround it with logs and use it as a fence. During this time, Jiang Mian opened the blueprints for the wooden house and discovered that after using the blueprints, a wooden house made of dotted lines would be generated on the spot. This dotted line wooden house needs to be filled with logs. If he has a warehouse, he can directly obtain logs from it. But now, he can probably only carry the logs one by one into the dotted frame. As the sun rose in the east and set in the west, Jiang Mian spent the entire day cutting down trees, but only managed to obtain 66 logs. To his surprise, he found a buried wooden treasure chest in a thicket. Jiang Mian opened the wooden treasure chest and found 2 items, a stone dagger and a piece of chocolate. The tip of the stone dagger was sharpened to a fine point. Jiang Mian found a sturdy wooden stick and combined it with the dagger to form a spear. Item: crafted spear. Quality: F. Effect: strength +1. Jiang Mian traded half a piece of chocolate for a fire starter with a survivor who had a lighter. Night fell quickly, and Jiang Mian was still short of 6 logs. There was no time to continue felling them. He had no choice but to trade the remaining half of the chocolate for the last 6 logs, and then began to build the cabin. The firewood in the campfire crackled and popped, sounding particularly jarring in the darkness. Jiang Mian leaned against the cliff, picked up logs one by one, and filled them into the dotted frame. He never dared to turn his back to the darkness, fearing that if danger suddenly appeared, he wouldn't have time to react. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, a crack suddenly appeared in space in a valley 10 kilometers away from Jiang Mian. Immediately afterwards, a strange, pale creature crawled out of the crack. It has a slender body, long and thin arms, flat forearm bones, and barbs at the tips, making it look like a praying mantis. It does not walk upright, but rather its forelimbs lightly touch the ground, while its hind limbs support its entire body. It bent over and moved forward step by step, but its crawling speed was not slow. Behind it, the spatial rift suddenly widened, and hundreds of pale, mutated creatures crawled out one after another. Soon, the entire canyon was filled with these monsters. As far as the eye could see, they were densely packed, numbering over 10,000. Under the moonlight, their unhealthy oval eyes reflected a cold white light, staring straight ahead. After the first few dozen monsters crossed a small hill, they saw flickering flames in the distance through the trees. A fierce glint suddenly appeared in their dull eyes, the white veins on their necks bulged, and the muscles in their legs tightened abruptly. The next moment, their speed increased several times over, and they all rushed towards the flame. Jiang Mian, who was carrying logs, inadvertently looked up and caught a glimpse of several white figures flashing through the misty forest. He suddenly stopped, casually tossed aside the log in his arms, quickly bent down to pick up the spear beside him, and used it to shield the campfire in front of him. He had already moved half of the logs, and the remaining half was piled up in front of the campfire, forming a fan shape to protect it. Jiang Mian didn't dare to breathe, his eyes fixed on the group of uninvited guests. Only when the white figures drew closer did he finally see what these monsters looked like. Their features were indistinct, as if they were made of paper, or like the painted skin ghosts in folk legends, revealing their cold faces after the disguise was removed. Their upright posture resembled that of insects, their emaciated bodies half suspended in the air, looking particularly eerie. So fast, Jiang Mian thought to himself. These monsters used both their forelimbs and hind limbs, running with lightning speed. However, they all stopped when they reached a point about 10 meters from the campfire. They are mutated creatures. Seeing the reactions of these pale monsters, Jiang Mian became even more certain of his guess. Fortunately, he had started a fire beforehand, and he had gathered enough branches nearby to last through the night. However, there were simply too many of these monsters. Just the mutated creatures that broke out of the mist and surrounded him numbered 30 or 40. Moreover, as time went by, even more white monsters kept emerging from the mist. Soon, the entire field of vision was filled with white monsters, and hissing sounds continued to come from the unseen depths of the mist. How many are there exactly? Jiang Mian glanced at the regional channel, but found that no one else had encountered the same situation as him. Don't go out at night. Damn it. I saw a white praying man through the crack in the door. I saw it too. Is this world conducting some kind of unknown biological experiment? There's only one. I found a long sword in a chest during the day. I don't believe it can beat me. 3 minutes later, the person who had boasted about going out to fight the monster one-on-one never sent another message. The man rushed out and then collapsed. The top right corner has turned 99,998. We'd better not go looking for death. Jiang Mian scrolled through the messages for a long time, but didn't see anyone say they had encountered hordes of mutated creatures. Then what are these things in front of him? Is it because he doesn't have a wooden house that all the monsters are coming for him? The mutated creatures crowded together. The monsters at the back couldn't see the firelight ahead, but they smelled the scent of living people first. They yelled and rushed forward desperately. This also resulted in the mutated creatures at the front being constantly pushed forward by their brethren behind them, despite their great fear of firelight. Their pale, thin skin immediately shrank and shrank when it came into contact with the stronger firelight. The color of its skin also turned into a mixture of dark black and crimson, like lobster meat that was thrown into a pot and stir-fried, turning red as soon as it was flipped. The scorched skin made a sizzling sound like it was being cooked, and an unpleasant odor gradually filled the air. The white monsters at the front let out a shrill scream, turned around, and used their forelimbs to slap their companions that were pushing and shoving them from behind. Even worse, some would swing their sharp forelimbs and plunge them deep into their companion's chest. However, no blood flowed from the punctured chest cavity, and there appeared to be no internal organs inside. Jiang Mian saw that the monsters in the front row were fighting desperately, but they were still advancing as a whole. The monsters behind surged forward, sacrificing their comrades at the front. They stepped on their charred companions, and in just half a minute, they piled up into a monster wall as tall as 2 people. The monster wall swayed precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. What a bunch of lunatics, Jiang Mian muttered. Faced with such an oppressive scene, his blood seemed to ignite instantly. He couldn't just sit and wait to die. Take this from your father, Jiang Mian roared. Then, he took 3 steps forward and thrust the stone spear in his hand fiercely at the pale monster that was screaming in agony. Life -17. A line of blood-red text appeared above the monster's head. After the white monster was injured, the bracelet finally displayed the information that had previously been unscannable. Race: Agile Type 1 Aberration, Level 1. Health: 23/80ths, burning from the shelter's flames. Health is decreasing by 1 point per second. Strength: 12, Stamina: 9, Speed: 25, Spirit: 3. Such incredible speed. If Jiang Mian had encountered them in the wilderness without any firelight, he would probably have been toyed with to death. While the firelight could damage the aberrations, its effect was gradually weakening. They were even developing resistance. Jiang Mian pulled hard, drawing out the stone spear. Then, he raised the spear tip and thrust it fiercely into the deformed creature's eye socket. Health -34, you dealt fatal damage. You successfully killed the Agile Type 1 aberration. You became the first survivor in the entire area to kill the mutated creature, earning the title of First Blood. Current experience progress October 10th, upgrade. A series of prompts rang in Jiang Mian's mind. I don't know if it's because the signal has improved, but the notification sounds no longer have the intermittent static I heard this morning. Upgrade. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous survivor for achieving the first kill on the mutated creature. You have leveled up, gaining +1 to all attribute points, and +1 to free attribute point. Jiang Mian's gaze quickly swept over the effects of the First Blood title. Title: First Blood. Effect: when initiating an attack, deals an additional 5% damage. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Mian immediately allocated her free attribute points to strength. A warm current flowed through his body, and the strength he had just used up was instantly restored. His strength has increased to 10 points, reaching the limit of a normal human being. The slain aberration went limp and collapsed onto another aberration below. But before long, new mutants began to climb up. Not far to Jiang Mian's right, the mutants had even piled up to 3 layers high. Jiang Mian's mind raced. The powerful thrust he had just unleashed had consumed 2 points of his stamina. In his current state, he can only attack a maximum of 4 times in a row. We must prioritize targeting the mutated form in the worst condition. He would then quickly level up by gaining experience and recover his stamina. He wanted to sustain himself through battle. Chapter 4. I level up alone. You successfully killed 2 Agile Type 1 aberrations, experience +10, current experience progress 10/20ths. Jiang Mian was panting heavily, his hand still trembling as he pulled out the spear. It wasn't just fear, but more of an excited tension that followed. It takes 20 experience points to level up from level 2 to level 3. Now, when he kills level 1 mutated creatures, the experience points are not reduced due to the level difference. As for how many levels he needed to reduce the level, and how much it would take to go from level 3 to level 4, he didn't have time to think about it. The monstrous wave ahead didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He raised his spear and thrust it down. Another roaring aberration fell to the ground. Current experience progress 2020, level up? Level up. Meanwhile, the regional communication channel exploded because of the announcement. Everyone had just been discussing firewood trading and figuring out how to get through the night, when the system suddenly informed them that someone had achieved the first kill of the mutated creature. Some were shocked by the appearance of the big shot. Some guessed it might be a top soldier, and others said they saw a monster through the crack in the door, moving as fast as a small electric scooter, and couldn't understand how that person killed it. Some people said they had nothing around them, and even tried opening doors with an axe to check, but everything remained calm. The conversation quickly went off topic. Someone claimed to be on an island in the lake, boasting that he possessed the potential to become an emperor, and even changed his name to Wang Tung. The crowd's banter and teasing added a touch of absurd liveliness to this short, apocalyptic night. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian was still standing before the sea of monsters. Current level detected: 6, exceeding the level of enemies killed by 5. Experience gained reduced by 50%. He took a few steps back. Even after killing more than a dozen mutants, the white monsters in front of him were still piled up 3 or 4 layers high. The weakest point on his right side even collapsed, and 7 or 8 mutants rolled down, only half a meter away from his toes. Fortunately, they were charred black, and their bodies were burned beyond recognition. Jiang Mian also tried lighting a wooden stick and throwing it at the monster, but once the flame left the dotted frame of the wooden house, it seemed to lose some kind of blessing, and when it landed on the mutant, its power was far less than the firelight of the shelter. This was probably the preferential treatment humans received in the survival world. But the more Jiang Mian thought about it, the more annoyed he became, and he couldn't help but scratch his head. But why am I the only one who fell into the monster's lair? Watching the joking chatter in the channel, he felt for the first time the true malice the world held towards him. Was it really because his wooden house hadn't been built? But some of those who built their wooden houses encountered strange occurrences at their doors, while others remained unharmed. He glanced down at the stone spear in his hand. Item: homemade stone spear. Durability: 1250. Why should we? Jiang Mian was both angry and annoyed. Fortunately, as time went by, the aberrant creatures on the periphery seemed to be summoned by some force and began to leave unwillingly. The advance of the monsters at the very front of the campfire slowed down, and their stacks stopped growing. Otherwise, with that nearly worn-out spear, he really didn't know how much longer he could hold out. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and dismantled the half-built wooden hut, using the logs to trade for weapons in the chat. Nothing else mattered now. Survival was the priority. Once his level was high enough tomorrow, he could chop down trees much faster. In the end, Jiang Mian traded 8 logs for a finely crafted stone spear. Item: finely crafted stone spear. Quality: F. Effect: Strength +1. Durability: 100 out of 100. Jiang Mian placed the new spear aside and muttered a curse about the survival world. He'd wait until it was fully developed by tomorrow, then he'd fight his way through. Before the mutants were all dead, he charged forward again to begin his harvest. One after another, the broken and deformed creatures fell, their experience points fluctuating. Until, with a crack, both stone spears reached 0 durability and were completely destroyed. Jiang Mian simply threw away the stone blades, broke the wooden stick in half, and created a sharp, angled edge. With no new aberrations joining, the remaining monsters either fled or were burned beyond recognition, unable to even crawl. He himself was so exhausted that he could only rest for a while before picking up the broken wooden stick and finishing off the remaining monsters. Having done all this, Jiang Mian had reached level 9. He didn't use the free attribute points he gained from these levels to increase his strength. Instead, he invested them all in his stamina. He needed to prepare for chopping trees tomorrow. Jiang Mian dropped the wooden stick, retreated to the log and slumped down, then lay down against the log. Half an hour earlier, his arm had been scratched by a mutant, and the bloody wound had begun to scab over. Sweat soaked his entire body, and a night breeze sent a chill up his spine. His muscles ached and swelled from overexertion, and he didn't want to move a single finger. On both banks of the river, hundreds of pale monsters lay piled up haphazardly. The bright moon hung alone, the scene as eerie as hell, but Jiang Mian paid no heed to any of that and fell asleep immediately. Notifications kept popping up on the screen, and he only vaguely responded with a tone. You have reached level 5. World channel is now open. You have become the world's first survivor to reach level 5, earning the title One Step Ahead. Your previous habits have been recorded. Do you wish to continue broadcasting anonymously? You have become the world's first survivor to kill 100 mutated creatures, earning the title Monster Hunter. Your previous habits have been recorded. Do you wish to continue broadcasting anonymously? It was nearly midnight, and many survivors were still awake. Some were busy trading wooden sticks, while others were kept awake by the dramatic changes in the world. The occasional cracking sound of the mutants' forelimbs scraping against tree trunks echoed from outside, sending chills down everyone's spines. Just as everyone was on edge, a global broadcast suddenly blared. World announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous survivor for becoming the first survivor in the world to reach level 5. Everyone who was still awake was stunned. Level 5. They immediately opened the world chat, only to find that their level was too low to speak. They could only watch those who had reached level 5 chat. But after waiting for a long time, the first person to reach level 5 never appeared. So everyone returned to their respective regional channels, excitedly discussing which region this formidable player came from. Some didn't even know where the experience points came from, while others seized the opportunity to sell information, asking for 500 milliliters of purified water right off the bat. Some complained that everyone is human and there's no need to become information brokers so early. The other side sneered and reminded them that the world's order would inevitably fall apart sooner or later, and many people simply didn't understand what they were facing. These words quickly drew ridicule, but the vast majority of people still held on to hope for the future. After all, the first day had gone relatively smoothly, and many hadn't even encountered any danger. But the survivors who had already killed the mutated creatures with their own hands fell silent. Because they could see the monster's information, Agile Type 1 aberration. If there's one type, there can be two. Since there's an agility branch, there could also be a strength branch and a mental branch. Physical attacks can be defended against, but how do you block an invisible and intangible mental attack? They were able to kill monsters mostly by the light of the shelter's fire, their combat skills, or the arrows they found in treasure chests during the day. If they were to fight them head-on, very few could win. Just then, a second world announcement rang out. World announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous survivor for becoming the first survivor in the world to kill 100 mutated creatures. Those survivors who thought they were far ahead after killing one monster were all stunned. Chapter 5. Monster Hunter. The first rays of dawn slowly climbed the rosy clouds, their warm yellow light descending as if awakening slumbering creatures. A burning pain in his left arm dragged Jiang Mian, who had overslept, out of his dream. He opened his eyes and saw that the purplish-red scab on his left arm was pressed against a protruding rock. He quickly pulled his arm back. He sat up, leaning against the pile of logs, and muttered to himself, "Go to bed early tonight." Even in a survival world, one cannot completely disrupt their sleep schedule. After stretching his body a bit, Jiang Mian found that the soreness all over his body had eased considerably. Having pushed his life and physical strength beyond human limits, his physical strength and recovery ability were indeed far superior to what they used to be. Remembering that no one mentioned being surrounded by mutants in the regional channel last night, and now that the world channel was unlocked, Jiang Mian opened it to take a look. However, upon entering, there were only 2 world announcements at the top, and the chat box was completely empty. He frowned slightly. Were experts all quiet, or was he the only one who had unlocked the world channel? If he was the only one who encountered so many monsters last night, and considering that the system voice chat sounded like it had a bad signal yesterday morning, a bad feeling suddenly popped into Jiang Mian's mind. Others refreshed the survival world, but could he have refreshed into the monster world? If that's the case, there will probably be a large group of monsters tonight, and maybe even new mutated creatures. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian felt a chill run down his spine. He knew best how much luck had played a part in killing so many monsters last night. Most of the mutants had been pushed into the fire's range by their comrades behind them, their health already reduced to less than half. Finally, even more monsters appeared outside, but for some unknown reason, they suddenly retreated. If, after a few more days, the monsters develop resistance to the firelight of the shelter and are no longer afraid, then when he faces hordes of aberrant mutants again, he will likely only be torn to pieces. Jiang Mian quickly suppressed his distracting thoughts. There's always a way out. The most important thing right now is to chop down trees and build a small cabin. Once the warehouse function is unlocked, his talent will take effect, and his construction speed will be 4 times that of an average person. Since this world has blueprints for wooden houses, there should also be defensive and offensive buildings later. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked the effects of 2 titles yesterday. Jiang Mian opened his character information and flipped to the title page. Title: 1 step ahead. Effect: maps are automatically generated and stored in your mind for the places you pass through. Title: Monster Hunter. Effect: deals an additional 5% damage to mutated creatures and gains the ability to decompose mutated creature corpses. Both titles are very useful. The former can automatically generate a map in the wilderness, making it very convenient to identify directions and mark locations. But the effect of Monster Hunter caught Jiang Mian's eye even more. It can actually decompose the corpses of mutated creatures. Keep in mind, there were hundreds of deformed bodies lying in front of him. If he were to decompose them all, their bones and flesh might turn into decent materials. However, Jiang Mian didn't start immediately. Instead, he picked up his stone axe and began chopping down the tree. After all, unlocking the warehouse function is more important. If bones and monster hides can also be considered building materials, then his talent is essentially equivalent to 4 times the resources. Now, each time Jiang Mian chops down a tree, he loses 2.5 points of its life, but only consumes 0.5 points of stamina. With his 19 points of stamina, he can chop down almost a whole tree in one go. In less than an hour, all the materials needed to build the cabin were gathered. 20 minutes later, the cabin was completed. You have built a cabin, triggering the talent Builder's Dream, and gaining an additional cabin. The cabin has been detected as the only shelter building. 80 logs will be automatically returned. The warehouse function will then be activated. Jiang Mian tried cutting down another tree, and with a thought, the logs were immediately and automatically stored in the warehouse. Logs, 92. He then realized that the relationship between talent and the warehouse was profound, and the system's explanation was not detailed enough. He would have to explore more rules on his own. Afterward, Jiang Mian walked to a mutated corpse and activated his decomposition ability. You have obtained 2 bone blades, for bones, and 1 strange hide. The talent Builder's Dream has been triggered, doubling both the number of bones and the number of strange hide. It seems that talents have their own judgment logic. The bone blades weren't counted as building materials, so they weren't doubled in value. Jiang Mian was somewhat speechless, but he didn't waste any time, quickly passing through the horde of corpses and decomposing all the aberrations. In the end, he obtained 280 bone blades, 1120 bones, and 280 strange hides. There were so many materials that the warehouse couldn't hold them all, and a large amount of supplies had to be piled up on the ground. The stacking limit is only 100, This warehouse is too small, Jiang Mian complained, then prepared to upgrade the wooden house. Although he was hungry, the shelter was the most important thing right now. He didn't know that this kind of trouble was something other survivors would never even dream of. The next day, most people's warehouses contained only a few dozen logs. In other words, Jiang Mian's progress had long surpassed the normal pace of development in the survival world. He re-entered the cabin to check the information. Item: cabin shelter. Effect: inside the shelter, survivors take 20% less damage, and the flames within the shelter gain the Holy Flame effect, capable of damaging mutated creatures within a certain range. Jiang Mian suddenly realized that the flames that burned the monsters last night were actually the effect of the sacred fire from the wooden house. The blueprint for upgrading a level 1 wooden house to level 2 is included in the bracelet and requires 200 logs and 50 sticks. Jiang Mian didn't immediately go chop down the tree. Instead, he opened the trading platform and anonymously listed the bone blade. Item: bone blade. Quality: F+. Durability: 200. Effect: speed +1. Increases damage to animals by 5%. His bone blades come from mutated creatures and are of higher quality than ordinary bone blades. A normal person can only grind bones into blades using blueprints, and at most, the blades would be grade F, costing about the same as 5 to 7 logs. Jiang Mian directly priced the bone blade at 10 logs, or offered it in exchange for food, medicine, or blueprints, with blueprints taking priority. At first, people in the market, seeing the bone blade priced at 10 logs, assumed it was a newcomer unaware of the market and was just randomly listing it. But soon someone clicked on it and saw 200 durability points, F+ quality, and additional damage bonus against animals, immediately realizing this was no ordinary item. This also reminded them of last night's world announcement. The man barely hesitated, exchanging 20 logs for 2 blades. Only after making the purchase did he rush to the regional chat to boast. Great item listed in the trading market. F+ quality bone blades. Guess what creature they came from? A creature? Could it be a mutated creature? Still chatting? There are only 12 left. Smart people have already made their fortunes in silence. Leave one for me. Whoever gets it, sell it to me. I'll offer 15 logs. On the other side, Jiang Mian quickly received 460 logs. Only 4 people traded other items for them: a piece of bread, half a roasted fish, and 4 bananas. He was initially somewhat dissatisfied to see that most of the logs were round logs. But then, a notification popped up: Talent Builder's Dream triggered. Log quantity doubled. Jiang Mian was stunned. This works? Goods acquired through trade are considered obtained. So if he sells things to others and then buys them back, wouldn't he be able to step on his own 2 feet and ascend to heaven on the spot? Chapter 6. Basic Workbench Blueprints. Jiang Mian wanted to test if there were any loopholes in his talent, so he immediately hung up 10 logs to exchange for 50 sticks. However, after the transaction, he only received 50 sticks. The amount didn't double again. He quickly realized that items whose talents had already been triggered wouldn't trigger again when traded. The reason the bone blade could be exchanged for double the materials before was because the bone blade wasn't considered a construction material and hadn't been doubled in value. To confirm the rules, Jiang Mian put the doubled-priced bone up for trading again, but as expected, nothing changed. He could only shake his head and give up on the idea of stepping on his own foot. Jiang Mian then used logs and sticks to upgrade the wooden house to level 2. The warehouse expanded to 10 slots, with each slot having a maximum capacity of 200, finally allowing him to store the supplies piled up around it. The wooden house also grew considerably larger, measuring approximately 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. Jiang Mian continued to check the level 3 upgrade requirements, which required 500 logs and 200 sticks. For an ordinary survivor, it might take 10 days to half a month to gather all of them. Jiang Mian had no idea what it meant to be difficult to cut down trees. As soon as he had enough materials, he chose to upgrade. Soon, the wooden house was upgraded to level 3, the quality remained E, the durability became 500, and the defense increased to 50. The effects of the level 3 shelter are also significantly enhanced. Inside the cabin, damage taken is reduced by 22%, and stamina recovery speed is increased by 20%. More importantly, the flames within the shelter gain the Holy Fire effect. It can damage mutated creatures within a certain range and temporarily stun them. The third effect is also very useful. The shelter's effective range extends to a radius of 20 meters outside the wooden house. Jiang Mian was very satisfied after reviewing it. It truly lived up to its reputation as the only shelter building. With the sacred fire and expanded area, encountering monster hordes at night would be equivalent to having a large-scale slowing and control effect. By making good use of firelight, safety will be greatly improved. To advance to level 4, you need 1,000 logs, 500 branches, and 800 stones. According to the blueprints, level 4 unlocks the second floor and adds a low hut next to the main house. However, the material requirements are too high, so production cannot continue for the time being. The current level 3 wooden house is 70 or 80 square meters, divided into 2 rooms, one large and one small, and looks empty. Furniture could be made from sticks and logs, but without a saw, the planks were difficult to work with, and the process would take too long. Jiang Mian decided to go out and explore first, and then trade other things for furniture later. He put 50 more bone blades up for sale in exchange for logs, sticks, and stones. The bones, whose value had already doubled, were put up for sale in the market for food and blueprints. As for the hide dropped by the strange creature, Jiang Mian tried chopping at it a few times with his stone axe, only to find that it barely scratched the surface. He figured that if it were made into armor or building material, its defensive capabilities would be quite high, so he didn't plan to sell it for the time being. After completing the transaction, Jiang Mian ate a simple breakfast, crafted a bone spear, and left the wooden house, walking downstream along the stream. The temperature was lower than yesterday, and the once clear morning sky was now half hidden by white clouds. The bushes on both sides of the river grew denser, and the river channel gradually widened. Berries could be seen from time to time in the bushes, and occasionally mushrooms would peek out. Jiang Mian had always liked to collect things, and he would take almost anything he could carry away. Even a passing rabbit would get a bite from him. At his current speed, 2 gray rabbits ran past side by side. He rushed up and raised his hand, wielding 2 spears. The bone spearheads were far sharper than stone blades, easily piercing through the rabbits' bodies, and both rabbits were impaled on the spears. Jiang Mian took out a tinderbox and started a fire on the spot. He then built a makeshift grill with a few sticks. He used a bone blade to dissect a gray rabbit, washed it by the river, skewered it on shrub branches, and put it on the fire to roast. Before long, a rich aroma of meat filled the air. Jiang Mian smelled the aroma and suddenly felt that something was missing. Just as he was about to open the regional channel, he noticed a private message in the lower left corner. The sender was named Wang Tong. Jiang Mian had seen the channel before when he was chopping down trees and knew that this guy was the one on the island in the middle of the lake who called himself the Young Emperor. A few minutes ago, Wang Tong left a message on the trading market. "Boss, your bone blades are sold out again. I found a basic workbench blueprint this morning, but I haven't used it yet. Could you exchange it for a bone blade? After you make the workbench, could you make one for me too? I'll provide the materials." Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised. Wang Ting seemed rather unserious in the chat, but he was very polite in private. He replied with 2 words, "Okay." Then, he relisted a bone blade in the trading market, specifying the trade item as a beginner's workbench blueprint. Wang Tong replied with a thank you almost instantly, clearly having been watching the messages closely. After receiving the blueprints, Jiang Mian checked the workbench's capabilities. The workbench could directly craft 4 types of stone tools: stone axes, stone spears, stone blades, and stone arrows, as well as 2 types of bone tools: bone blades and bone spears. Besides, it can also be used to make wooden bowls, cups, and other utensils, as well as furniture such as tables, chairs, and beds. It's quite versatile. Jiang Mian quickly realized that this blueprint was quite valuable. If Wang Tong had used it himself, he could have easily mass-produced workbenches and sold them, making a fortune. But he didn't do that. Instead, he proactively offered it to Jiang Mian for trade, clearly a gesture of goodwill. Jiang Mian thought to himself, "This kid really has the makings of an emperor. Knowing that I've killed over 100 mutated creatures, he came to befriend me beforehand." Since he'd accepted this favor, Jiang Mian wasn't stingy and sent him 2 messages. The first rule is that mutated creatures entering the firelight area of the shelter will be burned, and the fire can be used to fight monsters at night. The second rule is that experience points can only be gained by killing mutated creatures, and the experience points gained will be halved if the level difference between you and the monster is 5 levels or more. On a small island in the middle of a lake, hundreds of miles away, Wang Tong had just upgraded his wooden house to level 2 when a red dot appeared on the channel. After confirming the mysterious big shot was willing to trade, he immediately entered the market and acquired the bone blade. The trade was complete, and Wang Tong took out the bone blade and swung it a few times, his eyes filled with delight. He then sat down to rest, staring at his private chat with Jiang Mian. Half a minute later, the big shot sent 2 messages. The first one was similar to the information he had obtained from elsewhere. Someone had indeed used fire to burn mutated creatures. But the second one is much more valuable. Killing monsters grants experience, which many people can guess. But the fact that experience is halved for levels more than 5 levels apart is something Wang Tung dares to say no one except this big shot knows. Wang Tung immediately realized that this big shot was quite capable, willing to tell him even this kind of information. He looked down at another drawing in his hand, pondered for a moment, and began to edit the information. Thank you for letting me know. I just found another blueprint. It's for a wooden bow. A wooden bow requires tough vines and elastic rope, and I happen to have a few of those materials here, so I'd like to give them to you. Once you've made the bow, just give me one. After sending this message, Wang Tung added, with the wooden bow, the attack range is much greater. However, I'm a coward and don't have any armor, so I don't dare to confront the mutated creatures head-on. Do you have any higher-level armor? Chapter 7. Strange Leather Armor. In front of the grill, Jiang Mian took a large bite of roasted rabbit meat, glanced at the message Wang Tung had sent, and was immediately amused. Wang Tung reacted quickly, seeing the bone blade. He immediately guessed that Jiang Mian might have the skin of a mutated creature. After all, ordinary people simply cannot decompose mutated creatures. Even stone daggers cannot penetrate their defenses. Most of those who were able to kill the mutated creatures last night did so by weakening their defenses with the help of the firelight. However, no one dared to linger outside at night. The corpses had to be left outside, as dragging them inside would result in them being burned by the firelight. Once daytime arrives, the mutated creature's defenses will recover, making it difficult to forcibly dismantle it. Therefore, in the entire trading market, only Jiang Mian has listed the mutated creature's bone blade. However, judging from Jiang Mian's current stats, a wooden bow using stone arrows might not be stronger than his close-quarters combat with a bone spear. In his eyes, the strange hide was clearly more valuable than the wooden bow blueprint. So Jiang Mian replied directly, one wooden bow blueprint isn't enough. On the other side, Wang Tung, who had been waiting anxiously, didn't receive any confirmation of the deal, but became even more certain of his judgment. He felt that someone of the big shot's caliber wouldn't stoop to lying to him. Jiang Mian had even sent him 2 extra messages after receiving the workbench blueprints, which already proved his character was sound. That left only one possibility. In the big shot's eyes, the mutated creature's hide was more valuable than the wooden bow blueprints. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. This meant the leather's defense must be very high. He had to get his hands on it. He immediately opened the warehouse and took out another blueprint. Soon after, Jiang Mian received a message. Boss, I just accidentally found another blueprint, and it happens to be a leather armor crafting blueprint. Jiang Mian was taken aback. Did this kid buy his blueprints wholesale? He guessed that Wang Tung probably had a high-level talent for treasure hunting. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to find 3 blueprints in just one day. Jiang Mian didn't ask any more questions and replied directly, send the blueprints. After sending the message, he added, you can come to me to exchange blueprints in the future. Talent is the secret that everyone relies on for survival. Even if Jiang Mian guessed it, she wouldn't ask. She just went along with Wang Tung's explanation that he accidentally found it. Within seconds, Wang Tung had uploaded the wooden bow and leather armor blueprints, repeatedly expressing his gratitude and saying he would definitely contact Jiang Mian first if he had any blueprints in the future. After receiving the 2 blueprints, Jiang Mian first checked the leather armor crafting instructions. Leather armor is not limited to a specific type of leather. Animal hides, grass, or even other special leathers are acceptable. A complete set of leather armor consists of 6 parts: head armor, left and right arm armor, breastplate, and left and right leg armor. Each part requires 1 piece of leather, 2 ropes, and 1 piece of cloth. Rope and cloth aren't difficult to find. Most wooden treasure chests contain these. The real trouble is the hides. Turf requires 100 leaves and 20 blades of grass to craft, while animal hides require the fur of animals of medium to large size. Small creatures like rabbits and squirrels, whose hides can only be used to make gloves at best. As for needles and thread for sewing, they're almost nowhere to be found on trading platforms now. Jiang Mian exchanged dozens of ropes and cloths at the trading market and immediately took out the strange hides to make leather armor. The light from the blueprint faded, revealing an exquisite breastplate on the ground. Item: strange leather armor, breastplate. Quality: F+. Effect: +1 health, reduces damage taken from mutated creatures by 2%. Once Jiang Mian donned the complete set of bizarre leather armor, the effects changed. Effect: you are wearing the complete set of bizarre leather armor. Health plus 7. Damage taken from mutated creatures reduced by 15%. 7 points of health already significantly increase survivability, and with the added 15% damage reduction, the advantage against mutated creatures is obvious. If the damage reduction from the level 3 wooden house is also stacked on top, Jiang Mian estimates that he might even be able to fight the aberrant creature head-on. The only problem was that, as described, the leather armor was indeed not very comfortable to wear. After finishing the roasted rabbit, Jiang Mian went to the river and drank some water. With his current physical condition, drinking this kind of flowing, clear river water shouldn't be a problem. The workbench could only be used to make wooden kitchen utensils. It couldn't be placed directly over a fire to boil water. Jiang Mian thought of using clay to make pottery, but he knew nothing about the processes of selecting clay and controlling the firing temperature. He planned to go back and have Wang Tung inquire whether there were any potters in the other region. If they could figure out the method, they might be able to make bricks, smelt iron, and smelt copper in the future. Afterward, Jiang Mian continued down the mountain. Half an hour later, he arrived at a steep cliff. The river had gathered here, forming a small lake near the cliff, and then flowed down from the other end, becoming a small waterfall more than 10 meters high. The waterfall cascaded over the rocks, making a crisp sound. Jiang Mian spotted a large leopard lying on the flat ground to the left of the lake. Behind the leopard, a gleaming black iron box instantly caught his eye. A black iron treasure chest. Jiang Mian looked around, but didn't see any other leopards, so he walked towards it. Things were different now. If it were yesterday, he wouldn't have dared to provoke this big cat, even if he had 1,000 lives. But now, in Jiang Mian's eyes, this leopard resembled a soft, warm animal skin coat. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this large cat was indeed astonishing, measuring a full 2 meters in length. Jiang Mian's heart skipped a beat. He held his breath and scanned the area with his bracelet. Race: mutant leopard. Level: 2. Health: 56. Strength: 17. Stamina: 12. Speed: 27. Spirit: 5. Description: a leopard that has just embarked on the path of mutation. Its strength is comparable to yours. Jiang Mian swallowed hard. No way this thing mutated too? He started comparing their attributes. He was so close, yet it showed no reaction. The first rule mentioned that mutated creatures were inactive during the day. If this leopard were also weakened, coupled with its strange leather armor, it might be a formidable opponent. Jiang Mian steeled his resolve, held his breath again, and crept closer. Even after the leopard entered the spear's attack range, it remained fast asleep. Lazy cat, don't blame him for not giving you a chance. Jiang Mian raised his spear and thrust it fiercely at the back of the leopard's head. The spear tip pierced the air, and just as it was about to hit, the leopard suddenly awoke and instinctively turned its head to dodge. The spear grazed its ear and plunged deep into its shoulder blade. The leopard let out a piercing howl, rolled over, and leaped up, blood trickling down its neck. Its amber eyes instantly turned bloodshot, fixed intently on Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian felt the spear was deeply embedded, so instead of pulling it out forcefully, he took a few steps back, released the spear, and retrieved a second one from the warehouse. Before the leopard could figure out what was happening, he hurled it at it. The second spear pierced the leopard's left forelimb with pinpoint accuracy. The sharpness of the deformed bone blade easily pierced through its defenses, and blood gushed out immediately. The leopard staggered forward, barely managing to prop itself up. Jiang Mian gave it no chance to catch its breath, and took out a third spear, throwing it at its left hind leg. This time it missed the hind leg, and the spear tip pierced the leopard's left side. The successive waves of excruciating pain completely enraged the leopard. It leaped forward with a powerful push from its hind legs, charging towards Jiang Mian like an arrow released from a bow. The leopard's speed was incredible. Jiang Mian had no time to dodge and was knocked to the ground. The leopard opened its massive jaws, its sharp teeth aimed directly at Jiang Mian's vulnerable neck, its imposing presence overwhelming. But it didn't succeed. Jiang Mian held his left arm across his body, firmly pressing it against the leopard's jaw, leaving its gaping maw suspended in midair. Only then did the leopard realize that this seemingly frail two-legged creature was actually stronger than it. Jiang Mian sneered inwardly. That's how the numbers are filled in. Chapter 8. The Black Iron Treasure Chest. Having weathered the storm of the previous night, Jiang Mian remained calm even in the face of the mutated leopard's terrifying size. He gripped the bone blade he had retrieved from the warehouse in his right hand, and as the leopard pounced, he plunged it fiercely into its right eye socket. Blood splattered violently, plunging half of the leopard's vision into darkness. The intense pain caused it to let out a piercing howl, and the pressure on Jiang Mian loosened considerably. Jiang Mian seized the opportunity, using her waist to flip herself up and pounce on the leopard, knocking it to the ground. Strike while the iron was hot. Another bone blade then plunged into the leopard's throat. The leopard convulsed violently for several seconds before finally becoming completely still. You have successfully killed the mutated leopard. Experience +5. Jiang Mian wiped the blood from his face and began to decompose the corpse. You have obtained 3 animal hides, 10 mutated leopard meat, 20 bones, and 10 reinforced tendons. The talent Builder's Dream has been triggered, doubling the quantity of animal hides, bones, and reinforced tendons. The bones dropped by the leopard, like those of the mutant from last night, are both F+ materials. The mutated leopard meat, however, differs from ordinary food. Consuming it slightly improves one's constitution. The hide is also of higher quality, providing not only warmth but also stronger defense than ordinary hide. After the talent is triggered, the hide multiplies into 6 pieces, just enough to make a complete set of hide clothing. More importantly, the leopard also extracted reinforced tendons. Jiang Mian estimated that this was an upgraded version of the elastic rope, and its value was not low. After collecting the materials, he walked to the black iron treasure chest. No one in the regional channel had actually encountered a black iron-level treasure chest before. Most people had only seen it in the survival manual. The probability of it appearing a few days ago was incredibly low. Leaving aside what supplies were inside, the iron box itself was valuable. It could be used as a cooking pot, and even came with a lid. The thought of making meat soup that night filled Jiang Mian with anticipation. He opened the treasure chest, and a white light emanated from it. After the box lid was opened, 3 white orbs of light floated silently inside. Inside the first orb was a shrunken parchment. Jiang Mian reached out and took it. The information immediately appeared. Item: Automatic Spear Thrower Blueprint. Building Rank E. Durability 200. Building Materials 25 wooden sticks, 2 ropes, 5 stones, 2 reinforced tendons. Effect: Increases throwing damage by 50%. Finally, an offensive building has arrived, and it even increases throwing damage by half. Jiang Mian almost immediately decided to build a ring of these around the cabin when she got back. However, the most crucial material was the reinforced tendon. Aberrant creatures don't drop this. The only way to obtain it is by hunting mutated animals. Most people in the regional channel are only level 1, so the difficulty of killing mutated animals is unimaginable. It seems he'll have to get this stuff himself. Fortunately, the mutated leopard is guarding the black iron treasure chest, and the other mutated animals are probably in the same situation. Even without the enhanced tendons, the treasure chest's rewards alone will keep him searching. Jiang Mian looked at the second ball of light. Floating inside was a round, red fruit. With a thought, the fruit fell into his hand. It was the size of an apple, but its shape was more like a plum. Its vermilion skin was very thin, and the translucent flesh could be seen in the sunlight. Just a few seconds after he took it out, a faint fruity fragrance wafted out. Item: 10-year vermilion fruit. Quality E. Effect: Increases all attributes by 1 upon consumption. Grants the ability Fire Starter upon first consumption. Jiang Mian looked at the information and his first reaction was, isn't this just a nuclear-powered lighter? But being able to start a fire out of thin air is indeed convenient. As for the 10 years of heaven and earth essence, it sounded like he'd transmigrated into a fantasy world. He immediately took a bite, the sweet and sour juice melting in his mouth. After swallowing, a surge of pure energy flowed down his esophagus and throughout his body, warming his muscles. Despite having eaten roasted rabbit not long ago, his appetite returned, and he quickly devoured the entire vermilion fruit. From the next day onward, items that boosted attributes could be found in the black iron treasure chest. Survivors can enhance their combat abilities even without leveling up. However, the strength of subsequent mutated creatures will likely continue to increase. It's a brutal game of survival of the fittest. Jiang Mian had no time to sympathize with others, because his own situation wasn't much better. He even suspected that his shelter might be near a monster's lair. Every night, monsters spawn, and his wooden hut is the first to be hit. Last night, some people in the channel said there were no aberrations outside their doors. Perhaps it wasn't just luck, but that all the aberrations had swarmed to his doorstep. Later, the outer monsters dispersed, simply going where they were supposed to go. There's no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that he's carrying a heavy burden. That's why, if Jiang Mian wanted to survive, he had to be 10 times, even 100 times, stronger than others. Thinking of this, he looked at the last ball of light. He needed more supplies and tools to defend against the upcoming attacks. Inside the last ball of light was also a piece of parchment, but not a blueprint. Item: low-level contract, quality, E. Effect: summons a peasant. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. A peasant contract, meaning this thing can summon subordinates. Since arriving in this world, although he could chat with others in the regional channel, he could never see any of his kind around him, and loneliness was inevitable. More importantly, having an extra person will significantly reduce the pressure on survival. After all, blueprints are mostly obtained randomly and are not comprehensive enough. Many things still need to be crafted manually, such as furniture and wooden beds. We can't sleep on the ground forever. As the seasons change, we'll also need to research planting and find ways to obtain food that can be stored for a long time. Being able to summon farmers meant that there might be blacksmiths and soldiers in the future. Jiang Mian's heart warmed. This meant he could personally build an army, establish territory, and even create his own kingdom. Expanding his territory, by the mandate of heaven, may his reign be long and prosperous. The more Jiang Mian thought about it, the more excited he became, as if the map illuminated by the title before him was no longer just a map, but a future achievement. The mountains, the river, and the vast, unlit black areas beyond all seemed to await his conquest. Under heaven, all land belonged to the king. Jiang Mian even began planning roads extending outwards from his sanctuary, using it as his capital. But he quickly suppressed these thoughts. It's too early to think about these things now. The most important thing right now is to continue exploring and prepare for the strange tides that will come at night. Jiang Mian put away the iron box and went to the river to wash the blood off his face. Before noon, he wanted to explore as much as possible downstream. The premise was to return before sunset, while also collecting as many supplies as possible and expanding his map. Chapter 9: Extreme Blizzard. Jiang Mian found a gentle slope beside the waterfall that he could bypass and continued exploring down the slope. This mountain forest was so large that it was somewhat monotonous, with layers upon layers of trees blocking the view below, making it impossible for him to judge his altitude or how far he was from the foot of the mountain. According to other survivors in the channel, the distance between each other could be tens of kilometers, or even hundreds of miles. Fortunately, there was a river nearby, which Jiang Mian could use to identify the way he came and avoid getting lost. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped. A chill had crept into the air. Even though the sun was rising and he was walking downhill, the temperature seemed to be dropping. On this continent, many things cannot be judged by common sense. Jiang Mian suspected that perhaps his distance from the shelter had triggered some kind of negative impact. He opened the regional channel, and as soon as he entered, he saw a continuously scrolling announcement at the top. This region will experience an extreme blizzard in 7 days, accompanied by the first mutated creature tide. Extreme blizzard, mutated creature tide. This news was practically pushing everyone to the brink of destruction. Jiang Mian, however, remained relatively calm after seeing it. For him, his location was already dangerous. Whether or not there was a mutated creature tide made little difference. What he truly needed to focus on was the extreme blizzard. The vegetation and animal activity in this area resembled that of midsummer. The sudden blizzard was highly unusual. Before the transmigration, a blizzard would usually result in sheltering at home for a few days, but now everyone only had a small wooden cabin. There was no heating, no electricity. The walls of the level 1 cabin were just logs pressed together, with gaps everywhere. Forget about a blizzard. Even a normal cold wind blowing in would make people shiver. On the day of the blizzard, it might even collapse under the weight of the snow. A level 3 wooden house is barely considered reliable, with walls made of 2 layers of round logs filled with moss and pebbles to keep out the wind and cold. The next level up is a level 4 wooden house, half wood and half stone, with a wooden interior and stone exterior. But currently, most people in the regional chat haven't even upgraded their wooden houses to level 2. Yesterday's newbie protection period led many to mistakenly believe that wilderness survival was nothing special, with some young people even treating it as a way to experience life, enjoy the scenery, and catch butterflies. In the trading market, food and water prices weren't particularly high to begin with. Some people had shelters near water sources, while others had acquired weapons and were able to hunt and fish on their very first day. But as soon as the blizzard announcement was made, Large quantities of food and water were immediately removed from the trading market. The few remaining items saw their prices double one after another. A fish that originally cost 3 logs quickly rose to 15, and the price continued to climb. The chat channel erupted in chaos. Some accused those who had opened fire of using weapons, claiming they could have hunted, yet they were taking advantage of the disaster to become nouveau riche. Some people criticized the demand for 15 logs when one fish wouldn't be enough to feed everyone, arguing that they could only exchange a day's hard work cutting down trees for 3 or 4 fish. Soon after, someone named Fishing Master Lu Ruyan, saying that she claimed to have a fish pond at home where she could catch 40 or 50 fish in an afternoon, and since she couldn't eat them all and didn't have a refrigerator, she might as well give them away to help others. As the voices of moral blackmail grew louder, the person in question quickly came forward. Lu Ruyan's opening remark was utterly blunt. "Get lost. Your great aunt is Lu Ruyan, and you're still talking to me about morality?" Upon hearing this, many fishermen and hunters in the channel immediately stood up to support her. Some said that everyone had confirmed yesterday that those who came to this world were all adults, and since they were adults, they should be self-reliant. The hunters, however, weren't going to tolerate those people. They don't have time to cut down trees while hunting, so exchanging food for logs to upgrade their huts is a fair trade. A level 1 hut simply can't withstand a blizzard. If they don't exchange materials, are they just waiting to die? Some even said they encountered mutated snakes while hunting today and were nearly bitten to death. Hunting is becoming increasingly risky, while cutting down trees is much safer near the shelter. If they're not even willing to do something like this, they might as well just kill themselves. The argument escalated. The facade of warmth that had been maintained yesterday shattered instantly in the face of a real life-or-death crisis. Everyone was only standing on their own ground. So-called morality couldn't suppress the instinct for survival. No matter how much they insulted or tried to blackmail them, food prices didn't go down. Lu Ruyan left only one sentence: "If you don't buy, plenty of others will." And that was indeed the case. The food on the shelves was almost instantly sold out as soon as it hit the shelves. Those who actually came to the channel to complain were mostly people who hadn't managed to buy anything or didn't have enough logs. Outside the channel, Jiang Mian watched this farce with a calm expression. His warehouse still contained a few fish, a rabbit, and 10 pieces of mutated leopard meat. The warehouse couldn't stop time. The food would rot sooner or later, and he couldn't possibly eat it all by himself. But Jiang Mian would never give it away for nothing. The reasoning was simple. When the monster tide arrived at night, if the people on the channel knew he was surrounded by hundreds of mutated creatures, would anyone come to his rescue? Even if there are kind people, they can't really help from this distance. Often, people can only rely on themselves. With food prices rising, he could easily use the meat to trade for materials and blueprints. Only the strong have a voice. This principle will become increasingly clear as time goes on. Those who morally blackmail and slander hunters today, if they get really hungry tomorrow, they might start calling for their parents. Jiang Mian quickly set a goal. He had to upgrade the cabin to level 4 before the blizzard arrived. He also needed to prepare for heating in advance, ideally by building a fireplace and chimney. He first put the rabbit and a few fish on the trading market to exchange for blueprints, logs, and other basic building materials. Upgrading a level 3 wooden house to level 4 is a bottleneck because it requires a lot of stone. This stone is actually rocks that survivors collect from the wild or break open large rocks. Each rock weighs several tens of kilograms. The market price of one rock is roughly equivalent to 5 logs, and breaking rocks with a stone axe is more tiring than chopping down trees. A level 4 wooden house requires 800 stones, which translates to about 4,000 logs, a staggering amount even for Jiang Mian. He then anonymously listed half of the mutated leopard meat on the trading market. The exchange rate for each piece of meat was equivalent to the basic building material worth 25 logs, or perhaps a more advanced set of blueprints. At this stage, most people are still living in level 1 wooden huts, and very few can obtain items that improve their physical abilities. Jiang Mian believes that the mutated leopard meat is worth the price. Especially those who are truly capable of self-sufficiency will definitely be tempted by such a thing. His exploration plan will need to be adjusted. He can no longer blindly search for supply boxes. After all, those things are too rare to find. Afterwards, he would search for prey along both banks of the river within a certain area. Right now, many people are most lacking in food, and they might have blueprints, tools, or other valuable items. Those things might be important in the future, but they can't feed them now. Without today, where is tomorrow? Where is the future? Chapter 10. The development of the survivor community. Jiang Mian turned off the regional channel and continued hunting with his spear. However, he didn't encounter any large animals along the way, only managing to catch a few wild rabbits. He wasn't in a hurry to kill them. He knew very well how quickly rabbits reproduced. His family had raised them when he was a child, and they reproduced in litters one after another, at an astonishing rate. If we raise them, they might become a stable source of meat in the future. Jiang Mian carried the rabbit by its ears in his left hand and walked downstream along the riverbank. The river was deeper and much murky here than upstream, and the shadows of fish could gradually be seen in the water. When he first tried to catch the fish, he missed 8 out of 10 times, and the fish would dart away quickly when startled. However, Jiang Mian's physical attributes were now very high, and his reactions far surpassed those of ordinary people. After a few mistakes, he quickly found his rhythm. By noon, his warehouse contained more than 50 fish. Jiang Mian kept 3 for himself and listed the rest on the trading market before heading back with the rabbit. Meanwhile, in the trading market, the 5 pieces of mutated leopard meat that Jiang Mian had listed once again caused a sensation. Today, many survivors with hunting skills encountered mutated animals when they went into the mountains. However, upon comparing their attributes, they immediately realized they were no match and could only avoid them from a distance, marking those areas as danger zones. But now, mutated leopard meat is openly displayed in the market. This isn't a mutated rabbit or snake, but a large beast over 2 meters long. Who on earth could single-handedly confront and even hunt it down? Many hunters quickly recalled the special bone blade in the market that morning, and combined with the 2 world announcements, the answer was almost obvious. Who else could it be but that anonymous level 5 expert? It was a pity that the other party concealed their identity in both the world announcements and the items they listed. Otherwise, they would have loved to go and ask them for advice immediately. When the group clicked on the information about the mutated leopard meat, they were even more shocked. It turned out that eating the meat of mutated creatures could actually enhance one's physique. These hunters were different from those idly chatting in the cabins. They had all fought wild beasts head-on and understood the importance of attributes. Moreover, there would be a mutated creature tied in 7 days. Without a stronger physique, how could they survive? In just 5 minutes, all 5 pieces of mutated leopard meat were sold out. Those who missed out immediately inquired about the results in their own hunter group chat. After being criticized by a group of people in the regional channel, many hunters were too lazy to pay attention to the insults anymore, so they simply sent private messages to each other and created their own channel, named the Hunters Gang. The group leader was elected by everyone as Lu Ruyan. The reason wasn't just her renowned fishing master title, but also because she was already a level 2 survivor. Last night, she single-handedly killed 2 mutants outside, successfully reaching level 2. Besides that level 5 expert, she's currently the only known level 2 survivor in the area. The group chat quickly buzzed with excitement. Someone urged, "Who got the mutant leopard meat? Hurry up and eat it, and tell us the effects. If it really works, we'll have to find a way to hunt mutated animals in the future. This morning we thought it was too dangerous to touch, but if the value is high enough, it's worth the risk." The hunters all felt that someone in the group must have bought it. After all, in the entire region right now, apart from a few extremely lucky people and the merchant alliance established by Wang Tung on the neighboring lake island, ordinary people simply couldn't come up with 50 logs or blueprints. The hunters controlled the food resources, and there was always some stock in their warehouses. The person who bought the meat quickly replied, "What's the rush? We can't eat it raw. Let me start a fire." Someone in the group immediately urged, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Someone else joked, "You're fast. How many years have you been single?" The other person explained that there were mutated animals guarding the 2 black iron treasure chests. He was just lucky. He happened to run into 2 monsters who were close together. He made a little noise, causing them to fight, and then he sneaked into the box. Everyone immediately pressed him for details about what he'd found. The man was vague at first, but finally said there were blueprints, cola, a compass, and a pear. The crowd was filled with envy and jealousy, cursing him verbally, but secretly they understood the situation even better. Treasure chests and mutated resources are what truly differentiate them. Meanwhile, the hunter roasting the mutated leopard meat had already begun eating. The meat was tender and fragrant. After swallowing a large piece, he quickly felt a warmth spreading through his body. He immediately checked his attributes and noticed a small bracket after his strength, plus 0.01. He said in the group, "I finished eating it, and my strength increased by 0.01. Someone immediately complained that it was too little. So little? The guild leader's pomegranate attribute fruit directly increased his strength by 3 points. Someone else immediately retorted, "Nonsense, you might not get 1 attribute fruit even if you open 10 black iron treasure chests. Right now, apart from high-level blueprints, this is the most precious thing." Some people mentioned contracts, saying that Wang Teng, the leader of the neighboring merchant alliance, had 2, which he used to hire 2 workers to fish and cut down trees for him. Quite practical. Mentioning Wang Teng elicited disdain from many hunters in the group. They looked down on merchants who relied on empty talk to recruit people, believing he did nothing but make empty promises and deceive. Moreover, Wang Teng publicly claimed that he had made connections with a level 5 expert, which attracted a bunch of people to join him. Someone scoffed. How could a level 5 expert possibly pay attention to him? Someone who can kill 100 mutated creatures is definitely more like us hunters. This comment was quickly echoed. Then someone suggested, since we bought the mutated meat from the expert, why don't we stop hiding it and gather some blueprints and materials to go and make an effort to befriend him? Even if we don't make friends, it'll be worthwhile to learn some experience. This suggestion was immediately agreed upon by most hunters in the group. In a hunter community where strength is paramount, a level 5 expert who can kill hundreds of mutated creatures is naturally worthy of respect. After some discussion, the group finally gathered 3 blueprints, 300 logs, a bottle of cola, and 2 bags of potato chips. They planned to have the hunter who bought the mutated leopard meat send a private message to the level 5 boss as a gift. Meanwhile, the Merchant Alliance's mole within the hunter gang secretly relayed the news to Wang Teng. Alliance leader, something bad has happened. The hunter gang has gathered a batch of gifts to send to that big shot. At this moment, Wang Teng was lying in a rocking chair, basking in the sun, with grapes peeled and handed to him by his contracted subordinates. He was living a very leisurely life. If the survivors who were still starving saw him, they would probably drown him in envious and jealous glances. Upon receiving the message, Wang Teng slowly sat up from his recliner and instructed his subordinate beside him. "Put the grapes here first. Go and cut down the vines." After the subordinate left, Wang Teng looked at the message again, his eyes narrowing slightly. Trying to steal his people? Chapter 11. No Man's Land and New Territory. Jiang Mian no longer needed to hunt when he returned, and his speed was much faster. He returned to the cabin in less than 2 hours. Upon entering, he immediately crafted a workbench. His talent activated, creating 2 workbenches. Jiang Mian stored one in the warehouse and placed the other against the wall inside the cabin. Using the workbench, he made a wooden cage, put several rabbits inside, collected some semi-dried grass leaves, and placed them around the cage, finally securing it to the side of the house. Thinking of the blizzard 7 days later, Jiang Mian made a fur coat from 6 pieces of animal hide. Item: fine fur coat. Quality: F+. Effect: excellent warmth retention, making it the perfect choice for snow adventures. This coat is very thick, with soft and warm fleece lining. Jiang Mian estimated that the temperature might drop in the next few days, and with this coat, at least he wouldn't have to worry about getting cold. In the future, if they encounter any large mutated animals, the hides could be used to make blankets. After putting away his coat, Jiang Mian took out the contract from the black iron treasure chest. After reading the instructions, he activated the contract. A flash of white light appeared, and a man in his 30s emerged from the light. He was wearing a gray shirt, was rather thin, but had a healthy bronze complexion, calloused hands, and a simple, honest look in his eyes and brows. Jiang Mian asked him his name. The man respectfully replied, "Young master, my name is Lin Kuan." Jiang Mian continued to inquire whether he had any memories of the past and how he came to be here. Lin Kuan said that he retained his memories and that the goddess of harvest guided him to follow Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian immediately realized that this world might have indigenous people, or it might contain tribes, towns, or even complete human territories. So he asked Lin Kuan where he came from. Lin Kuan said he came from Chenggu Town, a small town under the jurisdiction of Xizang Territory. Jiang Mian then pointed to the mountains and forests outside the house and asked him if he knew where this place was. Lin Kuan turned around and glanced at it, his expression first blank, then shocked, and even mixed with a trace of fanaticism. He replied in a low voice, reporting to young master, "This should be a no man's land." After speaking, Lin Kuan became excited, firmly believing that the guidance of the goddess of harvest was correct, and expressed his determination to follow Jiang Mian in establishing a new territory. Jiang Mian had originally thought he would panic and be afraid, but she never expected him to be excited. How could a normal person be overjoyed when thrown into the wilderness with an unknown future? But Lin Kuan did not notice Jiang Mian's surprise. His gaze fell again on the two thick wooden walls, and the shock on his face became even more pronounced. This is a level 3 building? My God. Only one day has passed since the start of the reclamation, and young master has already upgraded the shelter to level 3. Extreme surprise mixed with joy made Lin Kuan tremble all over. When he looked at Jiang Mian again, his eyes were filled with admiration and fanaticism, as if he had seen a god descend to earth. From Lin Kuan's fragmented words, Jiang Mian roughly understood the situation. The area he was in was considered a no-man's land by the natives. Perhaps every so often, someone would enter the no-man's land to establish a shelter, slowly developing it until it eventually became a new territory. Jiang Mian asked Lin Kuan how much he knew about the no-man's land. Lin Kuan replied that legend had it that the no-man's land was full of treasures, but also teeming with monsters. Only brave and wise pioneers can conquer this place and build a new territory. This sounded like a line from an NPC in a game. Jiang Mian pressed for more information about the no-man's land and the new territory, but Lin Kuan was just a farmer and didn't know much. Most of it was just hearsay. The old territory would take stock of the population of each town at the beginning of each year. Once a certain number is exceeded, the excess people are sent to the no-man's land by so-called gods to follow the pioneers. Lin Kuan believes this is the guidance of the goddess of harvest, but Jiang Mian believes that those old territories are not necessarily paradises. In the end, it's just that resources are limited and cannot support too many people, so the surplus population is sent to the no-man's land, their fate left to fate, and then given the name of gods. In the end, Jiang Mian concluded that he still had to rely on himself. Lin Kuan was just an ordinary person kept in the dark. Jiang Mian didn't hide the truth and told Lin Kuan directly that things weren't as good as he thought. The entire mountain was likely a monster's lair. In a few hours, as night fell, hundreds or even thousands of monsters might surround the wooden house. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuan's fingers trembled involuntarily, and worry appeared in his eyes. But he didn't back down, only firmly saying, "I will follow you to the end." Jiang Mian was satisfied with his reaction and then began constructing automatic spear-throwing machines in front of him. After his talent was triggered, a total of 20 machines were built. He instructed Lin Kuan that although the other party was a farmer, there was no suitable farmland or seeds at the moment, so planting should be postponed. The most important thing now was defense. Move these spear throwers around the wooden house, placing 10 in front and 5 on each side, and then fill them with wooden spears later. After assigning the tasks, Jiang Mian opened the survival system and sent over the basic workbench and strange leather armor that he had promised Wang Tung. Just then, he saw that someone had sent him a gift on the trading platform. It was a hunter gang formed by several hunters who wanted to invite Jiang Mian to join. The gift they sent was quite substantial. A blueprint for a large water condenser, a blueprint for a concealment fog, a blueprint for an automatic archery platform, as well as 300 logs, a bottle of cola, and 2 bags of potato chips. A large condenser can collect 5 liters of clean water per day and requires plastic, rope, and elastic rope. Concealment fog is a shelter module blueprint that creates a mysterious fog-like effect around the shelter, reducing the chance of being detected by mutated creatures. An automatic archery platform is an attack structure that increases the damage of arrows by half. After reading it, Jiang Mian couldn't help but admire how generous these people were. The water condenser would be very useful to him, ensuring a stable supply of clean water every day. He immediately crafted 5, which increased to 10 after his talent was activated. He couldn't possibly drink all that clean water himself, so he could trade it. Clean water was currently much more expensive than ordinary river water. 500 milliliters could be exchanged for several logs. Moreover, as food prices rise, so does the price of clean water. After all, not everyone has a black iron treasure chest, and not everyone can start a fire to boil water. In comparison, the concealment mist blueprint is far more important to Jiang Mian. It can reduce the number of mutated creatures gathering around the shelter, which is a lifesaver at night. Since it's something you can get from a black iron chest, its effects shouldn't be too outrageous. Otherwise, there would be no point in getting the bronze, silver, and gold chests later. He was also satisfied with the final automatic archery platform. This thing didn't require reinforced tendons, and elastic ropes were easy to trade. He could mass-produce archery platforms, and the materials for making stone arrows were much simpler than those for stone spears. Chapter 12. The One Engagement of Two Major Organizations. Before Jiang Mian could even reply to the gift sent by the hunter gang, Wang Teng's message popped up. Wang Teng immediately stated that he had used Jiang Mian's reputation that morning to recruit a group of people and establish an organization called the Merchant Alliance. Although he was temporarily holding the title of acting leader, these people were all after Jiang Mian, so the true leader should rightfully belong to her. Then, Wang Teng said that after half a day of operation, the Merchant Alliance had recruited quite a few members and even controlled most of the trading market in the region. He then sent a list of the advanced blueprints, materials, and over 2,000 logs they had collected. Jiang Mian couldn't help but sneer inwardly after reading it. Wang Teng was indeed shrewd, using his name to build up his own faction. Without prior notice, yet speaking so tactfully afterwards, it seemed as if everything was paving the way for Jiang Mian. Logically, this should have been enough to make anyone unhappy. But Wang Teng adopted a very humble attitude and even presented a decent gift. Even though Jiang Mian knew that this list couldn't possibly represent the entirety of the business alliance's assets, and that the offer to make him the alliance leader was merely a formality, he found it difficult to truly get angry. Moreover, Wang Teng's words made it clear that these resources belonged to the common interests of many members of the Merchant Alliance. Even if Jiang Mian wanted them, he couldn't possibly shamelessly take them all, leaving others without supplies. The Hunter Gang and the Merchant Alliance sending gifts one after the other was certainly not a coincidence for Jiang Mian. The fact that they could develop to such a scale in such a short time and attract capable and resourceful individuals indicated that the people behind both organizations were not simple. Jiang Mian himself, among all the survivors, was more like a lone wolf pioneer. Having triggered 2 world announcements in succession, he was already seen as a mysterious expert by others. It was perfectly understandable that the 2 major organizations, whether attracted by his strength or his reputation, wanted to recruit him. Gifts were acceptable, transactions were possible, but getting him to join them was absolutely out of the question. After a full day of life-or-death crises yesterday, Jiang Mian had a clear vision for the future. The monsters he encountered were fiercer and more dangerous than others, but danger also meant greater opportunities. As long as he could withstand it and survive like an unkillable cockroach, he would be fully recovered by the next day and reap rewards far exceeding those of ordinary people. This way, his level-up speed will definitely outpace other survivors. More importantly, survivors are separated by vast distances. If they encounter real danger, even if others want to help, they can't. He has no need to join an organization whose situation is completely different from his own. Joining an organization means enjoying rights while also bearing obligations. While the others faced only a few monsters that would be frightened away by the firelight, Jiang Mian faced an entire horde of monsters. The monsters behind didn't care about the lives of those in front, pushing and shoving forward, even piling up like a mountain in front of him. From that moment on, he was no longer on the same level as the ordinary survivors. Until he has a truly stable and secure safety guarantee, Jiang Mian decides to continue being an anonymous and aloof pioneer. He can provide other survivors with better survival information and strategies through certain individuals or organizations, but all of this will never be free, because he himself must survive. After reviewing the supplies Wang Teng sent, Jiang Mian only selected 2 blueprints and 1 attribute fruit. He also asked for some elastic rope needed to build an archery machine and plastic bottles needed to build a water condensing device. He didn't touch the basic building materials or food. In his view, he was different from those in the Hunters Guild who could go out hunting. Most of the Merchant Alliance members were likely survivors without weapons or who couldn't yet secure a stable food supply. Jiang Mian didn't have much food, but the Hunters Guild certainly had plenty. So he made a list of the items he needed and sent it to Wang Teng, also including a batch of cloth for crafting the strange leather armor. Jiang Mian then replied, "Give me these items, and I'll give you food of equal value." Wang Teng was stunned when he saw this message. He had originally thought that this mysterious big shot was a typical lone wolf, working alone, selfish and self-serving, at most only concerned with his own well-being and not caring much about the lives of others. Jiang Mian only took a portion of the supplies and was even willing to reciprocate with food, clearly showing that she considered what the Merchant Alliance members truly lacked. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel touched, silently lamenting that he had judged a gentleman by his own petty standards. He didn't refuse this gesture, because he understood that to such a person, refusal would be seen as an offense. So Wang Teng replied half-jokingly, "The Merchant Alliance is truly fortunate to have you." Jiang Mian glanced at it and immediately replied, You are the leader of the Merchant Alliance. I won't interfere in your affairs. Trying to get him on board? Don't even think about it. He could offer Wang Ting advice and make deals, but he would never be swayed by Wang Tung's sweet words. After replying to Wang Tung, Jiang Mian contacted the Hunter's gang and sent them information about the strange leather armor. He said he accepted the gift. The Hunter's gang would inevitably encounter mutated animals in their future hunts. A complete set of the strange leather armor could increase health by 7 points and reduce damage from mutated creatures by 15%. The Hunter's gang should naturally understand its value. Finally, Jiang Mian left only 4 words: exchange food for it. Meanwhile, the members of the Hunter's gang anxiously awaited the outcome of their initial contact. Some worried they hadn't given enough, considering the Merchant Alliance might have more to offer. Others were unconvinced, arguing that they were only giving away their own surplus resources, while the Merchant Alliance had amassed their resources through collective efforts. If Wang Tung were to give more, it would be tantamount to using other people's resources to do favors. However, some have cautioned against this simplistic view. Wang Tung's sale of fire-starting materials on the first night did indeed save many lives. Many survivors have already implicitly sided with the Merchant Alliance. The Merchant Alliance's rules are not easy to enforce. Those who join must hand over most of their resources, except for those needed for basic survival. If special resources are insufficient, they will be supplemented with survival resources. If anyone is found hoarding resources, the Merchant Alliance will immediately ban them from the entire region, making it impossible for them to trade or chat in the future. However, after handing over resources, Merchant Alliance members will receive a minimum amount of food every day. While it's impossible to eat one's fill and enjoy good food, at least one won't starve. To obtain more food, one must continue to contribute resources in exchange for internal contribution points, which can then be used to exchange for other things. In the short term, Wang Tung has amassed a large amount of resources, greatly benefiting him as the alliance leader. However, in the long term, as long as those who join the alliance survive the initial contributions, their basic needs will be met. But now, with a blizzard approaching in 7 days, problems arise. Will Wang Tung's promised food supply arrive on time? Unfortunately, the Hunter's gang, the main source of food, was recently heavily criticized by those in the channel who were simply reaping the benefits, and is now unwilling to sell food at low prices. Even if a trade occurs, the price will be driven up significantly. Wang Tung's previously stable sources of supplies were disrupted, forcing him to temporarily halt recruitment of new members. Because of this, Jiang Mian's willingness to exchange food for supplies was a timely and much-needed help for Wang Tung. Even at market prices, this food was currently unavailable. Once he weathered this storm, Wang Tung had already decided that he would definitely repay this mysterious tycoon in the future. Chapter 13. Selling the Bizarre Leather Armor. The boss replied. The hunter who ate mutated meat shouted in the group chat, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Before anyone could ask further questions, he posted the information about the bizarre leather armor. Increases health by 7 points and reduces damage taken by 15%. These stats are ridiculously luxurious in the early game. Most of the hunters in the group currently only have 6 to 10 health points. If they wear this full set of leather armor, it's like their health points double, plus they get defense and damage reduction. The group chat exploded instantly. Holy crap, what is this? A golden legendary item. The old man dropped gold coins. That welcome gift was really worth it. Give me this armor, and I'll dare to challenge that mutated wild boar in the south to a duel right now. The hunters who had been diving were all blasted out. Some suspected that this thing could only be found in a bronze treasure chest, while others offered 300 logs for it, willing to hand over their entire fortune. Even Lu Ruyan, the gang leader who was hunting in the mountains and rarely spoke, sent a message. She judged that the leather armor was probably made from the hide of an agile type 1 mutant. The hide of that monster was incredibly difficult to penetrate without firelight. To peel it off, either the person possessed a dismantling talent or a powerful weapon. Given the sheer power of the entire set, Lu Ruyan was more concerned about what the person intended to do with it. Was he going to give it to the Hunters Guild as a sample, or would he simply trade it? She remembered that the man had killed over 100 mutants last night, and it took 6 hides to make 1 set of armor. Based on that, he must have at least a dozen sets. But Lu Ruyan didn't think he would give them away for free. Her first thought was that he wanted to sell, and the target of the trade was most likely food. At that level, the Hunter's gang had almost no resources that would catch his eye, except for a few blueprints. Since they're willing to trade, it's probably not for themselves, but for someone else who desperately needs food. Right now, The Merchant Alliance is the one most in need of food. Thinking this, Lu Ruyan simply smiled. Soon, the hunter who ate mutated meat continued in the group chat. The big boss wants to trade with us. The item is food. He didn't say the price, so let's agree on a suitable one ourselves, and I'll pass on the message. The hunters immediately began discussing the price. Some thought 300 logs was an exorbitant amount. The blueprints in the black iron chests only yielded 30 to 80 logs, so this set of armor was worth at most 200. But this was quickly refuted. 200 logs would only yield 3 or 4 ordinary blueprints. How could that possibly buy a full set of armor? With this armor, how many more black iron chests they could get in the future was a completely different matter. Some believe this is the big boss testing the Hunters Guild's sincerity. However, not everyone in the group is willing to praise Jiang Mian too much. A hunter named Chen Tingjun said, "There's no need to treat him like a god. We're just getting what we need. He was just lucky, or maybe he has a talent for gathering monsters, which is why he got the first move on the first night." Chen Tingjun successfully fought and killed the tiger yesterday, earning him considerable prestige within the Hunters Guild. His talent is S-rank, Martial Saint, allowing him to autonomously absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth to strengthen his physique. Therefore, in his view, the mysterious man's appearances on the world's news twice last night were nothing to worry about. As long as the number of monsters increases, he will eventually catch up, and perhaps even surpass him. Soon, someone chimed in, saying that many hunters had talents suited for combat, but the low number of monsters spawned on the first night prevented them from leveling up. Once the monster tide arrived, that level 5 advantage would quickly disappear. After a brief silence in the group chat, someone brought the topic back to reality. Regardless of the future, they did indeed need their help now. The price of 300 logs wasn't excessive. At 12.5 logs per serving, that's equivalent to 24 fish or 24 pieces of meat. This price was quickly accepted by most people. Some offered 25 fish, some offered 30 pieces of venison, and others were willing to offer 30 fish, but they didn't have enough on hand and wanted to write an IOU to pay later. After all, they had only been back from the time travel for a day and a half, and even the most experienced hunters only had about 60 portions of food. After deducting the amount spent on selling the meat to buy logs and upgrade their huts, there wasn't much left. The hunters who had been eating the mutated meat went to contact Jiang Mian when the price was about right. The others, however, took advantage of the remaining time before dark to hunt and fish again, trying to gather as much food as possible. Meanwhile, outside the wooden house, Jiang Mian was installing the 40 newly manufactured archery platforms on the roof. For the 20 spear-throwing machines, he prepared 3 rounds of stone spears, totaling 600. The archery platforms could hold 50 stone arrows at a time, and he prepared 4 rounds, for a total of 4,000. The concealment fog module had already been installed on the shelter. He had also selected the 2 blueprints sent by the Merchant Alliance. One was the blueprint for a fireplace, and the other was the blueprint for a smelting furnace. The fireplace was the heating tool he had been waiting for a long time, and the smelting furnace was even more so. Once he found the ore, he could directly enter the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. He could forge iron, forge steel, and even continue to develop to higher levels if conditions allowed. Besides, the attribute fruit he obtained provided a speed boost of 3, perfectly compensating for his weakness. After setting up the javelin thrower and archery platform, Jiang Mian climbed down from the roof, opened the chat, and saw a message from the hunters. "Can we get an IOU?" The fact that they asked such a question showed that these hunters truly valued the strange leather armor. Jiang Mian quickly replied, "Sure, but it must be paid off within 3 days. I can provide 20 sets of bizarre leather armor." He certainly had enough materials to make more, but he wouldn't reveal his talent over a single transaction. 20 sets of leather armor, corresponding to 120 aberrations, would be acceptable to the hunters. After finalizing the trade rules, Jiang Mian went inside and crafted 2 wooden beds, a wooden table, and 2 chairs at the workbench. He placed his own bed in the bedroom, while Lin Kuan's bed was placed in the guest room. He then instructed Lin Kuan, "Tonight, you and I will take the bone spears and specifically target the mutated creatures charging at the front." The hunters quickly gathered the food, ultimately calculating an average of 28 portions of food per set of leather armor. 20 sets, totaling 560 portions of food, were to be paid for 300 portions up front, with the remaining 200 to be paid within 3 days. Jiang Mian then sent over the portions he had previously promised Wang Tong, at a price of 13 logs per portion. He would earn half a log's worth of each portion, resulting in a profit of 280 logs from the 560 portions. As for the remaining food, he didn't keep it. Instead, he exchanged it for various basic construction materials. Wang Teng was overjoyed upon seeing the news and immediately began a large-scale collection of basic materials within the Merchant Alliance, priced at 13 logs per unit of food. He also guessed that Jiang Mian's food came from the hunter's gang, so he simply stopped hiding it. Afterwards, Wang Teng took out a weapon module blueprint that he had previously hidden from the warehouse and gave it to Jiang Mian. It was a blueprint for a blade module, quality E, that increased strength by 1 and increased melee weapon damage by 20%. However, crafting this module required 2 pieces of wrought iron. Jiang Mian couldn't do it yet. Forget wrought iron. Nobody in the entire area had even encountered iron ore. However, Wang Teng brought a large quantity of basic materials with this transaction, and after Jiang Mian's talent doubled the amount, the quantity became even more astonishing. There were more than 4,000 logs, more than 1,000 sticks, more than 500 stones, and several hundred each of elastic rope, cloth, and rope. Jiang Mian then exchanged 2,000 logs for 400 stones, finally gathering all the materials needed to upgrade the wooden house to level 4. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. Soon, the shelter's information updated. The wooden house's quality increased to D-. Its level reached 4, its durability was 2,000, and its defense was 100. The description also mentioned that after incorporating preliminary stone structures, the shelter was now impervious to wind and rain, and was beginning to resemble a castle. This was the first time Jiang Mian had ever seen a D-grade item, albeit only D-. Compared to level 3 shelter, level 4 shelter adds a deterrent effect, which can intimidate weaker mutated creatures, preventing them from approaching. Additionally, survivors inside the shelter receive a 2-point increase in all attributes, 23% less damage taken, and a 25% increase in stamina recovery speed. The flames still possess the holy fire effect, capable of damaging and briefly stunning mutated creatures within a certain range. More importantly, the sanctuary's effective range has been expanded to a radius of 50 meters outside the cabin. This area almost completely covers most of the visible area in the forest. Chapter 14. The Power-Type Aberration. The second floor of the level 4 shelter was divided into 3 rooms, and a small wooden cabin was added next to the main building. In the future, it can be used to raise some animals and also to temporarily store feed, firewood, and water for planting. The archery platform, originally mounted on the roof, has been integrated back into the new shelter. Jiang Mian reached out and touched the heavy stone wall, finally feeling a sense of security. The sense of security provided by the stone wall was far superior to that of the wooden wall. Having witnessed the entire upgrade process firsthand, Lin Kuan's awe of Jiang Mian deepened even further. In his eyes, such methods were almost indistinguishable from those of a god. As the setting sun sank behind the mountains, its long tail trailing behind, the sky darkened rapidly, as if a switch had been flipped. The air grew damp and cold, and a chilling atmosphere crept in. In the distant forest, wolves howled at the moon, their howls tightening the nerves of the 2 people standing before the house. Jiang Mian stared into the darkness, pondering in a low voice just how effective the shelter's deterrent effect really was. If it really scared all the monsters away, wouldn't all the weapons he had prepared have been for nothing? Compared to the anxiety he felt last night, he was now somewhat eager to try. He was worried that the monster tonight would be too strong or too weak, and that he wouldn't even get any experience or resources in the end. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the distant forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. Jiang Mian immediately looked in that direction and saw the treetops shaking violently in the darkness, the commotion much louder than the night before. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if some enormous creature was approaching. Then, the sound of branches snapping echoed through the dense forest, followed by a deafening crash as a large tree was knocked down and smashed into the mist. A thick, gray mist billowed from the forest, engulfing the fallen shadows of the trees. The obscured vision only intensified the unease. Jiang Mian vaguely sensed that this was no ordinary monster. The next second, a pair of pale, gigantic hands reached out from the forest, forcefully pushing 2 short trees to either side. The trees bent to their limit and snapped simultaneously, revealing a huge, bloodless head slowly emerging from the gap. The head was completely bald, without a single hair. The facial features, like the speed-type aberration from last night, were blurred together, with only the sunken eyes and mouth barely discernible. Then, a pair of thick, powerful legs stepped out of the forest, and the monster's full appearance was completely revealed to the two. It was as tall as a two-story building, only half a head shorter than the newly upgraded level 4 shelter. Those hands, capable of easily snapping saplings, seemed insignificant compared to its massive body. With each step its bucket-thick hind legs took, the earth trembled. The monster's paste-like face slowly turned toward the two figures in front of the shelter. The colossal creature looked down at the humans, its oppressive presence enough to instill instinctive fear. Lin Kuan collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Jiang Mian didn't even have time to complain before a new wave of fear surged up within her. His leveling speed was already fast enough, but what about the monster's evolution speed? It's only the second night, and this thing has already appeared. How am I supposed to fight it? Jiang Mian couldn't help but curse the shelter's deterrence effect in her heart. The monsters might have been scared away, but the results seemed to have attracted the boss. However, he soon learned that this thing might not even be the boss, because from the nearby woods, another equally enormous head emerged. Further away, the sounds of trees snapping could be heard continuously. There are more than two. Jiang Mian couldn't help but curse aloud, trying to suppress her fear with anger. Lin Kuan was already paralyzed. Although he was still standing, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he could barely move. He kept reminding himself not to be afraid. This world of survival couldn't completely deny people a way to live. There must be another way. Soon, dozens of slender figures emerged from the gap beneath the giant's feet. They moved nimbly and emitted piercing screams. They were the agile Type 1 aberrations that had appeared the previous night. After these small aberrations reached the edge of the mist, they didn't go forward alone, but stayed close to the troll. As if confirming the state of the sanctuary, the troll lifted its foot and took a heavy step forward. With each step it took, hundreds of tiny, deformed creatures followed like ants. The enormous figure finally entered the area enveloped by the sacred fire of the sanctuary. The pure, holy firelight shone on the troll's pale skin, instantly leaving burn marks. But the skin only turned gray. It didn't peel or fester like the speed-type aberrations from the previous night. It even mitigated the effects of the sacred fire to some extent, protecting the smaller aberrations beneath it. Jiang Mian quickly determined that the sacred fire had limited effect on this behemoth. Once the giant mutant was fully within the range of the firelight, Jiang Mian finally broke free from his fear. He didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. Just like last night, he couldn't retreat because there was nowhere left to go. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake, and then mentally gave orders to the javelin throwers and archery range. Emission. In an instant, hundreds of arrows, carrying dozens of spears, shot through the air. The stone arrows struck the giant mutant and were immediately deflected, making a series of clanging sounds. However, those aberrations hiding at its feet and peeking out were not so lucky. A dense rain of arrows fell, piercing through their bodies whose defenses had been weakened by the sacred fire, and they let out unwilling screams before dying. The number of those who died was not large compared to the total. Upon discovering the gruesome deaths of their companions, more aberrations immediately retreated beneath the giant, using it as a shield, and continued their advance. After the rain of arrows, the stone spears, imbued with immense force, fell like meteors. Most of the spears were deflected by the giant's hand, but one spear, enhanced with damage, finally pierced the relatively thin skin on its abdomen. Milky white pus and blood gushed from the wound. It will bleed. Hope rekindled in Jiang Mian's eyes. Bleeding meant injury, and injury meant the ability to kill. At the same time, the bracelet captured information about the aberration. Race, Strength Type 1 Aberration, Elite. Level 5, Health 475 versus 500. It is currently being scorched by the fires of the sanctuary, resulting in a slight decrease in defense. Strength is 47, Stamina 19, Speed 15, Spirit 8. The description states that it is a low-level aberration with immense strength, and its hard outer skin can withstand most physical damage. Level 5 Elite Monster. Jiang Mian's first reaction was that it was impossible. It was only the second day. Even if an ordinary survivor used the sacred flame to kill the monsters from the first night, they would only level up to level 2 at most. How could they possibly fight against something like this? What's more troublesome is that the strength-type aberration has extremely high physical defense, while the burning effect of the sacred flame is very weak against it. Does this mean that the damage from the sacred flame is also considered part of the physical damage category? Jiang Mian initially thought that this holy firelight must be some kind of mysterious magical damage. But if he really needed magical damage to counter it, where would he find the magic? No one in the channel has mentioned getting skill books from treasure chests. Thinking of skills, Jiang Mian suddenly remembered the 10-year-old vermilion fruit. The vermilion fruit gave him the ability to start a fire. He had tried it before and could condense a small flame at his fingertips like magic, but it required consuming mental energy. Try anything, even if it seems hopeless. With a thought, Jiang Mian conjured a small, flickering flame at his fingertips. He controlled the flame to attach to the tip of the bone spear in his hand, then raised his hand and hurled it at the power-type mutant ahead. The bone spear, imbued with flames, slashed out with a trail of fire as it hurtled towards the giant. Unlike stone arrows, the flames did not bounce off its hard shell. Instead, they seemed to come alive, clinging tightly to its skin. Soon, a small hole was burned into the outer skin. The bone spear pierced through the hole, the tip of the spear penetrating nearly 20 centimeters. Life reduced by 89. A line of small text appeared above the mutant's head. A piercing pain instantly spread throughout its body. The giant clutched its injured abdomen and collapsed to the ground with a thud. There's hope. Jiang Mian immediately looked at his panel. His spirit value had increased from 21 to 20. Each time he used the fire-starting technique, it consumed 1 point of spirit. Unlike physical strength, mental energy doesn't recover quickly. He had tried it before, and it took at least several tens of minutes to recover even a little bit. Moreover, once his mental energy dropped below 5 points, his consciousness would become drowsy. He needs to be upgraded. Only by upgrading can the full state be restored. Chapter 15 Shelter Effect Synergy. Jiang Mian regained his strength and immediately took out another bone spear from the storage space. The first round of stone arrows and stone spears had just been launched, and there was a gap in the reload. He took the opportunity to reapply the fire enchantment and rushed towards the power-type aberration sitting on the ground and roaring. He aimed at the mutant's eye and thrust the spear down hard. A notification popped up immediately. Fatal damage, 178 health points reduced. Jiang Mian pulled out the bone spear, quickly sidestepped, and dodged the opponent's wildly swinging arm in pain. After re-enchanting, he plunged his spear into the aberrant's waist again. Its health dropped another 89 points. Jiang Mian was about to deliver the final blow when a sudden jolt gripped his chest, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He almost instinctively rolled to the side. The next second, a huge fist slammed into the spot where he had just stood, cracking the ground and sending dust flying. Jiang Mian thought to himself, that was close. The one who attacked was another power-type mutant. He suspected that mental strength was related to intelligence. These strength-type aberrations were walking in front, clearly shielding the agility-type aberrations, and already possessed the most basic level of consciousness. The other power-type mutant wasn't going to let him go. It straightened up and charged again, throwing a punch. Just then, the stone arrows and spears were fully loaded. Jiang Mian rolled backward repeatedly, and with a thought, 100 or so flying arrows shot out instantly. The stone spears launched by the automatic spear-throwing machine had enough impact to break through the defenses of the strength-type aberrations. So when the second volley of spears came, the strength-type aberrations raised their arms to protect themselves and stood their ground to take the hit. Jiang Mian seized the opportunity, imbuing the bone spear in his hand with magical flames, and hurled it at the weakened strength-type aberration. The flaming bone spear struck, and a notification immediately popped up. Health points reduced by 89. Immediately afterwards, a kill notification appeared. He had killed a strength-type 1 aberration elite and gained 50 experience points. At the same time, he became the first survivor in the world to kill an elite mutated creature, earning the title Scaling the Heights. Jiang Mian ignored the words. His gaze was fixed on the fallen mutant. Beside the corpse lay an ancient, dark gray treasure chest. It was a black iron treasure chest. Defeating elite monsters can actually drop treasure chests, and they're even black iron chests. The danger is indeed immense, but the reward is equally tempting. With the strength-type aberration falling, the agility-type aberration behind it was fully exposed. Countless stone arrows mercilessly pierced their weakened skin, and a series of experience notifications kept appearing. Soon, a new upgrade notification appeared. Jiang Mian reached level 10, receiving a bronze treasure chest, a shelter upgrade ticket, a +1 to all attributes, and a +1 to free attribute point. He also became the world's first survivor to reach level 10, earning the title 2 steps ahead. Upon seeing the level 10 reward, Jiang Mian almost held his breath. A bronze treasure chest. This was a chest far exceeding the current world's distribution rate. Without hesitation, he chose to open it immediately. Because he only had 3 rounds of stone spears left, he needed to acquire more resources as quickly as possible. After opening the treasure chest, he obtained a blueprint for the Frost Arrow Tower, a box of hua zi, a type of Chinese liquor, and 10 bottles of basic spirit recovery potions. The Frost Arrow Tower can fire frost arrows, dealing ice attribute magic damage. But crafting it requires stone, frost stone, logs, sticks, and wrought iron. Frost stone, in particular, is a material Jiang Mian has never heard of before. No matter how good the blueprints are, without these crucial materials, the current predicament cannot be resolved. Mental recovery potions are certainly useful, but the most critical issue right now isn't his mental stats, but rather the fact that several strength-type aberrations are charging at him with hundreds of smaller monsters. If he engages in melee combat with the elite monsters, and the smaller monsters then rush out to ambush him, it will be extremely troublesome. The Sacred Flame can only immobilize weak, agile aberrations. It has no effect on strength-type aberrations. What Jiang Mian lacks most right now is more means of control. He quickly chose to report anonymously, then checked the 2 new titles. The effect of 2 steps ahead was to light up the map within a 10-kilometer radius and mark the locations of water sources, mineral deposits, and special plants. The effect of scaling the heights is to deal an additional 5% damage to elite-level creatures and has a 20% chance to increase the quality of treasure chests dropped by monsters. Both titles are good, but they won't be of much help in the current battle. Even the most tempting upgrades to treasure chests are meaningless if you have to survive first. Jiang Mian then pinned his last hope on the shelter upgrade ticket. Upon reaching level 3, the shelter gained the effect of stunning monsters with the Holy Flame. While it didn't work on elite-level mutated creatures, perhaps new abilities would appear upon reaching level 5. After a quick check, he discovered that the shelter upgrade ticket could directly upgrade a shelter below level 5 by 1 level. His shelter was currently at level 4, making this the most beneficial time to use it. Jiang Mian chose to use it without hesitation. As soon as she finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from the shelter behind her. The main building, which originally had 2 floors and 5 rooms, began to expand. The first floor became 4 rooms, 1 large and 3 small, and the second floor had 5 rooms. Both floors also added a bathroom. The number of attached huts has increased to 3. The shelter information has been updated accordingly. The stone huts are now of D+ quality, level 5, with 5,000 durability and 200 defense. The effects of level 5 shelter are greatly enhanced. While inside the shelter, all attributes increase by 5 points. Damage taken is reduced by 24%, and stamina and mental recovery speed are also increased. The Holy Flame can still damage and inflict fear stun on mutated creatures within its range. In addition, the shelter owner also gains the active skill Holy Fire Judgment, which can deal true damage equal to 10% of the target's maximum health and can be used 3 times a day. The shelter itself possesses an imposing presence, capable of deterring lower-level mutated creatures and preventing them from approaching. Most importantly, the shelter's effective range extends beyond the wooden house, covering a radius of 100 meters. Unfortunately, the level 5 shelter didn't provide Jiang Mian with the control effect she most desired. While the Holy Fire Judgment dealt high-quality damage, in the current situation, the numbers weren't enough to turn the tide of battle. The deterrent effect, however, was immediate. Apart from the 7 Strength Type 1 aberrations, all the other Agility Type 1 aberrations on the field fled in terror, like mice before a cat, quickly disappearing into the mist. Jiang Mian felt a pang of heartache. These were all his experience points. Elite monsters were hard to kill, only giving 50 experience points per monster, while leveling up from 10 to 11 required 100 experience points. If all the regular monsters ran away, how was he supposed to level up? Furthermore, effects 2 and 4 seem contradictory. One only controls the smaller monsters, while the other drives them away. If they're all driven away, what's the point of the control effect? The thought of whether or not to shut down the deterrent had barely crossed his mind when a faint ripple emanated from within the shelter. From the mist, the figures of those agile aberrations reappeared. It turns out this deterrent effect can be manually switched on and off. The agile mutants that returned all clustered around the edge of the firelight 100 meters away. However, they were more than 50 meters away from the strength mutants who could provide shelter. Jiang Mian immediately understood. After the shelter was upgraded, the fire's range expanded, directly turning the power-type aberrations that were originally on the periphery into the center of the attack. The two types of aberrations were thus forcibly separated. The agile aberrations could only watch helplessly as their big brothers swarmed inside. Without the protection of the strength aberrations, they jostled and pushed each other, quickly ending up just like on the first night, half dead from the fire. This time, Jiang Mian didn't need to worry at all about them piling up into a strange wall and collapsing. After all, they were located 100 meters away. He immediately adjusted the archery range's focus fire, aiming at the slender, agile aberrations. The next second, a series of experience tips appeared again. Experience plus 2.5. Experience plus 2.5. Chapter 16, 7 Treasure Chests. While Jiang Mian was frantically slaughtering the agile mutants on the archery platform, his hands didn't stop moving. Taking advantage of the second wave of spear control, he enchanted the bone spear again and successfully killed the second strength-type aberration. However, all the bone spears in the warehouse had been used up, and now he only had one left. Jiang Mian immediately instructed Lin Kuan. "I'll lure them away in a bit, and you go and retrieve the bone spears I threw. Then hurry back, and I'll activate the last round of spear-throwing machines." Jiang Mian's strategy of pushing himself into a corner has finally turned the tide of the battle, giving them a chance to counterattack. Lin Kuan, who had been terrified and lying on the ground, had somehow gotten back to his feet. Looking at Jiang Mian with a face full of guilt, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Your subordinate obeys." When the enemy invaded, he, as the subordinate, was the first to be frightened, while the young master remained calm and took the initiative to rush forward and fight to the death. Lin Kuan felt extremely ashamed. Now that Jiang Mian had given him a chance, he had to seize it. 2 seconds later, the second round of spear throwing ended. Jiang Mian simultaneously conjured 5 flames in his palm and threw them at the remaining 5 power-type mutants. The magical flames instantly ignited upon contact with their bodies. The 5 massive creatures roared in fury as they burned, charging towards Jiang Mian in unison. Taking advantage of the opening, Lin Kuan scrambled to the 2 corpses and desperately pulled out the bone spears stuck in them. The bone spears were stuck too deep, and he didn't have Jiang Mian's strength, so he could only grit his teeth and use all his strength to pull them out one by one. On the other side, Jiang Mian's speed far surpassed that of these clumsy, strength-type mutants. Without the interference of agile monsters, he maneuvered back and forth between the 2 banks of the river, managing to lead the 5 behemoths in circles. But fighting 5 opponents at once wasn't a long-term solution, and his stamina was quickly depleting. Seeing that he was about to be caught up, Jiang Mian silently chanted "level up" in his mind, and his level reached 11. The 100+ experience points he had accumulated from killing the agile mutants came in handy. After leveling up, his stamina and spirit instantly recovered, allowing him to quickly distance himself from the 5 monsters again. By this time, Lin Kuan had finished collecting all the bone spears and also carried back 2 black iron treasure chests. He turned around and shouted, "Young master, we're done collecting." Jiang Mian circled back to the vicinity and decisively ordered, "Launch." The final volley of stone spears roared out, pinning the 5 power-type aberrations to the spot. Jiang Mian silently chanted to open the treasure chest while enchanting the bone spear in his hand, then hurled it with a mighty throw. The contents of the 2 black iron treasure chests were rather meager. One contained a mahjong set, MSG, and a cooling blanket, while the other contained fence blueprints, a cushion, and an alarm clock. Jiang Mian thought to himself, "This is outrageous." Compared to these 2 treasure chests, the first black iron chest he opened was practically a god-tier chest. Right now, only the fence blueprint was somewhat useful. After the enchanted bone spear hit its target, a strength-type aberration was killed. The system notified that 94 health points were lost, while 25 experience points were gained. After reaching level 11, the level 1 agility-type mutants who died in the distance were already 10 levels below Jiang Mian, and their experience drop rate was only 10%. The gap would widen further, and they might not even get any experience at all. Suppressing levels seems like a good idea, but the knight in this world doesn't treat people like human beings at all. Jiang Mian can only use leveling up now as a means to restore her status. His gaze swept over the fallen strength-type aberration and noticed a quaint, bluish-green treasure chest lying beside its corpse. Clearly, the Scaling the Heights title had taken effect, upgrading the quality of the treasure chest dropped by the monster. The stone spears kept being thrown, attacking indiscriminately, making it impossible for him to get past them. The inability to automatically pick them up was a real hassle. Soon, the final volley of stone spears ended. Of the 4 remaining mutants, one was already low on health, and Jiang Mian immediately rushed forward and finished it off with a single spear thrust. The remaining 3 power-type mutants have lifespans of approximately 300, 260, and 180 respectively. The pressure has eased considerably. Without the agile aberration variant causing trouble, Jiang Mian was confident he could slowly wear down the 3 half-health giants. Lin Kuan only glanced at him before understanding his meaning, and then consciously went to another corpse to continue collecting bone spears. Jiang Mian pulled 2 spears from the corpse beside him, then lit the 3 monsters with magical flames, thoroughly enraging them, and then began to fight them again. He hurled 2 spears in quick succession, followed by 2 more divine judgments, successfully taking down the 260 life power-type mutant. Fortunately, another bronze treasure chest appeared this time. Jiang Mian was in high spirits and moved even faster, continuing to circle around with the last 2 mutants. Lin Kuan then collected the bone spear and the treasure chest and handed them to him. 5 minutes later, Jiang Mian finally killed all the enemies, at the cost of taking a slap to the chest. With the 23% damage reduction from the sanctuary and the 15% damage reduction from the bizarre leather armor, the half-health strength-type aberration still managed to take away 21 points of his health with a single blow. He was now level 12, with only 11 health points remaining. Had it not been for the extra health bonuses from his leather armor and shelter, that slap would have been fatal. Even so, Jiang Mian was in excruciating pain in his chest. The cracked sound he had just heard was very clear, and he suspected that several of his ribs were broken. In this battle, the last 5 mutants provided a total of 125 experience points, which was enough to level up to level 13. Jiang Mian had a thought and leveled up again. The next second, all his injuries were instantly healed. During the last few upgrades tonight, he had allocated all his free attribute points to spirit. After all, physical damage could be supplemented by the spear-throwing machine and the archery platform, while his magic damage currently relied solely on his fire-starting ability. If other magical skills are acquired in the future, they will most likely be linked to the spirit attribute. The screams from the perimeter finally ceased. All the agile mutants were dead. Jiang Mian took out her alarm clock and glanced at it. It was already past 9 o'clock at night. He decided to go to sleep first. Jiang Mian put the 3 black iron treasure chests and 2 bronze treasure chests into the warehouse, and then took Lin Kuan into the shelter. His bedroom had been moved to the 2nd floor, while the newly created bedroom on the 1st floor was given to Lin Kuan. After quickly washing himself, Jiang Mian dried himself off, grabbed a light blanket, and climbed into bed. The mattress was made of cloth, not particularly comfortable, but better than sleeping directly on a wooden board. After lying down, he squeezed the light blanket in his hand and, for the first time, felt that even such an ordinary light blanket could be so soft and reassuring. However, with 5 treasure chests in front of him, he couldn't sleep until he opened them all. Jiang Mian lit the torches hanging on the wall inside the room, took out 5 treasure chests, and opened the 3 black iron treasure chests first. Inside were a 3-piece bedding set, beer, fence construction blueprints, a first aid kit, running shoes, and a pull strip, as well as a pillow, a space gourd, and 2 boxes of fever reducers. Another body pillow. Jiang Mian almost suspected that the treasure chest was deliberately playing a trick on him. However, these things that are unimportant to him might be treasures to others. For example, the cigarettes that came out of the bronze treasure chest might be something a smoker would rather go hungry than give up. There will definitely be people willing to exchange these things for supplies. The 3-piece bedding set can be changed right away, and I can finally get a comfortable night's sleep. The first aid kit and fever reducer are also good. Medicine is quite precious in the survival world, since he can't possibly level up every time he gets injured. Finally, Jiang Mian picked up the spatial gourd and examined it. It looked like a gourd that could only hold 500 milliliters, but inside was another space capable of holding a full cubic meter of water. This is great stuff. From now on, when we travel far, we won't have to worry about running out of water halfway through the journey. Chapter 17 Hang Glider. The main event is here. Jiang Mian rubbed his hands together excitedly. The last bronze treasure chest yielded a D-grade Frost Arrow Tower blueprint, so the rewards from these 2 bronze treasure chests were sure to be good as well. He opened the first bronze treasure chest first. You have obtained 1 crossbow crafting blueprint, 1 glider, and 1 blower blueprint. Upon seeing the words Hang Glider, Jiang Mian almost jumped out of bed. He was currently on a mountain, and with this device, he could glide out from a high place and quickly survey the surrounding terrain. He can clearly see the mountains, resource points, and mining sites within a radius of tens of kilometers. With the help of the wind, he can even reach more distant places. For Jiang Mian now, the glider is even more valuable than the Frost Arrow Tower blueprint. After all, there are no roads in the desolate mountains, and vehicles like bicycles are completely useless. Low-altitude flight is the real advantage. As for the blowers and crossbows, they were equally practical. Blowers could improve the efficiency of smelting furnaces, while crossbows were several times more powerful than bows. In the mountains and forests, crossbows were almost the second most powerful ranged weapon after guns. More importantly, crossbows are quieter and more concealed. Jiang Mian looked at the blueprints and quickly made a judgment. With a crossbow, hunting animals from a distance would be much simpler than using a spear. The materials needed to make a crossbow are wooden sticks, hardwood planks, elastic rope, reinforced tendons, and wrought iron. The most crucial thing now is to find iron ore as soon as possible. If we can't find any right now, we can collect more black iron chests tomorrow and smelt them. Anyway, we don't need to make too many crossbows. He can use them himself first. If we collect enough black iron chests, we can make a few more to sell to the Hunters gang. Those hunters will definitely like them. Thinking of the Hunters Guild, Jiang Mian casually opened the regional channel to check on the situation of others. He was almost beaten to death by 7 elite monsters tonight. He wonders what happened to others. The discussion about the aberrations on the channel was much more lively than last night. Some people said their island in the middle of the lake had also been invaded by the mutants, with 3 of them coming at once. Some complained that the white mantises were ugly and had an unpleasant call that kept them awake. Others were glad that they had collected enough sticks that day so that the fire could burn all night. Many people still choose to stay in their cabins and not go out, feeling that they are safe as long as they do not leave the shelter. Soon someone objected. How can you level up if you don't go out? The Hunters Guild has already said that you can only gain experience by killing mutated creatures. The topic quickly shifted back to Jiang Mian. Someone mentioned that the mysterious big shot in the area had already reached level 10 and even killed an elite monster, which was simply outrageous. Some people are wondering what exactly elite monsters are, because the monsters they encountered tonight were similar to those last night, and they hadn't seen any particularly strong ones. Some even speculated that the player might be staying up all night, chasing monsters and grinding levels with weapons all over the mountains. Others suspected that his talent was flight, otherwise he couldn't have killed so many monsters in the past few days. Jiang Mian looked at these messages with a complicated expression. Most people in the regional chat were hiding in the cabins, experiencing similar situations to the first night, and no elite monsters appeared. In other words, only he encountered 7 elite monsters at once. The malice shown to him by this survival world was blatantly obvious. The number of people in the upper right corner has reached 99, 870/100, 000. 130 people have died in 2 days. Most of them were killed by the mutants when the flames went out on the first night. As for those who complained about not hunting during the day, despite their complaints, they eventually went out to cut down trees to exchange for a few pieces of meat or fish to fill their stomachs. After all, they wouldn't starve to death in 2 days, but if it dragged on any longer, things might get complicated. Jiang Mian realized that the information quality on the regional channels was too low. Truly valuable information should be found in group chats of organizations like the Business Alliance or the Hunters Guild. These 2 organizations have probably been hoping he would get in all along. He started researching the chat channel feature, wondering if he could join a group chat anonymously. He eventually discovered that it was possible, but it required the group owner's permission, meaning the group owner would at least know his nickname. Jiang Mian thought about it and decided it wasn't a big problem. Wang Teng and the Hunter gang both had deals with him now, so it wouldn't hurt for them to know. He estimated that after tonight, the top members of the Hunter gang would be around level 3. Late at night, Wang Teng was still browsing channels as usual when he suddenly saw a red dot pop up in the lower left corner of the private chat window. The person who sent the message has the nickname, "I level up alone." Upon seeing the name, Wang Teng immediately had a guess in his mind. The other party only sent one sentence: "Add me to the Business Alliance group, anonymously." After reading it, Wang Teng instantly confirmed his judgment. The big shot actually added him as a friend. He was so excited he rolled around on the sheets, but just to be cautious, he first sent a tentative message. "Boss, are you still selling leather armor?" Soon, the other side replied. "The body is outside. It will be cleaned up tomorrow." This brief and decisive tone completely convinced Wang Teng that this was indeed the mysterious big shot. He immediately accepted the friend request and anonymously added Jiang Mian to the Business Alliance group. On the other side, Lu Rian was dissecting the deformed corpse whose defenses had been weakened overnight, using a bone blade. She had already killed the 4 mutants wandering outside. Counting the 2 from last night, that was just enough to make a new set of weird leather armor. At this moment, the red dot on the private message notification popped up. She opened the message casually and saw that the sender's nickname was also, "I level up alone." The friend request contained only one sentence. "Add me to the Hunters Guild, anonymously." Lu Rian raised her hand to brush aside the long hair that had fallen beside her cheek and narrowed one eye slightly. After accepting the friend request, she asked directly, "Did you have enough fun killing people?" The other side quickly replied with 3 words. "I almost died." Lu Rian was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the elite monsters were stronger than she had anticipated. Judging from the number of strange leather armors that person provided, he should have been level 8 or higher this morning. Level 8 attributes are outrageous, with all stats nearly double that of a normal person. Moreover, his shelter has most likely already reached level 3, and he's wearing strange leather armor. With that kind of strength, even without the aid of the Holy Flame, dealing with the agile aberration shouldn't be too difficult. But he said he almost died. Lu Rian thought for a moment and asked, "Are you short of medicine? We can trade you the strange leather armor." She spent over 20 minutes dissecting the skin, only managing to peel off one deformed piece, her fingers aching with pain. Then, remembering the food she'd bought for the nail polish earlier that day, she suddenly realized she hadn't given enough. Jiang Mian replied, "No need, save the experience for the last level up." Lu Rian secretly thought to herself that this person's thinking was indeed meticulous. However, she did not immediately bring Jiang Mian into the hunter's gang, but planned to collect some interest first. She asked, "What are elite monsters? Tell me some information you think you can share." Jiang Mian replied, "The Type 1 power aberration is as tall as a 2-story building." Lu Rian stared at these lines of text and remained silent for a moment. It's as tall as a 2-story building. She could hardly imagine what this person had gone through that night. Then, she anonymously added Jiang Mian to the Hunters Guild group chat. Just before that, she suddenly sent another name. Zhou Xian. She had just realized that if the other person called her by her nickname, Lu Rian, after joining the group, it would be a bit awkward. Chapter 18 Combat Type Talents. Jiang Mian stared at the name on the screen for a moment, then chuckled to herself. This guy probably messed up online, and then felt really embarrassed afterwards. When it comes to shamelessness, he can't compare to Wang Tung from the island in the middle of the lake. Wang Tung, now the leader of the Business Alliance, still spends his days chatting on the regional channel. Even when others call him stupid, he can laugh it off, a skill even Jiang Mian has to admire. Jiang Mian first went to the Business Alliance and found that there were already more than 5,000 members. The chat content was similar to that of the regional channels, the only difference being that there were pinned announcements in the group. Congratulations to the mysterious player for reaching level 10 and defeating an elite monster. Today's announcement, a mysterious big shot has opened up the Hunters Guild trade route, driving down food prices to 25 logs per serving. After reading it, Jiang Mian felt that Wang Tung was really enjoying himself, trying to use his influence at every turn. The announcement even almost portrayed him as a savior. However, it was a good reputation after all, and Jiang Mian was too lazy to expose it. Wang Tung always kept his little tricks within Jiang Mian's bottom line, so since that was the case, he would collect some interest from him again tomorrow. After reading the Merchant Alliance, Jiang Mian entered the Hunters Guild group chat. The Hunters Guild had far fewer members, and a newcomer entering the group immediately attracted attention. Some wondered who this anonymous person was. Some reminded them that only the guild leader had the authority to anonymously invite people, and others called on him to speak up. Seeing that Jiang Mian didn't say anything, everyone continued to talk about leveling up and fighting monsters. While they were chatting, Jiang Mian sent 2 transaction links. One was 5 sets of strange leather armor, and the other was 20 basic workbenches, all traded for food. As soon as the familiar scene appeared, the group chat was instantly flooded with question marks. Everyone quickly realized who this anonymous survivor was. Those who were just making wild guesses immediately changed their tune. Some called him their ideal type, some called him their idol, and some even apologized on the spot, as if they were afraid that Jiang Mian wouldn't sell them the leather armor. The workbench caused a sensation. It could be used to make all sorts of tools. In modern times, it would be a godsend for improving living conditions, and everyone wanted to take one home. The group chat was boiling over late at night. 2 consecutive nights, for world broadcasts, plus one regional broadcast. The anonymous expert had long since become the center of discussion among all the survivors. They even concocted countless outrageous stories, speculating on the anonymous tycoon's rise to power. Some said he was a triumphant return, others said he was jilted by a mutated princess, and still others said he was a reborn revenge protagonist. No matter how outrageous the story is, many people regard this anonymous big shot as a role model to emulate. Soon, Jiang Mian was bombarded with private messages. Some people sent photos, saying they were handsome young men from the surrounding area. Some reminded him that the bracelet could take pictures and wanted to see what he looked like. Others said he could warm the bed, and some even posted photos of their beds in the group chat, showing the empty space next to them and calling for the big shot to come over. Of course, while some admire Jiang Mian, others disagree. Most of these people possess combat talent of B-level or higher. After discovering mutated animals, they actively hunt them to level up, and with the addition of the agile Type 1 mutants at night, many of them have already reached level 3. After exchanging ideas privately, some people started speaking in the group chat. A man claiming to be an A-level sharpshooter said that he was almost always right and asked Jiang Mian to give him a basic workbench now. He said that once he developed firearms and became a local tyrant, he would consider protecting Jiang Mian. The sharpshooter's precision effect also applies to bows and arrows, but bows and arrows have limited effectiveness against mutated creatures. This talent only becomes truly powerful when survivors come into contact with firearms. Immediately afterwards, another person spoke up, asking Jiang Mian for a workbench and information about the elite monster. He claimed his talent was related to lightning, and that he could kill the mutants with a single strike. He also said that Jiang Mian was currently only leveling up quickly thanks to his talent, and that once the monster tide arrived in 6 days, his true form would be revealed, and then it would be too late to cry. Their words weren't entirely without merit. Those with combat talent do indeed thrive more easily amidst the monster tides, and Jiang Mian is willing to invest in such promising individuals. However, he disliked the tone of their voices. He's clearly ahead now, occupying better resources. Yet he asks for help with such self-righteousness, as if Jiang Mian owed them something. Jiang Mian ignored the two and instead sent out a new transaction message. Trade the black iron treasure chest and the chest itself. The moment those words were spoken, the rapidly scrolling group chat fell silent. Most people use the black iron treasure chest as a cooking pot. Since real cooking pots haven't appeared yet, a treasure chest that can be used to make soup is naturally in high demand, and not everyone has a black iron treasure chest. Some people speculated that Jiang Mian might have a smelting furnace and was preparing to forge iron. Some lamented that the big shot had already entered the Iron Age while they were still eating dirt. Others said that they only had one treasure chest and were using it as a pot, and would help him find another one tomorrow. Jiang Mian could tell that not many people were willing to trade. After all, cooking tools like pots are very practical nowadays, and no one would be willing to part with them without some kind of incentive. He couldn't find iron ore yet, but crafting crossbows and ice arrow towers required wrought iron. He'd weighed the black iron chests. Melting one chest would yield about 2 or 3 pieces of wrought iron. So he sent out another set of terms for the transaction. 2 black iron treasure chests, plus a reinforcing tendon, can be exchanged for a crossbow. The moment the word crossbow appeared, the Hunters Guild erupted in chaos. In the era before firearms, who could resist a crossbow? Its destructive power was far greater than that of a regular bow and arrow. Everyone expressed their determination to find materials tomorrow. Some asked Jiang Mian to help them, some asked him to reserve a spot for them, and some even said they would search the black iron treasure chest to the death. The sharpshooter and the lightning-talented individual became anxious when they saw that Jiang Mian and the other hunters were ignoring them. They made threats, saying that Jiang Mian was currently riding high and dared to ignore them. He would regret it once the monster tide ended in 6 days. They also mocked him, saying he was just attracting mutated monsters with his talent, and that his early development was fast, and that he was nothing special. Before Jiang Mian could even speak, the other hunters were already getting impatient. Some people directly accused them of trying to get something for nothing and still acting self-righteous. Others said that Jiang Mian didn't care, but they took advantage of her kindness. Still others asked, "Isn't there fighting talent a talent?" 100 miles away, in a level 2 wooden house, a scarred man was so angry that his face turned purple. He grabbed a wooden stick beside him, and an electric current surged in his palm, instantly turning the stick into charred remains. His talent is that of an S-rank Thunder Emperor. Looking at the message on the screen, He gritted his teeth and cursed. A bunch of bastards, you're addicted to being someone else's dog? I'll crush you all one by one in the future. Before he transmigrated, he had just been arrested for intentional homicide and disappeared from the original world before he could be tried. Chapter 19 Iron Ore. I'll let you live a few more days. Every single one of you who spoke today will have to wait. My name is Chi Chong. Remember this name. I will kill you all after the monster tide. The scarred man left a threatening message in the group chat and immediately left. The sharpshooter followed suit, and then dozens more people left one after another. The once lively chat channel instantly became eerily quiet. After arriving in this survival world, although everyone had conflicts of interest, they still largely adhered to certain principles. No one had ever seen someone like Chi Chong publicly shouting that he wanted to kill someone before. There's no map here, and the survivors can only leave the cabin area a limited time each day. Nobody knows where anyone else lives. The thought of a stranger suddenly showing up to kill and rob them sends chills down everyone's spines. After a long while, someone tentatively spoke up, suggesting that the guy might be joking. Soon after, someone else revealed that Chi Chong had been the most aggressive in inflating food prices, and had even sent threatening messages to others who sold their food cheaper. The atmosphere in the group chat immediately became even more panicked. Some suspected he was a murderer in the past, while others warned everyone to be careful when going out or near the cabin. After all, mutated creatures only appear at night, but if a person wanted to kill, they could come at any time. Jiang Mian hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. But thinking about it carefully, it wasn't surprising that a group of humans would encounter all sorts of people when they were transported to a survival world. Even encountering murderers would be normal. This incident made him even more vigilant. Fortunately, it wasn't easy for Chi Chong to target him. All four of his world announcements were anonymous, and apart from Wang Teng and Zhou Xian, no one knew that he was, I level up alone. Jiang Mian thought for a moment and sent a red envelope containing supplies to the group. 3 packs of spicy strips, 3 cigarettes, and 3 sets of weird leather armor, for the brothers and sisters who spoke up for justice just now. Ultimately, this whole thing started because of him. Others who spoke up for him were implicated, and he couldn't just remain silent. After the supplies were distributed, the tense atmosphere finally eased, and the hunters who had spoken up for him felt much warmer inside. Several men, in particular, lit up when they saw the words Huazi. The murder threat from just minutes before seemed to have been completely forgotten by them. Someone in the group was crying out for cigarettes, saying they were dying from not having one for 2 days. Others said they could go without food and water, but they absolutely couldn't live without cigarettes. The smarter people didn't shout in the group chat. Instead, they sent Jiang Mian private messages. One of them, nicknamed Wang Teng's dad, claimed to have discovered an iron mine. He told Jiang Mian that he had stumbled upon an iron ore deposit while hunting a wild deer in the mountains the day before. He didn't tell anyone else about this, promising to help Jiang Mian mine the ore every day if Jiang Mian gave him a cigarette. Iron ore was exactly the material Jiang Mian needed right now. He immediately pressed for confirmation. The other party readily swore, I'll swear on my son Wang Teng's 50 years of life that there's not a single lie in this. Jiang Mian was speechless for a moment. The other party then said that if he didn't believe it, he would go dig for it tomorrow and send him the iron ore to see that night. Jiang Mian decided to trust him this once and offered his terms directly. He would not need to cut down trees or hunt anymore. He would provide all his food and drink every day, and Huazi would be given 1 cigarette a day. All he had to do was mine honestly. Wang Teng's father agreed on the spot, and even called him father casually. Jiang Mian then asked him about the level of the wooden house, and after learning that it was only level 2, he simply took care of the materials for upgrading it to level 3, and even the mining tools such as stone pickaxes. The other person was so moved that he wanted to repay him with his body, but Jiang Mian told him to go back to mining. If he mined well, he would send him a fireplace in 5 days to help him survive the blizzard. Jiang Mian's mood improved considerably after hiring a mining employee. While scrolling through his private messages, he saw a message from Zhou Xian. She said she had 4 black iron chests and wanted to exchange them for 2 crossbows. She also mentioned that if the materials dropped by elite monsters could be used to make multiple useful items, she hoped Jiang Mian would save one for her, and the price was negotiable. Jiang Mian immediately understood that Zhou Xian had set her sights on the power type 1 mutant. Anyone who could become the leader of the hunter gang was certainly no simple character. He replied that he needed froststone and information about mining sites. At this stage, ordinary building materials are no longer so scarce. High-grade materials are the key. And those who can open high-grade treasure chests aren't stupid. They'll only hide the good stuff even deeper. Zhou Xian quickly replied, confirming that she did indeed have information about a mining site. A hunter had discovered an iron ore deposit while chasing wild deer in the mountains, and she could recommend that person's friend to Jiang Mian. As for the frost stone, she hadn't heard of it yet. Upon seeing this, Jiang Mian's face immediately darkened, and he asked if the man's name was Wang Teng's father. Zhou Xian was somewhat surprised and asked him how he knew. Jiang Mian immediately understood. That guy had just sworn that he hadn't told anyone, but he had given himself away. In the world of survival, you really can't completely trust anyone. Jiang Mian genuinely gave him food, water, tools, and cigarettes, but the other party might not be so devoted. Even if they found some, or they might give him half and sell the other half to someone else, and he had no way to supervise them. Jiang Mian told Zhou Xian what had just happened. Zhou Xian's tone was calm, but with a hint of coldness. She said that the man had also come to her at noon, promising to help her mine in the future, and that she would need 500 grams of the spirit rice every week after it was planted. Jiang Mian noticed the words spiritual rice. Zhou Xian didn't hide anything either, directly stating that her talent was the growth of all things, enabling her to cultivate exotic flowers and rare herbs. This surprised Jiang Mian. He had always thought Zhou Xian's talent lay in combat. After all, she spoke and acted like a ruthless person, but he never expected her talent to be in planting. He asked what the effects of the spirit rice were. Zhou Xian said that it was an E-grade seed that she had obtained from the black iron treasure chest that morning. Consuming it for a week would increase one's life by a little, but the effect would decrease with subsequent consumption. Since the other party was so frank, Jiang Mian didn't hide anything and directly told her about the power type 1 aberration. The monster's outer carapace had extremely high physical defense. Only a stone spear with enhanced throwing damage that hit its abdomen could break through its defenses, while magic damage was its weakness. Jiang Mian then said that she would save a portion of the drops from the type 1 power aberration, and that if she obtained spirit herb seeds in the future, she would be given priority. After Zhou Xian agreed, she added, half of all the fruits grown will belong to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian was somewhat puzzled as to why she always seemed to be showing greater sincerity. Zhou Xian didn't respond further, nor did he press for details. He simply compiled detailed information about the power type 1 aberration and sent it over. The report includes information on treasure chests dropped by elite monsters upon defeat, as well as the sources of magical skills, which can be obtained through attribute fruits. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Mian shut down the system and opened the last bronze treasure chest. You have obtained 1 50-year dragon blood ginseng, 1 stone wall construction blueprint, and 1 telescope. Dragon blood ginseng is a D-grade item. The description says that it absorbed a drop of dragon's essence blood, and its medicinal properties are extremely potent. After consumption, it can transform the body and increase strength by 10 points. Upon seeing the words, transformation, Jiang Mian knew the process would be extremely painful. He didn't need it immediately, but instead put the dragon blood ginseng in the warehouse, planning to do it tomorrow. If he ate it tonight, he'd probably be in too much pain to sleep. The blueprints for building stone walls require a large amount of stone and core defensive materials. The blueprints record that different materials can give the stone walls different properties. For example, tortoise shells increase hardness, while bamboo poles enhance toughness. More advanced core materials come from the drops of mutated creatures, such as strange hides and pale hard armor. Jiang Mian guessed that the pale hard armor was the same armor worn by the power type 1 mutant. The stone wall's ultimate defensive strength and durability depend entirely on its core defensive materials. The last item, however, is a telescope. Jiang Mian put away the scroll, looked around at the obstructed view of the trees, and made a plan. He had to cut down a batch of trees tomorrow, otherwise it would severely hinder his observation. After making his decision, he blew out the torch, ending the night. Chapter 20, Temperature Plummets. On the morning of the 3rd day, while it was still dark, a large number of survivors were awakened by the cold. Most people didn't even have a blanket. They could only wrap themselves tightly in their thin clothes, huddled together, and try to tough it out. The cold wind seeped in through the cracks in the wooden houses, making them shiver. If they listened carefully, they could hear a light rain falling outside, pattering softly on the leaves. Some people were so sleepy they gritted their teeth and kept sleeping. Others couldn't stand the cold and got up to move around the campfire. Suddenly, messages asking for bedding flooded the regional chat channel. It's so cold. I was wearing short sleeves and shorts before I time traveled. I really can't stand it. Don't even mention it. The desert here has cooled down. Snow Mountain coordinates. I made a stove out of clay and stones these past 2 days, and it's much more comfortable now. I turned on the thermometer yesterday, and it's 5 degrees Celsius outside now. This should be a warning before the blizzard. Survival World is reminding us to prepare quickly. Some people tried to trade coffee for blankets, but were immediately ridiculed, with people saying that in a couple of days, the coffee would freeze into popsicles indoors. Others pointed out that there were only over 90,000 people left in the area, and probably no more than 1,000 of them had blankets. Instead of thinking about exchanging blankets, they should learn from others and build stoves and chimneys. However, the problem is also very real. Level 1 wooden houses are too drafty, and even a stove alone may not be enough to withstand the wind. Someone in the Business Alliance group saw that someone had already built a level 3 wooden house, with double walls for insulation and no drafts. To survive a blizzard, you would need to upgrade to at least level 3. The group discussed the matter until dawn, when the fog outside the shelter gradually dissipated. Even though it was still drizzling, they picked up their stone axes and braved the cold wind to go out and chop down trees. Since the conflict with the hunters over food broke down, many survivors have changed. They finally understand that without actively seeking resources, they truly will starve or freeze to death in this world. Nobody wants to die. In the 5-story stone house, Jiang Mian woke up at sunrise, covered with a quilt. He felt cold in the middle of the night, but there was a blanket nearby, so he covered himself and quickly fell asleep again. Through the window, he saw the grass and trees on the riverbank glistening from the rain, and the air was filled with the damp smell of earth. It was raining outside, visibility was low, and going out would easily get you wet. Using a hang glider was also risky. Jiang Mian quickly decided that today they would cut down trees first, and then build the stone wall. Enclosing the shelter with stone walls can prevent mutated creatures from entering. Other buildings and farmland can then be planned inside the walls. Temperatures are expected to continue to drop, and after the blizzard, there may be other severe weather events. Meat cannot be stored for long periods, and if bad weather occurs frequently, hunters will have less time to go out hunting, and food shortages will inevitably occur sooner or later. Therefore, Jiang Mian must begin to plan for crops and livestock. This is no small project. He put on a fine animal skin suit and went downstairs to find Lin Kuan already awake, with a fire lit in the living room and water boiling in a black iron chest. Seeing Jiang Mian come down, Lin Kuan immediately scooped up some hot water with a wooden ladle and presented it to him. "Young master, have some hot water to warm yourself up." Jiang Mian took the wooden cup, thanked him, and warmed his hands. Seeing that Lin Kuan was dressed in thin clothes, he bought an ordinary animal skin coat and trousers from the trading platform and gave them to Lin Kuan to change into. Ordinary animal hide clothing comes from common animals and is inexpensive, costing only 20 logs. Although it cannot compare to the fine suit Jiang Mian is wearing, it is warm enough for the current temperature of 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. After Lin Kuan changed his clothes and came out, his eyes were noticeably more energetic. He told Jiang Mian that he had just gone to the east and saw that the land there was very dark in color, soft to the touch, and full of rotten leaves and grass roots, making it perfect for growing things. However, the trees on the east side need to be cut down, and those on the south side also need to be cut down, otherwise they will block the sunlight. Lin Kuan added that the ground must be turned over before it snows, otherwise it will freeze solid. Jiang Mian had told him yesterday that there would be a blizzard in 7 days. At that time, Lin Kuan still found it unbelievable, but the temperature suddenly dropped last night, making him realize that the climate in this no-man's land was completely unreasonable. Jiang Mian nodded and instructed, "After dinner, I'll go cut down some trees. You move the rabbit cage to the small hut on the east side. The rabbits have been hungry all night, so I'll make you a bone sickle. Go cut some grass, dry it, and then feed them. Don't feed them wet grass. They're prone to diarrhea in the cold weather. After feeding them, go make a wooden cup and collect the clean water." After saying that, he took out 2 pieces of mutated leopard meat from the warehouse, cut them into small pieces, and put them on the grill. Flames licked the meat, sizzling as oil seeped out, releasing a fragrant aroma. Jiang Mian turned it a few times, and once the surface was browned, she took out a small packet of MSG and sprinkled some on top. A few minutes later, he took off a piece and handed it to Lin Kuan. "Try it." Lin Kuan took a big bite, and as soon as he swallowed the cooked meat, a warm current surged down his esophagus and spread throughout his body, making his muscles seem stronger. He waved his arm in surprise, feeling the changes in his body. "Young master, this meat," Jiang Mian said calmly. Mutant leopard meat can strengthen the body. Upon receiving confirmation, Lin Kuan was deeply moved. In his past understanding, such a rare delicacy was only enjoyed by noble gentlemen during festive gatherings. Yet Jiang Mian had generously shared it with him. At that moment, Lin Kuan secretly made up his mind that he would follow this young master closely from now on. After breakfast, Jiang Mian began planning the interior of the stone house. After the shelter reaches level 5, further upgrades require 8,000 stones, 5,000 logs, 1,000 sticks, and 50 rock cores. Common materials are in huge quantities, and new rock cores are currently unavailable. In other words, he will be living in a level 5 stone house for a long time to come, and the interior will naturally need to be well arranged. There are 4 rooms on the first floor, 1 large and 3 small. The large room serves as the living room, and of the 3 smaller rooms, 1 is for Lin Kuan to live in, while the other 2 are converted into a kitchen and a forging room, respectively. In the kitchen, Jiang Mian made several buckets to store clean water, and also placed several campfires and cabinets for storing tableware. After finishing, the kitchen finally had a bit of a living feel. In the forge, he first made the smelting furnace he had been longing for, then made several storage boxes to store weapons and miscellaneous items, and finally added a stone platform and wooden clamps for forging iron. Burn iron. Burn iron. Jiang Mian took 5 black iron treasure chests from the warehouse and threw them into the smelting furnace to start a fire. The smelting furnace indicated that it would take 2.5 hours to smelt all of them, and exactly half an hour for each iron chest. Molten iron can be cooled and solidified into utensils through molds, and the furnace itself comes with wrought iron molds, so the finished product will be a square block of iron. Jiang Mian remembered that he had obtained the blueprints for a blower, so he immediately made one and installed it in the corresponding position on the smelting furnace. When he checked again, the smelting time had been reduced to 1 hour and 15 minutes, and the speed had doubled. He judged that the future demand for wrought iron would definitely be significant, and 2 furnaces would be far from enough. So he built another furnace next to it, and after triggering his talent, the total number became 4. Jiang Mian placed 2 black iron treasure chests into the other 3 smelting furnaces, leaving only 3 black iron treasure chests in the kitchen for later use. However, the real problem was still the raw ore. He didn't know how much iron or Wang Tung's father could mine in a day, and feeling that the progress was too slow, he opened the other party's private messages. After Jiang Mian fell asleep last night, Wang Tung's father sent her several messages. "Boss, I was wrong. The gang leader scolded me for a long time and asked me to come and apologize to you. We've discussed it and roughly agreed on a contract. I'll mine at least 50 iron ore for you 2 every day, half for you and half for the gang leader. The leader gave me half the amount of spirit rice, so you can just give me 1 stalk of rice every 2 days. In addition, the gang leader doesn't have a smelting furnace and wants you to help her smelt that part of the iron ore, and then you can split the profits 20/80ths, with you taking 20% of the fee. What do you think?" Several more messages followed, urging them on. Poke. "Hey buddy, say something, are you asleep?" Chapter 21 Iron Forging. "Okay, go mining. The rain isn't heavy, so don't think about taking a break." Jiang Mian recalled Wang Tung's father's despicable face and realized that one shouldn't be too polite to such people. Anyone who could be associated with Wang Tung certainly had a thick skin. If it weren't for the fact that their survivor IDs were different, he would have even suspected that it was the same person using 2 accounts. The message had only been sent for 2 seconds when Wang Tung's father replied pitifully, "Brother, it's cold. It's only 4 or 5 degrees Celsius, and I'm still wearing short sleeves." Jiang Mian replied directly, "If you feel cold, you should go mining. Moving around will warm you up." If they had just met yesterday, Jiang Mian might have gone to the trading market to buy a fur coat as a gift. But now, he felt no sympathy whatsoever for this glib-tongued laborer. On the 3rd day, still no one in the regional chat had opened a bronze treasure chest. The rewards from chests of this level were too generous. Any single item could cause a stir in the region. It's estimated that they won't appear in the wild for another 3 to 5 days, and they'll most likely be accompanied by even more ferocious mutated animals. In other words, Jiang Mian is the only one in the entire region who possesses Huazi, and Wang Tung's father is certainly not the only one with mines near the shelter. Now, they should be begging him for help. If you don't do it, plenty of others will. Jiang Mian suddenly realized that Zhou Xian's words were indeed useful. He opened Zhou Xian's private messages and saw that she had sent a message to another survivor who had found an iron mine near another shelter. This guy's name is Shen Qing. He's more honest than Wang Tung's dad. I can hire him to mine with enough food. But he's a fragile college student, the kind who stays at home watching short videos. He gets out of breath after running a few steps. I guess he can't mine more than 30 pieces of iron or a day. Zhou Xian also said that Xin Qing would hand over the ore he dug every day to Jiang Mian at night, and after it was smelted into iron, the two parts would be split 20/80ths. Compared to Wang Teng and his son, Zhou Xian's popularity in Jiang Mian's eyes immediately increased significantly. People are indeed judged by comparison. At least Zhou Xian, like him, was someone wholeheartedly focused on farming and building a career, making her more credible than most people. Such rational people are often more worthy of cooperation in the world of survival. After explaining Xin Qing's situation, Zhou Xian sent another message. Someone had found a mysterious cave on the snow-capped mountain, with traces of other people's past lives inside, including a campfire, tents, and an iron dagger. The knife was exquisitely crafted, unlike anything a savage could forge. Zhou Xian suspected that survivors might have been in this area before them. Or perhaps, it was a trace left by some intelligent civilization on this continent. On the surface, this survival world resembles an ancient wilderness, and the indigenous people are seen as savages who eat raw meat and drink blood. Most survivors believe this. But people like Jiang Mian, who obtained contracts and summoned farmers or soldiers, had long since realized from the summon that this world was far more complex than they had imagined. The place they were in was known as the boundless no-man's land, and they were not necessarily the first survivors to set foot here. Jiang Mian relayed the information Lin Kuan had given Zhou Xian to her, then added more firewood to the furnace. 15 minutes later, the first batch of wrought iron was finally smelted. The iron blocks still glowed red, not completely cooled. Jiang Mian looked at it, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he wants to do his work well, he thought. I'll try to forge an iron axe first. At present, there are no ironwork blueprints in the entire area, so everything has to be done by hand. He clamped the red-hot iron block onto the stone anvil and began to hammer it. With each strike, sparks flew, and the iron block gradually deformed under the heavy impact. But Jiang Mian had never forged iron before, so he could only try to hammer it according to the shape of an axe in his memory, and he couldn't control his strength well. Here it bulged, there it dented. After the iron block cooled, it was barely possible to see that one end was thicker than the other, but both sides were pitted and uneven, like a piece of mud that had been trampled. Looking at her work, Jiang Mian couldn't help but complain, so ugly. Although he had made it by hand, and it had a certain sentimental value, it was still ugly. He rummaged through the warehouse and found a hardwood stick, splitting one end open with a bone blade to use as an axe handle. Next, he stuffed the thicker end of the axe into the crack in the wood, and then tightly wrapped it with several strips of animal hide. The survival system's assessment was surprisingly consistent with Jiang Mian's expectations. Item: homemade ugly iron axe. Quality: F+. Description: my first attempt at blacksmithing, a complete idiot who just haphazardly hammered away. Effect: strength +1. Due to manufacturing defects, there is a chance the axe blade will jam during use. Jiang Mian didn't seem to care too much. The stone axe would still glitch. As long as the damage from chopping down a tree was higher than that of the stone axe, the iron axe would be considered a success. After all, the survival system judges tree chopping by damage numbers, not by the axe's actual specifications. He quickly sharpened the axe blade and crafted the previously acquired edge mod. This mod increases melee damage by 20%. Having the blueprints is so convenient. He could generate it with a single click. However, Jiang Mian did not install it immediately. He took a stone axe in one hand and an iron axe in the other, and walked towards the woods, preparing to test the damage first. Weapon damage isn't displayed in the item information. You have to test it yourself. He first swung his stone axe and chopped down at a tree as thick as a bowl. Click. There was a shallow cut on the tree trunk. Life 4. Then, Jiang Mian switched to an iron axe and chopped again. The first blow felt much smoother, and a piece of the tree trunk snapped open, sending wood chips flying. Life 7. He glanced at the notch. It was indeed deeper than the stone axe could have. At this rate, it would only take 15 axe strokes to fell a tree. Jiang Mian then equipped the iron axe with the sharpness module, increasing the damage to 8.4 each time, so that 12 axe blows would be enough to fall a tree. If such an iron axe were sold, it would be snapped up by survivors. It nearly doubles the speed of chopping down trees, making it a godsend for those rushing to build a level 3 cabin before the blizzard. However, one blade module requires 2 pieces of forged iron, enough to make 2 more iron axes. Using it specifically for chopping trees is a bit extravagant. Jiang Mian judged that this module was more suitable for actual melee weapons. For the next 2 hours, he continued to chop down the trees with his iron axe. He harvested approximately 1,200 logs in total, until nearly 100 trees had fallen nearby. Looking at the quantity in the warehouse, Jiang Mian suddenly felt that the level 6 shelter didn't seem so far away after all. Meanwhile, after feeding the rabbits, Lin Kuan crafted 100 wooden cups at the workbench. The 10 water collectors had collected 25 liters of purified water since yesterday afternoon. Each cup of 500 milliliters purified water could be exchanged for 8 logs, for a total of 400 logs traded, which would become 800 logs after triggering his talent. Afterwards, Lin Kuan asked Jiang Mian for some more materials and began to try making a stone plow. While he was studying the plowshare, Jiang Mian came to the battlefield from the previous night to take stock of the spoils of war. This time, he obtained a large quantity of bone blades, bones, bizarre hides, and pale hard armor from the aberrant creature. After triggering the builder's dream, the quantity of all related materials doubled. More than 250 Agile Type 1 aberrations and 7 Strength Type 1 aberrations ultimately brought more than 500 bone blades, more than 2,000 bones, more than 500 strange hides, and 70 pieces of pale hard armor. Jiang Mian remembered that pale hard armor was one of the core defensive materials needed to build the stone walls. 70 pieces were enough to build 140 stone walls. He checked the dimensions of the stone wall. Each side was 5 meters long and 3 meters high. 140 sides laid end to end would be 700 meters long. His shelter is nestled against a mountainside on one side, requiring only the other 3 sides to be enclosed. The 700-meter stone wall, spread out, would extend to over 200 meters on each side, enough to completely enclose the sacred fire area within a 100-meter radius of the shelter. Chapter 22 Shelter Planning. Since the sacred flame domain can harm aberrant beings, Jiang Mian decided to build walls within the domain's boundaries. He climbed up the hillside north of the shelter and looked down at the surrounding area from above. The shelter originally occupied a flat area, and with the newly designated farmland, the total area was about 4,000 square meters. Divided by the mountain wall, it is more than 50 meters wide to the south and more than 80 meters long in the east-west direction. There is a small river to the west and farmland to the east. The overall terrain is quite good. Jiang Mian quickly came up with an idea. Since there were enough materials available, they decided to build 2 walls, one outer wall and one inner wall. The outer walls serve as the first line of defense against monsters, while the inner walls protect the main buildings of the shelter and the farmland, which are designated as the actual living area. The small river must also be enclosed within the inner wall area, as it is the main source of irrigation and daily water supply. Between the inner and outer walls, defensive structures such as watchtowers, spear throwers, and archery ranges can be placed. In this way, when the monster tide actually comes, the middle area can become a buffer zone, so that the monsters won't trample the farmland or smash the rabbit cages when they charge. After a simple calculation, Jiang Mian decided that the inner wall of the living area would be 60 meters long and 40 meters wide. The shelter would be backed by the mountain wall, so that side would not need to be built. Therefore, a total of 140 meters of stone wall would be needed, which is 28 sides. The outer wall is tentatively planned to be 100 meters long and 60 meters wide. However, there are still quite a few trees in that area, and there is clearly not enough time to clear them all today. Therefore, Jiang Mian decided to build the inner wall first. Each stone wall requires 100 stones and 1 set of core defensive materials. 28 walls would require 2,800 stones, which translates to 14,000 logs. Fortunately, his talent reduces the consumption, so he only needs 1,400 stones. However, when he upgraded his shelter to level 4 yesterday, most of the basic materials in his warehouse were already used up. Jiang Mian looked at the inventory and had a clear idea of the situation. It seemed she would have to sell some items to buy more materials. He opened the regional chat. Now that the stone wall was in place, his safety was somewhat guaranteed. The prerequisite was that no more outrageous or troublesome new monsters spawn tonight. However, Jiang Mian believed that this possibility was not high. The Type 1 power aberration was already an elite monster, and ordinary level 1 or 2 survivors would basically be annihilated if they encountered it. Last night, all 7 elite monsters gathered near Jiang Mian, which prevented a large-scale death in the regional chat. This means that these monsters were originally intended as mini-bosses, meant to eliminate some survivors and instill fear in others. Therefore, the probability of encountering a stronger mutant on the third day is very low. A more likely scenario is that the number of Type 1 strength mutants will increase, and other survivors will start encountering them tonight. Thinking about this, Jiang Mian suddenly realized something. Last night, when he killed all the elite monsters, he was protecting the other survivors in a sense, but he also deprived them of a real opportunity to understand the danger. Most people still think the biggest threat is the cold and don't know how terrifying elite monsters really are. Jiang Mian sighed. Strictly speaking, he had also gained experience points that might have originally belonged to others these past 2 days. Although those people might not even be able to kill elite monsters, even if they encountered them. But he still felt that he could lend them a hand. This isn't just out of kindness. There are also practical considerations. The World Chat channel only unlocks at level 5, and it's still unknown when the global trading function will be available. Currently, trades between survivors mainly rely on regional channels. If everyone in a region dies, Jiang Mian cannot completely remain uninvolved. Putting everything else aside, who will cut down trees for him and mine for him in the future? Each survivor spawns at a different location, and their value within the area may change as resources are discovered. Just like in the agricultural era, alluvial plains were suitable for settlement. In the industrial era, resources such as coal and oil could rapidly enrich certain regions. Jiang Mian still doesn't know where the frost soul stones needed to build the frost arrow towers come from. Could it be a special mineral? If someone happens to be born near a frost soul stone mine in the future, perhaps they could rise to become an important figure in the region. Not to mention talent. Besides spawn point, talent is also the biggest difference between survivors. Zhou all things grow, can cultivate exotic flowers and rare herbs. No one can say for sure what role other people's talents will play in different fields. However, those who transmigrated were all adults, and no one would easily reveal their hidden talents to strangers. Even if someone did tell, it would be impossible to determine whether it was true or false. Wang Tong could easily boast that he possesses an ultimate imperial weapon and can summon the phantom of an emperor. Zhou could also claim to be the great Emperor Rian, capable of altering the favorability of a specific person of the opposite sex. They've already time-traveled and started fighting monsters, so what could possibly be impossible? After the second night, and with the walls in place, those people in the area who were clamoring to deal with Jiang Mian actually seemed kind of cute to him. For example, even if Chi Chong really appeared in front of him, could he beat him? Chi Chong's talent might really be related to lightning, but the survivor's attributes are so low, how could his talent possibly allow him to hit 999 in one hit? If it's really that exaggerated, why isn't there another level 5 survivor in the world yet? Let's chat with him in the world chat. Jiang Mian was in their area, and he killed all the elite monsters on the second night. What about the other areas? Where are those so-called S-level talent survivors? It's as if his talent is an S-level. However, the talent constructor's dream doesn't feel as direct to Jiang Mian as his birth point right now. At least in the days leading up to the arrival of the strange tide, Jiang Mian didn't believe anyone in the entire region could defeat him. With sufficient power, he felt confident enough to make more moves in the public chat. Of course, he didn't plan to reveal his identity now, much less shout on the public screen for everyone to watch his performance. Jiang Mian ultimately decided to let Wang Tong act as a messenger. This guy has a thick skin, and by selling cheap fire starter and food, he's cultivated a decent persona. Every time he goes crazy in the regional channel, someone always manages to chime in. In contrast, the relationship between the hunters and the regular survivors remains strained, with both sides disliking each other. Jiang Mian re-entered the Business Alliance and quickly discovered a new module called the Business Alliance Shelf. This shelf is built on the trading platform and belongs to the Merchant Alliance. It sells various wooden and stone tools, as well as blueprints and props obtained from treasure chests. Leveraging its large inventory, the Business Alliance adjusts market prices in real time. For items like blueprints that are difficult to value, the Alliance hires a team of so-called experts to assess them, and then provides a guarantee from the Alliance, which actually increases the value of the items. Besides selling items, the Merchant Alliance also provides after-sales service. For example, a stone spear will not be directly damaged when its durability reaches 0, but it requires a blueprint to repair. Therefore, when the Business Alliance sells stone spears, it often bundles after-sales insurance and repair services. Internal members have also begun to divide their work according to the needs of the shelves, with customer service, repairmen, and expert teams. They even formed a Merchant Alliance woodworking factory specializing in making woodenware, a raw material factory specializing in cutting down trees, fetching water, and boiling water, and even organized a hunting group to obtain food through hunting. The announcement also mentioned recruiting personnel related to agriculture and animal husbandry. After reading it, Jiang Mian couldn't help but admire him. Wang Tung was indeed a business genius. In just 3 days, he had already established the brand, after-sales service, and the entire supply chain. Chapter 23. The Emergence of Wang Tung's Business Empire. Relying on the system's trading platform, goods do not require transportation and are available almost instantly. Survivors from all regions are in the channel, so a single message can be seen by everyone, making promotional costs virtually zero. This was an ideal environment for doing business. Wang Tung indeed seized the opportunity. On the first day, he established his public image. On the second day, he courted regional leaders and integrated resources. And on the third day, he built his own business alliance. Today, the core members of the business alliance exceed 1,000, with nearly 5,000 affiliated members, making it undoubtedly the #1 giant in the region. This seemingly abstract young emperor from the island in the middle of the lake has quietly completed a meticulously planned scheme. Jiang Mian thought that since Wang Tung was able to gather thousands of survivors so quickly and even compile a list of their past skills, perhaps he could help find someone who knew how to forge. At this stage, there are no blueprints for ironware, and Jiang Mian cannot make delicate ironware such as iron arrowheads, iron knives, and iron spearheads on his own. He also doesn't have that much free time to study the craftsmanship, so he contacted Wang Tung directly. Wang Tung quickly replied, "Okay, boss, I'll check the member registration information and get back to you later." Jiang Mian then said, "I have another piece of news that I want you to release." Wang Tung immediately responded, "Please speak, sir." Jiang Mian told him that elite-level monsters were Type 1 strength aberrations, and the ones he encountered were all level 5, 2 stories tall, with terrifying attributes, and their weakness was magic damage. Even if Jiang Mian didn't reveal this information, others would find out soon enough. The real key isn't knowing the weakness, but how to generate magical damage. On the third day, the probability of finding a black iron treasure chest in the wild was significantly higher than on the second day, but attribute fruits remained scarce, and those that could grant magical abilities were even rarer. The number of people in the entire area who managed to obtain such a fruit was probably less than 3 digits. Of course, magical damage isn't solely reliant on attribute fruits. Perhaps some people are born with this ability, or perhaps there are special items that Jiang Mian hasn't yet encountered. Wang Tung keenly sensed the hint in Jiang Mian's words and asked, "Why did the big boss specifically tell me this?" Jiang Mian said, "There might be quite a few of these monsters appearing tonight, and other survivors will also encounter them." Wang Tung knew without a doubt how dangerous a level 5 elite monster was. For ordinary survivors, encountering one was practically certain death. He had absorbed a lot of information in the past 2 days and knew that a few attribute fruits could grant special abilities, but their numbers were far too few. Wang Tung then asked, "I'll remind everyone in the channel. Does anyone know if the expert has any items that can deal spell damage?" To this day, Wang Tung himself doesn't have any effective magical damage methods. He hasn't received any attribute fruits that can provide abilities, and although his wooden house has been upgraded to level 4, he still isn't confident in dealing with monsters that are 2 stories tall. Jiang Mian replied, "Frost stone. If I find this material, I can make props for you." He then added, "In addition, I plan to give you a batch of F+ quality bone spears, which can pierce through the defenses of the speed type 1 aberration. Ordinary survivors can use them, with the help of firelight at night, to kill the speed type 1 aberration. There aren't many combat talents among the members of the Merchant Alliance, so this weapon is exactly what they need." Jiang Mian handed over the disposal rights to Wang Tung, only setting a price for stones for 1 bone spear, and he would only accept the final stone price. At the other end of the mountain range, Wang Tung's slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Besides the attribute fruits, the big shot indeed possessed other magical damage items. However, he hadn't seen the Frost Soul Stone when he checked the inventory that morning. As for the F+ quality bone spear, Jiang Mian didn't need to explain, and Wang Tung already knew what it was. The bone blade that Jiang Mian had previously traded to him had been forged into a bone spear, and its quality was indeed F+. The following night, he used that bone spear to kill 3 mutants wandering outside the island in the middle of the lake. This weapon was indeed, as Jiang Mian had said, something many in the Merchant Alliance desperately needed. As long as they have bone spears, killing 2 aberrations at night will allow them to level up to level 2, gaining a +1 boost to all attributes. This is extremely significant for ordinary survivors. When Jiang Mian first sold bone blades dropped by mutants, he only charged 10 logs per blade, which now seems like a low price. Now that he's making bone spears and selling them for 20 logs each, Wang Ting doesn't think it's excessive. After a regular survivor levels up, all their attributes increase by 1, and with an additional free attribute point, their daily work efficiency will significantly improve. More importantly, the weather has suddenly turned cold, and many people are wearing thin clothing and have caught colds and fevers, forcing them to stay indoors in their cabins. The area has very few medicines, but after the upgrade, your physical condition will be restored to its best, and colds and fevers will naturally disappear. This can almost perfectly solve the problem of insufficient medicines. Wang Tung immediately asked, "Boss, how many of these bone spears can you provide?" Jiang Mian reported the number before the talent was triggered, 250. Currently, Jiang Mian is the only person in the entire region who can supply these bone spears on a large scale. Anyone with a keen eye can easily inquire about the number of bone blades circulating outside and estimate the approximate number of mutants he has killed, and even guess that his talent might be related to the quantity of resources. After discussing the bone spear, Jiang Mian asked, "Do you have any crop seeds here? Preferably cold-resistant ones. Seeds of other exotic flowers and herbs will also be fine. I'll trade them for my strange leather armor." Wang Tung replied, "Let me look for it for you." The Merchant Alliance has also been considering having some members grow crops these past few days. Hunting will become increasingly difficult after the heavy snow closes the mountains and freezes the rivers. A moment later, Wang Tung sent 2 packets of frost-resistant winter rye seeds, 1 packet of frost-resistant potato seeds, and 2 packets of special seeds that ordinary people cannot grow. One of them is called crepe myrtle vine, which can improve eyesight and slightly accelerate mental recovery after long-term consumption. Another is called heavenly sage, a healing herb that can accelerate the healing of damaged tissues. Both plants were labeled as mutant plants and could not be cultivated in normal soil. Jiang Mian accepted the seeds, sent Wang Tung 3 sets of strange leather armor, and then asked, "Does the Merchant Alliance currently have the capability to smelt iron?" Wang Tung replied, "We already have the furnace, but iron ore is scarce. Only 3 or 4 members have iron ore near their shelters." Jiang Mian sighed inwardly, thinking that the Merchant Alliance was indeed worthy of its reputation, as its development progress was almost catching up with his own. He thought for a moment and said, 3 pieces of forged iron, 1 reinforced tendon, and I will provide a crossbow." Upon hearing this, Wang Tung immediately perked up. "Crossbow? That's great." Many survivors who use melee weapons are afraid to get close to the mutants and only dare to shoot them from a distance with bows and arrows. But the damage from bows and arrows is too low. If we had crossbows, I'm sure many people would be willing to buy them. Within the Merchant Alliance, bows and arrows have consistently outsold melee weapons like clubs and spears. It's perfectly normal for survivors who have only recently transmigrated to be afraid to approach the grotesque and terrifying mutants. If they were to switch to a more powerful and simpler crossbow, they would probably be willing to buy it even if it meant emptying their coffers. Chapter 24 Heating System. By the time Jiang Mian finished talking with Wang Tung, the light rain outside had stopped. Jiang Mian returned to the shelter, first distributing the seeds of the 2 kinds of exotic flowers and herbs to Zhou Xian, and then turning her attention to the grain seeds she had just received. Although both potatoes and winter rye are labeled as frost-resistant, no one can say for sure how cold an extreme blizzard could get. Jiang Mian first scanned the frost-resistant potatoes and quickly saw the information on the panel. Item: antifreeze potatoes. Quality: F. Description: an improved variety with enhanced frost resistance genes. It can still grow normally at -5 degrees Celsius to 15 degrees Celsius, and its tubers are not damaged above -25 degrees Celsius. Growth cycle: 1 week. Jiang Mian paused slightly when she saw the word 1 week. Normally, potatoes take at least 2 or 3 months from planting to harvest, so for this thing to mature in 7 days is indeed outrageous. He picked up a potato tuber and examined it. It didn't look particularly special. The yellowish-brown skin was wrinkled, the buds were bluish-purple, and it was slightly smaller than a fist. He then scanned winter rye seeds. Item: freeze-resistant winter rye seeds. Quality: F. Description: winter-hardy grains with enhanced cold resistance. Can still grow normally at -20 degrees Celsius to 0 degrees Celsius, and the root system is not damaged above -40 degrees Celsius. Growth cycle, 2 weeks. Both crops have relatively high frost resistance, but avoiding freezing to death and growing normally are two completely different things. Potatoes are suitable for growing at temperatures above -5 degrees Celsius, while winter rye needs temperatures above -20 degrees Celsius. Jiang Mian had heard before that the coldest temperatures in northeast China could reach -30 degrees Celsius, but the extreme blizzard in this survival world was probably even more extreme. His shelter was in a fairly good location, with a nearly 10-meter-high cliff to the north that could block most of the cold winds in winter. But it was still in the mountains, and if he wanted to farm, it wasn't enough to just rely on the crops to be frost-resistant. He had to build a shed around the farmland. Wooden sheds can block snow and wind, and also prevent the ground temperature from dropping too drastically. It's true that a good snowfall promises a good harvest, but if an extreme blizzard piles up to 2 meters thick, the snow underneath becomes hard and compacted, making it impossible for seedlings to sprout. When Jiang Mian shared this idea with Lin Kuan immediately offered his suggestions. A plain wooden shed wouldn't work. The snow would be too thick and easily collapse. It would be best to build stone walls. The roof should have A-frame beams, then wooden planks should be laid on top. This way, the snow can slide down, and if it doesn't, it's easy to pry it out with a pole. Lin Kuan also said that there are only 2 of them now, so they don't need a lot of farmland. 30 or 40 square meters is enough. Based on potato yield, one crop can produce 200 gene, 100 kilograms, which is enough for the 2 of them to eat for 1 or 2 months. Jiang Mian nodded. The farmland was already close to the inner wall, and the north side was against the cliff, so there was no need to build an additional wall. If you calculate it this way, as long as you build walls in a few directions, the stone consumption will not be too great. He stroked the mud off the potatoes and suddenly asked Lin Kuan how much warmer it was inside the shed in winter compared to outside. Lin Kuan, while building the stone plow frame, replied that it was -30 or 40 degrees Celsius outside, but inside the shed, which blocked the wind, it was probably 10 degrees warmer. Jiang Mian still felt cold after hearing this. Since the fireplace in the house hadn't been built yet, he wondered if he could build one in the field as well. But then he thought, the soil near the fireplace would dry out, while the ground further out would still be frozen. He couldn't possibly put a whole circle of fireplaces around the farmland. How much firewood would that burn? Thinking of the heating, he suddenly remembered the forge on the first floor. When the 4 furnaces were running, they emitted a lot of hot air, making the room so hot that people were sweating profusely. And all that hot air was originally vented outside through the flue. If this heat could be channeled into the ground, it would be like getting a free heating system. Forging iron is a long-term need. The furnace almost never stops, and the heat can be continuously utilized. Jiang Mian quickly sorted out his thoughts. Heat rises from lower to higher places, so to heat the second floor, they just needed to clear the flue. But the farmland was located even lower, so they had to use a guide. The blower provides the power. First, the hot air is pushed downwards, then it is sent along the ground to the field. Finally, the flue is angled upwards, and the outlet is built high up, so the hot air can flow on its own in the latter part. When ore is smelted in a furnace, impurities such as sulfur and phosphorus escape with the flue gas, which is harmful to people. However, as long as it is sealed in the flue and used to heat the ground, there is no problem. With that in mind, Jiang Mian acted immediately. He first returned to the stone house and placed a fireplace in each of the 2 bedrooms and the living room, with the fireplace smoke going directly to the chimney outside. Compared to the high heat of a smelting furnace, there was no need to recover the heat from the fireplaces. He then entered the blacksmith's workshop, where a wave of heat instantly transported him to the height of summer. Wearing an animal skin coat, he quickly became sweaty and had to remove it to begin the forging process. The forge was located on the east side, very close to the farmland. Jiang Mian carved a small window near the ground and connected the furnace's exhaust vent there, lowering the exhaust height. A blower draws outside air into the furnace, increasing the pressure inside and causing hot smoke to escape through the exhaust vents. Several small windows are then opened above the forging house for ventilation, creating air circulation. Hot smoke flowed out through a small window at a low position and into a shallow ditch dug outside. Jiang Mian covered the bottom of the ditch with stones and inserted rows of small wooden sticks horizontally into the soil to form the framework of the flue. Then he instructed Lin Kuan to fetch silt from the riverbank, mix it with some weeds, and paste it onto a wooden stick. As the hot smoke passed through, the silt would slowly dry, and the ditch would become a closed flue. The underground flue led all the way to the farmland, and it was already noon when it was completed. Jiang Mian took Lin Kuan to the river to wash their hands, and then went back to the kitchen to cook a pot of fish soup. After finishing the fish soup, Jiang Mian continued building the wall. Wang Tung had already processed the 250 bone spears he had sent, exchanging them for 1,000 stones, enough to build 20 walls. Jiang Mian set the farmland to be 8 meters long from north to south and 4 meters wide. Passageways also need to be left around the perimeter, so the perimeter of the wall is set to be 10 meters by 5 meters, requiring a total of 5 walls. The easternmost wall was also part of the shelter's internal wall plan. Jiang Mian used pale hard armor as the core defensive material and built the 2 walls first. Item: hardened wall. Quality: E. Durability: 1000. Defense: 100. Description: a very hard wall, but it excels only at defending against physical attacks. Effect: increases physical damage defense to 300% and reduces magical damage defense to 33%. In other words, this wall can actually defend against physical damage up to 300, but against magical damage, it only defends against 33. Jiang Mian wasn't clear on the exact calculation of defense values, but comparing the armored wall to a shelter revealed a significant difference. A level 4 shelter only had a defense of 100, and a level 5 shelter had a defense of just 200, while the physical defense of this armored wall surpassed that of a level 5 shelter. Chapter 25: Crossbow Making. I'll test the defense of a level 5 shelter. Jiang Mian went to the riverbank, found a stone weighing 30 or 40 pounds, and carried it back to the stone house. He lifted the stone above his head with both hands, swung it around a few times, and then smashed it hard against the outer wall of the stone house. Bang! The stone bounced off and rolled twice on the ground. A piece the size of a baby's fist broke off from the wall, revealing a grayish-white inner layer with some debris still clinging to the edges. Stone house durability -17. Current durability 4983/5000. Jiang Mian picked up the stone, took a step back, and smashed it again in the same spot. This time the sound was louder, with a crack, and another ring of fragments fell from the edge of the small pit, with several fine cracks spreading outwards from the bottom of the pit. Durability 18. Jiang Mian immediately understood that attacking the same spot repeatedly would gradually increase the damage. From now on, when defending the base, he would have to guard against the mutants focusing their attacks on a single location. However, looking at the small dents in the wall, he was quite satisfied with the defense of his level 5 shelter. With 30 points of strength, even swinging a 30 to 40 pound rock, it only reduced his durability by a dozen or so points. The level 5 elite monster he encountered last night had 47 strength. If it were to smash the stone house, it would probably only do around 30 damage. Then, Jiang Mian picked up another stone, went to the gray armored wall, and swung it around to smash it down again. Smack! The impact was crisp, and the stone flew a long way, rolling on the ground. But it only left a light white mark the size of a thumb on the hardened wall, with hardly any dust falling off. Hard armor wall durability -3, current durability 997/1000. Huh, such a big difference. Jiang Mian approached and touched the faint mark. He had played many games before and had some understanding of damage calculation. Common defense algorithms are roughly divided into 2 types. One is percentage-based damage reduction, where the higher the defense, the lower the final damage. The other is more like an armor penetration threshold, where attacks are unlikely to cause effective damage unless they exceed the defense limit. The stone house has 200 defense, while the hardened wall has 300 defense, yet the damage from the same attack drops from 17 to 3. Clearly, the defense in this world is closer to the latter. This is extremely advantageous for resisting monster tides. Low-level monsters are ineffective if they can't break through the wall's defenses, no matter how many there are. What we really need to be wary of are the ranged units like archers and mages in the back row of the monster tide. These must be dealt with first. Having understood the defensive effects, Jiang Mian had a better grasp of how to balance durability and defense in the future. He put away the stones and used the materials to repair the damaged stone walls and shelter. Building repairs require corresponding materials, and the amount depends on the extent of the damage. For example, a hardened wall that is only slightly damaged can be repaired with stones. However, if most of the wall has collapsed, core defensive materials must be consumed again. After constructing the stone walls around the farmland, Jiang Mian built the complete inner wall along the planned route. Subsequently, he erected a 2-story watchtower on the south side, near the inner side of the inner wall. The inner wall is 3 meters high, and without a watchtower, the only way to see what's happening outside is to open the main gate. This is obviously too dangerous for the shelter. Meanwhile, the hunters who had promised to exchange their crossbows yesterday also went out to search for the treasure chests after the rain stopped. With their strange leather armor and their own combat talents, they were now capable of fighting the mutated animals. Unlike the previous 2 days, we no longer had to rack our brains to lure the mutated animals away before sneaking away the black iron treasure chest. The reinforcing tendons needed to craft crossbows can only be obtained by hunting mutated animals. Once the hunters had collected enough black iron chests and tendons, they all sent trade requests to Jiang Mian. Meanwhile, Wang Tung of the Merchant Alliance also prepared 30 pieces of forged iron and 10 reinforced tendons, planning to buy a batch of crossbows to test their effectiveness. If the damage is considerable enough, the Merchant Alliance will subsequently introduce them on a large scale. Besides the black iron treasure chest, the forged iron and reinforced tendons, once entered into Jiang Mian's warehouse, triggered the talent builder's dream, doubling their quantity. Jiang Mian didn't rush to throw all the black iron treasure chests into the smelting furnace. Now that the smelting furnace had a heating function, it would need to run for a long time as the temperature continued to drop, so there was no need to melt all the black iron treasure chests and iron ore at once. The black iron chest in his furnace had now been melted down. Each chest yielded 3 pieces of forged iron. After triggering the talent and subtracting the 3 pieces used to forge the axe and blade modules, a total of 70 pieces remained. With the doubled amount of forged iron delivered by Wang Tung, Jiang Mian now has a total of 130 pieces of forged iron. Currently, the hunters have placed 15 orders, and Wang Tung needs 10 crossbows. These materials can make 65 crossbows, which is more than enough. After gathering all the materials, Jiang Mian took out the blueprints and began making the crossbow. Unexpectedly, a red notification popped up in front of him. The project failed due to insufficient materials, specifically a lack of hardwood planks. Jiang Mian stared at the wooden plank in front of her and pinched it with her fingernail. An ordinary wooden plank, not even considered a hard plank? He then remembered that crossbows couldn't be made from ordinary wood. They required dense, hardwoods such as oak, locust, and jujube. His grandfather had used jujube wood to make crossbows when he was a child, and even the axles of carts were made from jujube wood. Jiang Mian felt a little embarrassed to ask Wang Tung and the hunters to repair the hardwood planks now. Anyway, the profit from this deal was already high. He'd figure out the hardwood himself. Wang Tung only earns 1 piece of forged iron per order, while the hunter earns 4. It's not that Jiang Mian is deliberately ripping off the hunter. It's just that he always targets different people based on their skill level. Most of the people in the Merchant Alliance are ordinary people. If he asks for too high a price, and Wang Tung then raises the price again, ordinary people won't be able to afford it. But the hunters are different. They have money, and they sell directly to individuals, so it's normal for their prices to be higher. Wholesale is cheaper, retail is more expensive. They are 2 different things. Jiang Mian walked around the trading market and soon found someone selling a whole jujube tree. The seller's nickname was Sitting and Eating Until His Mountain Runs Out. He seemed to live near an orchard, so he picked a lot of fruit to sell and also sold entire fruit trees at high prices. He didn't care whether the buyer's transplanted trees survived or not. He asked for 200 logs from a single jujube tree, and the jujubes on these trees weren't even ripe yet. 200 logs are a sum that an ordinary survivor might not be able to accumulate even if they kept chopping trees for 2 days. Clearly, this person is targeting the high-end market, selling exclusively to wealthy hunters or important figures in the Merchant Alliance. I only sell a bone spear that can kill monsters for 20 logs. You really dare to raise the price on the spot. Jiang Mian looked through the fruit trees on the shelf. Because the prices were too high, apart from the few fruit trees that had already borne fruit that the Business Alliance had bought, almost no one else looked at them. In fact, only Jiang Mian can reliably supply large quantities of deformed bone spears. If they really wanted to raise the price, selling each spear for 30 or 40 yuan, people would still buy them. But Jiang Mian didn't want to make things too ugly. Leave room for maneuver in your actions, so you can meet again later, child. Chapter 26, Giving Me Food. Jiang Mian ignored the idea of sitting idle and eating away his fortune and continued to stroll around the trading market. A dozen minutes later, he didn't find anyone selling hardwood, but he did see several stalls selling stoves and flue pipes. He casually bought a few mud pipes, intending to use them for the flue of the farm shed. He could make them himself, but mixing and drying the clay, grass stems, and pebbles would be too time-consuming. The story of this thing begins with the survivor on the snowy mountain. A couple of days ago, without any blueprints, he managed to handcraft a stove chimney, achieving true heating freedom. After the temperature plummeted today, that person started offering paid tutorials on stove making on the channel, and even made 2 or 3 finished products and listed them on the trading market at ridiculously high prices. This kind of rapid development based on a single skill became increasingly common from the 3rd day onwards. Everyone seemed to have adapted to the rules of the survival world. Those with skills would sell their knowledge and achievements instead of sharing them for free. The moral blackmail and unfounded accusations that were common on the channel a couple of days ago disappeared on the 3rd day. Humans have always been very adaptable. To put it more poetically, we are good at going with the flow. Just like those who were initially unwilling to cut down trees, first complaining about the lack of food and hitting walls everywhere, by the 3rd day they could only accept their fate and decide to cut down the trees. That afternoon, in Jiang Mian's area, most people's wooden houses had been upgraded to level 2, and some even reached level 3. While cutting down trees, they would also stroll around the shelter, taking pictures of wild fruits, pretty stones, and strange little gadgets, and posting them on their personal display boards in the general store area. Most of these items are not officially for sale, and no one has set a price. They are more like items displayed for others to see. If someone is really interested, they can then chat privately to discuss the details. Of course, some people also posted their own photos. Although the survivors are thousands of miles apart, it's still possible to provide some emotional support remotely. For example, dance videos and food videos serve the purpose of visual appeal or quenching thirst by looking at pictures. If you can't eat the meat, you can't deny people the opportunity to even look at it. Jiang Mian felt that the entire general merchandise area was more like a roadside stall combined with an antique street, with all sorts of odds and ends, where idle people could find bargains. However, not many people are truly free these days. The regional channels are all predicting that the temperature will definitely drop below 0 tomorrow. Upgrading the wooden cabin for wind and snow protection, building a stove for warmth, and buying animal skin coats from hunters were the real priorities for most people. Jiang Mian was the only one who could leisurely stroll around here for a few hours, like watching a video, and before he knew it, it was dark. But it's not his fault, because he did find a lot of good stuff in this section. First, he saw the hardwood he wanted in the background of a girl's selfie. The girl in the photo is in her early 20s, with a high ponytail and slightly curled ends. She is waving at the camera, with shallow dimples on her face, and her smile is lively and cute. Jiang Mian didn't even glance at her, because behind the girl stood several rows of lush locust trees. It was a grove of ancient locust trees, decades old, with trunks so thick that even one person might not be able to wrap their arms around them. The thickness of a tree affects its health and timber production. A single log can be split into 4 planks, so cutting down such a locust tree would yield at least 9 logs. That is, 36 pieces of locust wood planks. Jiang Mian immediately left a message. Are you there? How much is the locust tree in the photo? Meanwhile, on the other side of the vast ocean, Zhou Xinghua's cheeks were flushed red and his nose was white. She wielded a stone axe several times larger than her fist and slowly chopped the tree like a snail, taking a minute to rest after each swing. A cold wind occasionally slipped into her collar, making her shiver all over, and the tears in her eyes froze, blurring her vision. But tomorrow will only be colder. Even if she catches a cold and has a fever, she can't stop using the axe. Zhou Xinghua wiped away his tears, exhaled a breath of hot air, and swung the stone axe down again with trembling hands, muttering to himself. My head is spinning. What S-level talent, chosen one? What happened to the promise of bad luck for the first 2 days, followed by a significant improvement in luck? Has bad luck improved? On the first day, a large tree outside her cabin was blown down by the wind, directly collapsing the roof and turning the shelter into a semi-open space. That night, she had plenty of firewood and thought it would last until the next day, but then localized heavy rain occurred around the house. To be precise, a dark cloud appeared above her head, pouring water down through the collapsed roof and extinguishing the campfire. She could only hurry to buy more kindling at the market, light the sticks, and hang them high up. While repairing the wooden house, she listened to the white shadow outside the window scratching at the door with its sharp fingernails. She didn't sleep a wink that night. Then I developed a high fever. The next day, she lay in bed all day, feeling dizzy, and posted a request for medicine on the regional channel. But as soon as the message was sent, it was drowned out by a barrage of moralistic attacks and arguments from hunters insulting each other's ancestors. nobody paid any attention to her. Her fever subsided a bit that night, and she struggled to get up. She glanced at the channel, and then the sky fell again. An extreme blizzard will occur in 6 days. Wooden houses below level 3 will not be able to withstand it. A monster tide is imminent, and some have already completed the 100 monster slaying event. Worse still, because of the arguments on the channel, food prices not only rose but also became scarce, leading many hunters to simply stop selling. The mantis-like monster outside the door was still scratching at it relentlessly. She had originally planned to upgrade the logs in the cabin, but on the second night she replaced them with firewood for heating and a cup of 500 milliliters of river water, leaving not a single log behind. After being starving for a day and a night, Zhou Xinghua was utterly desperate about the future. She began to regret that she shouldn't have been greedy for that S-level talent. Late at night, she stumbled upon a selfie she had taken the first morning. In it, she was standing in the woods in front of the shelter, smiling with anticipation for the future. Let's look at it now. It seems she has nothing left but her good looks. Is selling one's body the only option? Tired, let's destroy it. In despair, Zhou Xinghua hung the photo in the general store area. But perhaps her bad luck hadn't ended yet, because by the afternoon of the third day, no one paid any attention to her. If this world had an achievement system, she would probably have already achieved, unnoticed by everyone, just a roadside figure. She snorted angrily. So what if it's a little short and small? Haven't you heard that roses don't need to grow tall, for lovers will naturally bend down? Just then, ding. The notification sound of someone leaving a message rang in my ears. Zhou Xinghua had never found the sound so pleasant. She clicked into the general merchandise section and was about to open the messages when she suddenly hesitated. Is she really ready? She closed her eyes, and her mind raced through a series of thoughts, from the Big Bang to Voyager 1 heading towards the Kuiper Belt, from the first amino acid in the primordial ocean to 5,000 years of history. Finally, she opened her eyes and clenched her pink little fists. Let's go? Then she saw that message. Are you there? How much is the locust tree in the photo? Zhou Xinghua was stunned. She blinked to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Locust tree? Is this some kind of metaphor? It doesn't seem like it. That means this person is messing with her. This damned misfortune still hasn't let her go. She's already in such a miserable state, and they still send people to mess with her. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhou Xinghua, his anger rising, retorted fiercely. Give me something to eat. After sending the message, she threw away the stone axe, ignored the muddy ground, and laid down on her back. Come quick, a wolf, and eat her up. I don't want to live anymore. Chapter 27 Seeking Help from a Tiger. Give me something to eat. Jiang Mian was stunned for a moment when she saw those 4 words. Then her anger flared up. These words were spoken with such self-righteousness, showing absolutely no intention of a transaction. He had only seen a photo hanging in the grocery section and wanted to ask how much the locust tree in the photo cost, but the person in the photo immediately asked for food. Jiang Mian felt more and more uneasy, and even suspected that this person was a burly man using the photo of a young woman to lure people in. He wasn't going to put up with it, and simply replied with 3 words, "Eat your sister." Still not satisfied after sending the message, Jiang Mian turned around and went into the kitchen, took a few pictures of the freshly cooked fish soup and meat soup, and sent them over. In the photo, the fish soup was milky white with scallions floating on top, the meat broth was steaming hot, and more than a dozen pieces of meat were stewed until tender, looking very appetizing. Jiang Mian even added a few words. Want some? It's been simmering for half an hour. Hey, guess what? No. On the other side, Zhou Xinghua heard the continuous message notifications and finally sat up from the cold ground. She was covered in mud and water, cold and hungry, and her initial anger was somewhat dissipated by the chill. She clicked on the comments, and 2 photos of soup immediately popped up. The milky white fish soup, with chunks of meat filling the pot, made her throat involuntarily tighten. But when she saw the provocative words below and scrolled up to see the phrase, "Eat your sister," she was immediately overwhelmed with a mix of grievance and anger. This person was definitely trying to mess with her mindset on purpose. Since she was about to die anyway, she couldn't afford to lose a verbal battle before she died. Zhou Xinghua gritted her teeth and sent a message. So what if we have 2 pots of meat to eat? If you like it, I'll eat you to death. After posting, she wanted to prove that she also had food, but when she looked around, there was nothing but trees and mud. She gritted her teeth, climbed up to the locust tree next to her, and took a bite out of the rough bark. Instead of tree bark, she bit into a mouthful of mud. The damp, mossy taste mixed with small pebbles made her teeth chatter. Pooh, Zhou Xinghua spat out the mud and debris, completely abandoning the idea of taking photos in retaliation. She had lost completely, and felt that this survival world specifically bullied honest people. Jiang Mian quickly received several more arrogant replies. But this time he wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. If the other person disappeared after a couple of retorts, they were most likely a scammer, and he would block them immediately. But this angry retort makes him seem like a normal person, at least not like a seasoned scammer. Jiang Mian scooped up a bowl of meat soup, pointed the camera at the wooden bowl, took a picture, and sent it over, adding a casual remark. See, he's getting impatient. That's how it is in online battles. Whoever loses control of their emotions first loses. The calmer you are, the easier it is for your opponent to break down. When Zhou Xinghua saw the new message, her almond-shaped eyes almost blazed with anger. She swallowed hard, about to retort, when a sudden, sharp pain shot through her head, and her vision began to blur. She finally ran out of strength and could only sit down against the locust tree, rubbing her temples, and say, "You can eat slowly by yourself. I'm about to die." The tone softened noticeably after that sentence was sent. Jiang Mian looked at the chat box, and his anger subsided somewhat. A dying man's words are often kind. This sight softened his heart a little. However, his purpose was never to argue, but to get the locust tree. Jiang Mian replied, "How about this? Tell me who you got that photo from, and if I'm in a better mood, I'll give you a bowl of soup. We have no grudges against each other, so it would be great if everyone could be happy. Stop using other people's photos to bait people in the future. Go cut down trees and earn your own living. That's the right way." Zhou Xinghua heard the notification tone and barely opened her eyes. When she saw the person opposite her suddenly speaking seriously, she was initially unconvinced, but when she saw the last sentence, it felt like an electric current had flashed through her mind, etc. She quickly scrolled back to the beginning of the chat history and read it again. "Are you there? How much is the locust tree in the photo? Give me something to eat. Eat your sister." Zhou Xinghua finally realized that the other party really had come to buy locust trees. She had been so hungry that she had misunderstood them. Thinking about what she had said earlier, her already feverish face flushed even redder, and the tips of her ears burned. She subconsciously tried to retract the message, but after several attempts, she realized that messages from the survival system could not be retracted. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to take another bite of tree bark. After a long while, Zhou Xinghua asked awkwardly, "Are you really here to ask for the locust tree?" Jiang Mian replied quickly, "Nonsense, what would I want if not the locust tree? That woman? I wouldn't stoop to cannibalism." In Jiang Mian's opinion, the person opposite her was rather dangerous. She had only been in the survival world for 3 days, yet she had managed to steer the conversation to such an extreme. No wonder she dared to ask for food as soon as she opened her mouth. If it weren't for the possibility that she might know clues about the locust tree, Jiang Mian really wouldn't want to continue the conversation. Zhou Xinghua remained silent for a moment before sending a message. "I took that photo." Upon seeing this sentence, Jiang Mian immediately frowned, and her mood sank. If she took the photo, then the girl in the photo is most likely already in trouble. Does this mean the distance between survivors isn't fixed, but randomly distributed? Are some people very close to each other, so that once you find their location, you can just go and kill them? Thinking of this, Jiang Mian recalled Qi Chang and his group who had left the Hunters Guild earlier. Those people might have already obtained similar clues, or even begun to take advantage of such opportunities. He stared at the chat box, feeling wary, and even hesitated whether to stop there. Trying to negotiate with a tiger for its skin is never a good thing. Just then, messages started coming in intermittently from the other side. "Do you really want the locust tree? I can cut it for you. I'm really hungry, and I also have a cold. Could you give me something to eat first? Please." Chapter 28 Innate Ox and Horse Sacred Body. What's the meaning? Jiang Mian only replied with 4 words, completely clueless about what the other person was up to. 1 second she was speaking with her nose in the air, the next she was like a wronged little girl. Her mental state was really not normal. He quickly laid out his terms. 10 locust trees and a bowl of meat soup. I don't care if you killed anyone or not, or if you used someone else's photo to lure people in. If you want to trade, then trade, just don't come looking for trouble. By this time, the inner walls of the shelter had been completed, and the archery platform and spear-throwing machine had been reinstalled. Jiang Mian was confident that anyone who dared to invade would not return. On the other side, Zhou Xinghua was stunned when she saw the message. She read those few sentences over and over again before she finally understood that the other party actually thought she was a villain who murdered a young girl. She was both anxious and amused, and quickly explained, "No, brother, that photo is a selfie." Jiang Mian was skeptical and only replied with one sentence, "Evidence." Zhou Xinghua looked down at herself. Her clothes were covered in mud, and her hair was a mess like a bird's nest. She thought for a moment, found a stick, wrote the character, "Why," on the wet ground, then raised her bracelet and took a picture of herself and the character together. After sending the photo, she added, "Brother, look, I just wrote these words, and the person is still alive, so there's no problem, right?" Jiang Mian clicked on the photo and saw that her face was flushed red and she looked disheveled, which did seem genuine. No wonder she said she was sick and unable to cut down trees normally. Before he could reply, Zhou Xinghua took the initiative to explain, "Brother, my talent is S-level chosen one. The effect is that I suffer misfortune for the first 2 days, and my luck value increases significantly from the 3rd day onwards. It cycles once a week." At this point, she dared not hold back any longer. She revealed all the valuable information about herself, fearing that Jiang Mian would abandon her. Moreover, she felt that this person had only been focused on Huai Mu from beginning to end and had no other malicious intent. Little did she know that it was this demonstration of her talent that made Jiang Mian completely believe in her. The first 2 days had indeed felt like a period of bad luck. Meeting Jiang Mian on the 3rd day was, of course, a significant boost in her luck. Others might not understand Jiang Mian's value, but he himself knew it all too well. There were plenty of locust trees near Zhou Xinghua's place, a resource he would never miss. Before anyone else discovered the value of the locust wood, and since the girl didn't seem very shrewd, Jiang Mian decided to make a killing first. The price he had initially offered was only slightly higher than that of ordinary logs. However, he certainly couldn't let Zhou Xinghua freeze or die of illness before all the locust trees were cut down. He could die if he wanted, but only after all the trees were cut down. It sounds cruel, but in this world of survival, meeting Jiang Mian was, in a sense, her incredible luck. Jiang Mian then sent a message, "All right, I believe you. From now on, you'd better cut down trees for me honestly. I encountered a con man selling mines before. He was full of lies, so I'm wary." He then added, "You can only sell the locust wood around you to me, not to anyone else. I won't treat you unfairly. During the tree cutting period, you'll have 3 meals a day, 1 for me and 1 for you. I'll replace the locust wood with an equal amount of logs." This was a mysterious locust tree spawn point that Jiang Mian discovered himself, and of course he didn't want anyone else to get a share. The condition of 3 meals a day was to ensure that Zhou Xinghua wouldn't be burdened by hunger and could focus on cutting down trees from morning till night. Knowing she still had a fever, Jiang Mian sent her some cold medicine and a bowl of meat soup with extra pieces of meat. He needed the locust wood urgently and didn't want his employee to take sick leave so soon after starting work. Finally, he left only one sentence. "After you finish eating, go cut down trees." You know how cruel this survival world is. As Zhou Xinghua looked at the messages and transmission requests on the screen, his throat suddenly felt tight. 3 meals a day, 1 for him and 1 for herself. In this world where you worry about where your next meal is coming from, these words are more precious than any vow. Not to mention, he's willing to give her an equal amount of logs. Her S-level talent hadn't lied to her. The luck that belonged to Zhou Xinghua was finally starting to take effect. She only replied with one word, "Okay." Zhou Xinghua wasn't a sentimental person. She didn't need to express gratitude verbally. Her true way of repaying kindness was to cut down the tree properly. She took out the broth and cold medicine, and the steam hitting her face made her eyes sting. The soup was salty, and so were her tears. She sipped it slowly at first, reluctant to finish it too quickly, and only after a dozen or so sips did she finally stop and speed up. After finishing the drink, she had only one thought, to cut down the tree. An hour later, Jiang Mian received 9 locust trees from Zhou Xinghua. These were the first trees she had chopped down. She sent them immediately after cutting them down, wanting to show Jiang Mian through her actions that she, Zhou Xinghua, knew how to repay kindness. "You look very energetic." Jiang Mian looked at the 72 pieces of hardwood planks that had been disassembled before him, and was in a very good mood. This time he had finally found the right person. This guy was practically born with a divine physique, far more reliable than Wang Teng's father. More importantly, Zhou Xinghua also possesses the S-level talent of Chosen One. Luck is incredibly useful. Once their relationship stabilizes further, he might even let her open the treasure chests. With all the materials for making crossbows finally gathered, Jiang Mian immediately made 18 crossbows. 18 crossbows were lined up in a row, their arms sturdy, their bodies straight, and their strings taut, looking incredibly lethal. Item: well-crafted crossbow. Quality: E. Description: equipped with a hardwood bow arm and an iron crossbow mechanism, it can load 3 bolts at a time, suitable for continuous firing. Effect: ignores 20% of the target's physical defense. When using crossbow bolts of iron quality or higher, it ignores an additional 20% of the target's physical defense. Durability: 300/300. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up after reading the attributes. Using crossbow bolts of iron quality or higher is equivalent to having 40% physical penetration, making it an armor-piercing artifact at this stage. In this world, defense directly affects the effectiveness of physical damage, and percentage penetration is a rare attribute. Ignoring 40% of physical defense is equivalent to significantly increasing the armor-piercing ability of iron arrows. Jiang Mian first made several stone crossbow bolts, installed them on the crossbow, aimed at the outer wall of the stone house, and pulled the trigger. With a crisp click, the crossbow bolt shot through the air. The next moment, with a bang, rubble flew from the outer wall of the stone house, and the arrowhead was deeply embedded in the stone, about 4 or 5 centimeters deep. Stone house durability -25, current durability 4975/5000. Crossbow bolts are not suitable for attacking buildings, yet this arrow still dealt 25 points of damage, which is enough to prove how terrifying the crossbow itself is. Jiang Mian couldn't help but think that if this crossbow bolt had hit the Type 1 power aberration from last night, even if the creature raised its arm to block, it would definitely have been injured. These are just stone arrows. If they were replaced with iron arrows, the damage would be even more astonishing. But Jiang Mian quickly calmed down. Everything has 2 sides. The bone spears, bone blades, and strange leather armor he had sold before were not enough to pose a fatal threat to him. But this crossbow is different. If someone were to use it to ambush someone in the dense forest, Jiang Mian, at this stage, would likely die instantly if shot in the head. The strange leather armor can only reduce the damage caused by mutated creatures. Chapter 29, Soaring in the Sky. Let's see if the pale armor can be used to make a suit of armor. Jiang Mian took out the pale hard armor, intending to use it to forge a set of armor with extremely high physical defense. But after trying it, he found that this material was simply unsuitable for making armor. The pale, hard armor itself was like a sturdy shield. With the tools he currently had, he could neither break it nor disassemble it, let alone process it into precision equipment. Since he didn't need it for the time being, he decided to take advantage of the night to patrol around the shelter in his glider, partly to explore the map, and partly to see if there were any other survivors nearby. The title I received yesterday, 2 Steps Ahead, has already illuminated a map within a 10-kilometer radius. Jiang Mian can see that the vegetation is getting thinner and thinner at higher elevations, and then there are snow-capped peaks. As he walks downhill, the small river gradually widens. However, due to the limited area of the map, he could not yet see where the river ultimately flowed. Before setting off, Jiang Mian took out the 50-year-old dragon blood ginseng he had acquired the previous night and swallowed it directly. As soon as the ginseng entered his stomach, a powerful heat instantly exploded, making his stomach burn like he had downed a large mouthful of strong liquor. A surge of intense heat coursed through his limbs and bones, beginning to transform his body. The process wasn't painful. He only felt a tightness in his chest, as if he had an inexhaustible supply of energy, which he could use to fly up into the sky and enjoy the cool breeze. He instructed Lin Kuan to take good care of the house and practice operating the crossbow. Then he climbed the watchtower, took out the glider, and selected a direction. South. That's exactly where the river extends. Jiang Mian stood atop the tower, gripped the hang glider bar tightly, leaned forward, and glided off. A gust of wind rose from beneath his feet, holding him firmly in midair. He first tried turning left and right and accelerating during a dive. Pressing the left stick caused his body to veer to the left. Pressing the right stick caused the glider to turn to the right. Pulling back slowed him down, while pressing forward and down caused a rapid dive. As he swooped down, a gust of wind pressed down on his head, and he felt a tightness in his chest. Just as he was about to crash into the treetops, Jiang Mian suddenly pulled up the bar, and the glider climbed back up, skimming the treetops, even exceeding its initial takeoff height. A few seconds later, the treetop that had almost been hit had shrunk to a tiny dot. After getting used to the controls, Jiang Mian hovered leisurely in the air, letting the cold wind brush against his cheeks. The heat from the dragon blood ginseng continued to emanate from his body, and he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, he smelled the scent of freedom. He couldn't help but shout, "Woohoo!" The black mountains, green forests, and long river beneath my feet all transformed into light and shadow, gradually merging with the map in my mind. To the north are snow-capped mountains, their peaks obscured by clouds. To the southwest, a valley splits open, its ridges like outstretched arms, the bottom a pitch-black abyss, its depth impossible to discern. For some reason, the darkness gave Jiang Mian a bad feeling. He wondered to himself, could that place be some kind of monster spawner? On the south side of the valley, there is another mountain, shorter but wider than the one to the north, like a wall across the land. Further east, there are still mountain ranges, one after another, stretching endlessly. Jiang Mian then realized that the area he was in was surrounded by mountains on three sides, with only the south and southeast directions being relatively open. He didn't linger long, flying south along the river, observing the woodland as he flew, searching for any other possible survivor shelters. The river meandered beneath his feet like a silver-gray snake. 5 minutes later, he saw a small lake, followed by a small cliff, the very waterfall he had seen yesterday. The lakeside is the area where the mutated leopard roams. A deep pool forms below the waterfall, and the water continues to flow out, turning into a river. Jiang Mian continued south past the waterfall. The river gradually widened, from about 10 meters to 20 or 30 meters, and the current became much gentler than upstream. The trees on both banks became fewer and fewer, and the rocks became more and more numerous, with large areas of gray-white rock exposed in many places. Along the way, he did not find any refuge for survivors. However, a wisp of smoke rose from the mountains to the southeast. Jiang Mian went closer to investigate and found that it was a campsite, where several naked savages, adorned with animal teeth and bird feathers, were walking around. Continuing onward, the forest that had been obscuring our view finally came to an end. Jiang Mian saw a yellowish-white expanse, beyond which stretched an endless expanse of deep blue. That's the sea. The yellowish-white sand beach was barren, devoid of trees and grass, excessively clean. Near the shore were dark reefs, where sea turtles slowly crawled ashore to lay their eggs, facing wave after wave. The temperature here seems to have warmed up a bit. Jiang Mian continued flying forward. In the distance, a bright line stretched across the horizon, cutting the sky and the sea apart, as if it were the end of the world. A sense of emptiness and coldness welled up in my heart. It wasn't physical coldness. He flew over the beach, then over the sea. At the end of the sea was the sky, and at the end of the sky was the sea again. Unlike the land, there was nothing there. Jiang Mian did not venture any further and turned back. On the way back, he deliberately slowed down to look for possible mining sites. This area, surrounded by mountains on three sides and the sea on one side, currently appears to have only one survivor, him. In other words, all the resources here belong to him. As the sun dipped below the mountain peaks, the evening glow painted the sky. In the dim light, Jiang Mian spotted a patch of dark, reddish-brown rocks about 30 kilometers southeast of the waterfall, according to the map. Hematite. He immediately marked the location and then sped back to the shelter. A few minutes before nightfall, Jiang Mian returned to the shelter and confirmed her location. It's safe enough here. Others who want to reach this forest have to either trek over mountains or come by sea. The sea is more than 60 kilometers from the shelter. It took him an hour and a half to get there, and more than 2 hours to return. This place is truly a natural sanctuary. Jiang Mian roughly understood why so many monsters had gathered around the shelter at night. Those mutated creatures probably spawned in the nearby area, and to reach other survivors, one would have to cross the mountains. It was too difficult to climb the mountain, so they simply surrounded him. Since the surrounding area was relatively safe, he decided to trade the crossbow. Jiang Mian opened the survival system, traded 14 crossbows, and kept 4 for himself. 2 were for him and Lin Kuan, 1 was a spare, and the other was given to Zhou Xinghua. He reminded Zhou Xinghua to stay indoors at night and not go out. If she heard any noise outside, she should try to kill 1 or 2 mutants with her crossbow. As long as she killed 2, she could advance in rank, and the disease on her body would be cured after the upgrade. There should be quite a few elite monsters appearing tonight, and defeating them will drop more treasure chests. At Jiang Mian's current progress, he'll soon obtain stronger blueprints and items, so he's not worried about others threatening him after getting the crossbow. Jiang Mian summoned Lin Kuan and instructed him to make enough stone crossbow bolts, while he himself imbued some of the bolts with magical flames in advance. However, these flames would burn for a while before going out, so they couldn't be prepared too early. Thick fog rolled in again from the forest, obscuring the night's view. But when the fog approached within 100 meters of the shelter, it seemed to be pressed down by an invisible force, unable to advance any further. Lin Kuan walked out of the stone house carrying the crossbow, looking at the chilling mist. His gaze was much calmer than yesterday. He didn't make any promises, but he knew very well that he wouldn't be intimidated like he was yesterday tonight. Jiang Mian and Lin Kuan stood on the watchtower and began to formulate their battle plan for the night. I'll control the deterrent effect of the shelter later. I'll put the big guy and the skinny mantis in together first, and then figure out a way to separate them. Pay attention to the timing of the stone spear throws, and prioritize attacking the weak points of the larger targets. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the depths of the forest. Chapter 30. The Birth of Intelligence. After the first scream rang out in the thick fog, a second and a third followed in quick succession, creating a much more lively atmosphere than the previous 2 days. Soon, a slender, agile Type 1 mutant emerged from the fog. 80 meters away, a crossbow clicked. Whoosh! The stone arrow hurtled through the air, as fast as a black shadow, instantly piercing the monster's head. The arrow carried immense force, and even after piercing through, it sent the monster flying backward, embedding itself directly in a tree root. The monster didn't even struggle. Its consciousness vanished on the spot. Life, 147. Current health, 0/120. You have successfully killed the Agile Type 1 aberration, level 3. Experience plus 0.6. On the watchtower, Jiang Mian glanced at the system notification and whispered, level 3 Agility Type 1 aberration? It seems these mutated creatures are also leveling up. So what if he's level 3? The first monster hadn't even fully emerged from the fog when he was killed by an arrow, leaving it with 27 points of health. Playing too many video games makes you instinctively pull the trigger the moment you see an enemy peek out, and you can't stop yourself. As for whether you can withstand the damage, that depends on your 40 points of strength. After the first aberration fell, the monster army began to emerge from the mist one after another. In the distance, the sound of falling tree trunks came from the dense forest, and the ground trembled faintly. The Power Type 1 variant has also arrived. The gray fog was torn open in several places, and pale heads emerged simultaneously. The huge bodies pounded the ground with dull thuds, like someone beating a large drum in the wilderness. 4, 8, 12, and finally a full 23 enormous creatures appeared at the edge of the firelight, lined up in a row, and surrounded the shelter. Countless Agile Type 1 aberrations crowded behind them, shoving and jostling each other in a chaotic scene. But just then, one of the Strength Type 1 aberrations suddenly let out a deep, powerful roar. Immediately afterwards, the other behemoths roared in response. The previously restless, agile mutants actually stopped at the sound of their roars. They stood quietly in place, their heads all turned towards the tall watchtower in the center of the fire. To be precise, they were looking at Jiang Mian on the tower. The two sides remained in a silent standoff. Jiang Mian frowned slightly. Had these creatures developed sentience? He had previously suspected a connection between mental attributes and intelligence when he noticed the low mental values of the two variants. Now it seemed these behemoths had developed simple thought processes. On the third day of their survival journey, they discovered a level 5 shelter that shouldn't have been there, along with its thick walls. The pale walls still bore the scent of their kind, indicating that some of their kind had died there. They became wary, so they didn't immediately send other aberrations to charge. This is not good news. Jiang Mian raised his crossbow, locked onto the large monster that had given the first command, and pulled the trigger. He wanted to see just what level the elite monster tonight was. Little did he know that while he was aiming, those big guys were watching his every move. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt ripped through the night sky, heading straight for the most vulnerable eye of the Power Type 1 aberration. Almost simultaneously, the massive figure raised its arm to block. The crossbow bolt was incredibly powerful, piercing its hard outer skin and embedding itself in the arm, shattering the bones, but it still got stuck and failed to injure the face. Life, 77. Race, Strength Type 1 aberration, Elite. Level, 8. Life count, 723/800. Strength, 59. Stamina, 25. Speed, 17. Spirit, 10. Description: a low-level aberration with immense strength. Its tough outer skin can withstand most physical damage. Jiang Mian saw that the mental value had stopped at 10, and a thought struck him. Could this be the critical point at which a mutated creature develops sentience? Before he could finish his thought, the injured giant suddenly roared and grabbed the agile type, one aberration with both hands, charging towards the stone wall. As soon as it moved, the other force type 1 aberrations followed suit, grabbing a large number of agile aberrations and rushing towards the wall. Behind them, those thin, pale figures who could only move forward by pushing and shoving from behind just 2 days ago now seemed to have gone mad, rushing frantically toward the shelter regardless of the burning sacred flame. The agile type I aberration was already extremely fast, covering 80 meters in just 7 or 8 seconds. Although the holy light burned them, it wasn't enough to kill them in that short time. Under the command of the big guy, they actually overcame their instinctive fear of fire. What's more troublesome is that Jiang Mian hasn't removed the deterrent effect of the shelter. In other words, these agile mutants have withstood the deterrent effect. Jiang Mian was speechless. Why did this shelter only seem to work for one night? The next day, after the monster evolved, it would immediately turn its back on her. He thought that as long as no new monsters appeared tonight, there wouldn't be any major problems. He never expected the old monsters to come up with new tricks. The first mutant to rush to the wall waved its sharp forelimbs and frantically scratched at the wall. Crackling. The piercing sound sent chills down one's spine. Fortunately, they were not very strong and could not break through the defenses of the hard armor wall. Some could not even leave a scratch. But the swarms of monsters clawing at the ground still made people uneasy. Jiang Mian immediately manipulated the archery platform on the wall, and arrows rained down in unison. Even if these monsters had reached level 3, their defense wasn't their strong point, and now that they were clustered together, there was no need to aim. One arrow could pierce through several of them. The burly leader at the rear let out a low growl, and the agile mutants outside the firelight, who hadn't yet charged forward, immediately stopped in their tracks, no longer blindly rushing forward to their deaths. The large creature raised its head high, staring intently at the seemingly impregnable wall. It appeared to be contemplating how to destroy it. Ultimately, it lacks both the intelligence and siege experience. Its innate instinct is simply to destroy any survivors it encounters. By this time, it had rushed to a position more than 10 meters away from the wall. Jiang Mian fired several shots along the way, but it blocked them by waving the mutant in its hand. Taking another step forward, it raised its thick arm and hurled the agile type, one aberration it was holding toward the watchtower. Those aberrations had long since died from the burning of the sacred fire and the arrows, but that didn't stop them from being used as weapons. Their charred bodies hurtled down, their forelimb bone blades still sharp. If they landed on a person, the damage would be considerable. Jiang Mian sidestepped, easily avoiding the dark figure. His speed attribute was now quite high, and his perception and reaction were far superior to before. Once he had steadied himself, his gaze sharpened, and a spark ignited on the crossbow bolt's tip. Shoo! The flaming crossbow bolt shot out in a straight line, striking the leader's right leg. The magical flames burned through the hard armor, pierced the bone, and the bolt went straight through its thigh. The big guy was holding up another mutant to cover his face, but he didn't expect Jiang Mian to not shoot at the head this time, but instead aimed at its legs. Life, 167. Red numbers appeared above its head. It roared angrily and hurled the mutated ball in its hand at Jiang Mian again. Jiang Mian easily dodged it once more, and his gaze towards it softened. They have some intelligence, but not much. Even the initial awakening of intelligence is nothing more than this. If you can't come up with anything new, then let's call it a night. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Mian waved his hand. Hundreds of spears suddenly burst forth from the spear-throwing machine. Chapter 31, 10-Pole Chest Opening. The burly leader, limping, bent over, clutching his head, trying to brave the rain of spears as he crashed into the wall. But Jiang Mian and Lin Kuan on the watchtower gave them no chance. They quickly loaded their enchanted crossbow bolts and fired them with a whoosh. The bolts were already capable of piercing armor, but now, imbued with magical flames, their power was even greater. 3 shots landed in quick succession, and the Strength Type 1 Aberration's health bar instantly dropped to 0. Another arrow pierced the air, and a system notification sounded. You have successfully defeated a Strength Type 1 Aberration, Elite Level 8. Experience plus 40. There are no safety concerns tonight, so Jiang Mian can safely suppress his level. He's already level 13, and if he reaches level 16, he'll be 15 levels behind the level 1 mutant. At that point, he might not even get any experience from killing low-level monsters. With the leader of the elite monsters dead, The remaining type 1 mutants paused for a moment, then went completely berserk, roaring as they charged toward the wall. Jiang Mian immediately turned his crossbow around and fired 3 enchanted arrows in quick succession. In less than half a minute, he and Lin Kuan together killed another 7 or 8 strength type 1 aberrations. But the remaining mutants had already rushed to the wall and started climbing. Although they were 6 meters tall, their large heads alone accounted for more than a meter. Their bodies were heavy and their legs were short, so they couldn't cross the wall at all and could only climb it by hand. They were exceptionally frenzied tonight, completely disregarding the spears piercing their bodies, charging forward despite being covered in wounds, as if determined to crash into the watchtower. Seeing the situation was dire, Jiang Mian immediately grabbed a rope and slid down the tower to the ground, fighting back as he ran. Lin Kuan followed suit and retreated as well. While the big guys were climbing over the wall, the two took care of 5 or 6 more. In the end, only 8 were left that had actually made it over the wall, and most of them were at half health. As soon as they landed inside the inner wall, they locked onto the watchtower and charged at it like madmen. Jiang Mian was stunned to see them ignoring her. These burly creatures were still locked in their hatred on the watchtower and blinded by rage. Their already low intelligence had completely failed them, so they hadn't even noticed that she had left. It wasn't until they crashed the watchtower that they belatedly realized the survivors on it were long gone. A minute later, the last power type 1 mutant also collapsed to the ground. Throughout the battle, whether it was Jiang Mian, Lin Kuan, or Jiang Mian's creations, as long as they caused a kill, the experience points belonged to Jiang Mian. In this battle, he gained a total of 1073 experience points, enough to directly level up to level 19. Of the 23 elite monsters, only 3 are level 8, while the rest are mostly level 6 and 7. As for loot, there are 3 bronze chests and 20 iron chests. Unfortunately, they could have killed a few more agile type 1 aberrations, but the last few big guys screamed before they died, scaring away the agile aberrations on the periphery. This frustrated Jiang Mian. He had killed fewer agile type 1 aberrations tonight than he had yesterday. What bothered him even more was that although these elite monsters tonight were still not very intelligent, they were already using simple tactics. For example, the leading elite monster actually knew how to throw the agility variant into the wall. Normally, mutated creatures fear fire, but in the monster tide 5 days from now, the aberrations will no longer fear flames. At that time, the agile aberrations thrown in will attack the shelter from behind. They are too fast, making it easy for crossbows to miss, and they are also difficult to deal with in close combat. If an archery platform is used to cover their area, there is a risk of accidentally damaging the shelter buildings. Therefore, once the outer wall is built, a sufficient buffer zone must be left. However, it now appears that the area of the outer wall originally planned by Jiang Mian will need to be expanded. According to his original plan, the outer wall and the inner wall were to be 20 to 40 meters apart. With the strength of the strength type 1 aberration, he could easily stand next to the outer wall and throw the agile aberration into the nearest inner wall area. The wall must also be higher, at least to restrict these large creatures from climbing over. If the height cannot be increased for the time being, then add things like barbs or thorns to the top of the wall to slow them down. Since the battle ended quickly, Jiang Mian waited another 20 minutes to confirm that no new aberrations appeared before starting to clean up the battlefield and take stock of the spoils. That night, they killed over 180 agile mutants. There were quite a few black iron chests, but Jiang Mian didn't open them one by one. Instead, he opened them all in a row, enjoying the thrill of a 10-pull. Black iron chest 10 open. 1 quilt, 2 hot water bottles, 5 cotton socks. Fishing trap blueprint 1, seasoning gift pack 1. 3 good soil items, 5 fertilizer items, 3 windproof gloves. Men's down jacket 1, thermal underwear 2, snow boots 1. 2 by 500 milliliters bottles of baijiu, Chinese liquor, 12x cup instant noodles, 20x ham sausages. This batch only yielded 1 blueprint, no attribute fruits. However, there were plenty of clothes, enough for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, as well as seasonings, which will greatly improve the taste of cooking in the future. Fine soil can increase crop growth rate, and also cultivate mutant plants. After Jiang Mian drove it out, he immediately messaged Zhou Xian to ask if she needed it. After sorting through the supplies, he did another 10-pull. The first black iron chest immediately caught his attention. 10-year-old snow lotus, 24 packs of toilet paper, 5 thermal stockings. Item, 10-year snow lotus. Quality, E. Description, a rare flower that grows in frigid mountain areas, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for 10 years. Effect: increases all attributes by 1 upon consumption. Grants the ability freeze upon first consumption. Looking at the prompt, Jiang Mian couldn't help but complain, including the vermilion fruit from before, 1 ice and 1 fire. Is this supposed to be for building synergy? But what truly moved him was the toilet paper. Even though no one was watching in the wild, toilet paper was far more convenient than leaves and river water, and it could even be used for skincare. Jiang Mian sighed for half a minute, then took out a 10-year-old snow lotus and took a bite. The snow lotus petals were translucent like ice, with a pale blue sheen at the edges. The texture was crisp, and the juice was icy cold, like chewing on a piece of crushed ice. The chill entered my stomach, then surged up my spine, reaching my mind and bringing a sense of clarity, like eating a mint candy. After finishing his meal, Jiang Mian began testing his new ability, freezing. He went to the kitchen, grabbed a glass of water, and held his right hand above the rim of the glass. As soon as he thought of it, white frost began to appear on the surface of the water. The frost spread from the edge of the cup towards the center, and after falling onto the water, it formed a ring of fine ice crystals, which then extended downwards one by one. The icicles quickly coalesced into an ice surface and continued to spread downwards. In less than 10 seconds, the entire glass of water was frozen into an ice block, with a layer of fine water droplets condensing on the outside of the glass. Jiang Mian took a few breaths, his head feeling heavy. He glanced at the panel and found that freezing this glass of water had cost him 15 points of spirit. This ability can also generate a small amount of frost, which can be enchanted onto weapons. The mental cost is similar to that of starting a fire. After resting for a few minutes, Jiang Mian continued unpacking. 2 kerosene lamps, 1 liter of kerosene, 1 box of matches, 2 earthenware jars, 5 bags of salt, 10 dried chili peppers, 3 units of 1 kilogram cured pork, 3 units of 1 kilogram cured sausage, 10 salted duck eggs. Military raincoat 1, rain boots 2, umbrellas 5. The remaining black iron chests didn't yield anything particularly rare. They mostly contained food and daily necessities. Seeing the cured pork and sausages, Jiang Mian also thought of ways to process meat. Marinating or smoking them to make jerky would allow for long-term preservation. Plus, with the abundance of seasonings and snacks available now, the flavors could be more varied. Finally, Jiang Mian turned his gaze to the 3 bronze treasure chests, clasped his hands together, and looked devout. Offer 50 years of Wang Tung's father's lifespan in exchange for letting me obtain the ironware blueprints. Give me a powerful magic skill, that would be fine too. Chapter 32, A Fruitful Experience. A flash of cyan light appeared, and 9 items floated in front of Jiang Mian. You have obtained 1 intermediate contract, blacksmith, 1 exquisite camping tent, and 10 basic health recovery potions. You have obtained 1 zipline kit, 1 detection compass, and 1 catapult blueprint. You have obtained 1 taming collar, 1 wonderful cat trick, and 1 low-level treasure map. Jiang Mian was overjoyed when he saw the reward. Sacrificing Wang Tung's father's lifespan had actually been somewhat effective. What pleased him most was the intermediate level contract. It could recruit a highly skilled blacksmith, a value far exceeding that of ordinary ironwork blueprints. After all, blacksmiths are not inanimate objects, but living people who can think, learn, and communicate. For example, if the blueprints for a crossbow have a complete structure, and a blacksmith were to study the principles, he might be able to make an inferior crossbow using slightly less desirable materials. This type of crossbow is cheaper to produce and can be made more affordable, making it accessible to ordinary survivors. For most players, they won't encounter elite monsters. They only need to deal with agile aberrations, and the high rate of fire of 3-round bursts is enough to compensate for any lack of skill. More importantly, even if inferior crossbows were to leak out, they would hardly pose a threat to Jiang Mian's safety. Next is the basic health restoration potion, contained in a glass tube about the thickness of a finger. The pale red liquid resembles diluted blood. Its effect is similar to the sanity restoration potion, directly restoring 10 health points, essentially a health potion in the game, which can be life-saving in crucial moments. The zipline kit includes a 50-meter steel cable for pulleys and 2 safety belts, enabling the transport of goods and even people in close-range 3-dimensional space. Jiang Mian's shelter is already quite large, and this thing will be very useful when it is being expanded and when transporting building materials and facilities. He then picked up the compass. The small compass was only about half the size of a palm, with a gold dial edge covered in verdigris, and looked quite old. Item: detection compass. Quality: E. Description: a legendary treasure hunting tool left behind by a great explorer. Effect: a one-time use item that displays rare items within a 50-meter radius after use. With Jiang Mian's current strength, he can already explore areas further out from the shelter. He'll inevitably be venturing out more often, and this compass is perfect for treasure hunting. For example, the low-level treasure map that was opened in this treasure chest. Item: low-level treasure map. Quality: E. Description: a legendary treasure left behind by a great explorer. Effect: displays the location of a treasure. The treasure maps that can be found in bronze treasure chests likely contain items more valuable than the chests themselves. Jiang Mian has opened 6 bronze treasure chests in the past few days, and each one contained valuable items, some even capable of changing his way of life. If it's even more valuable than a bronze treasure chest, then it's worth looking forward to. The only blueprint in the 3 treasure chests is for a catapult. It requires 10 parts forged iron, 10 parts logs, 50 wooden sticks, and 5 parts reinforced tendons to build. The finished product can launch stones weighing up to 100 kilograms. This is practically a heavy weapon specifically designed to counter the power type A mutant. Jiang Mian desperately needs one of these behemoths. He could already imagine the expressions on the faces of those big-headed monsters when they emerged from the mist the next night and saw a row of catapults in front of them. Won't they run away in fright? The last 2 items were a taming collar and a wondrous cat toy. Jiang Mian had a feeling that they could be linked together. After all, many treasure chest rewards came in sets, such as the previous kitchen set and snow set. Item: taming collar. Quality: E+. Description: do you want to become a beastmaster and fight alongside your animal friends? Effect: a one-time use item that allows you to tame a mutated animal. Item: a whimsical cat toy. Quality: E. Description: you must first pounce on the cat toy with the taunting effect. Effect: strongly attractive to cats. Jiang Mian had witnessed the fighting power of mutated animals. If he could tame one, it would be like having a powerful helper by his side. But this cat toy is for cats. Jiang Mian couldn't help but wonder how exactly cat is defined here. Tigers, lions, and leopards are all felines, and if you could tame one, you could even use it as a mount. In a world without roads or cars, animals are undoubtedly the best means of transportation. After opening the treasure chest, Jiang Mian immediately began to dismantle the mutated creatures inside and outside the wall. He finished the battle in less than half an hour tonight, while others were still struggling, and some hadn't even encountered any monsters yet. Based on observations over the past few days, some people in the regional chat were attacked as late as 8:30 p.m., some didn't start until 9 p.m., and the latest didn't see any mutated creatures until after 10 p.m. If there really is a monster spawner around him, then Jiang Mian can roughly judge the distance of other survivors based on the time when the monsters appear. After the dismantling was complete, he quickly repaired the hardened wall, closed the gate, and returned to the stone house. Upon arriving at the beginner workbench, Jiang Mian crafted a bone spear while simultaneously using the intermediate contract to summon a blacksmith. A white light illuminated the room, and a few seconds later, a middle-aged man emerged from the light. The man had a square face, thick eyebrows, and arms as thick as tree trunks, his palms covered in calluses. After a brief moment of disorientation, he saw Jiang Mian and immediately bowed respectfully. "I am Zhang Zheng, a blacksmith. I greet you, young master." After Zhang the blacksmith finished speaking, he subconsciously glanced around the room and was shocked to find that the room was surrounded by stone walls. The interior was also made of stone, clearly indicating it was a level 5 shelter. Yet only 3 days had passed since the god of crafts issued the decree to open up the no man's land. Jiang Mian looked up at him, continued making the bone spear, and asked, "Are you sleepy now?" Zhang the blacksmith quickly replied, "Young master, I'm not sleepy. I used to work in the blacksmith shop, and it was common for me to stay up all night to finish a project." Jiang Mian nodded and instructed, "From now on, you'll be in charge of crafting tools for the shelter. There's a blacksmith shop next door, go check it out first. There's wrought iron in the storage box. You can forge a few handy tools first." Upon hearing the words, forging shop, Zhang the blacksmith was completely stunned. According to the rumors in the town, shouldn't the days leading up to the land reclamation be the time for cutting down trees and building houses? How come this owner not only already has a stone house, but even a forge is ready? Before being summoned, he had specially prepared the crafting techniques for stone and wood tools, hoping to help his master get through the early stages. As a result, he can now start forging ironware as soon as he arrives. A thought suddenly popped into Jiang the blacksmith's mind. Could it be that his master has been blessed by the gods? Jiang Mian ignored his shock and casually said, "If you're hungry or thirsty, go to the kitchen to find something to eat. There's still half a pot of meat soup left. Just heat it up and you can eat it." Subsequently, he crafted 400 bone spears in one go and listed them on the business alliance market through Wangtung. Almost as soon as it hit the shelves, the remaining stock dropped from 400 to 378. Clearly, many people had been keeping an eye on restocking, ready to snap it up at any moment. The number of monsters has surged tonight, and the demand for weapons has skyrocketed as well. Meanwhile, Jiang the blacksmith felt a warmth in his heart when he heard Jiang Mian tell him to go to the kitchen if he was hungry. This master was not only powerful, but also treated his servants so well. In his view, this must be someone favored by the gods. Chapter 33. That day, people finally remembered. While Jiang Mian was trading bone spears and continuing to craft bizarre leather armor, the entire regional channel had completely exploded, with messages scrolling at a speed comparable to the second night when people were exchanging greetings about their parents. The population of the region has also decreased from 100,000 to 99,547. It's only 8:30 now, and more than 300 people have already died, mostly due to the new Power Type 1 mutant that appeared tonight. At 8:31, Zhang San, a survivor who had just upgraded his cabin to level 3, opened the window a crack as usual to observe the situation outside. His talent was efficient logging, which increased his logging speed by 50%, and he had accumulated a considerable amount of logs in 3 days. At this moment, he sat on his wooden bed, eating half a loaf of bread he had traded, while keeping an eye on the outside world. Half a minute later, the wooden bed suddenly began to shake slightly. Zhang San grabbed the wooden wall for support, his heart pounding with panic. An earthquake. But the system had only mentioned a blizzard in 5 days, not an earthquake. He checked the local channel, but no one mentioned an earthquake. Just then, 2 loud cracking sounds came from outside, like tree trunks snapping violently. Zhang San rushed to the window and looked out. He saw that 2 of the trees outside the fence had fallen. In the gray mist, a pale hand reached out, grabbed the wooden stake, and pulled it up by the roots. This is an elite monster. Zhang San broke out in a cold sweat and quickly grabbed his bow and arrows. Heavy footsteps came from outside the fence. Thump, thump, getting closer and closer. The next second, the fence collapsed with a crash, and a tall figure burst in, swirling in the gray mist. Zhang San released his bowstring, and the stone arrow struck the large hand, but with a loud bang, it was bounced away. A bald head emerged from the fog, taller than the roof of his wooden hut. The monster bent down, its smeared face pressed against the window. Zhang San screamed in terror, his legs went weak, and his bow and arrows fell to the ground. He trembled as he crawled toward the corner of the wall to grab the stone spear, but before he could turn around, the roof collapsed. The broken logs and sticks crashed down, and the last thing Zhang San saw was a huge foot stomping down, completely obscuring everything in front of him. The number of survivors in the area jumped from 99,547 to 99,546, and half a minute later, 1 less person was left. Panic erupted in the channel. Someone exclaimed that the night had only just begun and more than 300 people had already died. Another said that the guy who spotted the elite monster had sent a message, and in less than 2 minutes, 1 person had been lost. The news that circulated from the Merchant Alliance during the day was also brought up again. The elite monster, the Power Type 1 aberration, is weak to magic damage. The problem is, most people have never even seen magic. Some say that since some people can obtain elemental fruits and gain abilities, then surely some people must possess magic. But most ordinary survivors only feel despair. They have no magic. Are they destined to die tonight? Some players had just killed an Agile Type 1 aberrant with a purchased bone spear and leveled up to level 2, experiencing the thrill of becoming stronger when they suddenly heard that an elite monster was coming, and their mentality collapsed on the spot. Amidst the buzz in the chat, someone else spread the word that the Merchant Alliance possessed a powerful weapon that high-ranking members could apply to use when encountering elite monsters, supposedly capable of breaking through their defenses. Within the Business Alliance, Wang Ting noticed that the number of people in his region had decreased by dozens in a short period of time, and immediately realized something was wrong. Jiang Mian's prediction, which he had been warned about during the day, had indeed come true. He immediately convened a meeting of the core members of the Merchant Alliance, explaining that he had 9 crossbows and a batch of crossbow bolts, whose power far exceeded that of bows and spears, but it was uncertain whether they could defeat the elite monsters. Wang Teng has no intention of selling ownership of the crossbow. He only plans to temporarily share it with senior members tonight. Anyone who encounters an elite monster should report it immediately, and he will send them the crossbow and arrows. If you successfully kill an elite monster, all weapons must be returned. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the merchant guild, permanently blacklisted, and will never be able to operate peacefully in the trading market again. After the meeting, Wang Teng immediately contacted Jiang Mian, requesting a trade for the crossbow and bone spear, and even offered to raise the purchase price of the crossbow to 4 pieces of forged iron plus a reinforcing tendon. At 8:40, Jiang Mian sent 400 bone spears. Wang Teng quickly listed them on the Merchant Alliance market, specifically noting that they could kill Agile Type 1 aberrations. At 8:45, Jiang Mian delivered another 20 crossbows, stating that they lacked crucial materials and couldn't continue production that night. However, if Wang Teng could provide the materials for the strange leather armor, excluding the strange leather itself, he could sell the armor at a low price. While expediting the collection of materials, Wang Teng also contacted several survivors with magical abilities, hoping to purchase enchanted weapons, but they all refused. Just as he was about to smash the table in anger, Jiang Mian sent him a notification. Stone crossbow bolts can indeed break through the defense of a strength type 1 aberration, but his strength is a little bit higher, so it's uncertain whether others can do it. Wang Teng's eyes reddened, and he turned to Jiang Mian, sobbing that those who knew magic were unwilling to share. After a moment of silence in the chat box, Jiang Mian sent 10 crossbow bolts enchanted with magical fire, each costing 20 stones. Wang Teng instantly went from sorrow to joy, completing the transaction at lightning speed. His ability to change his expression was comparable to that of a Sichuan opera master. At 9 a.m. sharp, the number of people in the area reached 99,258. In just half an hour, nearly 300 more people died. The death rate gradually stabilized, at 300 people every half hour. Therefore, some speculated that the number of elite monsters was actually not large, but almost everyone who encountered them did not survive. If the fog clears by 6 a.m. tomorrow, there will be 9 hours left. At most another 5,000 people will die. The vast majority of people should not encounter elite monsters. This speculation calmed the nearly collapsing survivors slightly, but no one dared to truly relax, because no one knew if they might be one of those 5,000 plus survivors. In the Merchant Alliance, a level 2 survivor used a crossbow to attack an elite monster, but failed to break through its defenses. Upon seeing this, Wang Teng immediately restricted the use of the remaining 8 crossbows. Meanwhile, on the hunter's side, a level 3 hunter, relying on his combat talent, successfully wounded the elite monster in front of the sanctuary with a crossbow. His house had been upgraded to level 4, and it withstood several impacts from the power type 1 aberration. He continued to attack, and after 5 minutes he finally killed it, gaining 50 experience points and instantly leveling up to level 4. In the hunters group, other hunters have obtained crossbows, but none of them have encountered any elite monsters. One of the hunters, after clearing out all the agility type 1 aberrations in front of the gate, is only 5 experience points away from leveling up to level 5. She picked a few red fruits from the faintly glowing ground in front of the house, plucked a few green grasses, put on her miner's lamp, and left the shelter with her crossbow. After killing a fast-moving agile type 1 aberration in the fog, she finally met the requirements to level up to level 5. But she didn't level up immediately, because from the depths of the mist came a low roar. At 9:20, she returned to the shelter. The bulging pockets she had left behind were now empty. Blood was seeping from the corner of her mouth, and she looked rather disheveled. She silently recited something, and then a white light shone from her body. She reached level 6. Chapter 34 World Ranking. At 7:50 p.m. in a level 2 wooden cabin, Zhou Xinghua dragged her tired body back to the shelter. Looking back, she saw the distant mountains swallowed by mist, a dark, oppressive mass, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. She curled up in the corner, clutching the hot meat soup a kind person had brought her, and drank it all down sip by sip before finally activating the survival system. That person had brought her a crossbow and 20 stone bolts about 30 minutes earlier. 2 minutes ago, the other side sent another 10 flaming arrows. Zhou Xinghua had never seen this kind of weapon in the channel before, but he had heard of the power of crossbows and knew that they were stronger than bows and did not require as much strength. She held the crossbow to her chest, and quickly noticed the iron trigger mechanism on it, and couldn't help but be stunned. Is this iron? No one in the channel has iron weapons yet. From the afternoon onwards, she became increasingly curious about the anonymous person who had helped her. Food was plentiful, weapons were powerful, and the person seemed kind. Yet, the other party remained anonymous in their chats, and she didn't even know their nickname. Zhou Xinghua gently pulled the trigger, tried to aim, and saw the message left by the other party. The first sentence told her to stay in the house at night, and not to go out. If she heard any noise outside, she should try to kill 1 or 2 mutants with the crossbow. The second sentence said that as long as she killed 2 of them, she could level up and her diseases would disappear. Later, along with the flame arrows, there was another sentence. Use enchantment arrows when encountering elite monsters. Enchanted arrows? Zhou Xinghua looked down at the 10 flaming crossbow bolts, guessing that these were the ones being referred to. The monsters on her side wouldn't appear until after 9 o'clock, so she didn't rush to guard the window, but instead practiced using the crossbow while checking the area chat. When she saw hundreds of people die because of the elite monster, her heart sank. Then, someone said that magic damage was necessary to defeat the elite monster, but most people simply didn't have that ability. She didn't have any either. Thinking of this, Zhou Xinghua completely panicked. Since transmigrating, she had only been truly conscious and alive for 2 days at most. Was she going to die so soon? She continued watching the channel and learned that the Business Alliance seemed to have a secret weapon, which made her envious. She also wanted to join the Business Alliance, but she was too weak, and the Business Alliance wouldn't even consider her. Just then, a sharp cry suddenly came from outside. Zhou Xinghua trembled, grabbed his crossbow, and climbed to the window, cautiously peeking out like a gopher looking around. Outside the firelight stood a group of pale, large mantis monsters. She looked closely. There were no elite monsters. Only then did she muster a little courage, raise her crossbow, and pull the trigger on one of the agile type 1 aberrations. The mutant, drawn by the commotion by the window, stepped into the firelight with its front paws, its body already scorched. The next moment, a crossbow bolt flew out, striking its target squarely. Life, 63. You have killed an agile type 1 aberration, level 1. Experience +5. Zhou Xinghua stared blankly at the prompt, unable to process it for a long time. That's it. Dead from a single arrow? She quickly remembered the man's reminder that killing 2 would cure her cold, and her spirits lifted immediately. She then aimed at another mutant and shot at it. You have killed an agile type 1 aberration, level 1. Current experience progress. 10 out of 10, upgrade now. Upgrade. Zhou Xinghua shouted excitedly. The next moment, a pale white light enveloped her entire body. Her previously dizzy mind instantly cleared. Her throat stopped itching, her runny nose stopped, and the fatigue from cutting trees that afternoon vanished completely. She felt healthier than ever before. So she picked up the crossbow again and continued shooting at the mutants outside. The 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, all the way to the 12th. Her level rose all the way to level 4. Unbeknownst to Zhou Xinghua, around 9 a.m., on a certain mountain, a Type 1 mutant power being moved towards her shelter suddenly lost its footing and rolled down the hillside. It rolled for over 10 miles before stopping, not only deviating from its original route, but also getting injured. In its anger, it raised its head and roared. Half a minute later, a short-haired woman holding a crossbow appeared, her eyes gleaming with green light, and stood in front of it. The time is now back to 8:50 p.m. As the second survivor reaches level 5, new announcements simultaneously pop up on all channels worldwide. 2 or more survivors have been detected who have reached level 5. World Ranking Leaderboard activated. 5 minutes later, a leaderboard module appeared in the survival system. World Rankings. First place, Anonymous Survivor, level 13. Second place, Torin, level 5. Third place, Whisper, level 5. Fourth place, Anonymous Survivor, level 5. Eighth place, Fishing Master Lu Ruyan, level 5. The rankings caused an uproar among all the survivors. But before anyone could even see them clearly, the rankings started to change again, with some reaching level 6, and more than one of them. In just over 10 minutes, almost everyone from 2nd to 47th place had reached level 6. Everyone was astonished. These experts were leveling up incredibly fast. While most people are still worried about being trampled to death by elite monsters, those on the leaderboard have already killed the elite monsters and are continuing to climb higher. Before long, the top 100 players gradually stabilized. Most top players only encountered one elite monster, plus a few smaller monsters, and reaching level 6 was already considered top tier. In the various regional channels, people began discussing who the top player in their region was. Some were amazed that the first-place player, at level 13, was far ahead of the second-place player, a full 7 levels higher than the second-place player's own level. Then someone discovered that the second Torlin had leveled up to level 7, and immediately guessed that he had rushed into the mist and hunted down another elite monster. Some people mentioned that the top player in their region hadn't leveled up since the rankings opened, but had listed 400 bone spears in the Merchant Alliance just half an hour ago. This led to speculation that the Merchant Alliance might be connected to that top player. Other regions are also abuzz with discussion about the rankings. In the past few days, many people have been searching for the top-ranked anonymous survivor, wondering if they are in their region. If that leader were in this region, even if it were just trading resources, everyone else could benefit. But he can't be found on either the trading platform or the regional channel. In the end, they had to admit that the person was most likely in another area. This left many people feeling resentful. Until tonight, countless top players from different regions have risen one after another, giving them hope of catching up with the number one. Those true masters were also keeping an eye on the rankings, especially on the anonymous survivor at the very top. Half an hour, 2 hours passed, and his level remained stuck at level 13 without any change. Why isn't he moving? Almost simultaneously, all the experts had the same thought. He's suppressing the grade. Chapter 35 The Deal on the World Channel. A shadow gradually settled over the hearts of these experts, a shadow only they themselves could comprehend. If the top player's level continues to change, even if they rise to level 15, 16, or even higher, they won't feel that the gap is insurmountable. What truly unsettles them is that the other player is suppressing their level. Leveling up refreshes character stats, a fact well known to experienced players. Many players accumulate enough experience to level up later, waiting until a crucial moment to break through, essentially gaining an extra life. But they only dared to suppress their level for a short period at most. After all, the night was fraught with danger, the monster's strength was unknown, and leveling up was the safest option. Even though they knew that a level gap would affect experience gain, no one dared to keep suppressing their level indefinitely. The top-ranked player's level remained unchanged for 2 hours after appearing on the list. This indicates that the monsters of the third night were no longer a threat to him. He could easily withstand the attack with his current strength, which is why he had the confidence to deliberately lower his level and continue to gain higher benefits. So just how strong is this person in terms of actual combat power? Each of the powerful figures had their own guesses. They were no ordinary people either. On the third day, thanks to their individual fortuitous encounters, they had opened numerous black iron treasure chests and killed experienced elite monsters, resulting in a significant improvement in their strength. Aside from a very few fearless individuals who dared to venture deeper into the fog, most chose to remain in their shelter. After all, much of the defensive setup for tonight was one-off, and no one dared to venture out and launch a preemptive attack. With various thoughts in mind, they returned to the Clean World channel. The channel had been silent for 2 hours. No one had spoken, but no one had actually gone to sleep. Experts from different regions were gathering to exchange intelligence, trade weapons and materials. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Half an hour later, a survivor nicknamed World Tree in the West 3rd District finally broke the silence. He introduced himself, saying that his talent was related to healing, and that he had already produced a batch of life-restoring potions. He wanted to exchange them for defensive building blueprints or finished defensive buildings. After entering the World Channel, each nickname will display its region next to it, in the format of direction plus number, such as World Tree, coming from the West 3 region. He then directly sent out the information about the medicine. Item: homemade minor health restoration potion. Quality: F. Description: a pharmacist's homemade life-saving potion. Effect: restores 2 health points upon use. It's obvious that this person's talent is similar to that of a pharmacist, but their combat ability is not strong, which is why they urgently need defensive buildings to ensure their safety. Someone asked him if the fence blueprints were acceptable. The World Tree politely declined, stating that the Power Type 1 aberration could easily shatter the fence with a single kick. Further upgrades would become increasingly difficult, and survivors couldn't rely on upgrades to recover health indefinitely, making life potions highly valuable. Those who can access the World Channel aren't stupid. These words are meant to inflate the potion's value. Soon, someone else took out another piece of equipment. The other party proposed a trade for a hardened shield. This is armor crafted from the pale hardened shield dropped by the Might Type 1 aberration, and has 200 durability and 200 physical defense. He added that testing revealed a limit to the world's defenses. Damage below this limit is almost ineffective, and a level 5 stone house only has a defense of around 200 points. Given the current progress, it's unlikely anyone has already upgraded to a level 5 stone house. The World Tree was immediately tempted and offered to exchange 2 bottles of life-restoring potions for the shield. The person selling the shields immediately asked for at least 5 bottles. This is because a single strength type 1 aberration only drops 5 pale armor pieces, while crafting a shield requires 2. The World Tree hesitated. The cost of making the life potion was also not low, and 5 bottles were not a small amount for him. However, in the few seconds he hesitated, the person selling the shield suddenly sent a message saying that he was no longer selling it, and that someone had offered a more satisfactory price. The World Channel was instantly in an uproar. Which big shot made the move, with a price even higher than 5 bottles of life-restoring potions? Over the next hour, others also took out their supplies and items, looking for trading partners in the channel. After some discussion, the group obtained a lot of important information. For example, the disaster in the East Zone 1 5 days later would be a blizzard, the West Zone 6 would face a sandstorm, and the South Zone 4 would experience scorching heat and drought. Some other areas are also about to suffer the same disaster. So, those facing drought donated their clothing to areas like East Zone 1 that needed warmth. Meanwhile, those in blizzard-stricken areas donated clean water to areas like South Zone for that were about to run out of water. During this period, several transactions were forced to terminate halfway through. The items offered for trade included raft blueprints, spike trap blueprints, watermelon seeds, moon foxgrass seeds, and peanut seeds. Those who initiated the transactions all gave almost the same reason. Someone offered a better price. The same story has led many to suspect that the same anonymous individual secretly stole all of this. Time quickly passed midnight, but the trading in the World Chat channel continued unabated. Just then, a new list suddenly appeared in the leaderboard section. This list only includes 100 rankings, and the rankings are fixed. It is called the ranking list. The current rankings are the initial ones. The rankings will be refreshed every 7 days after each monster tide. All survivors who make it onto the ranking list will receive rewards. The first place winner will receive a silver treasure chest. The 2nd to 10th place winners will receive a bronze treasure chest. The 11th to 30th place winners will receive 2 black iron treasure chests. And the remaining place winners will also receive a black iron treasure chest. However, no rewards will be distributed during the initial ranking. Rewards will be officially distributed after the monster tide ends 5 days later, at which point the ranking will be updated again. The moment this reward mechanism was announced, all the survivors' desire to level up was instantly ignited. When the ranking list first appeared, some people speculated whether there would be rewards for making it onto the list. But when the news that the first place winner would receive a silver treasure chest was actually revealed, everyone couldn't help but feel envious. Some people lamented that they had never even seen a bronze treasure chest, yet the first place winner got a silver treasure chest. Some people are eyeing the top 10, saying they can't catch up with the monster at the top and don't believe they can't even make it into the top 10. Some people are starting to regret that if they had known that levels were so important, they wouldn't have spent so much time managing their areas. Then someone mentioned that the person in first place has never said a word on the World Channel. Unbeknownst to many, the experts in the channel had all tacitly chosen to be in the top 10 when setting their goals. As for surpassing the first place, that goal is simply too far away. On the 3rd day, he was already level 13, and he was probably still holding back his level. There's no comparison. Unless the monster tide arrives and mutated monsters appear in unlimited numbers, only then can the rankings undergo a dramatic change, and those with combat talent have a real chance to shine. Chapter 36 Monster Tide Details Released. Light snow began to fall in the East Zone at 2 a.m. By 6 a.m., the thick fog had dissipated, and the death toll in the area was 94,235. More than 5,000 people had died the previous night. In the regional chat, almost no one lamented the fragility of life. After all, these survivors who had traveled from another world were strangers to each other, and most were simply grateful that they had survived the night without encountering any elite monsters. A new day dawned, and no one dared to stay in bed any longer. As soon as the fog lifted, everyone left the shelter, some chopping trees, others exploring. Everyone knew that tonight's monsters would only be more numerous than last night's. They cannot resign themselves to fate. They must become stronger as soon as possible. Around 6:30, an announcement suddenly appeared above the regional channel. This region will experience an extreme blizzard and monster tide in 5 days. Details regarding the monster tide are as follows. 1. The monster tide begins at 10 p.m. and lasts for 4 hours. ending at 2 a.m. 2. During monster tides, mutated creatures will become more ferocious, with all attributes increased by 50%, and will no longer be affected by the sanctuary's sacred flame. 3. During monster tides, each wave around the shelter contains 100 times the shelter's level, spawning 1 wave per hour with increasing levels, for a total of 4 waves. The final wave will always contain an elite-level mutated creature. 4. After the monster tide ends, the world rankings will be announced, and all survivors will receive 5 wooden treasure chests. As soon as the 4 detailed rules were released, everyone who was planning to upgrade their cabins stopped. The third rule was particularly jarring. The higher the shelter level, the more monsters there would be. The regional chat channel exploded instantly. Some complained that upgrading the shelter was just asking for trouble, while others warned that a blizzard was coming soon and the shelter might not even survive the weather if it wasn't upgraded to level 3. What's even more disheartening is that the sacred flame becomes ineffective during monster tides. Many players are currently able to kill mutated creatures primarily by suppressing them with the sacred flame. Once monsters receive a full attribute boost and spawn in large groups, the chances of survival become significantly slimmer. Some people recalled that they almost lost their lives last night when they encountered a few white mantises, and the thought of a wave of hundreds of monsters made them shudder. Just as everyone was feeling subdued, Wang Tung reappeared. He claimed that the sacred island in the middle of the lake had been upgraded to level 4, with a half-wood, half-stone structure, and that it could withstand more than a dozen hits from elite monsters. As soon as he appeared, everyone immediately shifted their frustration onto him. Some asked what the Merchant Alliance's ultimate weapon was last night, some mocked him for not being on the world ranking list, and others urged him to pass the alliance application process. Wang Tung was clearly used to this kind of scene, and soon started recruiting people again, saying that a new miscellaneous service peak had opened on the island in the middle of the lake, and disciples who could weave clothes needed to sign up. When someone asked him to speak like a human being, he explained that he had obtained a batch of plant fibers and animal hides, and was preparing to open a garment processing factory. This remark immediately veered the conversation back to staying warm. Yesterday's rain was cold enough, but today it's snowing, and many people are still wearing short sleeves, having to go out with torches to cut down trees. Some people say that the drop rate of clothing in wooden treasure chests has been quite high these past 2 days. Although cotton-padded clothes are rare, outerwear can still be found. If someone is still wearing short sleeves, they've probably been hiding in the shelter and haven't explored much. As the conversation went on, someone posted a picture of a black iron chest dropped by an elite monster the night before, which contained a maid summoning scroll. The channel immediately erupted in question marks, with envy and sour grapes practically overflowing through the screen. Jiang Mian looked at these conversations, rubbed his eyes, and went downstairs. To him, the regional channel was now somewhat like a collection of internet jokes. Overall, although everyone has experienced a disaster, they haven't completely collapsed. Jiang Mian is partly to blame for this. Last night, his shelter attracted 23 elite monsters, effectively shielding the entire area from the most dangerous group of mutated creatures. The death toll in other areas was far more severe than in East Zone 1, with most areas suffering 8 or 9,000 casualties, and the worst-hit areas exceeding 10,000. In contrast, East Zone 1 only suffered a little over 5,000 deaths, with Jiang Mian's shelter acting as a great wall on the front lines. After reading the details of the monster tide, Jiang Mian's first reaction was calm. Hundreds of monsters, with elite monsters consistently appearing in the last wave. This level of intensity would be a disaster for others, but for him, it was more like everyday life. A few seconds later, his second thought was to continue upgrading his shelter. Since the number of monsters was linked to the shelter's level, if he wanted to gain more experience and maintain his position at the top of the world rankings, he had to raise his shelter's level. After all, he didn't want to give away the rewards from the silver treasure chest. If no new mutated creatures appear in the next few days, a few hundred monsters wouldn't be too much for Jiang Mian. However, the respawn method specified in the rules seems to be based on each shelter. In other words, the strength of the monsters each person faces is only related to the level of their own shelter. As a result, Jiang Mian's original advantage of being close to the monster spawner may become ineffective during monster tides. At that time, all beings will be equal. Others, as long as they seize the opportunity, can quickly catch up in level by taking advantage of the monster tide. Jiang Mian quickly made a decision. They couldn't just wait for the tide to come. Today, they would build the outer wall first, and then go dig for treasure. During breakfast, he assigned tasks to Jiang the blacksmith and Lin Kuan. Jiang the blacksmith had already made a batch of forging tools last night, and today they could begin working with precision ironware. Wang Tun's father and Zhou Xian harvested a total of 73 iron ore pieces last night. After trying to smelt them, Jiang the blacksmith discovered that although the iron ore looked large, it contained many impurities, and each piece of ore could only be smelted into one piece of wrought iron. Jiang Mian instructed Jiang the blacksmith to first study the blueprints for the crossbow and master the manufacturing process, while also supervising the smelting of iron ore. After that, he would forge practical tools such as iron picks, iron axes, iron hammers, and iron kitchen knives. As for Lin Kuan, Jiang Mian arranged for him to plant potatoes and buy some furniture. Of course, before they started their respective tasks, the two of them had to go with him to cut down trees in the surrounding area. Jiang Mian plans to keep the length of the outer wall unchanged, but extend its width to 80 meters. This will allow for a 40-meter gap between the inner and outer walls, sufficient to form a buffer zone. A new watchtower will be built between the inner and outer walls, and defensive structures such as fences and spike traps will be installed. The outer walls will also be covered with spike traps. He bought the blueprint for the spike trap last night via private message on the world chat. In addition to this blueprint, he also bought the blueprint for the hardened shield, the blueprint for the raft, as well as watermelon seeds, moonfox grass seeds, and peanut seeds. Among them, the hard armor shield blueprint was the most expensive, and Jiang Mian took out a basic life recovery potion. One bottle of that stuff can directly restore 10 points of health, which is stronger than the weak life recovery potion made by the World Tree, and is more suitable for saving lives in battle. Finally, Jiang Mian used 3 bottles of basic life recovery potions and 2 500 milliliters bottles of wine to successfully obtain the hard armor shield blueprint. The 3 types of seeds are for future cultivation, while the raft blueprints are for a treasure map. He had already checked the treasure map last night. The treasure was located on the other side of the eastern mountain peak. Climbing the mountain directly would take too much time, and a hang glider couldn't fly that high. The air there was thin and cold, and they might encounter turbulence. Jiang Mian planned to first use a hang glider to fly to the seaside, then take a raft along the waterway to the beach on the other side of the mountain. After that, he would build a watchtower on the spot, and then use the hang glider to fly to the location where the treasure was buried. He roughly calculated that the glider would take about 4 hours to fly round trip. The speed of the raft is currently unknown, but the water distance is only 2 to 3 kilometers. The main reason is that there is a narrow canyon in that area, and it would be too dangerous to fly through it with a hang glider. It would be more stable to travel by water. The round trip by water will take 2 hours. The total time required is 6 hours, not including the time spent searching for the treasure after arriving at the location. If they set off at 10 a.m., Jiang Mian would only have 4 hours left to actually search for the treasure. Chapter 37 Mutant Eagle. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Mian began clearing the surrounding trees. With his current strength, chopping down trees was as easy as playing with them. He could fall a tree in 8 or 9 strokes. In just 2 hours, he had cleared all the trees from the designated area. Next, Lin Kuan and Jiang the blacksmith went back to their house to continue their work, while Jiang Mian began to build the outer wall. The entire outer wall was 260 meters long, made entirely of hardened armor, and the top of the wall was also equipped with wooden spike traps. Between the inner and outer walls, he planned a total of 10 watchtowers. Platforms were built on top of the towers, where archery ranges and beacon fires were placed. As for the traps on the ground, he didn't have time to deal with them yet, and could only leave them to Lin Kuan to set up in the afternoon. Around 9:30, Jiang Mian made 2 more hard armor shields, carried one on his back, put on a fur coat, and flew out of the watchtower half an hour early in his hang glider. Light snow fell along the way, turning the world into a pale white expanse. The plants on the mountain seemed to have sensed the arrival of winter in advance. Most of their leaves had fallen, leaving only bare branches stretching out in the snow. Jiang Mian had drunk a few sips of warm wine beforehand, so he didn't feel cold while flying in the air. Moreover, his physical fitness had long since improved, and his ability to resist harsh environments was far stronger than before. When he flew to the lake in front of the waterfall, he found that part of the lake's surface had frozen over. But the waterfall was still flowing, and the sound of the water hitting the rocks could be heard from a great distance. The main purpose of this trip was to get somewhere quickly, so Jiang Mian didn't waste any time and used dives to accelerate several times. An hour later, he arrived at the beach, controlled the glider to descend slowly, and placed his feet firmly on the soft sand. The snow at the beach is much smaller than that in the mountains. The snowflakes are only the size of grains of salt, and when they fall on the sand, they look like a thin layer of frost from a distance. Jiang Mian placed the raft he had prepared beforehand on the shore, pushed it into the sea with both hands, and then climbed onto it. The raft rocked gently a couple of times, and once it stabilized, he picked up a plank of wood to use as a paddle and began to row eastward. The sea was relatively calm, with no strong winds, only fine ripples lapping against the raft's edge. He moved along the shore, and after spotting the reefs, paddled slightly south. 300 meters later, the entrance to the canyon came into view. The canyon was very narrow, with cliffs on both sides resembling two half-open doors. Low trees grew high up, partially obscuring the sky. As soon as the raft entered the canyon, the water immediately darkened. Between the cliffs and trees, only a narrow, barely visible crack in the sky remained. The water was even calmer than outside, and the sound of oars gliding across its surface echoed continuously in the silent canyon. Jiang Mian looked up and scanned the cliffs on both sides. Most of the low trees grew high up, while the lower areas were almost barren, with only rocks covered in dark green moss showing. He lowered his head and continued paddling. Just as he had passed 2/3 of the way through the canyon, he suddenly heard a slight whooshing sound behind him, like wings slicing through the air. The sound was extremely faint. If Jiang Mian's body hadn't been enhanced, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. He turned around abruptly, and in an instant, a hardened shield he had taken from the warehouse appeared in his hand. The next second, a loud bang rang out. Something sharp slammed into the shield, making Jiang Mian's arm go numb. He looked closely and saw that what had attacked him was a huge eagle. Its wingspan was longer than a man's arm. Its grayish-brown feathers clung tightly to its body, and its golden talons were curved like iron hooks. The eagle had been circling in the canyon, and after confirming its target, it folded its wings and swooped down from above. It had been watching Jiang Mian before he entered the canyon, but had remained hidden among the cliffs without making a move. The canyon was narrow, and once the raft went deep into it, there was almost no room for maneuver. The raft chose this moment to suddenly pounce, seemingly determined to succeed. But it hadn't expected Jiang Mian to react so quickly. Not only did he turn around abruptly, but he also held up a sturdy shield. The eagle was swooping down too fast, and had no time to dodge, crashing directly into him and immediately letting out a sharp cry. Jiang Mian narrowed his eyes, took out a crossbow with his right hand, and fired at the eagle that was flapping its wings, trying to take off. Sensing danger, the eagle immediately turned and glided almost vertically in the air. The crossbow bolt grazed its wing, only shearing off a few feathers. The eagle flapped its wings a few times, quickly rising to create distance, but did not leave. Instead, it circled above Jiang Mian's head, looking for its next opportunity to attack. Jiang Mian looked at it and sneered. "The crossbow has a range of over 100 meters, you stupid bird." After saying that, he reloaded his crossbow and fired 3 shots in quick succession at the eagle. The 3 bolts were fired very close together. The eagle adjusted its body to dodge the first 2, but it couldn't avoid the last one. With a soft thud, the crossbow bolt pierced its abdomen, going right through it. Blood splattered everywhere, and the eagle swayed, desperately flapping its wings, but still slowly sliding down. Information immediately appeared before Jiang Mian's eyes. Race, mutant golden eagle. Level 4. Lifespan, 6/93. Strength, 23. Stamina, 16. Speed, 25. Spirit, 9. Description: a mutated animal that reigns supreme over its region, the true king of the canyon. 1 arrow was enough to reduce the enemy to near death. Jiang Mian could only sigh that the enemy's strength was now so great that it was difficult to hold back. He reloaded his crossbow and fired 3 more arrows in quick succession. This time, 2 of the 3 arrows hit their mark. The eagle let out a mournful cry and finally plummeted from the sky, crashing into the water and splashing up a large spray. Soon, bright red blood spread across the water's surface, and a few feathers floated and swirled. Jiang Mian paddled the raft closer to the corpse and activated his decomposition ability. You have obtained 30 enhanced feathers, 5 mutant eagle meat, 20 bones, 5 enhanced tendons, and 2 mutant eagle claws. Triggering the talent Builder's Dream doubles the number of enhanced feathers, bones, tendons, and mutated eagle claws. The effects of mutated eagle meat are similar to those of mutated leopard meat, except that it slightly increases speed. What truly surprised Jiang Mian was that the mutated eagle claws were actually E-grade materials. Item: Mutant Eagle Claw. Quality. Description: the weapon that the mutated eagle is so proud of. Effect: ignores 10% of the target's physical defense. Can be used to craft arrowheads for bows or crossbows. Jiang Mian looked at the eagle claw in her hand and couldn't help but look up to find its nest. Do you have brothers, sisters, father, and mother? A family should be together so that you won't be lonely in the underworld. Arrowheads made from this material will be at least as high quality as iron arrows, and will also benefit from the crossbow's 40% defense ignoring bonus. Combined with the effect of the mutated eagle claw, they can ignore 50% of the target's physical defense. This is equivalent to doubling the armor penetration threshold. Even a wall of hard armor with 300 physical defense will only have 150 defense against these arrows. Unfortunately, the number was too small. Even after doubling, there were only 4. He would definitely search this canyon thoroughly when he had time to see if there were any other mutated eagles. Jiang Mian stretched and continued paddling the raft. He quickly left the spot where the eagle had fallen behind, and light gradually appeared at the end of the waterway, opening up a clear view. They're out. Jiang Mian raised his head and surveyed the scenery on the other side of the mountain range. To the east of the canyon, there were initially several continuous mountain ranges, but as you continued eastward, the mountains gradually descended, and further on, a plain stretched out before you. He suddenly thought of a question. Won't other survivors see me gliding here? Aside from him, who possesses a hang glider, the other survivors can only travel on foot, covering a maximum of 10 kilometers or so in a single day. Jiang Mian, however, has already expanded his activity range to over 50 kilometers in radius. If it weren't for the surrounding mountains, he could have explored an even larger area with his hang glider. Now, having crossed this canyon, he is more than 90 kilometers from his shelter. At such a distance, it's not impossible that you might encounter other survivors. Chapter 38. Robbed by Savages. The vegetation on the east side of the mountain range was similar to that on the west side. As Jiang Mian continued eastward, the terrain gradually descended, and the trees were no longer straight and tall, with more branches stretching horizontally, vying for the sparse sunlight in the snowy weather. The destination on the treasure map was still more than 10 kilometers away. The snow hadn't stopped, so Jiang Mian rubbed his frozen hands, set up the watchtower again, and continued on his way using the hang glider. After passing through a deep green pine forest, he was very close to the treasure's location, so he deliberately lowered his altitude while gliding. The entire world was covered in white snow, and unless you looked closely, you could hardly tell anything unusual about the ground. Staring at the snow for so long made Jiang Mian's eyes sore, and he could only close them every now and then to rest. Until he approached the eastern foothills of the mountains, the treasure map showed that he had entered the target area. The treasure map didn't pinpoint the exact location of the treasure, it only drew a rough circle on the map. Jiang Mian descended from a high place, and just as he was about to reach the ground, several spears suddenly shot out from the nearby woods. He immediately dodged and made a forced emergency landing. The hang glider absolutely could not be damaged, otherwise he wouldn't even have a chance to get home tonight. After landing, Jiang Mian immediately stored the hang glider in the warehouse, then hid behind a large rock and turned to observe the woods to the west. Rustling. He caught the faint sound of animal hide rubbing against a tree trunk. Jiang Mian looked in the direction of the sound, and soon saw a humanoid creature coiled on a branch. Looking around, he saw several more similar figures. These savages had pale skin, no hair on their heads, wore animal skin skirts around their waist with animal teeth and bones hanging from them, carried spears on their backs, and gripped weapons in their hands. They were staring intently at the rock where he was hiding. The hang glider was so large that it wasn't surprising it was spotted upon landing. After confirming the other party wasn't another survivor, Jiang Mian relaxed. How dare a mere savage rob him? There were already signs of primitive humans near his shelter. These early humans had only a basic understanding of fire, and their tools were still made of stone, sticks, and bones. They usually lived by hunting and gathering berries. The thought of berries sparked an idea in Jiang Mian's mind. There were so many kinds of wild fruits, some edible, some poisonous, and he had never dared to try them. But these wild people had lived here for so long. They must know which ones were safe to eat. We'll catch a few alive later and get some useful information out of them. Oh, a tall, muscular savage wearing bone ornaments and grass rings let out a series of strange cries. Immediately, 2 savages jumped down from the tree, gripping spears and crouching low, cautiously approaching the rock. Jiang Mian held his breath, holding a hard armor shield in one hand and dragging a crossbow already loaded with bolts in the other, quietly waiting for the right moment. The two savages kept approaching, and several other savages behind them tensed up, ready to attack at any moment. 30 meters, 20 meters. At this distance, Jiang Mian was confident he wouldn't miss. He quickly moved to the other side of the rock, raised his hand and fired 3 crossbow bolts in quick succession, while simultaneously raising his shield to protect his protruding upper body. The crossbow bolts were incredibly fast. The two savages had no time to react before they were pierced through on the spot. One of them was shot in the chest, his body shuddered, and then he collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound and screaming in agony, blood gushing from his chest and the corner of his mouth. The other one was even more unlucky, getting shot in the head with a crossbow bolt, his various liquids splattering onto the snow. In the silent, icy wilderness, the groans were particularly piercing, and fear instantly enveloped the clearing in front of the forest. The savages had never imagined that this two-legged creature could be so terrifying. They were holding spears, but they didn't even have a chance to throw them before the scouts in front of them were gone. Woohoo! One of the savages, terrified, let out a mournful cry and turned to leap to another tree to escape. The fear quickly spread, and even the leader of the savages lost his composure and prepared to retreat. In his view, this two-legged creature wrapped in thick clothes had little flesh on its body, making it far less profitable than hunting a small deer, yet the level of danger was ridiculously high. This deal is clearly not worth it. But how could Jiang Mian just stand by and watch them get away? If we don't rob him, the savage can live a normal life. But if we rob him, does he still expect to continue living a normal life? Wouldn't that mean he was robbed for nothing? Jiang Mian rose and fired, this time not aiming for vital spots, but specifically targeting their legs, feet, and shoulders. Since the distance was already 40 or 50 meters and the enemy was moving, he could only hit the target about once every 3 or 4 arrows. But that was enough. The savages who were shot fell from the trees and onto the snow, screaming in agony. "Stop right there!" Jiang Mian shouted loudly. But the savages couldn't understand him. They only felt his anger intensify, and they ran even more desperately. Jiang Mian did not kill them all. He deliberately let 1 or 2 escape. He's such a kind person. How could he do such a thing? Of course, we should follow their trail, find the savage camp directly, and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Then, Jiang Mian, holding a shield and crouching, approached the fallen savage step by step, replacing his crossbow with a bone spear. As it turned out, he was too cautious. These savages were already terrified. Some of them, though not seriously injured, were kneeling on the ground crying and begging for mercy, showing no intention of resisting. Jiang Mian first confiscated their weapons, then took out a bundle of hemp rope and tied the savages up one by one. The wounded savages dared not disobey, and could only cry as he did as he pleased. Only the savage leader struggled slightly when Jiang Mian touched the grass ring adorning his skull. Then Jiang Mian beat him up, leaving him with panda eyes. He also casually snatched the grass ring. After tying them up, Jiang Mian put away his spear, making it clear that he didn't want to kill them all. Then he pointed to the spears on the ground and the crossbow bolts on the savages, indicating that they had attacked first. Then he took out several berries from his pocket, pointed to his own mouth, shook his head and refused to eat them, instead offering them to the savage chieftain's mouth. As soon as the savage leader's pupils contracted and he desperately shut his mouth, Jiang Mian knew that this fruit was inedible. After trying this a few times, he quickly figured out which berries were poisonous and which were safe to eat. However, he still had no intention of letting these savages go. Killing them directly would be easier, but it wouldn't benefit him. In Jiang Mian's eyes, these were all high-quality laborers for cutting down trees and mining, much more useful than the survivors. Survivors could use moral blackmail, and he had to be wary of backstabbing, but the savages weren't very intelligent. As long as he could intimidate them, he could probably subdue them. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian walked to the center of the group of savages, put his hands together, adopted a solemn and sacred posture, and muttered some incantations. Actually, he was reciting the slow multiplication tables. 1 times 1 equals 1, 2 times 1 equals 2. Call. He opened his palms, and a dancing flame appeared out of thin air above them. The warm firelight shone into the eyes of every savage. In their tribe, fires are carefully preserved after each use. If one is extinguished by rain, and they wish to rekindle the fire, an elder must pray to the heavens. The elder will also drape a cloth over himself, so that no one can see him, saying that he is inviting the gods to descend, and that the god's countenance must not be offended. It takes several minutes, or even more than 10 minutes, before the old man can come out with a burning ember. But this young man in front of me actually conjured flames out of thin air. Jiang Mian then improvised a melody and began to hum it softly. The sound was melodious and echoed through the snowy forest, as if a god had descended to earth. The savages had never heard music before, but they felt that there was some kind of power in the sound that could move them. In fact, it was just rhythm. They stared blankly at the flame in Jiang Mian's palm, even forgetting the pain in their bodies. Chapter 39. God needs wood, and he needs stone. Seeing that the intimidation had taken effect, Jiang Mian clapped his hands together, and the flames in his palms disappeared instantly, followed by a ball of ice that appeared out of thin air. He casually tossed a block of ice at a nearby tree trunk, and with a muffled thud, the tree was pierced straight through. The savages stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. At this point in the demonstration, Jiang Mian took several stone axes from the warehouse and placed them in front of the savage. Then he picked up an iron axe himself and walked to a thick, large tree. Click! With just one chop, the tree fell to the ground, scattering into 9 logs of uniform length, which rolled across the snow. Jiang Mian gathered the logs in an open space and then conjured a fence out of thin air to enclose them. Next, he circled another area, lifted a huge boulder weighing dozens of kilograms by hand, and threw it into that spot. After doing this, he pointed to the savage chieftain and then to the area with trees and logs. Jiang Mian clasped his hands together and drawled, "Hakimi, north and south green beans. God said he needed wood. God said he needed stone." Then, he untied the savage chieftain from his restraints. The chieftain quickly understood his meaning, picked up the stone axe on the ground, limped to the tree, and swung the axe down hard. Click! Only a shallow notch appeared on the tree trunk. Compared to Jiang Mian's axe blow, it was far inferior. But this aggravated the leg injury, and blood gushed from the leader's left leg where he had been shot with an arrow. He groaned in pain, but remained standing on one leg. Jiang Mian nodded slightly to him, indicating her satisfaction. Then, Jiang Mian quietly took out the weak life potion he had previously obtained in exchange for the hard armor shield from the warehouse, and hid it in his palm. He crouched down, swiftly pulled the crossbow bolt from the leader's leg with one hand, and quickly touched the wound with the other. The savage chieftain had just screamed in agony when he realized the pain had vanished. He looked down in disbelief and saw that his previously bloody wounds had completely healed. This is a miracle. The savage leader was completely subdued. He knelt down at Jiang Mian's feet with a thud, his face pressed against the snow, his body trembling uncontrollably. The other savages were also filled with disbelief. Having witnessed their leader being healed, they were shocked and longed for the divine gaze to fall upon them. One of the skinny savages was the first to react. He painfully pulled the crossbow bolt from his shoulder, letting the blood flow, bent down to pick up his stone axe, walked to a nearby tree, and began chopping away. Jiang Mian thought to himself, "They're learning pretty quickly. Since they're showing such enthusiasm, they should naturally be rewarded." He healed the skinny savage's wounds with the life-giving potion. Seeing this, the other savages followed suit and began to chop down trees with stone axes. 10 minutes later, Jiang Mian had a new team of 7 people to cut down trees. Then, he built 3 small wooden huts on the ground to shelter the 7 savages from the wind and rain. Jiang Mian led them inside and showed them with their own eyes how a god could create a place to sleep at will. From then on, they no longer had to painstakingly search for caves, nor did they have to live in those makeshift tents made of grass and sticks that would crumble in the wind. The wooden houses were significantly sturdier and safer. After doing all this, Jiang Mian raised his hand and pointed to the sun in the sky, then placed 7 small pebbles on the ground, indicating that he would return in 7 days. He then took out a wooden treasure chest and a black iron treasure chest, indicating that these items were also needed by the gods. After giving his instructions, Jiang Mian sent the savage leader back to convey the god's will, and then turned and left. You used the detection compass. 3 locations of rare items have been discovered. Following the compass's guidance, Jiang Mian first located the first item, a wooden treasure chest. After collecting it, he continued on to the second location. Along the way, he crossed a small river and came to a dark thicket of bushes. Fortunately, it was winter and the bushes had almost all lost their leaves, so the view was still relatively open. Stepping on the soft snow, Jiang Mian arrived at a stone wall entwined with withered vines. He used a spear to pry open the thick vines, and discovered a dark cave hidden behind it. This should be it. Jiang Mian tore off the surrounding withered vines, clearing a passage for a person to enter. The cave was so dark that the bottom could not be seen. Even if it were daytime outside, it would be impossible to see what was inside. As soon as he stepped into the cave, dozens of bats swarmed out. Jiang Mian immediately took out his hard armor shield and held it in front of him. He was never careless, as he was never sure if there was anything dangerous inside. Once the bats had dispersed, he took out a torch and lit it. The orange-red flame illuminated the entire passage. The cave walls are not rugged like those of a natural cave. Instead, they appear deliberately smooth. Diagonal chisel marks of varying depths remain on the stone surfaces on both sides, resembling traces left by ancient tools. The cave is almost the same height from front to back, with no stalactites or obvious cracks, and extends straight into the dark depths. Jiang Mian recalled the snow-capped mountain cave that Zhou Xian had mentioned. It seemed that this world did indeed once bear traces of activity by survivors or native inhabitants. He couldn't help but feel hopeful. If someone can find a machete, will I find guns inside? Jiang Mian continued forward, torch in hand, his footsteps echoing clearly in the narrow cave. After a few steps, he noticed square grooves on the cave wall, spaced a few meters apart, as if they were for inserting things. He tried inserting the torch and found it was the perfect size. A sense of unspoken understanding, transcending time, suddenly welled up within him. Good heavens, this is definitely a place where people have lived. Jiang Mian retrieved the torch and continued forward. After walking 30 or 40 meters, a T-junction appeared ahead, with a passage on each side. A crescent moon is painted on the left cave wall, while a round sun is painted on the right cave wall, surrounded by circular markings, as if to represent the sun's rays. Jiang Mian ran his fingers over the marks, wondering whether they were ancient totems or some kind of simple marking. He ultimately chose the right side first. In many civilizations, the sun symbolizes brilliance and greatness. It might be safer to go this way. This passage was narrower than the original cave, only wide enough for two people to walk side by side. After walking a dozen steps further in, Jiang Mian saw new marks on the cave walls on both sides. As he continued forward, images were continuously carved into the stone wall, reminding him of murals left by primitive civilizations. Jiang Mian looked at the left side first. In the first painting, a woman wearing a pointed cloak was flying in the air on a broom, with a string of tiny sparks trailing behind the broom. This image looks like a witch. Jiang Mian wasn't surprised. Since magic exists in this world, it's not unusual for witches to appear again. In the second painting, the witch continues forward, flying to a flat plain. Not far away stands a cyclops, its shoulders as high as mountains, its outstretched arms seemingly able to grasp the clouds. The giant crouched down, his single eye fixed on the witch as if observing a passing insect. The scene continues. The witch flies into a jungle full of mushrooms, where the mushrooms are taller than a person, their caps covered with spots of varying depths, seemingly representing different colors. Several winged sprites perched on top of the mushroom, some throwing fruit at each other, others hanging upside down on the edge of the cap and swinging back and forth. The whole painting looks harmonious and lovely. Chapter 40. Black Cat, White Cat. The witch flew over the mushroom forest, soaring higher and higher. She left the earth and entered a paradise of clouds and birds, then continued flying deeper into the sky. The clouds were left beneath her feet, and a floating island appeared overhead, as if it had been cut off from the earth and casually tossed into the sky. The island has mountains and water, birds and beasts, as well as flowers, trees and plants. In the center of the island stands a huge rock, with two cats carved on its top. One cat looks up at the sky with a cunning look in its eyes, its body covered in deep carvings. Another lies on a rock, fast asleep with its eyes closed, its lines so faint as to be almost invisible, as if it were lost in a dream. For some reason, whenever Jiang Mian saw them, the colors black and white would naturally come to mind. The one that was awake was like a black cat, clever and lively, like a shadow crouching on the wall in the night. The one that was asleep was like a white cat, quiet and peaceful, like a ball of snow curled up in the sunlight. The mural ends abruptly here, leaving only an empty wall behind it. Jiang Mian murmured, wondering if these scenes were figments of her imagination or things that had actually existed in this world. They were as dreamlike as fairy tales, yet also carried an inexplicable eeriness. He stepped back a few paces and turned to examine the mural on the right. This side is completely different from the left. The left side seems to be telling the story of a witch's journey, while the right side has no story. The entire wall is covered with images of the same white cat. Some were lying down, some were squatting, some were jumping up, and some were curled up asleep. Each posture was accompanied by 3 angles: looking down, looking to the side, and looking straight ahead, much like a meticulously drawn research blueprint. The images are incredibly detailed. Some even depict the white cat's circulatory, nervous, and lymphatic systems. There are also some sectional views that Jiang Mian couldn't recognize at all. The lines were interconnected, as if forming a kind of cyclical structure, but their patterns did not resemble any physiological structure he knew. Later, the white cat disappeared, and in its place appeared a girl who was half human and half cat. She has cat ears and a cat tail, but her body is that of a human girl. Simply put, she's a cat girl. The mural about her also has 3-dimensional cross-sections, but with more details than the one about the white cat. In addition to the complex lines, it is also covered with characters and symbols that Jiang Mian could not understand, like a series of data records. Jiang Mian felt increasingly uneasy as he looked around. This place no longer resembled a magical legend, but rather a scientific experiment. Researching how to turn cats into cat-eared girls? Is this the kind of thing science in this world is used for? But things are clearly not that simple. According to the mural on the left, the white cat was encountered by the witch on Takasagata Island, so it couldn't possibly be just an ordinary animal. Jiang Mian recalled the crescent moon and sun signs at the T-junction and began to form a vague judgment in his mind. The white cat's power might be related to the sun, while the other passage likely corresponds to the black cat. These 2 locations may be researching the powers of 2 cats, but something still felt off. The mural on the left, depicting a witch traveling, resembled an ancient legend. The images on the right, however, clearly displayed a high level of technology. Were they truly from the same era? Jiang Mian didn't dwell on it any longer. The most important thing right now was to find the so-called treasure. He walked deeper into the passage by the light of the fire, and half a minute later, he finally saw the end. There were no treasure chests or new forks in the road. At the end of the passage, only a large, silver-white metal door remained tightly shut. Embedded on the right side of the gate is a palm-sized crystal panel, its surface covered in dust, clearly indicating that it has been abandoned for many years. Jiang Mian stepped forward and wiped the dust off the crystal panel. The next second, the panel suddenly lit up, and a beam of light swept across his body. The identification result indicates a Type 2 human, with temporary access granted and automatic language switching. Level 13 in the detection rating is lower than the minimum security level of 15. According to Article 8 of Chapter 1 of the Security Regulations for the Ancient Magic Laboratory of the Kingdom of Loxi, visitors with a level lower than the minimum security level are prohibited from accessing the facility. The text on the crystal panel instantly turned red, and at the same time, it emitted a beep 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 alarm sound. Jiang Mian's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, this place really has a high-tech feel to it. Could it really be some kind of incredible laboratory? So, the experiments depicted in the murals were very likely conducted here. He glanced back at the way he had come, then looked at the metal door in front of him, and a strange unease rose in his heart. It's not that he's never hunted animals, nor that he's never skinned or dismembered them. But that was for survival. It's humanity's most primal instinct. Experiments like these, which modify and fuse life, always feel like they've touched upon some kind of taboo. Since this is a biological experiment site, what might be inside? Thinking of this, Jiang Mian suddenly paused. An experimental site implies sophisticated instruments and high-tech equipment. The value of those things is probably staggering. There might even be various rare materials and experimental reagents inside. All pity and taboo vanished in the face of the word baby. He's been lacking the rock core needed to upgrade his level 5 stone house to level 6, and he can't find the frost stone needed for the frost arrow tower. If there really are materials here that surpass wrought iron, he absolutely can't let them go. Jiang Mian immediately spent experience points to level up twice, and then had the crystal panel scan him again. Level 15 in the detection rating is equal to or higher than the minimum security level of 15. Access granted. A faint blue light shone from the crystal panel, and a beep sounded from inside the metal door before it slowly slid open to the left. The dust that had accumulated on the door for many years was shaken up and scattered everywhere. Jiang Mian quickly covered his mouth and nose. Drop. Drop. Several instruments sent restart signals after being powered back on. Some devices, however, only made one sound before completely shutting down due to years of neglect. As the door opened, the lights inside the laboratory lit up one after another, illuminating a room that wasn't very large. In the center of the room stood a cylindrical culture chamber. The transparent walls were covered with a thin layer of gray, and it was filled with a pale blue liquid. A girl floated in the liquid, her body curled up, with a pair of white, fluffy cat ears on her head, and a long tail hanging down from her waist, swaying gently in the water. Her eyes were closed, but her chest was rising and falling slightly. She is still alive. Jiang Mian immediately retreated to the corner and held the hard armor shield in front of him. He had imagined all sorts of things that might happen in the laboratory, but he never thought that there would be living things there. Even if this continent once possessed civilization, it has long since undergone tremendous changes. The land has become a complete wasteland. Who knows what might have happened over thousands, even tens of thousands of years. How could anyone still be alive? He waited for several tens of seconds, but there was no unusual movement in the incubation chamber. Jiang Mian then slowly shifted his gaze to observe his surroundings. Near the culture chamber were many monitoring instruments, their screens displaying over a dozen waveforms and data he couldn't understand. More equipment was damaged, and the screens were completely black. The shelves against the wall were crammed with test tubes and flasks, and various reagents were stacked several layers high. Jiang Mian approached cautiously and found that the test tubes had long since dried up, with only hardened residue remaining at the bottom. He thought to himself, what a pity. The power of time is indeed merciless. Several open notebooks lay scattered on the ground, their handwriting messy, interspersed with numerous hand-drawn patterns, images, and data analyses. After inspecting the lab, Jiang Mian discovered that the main control system had long been broken, making it impossible to access any information. The best preserved items, besides the crystal panel at the entrance that scans visitors, are the incubation chamber in the center. It is clear that the most precious thing in this laboratory is the culture chamber. The problem is, this stuff is useless against Jiang Mian. He couldn't understand the writing and symbols here, nor did he know how to operate the equipment. To avoid a mistake that could lead to serious consequences, he didn't dare to touch any of the equipment. Chapter 41 Eyes that see through people's hearts. First, find a storage device. Even if you don't recognize the materials, pack them up and take them with you. You never know when you might need them. Jiang Mian immediately began a careful search of the lab. There were storage boxes in both corners. He checked every single one that could be opened. Only one area was filled with safes, made of unknown material and incredibly heavy. He tried to pick one up and carry it out of the lab. He dared not use an open flame inside. If there was a gas leak, a single spark could send him to his death. Only after exiting the cave did he control his magical flames to scorch the corners of the box, but the box remained completely unharmed. Jiang Mian could only sigh and carry the safe back. The other box in the corner could be opened, but it mostly contained only broken stone fragments, like the remains of gemstones that had lost their energy over countless years. Only a few chests contained pale purple stones and a few pieces of grayish-white, soft metal. The fact that the pale purple stones didn't trigger any talent when stored in the warehouse indicates they weren't building materials. But as soon as the grayish-white metal was taken in, the number increased from 6 to 12. Building materials detected, triggering the talent Builder's Dream, doubling the quantity. Although he didn't know what it was, Jiang Mian was happy as long as the quantity doubled. After collecting the storage boxes, he set his sights on the things that could be disassembled in the laboratory. The metal bases of several sliding chairs could be disassembled, and inside the bases were inlaid round, earthy yellow gemstones. Jiang Mian found tweezers and carefully pried the gemstones out. As for the instruments on the table, even though they had metal bases, he dared not touch them carelessly. One material rock core detected, triggering the talent Builder's Dream, doubling the quantity. Jiang Mian was taken aback, then her eyes lit up. Huh? An unexpected surprise? These people are so extravagant, using rock cores to prop up chair legs. He immediately got to work, removing the bases of all the other chairs and prying out the rock cores one by one. Let me see what other good stuff you have. Jiang Mian's gaze swept across the laboratory like a mouse just entering a granary. He took everything he could, metal pens, tweezers, knives. He even took the screwdrivers and nails from the desk drawer. He also put away the notebook where he recorded experimental data. It wouldn't affect the lab's operation anyway, and he could study the text here when he had time. There was also a display clock on the wall, which he jumped up and took down. He already has a watch, but one more won't hurt, and he's willing to resell it to someone else. After a thorough search, Jiang Mian had practically emptied the lab of all movable objects and small, detachable parts. He couldn't make tools like screwdrivers and screws now, but he knew they would be useful in the future. More than an hour later, Jiang Mian wiped the sweat from his forehead. The laboratory temperature was maintained at around 25 degrees Celsius, and he had been so busy that he had even taken off his coat. This place is actually not bad as a shelter. I don't know what material this metal door is made of, but even magical flames can't hurt it. He muttered to himself as he continued checking for any fish that had slipped through the net. As his gaze swept over the culture chamber again, it suddenly met another pair of eyes. The girl in the incubation chamber opened her eyes at some point. Her eyes were almost pure white, with a faint golden light floating in the vertical pupils, surrounded by fine golden lines, like sunlight settling in a clear spring. When she blinked, her vertical pupils narrowed to a line, then slowly widened again, like a halo of the sun that had been obscured by clouds, and then reappeared. Her gaze was eerily calm. There was no panic, no fear, no confusion, and no curiosity. All the emotions Jiang Mian expected an experimental subject to possess were absent from her eyes. She simply looked at him quietly, like the sun looking down at stones and dust on the ground, or an unrelated person passing by in a long course of time. Those eyes, so pure and almost flawless, seemed to reflect the good and evil in people's hearts. Jiang Mian, who had just ransacked the laboratory, suddenly felt a little guilty. His intuition told him that the girl in front of him was someone he could not contend with. You can't run. We must remain calm. She could kill him here with just a single thought. What should you do if you're in another world and a thief is caught red-handed by the landlord? Jiang Mian took out a notebook that had just been put into storage from the warehouse, waved it in her hand, and tentatively explained, I only took a few worthless things, which don't seem to be of any use to you. He then pointed to the culture chamber and the surrounding instruments, adding, I didn't touch any of these things that might affect your equipment. Only the second half of that statement is true. The girl didn't respond, continuing to look at him calmly. Jiang Mian felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze, as if her eyes could pierce through all pretense, leaving no room for lies to hide. Lying to her made me feel inexplicably ashamed. He had no choice but to take the notebook back and shrug. Okay, I did take a lot of stuff, but it's definitely useless to you. But in her heart she added, once something is in his hands, there's no way he'll give it back. The girl's gaze finally shifted from his face to the bracelet on his right wrist. But Jiang Mian inexplicably felt that she wasn't looking at the bracelet, but rather at something in the system's inventory. The next second, he suddenly remembered that he still had a cat toy. This is a concept-level artifact. So what if she's a cat-eared girl? She's still a cat. If a cat toy can make her happy and let her leave, then it's totally worth it. Jiang Mian immediately took out the cat toy and cautiously walked to the incubation chamber. He lowered his head, held the small cat toy in both hands, and slowly offered it to the girl like a sacrificial offering. As the girl looked closely at the cat toy, a ripple finally appeared in her divine eyes. She reached out her hand, as if wanting to touch it. But the slender hand was blocked by the transparent surface of the culture chamber as soon as it reached halfway. Jiang Mian then realized what was happening. Yes, she's still in the incubation chamber. She was imprisoned. As an experimental subject of the gods, I am imprisoned here. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Mian's and the girl's eyes almost simultaneously. Then they looked at each other and saw that emotion in each other's eyes. Jiang Mian was silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, if you want to come out, what do you need me to do? He shrugged and pointed to the unfamiliar characters on the instrument, saying, I can't understand the characters here, so I don't know how to help you. After saying that, he added, also, you can't repay kindness with enmity after I rescued you. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly, and a hint of gentleness finally appeared in them. Chapter 42, The Shining's Blessing. The girl remained silent, simply watching Jiang Mian. A flicker of emotion seemed to appear in her eyes. Jiang Mian inexplicably understood her meaning and tentatively asked, you want to know what's going on outside? The girl's gaze softened, which could be considered a response. Jiang Mian then said, it's terrible outside. It's snowing lightly now, but just 3 days ago it was summer. I can't see any pattern in the climate here. He suddenly realized halfway through his sentence. Wait, can you understand me? At the lab entrance, he was identified as a Type 2 human, meaning this world recognized him. But he and the other survivors had all traveled from another planet. The girl remained silent. Jiang Mian knew that there would be no answer if she asked any more questions, So she simply sat there and told her about her experiences in the 4 days since she came into this world. From the absurdly poor signal of the survival system at the beginning, to the confusion of having to choose talents before the system is even turned on, and then to the near-death crisis on the first night. On the second night, he ran straight into an elite monster. Despite thinking he was well prepared, he still nearly died. He was a bit more composed on the third night, but the other survivors in the area weren't so lucky. Jiang Mian exhausted her mental energy, enchanted 20 crossbow bolts, and then fell asleep. Meanwhile, some of those people were killed in less than a minute after encountering the elite monster. They didn't have time to call for help, and Jiang Mian couldn't save them either. Although they were all potential tools, he was still willing to lend a hand if he could. After he finished speaking, Jiang Mian was surprised to find that she felt much more relaxed. The anxiety brought by the unknown environment and the pressure caused by the uncertainty of the future seemed to dissipate at this moment. Having a listener is really helpful, especially listeners like her. In Jiang Mian's eyes, she was as noble as the blazing sun, and as serene as an ancient, still well. Standing before her, he needed neither pretense nor scheming. He could say whatever he wanted. No matter how much he cursed the world or speculated about the future, she just looked at him gently. Jiang Mian glanced at the time and stood up from her chair. If it gets any later, I won't be able to get back. I'm sorry, I'll come find you again another time. Now may I leave? The girl blinked, but still didn't say anything. Jiang Mian waved to her and turned to leave. But as he reached the door, he couldn't help but turn back and glance at her one last time. After leaving the cave, a system notification suddenly rang in Jiang Mian's mind. You have received the blessing of the God Shining. Special status, Shining's blessing. Quality S. Description, when he gazes upon you, lies crumble, fear vanishes. He does not speak, yet you hear the sound of the ancient sun falling. You are the first to hear his silence after his long imprisonment. Effect 1. Shining Heart. Permanently increases base spirit attribute by 20%, spirit recovery speed by 50%, and grants immunity to minor spirit-related negative status effects. 2. As if in daylight, gain night vision, increasing perception range by 100%. 3. Purification of heavenly impurities. Your soul is purified, and beings of the light attribute feel affinity towards you. The gold lettering and the 3 effects are enough to illustrate the preciousness of this blessing. Aside from his own talent Constructor's Dream, this was the second time Jiang Mian had seen an S-rank rating in the survival world. It was also the second time, besides the shelter, that he had encountered something with more than 2 effects. The first effect, Shining Heart, permanently increases base spirit attribute by 20%. This ability to directly enhance base attributes is a real boost under any circumstances. Not to mention the 50% increase in mental recovery speed, which is even higher than the shelter bonus. As for immunity to minor levels of mental debuffs, that feels like a bonus. The second effect is even more crucial. The enhanced night vision and double perception range significantly improve Jiang Mian's safety in the survival world. If he is strong enough, he can even use these 2 effects to move through the fog at night. Nighttime already makes things difficult to see, and fog can easily cause one to lose their way. Previously, in the foggy area, the map he recalled in his mind was all gray. Being able to operate at night is a huge advantage, whether it's chasing enemies or not having had time to return to the shelter. As for the final soul purification, Jiang Mian didn't feel it deeply yet, only that his mind was clear and his distracting thoughts had decreased significantly. He hadn't used the affinity with light attribute creatures yet, but it might be valuable in the future. The Shining, in English, means shining or a flash of light. Jiang Mian recalled the girl's unforgettable eyes and murmured, "It really suits her." Today's insights were even more outrageous than the previous few days combined. They're definitely worth noting in my autobiography someday. On the 4th day of his struggle for survival, he encountered God. From the first moment Jiang Mian saw her, he was convinced. In his understanding, the one who connects with the heavens above and the earth below is called Shun, and the one who is worshipped with rites is called Shun. But after calming down, Jiang Mian felt something was wrong. This laboratory clearly contains a god, yet it only holds treasures on low-level treasure maps. The god's blessings to him are all S-grade, and S-grade items are probably something even a gold treasure chest might not be able to open. Wooden and iron chests are rated F, and bronze chests are rated E. Based on this, silver chests are likely D, and gold chests are at most C. Jiang Mian suddenly realized that the treasure hunting compass had detected 3 locations. but there was still one place he hadn't been to. He gasped. Could it be that the treasure on the low-level treasure map is actually there? Did I accidentally stumble into a legendary dungeon? The more Jiang Mian thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so she immediately rushed to the last available spot. The place was in the bushes not far away. He pushed aside the snow and branches and found a wooden supply box that was half buried in snow. This chest is different from ordinary wooden treasure chests. Those treasure chests, whether made of wood or iron, are all mass-produced like products from an assembly line, while this one is just a real wooden chest. Jiang Mian opened the supply box, inside which was a high-end looking briefcase. Once the suitcase was opened, a test tube filled with a pale golden liquid lay quietly in the center of the red silk cloth. Upon seeing that familiar color, Jiang Mian suddenly had a bad feeling. Item: Basic Divine Potion, Basic Sunlight Potion. Deity ID, 001. Quality, D. Description: a potion made by diluting and mixing blood drawn from a deity. Effect: increases spirit by 20 after consumption and grants the ability, Shining. This is just a basic potion. More advanced ones must exist as well. Just how much blood did those people drain from the girl? And then there's the deity's number. If there's 001, there could be 002. How many deities in this world have been imprisoned as experimental subjects? Jiang Mian felt a lump in her throat. This world holds too many unknowns. Ancient myths, advanced technology, imprisoned gods, and aberrant creatures that roam the night. Those aberrations also bear distinct serial numbers, perhaps indicating they were also manufactured in a laboratory. Jiang Mian took a deep breath and whispered, "It's truly a dance between gods and demons. Right now, I can only slowly grow stronger. Only when I'm strong enough will I be qualified to see the whole picture of this world." After saying that, he turned around and bowed in the direction of the laboratory, then uncorked the medicine and drank it down in one gulp. The pale gold potion was as gentle as the girl's pale gold gaze. Even though it was the power of a god, it did not cause any rage after entering Jiang Mian's body. It simply gently nourished Jiang Mian's body and soul. It's as if she only gazes, only shines, and will never go mad, nor will she ever perish. Chapter 43, if you need it. On the way back, Jiang Mian controlled the glider while checking the channel for the day's activity. As his mental energy continued to increase, his control over his consciousness also became stronger. He could now multitask without any problems, let alone multitask. It snowed all day today, and some people have already frozen to death because they were too weak. The survivors braved the snow to go out, but no one found the bronze treasure chest, and the number of animals that hunters could catch has also decreased significantly. Rabbits and squirrels have disappeared, fish in the shallow waters have swum downstream, and the river has even begun to freeze. Food prices have risen again. A fish now costs 20 logs, and a serving of meat costs 23. Although the cold affected tree cutting, many people had already reached level 2 or even higher, and most of them put their free attribute points into strength, making tree cutting efficiency much higher than before. Around 2 or 3 p.m., the regional and world channels suddenly became lively. The reason was that the top-ranked player on the leaderboard had risen 2 levels at that time, sparking a lot of speculation. Some say an even stronger monster might appear tonight, and the top player just happened to run into it, forced to level up because they couldn't defeat it. Others speculate that there might be a secret dungeon in this world, and the top player might have gone to explore it. Jiang Mian hadn't expected that simply going through a gate check would cause such a commotion outside. He checked his private messages, and, sure enough, Wang Tung had also asked if there really was a new monster appearing. Wang Tung stared at the mist outside last night, barely sleeping. He was almost in despair if another monster appeared. Jiang Mian smiled and replied no, then casually asked if he had any news about the Cold Soul Stone. Wang Tung said he still hadn't heard of it. Meanwhile, the mutated plants that Zhou Xian had planted had already borne fruit, and as agreed, she gave Jiang Mian 6 heavenly compassion grass plants and 14 warm sun fruits. Heavenly mercy grass can heal injuries, and warm sun fruit can warm the body and reduce pain. After obtaining the heavenly mercy grass, Jiang Mian suddenly remembered the person in the world channel who could make potions, World Tree. The opponent's weak life-restoring potion, although it only restores 2 points of health at a time, is still more effective than the heavenly mercy grass. After consuming a heavenly mercy grass, it takes 60 seconds for it to slowly restore 1 point of health. Jiang Mian guessed that the heavenly pity grass was likely the raw material for making the potion, so he found World Tree in the world channel told her that he had a batch of spiritual herbs, and asked if she was interested. 2 or 3 minutes later, the world tree replied that it was interested. Jiang Mian then revealed that he had someone on his side who could cultivate spiritual herbs, and the other party was very frank, directly admitting that the weak life potion did indeed require the heavenly compassion grass. As for the other materials, she didn't go into detail. Those were her core skills, and naturally, she wouldn't reveal them all. However, she did express her willingness to establish a long-term partnership with Jiang Mian. After discussions, the world tree agreed to exchange 3 heavenly pity grasses for a bottle of weak life-restoring potion. Jiang Mian had just replied with an okay when the other party suddenly changed their mind, saying that 2 heavenly pity grasses would suffice for 1 bottle. Before Jiang Mian could ask why, she saw the other person send a message. "Are you at the top of the list?" Jiang Mian was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand when he had been exposed. Although by the 4th day, his inner and outer walls had been repaired, and he would soon be able to upgrade his shelter to level 6, whether he was exposed or not didn't really matter much now. But he was still curious about how the other party had figured it out. The world tree seemed to have guessed his silence, and quickly explained that she meant no harm. Yesterday, Jiang Mian bought out all her potions, and also produced 4 hardened shields, which meant he had to kill at least 2 elite monsters. She had suspected Jiang Mian's identity then, and today he produced so many spiritual herbs. She felt this couldn't possibly be a coincidence. The person with so many resources is likely to be number 1 on the leaderboard. Then, her words became increasingly direct. "You're very strong. I want to be your underling. If you need a woman, I can be your wife. If you need a man, I can become a man. My talent is as a pharmacist. I can analyze the ingredients of potions and obtain the formula. As long as I have enough materials, I can replicate any potion." These words were so abrupt that Jiang Mian nearly stumbled while gliding through the air, veering off course. He circled once in the air before regaining control of his glider. Jiang Mian stared at the chat box, unsure how to reply. Being a subordinate was understandable, being a wife was barely acceptable, but to become a man? What kind of absurd thing was that? He didn't reply, which only made the other party more anxious, and they sent another message. "If you need slaves, Jiang Mian quickly interrupted. Stop. He was genuinely afraid that if he revealed everything he said later, it wouldn't pass censorship. Jiang Mian replied that he believed in her sincerity and had no strange intentions. If she was willing to provide medical support, he could also provide her with security protection. He could understand the other person's situation. A pharmacist who had no combat ability needed a reliable backer in a world where everyone was afraid to survive. Jiang Mian then took out a bottle of basic life-restoring potion and asked her to help analyze and prepare it, promising to find the necessary materials. However, he kept a backup plan and didn't hand over the basic mental restoring potion as well. After all, he wasn't entirely sure if the world tree could actually analyze the potion's ingredients. Even if the other party was just trying to scam him, he wouldn't suffer too much loss. Upon seeing that Jiang Mian agreed to cooperate and even offered a more advanced potion, World Tree's address immediately changed, calling him darling repeatedly, his tone as intimate as if the two were already a couple. After obtaining the basic life-restoring potion, she quickly activated her talent, analyzed the formula, and sent a copy to Jiang Mian. The basic life-restoring potion requires 5 hemostatic flowers, 1 holy white aloe vera, and 50 milliliters of clean water. Among them, the holy white aloe is an E-grade spiritual herb, and its seeds can only be obtained from treasure chests of bronze level and above. After reading the recipe, Jiang Mian felt that it didn't seem fake, so he decided to talk to her about shelter defense. He asked, "What level of shelter are you in now?" "Level 5. Jiang Mian was taken aback. "So rich." The other party immediately replied, "What's mine is all yours." Jiang Mian fell silent. Truly, there are always mountains beyond mountains, and heavens beyond heavens. Upgrading a shelter to level 5 requires a large amount of logs and stones. Even Wang Tong of the Merchant Alliance only has a level 4 shelter. But this seemingly weak, helpless, and vulnerable pharmacist girl had already completed her level 5 upgrade. Jiang Mian couldn't help but wonder if her pitiful appearance was an act. Ever since being tricked by Wang Teng's father, Jiang Mian has developed a habit of always thinking the worst about everyone. He asked her how she managed to do it without any fighting talent. The World Tree explained that the disaster in her region was drought, and her sanctuary was on a small island in the middle of a river, with the sea to the north and glaciers to the west. Through her control over the water quality and temperature, almost everyone in the region, from all walks of life, was her business partner. Jiang Mian could only reply, "Disrespect, disrespect." Extreme heat is occurring near Arctic glaciers, which is practically a gift from heaven. But the world tree is also aware that drought is just the first disaster. If the next 7 days bring extreme cold, its advantage will disappear. Jiang Mian told her that it was snowing where he was, and that he could send her a fireplace. He then got to the point, saying that he could provide her with a crossbow, which, combined with a level 5 shelter, should be enough to deal with the type 1 strength aberration. The condition is that 70% of the weak life-restoring potions she has made in the past few days must be given to Jiang Mian. World Tree immediately replied, "I'll give you 80%, darling." Chapter 44 Secondary Crossbow. It's sunset again. Jiang Mian flew through the canyon and back to the forest surrounded by 3 mountains. In the distance, he saw 2 layers of walls enclosing the riverbank, with more than a dozen watchtowers standing neatly. His nerves, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed. Finally, I'm going home. The buildings here aren't grand, but every stone and every log was built by his own hands. Back here, he no longer needs to be on guard wherever he goes, nor does he need to be ready to pull out his armored shield at any moment. Lin Kuan had just stepped out of the rabbit hutch when he looked up and saw Jiang Mian in the sky. He immediately shouted excitedly, "The rabbits have given birth. 9 in a litter." Jiang Mian landed on the watchtower, grabbed the rope, slid down, and quickly reached the wooden house, her tone tinged with delight. "So fast." Upon entering the room, I saw the mother rabbit huddled in the corner of the cage, with a tiny, pinkish baby nestled under her belly. The baby rabbits hadn't grown any fur yet, and their eyes weren't open. It was too cold, and the babies kept burrowing into their mother's arms, making soft, squeaking noises. New life always lifts one's spirits. Jiang Mian approached the rabbit cage, bent down, and gently touched the soft little creatures with her fingers. Then she said to Lin Kuan, "Tonight, move them and the mother rabbit to the living room. Put them in a wooden box and line it with some hay." The mortality rate of baby rabbits is not low, especially on cold winter nights, so they can no longer be kept in the wooden house. Jiang Mian left the wooden house, went to check on the potatoes in the field, and returned to the living room of the stone house after confirming that everything was fine. He took out the metal parts and tools that he had transferred from the laboratory today and put them into storage boxes and tool racks. Among the other materials, there were 72 rock cores, 109 purple unidentified gemstones, and 12 pieces of soft metal material. Upgrading a level 6 shelter requires 8,000 stones, 5,000 logs, 1,000 sticks, and 50 rock cores. I have enough cores, but the stones I just collected last night were all used to build walls this morning. They come quickly and go quickly. Jiang Mian then summoned Zhang the blacksmith and inquired about his progress that day. Zhang the blacksmith took out several iron axes and handed over a crossbow, saying, "Young master, I have figured out the structure of that crossbow. Based on your requirements for a secondary crossbow, I tried using ordinary wooden planks and only 1 piece of wrought iron to forge it. The finished product will probably malfunction after about 60 to 90 consecutive shots, and the damage will be significantly lower than that of a standard crossbow." Jiang Mian took the secondary crossbow and examined it. Item: a substandard crossbow made with shoddy workmanship. Quality: F+. Description: a substandard crossbow manufactured in a shady workshop by an unscrupulous boss and his employees. It can load 3 bolts at a time. Effect: ignores 15% of the target's physical defense. When using iron arrows or higher quality crossbows, it ignores an additional 10% of the target's physical defense, but is more likely to break. Durability: 150/150. Jiang Mian nodded after reading it. Very good. He patted Zhang the blacksmith on the shoulder, but in his heart he felt that this old blacksmith had probably cut corners in his work many times before. He had only thought of replacing the wooden planks, but the other man had gone even further, cutting corners even in the forging of the iron. Zhang the blacksmith stroked his beard and laughed. Practice makes perfect, nothing to mention. Next, he placed 3 iron axes on the table and introduced them one by one. The first one was a finely crafted piece, which took 2 or 3 hours to make, and it was sharp and effortless for chopping trees. The second one took more than an hour to make, and it could chop trees, but it was more strenuous. The last one was inspired by the iron axe that Jiang Mian had made by hand, and he could make a replica in just over 10 minutes. However, all 3 types of iron axes consumed the same amount of forged iron, so making all the third type would be a waste of iron. Zhang the blacksmith put it mildly, but his meaning was clear. The pitted and uneven iron axe that Jiang Mian had previously forged by hand was a complete waste of iron. Jiang Mian tapped the table and quickly decided. Chefu will take the high-end route. You will only create the best of the best. Logging tools are not high-damage weapons like crossbows, so there's no need to compromise on craftsmanship for the sake of quantity. Forged iron is still scarce, and its value is not low. He added, don't rush to forge other ironware these next few days. Prioritize making crossbows. Right now, the survivors need weapons and food the most. As for enchanted crossbow bolts, Jiang Mian doesn't have a good solution for the time being. The enchantment effect will disappear in about 2 hours, so it's impossible to stockpile them in large quantities for sale in advance. After finishing all that, Jiang Mian went to the kitchen for a meal, then opened her private chat with Zhou Xinghua and accepted the locust which she had chopped down that day. This girl is really hard-working. She started delivering locust wood to him at 6 in the morning. Around 9 o'clock, she also brought him a beautiful blue stone, saying she found it in the stream next to the shelter and gave it to him because she thought it was pretty. As Jiang Mian played with the stone, she suddenly realized that Zhou Xinghua's current appearance was just like her own when she was an intern serving tea and water to her boss. Poor migrant worker. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. The stone felt icy cold to the touch. Jiang Mian immediately scanned the bracelet, and the information displayed on it instantly excited him. Item, frost stone. Quality, E. Description, a gem nurtured in the coldest of lands, containing the power of ice. Effect, can be used as an energy source and catalyst for casting ice magic. Jiang Mian couldn't help but whisper. I searched the entire lab and couldn't find the frost soul stone, but she actually found it in the river? Is this the true value of being a chosen one? After 2 days of anticipation, the Frost Arrow Tower is finally showing signs of life. Jiang Mian tidied up the kitchen and personally made a pot of berry fish soup to reward Zhou Xinghua. After serving it, he sent him a message. Little Zhou, your talent is still quite useful. That stone this morning was a great help to me. Here's a big meal for you, and an iron axe for you too. He continued, don't cut down any trees tomorrow. Just collect stones along the riverbank. If you get tired, take a stroll in the woods and see if you can find any milky white aloe vera. If you come across any unusual flowers, plants, or pretty stones, feel free to give them to me. If he could, Jiang Mian really wanted to take Zhou Xinghua with him. They encountered high-level treasure chests every day while exploring. It was practically a human cheat code. In a locust grove on the other side of the mainland, Zhou Xinghua wiped the sweat from her brow and continued swinging her axe. Having reached level 4, she was no longer the delicate girl she once was. Her strength and skills had improved. The reason she looks so tired is not because she is physically weak, but because she has been diligently cutting down trees almost the entire time since 6 in the morning, except for a half-hour lunch break. After easily killing the aberration outside the door with a crossbow last night, Zhou Xinghua realized that the weapon was definitely not ordinary and must be very valuable. And the enchanted arrows, she only learned today that they were magically enchanted. Nobody in the entire channel sells this kind of thing, but the boss was willing to let her use it. Zhou Xinghua felt increasingly a lump in her throat as she thought about it. She had never met such a conscientious boss. She would be willing to work for a boss like that for the rest of her life. Chapter 45, The Frost Arrow Tower. An anonymous survivor with the note, the best boss, has sent you some supplies. As the notification sound rang, Zhou Xinghua immediately put down her stone axe and prepared to receive her boss's instructions. Thinking it was dinner, she opened the supplies and was greeted by a wave of heat and a delicious aroma. The bowl contained milky white fish soup, with a few yellow berries floating on top. She picked it up and took a sip. The sweet and sour berries perfectly masked the fishy smell, leaving only a mouthful of fresh flavor. Zhou Xinghua's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but drink a few more mouthfuls. Compared to the bland food he had eaten before, which was only meant to fill his stomach, this bowl of fish soup was truly a delicacy. In this survival-oriented world where even food is scarce, it's almost unimaginable to have fish, seasonings, and the time to make a soup like this. She opened her private messages and saw that her boss had praised her and even rewarded her with fish soup and an iron axe. She was overjoyed, her eyes crinkling with happiness. Then, thinking of the cold, blue stone she held in her hand, she realized that it might actually be very useful. Zhou Xinghua quickly recalled her talent. Meeting the boss yesterday was good luck, and finding this stone today might also be luck at work. Since the boss told her to look for stones in the next few days, it meant that this thing was very important. She didn't plan to wait until the next day. The monster wouldn't appear on her side until 9 o'clock, so there were still 2 or 3 hours. Zhou Xinghua quickly finished her fish soup, sent a message to Jiang Mian saying she would go find it now, and then plunged into the darkness outside. On the other side, Jiang Mian saw her reply and felt a mix of emotions. This employee was not only obedient, but also willing to work overtime and even considerate of the boss. She was truly rare. Jiang Mian thought for a moment and decided to give her another hardened shield. Even if she was only a level 1 survivor, as long as she wore the strange leather armor and had a hardened shield, she could at least withstand a few more hits when facing a strength type 1 aberration. This equipment significantly improves survivability, preventing instant death from a single hit by a large enemy like before. With a higher level and a strength exceeding 15, combined with a crossbow and a hardened shield, even without combat talent, one can outmaneuver and even kill a large enemy. Jiang Mian quickly realized that now was the time to continue reaping the benefits from the hunter group. Those with combat talent might have an advantage against ordinary monsters, but once they encountered a Type I strength aberration, their margin for error was still too low. Monsters can make many mistakes, but if they are hit even once, they may suffer broken bones, sprains, or even internal organ damage. First aid kits and medicines in the survival world can only treat illnesses or temporarily stop injuries. They cannot provide instant recovery. Monsters appear every night, and there are monster tides every few days. If serious injuries aren't treated promptly, it's practically a death sentence. In such situations, the value of a hardened shield naturally increases. Aside from daily necessities and attribute fruits that no one was willing to trade, the supplies in the black iron treasure chest were unlikely to bring Jiang Mian much profit from the blueprints and items. So he simply focused his trading efforts on food and stones. Food prices will continue to rise. As the snow falls heavier, food will become a more valuable form of currency than building materials. Of course, Jiang Mian will also take a look if someone brings him something that interests him. Besides hunters, Jiang Mian also found several people in dire need of armor on the world channel, exchanging hard armor shields for a large amount of stones. Since each region produces a limited amount of basic building materials daily, he couldn't keep exploiting the same region, lest he reduce the supply of stones on the market and drive up prices. While the transaction was underway, Zhou Xinghua sent him 2 more frost stones. Including the previous one, after triggering the talent effect, Jiang Mian now had a total of 6 frost stones, enough to craft the frost arrow tower. With the materials ready, the production began. Watching the frost stones disappear one by one, Jiang Mian felt the preciousness of the talent, the builder's dream, even more. Future building materials will only become more and more advanced, and advanced materials will inevitably be scarce. In his case, one piece of material can be used as 4. If he were to encounter a rare material, or even the only one of its kind, it would be equivalent to turning the unique into the unique 4. Perhaps due to the increased item level, the ice arrow tower took more than a minute to craft this time. Previously, even a crossbow could be completed in just a few seconds to a dozen seconds. Item: Frost Arrow Tower. Quality: E+. Description: Winter has arrived. Effect: Each frost stone consumed fires 10 frost arrows, which are low-level magic. Having come into contact with more and more advanced items in the past 2 days, Jiang Mian has gradually figured out the levels of extraordinary powers. Abilities like magic are roughly divided into weak, low-level, intermediate, and high-level. For example, in the Sanctuary Deterrence effect, level 4 can deter weak, mutated creatures, and level 5 can deter low-level mutated creatures. Agility Type 1 aberration is a low-level mutated creature, while Strength Type 1 aberration, as an elite monster, is most likely a medium-level mutated creature. The attribute fruits obtained from the Black Iron Treasure Chest grant abilities such as fire generation and freezing, but these are only considered weak magic, with a small range and weak effects. The icy arrows fired from the Frost Arrow Tower, however, are low-level magic. They can condense into an ice arrow several tens of centimeters long, dealing ice damage to enemies, and their power is far greater than adding magic to the arrowheads of crossbows. Jiang Mian judged that even a level 5 Strength Type 1 aberration might not be able to withstand this arrow. The only problem was that the Frost Arrow Tower consumed 1 Frost Soul Stone for every 10 arrows fired. He's currently in short supply of Frost Stone to build arrow towers, let alone the luxury of using Frost Stone as an energy source for casual attacks. Jiang Mian recalled that Zhou Xinghua had found the cold soul stone in the river, and the description of the cold soul stone was a gem nurtured in an extremely cold place. In other words, there might be an extremely cold place near the snow-capped mountains upstream of the river. The cold soul stones that were formed there might have been washed downstream by the river. Tomorrow, we can have Zhou Xinghua walk upstream along the river to see if the number of cold soul stones in the water increases. If he could find a place where cold soul stones are formed, he might not have to worry about this material anymore. Jiang Mian couldn't help but sigh, wondering why such a good spot never spawned near him. What else was around him besides the monster spawners? The cave laboratory where Shining is located is more than 100 kilometers away from his shelter. It may have originally been an opportunity for other survivors, but he stumbled upon it earlier. Thinking about it carefully, this matter has a bit of a mystical aspect. Was it because of Zhou Xinghua's good fortune that the extremely cold place that gave birth to the cold soul stone appeared on the mountain? Or did that extremely cold place exist first, and then Zhou Xinghua, who possessed great fortune, descended there? Thinking deeper, are the opportunities in this world originally hidden everywhere, waiting for survivors to discover them? Or are they refreshed around the survivors themselves? At least the mutated animals and the treasure chests they guarded did not exist on the first day after the journey. The black iron treasure chest only appeared on the second day. It's like the chicken or egg dilemma. There's no way to say for sure. Chapter 46: Turning and Walking into the Fog. The Ice Arrow Tower's attack range is 100 meters in radius. Jiang Mian placed it in the center of the shelter, exactly overlapping with the area covered by the holy fire. After triggering the talent, he immediately gained 2 frost arrow towers, adding another layer of protection to the shelter's defenses. Range and damage are equally important. Keeping enemies at least 100 meters away significantly reduces the risk of high-threat mutated creatures rushing into the base. 2 hours later, a Type 1 aberration with level 9 strength emerged from the mist and collapsed on the spot. A blue arrow streaked across the night sky, fast as a shooting star, and under Jiang Mian's control, it precisely pierced its chest, leaving a crater the size of a sandbag. HP -861. Current HP 0/800. Ice crystal fragments flew in all directions, several of which hit the nearby agile Type 1 aberration, instantly killing it. Jiang Mian then realized that the Frost Arrow Tower not only dealt high damage, but also had a small area splash damage effect. Unfortunately, arrows cannot be manufactured indefinitely. Zhou Xinghua searched for another hour, but only brought back 1 cold soul stone. To get more, they would probably have to continue searching upstream. On the 4th night, no new monster types appeared in the mist, but the number of elite monsters increased significantly. Around Jiang Mian's shelter, there were already no fewer than 40 elite-level aberrations. However, a few of them, after witnessing the chilling arrow tower in the center of the shelter instantly kill the big guy with a single arrow, twisted their massive bodies and turned to run into the mist. This scene surprised Jiang Mian. By the time he realized what was happening, the elite monsters had already disappeared. He quickly deduced that these monsters had become more intelligent. Those that knew to flee were likely the highest level ones. After testing the power of the Frost Arrow Tower, Jiang Mian stopped consuming frost stones and switched to using enchanted crossbow bolts to attack. His mental strength is currently very high. Normally, he recovers 1 point of mental strength every 30 minutes. But with the 20% bonus from the level 5 shelter and the 50% bonus from the Blessing of the Spirit, he can recover 1 point in less than 18 minutes. With the enchanted arrows stored up since 7 p.m., it's enough to deal with the remaining 30-odd strength Type 1 aberrations. In his recent upgrades, Jiang Mian has deliberately focused on his mental attribute. Including the Blessing of the Flash, his mental attribute has surpassed his strength to become the highest among his 5 attributes. Name: Jiang Mian. Nickname: I level up alone. Level: 15. Reachable level: 19, after using remaining experience points. Life: 26, plus 12. Strength: 40, plus 5. Stamina: 29, plus 5. Speed: 27, plus 5. Spirit: 67.2, plus 5. Title: First Blood, 1 step ahead, 2 steps ahead, Monster Hunter, reaching the summit. Abilities: Fire starting, Ice freezing, Flash. Status: Guardian of the Sanctuary's Sacred Flame, full set of bizarre leather armor. Special status: Blessing of the Divine Shining. Description: A powerful magic caster with immense strength. What mage can't fight in melee? The system's evaluation was straightforward: melee mage. The shelter now has 2 layers of walls, making it impossible for hordes of agile type 1 aberrations to break through. Jiang Mian doesn't even need to manually adjust the deterrence effect tonight to deal with the 2 types of monsters separately. He simply had Jiang the blacksmith move a chair onto the watchtower. Then Jiang Mian sat in the chair, holding a crossbow in both hands, and like the king of hell calling out names, he pointed at whichever power type a mutant, and with a few enchanted crossbow bolts, quickly reaped its life. Once the deformed creatures inside and outside the outer wall were cleared away, Jiang Mian's reachable level had reached level 25, with an additional prompt appearing. Reachable level 25, maximum reached. Automatically upgrades when reachable level exceeds 10 levels. Jiang Mian understood immediately after reading it. This was another rule for balancing the leveling speed. The system did not allow survivors to infinitely suppress their level. He sighed with some regret, realizing that becoming the sword god of Shirley Slope was no longer an option. After confirming that no new mutated creatures were emerging from the mist, Jiang Mian jumped off the watchtower and began to decompose the corpse. He crafted the bone blades he harvested into bone spears, as usual, and gave them to Wang Tung to trade. He kept some of the pale armor, intending to expand the walls after the shelter was upgraded to level 6, and made the rest into hard armor shields to sell to high-level survivors. The night was fraught with danger, and these equipment were snapped up as soon as they were put on the shelves, with no room for bargaining. Jiang Mian checked the building materials in the warehouse and found that he was still a few hundred stones short of upgrading his shelter to level 6. He looked up at the vast fog beyond the outer wall. It was only a little past 8:20 p.m., and there were likely still mutants deep within the fog. Jiang Mian steeled his heart, returned to the stone house, and retrieved his compass. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of Jiang the blacksmith, he turned and walked into the mist. Only after Jiang Mian's figure had completely disappeared did Jiang the blacksmith turn to look at Lin Kuan and ask in a low voice, "Has the young master always been this brave?" Lin Kuan recalled the night he first arrived here and nodded emphatically. "Young master is incredibly brave." The fog at night in the survival world is not fog in the ordinary sense. People can see it, but if they reach out to touch it, they can't touch anything, nor can they feel any changes in temperature or humidity. The snow was still falling, and even heavier than during the day. The snowflakes drifted through the mist as if they were drifting through the air, without disturbing each other. Some survivors speculate that this fog is a form of mental influence, an illusion that directly affects consciousness. However, it can indeed interfere with reality, such as blocking light, and the map in Jiang Mian's mind turned into a mosaic upon entering the fog. The only thing still functioning properly was the compass in his hand. This was the message Jiang Mian saw on the World Channel last night. After entering the fog, Jiang Mian headed straight southwest. There seemed to be a monster spawner there, which was also his target. 1 kilometer from the shelter, the fog thickened considerably. The torches stuck in the shields could only illuminate a range of less than 5 meters. The sound faded quickly in the fog, as if it had been swallowed up by something. With the aid of night vision, Jiang Mian could still see his feet clearly by the faint light of the fire. There wasn't really a path. The snow was already 8 or 9 centimeters thick, covering the rocks and weeds. What he truly used to find monsters was his mental perception ability. This ability only appeared after his mental strength reached 50. Its principle was unclear, and it was more like an intuition. He could vaguely sense what was approaching, what was moving, and what posed a threat to him. When his mental strength is at 50, Jiang Mian's perception range is about 10 meters in radius, and he can ignore terrain obstacles. Now that his mental strength has reached 67.2, the range has expanded to more than 10 meters. With the addition of the Flash Spirit Blessing, the range is close to 30 meters, which is enough for him to deal with mutated creatures' sneak attacks. 2 kilometers from the shelter, Jiang Mian finally encountered a few scattered Agile Type 1 aberrations. When I first saw them, these monsters were in a strange state. They had their long, narrow heads drooping, and they were motionless, as if they were sleeping standing up. They only awoke with a start when Jiang Mian approached. The next second, as if instantly enraged, these monsters let out sharp hisses and fiercely pounced on Jiang Mian. Chapter 47 Go lure the monsters for me. Jiang Mian's current stats completely overwhelmed these monsters. As the distance closed, he didn't even bother with his crossbow, gripping his spear tightly and sweeping it forward, instantly knocking over several Agile Type 1 aberrations that pounced on him. He then thrust the spear tip forward, piercing through 2 or 3 more in succession, like stringing crickets together with grass as a child. He expressionlessly poked and crushed the mutant's head, muttering, "Why can't we eat mutant creatures?" The agility type 1 mutant is as thin as a sheet of paper and doesn't bleed when injured. The strength type 1 mutant looks fleshy, but its skin is as hard as a carapace, and its wounds will ooze a white, sticky fluid that smells like undried quicklime, making people nauseous just by smelling it. More importantly, no mutated flesh would fall off after it decomposed. Jiang Mian naturally felt that the flesh inside that big guy's body was probably not good stuff. After dealing with the corpses, he continued deeper into the fog. Every few hundred meters, he would encounter a scattered group of agile type 1 aberrations, in the same state as the first few he had seen, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. Jiang Mian couldn't understand why they hadn't rushed towards the survivors' area like the other aberrations. Were they deliberately staying in the fog to deal with any survivors who tried to break in? He didn't linger there. As soon as his senses locked onto the agile type 1 aberration from a distance, he would fire crossbow bolts directly in that direction. Some were killed instantly, and the rest that charged forward were taken away halfway by the rapid-fire crossbow bolts. When Jiang Mian was about 5 kilometers away from the shelter, he finally encountered the first power type 1 mutant in the mist. The massive creature, like a lost soul, dangled its arms and head, wandering in the darkness. Sensing the presence of a survivor, it suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar, as if to tear the intruder to shreds. But as soon as it turned around, the roar stopped abruptly. It saw Jiang Mian's face clearly. Familiar, yet strange. It seemed to have seen this survivor an hour ago. Jiang Mian also noticed its abnormality. It was furious just a moment ago, so why has it suddenly become so quiet? He asked in surprise, "You know me? Have you heard my story?" The big guy didn't answer, but decisively turned around, took off running, bent over, and ran away in one smooth motion. It was enormous, and as it fled, it knocked down several trees, its heavy footsteps thumping loudly on the ground. In the darkness and fog, this sound was practically the most obvious tracking beacon. Jiang Mian followed the sound, took 3 steps at a time, caught up with it, raised his crossbow, and fired an arrow at the big guy's short, thick legs. HP -67. HP remaining 933/1000. This arrow also revealed Jiang Mian's opponent's level. Level 11, with a spirit value of 16. No wonder it has such a high IQ, and it even knows to be afraid and run away. As Jiang Mian chased after him, she shouted, "Big guy, your power is too great. You'll destroy this world. I have to control you properly." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and fired another arrow, hitting the big guy's other short leg. With both legs injured, the large creature stumbled and fell onto the snow. Unfortunately, the slope was sloping and the snow was slippery, so its massive body rolled straight down the slope. Jiang Mian said coldly, "You dare to run away and refuse to submit? It seems you must not be allowed to live." He connects with the spirit and mobilizes his abilities to shine. In terms of level, Flash is higher than low-level spells like fire and ice. 1 second, 2 seconds later, a blinding white light exploded from Jiang Mian's palm, like a small sun rising in the mist. The big guy had just rolled to the base of a thick, sturdy tree and hadn't even gotten up when a white light blinded him. He let out a short, mournful howl, frantically covering his eyes with his hands, his short legs kicking deep furrows in the snow. Jiang Mian slid down the hillside and landed beside it. The massive creature now huddled beside the tree trunk, its enormous body trembling in the snow, its bark charred black, a far cry from its earlier roaring ferocity. Out of the corner of its eye, it saw Jiang Mian approaching step by step and could only groan weakly. Jiang Mian glanced at the damage log. The flash attack consumed 5 points of spirit and dealt a total of 858 points of damage, almost killing the big guy instantly. And this was only after he deliberately held back. He only released half of the full flash. If he had released it completely, it would have consumed about 10 points of spirit and dealt over 1,700 damage to the aberration. Although both are low-level spells, Flash of Light deals almost twice the damage of Frostbolt. Jiang Mian muttered, "Could it be due to elemental advantage? Light overcomes darkness, and holiness overcomes evil. This relationship is not difficult to understand." Wah! The big-haired man let out a weak groan. Jiang Mian kicked it. "Hey, why aren't you running away? Am I that scary?" It seemed to have resigned itself to its fate, lying there no longer putting up a futile resistance. Ironically, this lack of fighting spirit made Jiang Mian temporarily reluctant to kill it. He suddenly remembered the level 9 strength type 1 aberration from last night. That guy could command weaker aberrations. Jiang Mian then said, "If you want to live, I'll give you a chance. Go and call over other mutants, whether you're lying or just trying to fool them. The more you call over, the happier I might be, and I might let you go." The big guy looked at Jiang Mian with a puzzled expression, then looked down at his leg, which still had a crossbow bolt stuck in it. Ooh. It let out a cry that was neither too loud nor too soft. Jiang Mian walked to its legs, preparing to help it remove the arrow. As he reached out, he suddenly remembered something and took out a leather collar about 2 fingers wide from the warehouse. "This is the taming collar I got from opening a box before. Its effect is to tame mutated animals." Are aberrant variants considered mutant animals? Ultimately, mutants are still mutants. Humans are animals, after all. Jiang Mian tried using it on the big guy, but the leather collar didn't react at all. All right. It seems they cannot be tamed. Jiang Mian bent down and pulled the arrow out of its leg, then kicked it in the rear. "Go and lure the monster away from me." The burly man sullenly got up, swaying a few times after regaining his balance, clearly very weak. But Jiang Mian didn't care, her eyes as cold as ice thorns. It could only lean on a large tree beside it and limp into the depths of the mist. More than an hour later, Jiang Mian could no longer stand the cold outside. The snow continued unabated, and it grew heavier as night fell. At first, it was just a light, scattered snowflake, like salt being sprinkled from the air, but now the snowflakes clump together and fall like willow catkins or goose feathers. Jiang Mian built a makeshift hut to shelter from the snow and lit a campfire to keep warm. At this moment, he felt more and more that the system warehouse was truly a great invention. The level 5 shelter warehouse had 25 slots, with a stacking limit of 500 per slot. When he returned in the afternoon, he put all the miscellaneous items into his house, and now the warehouse was filled with building materials and weapons, so he could easily set up a foothold outside. Buzz. While warming himself by the fire, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes, as if a sharp object had pierced his mind. The shock to his consciousness from that attack lasted less than a second, but it was enough to put him on alert instantly. Who? He looked around. The shields and crossbows were already assembled. But in the darkness, only the snow fell softly, and there wasn't even a sound of wind. Chapter 48. The Strategy of Offense and Defense, Alien. The most terrifying enemies are often the ones that cannot be seen. Jiang Mian's mind raced, trying to determine whether the opponent was invisible or possessed an extremely long-range attack. Why hadn't this monster appeared during the aberration siege of the shelter tonight? Why did they suddenly encounter it in the mist? He suddenly realized that the fog might not just be an environment that obscured his vision. It might conceal many things within it. If that were the case, venturing into the fog tonight would have been a terrible mistake. But last night on the World Channel, some people went into the fog to hunt mutated creatures. Why didn't those people encounter them? Jiang Mian began to compare himself with the other survivors. He ventured 5 kilometers into the mist, perhaps too deep. The shelter was near a monster spawner, and more importantly, he had previously let go of that intelligent, power-type aberration. Did that guy really run back to his lair to get reinforcements? Wah! A low, guttural sound came from the depths of the mist, like weeping or sobbing. Strangely, Jiang Mian couldn't tell where the sound was coming from. It's in the east, in the west, in the south, and in the north. Even in the heavens and on earth, deep within the soul, it seems to echo with the same murmur. It seems to be everywhere. Jiang Mian cursed under his breath, calling it playing tricks, but inside he was already feeling uneasy. He currently lacked mental attack methods, and after leaving the shelter, he wouldn't benefit from the damage reduction provided by the Holy Flame's range. That invisible impact just now was probably weakened by the blessing of the Spirit, which is why it didn't cause more serious consequences. But the blessing of the Spirit can only grant immunity to minor mental negative status effects, and the opponent has clearly surpassed that level. Jiang Mian fired enchanted crossbow bolts in all directions, but they either pierced tree trunks or embedded themselves in the snow, without any unusual reaction. He even tried to speak to the power type 1 aberration, saying that he shouldn't have mocked it, and that if he let it go this time, it should repay him. But there was no response from within the mist. Only the chilling whispers continued. The other party ceased its attack, yet showed no intention of letting him leave. With the enemy in the shadows and him in the light, Jiang Mian dared not make a move. But after waiting for 3 minutes, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. This place was ultimately shrouded in mist. If this strange thing could appear now, who knew what would come next? He reinserted the torch onto his hardened shield, crouched down, glanced at the compass, and began to retreat toward the shelter. The wailing sound followed him all the way, like someone breathing into his ear. Jiang Mian felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if the heat in his body was being rapidly drained away. Just then, the earth suddenly trembled. 40 or 50 meters away, the sound of numerous tree trunks collapsing could be heard. The collapse occurred not in any other direction, but directly in the direction of his escape route, the direction of the shelter. The monsters blocked his way back. Immediately afterwards, sounds came from other directions, and there were quite a few of them. Jiang Mian instantly realized that he was surrounded. These monsters actually know tactics. That sound just now wasn't just meant to scare him, it was meant to stall him. Jiang Mian cursed and stopped retreating. He immediately took out stones and pale hard armor from the warehouse and built a wall on the spot. It was 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. After the wall was completed, he quickly planted torches on all four sides to illuminate the view and then built watchtowers. While Jiang Mian climbed the tower with a crossbow to keep watch, he also hurriedly constructed an arrow shooting platform and a spear throwing machine. Arrows and spears were in the warehouse, and ammunition was not in short supply for the time being. When the first power type 1 mutant smooth head was revealed by the firelight, Jiang Mian had already completed a temporary defensive line, the whole process taking less than 10 seconds. 2 or 3 seconds later, within a 5-meter radius illuminated by the firelight, there were countless elite monster heads. Among their obese bodies, countless agile Type I aberrations excitedly crowded together, bounced, and screamed. Without the sacred fire of their sanctuary, these nocturnal predators become unusually active. This is their true form. The number of monsters outside the armored walls was even greater than when the sanctuary was besieged at 8 o'clock, far exceeding the number Jiang Mian originally planned to kill. Flash. Seeing that the first power-type aberration was about to crash into the hardened wall, Jiang Mian did not hesitate at all and immediately doubled the release of the full flash magic. The moment the white light burst forth, the air seemed to be sucked out. There was no sound, no temperature, only the all-consuming pure white, as if a god had reached out and torn through the mist. The roar of the big guy and the shriek of the skinny monster were all swallowed up by the sizzling sound of flesh being roasted. As the white light faded, the foremost aberration was completely unrecognizable. Its skin and flesh were burned to ashes, and black smoke billowed from it. The monsters a little behind, clutching their underdeveloped eyes, screamed and retreated, crashing into the pile of their kind behind them. Jiang Mian himself was so shaken that his vision went white, and he blinked several times before he recovered. But he didn't dare to stop, so he simply closed his eyes and, taking advantage of the enemy's chaotic formation, used his mind to control the javelin throwers and archery range to fire simultaneously, while also shooting crossbow bolts at the screams. The more intelligent type, 1 mutant clawed wildly, trying to dodge the second wave of attacks, but surrounded by corpses and bloated brethren, it could only spin around in circles like a headless fly. Jiang Mian finally adjusted to the bright light and opened his eyes. Behind the scattered, mutated creatures, he saw a completely different mutated being. The thing had no head, no hands or feet. Its entire body was suspended on the snow. Several white, ring-shaped vertebrae are connected end to end, each with sharp spikes pointing inward and outward. They rotate once at different frequencies, stop, and then suddenly rotate again, like the hands of an hour, minute, and second hand being manipulated by an invisible hand. A black bead hangs in the center of the annulus vertebrae. No, those aren't beads. The moment Jiang Mian looked at it, it blinked. Its dark eyelids parted, revealing pale, empty eyeballs beneath. There were no pupils, yet Jiang Mian could clearly feel that it was looking at him. A strong sense of unease exploded in his mind, and he subconsciously looked away, but it was too late. A thick, heavy force, like oil gushing from the ground, suddenly surged into his soul. His stomach churned instantly, and acid rose to his throat. Jiang Mian bent over and gagged twice, but nothing came out. The nausea stuck in her chest, as if something was churning wildly inside her. My limbs trembled silently, and the world spun before my eyes. He cannot fall. There were so many monsters staring at him from all around. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian bit her lower lip and tongue hard, biting them until they bled, as if they weren't her own body at all. The excruciating pain pounded into the depths of his mind, tearing at him with dizziness and nausea, finally allowing him to cling to the last shred of clarity in his turbulent consciousness. He looked up. A chilling sensation swept over me. Less than 2 centimeters from the tip of his nose, a bone spur on the outer side of the vertebral atrium suddenly slashed past. It teleported right in front of me. Jiang Mian managed to squeeze out 2 words. Flash. Chapter 49 The Nightmare. A burst of white light suddenly erupted, like countless fine needles piercing the unsuspecting, pale eyeball. The nightmare suddenly shrank back, its eyelids tightly closed, and its spinal rings instantly went out of control, causing several vertebrae to collide with each other, making a cracking sound. Thick white liquid kept sliding down from his eyes and dripping onto the snow, instantly corroding the snow and creating deep holes. It was injured, and its body floated back several meters, hovering in midair, trembling slightly. It never expected that the survivor who had fallen victim to its ultimate move would break free of its control so quickly and immediately launch a counterattack. Jiang Mian seized the opportunity and used the double flash again, while silently chanting "upgrade" to refresh his mental value. Information about the nightmare appeared before his eyes. Race, Nightmare Lord. Level 18, Health 2675, Maximum 3300. Strength 24, Stamina 17, Speed 55, Spirit 102. The description says it's an ancient nightmare that lingers between the real world and dreams, feeding on negative emotions. Its most dangerous feature is its eye, a deep abyss of fear. Jiang Mian's heart sank. This was a Lord-level mutated creature, even higher in rank than him, with a mental value exceeding 3 digits. Even after taking a double damage flash at close range, he only lost a little over 800 health points. When he used double flash a second time, no damage numbers appeared. After the white light dissipated, Jiang Mian saw that the shape of the cone and eyeballs had become illusory, as if they were suspended in the void. The flash passed right through it, as if it hadn't touched anything. It can be made to appear intangible. It can change its state, switching between physical and void. When it enters the void, any physical attack will be ineffective. Jiang Mian immediately understood that if the nightmare hadn't thought he was already a meal and deliberately exposed himself to reality, he would never have been able to hit the other party. This monster is not only strong, but its intelligence is no different from that of an adult human. This is definitely not something that should appear on the 4th day. If Jiang Mian's mental strength hadn't reached 67.2, let alone biting his tongue off, even if his heart were ripped out, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape that mental quagmire. In the end, they will only lose their lives in the chaos and confusion. This world of survival is far more terrifying than he imagined. He must never let his guard down. The comfort of the 3rd day made him relax. Jiang Mian didn't have time to ask each person individually, so she sent a message simultaneously on both the World Channel and the Regional Channel. Urgently needs spiritual items. Reward is not limited. His nickname, I Level Up Alone, is unremarkable in itself. However, the temporary titles attached to the nickname made it impossible for anyone who saw the message to ignore them. First Blood, 1 step ahead, 2 steps ahead, Monster Hunter, bravely scaling the heights. The moment the message was sent, the World Channel and Regional Channels exploded with activity. Number 100000, nickname, I Level Up Alone. 5 titles. The person who had always been aloof and mysterious at the top of the rankings actually made a public appearance in the channel. Some people recalled talking to this number on the Regional Channel on the 1st day, and at that time some people even called him a fake and a joke. Who would have thought that the other party was actually the top-ranked figure? Everyone immediately began to analyze Jiang Mian's words. The conclusion is simple. The big shot has encountered an unprecedentedly formidable mental enemy. Mental mutant creatures were predicted to appear on the 1st night, but most survivors worldwide have not yet encountered them, yet Jiang Mian has already met one. Some people even noticed that just now, the top spot on the world ranking list had risen from level 15 to level 16. This also proves that his current situation is by no means easy. Someone in the channel asked urgently, "Hey, it's not that I don't want to help, but where do I get spirit-related items?" Some people cried out, saying they were fans and wondered how the streamer could die so soon after they met him. Some people even took the opportunity to ask what kind of monster he had encountered. Some even demanded all of his possessions, saying that if Jiang Mian gave him everything, he would exchange it for mental artifacts. Immediately someone warned them not to believe it. That person was just trying to scam them. However, some people made sarcastic remarks, saying that since Jiang Mian had already asked the whole world for help, and no one knew whether he would live or die in a few minutes, he might as well distribute his belongings to avoid his wealth being buried after his death. These words immediately caused an uproar in the channel. Some people agreed, suggesting that Jiang Mian tell everyone about the monster before he died, so that others could make preparations. Some people directly cursed, saying that 9 out of 10 bone spears on the market were made by Jiang Mian, and who dares to say that they have never bought a bone spear to kill monsters? On the other side, someone sneered, "Can conscience feed you? Jiang Mian is so powerful, yet he didn't distribute food and supplies to everyone for free. Didn't he also collect logs and stones when he sold the bone spear?" Just as the argument was getting increasingly ugly, a message suddenly popped up. Sensing the threat of moral blackmail, Fishing Master Lu Rian rushed to the scene and unleashed her full force. She mocked these people for having been scolded just 2 days ago, yet their memory was worse than a goldfish's. Others risked their lives to go out and kill mutants, then made weapons from the materials and sold them. In the end, the people who bought the weapons stood up and accused the sellers of not giving them away for free. Stone spears can also kill agile aberrant variants, but it requires brains and agility. Who sells bone spears? Aren't they just for those who aren't smart enough or quick enough? When she started lashing out, her attack range was so wide that many people were caught in the crossfire. Some people complained, "Do people with poor hand skills also have to be criticized?" Some people lamented that they were only suited to playing baby bus since childhood, only dared to play against bots in games, missed 9 out of 10 shots in PUBG when they were left unlocked, and had to play the invincible version of Plants vs. Zombies. This statement, in turn, attracted a barrage of criticism. Playing against bots and using invincible versions is one thing, but to use cheats and still have the nerve to complain? Cheating dogs deserve to be criticized. The channel was filled with smoke and fire, and it looked like it was about to become a new cyber battlefield. Wang Tung then stepped in as a peacemaker, calming the emotions of both sides. During the last major battle, his business alliance hadn't really emerged yet and wasn't deeply involved. But now he's considered someone of importance, and the business alliance's shelves are related to the livelihoods of many people, so when he speaks, people still give him some face. At least those who still wanted to hurl insults at each other have switched to private chat. The regional channels are finally much quieter. Even after the noise stopped, no one could actually come up with anything useful for Jiang Mian. Wang Tung immediately went to check the Merchant Alliance warehouse to see if there were any spirit-related items. Zhou Xian also spoke sternly to the hunters, telling them not to hide anything and to bring out what they really had, as the top-ranked hunter would not treat them unfairly. Inside the wooden cabin in the Locust Grove, Zhou Xinghua had just finished shooting down more than a dozen mutants outside the window and was climbing into bed to go to sleep. "I have to get up early to work tomorrow." Before going to bed, she glanced at the regional channel and saw that big news. Zhou Xinghua frowned, looking at the 5-character ID, her almond-shaped eyes filled with worry. She had a strong premonition. This is the boss. She turned to look out the window at the pitch-black night, where snow was falling heavily. A moment later, she gritted her teeth, picked up her crossbow and shield, pushed open the door, and walked out, heading towards the river. Chapter 50, Feigning Weakness to the Enemy. The Void Nightmare was wary of Jiang Mian's flash of light, and also realized that this move consumed a great deal of energy and could only be recovered through upgrading. So it remained hidden in the void, driving other aberrations to continuously advance and drain its resources. In this state, it couldn't directly harm Jiang Mian, but it wasn't in a hurry. It believed that Jiang Mian's mental energy would eventually be exhausted, while the army of mutants behind it seemed to have no end in sight. Jiang Mian was also aware of its intentions, so he never used his flashbang unless the behemoth was about to attack the armored wall. At other times, he relied on his crossbow and other weapons at hand to deal with the situation, trying to conserve his mental energy. He still had 10 bottles of low-level mental recovery potions, each restoring 10 mental points, for a total of 100 points. 2 nights ago he thought they were ordinary, but now he realized just how precious they were. After leaving the shelter, the only reliable means of attack was himself. The nightmare drifted away, and after creating distance between himself and Jiang Mian, the pale white eyeballs in the vertebral rings reopened, revealing an expression of toying with its prey. Jiang Mian repelled another wave of mutant attacks, his mind racing to calculate how many more uses he could use the flash. He had anticipated that no one on either channel could truly help him, but he had still held on to a sliver of hope. Some watched coldly, even gloating. Others wanted to help, but were powerless to do so. Jiang Mian felt a little panicked, but remained calm. The fog obscured his vision, and he didn't know how many monsters were around him, which was why he panicked. But after his clash with the nightmare, He had already gleaned some information about it. Its stats weren't so exaggerated as to be insurmountable. If it could be injured, it could die. Jiang Mian had always believed this. That eyeball seemed to have the upper hand, adopting a superior posture, but its deliberate avoidance of Jiang Mian, allowing the mutant to be consumed first, also showed that it was not without its concerns. This led Jiang Mian to a conjecture. For the void nightmare to attack him, it would likely have to emerge from the void into reality. The only time he had ever injured it was precisely at the moment it launched its attack. These aberrations are commanded by the nightmare beings, and even those that have developed sentience and understand the fear of death still dare not disobey orders. To resolve the crisis, the only way is to capture the leader first and kill the nightmare beings. Jiang Mian didn't know how many monsters were left, and neither did the nightmare. So he decided to feign weakness, pretending to have run out of upgrade attempts and that he was out of options, to lure the monster into attacking him. Only when the nightmare is exposed to reality will he have a chance to truly harm it. At that time, he will gamble on a fatal counterattack by trading blows. After leveling up to level 18, Jiang Mian suddenly swayed and barely managed to stand by grabbing the railing behind him. He gasped for breath, his hand holding the crossbow began to tremble, and his arrow shooting speed slowed down. Several large creatures rushed to the edge of the armored wall, but he did not immediately unleash his flash. Instead, he stared intently at their movements, as if waiting for the final opportunity. The giant slammed its fists into the armored wall, cracking it, and sending pebbles flying. Two more creatures were already clinging to the top of the wall, their massive bodies flipping upwards. Jiang Mian then raised his hand, and a white light exploded. However, the power of this flash was significantly weaker, barely enough to deplete the health of most of the large monsters, and the range was also smaller, leaving the monsters in the back row almost unaffected. After using the flashbang 6 times in a row, Jiang Mian didn't upgrade it further. Instead, he took out a bottle of potion, his fingers trembling slightly as he drank it. When he raised his hand again, a perfectly timed hint of worry appeared in his eyes. The pale white eye in the distance saw everything, its mockery tinged with scrutiny, as if calculating how long Jiang Mian could hold on. After drinking 4 bottles of medicine, Jiang Mian took out the last bottle, and his movements as he uncorked it were unusually slow, as if he was extremely reluctant to part with it. There was only 10 milliliters of medicine, but he drank it in 3 sips. The empty bottle slipped from his hand and rolled into the snow. Jiang Mian's eyes revealed a look of ready to die, and he forced his chest to straighten, as if to use his last act of bravado to frighten the nightmare. The nightmare finally reacted, its spindle rings gradually accelerating, and invisible energy gathered around it, clearly brewing an even more ferocious attack. At the same time, a hole was smashed in the southern armored wall, and the giants roared with excitement. The battle line had been breached, and several small, agile Type I aberrations crawled through the hole and rushed straight for the watchtower. Jiang Mian glanced down reluctantly, then unleashed a flash of light. The agile type, one aberration that had rushed inside instantly turned to black ash. At the same moment the white light appeared, the figure of the nightmare being, several meters away, vanished from its spot. The falling snowflakes seemed to slow down, and the air became viscous, like an invisible tsunami about to crash down. The white light dissipated, and invisible waves from all directions crashed into Jiang Mian, completely engulfing the tiny figure. The dull impact pressed into his mind, numbing him completely. Jiang Mian stubbornly refused to bend over, though her body swayed slightly, her eyes closed, and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Half a second, the opportunity finally arrived. The nightmare's vertebral rings suddenly accelerated their rotation, adjusting their orbits accordingly. The previously closed rings slowly shifted apart, revealing 2 crescent-shaped gaps, and thick ink gushed from the pale eyeballs, enveloping the entire eye. His eyes pressed close to the 2 crescent-shaped gaps, and a deathly stillness washed over him. In that instant, Jiang Mian opened his eyes, and a flash of light 8 times stronger suddenly erupted from between his brows. He leveled up to level 21, reaching a mental value of 81.6. He then consumed 80 points of mental energy to unleash his strongest attack. His goal was singular, a fatal blow. A blinding white light pierced through the crescent moon's opening, shooting straight into the eyeball coated in ink. The ink exploded from the surface of the eyeball, scattering everywhere and hissing black smoke as it landed on the snow. The nightmare's vertebral rings suddenly froze, all rotations stopping simultaneously, as if its lifeline had been tightly gripped. Its pale eyes were filled with disbelief, their surfaces cracked with countless fine lines, like shattered porcelain. The next moment, the annulus vertebrae began to disintegrate, breaking off one after another with a crisp cracking sound, scattering all over the ground. HP minus 3,300. Current HP 0/3300. You have killed a level 18 Nightmare Lord, gaining 900 experience. You have become the first survivor in the world to kill a Lord-level mutated creature, earning the title Dawn of Light. Your previous habits have been recorded. Do you wish to continue broadcasting anonymously? Title: Dawn of Light. Description: a deeper darkness shrouds the path ahead. You are the first to tear through the long night. Effect: deals an additional 5% damage to Lord-level creatures and gains the special effect: Dueled. No. Jiang Mian's voice was extremely weak, a lingering effect of dizziness after his mental energy was drained. With many monsters still around, he resisted the urge to level up further and first drank 2 bottles of mental recovery potions. This Lord-level creature is cunning and powerful, but its 900 experience points are more than befitting its status, almost matching Jiang Mian's entire harvest last night. Jiang Mian is now level 21, while the monsters around her are mostly below level 11. After killing them, she only gets 10% of the experience. If the level difference exceeds 15 levels, she won't even lose any experience. After the Nightmare One died, the number of charging giants decreased significantly, but more low-intelligence giants and Agile Type 1 aberrations were still desperately rushing forward. The hardened wall had been breached, and if he didn't want to be caught in close combat, he would have to unleash Flash again. Releasing the Flash requires leveling up. Jiang Mian didn't want to waste leveling opportunities on these ordinary monsters. Although his current level was high, the cost was that he might not be able to gain much experience in the next few days. Being near a monster spawner poses too many unknown dangers. Upgrading now would be mortgaging his chances of survival in future emergencies. But if he didn't upgrade, he wouldn't be able to get back. Jiang Mian sighed softly, just about to focus on saving his life when a message notification broke the deadlock. Brother, are you alright now? I found 5 more blue stones. I wonder if they'll be of any use to you. In Chapter 51, everyone seems to have fallen a bit behind. Just when you're feeling sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. Jiang Mian praised Zhou Xinghua 1,000 times in his heart and immediately accepted the 5 cold soul stones she gave him. Adding to the previous one, you will get 12 after triggering the talent. 5 of them can be used to create an ice arrow tower, and the remaining 7 can be used as energy to launch 70 small area damage ice arrows. I checked the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. In other words, even when there was a possibility of mutated monsters appearing around, this little girl still resolutely went to collect Frost Soul Stones. Just because I saw that sentence of his on the regional channel? Even though he suffered misfortune just 2 days ago, he still looked like he was blaming everyone and everything. This person is someone I can get along with. Jiang Mian replied with a thank you, and then quickly began constructing the Frost Arrow Tower. The Ice Arrow Tower takes 1 minute to build, and he will have to face that challenge alone during that minute. In the end, even after using up all the mental recovery potions, Jiang Mian still leveled up to level 22. After that, the figures of 2 Ice Arrow Towers stood in the mist, taking over the damage output positions. After Jiang Mian added the Frost Soul Stone, a pale blue halo lingered above the 2 arrow towers, emanating waves of cold air. Whoosh! The 2 arrow towers fired alternately, each arrow landing on the elite monster charging at the front, using the main damage to kill the big guy and the splash damage to kill the Agile Type 1 aberration. Watching the blue light trails intertwine and circle in the mist, Jiang Mian leaned back against the armrest to rest, her tense nerves finally relaxing. He reached out and touched his lower lip, which had recovered, and felt a lingering phantom pain. How could I have been so cruel back then? It bites without warning. And then there's the tongue, which is still lively and active now. The ancients said that biting off one's tongue was suicide, and biting off one's tongue must have been really painful. The scalding blood filled my mouth in seconds. He thought he was going to die. This fog is killing me. How did that Lord-level monster appear, and so many elite monsters? Did that level 11 behemoth really go back to fetch reinforcements? If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring. These mutants are really hateful. From now on, kill them as soon as you see them. Jiang Mian immediately sentenced all the mutants to death. He had assumed that as these creatures leveled up and developed sentience, they would be able to communicate. It now seems that, deep down, they still harbor the most fundamental malice towards survivors. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. You can't reason with a sheep. Sooner or later, he will build ice arrow towers all over the mountain. Build everything from the summit of the snow-capped mountain to the monster spawner, so that the monsters are killed as soon as they show their faces. He wants to block the spring. Once everything had settled down, Jiang Mian felt sleepy and couldn't help but yawn. He waited another 2 or 3 minutes until no more monsters appeared around him, then jumped down from the watchtower, dismembered the monster corpses, and picked up the dropped treasure chests. Throughout the night, his warehouse gained a total of 76 black iron chests and 26 bronze chests. Lord-level nightmare devourers drop a bronze treasure chest upon death. Jiang Mian has never been as wealthy as she is now, not even for a moment. Now he says he's richer than a country. No, richer than a district, and there's some truth to that. The survivor community seems to be a bit too outdated. This situation will likely continue until the monster tide arrives. Although he can now produce a large number of bone spears and hardened shields, he estimates that it will be difficult to sell them all in the region. He can make them, but nobody has the money to buy them. If domestic demand is insufficient, he needs to sell his goods to other regions to earn foreign exchange. He can sell to other regions, but he can't sell directly. He has to sell to people in the world channel first, and then let them sell it to others. He doesn't earn much by adding layers of fees at each stage. The principle behind harvesting chives is to allow them to grow rapidly so that they can be harvested one crop after another. To get everyone in the region productive, we need to help them get through the first disaster 3 days from now. Once they survive the disaster and kill hundreds of mutants, each of them will be at level 8 or 9, or even level 10 or more. The strength and physical power they had back then, cutting down trees and mining, must have generated tremendous productivity. Of course, Jiang Mian scanned the comments on the regional channel and saw many people who did not wish him well, and some of them even used very offensive language. These people, initially unaware of whether he was dead or alive, took advantage of his misfortune, each one more enthusiastic than the last. When the world news broke and they saw that Jiang Mian had killed a lord-level monster, he showed a completely different face. We were just joking around. For these people, Jiang Mian naturally applied another set of theories: the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest, and the elimination of the inferior. Let them fend for themselves. He thought it was a monkey. If you have any complaints, go talk to Darwin. With half an hour's journey still to the shelter, Jiang Mian put away the 2 arrow towers and quickly ran northeast. When they arrived at their doorstep, Zhang the blacksmith and Lin Kuan sat on the outer wall, looking around anxiously. Jiang Mian was gone for 2 or 3 hours, and they all thought something had happened to her. Seeing the flickering flames in the distance, Zhang the blacksmith jumped down from the wall and walked towards the flames. Even though he was in his 40s or 50s, he was moved to tears when he saw Jiang Mian. "Young master, old Zhang, I thought you'd left and abandoned me." Zhang the blacksmith cried his heart out. Jiang Mian was a master he couldn't possibly find even with a lantern. Having lived for decades, he had always been treated like a beast of burden by others. Only by Jiang Mian's side did he have the dignity of being a human being. In the field of forging, Jiang Mian regarded him as an expert and sought his opinion at every turn. For the first time in his life, he felt that being able to forge iron was something to be proud of. "Go away, I'm not dead yet." Jiang Mian saw him wiping his tears and snot on himself and pushed him away in disgust. "Is everything all right at home?" he asked again. The young master built the shelter as solid as a fortress. How could anything go wrong? Zhang the blacksmith looked Jiang Mian up and down, and finally felt relieved after seeing that he was not missing any limbs. Passing through 2 layers of secure walls, Jiang Mian returned once again to the kingdom loyal to him. If he had encountered that lord-level monster in the sanctuary, he would not have felt so desperate as he did in the mist. With 2 layers of hard armor walls, rows of archery platforms and javelins, and the burning effect of the sacred fire, the other aberrations posed no threat to him at all. The sanctuary also provides a 24% damage reduction effect, which applies to all types and attributes of damage. Not to mention the 3 instances of holy fire judgment that deal true damage equal to 10% of the maximum health. The shelter that each survivor can only build is the most powerful tool in this survival world. Get some rest. I need to expand the shelter tomorrow. Jiang Mian patted Zhang the blacksmith on the shoulder, hugged Lin Kuan, and then went upstairs to the 2nd floor. He wanted bigger houses, a wider range of sacred fire, longer, higher, and harder walls, and more powerful attack structures. since it's not safe outside the shelter. It's very simple. Just turn the outside world into a sanctuary. Chapter 52: The Evolution Path of the Four Territories. There is no model demonstration for upgrading a level 5 shelter to a level 6 shelter. Jiang Mian himself didn't know what the shelter would look like after the upgrade, how many buildings it would have, and how many floors each building would have. A level 6 shelter requires a rock core, a material rated E+, the same level as froststone. Item: rock core. Quality: E+. Description: the essence of rocks, condensed over millions of years of crustal movement. Effect: allows buildings to blend seamlessly with the natural environment. Integration with the natural environment literally sounds like a massive project that could transform the world. He was very tired tonight, and without thinking too much, he fell asleep quickly in bed. On the morning of the 5th day, Jiang Mian got up and sold another batch of bone spears, enough materials to upgrade his shelter to level 6. 8,000 stones, 5,000 logs, 1,000 sticks, and 50 rock cores. With his shout of upgrade, the materials disappeared from the warehouse, turning into streaks of light and flying towards the main body of the stone house. A pale white light enveloped the entire shelter, upgrading the shelter to level 6. In the scanned environment, the following facilities were detected that can be integrated: stone wall, farmland. A substandard rabbit farm was detected. A river has been detected and can be converted into a pond. 500 stones are required. Please confirm the shelter plan. That's a good idea. Jiang Mian looked at the floating shelter model in front of her and began to modify it. The main building of the shelter is still a large stone house, but after the upgrade, it has become a 3-story building. After merging with the rock core, the walls of the entire stone house have become seamless, like a room carved out of the mountain, blending into the mountain wall behind it. 2 small huts, one on the left and one on the right, were converted into a breeding farm and a 3-room storage room. The farm is divided into 2 parts, an open-air area and an indoor area. The open-air area is enclosed by a fence and is where the animals move around, while the indoor area is a sheltered place from the wind and rain and a resting area. Like the main building, the new farm has rock walls that seem to have been formed naturally, making it completely resistant to wind and snow. The adjacent farmland was moved, and the stone walls, watchtowers, and other structures were also moved to fit the new shelter design. Due to the appearance of the pond, certain sections of the inner and outer walls needed to be expanded, so Jiang Mian built new hardened walls to supplement them. Once the adjustments are complete, the new shelter will be generated quickly. Jiang Mian discovered that there were quite a few square spaces reserved between the buildings and the inner wall, and some of these spaces seem to have been deliberately reserved for some kind of building. The survival system's subsequent instructions answered his question. After upgrading a shelter to level 6, it can be chosen to become a territory along a specific evolutionary path. Each shelter can choose one evolutionary path. After selecting and unlocking, you will receive the blueprints for that specific evolutionary path. The following are the optional evolution paths. Spirit Territory. Unlock requirements. The shelter owner must possess any magical ability, 1, and submit 10 stones of any one of the following attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, light, or darkness. Description. All things in nature possess a spirit. This is an evolutionary path related to supernatural abilities. Silver Territory. Unlock requirements. Submit 10 forged iron, 10 forged copper, and 1 forged silver. Description. Silver is the luster of metal. Metal is the carrier of machinery. Machinery is a creation of technology. This is an evolutionary path related to technology. Territory of the uncanny. Unlock requirements. Submit 100 common aberration materials or 10 elite aberration materials. Description. You remove their bones, peel off their skin, and gradually become one with them. This is an evolutionary path related to mutation. The Land of the Gods. Unlock condition. Submit any divine artifact 1. Description. They existed, they shone, they vanished into ancient mythology. This is an evolutionary path related to deities. There are 4 different evolutionary paths for the territory. By analyzing the descriptions and unlocking conditions, Jiang Mian could roughly deduce what they were related to. The Spirit Territory is related to attribute fruits and magic, and some buildings, such as the Frost Arrow Tower, should be creations of this branch. The Silver Territory is the easiest to understand. Simply put, it's about taking the technological route and mechanical ascension. This is also the route taken by the human civilization before he traveled through time. Stone tools, bronze tools, iron tools, steam engines, coal, electricity, information technology, nuclear energy. The territory of the strange, related to aberrations, and the phrase to merge with them, all gave Jiang Mian a feeling of defecting to the enemy, no matter how she read it. This route likely involves utilizing the power of mutated creatures to expand territory. The final realm of the gods can be unlocked by submitting just one item. But if Jiang Mian hadn't seen gods with his own eyes, he wouldn't have known that such things really existed in this world. When he first heard Lin Kuan and others talk about divine guidance, he always thought it was just a pious claim. From the perspective of adapting to local conditions, Jiang Mian Sanctuary is near the monster spawner, where he is most likely to come into contact with aberrations. Choosing the evolution path of the ghost territory is a good fit. But the final realm of the gods always held a strong attraction for Jiang Mian. The unlocking conditions for the other territories don't seem too difficult to meet, but the final god's territory should be the most difficult to unlock. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. The one that's hardest to unlock should theoretically be the strongest. Furthermore, Jiang Mian had seen deities. Unlocking the realm of the gods is not impossible for him. Before the shelter reaches level 6, survivors can obtain items and materials related to superpowers, technology, and mutations in the survival world. This process is like a process for survivors to explore and experience. Is it the power of superpowers, the power of technology, or the power of aberrations? The survivors had already formed their own answers in the past few days. For Jiang Mian, the strongest boost he had received in the past few days was a basic sunlight potion made from diluted blood of the god Shining Spirit, which granted him the strongest status effect and was a blessing from the god Shining Spirit. The effect they give is it's like having a cheat code. After careful consideration, Jiang Mian made a decision. I choose the land of the gods. No divine artifacts were detected. It has been detected that you possess the blessing of the divine spirit shining. It has been determined that you have gained the approval of the divine spirit shining and are therefore entitled to unlock the divine realm. Confirm? This option cannot be changed once confirmed. The selected deity is related to the future development of the divine territory. After confirmation, you will receive a basic divine territory building blueprint. Alter. Confirm. Jiang Mian was somewhat flattered to see that Shining Blessing could directly skip the process of submitting divine relics. When he goes back to that experiment, he must thank Shining properly. You have acquired the realm of the gods. You have obtained the basic divine territory building blueprint. Alter. Triggering the talent Builder's Dream, you gain divine territory too. It has been detected that only one divine territory can exist at a time. Therefore, the attributes of the second divine territory have been removed, and you have obtained territory 1 with no attributes. Jiang Mian was stunned and didn't react for a long time. Even the realm of the gods has been classified as a building. Chapter 53 Aberration Furnace. The architect's dream is still going strong. Building territory, you can't criticize that. This is truly a dream. A territory without attributes. Could this allow me to choose another evolutionary path? Jiang Mian eagerly checked the information about the attribute-less territories. Non-attribute territory. Description. Something that appeared for some unknown reason. Effect. Upon fulfilling certain territory unlock conditions, a specific evolution path can be obtained. Is this the allure of S-rank talent? I'll choose the territory of devils for the second territory evolution route. I currently have a large amount of mutated biological materials, which should be useful in this evolution route. Jiang Mian glanced at the hundreds of mutated corpses piled up in the warehouse, which had not yet been decomposed. I was worried about how to handle it. You have acquired the territory of the uncanny. You have obtained the basic Ghost Realm building blueprint, Aberration Furnace. The talent was not triggered again. It should be the same as the previous building material trading mechanism. Items that have doubled in value once cannot trigger the talent again. Jiang Mian took out the Aberration Furnace and the altar and examined their information. The altar is a structure built with divine materials and stone, which can provide certain buffs to the entire territory. The specific effects are related to the deity worshipped. The Aberration Furnace is quite interesting. By inputting mutated biological materials, it can produce aberrations belonging to the survivors. It sounds a lot like a necromancer. The recipe is currently unlocked in the Aberration Forge. 100 mutated bones can produce 1 skeleton soldier. The above conditions, plus a pale armor and 2 pieces of strange hide, can produce a skeleton general. Adding a nightmare stone will produce a nightmare skeleton mage. The Nightmare Stone is a D-grade material dropped by Jiang Mian after dismantling the Lord-level monster he killed last night. In this way, the deformed bones he had previously dissected would finally have a use. A Type 1 Agile aberration drops 4 bones when disassembled. Disassembling 25 bones will allow you to craft a skeleton soldier. He killed over 1,000 Agile Type 1 aberrations, and after building the aberration forge, he was able to immediately summon an army of 40 skeleton generals. With his wealth, he could equip every skeleton with a shield and bone spear, or even a crossbow. All he lacked was a majestic steed to carry him and lead the entire legion. If you have money, you rely on technology. If you don't have money, you rely on mutation. If you have money and still mutate, that's abnormal. Jiang Mian found a suitable open space and began building the aberration furnace. The required materials are all related to the aberrations: 100 aberration bones, 20 strange hide, and 5 hardened shields. After submitting the materials, a round, white furnace appeared on the open ground. 2 pale eyes stood upright on the furnace's head, their pupils moving with Jiang Mian's movements, constantly watching him. It looked as if it were alive. Jiang Mian retrieved materials from the warehouse and first crafted 10 skeleton generals. The skeleton general, clad in pale, hard armor, was born with armor, stood about 2 meters tall, had strong limbs, and the eerie blue ghost fire in his eye sockets exuded a murderous aura. Race, skeleton general. Level 5. Life, 250. Strength, 24. Stamina, 20. Speed, 18. Spirit, 6. Description: a low-level aberration with immense strength. Its tough outer skin can withstand most physical damage. Jiang Mian placed the hardened shield and bone spear in front of one of the skeleton generals to test their intelligence. Shield. Upon receiving the order, the skeleton general lowered his head to look at the 2 items on the ground, then pointed to the bone spear. Jiang Mian clenched his fist. The skeleton general withdrew his hand and pointed to the hardened shield beside him. Yes, that's good. Good boy, my foot. You really can't count on a Spirit 6 intelligence, but it's good enough that it can follow orders. Jiang Mian didn't expect them to do anything too complicated. The skeleton general's stats are similar to those of a level 10 survivor, which is already quite good. They can't be directly compared to the survivors. Do aberrant individuals feel tired? If not, let them keep cutting down trees or mining. They don't even need to be fed, and they're not afraid of wind or rain. Perhaps these other aberrations will even consider the skeleton general as one of their own kind, and therefore not attack them. This allows the skeleton general to mine day and night. He was worried about how to deal with the iron mine that had been discovered a few days earlier, located south of the shelter. Let the regular skeleton soldiers do the mining. The skeleton general is quite capable and is a top-notch bodyguard for other survivors. Jiang Mian came up with a good idea. Not everyone is suited for combat. Some survivors have never even killed a mutant. When survivors encounter danger, they are often separated from other survivors by hundreds of miles, making it difficult to get support. However, item trading can transcend spatial boundaries. He might be able to assemble a team of skeleton thugs to go door to door dealing with mutants. One skeleton general is no match for a Type 1 aberration of the same strength, but what about 5 or 10? He even equipped the skeleton general with weapons and armor. Of course, this is on the premise that the skeleton general can be identified as a tradable object by the survival system. Jiang Mian created 3 ordinary skeleton soldiers and swept them with his bracelet. The next moment, the 3 skeleton soldiers disappeared from their original spot and appeared in the system space. Feasible. Jiang Mian gave the 3 skeleton soldiers to Zhou Xinghua, instructing 2 of them to chop locust trees and the remaining 1 to follow her to collect cold soul stones. The skeleton soldier is level 2, with 100 health points and other attributes around 12. Zhou Xinghua went to bed late last night, but he still woke up on time before sunrise, grabbed his weapons, and searched for the cold soul stone upstream along the river. Halfway there, she noticed that the boss had given her 3 items. The item's name is Skeleton Soldier. Zhou Xinghua was curious about what this thing was, so he clicked to collect it. 3 figures, each half a head taller than her, appeared around her, startling her. She raised her armored shield in front of her, still wondering what she had done wrong that it caused her boss to send a monster to kill her so early in the morning. After waiting for a while, she realized that the 3 figures had no intention of attacking her. 2 of the skeletons held stone axes and looked blankly at the surrounding trees. Not a monster? She raised her spear and tapped one of the skeletons on the head. The skeleton monster didn't retaliate, but instead raised its bone hand and scratched the spot where she had just tapped. Half a minute later, she finished reading the message Jiang Mian sent and realized that the boss had sent her to assist with her work. 2 were cutting down trees, and 1 was in charge of security. She felt like she and her boss were from 2 different worlds. Was the other person really a survivor? Why is it that when others are playing survival games, it turns into a ghost kingdom when the boss is playing? Regardless, the boss still remembers her kindness. She gets soup whenever there's meat to eat. Zhou Xinghua straightened his back. So, does that mean she's become a foreman? Do you own your own cattle and horses and your own employees? Very good. From now on you will be called Big Dog, Second Dog, and Third Dog. She named the 3 skeleton monsters and began assigning them tasks. Big Dog and Second Dog, come here. I'll take you to see where the trees you need to cut down are. Chapter 54 Disaster Shelter Package. After testing the skeleton's intelligence several times, Jiang Mian summoned Zhang the blacksmith and ordered him to take 20 skeleton soldiers to make secondary and premium crossbows. Zhang the blacksmith's speed is too slow by himself. Jiang Mian needs to produce a large number of weapons and armor in the next few days to help other survivors in the same area get through the disaster that will occur in 2 days. For example, crossbows, stone walls, strange leather armor, and skeleton legions. The crossbows and strange leather armor were traded directly, the stone walls were provided by the other party, and the skeleton army was rented. In any case, Jiang Mian had control of the skeletons. A series of plans constitute a disaster shelter package. These survivors certainly can't afford that price right now, but they can write an IOU. Each survivor will encounter 4 waves of monsters during the monster tide, with hundreds of monsters in each wave. If Jiang Mian can collect all these corpses, he can create hundreds or even thousands of skeleton monsters after the monster tide ends. Decomposing monster corpses is troublesome. Even using a knife to slowly dismantle one corpse takes tens of minutes. Many survivors are too busy chopping down trees and collecting stones to do so. The mutants killed at night are sold to the Merchant Alliance or the Hunters Guild, and a certain percentage of the decomposition materials are collected in return. It would be a win-win situation for Jiang Mian to demand the return of these corpses later. Before that, Jiang Mian wanted to bring together some prominent figures in the region to witness this. If someone chooses to break their word and not keep their promise, they felt they had leveled up and were now independent. That's fine. Wang Tung should be very good at banning this survivor in the trading field in the future. Food, iron smelting, weapons, these resources all depend on others. There aren't many people who are truly so versatile, with no shortage of food and even a mine and furnace at home. Besides, with all that power, he wouldn't need Jiang Mian's help. He could get through the monster tide on his own. When writing an IOU, survivors are not allowed to remain anonymous and must clearly state their identification number. If Jiang Mian is able to do so in the future, he will personally lead his skeleton army to wander around the survivors' homes. Also, next time, they'll have to face the monster tide themselves. This time, the final wave of the monster tide will definitely spawn elite monsters, and the next strange tide may be the final wave that will definitely spawn boss monsters. Both the level 18 Lord and the level 21 Jiang Mian narrowly won. 1,000 level 1 Agile Type 1 aberrations are enough for a survivor to level up from level 1 to level 14. Due to the mechanism that no experience is gained for a level difference of 15, ordinary survivors will at most reach level 16 or 17 after the monster tide. Even if you put all your free attribute points in a spirit along the way, you'll only have 30 or 40 spirit points by then. With this little mental strength, how can I fight a nightmare? Not to mention, the speed at which monsters in this survival world grow stronger far exceeds human imagination. In fact, for Jiang Mian now, making stone walls and selling crossbows and leather armor wouldn't consume much of his resources. Even if some people don't pay the price in the end, Jiang Mian won't lose much. He still has about 100 unopened treasure chests lying in his warehouse. Even with the shelter upgraded to level 6 and the warehouse having 50 slots, each with a stacking limit of 1,000, Jiang Mian still felt it wasn't enough. Helping others improve the overall productivity of the region is always a win for Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian had a great haul last night, and it took him a long time to craft the leather armor and bone spear. He decided to use this time to check on the progress of the other survivors. On the 5th day, dozens of people at the top of the world rankings broke through level 10 and came into contact with the bronze treasure chest. A small number of bronze chests have also started to spawn in the wilderness, with about a few dozen appearing in each area. The survivors' progress will reach a new level. Why Jiang? The ironware blueprints and magic building blueprints that can be obtained from the bronze treasure chests are perfectly adequate for dealing with elite monsters. But you still have to be able to make it. The truth is that some lucky individuals, after receiving such blueprints, are at a loss when faced with the wrought iron and stone on them. The furnace is a crucial building that can smelt iron ore. No survivor who obtains its blueprint would be foolish enough to build several furnaces and sell them. Collect iron ore or black iron chests, then smelt them into forged iron and share the profits with the person who provided the raw materials. Enough to feed you for a lifetime. The bright future lies right here. For this reason, in the area where Jiang Mian is located alone, there are only 3 or 4 places that can smelt iron ore. On the other hand, iron ore mining is also a major problem. There are only about a dozen survivors in a region who can mine iron ore. Even if other survivors have iron mines near their shelters, they are like Jiang Mian, living dozens of kilometers away from those mines. Without transportation, a round trip would take more than a day, let alone going to mine them. Everyone had to return to the shelter at night. Those who can mine iron ore can only produce a few dozen pieces of iron ore a day, enough to make a few dozen pieces of wrought iron. Once Jiang Mian sends his skeleton army to mine, they'll work day and night without eating or drinking, and their output will soon surpass that of the entire region. Aside from wrought iron, no one had ever even heard of attribute gems like froststone. After testing, Jiang Mian discovered that the cold soul stone was a water attribute gemstone, while the core of the rock was an earth attribute gemstone. These stones are materials that unlock the spirit territory, so they're not easy to obtain. Even on Jiang Mian's side, the rock core was taken from the god's laboratory, and the cold soul stone was only found thanks to Zhou Xinghua's chosen one talent. No one else had such a miraculous encounter. Ultimately, these blueprints are mostly used for showing off. Blazing stone. Has anyone ever seen a blazing stone? I found a bronze treasure chest this morning, and after opening it, I got the Crimson Flame Arrow Tower blueprint, which can deal magical damage. With this treasure, I won't have to envy those who get attribute fruits anymore. Stop asking. 10 minutes ago, there were people asking about all sorts of gems in the world chat. Everyone searched in their own areas, but in the end, they didn't find anything. It doesn't feel as good as attribute fruits, which directly give you abilities that you can use immediately after eating them. I have a feeling that these gems are high-level materials that will only appear in the next 7 days after the monster tide. How are we going to get through that monster tide? The last wave will definitely spawn elite monsters. Besides magic, there are also crossbows from the Merchant Alliance, but they're useless if the user's strength is too low, as the damage is linked to strength. So, these past few nights I've been killing a lot of Agile Type 1 aberrations to level up, and I've been putting all my free attribute points into strength, trying to break through 20 strength. Otherwise, it'll be useless if I get the crossbow. No rush. The first few waves of the monster tide are all small monsters, a few hundred in total, enough to level up. Not in a hurry? Don't forget that the monsters in the monster tide are all enhanced and unaffected by the holy fire. Without the holy fire, even the Agile Type 1 aberration can't break through the defense with a stone spear. You have to use the bone spear from the I level up alone master. The big shots sell too few. I can never get one. Yeah, the boss killed the Lord level monster last night and leveled up to level 22. Can you help us think of a way? Of course, I'm willing to do anything I can to help you. Come on, would the big boss even look at someone as ugly as you? I can take out alone. As long as we get through the monster tide, things will change in the future. Once I reach level 10 or so, it will be enough to pay off what I owe the big boss. There are no laws in this survival world. If you take out a loan and then don't pay it back, there's no way to beat you up. Why would the big boss be willing to do that? Yeah, last night there were a bunch of people hoping the big boss was gone, gloating. It made me feel disheartened, let alone the big boss. The trust has collapsed. We need to write a petition with 10,000 people's blood, asking the big boss to come out of retirement. We'll keep an eye on each other, and anyone who dares to owe the big boss something and not pay it back will be targeted in the trading area every day. Well said. A petition signed by 10,000 people in blood. Chapter 55, Formulating a Plan to Combat the Monster Tide. In less than half an hour, more than 5,000 survivors had signed the petition in the regional channel. The viral letter of 10,000 people writing a petition quickly reached Jiang Mian's ears. He was still figuring out how to get started, but it turned out to be a two-way street, which saved him a lot of trouble. In the entire region, no one knows better than Jiang Mian how to resist the monster tide, because he had actually seen it. After reading the people's demands, Jiang Mian began to speak. He first introduced the characteristics of the two variants and then explained in detail the observations he had made of them over the past few days. There are now two key points for survivors to fight against the monster tide. After the holy flame loses its effect, the high-speed attribute of the agility type 1 aberration will be fully displayed, and according to the detailed rules, monsters will appear in waves. At this point, something is needed to limit their attack. Ordinary wooden fences are low in height and weak in strength, and cannot withstand the continuous attacks of the agile type 1 aberration. But stone walls are acceptable. Jiang Mian naturally began to promote his stone walls. Each stone wall is 5 meters long and 3 meters high, requiring 100 stones plus core defensive materials, the latter of which are related to the stone wall's effect. Tests have shown that the pale armor dropped by elite monsters, used as the core defensive material, can be used to create armor walls that can essentially ignore the damage from agility type 1 aberrations. The effect will be weaker with the next level of materials. He can make it for everyone free of charge, as long as they provide the materials. Boss, are you serious? Really free? Upon hearing the word free, the survivors expressed disbelief. They certainly hope for a selfless person to help them without expecting anything in return, but that's a bit idealistic. In just 4 or 5 days, they had already witnessed a great deal of deceit and treachery. Now that the big shots say it's free, they're actually worried. Faced with their questions, Jiang Mian didn't use any polite words, but went straight to the point. One wall costs 100 stones. You'd be lucky if you could gather enough stones to build 4 walls around yourselves in 2 days. I could raise the price to 150 or 200 stones, but can you afford that? This. Don't be so honest, boss. You've hurt one of my friends. The boss is right. I'm level 5 now, and I've put all my free attribute points into strength. I'll go chop down trees and dig for stones. By the day after tomorrow, all my possessions will probably barely be enough for 3 walls. Hey boss, we have a wall, but what about weapons? You said the wall is 3 meters high. How are we supposed to fight monsters? Yes, and there are elite monsters too. We can't break their defenses. Is this the other key point you wanted to make, boss? Jiang Mian spoke frankly with them, like a good teacher and helpful friend, which unconsciously shortened the distance between them. The survivors became increasingly uninhibited in their conversation. In terms of weaponry, for dealing with large-scale agile type 1 aberration swarms, I recommend the archery platform. It is small in size, has a fast rate of fire, and most importantly, stone arrows are cheap. After the sacred flame fails, the agile type 1 aberrations will all gather outside the stone wall, very densely, which is perfect for the archery platform to perform. To deal with the strength type 1 aberration, you need either magic or a weapon with high armor penetration. I can't help you with the former, but you may have heard of the latter, which is the crossbow. Survivors had previously discussed the crossbow. However, all they knew was that only the Merchant Alliance possessed crossbows. Now that Jiang Mian mentioned he could provide crossbows, the survivors' minds immediately started racing. Connecting this to Wang Tung's previous boasting, they concluded. So the crossbow was made by a master craftsman. The crossbow is said to be made of extremely rare forged iron, and very few were produced. How could that be enough for thousands or tens of thousands of people? And then there's the price of crossbows. Given how rare forged iron is now, a single crossbow wouldn't cost more than a few hundred stones, right? Boss, are you thinking of renting a crossbow? But everyone will encounter the elite monsters in the last wave of the monster tide, so borrowing one might not be quick enough. Yeah, boss, what should we do? Their first thought was to rent the property. Iron resources are extremely scarce right now. You don't need to worry about that, just use it. I'll take care of the forging issue. I have 2 types of crossbows here. The first type is a premium crossbow that uses stone arrows and provides 20% physical penetration. It takes about 20 points of strength to break through the defense of an elite monster. However, as you know, wrought iron is very scarce, and we can't forge many. Therefore, I had someone improve it and create a secondary crossbow that uses stone arrows to provide 15% physical penetration and requires 22 points of strength to break through the defense of elite monsters. The former costs 300 stones, while the latter costs 150 stones. You probably won't be able to afford either of the 2 prices. That's okay. If you choose the secondary crossbow, you can settle the debt by handing over the monster corpses to me after you get through the monster tide. I also recommend that everyone choose the secondary crossbow. If you choose the premium crossbow, you will not only have to hand over the monster corpse to me, but you will also have to pay back 150 stones. Of course, even so, There may still not be enough crossbows for everyone to use. This is naturally due to the Elf King's saying, "Hurry before you can use them." Every evening at 6 p.m., I will post a notice in the trading area for the sale of secondary crossbows. The quantity is uncertain and it's first come, first served. After the rush to buy is over, I will publish a list of those who chose to pay with monster corpses so that everyone can monitor the process. If you don't pay back by then, remember to open your eyes when you go to sleep tonight, because I might just show up at your house. After Jiang Mian announced the rules, the survivors fell into a brief silence. 2 seconds later, someone finally spoke. "What a stroke of good luck. A big shot is coming to my house in the middle of the night. Now that we've covered the advantages, what about the disadvantages? Wow, my cat can do backflips." Jiang Mian was so angry she laughed. According to his original plan, someone should have jumped out and said something like, "I'm not going to pay you back, so what?" Or say that classic line, "You have so many crossbows, what's wrong with helping everyone?" So, these survivors suddenly became calm. Weren't quite a few people quite talkative last night. It seems like he regained his senses just because he killed a boss monster. "Boss, I saw in the world chat that some regions have already appointed some kind of district chief. I think you're the most suitable one for our region. Why don't we strike while the iron is hot and have you take office right now?" With unity of purpose, even mountains can be moved. Choosing a leader is the right thing to do. Hey, this fish I just caught has a silk scroll inside its belly. It says, "Level up alone. Destiny is yours." Now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered that I found a yellow dragon-patterned ancient costume in a chest in the mountains yesterday. "Your Majesty, it's getting cold. Please put on your coat." They started making a fuss. There was some sincerity involved, but also some ulterior motives. Now that you're in charge, you must have to take care of the people below you, right? This is what they thought. Jiang Mian never considered pursuing such empty titles. He is very pragmatic. He wouldn't care about anyone unless it was for personal gain. For example, if some invincible demon were to descend upon the world, he would definitely be the first to run away. When poor, one should cultivate one's own virtue. When successful, one should benefit all under heaven. When he was living in abject poverty a few days ago, he didn't care about anyone else. Jiang Mian ultimately declined, citing Wang Teng's explanation. Let Wang Teng take the position. He has the bearing of an emperor. Suppress all enemies in the world. Chapter 56, Iron Pipe Pistol. After handing the district head over to Wang Teng, Jiang Mian quickly logged off and returned to the main building to arrange the expanded rooms. The first and second floors each have 2 more small rooms than before, while the third floor has the same structure as the second floor, consisting of 7 small rooms. The rooms on the first floor were easy to access, so Jiang Mian arranged for these 2 small rooms to be used as storage rooms. The empty spaces in the system warehouse are reserved for large-scale storage of resources such as logs, stones, and bones, as well as large quantities of weapons and ammunition such as stone arrows and stone spears. Daily necessities such as clothing and bedding, as well as a wide variety of foods, cannot be stacked in the system warehouse and require additional storage rooms. While arranging for Lin Kuan to help move the items, Jiang Mian began to open the treasure chests she had collected the previous night. He opened 76 black iron treasure chests one by one, 20 at a time. 30 jin of flour, 8 bags of yeast, for jin of sugar, 1 can of peanut oil, 1 can of fish and corn oil, 3 bottles of sesame oil, 10 bandages, 2 bottles of alcohol, 2 bottles of iodine, 1 box of compressed biscuits, 1 box of potato chips, 2 boxes of French bread. Sled Blueprint 1, Basic Contract, Farmer, 1, Colored Corn Seeds 100. Basic Contract, Fisherman, 1, Fishing Boat Blueprint 1, Fishing Net 5. The blueprints in the black iron treasure chest were no longer very important to Jiang Mian, but the many packaged foods inside were still quite useful. For items like cookies and bread, the shelf life is often more than 6 months. It provides peace of mind as a long-term food reserve. 3 attribute fruits were obtained. The first 2 fruits added 5 points to strength and 5 points to speed respectively, and the last one was a 10-year-old peach. Item, 10-year-old peaches. Quality, E. Description, a rare fruit grown in a blessed land, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for 10 years. Effect, increases all attributes by 1 upon consumption. Grants the ability growth enhancement upon first consumption. Jiang Mian ate the 3 fruits and then checked the effect of the creation ability. This is a wood attribute ability that can accelerate seed germination and plant growth. However, with Jiang Mian's current mental strength, even if he used 10 points to cultivate a colorful corn seed, it would only result in it sprouting a seedling that is 3 or 4 centimeters long. Great dish. That's impressive. He then found the little rabbit and used 10 points of energy to speed up its growth. As a result, the little rabbit fell asleep with its eyes half closed in his palm, making a low purring sound from its omega-shaped mouth. There haven't been any major changes in her appearance. What's the use of this? Is it because my mental strength is low? No, this growth-promoting ability seems to be able to promote plant growth against the seasons, so in a sense it does have an effect. Jiang Mian dug out a piece of land, planted a dozen seeds, and began testing the range of effect of the 10 points of mental energy growth stimulation. The end result is that a maximum of 10 seeds can be generated at the same time. When my mental strength is higher in the future, I can use it to quickly promote the growth of small plants, such as chili peppers and green vegetables. Balanced diet and nutrition. 2 contracts were found inside 76 black iron chests. One of them was a farmer like Lin Kuan, a middle-aged man surnamed Wang, whom Jiang Mian simply called Old Wang. The other fisherman was a young man in his early 30s, also surnamed Wang, whom Jiang Mian called Uncle Wang. As the number of people in the shelter increases, Jiang Mian arranged for them to live in pairs. Each small room on the second floor was about 20 square meters, enough for 2 people. The contents of the bronze treasure chest are even more noteworthy. Based on his previous experience, before opening the chest, Jiang Mian once again sacrificed 10 years of Wang Tung's father's lifespan, praying to obtain more treasure maps and intermediate contracts. The intermediate level contracts were all for technical personnel, which was of great help to him. The reward from a treasure map might be a silver treasure chest, which is also useful. Open! Jiang Mian shouted in encouragement. You have received 1 dream mattress, 1 genuine leather sofa, and 1 bathtub. You have obtained 10 basic health recovery potions, 1 large animal trap blueprint, and 50 meters of wire. You have received 3 uncoated non-stick pans, a set of pots and pans for 4 dishes and 1 soup, and a spatula and spoon set. You have obtained 1 mountain bike, 1 chainsaw, and 20 L of chainsaw-specific mixed gasoline. Finally, I have a decent pot. I don't need to make soup anymore. I can stir-fry vegetables directly now. Jiang Mian had been suffering from the meat soup for the past few days, and he felt more and more that the frying pan was truly a great invention. Stir-fried dishes are still the best. Once the potatoes are grown, I'll stir-fry them with green peppers. A bathtub is a good thing too. After killing monsters at night, you can boil some water and take a bath in it. Woohoo, so comfortable. Chainsaws can cut down trees by burning oil without requiring much human effort and can be sold for exorbitant prices. Mountain bikes are also a great mode of transportation for short distances. Large animal traps, once set up, can attract and capture large animals such as deer and bears. Jiang Mian continues to drive. You have obtained 1 iron pipe pistol blueprint, 1 steel ball mold blueprint, and 1 spring blueprint. Is it time to enter the age of firearms? Who wouldn't want to carry 2 pistols in their pockets, and when encountering an enemy, draw both guns and fly like a swallow or an eagle? He checked the information on the iron pipe pistol. Item: iron pipe pistol. Quality: E. Description: a simple firearm made of iron pipes and wooden planks, crudely constructed but functional, loaded with 1 steel ball at a time, with a short effective range, suitable for close-range firing. Effect: uses steel balls as ammunition, ignoring 20% of the target's physical defense and causing a slight knockback effect. Durability: 150/150. The iron pipe pistol has lower damage and less durability than the crossbow, but the steel balls have greater kinetic energy, which can provide a knockback effect, allowing for effective pulling and tugging at the enemy in close combat. The blueprints for a pipe pistol show that making one requires 1 spring, 1 piece of wrought iron, 1 piece of hardwood board, 3 iron nails, and 1 piece of 5 centimeters iron wire. The spring blueprint shows that you can make a spring using wire. He found 50 meters of wire in the treasure chest earlier, which is enough for his needs. The only problem is the iron nails. Jiang Mian called Zhang the blacksmith over and asked him to see if he could try to forge iron nails based on the blueprints. After solving the nail problem, the iron pipe pistol can be made, and then the issue of ammunition needs to be considered. Steel is harder than iron, so steel balls have a stronger penetrating power and can penetrate deeper with the same amount of explosive. However, the furnace can only forge iron now. To make forged steel, a special smelting process is needed, which requires a sealed, high-temperature environment, such as a crucible. Steel has a higher carbon content. It is usually made by mixing molten iron with charcoal, allowing it to absorb carbon and become steel. Hopefully, I'll find a cauldron in the next treasure chest. You have obtained an intermediate contract, blacksmithing, 10 basic mental recovery potions, and 50 forging skills. You have obtained 1 knight shining pearl, 1 barbed wire blueprint, and 10 Molotov cocktails. You have obtained a detection compass 1, a divided hot pot 1, and a sprayer device 1. The next few treasure chests didn't yield any noteworthy new items. The iron pipe pistol, for example, used up more than half of my luck. The drop rate of the contract in bronze chests is around 10%, meaning it's roughly 1 in every 10 chests. The other blacksmith who came out was surnamed Liu, and Jiang Mian sent him to keep Zhang the blacksmith company. A good item only appeared when I opened the 16th chest. You have obtained 1 iron pipe shotgun blueprint, 1 shotgun blueprint, and 50 forged copper. Jiang Mian shuddered. He caressed the shotgun blueprint as if it were a lover, a look of fascination on his face. I'm sorry, little pistol, let's break up. Those are trolls. He had no choice. Chapter 57 Golden Moon Territory. If the advantage of a crossbow is its accurate headshots, and the advantage of a pistol is its portability, then the advantage of a shotgun is that it eliminates the need for brainpower. Raising my hand and firing a shot is my apology. I'll tell you need more practice. It requires almost no aiming because the damage is a fan-shaped area of effect. A shotgun, as the name suggests, is an attack that spreads out like raindrops. It has a large caliber, a large amount of explosives, and a strong recoil. Item: iron pipe shotgun. Quality: E+. Description: a close-range firearm constructed from a thickened and lengthened iron pipe and a hardwood stock. It is loaded with a single shotgun shell and has an extremely short effective range, making it suitable for very close-range firing. Effect: each shotgun shell contains 12 small steel balls, each dealing independent damage and ignoring 10% of the target's physical defense. A full hit at close range inflicts high damage and a slight knockback effect. Damage decreases sharply with distance beyond 5 meters. Durability: 120/120. The required materials are 1 spring, 3 wrought iron pieces, 1 hardwood board, 5 iron nails, and 2 5-centimeter iron wires. Guns are easy to manufacture, but shotgun shells take some effort. Its manufacturing blueprints require 12 small steel balls, 0.25 pieces of forged copper, and 1 portion of black powder. Black powder is the kind that's made of 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. Saltpeter, also known as potassium nitrate, can be found in some ancient caves. For example, the cave where Jiang Mian visited the god's laboratory yesterday is located. These caves are inhabited by bats year-round, and their droppings are rich in nitrogen. Under the action of nitrifying bacteria, through a complex chemical reaction, the nitrogen combines with potassium in the cave rocks to form potassium nitrate. Potassium nitrate precipitates on the cave walls as white needle-like crystals, which the ancients called ground frost or wall frost. Jiang Mian only vaguely remembered that sulfur was commonly found near volcanoes and hot springs. Be careful when you go out afterwards. There were also 10 bronze treasure chests, which Jiang Mian opened immediately. This time I obtained a new recovery potion, a basic stamina recovery potion. 5 blueprints were produced: a water purifier blueprint, a tubular explosive blueprint, a thunder arrow tower blueprint, an intermediate workbench blueprint, and a large wooden raft blueprint. The thunder arrow tower is a building similar to the ice arrow tower, and it requires divine stones to construct. Tube explosives are a relatively basic type of thrown explosive weapon, requiring 10 parts black powder and 0.25 pieces of wrought iron to make. The intermediate workbench is an advanced version of the basic workbench, unlocking blueprints for crafting common ironware such as nails, pipes, and sheets. Furthermore, the intermediate workbench contains the recipe for gunpowder, which can be mass-produced. Other important items found included a mid-level contract for soldiers, a beginner treasure map, 10 pieces of silver forging, and a hot air balloon. That hot air balloon can carry 2 or 3 people, but it uses liquefied gas tanks as fuel, and there are only 5 tanks available. The soldier's surname was also Wang. His name was Wang Gang. There were 3 people with the surname Wang in the shelter, and Jiang Mian thought he had arrived at Wangjia village. When scanning Wang Gang's information, Jiang Mian discovered that Wang Gang was different from the other people summoned by the contract. His stats were very high. Name: Wang Gang. Level: 10. Life count: 24. Strength: 24. Stamina: 22. Speed: 20. Spirit: 20. Specialty: close combat. Description: an outstanding soldier in the border army. He looks every bit the part. Even the other blacksmiths, who were also created from intermediate contracts, were only level 3 or 4, and their attributes were very low. With someone like that by his side, he feels much more at ease when he goes out. Are you a border guard, defending against other countries? Jiang Mian noticed the information about Wang Gang and asked, Young master, I come from the Golden Moon territory. I am in the army responsible for defending against mutated creatures that roam the no man's land at night. Wang Gang stood tall and spoke crisply and clearly. Golden Moon territory. This was the second territory named Jiang Mian had heard. Ling seems to be the world's term for a human settlement. Below the territory are cities, then towns and villages. The first one he heard of was Shijiang territory, from which Lin Kuan and several others came. Do you know Shijiang territory? The rest of us in our shelter are from there. I hadn't heard them mention it before, but the monsters in the no man's land invade the outside areas. Lin Kuan and others are ordinary people, such as farmers and fishermen, living in villages and towns, and their understanding of the world is still too limited. Jiang Mian felt that Wang Gang, who came from the military, must know more. Shijiang territory is located behind Jinhua territory and does not directly border the no man's land, so it is not subject to invasion. As Wang Gang spoke, he gestured with his hand. Golden Moon territory is located in the west, bordering the edge of the no man's land, and is garrisoned by troops year-round. Jiang Mian nodded and then asked, Oh, I see. Are there higher levels above the territory? When I upgraded my shelter to level 6, I unlocked the evolution path, which mentioned 4 types of territories: God, Ghost, Spirit, and Silver. Is there any connection between these and the territories in your area? The leader is the highest in the open. Wang Gang did not become impatient with Jiang Mian's repeated questions and said seriously, Secretly, the various territories have formed 4 alliances based on their different evolutionary directions. The Golden Moon territory and the West River territory are both spiritual territories. The spirit realm excels in elemental abilities, the silver realm excels in mechanical creation, and the unpredictable. Wang Gang paused for a moment, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. The territory of the strange has a bad reputation. I heard they use materials from mutated species to modify themselves, making them neither human nor ghost. Jiang Mian glanced guiltily at the aberration furnace not far away, wondering how to tell Wang Gang that this was the territory of the devils. Wang Gang noticed his gaze, glanced to the side, and then froze. However, he didn't say much, but when he looked at Jiang Mian again, there was a hint of unease in his eyes. Ahem, we don't do that kind of thing, we just summon thugs. Jiang Mian coughed a few times and began to explain. Young master, you summoned me here, and I will be loyal to you. I only worry that you might be led astray. After hearing Jiang Mian's explanation, Wang Gang also shared his own thoughts. Actually, Jiang Mian smiled and said, This place is also a divine territory. Didn't you mention earlier that this evolutionary path is rare? Wang Gang frowned, as if trying to decipher his words. He recognized every word in those words, but he couldn't quite understand them when they were put together. What do you mean by saying that this place is also God's territory? Given the fixed path of evolution, how could one territory possibly have 2 separate locations? Moreover, it's the most outrageous combination yet, God and deception. It is important to understand that these 2 are completely opposed, and deception itself is blasphemy against God. Which God does the young master worship? What God could tolerate his believers simultaneously believing in evil? The power of the gods is very weak in this era, and there are very few traces of them. I have not yet encountered any leaders who have chosen to embark on the path of the gods' territory, at least not around the Golden Moon territory. Each of the 4 evolutionary paths has a certain stage. The first stage is unlocked when the shelter reaches level 6, at which point the shelter is generally referred to as territory. The second stage of the evolutionary path is unlocked when the territory reaches level 7, and so on. Golden Moon territory is a level 9 territory, which is in the 4th stage of the spirit territory evolution path. Young master, gods and evil are completely opposed. What if the God you believe in knew this? I'm afraid you will be punished. Chapter 58 Skull Miners. Completely opposed, should they be punished? Jiang Mian's eyes widened, somewhat unable to believe what Wang Gang was saying. When he chose the realm of the gods, a faint connection appeared deep within his soul, drifting towards a distant place. That must be the connection established with Shining. Later, when they chose the strange evolutionary path again, they did not feel anything unusual. Given the power of the gods, they should have noticed this matter long ago. However, there was no punishment. Jiang Mian recalled Shanling's eyes and couldn't imagine her looking angry. I haven't encountered any punishments yet. If I have time tomorrow, I'll go and ask her about it. Today he has to take some skeleton soldiers to mine near the iron mine, so he doesn't have time to go to the laboratory cave. He didn't notice the shocked expression on Wang Gang's face after he casually finished saying those words. The young master was actually able to meet the gods. And judging from the young master's tone, he seems to have a pretty good relationship with that deity. Because the young master wasn't requesting an audience, but rather saying he'd ask when he had time. The existence of gods has been gradually forgotten in the long river of history, but no one has ever questioned the power of the gods. The spiritual realm's respect for the gods is second only to that of the divine realm. All the people of the spirit realm know clearly that magic originates from the gods. Some highly accomplished grand magicians, after studying the divine relics, declared, "What humans call magic is nothing more than a clumsy imitation of the power of the gods." After organizing the supplies, Jiang Mian purchased some deformed bones in the trading area, made 10 skeleton soldiers, and then equipped each of them with an iron pickaxe. After storing them in the system warehouse, Jiang Mian rode his glider to the vicinity of the previously marked hematite ore. The mineral vein is exposed on the mountainside, extending diagonally downwards along the mountain, where it protrudes into several huge rocks at the ground. At its widest point, it's as wide as 3 or 4 people sitting side by side, while at its narrowest point it's only the size of a basketball. The whole thing looks like a giant, crimson python lurking on the ground. Jiang Mian released 10 skeleton soldiers and made them stand in a row. Then he took his pickaxe and walked to the side of the ore vein, tapped the reddish part, and turned around to call them to pay attention. They only mine this color of ore. The skeletons tilted their heads, took note of his instructions, and came over with pickaxes to start digging. Click, click, click. 10 pickaxes fell in turn, scattering rocks everywhere, and a dent quickly appeared on the mine wall. Jiang Mian moved a deck chair over and lay down next to it to supervise the skeletons' work. Several skeletons dug in the wrong place and were corrected by Jiang Mian. As the surface of the vein was excavated, more reddish ore was exposed inside, revealing that its total reserves were far greater than they appeared on the surface. This vein of ore is enough for him to mine for several years. The skeletons worked tirelessly, their empty eye sockets glowing with ghostly blue soul fire, as Jiang Mian observed them for half an hour. Now he was relieved and cleared out a space for the skeletons to move the mine ore there. Don't panic if you encounter mutated creatures at night. Keep digging. They are your kind and most likely won't attack you. If they attack you, don't panic, because panicking won't help. You'll probably be torn to pieces within seconds. I'll leave you a few torches for lighting at night. However, creatures like you should also have their own perception system in the mist. The skeleton soldiers had never experienced the night fog, and Jiang Mian was also unaware of it. He can only come to check the results tomorrow. Work hard, and if I come tomorrow and find you're all still alive, I'll promote you all. From now on, I'll assign you several hundred skeleton miners to manage. Then you'll be able to lie down like me. After promising the skeletons a rosy picture, Jiang Mian began searching the regional chat for survivors near the shelter who had access to volcanoes or hot springs. Finally, he found 2 survivors near the hot spring and asked them to wander around the area to see if there were any of those bright yellow stones. If there's a pungent smell of rotten eggs in the surrounding area, it's likely sulfur mine. Jiang Mian will compensate them with logs for the time spent searching for sulfur mines. If they eventually find the sulfur mine, Jiang Mian will hire them as miners and provide them with the stones for 4 stone walls to defend against the monster tide 2 days later. Upon hearing that they could obtain 4 stone walls, the 2 survivors were extremely excited and assured Jiang Mian that they would search diligently. For them, it was like a windfall. For miners who become big shots, their safety is guaranteed in the future as long as they don't do anything reckless. When the heavy snow started falling again in the afternoon, the 2 of them found the sulfur mine that Jiang Mian had described and dug out a piece of the finished product for Jiang Mian to inspect. After verifying the quality of the sulfur, Jiang Mian gave each of them a secondary crossbow for self-defense, and then sent 3 skeleton soldiers to each of them to help them mine. The 2 readily agreed. After a brief moment of surprise upon seeing the skeleton soldiers, they picked up pickaxes and began mining in the snow. The survivors' physical condition has improved significantly in the past few days, and they can still persevere as long as it's not too cold. The temperature on the 5th day was not much different from the previous day. In fact, the sky was clear for a while in the morning, and people felt even warmer. As night fell, the cold wind howled, and the temperature began to drop again. -10 degrees Celsius, -15 degrees Celsius. The shallow river water was completely frozen, and the surface of the deeper river was also covered with a thick layer of ice. The survivors were in dire straits. Although the mutated monsters had not yet arrived, they had no choice but to retreat to their shelter and light a campfire to warm themselves. Stove and fireplace were frequently seen circulating in the trading area, along with cotton clothing and quilts. Many survivors have unlocked the World Channel today, and they have started exchanging warming supplies with other survivors who are not affected by the blizzard disaster. Sitting inside the house by the fire, the flames warmed the survivors' bodies, but they couldn't warm their hearts. They can't get out. Survivors complained in the regional chat. The original plan was to chop down trees for a few more days, sell some of the items from the treasure chests, and then I could gather enough stones to have the big shot build a stone wall. What do I do now? It'll probably be even colder tomorrow. You won't be able to move your fingers if you go outside, let alone cut down trees. The hunters haven't caught much game these past 2 days. If it weren't for the food they found in the treasure chest, I probably would have fainted from hunger by now. In this cold weather, even though I've tried to grow some seeds, I haven't been able to plant any. Don't freeze to death before you even see the monster tide. Today, everyone is basically in a level 3 shelter. Once we light a fire inside to keep warm, we should be able to get through the blizzard. But the problem remains the same. We can't stay indoors without cutting down trees. I don't have a thick cotton padded coat. If I did, I wouldn't be afraid. Even if we have it, it's useless. When the temperature drops to -30 or 40 degrees Celsius and the wind blows even harder, we still can't stop for long. Speaking of which, I found that large fur coats made from the fur of large mutant animals are much warmer than cotton padded coats. There's so little fur from large mutant animals. Even if there were, it wouldn't be our turn to wear it. No matter what we say, we still lack round logs and stones. Chapter 59: The Talent to Go to Other Shelter. Some were happy while others were sad. For Jiang Mian, nothing major happened on the 5th night. The configuration of the mutated creatures at the entrance is similar to that of last night. Once the shelter reaches level 6, the blueprints for further upgrades are not provided in the system. They may need to be obtained through other means, or they may be related to the territory's evolution path. The territory evolution path does not have explicit progress indicators. It only displays a percentage progress in the shelter information panel. Item: Shelter. Quality: C. Level: 6. Durability: 25,000. Defense: 300. Territory evolution path: God's territory, 0%. Deceptive territory, 5%. Auxiliary buildings: farm, breeding ground, pond, armored wall. Description: a shelter that blends seamlessly with its environment. It has begun to develop into a territory. Effect: 1. Inside the shelter, all attributes of the survivor faction are increased by 10 points. Damage taken is reduced by 25%, stamina recovery speed is increased by 30%, and mental recovery speed is increased by 30%. 2. The flames within the shelter gain the Holy Fire effect, which can damage mutated creatures within a certain range and inflict fear, causing brief stun. 3. The shelter owner gains the active skill Holy Fire Judgment, which deals true damage equal to 10% of the target's maximum health and can be used 3 times per day. 4. The shelter has an inherent aura that can deter lower-level mutated creatures, preventing them from approaching. 5. The shelter's effective range expands beyond the shelter itself, extending to a radius of 500 meters. Of the 2 routes, the God's Territory route remained unchanged, while the Ghost's Territory route saw its progress increase from 0% to 5% after Jiang Mian created the Aberration Furnace and produced several batches of skeleton soldiers. He speculated that the evolutionary path should involve doing things in related fields, such as building specific structures and using those structures. In terms of divine authority, the construction of altars requires divine materials. Jiang Mian doesn't have it yet, but plans to ask Shanling how to obtain it when she visits her tomorrow. There was no need to upgrade the shelter, and he no longer needed to venture into the fog to hunt down mutated creatures. He simply cleared away most of the aberrant creatures at the entrance, deliberately leaving a few large ones behind. He wanted to test the relationship between damage bonuses. After defeating a Lord-level monster, he obtained the title Light of Dawn, which grants him an effect duel. The description states that when there is only one enemy within 10 meters, selecting that enemy as the duel opponent will increase the damage dealt to that enemy by an additional 50%. In addition to duels, he has 3 additional damage bonuses, plus 5% damage when attacking, plus 5% damage against elite monsters, and plus 5% damage against mutated creatures. When there were other large creatures around the test subject, Jiang Mian shot its shoulder with a crossbow, causing 75 damage. This triggered 5% damage bonuses. Jiang Mian attracted the aggro of the experimental subject by throwing stones, separating it from the other large creatures, and then shot an arrow at it, while keeping the distance within 10 meters. The damage becomes 108. In addition to the original bonuses, this time there is an additional 50% damage bonus in duels. The ratio of 75 to 108, after removing the greatest common divisor 3, results in a ratio of 25 to 36, or 1 to 1.44. This ratio is very close to 115% compared to 165%. In other words, these additional damage bonuses are additive. If we add it up, the value of this dual effect almost completely dilutes the other 5% effect. However, the premise of having only one enemy within 10 meters is not so easy to achieve. Jiang Mian thought to himself that in this survival world, mutated creatures always appeared in groups. Why fight one-on-one when you can gang up on someone? Jiang Mian enchanted himself with magical flames, and a hail of arrows killed several large creatures. He didn't use many enchanted arrows tonight, enough to make some for other survivors. However, after killing the elite monster, the survivors must hand over the monster's corpse and the dropped treasure chest to him. Because of Jiang Mian's actions, the number of people killed in the area tonight is much less than last night. Only a little over 2,000 people died. Of the 94,235 survivors on the morning of the fourth day, more than 8,000 had died on the fourth night. After killing a survivor, an elite monster will not stay in the same place, but will move to the next location. Each elite monster killed indirectly protects dozens of survivors who might otherwise be harmed. Jiang Mian's reputation in the region has risen sharply. Nothing is more memorable than saving a life. Everyone strictly followed his rule of lending enchanted arrows, and those who lent the arrows even felt guilty, thinking they were taking advantage of him. Killing elite monsters will drop a significant amount of experience points, which will actually fall on them. This isn't some big shot. This is clearly his biological father. Looking back at other regions, the number of people has dropped to below 70,000 in many places, and the worst is now less than 60,000. If Jiang Mian knew what they were thinking, she would definitely think it was completely unnecessary. Because of the level difference, he couldn't get any experience from these monsters. I'll just consider it a favor to do someone a favor. In the middle of the night, the level of the second-ranked player on the world ranking changed multiple times, rising by about one level every hour, and finally settling at level 18 in the latter half of the night. Only 4 levels away from first place. However, no one expected him to catch up with the first place in a short time, because the first place ranking remained unchanged tonight. The main focus of discussion across various channels is the reasons for the repeated changes in the second place ranking. Based on past experience, even if you run into the fog and kill a few mutants, you will soon be able to leave the fog. In this case, the level will only increase 2 or 3 times. But this person rose 6 or 7 times. It's also very regular, leveling up every hour. Later, the information was leaked by a survivor from the area where the second place survivor was located. He said that the second place player in their area was able to appear in other survivor shelters. That person must have done something similar a few days ago, but he went to fewer shelters then, and the survivors all chose to cover it up for him and didn't mention it. The number of elite monsters increased significantly tonight, and that person traveled to many survivors' shelters multiple times. As the number of times increased, he encountered all sorts of people, some of whom ignored his requests to help cover it up and revealed the incident themselves. A major argument is currently erupting in their area. Some people criticize the whistleblower, saying that someone helped you, and you turned around and revealed their talent. Ingratitude, heartless and treacherous. The whistleblower, instead of feeling embarrassed, turned the tables and claimed that a survivor he knew possessed such a talent, allowing them to travel to other survivors' shelters, which he described as a ticking time bomb. Shouldn't we unite as one and bring him under control first? His passionate speech swayed many of his critics to his side, and many others who were about to say something fell silent. It is indeed a terrifying thing for a stranger to appear in your shelter in the middle of the night. Later, the survivors who had been helped by the second person couldn't stand it anymore and came forward to angrily criticize the whistleblower. What are you pretending for? Doesn't that kind of talent require the shelter owner's permission first? Things have come to this point, and they have no choice but to come out and clarify. They initially thought that the clarification from dozens of people would be effective, but they didn't expect that the voices questioning the second-place finisher wouldn't subside. In fact, they became even more intense. You guys are shills that guy hired, aren't you? You're here to whitewash his talent for murder and robbery. No matter how eloquently you speak online, it's useless. We haven't seen it, so how do we know it's true? Since you know that guy, let him come out and have something to say. The top-ranked player, I leveled up alone, isn't anonymous anymore. If he wasn't guilty, why would he still be anonymous? Chapter 60 Evolve, Skeleton Soldiers. Jiang Mian, who was watching the drama unfold on the World Channel, never expected that the conflict in those chat screenshots would spread to him. What does this have to do with him? He's not anonymous anymore, because he's too powerful. There's no need for him to be. His food and clothing supplies filled 2 storage rooms on the first floor. The extra items were moved to the 3rd floor, where a new storage room was built. The potatoes planted on the farm have sprouted and grown into short plants, ready for harvest in a few days. He has stable channels for acquiring key materials such as iron, ore, and hardwood, so no one can target him. Not to mention that other people themselves are still lacking these materials. As a last line of defense, he had 2 iron-barreled pistols tucked into his pockets, and a shotgun hanging on the wall next to his bed. Although we don't have any ammunition yet. However, using iron balls instead of steel balls is barely acceptable. For ice arrow towers guarded the outside, while 10 skeleton generals, slightly inferior to elite monsters, patrolled the area. Anyone who shows up at his shelter is likely to be eliminated immediately. Even if you manage to get into the main building, you'll be greeted by 20 skeleton monsters carrying crossbows and iron ore in and out of the forge, followed by the dark muzzles of guns on the 2nd floor. He felt that the danger level in his shelter had exceeded that of the monster tide. These are truly turbulent times. This 2nd place is truly wronged. It's like a real-life version of the story of the farmer and the snake, or the story of Mr. Donghua and the wolf. If you are weak, others will despise you. If you are strong, others will fear you and isolate you. Jiang Mian's thoughts returned to his area. Many survivors were still asking for his help, so they treated him with utmost respect. No one knows what they will look like after the monster tide passes. People who are not related by blood or marriage are moved by self-interest alone. On the morning of the 6th day, it was still snowing. Jiang Mian found an alcohol thermometer in the storage room and tested the room temperature, which was 16 degrees Celsius. The temperature near the fireplace even exceeded 20 degrees Celsius. The walls of the level 6 shelter are incorporating a rock core, making them thicker and providing better insulation. He put on his animal skin coat, shoes and hat, and went downstairs to the outside. A biting wind rushed towards him, carrying snowflakes that lashed at his face. He tested the temperature with a thermometer for 2 or 3 minutes, and the temperature finally settled at minus 22 degrees Celsius. In this awful weather, using a paraglider at high altitude would likely cause hypothermia very quickly. Jiang Mian put the thermometer away and went back inside to have a hot breakfast. With the nonstick pan, he fried a few turtle eggs that he had picked up on the beach a few days ago. Turtle egg whites are more translucent than chicken egg whites and remain semi-transparent even when fried. They also have a slightly chewy texture when bitten into. After finishing his meal, he checked the work of the skeleton soldiers in the forge from the previous night, then took out his mountain bike, put on goggles, a mask, and gloves, and headed towards the location of the hematite mine, following the map. Mountain bikes have wider wheels, making them relatively stable on rocky mountain roads. Jiang Mian traveled along the sparsely wooded areas along the river, and when he reached places with thick snow or dense forests, he retrieved his bicycle and trekked on foot. With his current exceptional physical abilities, his average running speed is quite stable and not slow. Around 10 a.m., he passed through the last grove of trees and heard the sound of or being smashed in the distance. Those skeleton soldiers are still there. Most of the vein was covered by snow, and the exposed part had sunk into a large depression. On the open ground next to it, there were piles of iron ore blocks. Jiang Mian counted the money. There was over 1,000 yuan. It seems these 10 skeleton soldiers were mining all night. He said that skeleton soldiers are easier to deal with than humans, as they don't need to eat or drink and aren't afraid of the cold. Sensing Jiang Mian's approach, the blue flames in the eye sockets of the 10 skeleton soldiers flickered frequently. Then several skeleton soldiers put down their pickaxes and ran up to Jiang Mian, gesturing wildly with their hands. A few minutes later, Jiang Mian roughly understood its meaning. Last night they encountered the mutants, but the mutants ignored them. Only a few large mutants tilted their heads and stared at them for a long time before leaving. Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh at the thought of those burly men, barely awakened to intelligence, crowding around to study the skeleton soldiers' mining, only to be completely baffled. With a wave of his hand, 10 more skeleton soldiers appeared in front of him. As promised, these 10 skeleton soldiers will be your underlings from now on, one for each of you for now. Then Jiang Mian stroked his chin, blinked, and slowly said, "But you guys don't seem to need a rest, do you? Skeletons. How about we change the terms? If you don't eat or drink, what do you want? Like, what can help you level up?" Jiang Mian thought for a moment and asked. The blue light in the skeleton's eye sockets suddenly flickered, and they gestured, drawing the shape of an arrow tower on the snow. Then they pointed to the gem at the core of the arrow tower. "This is the Frost Arrow Tower. Do you want the Frost Soul Stone?" Jiang Mian recognized the arrow tower as the Frost Arrow Tower and the gem as the Frost Soul Stone. Yesterday, Zhou Xinghua went upstream to the source of the river and found an ice cave. There were hundreds of cold soul stones piled up in the ice cave, but there was nothing of the cold soul stone mine. Based on the video footage recorded by Zhou Xing, Jiang Mian felt that the ice cave was likely to produce a batch of cold soul stones after a period of time. In that case, the cold soul stone is not unlimited, and he must use it sparingly. However, using only 10 is not a big deal. Jiang Mian also wanted to see what the skeleton soldiers would look like after fusing with the Frost Soul Stone. He took out 10 cold soul stones from the warehouse and distributed them to the 10 skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers held the Frost Stone in their hands with great care. They bowed deeply to Jiang Mian, then pressed the cold soul stone against their chests. The moment the cold soul stone was pressed into his chest, a blue light flashed. The skeleton soldier looked up, the soul fire in its eye sockets turning from pale blue to deep blue, and frost began to form on its bones, spreading from its chest to its limbs. Each one was encased in ice crystals, with tiny icicles hanging between the joints. The cold soul stone was embedded in the center of the sternum, like a blue heart, its blue light flickering. Jiang Mian sensed that the skeleton soldiers had become stronger, and the data on the panel after scanning also changed. Race, skeleton soldier, frost soul transformation. Level 5. Life count, 180. Strength, 24. Stamina, 20. Speed, 18. Spirit, 29. Description, a skeleton soldier with a heart made of frost stone, capable of absorbing magical energy from heaven and earth, whose attacks are imbued with a weak amount of frost magic. The ability to absorb magical energy from heaven and earth indicates that these enhanced skeleton soldiers do not require additional frost stones as an energy source to inflict magical damage. Although he estimated that these skeleton soldiers would also consume mental energy to cast spells, they were all genuine mages. Interesting, wanna punch me? Jiang Mian assumed a hoarse stance and beckoned to the skeleton soldiers with his finger, wanting to test their strength. The skeleton soldier glanced up at Jiang Mian. Its blue soul flame suddenly contracted, then it waved its hand in a human-like manner and took a few steps back. It seems that intelligence has also increased significantly along with mental strength. Alright, if you don't want to fight, that's fine too. You've been enhanced now, so staying here to mine is a waste of your talents. You'll be responsible for teaching 10 of them how to mine. I'll take you back this afternoon when I come back. Jiang Mian's instructions to them were somewhat of a waste of their talents to have 10 melee mages mining. The 10 Frost Soul skeleton soldiers nodded, turned around, and stuffed the iron pickaxes into the hands of the 10 newly arrived skeleton soldiers. They looked at the new skeleton soldiers, their jaws agape, as if they were showing some kind of smile. Chapter 61 Spreading Faith. On his second trip to the other side of the mountain, Jiang Mian was already very familiar with the route. Passing by the former savage camp, Jiang Mian discovered that their entire tribe had moved there and were living in the wooden hut he had built earlier. The weather turned cold very quickly, and these wild men didn't have time to find caves to escape the cold, so they simply moved into the wooden houses given to them by their divine messengers. Jiang Mian stopped his bicycle and saw a wild child, his body purple from the cold, constantly burrowing into his mother's arms. The number of wooden huts he had built was limited, not enough to house dozens of savages. If Jiang Mian had known they were going to stay there, she would have chosen a spot close to the stone wall, at least to block out the cold wind from one side. Upon seeing strangers approaching, a savage screamed loudly, and then the chief led several strong young savages out of the house. Jiang Mian removed his mask and glasses so that the leader could see his face clearly. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a look of joy appeared on the savage leader's face, and he quickly ran towards Jiang Mian. He chattered on, then roared, summoning the other savages over. The savages wore few clothes. Some only wore animal robes on their upper bodies and grass clothing around their legs. But upon hearing their leader's order, they braved the wind and snow, bringing the elderly and children with them, and gathered around. After the leader's impassioned explanation, they understood the identity of the person in front of them, and they all knelt down, their faces touching the ground. Jiang Mian waved his hand, signaling them to get up. The leader then took him to inspect the logs, stones, and 6 wooden treasure chests that the savages had collected over the past few days. They also presented flower garlands woven by women from the tribe and delicious nuts treasured by the elders. From their sincere and earnest eyes, Jiang Mian saw something called faith. They truly believed he was a messenger of God, that a deity stood behind him, a deity capable of bestowing miracles upon them. They have faith, they praise, they dedicate themselves. They firmly believed it. Jiang Mian wasn't guilty. After all, he had only fooled people the first time he came, but now that he was here a second time, he truly had a deity behind him. He was simply shocked. We witnessed the respect and longing of these uneducated primitive humans for the unknown signs of nature. Even if they are poorly clothed and starving, they still have hope in their faith. Unbeknownst to him, the progress of the God's territory route had increased from 0% to 5%. Jiang Mian received the supplies and then made a prayer gesture. The other savages looked at their leader, who nodded and began to pray, mimicking Jiang Mian's actions. The savages followed. This time, Jiang Mian didn't recite anything like Hakimi. Instead, he spoke earnestly. By the shining, may the light endure forever. He walked toward a huge rock not far away, raised his hand and waved it, and a large wooden house with 5 rooms rose from the ground. This wooden house occupies 60 to 70 square meters, enough for the savages to live in. Jiang Mian led them into the large wooden house and used a miracle drug, ibuprofen, to cure several young children and elderly people with persistent high fevers. The savages were moved to tears and knelt down again to kiss the snow at his feet. Jiang Mian installed a fireplace in the main house and added dry firewood to it to make it burn. When the savages truly witnessed his ability to start a fire with wood, their eyes were filled with fervor. Jiang Mian imagined Shining's golden eyes and carved a sun-like totem symbol on a stone, placing it above the fireplace. Since he really wanted these savages to worship some god, he naturally wanted them to believe in the Shining. The savages looked solemnly at the stone with the sun totem painted on it, and they all knelt down in worship. Just then, a system notification sounded in Jiang Mian's ears. The progress of the Divine Territory route has reached 10%. Unlocking the exclusive Divine Territory building blueprint, Divine Statue. Jiang Mian was stunned for a moment before noticing that the progress of the Divine Realm was increasing. He had just been moved by the savages' sincerity and thought of building them a house so that they could also worship the Shining. I never expected that this was what the land of gods was going to do. These savages are amazing. They pushed the progress to 10%. In the territory of Devil's Route, he created more than 60 skeleton soldiers, which is still 5%. If it was just faith, why didn't the progress change when he also informed the others in the shelter about the Shining? Could it be that Lin Kuan and the others don't really believe in the Shining? These savages were simple-minded and lacked knowledge. They spontaneously embraced faith after witnessing miracles. They believed wholeheartedly. They believed fervently. If that's the case, he'll have to give them a good talking to when he gets back. Goddesses of harvest and gods of forging are things of the past. From this day forward, they will all worship the Shining Spirit. Jiang Mian looked away from the system messages and then at the savages. A different emotion flickered in his eyes. The people before me were not uncivilized primitives, but devout believers and partners of justice. Those who pray for the Shining should not be allowed to die suddenly in the snow. The clothes in the system warehouse had all been moved to the storage room, so he couldn't take them out directly. Jiang Mian immediately found Wang Tung and borrowed a batch of clothes from him, saying that she would return them that night. Wang Tung readily agreed and sent him dozens of pieces of clothing. Jiang Mian took out the clothes and displayed them in front of the fireplace. This demonstrates that it was a gift from God to them. Jiang Mian took out a few pieces of clothing, pulled the leader over, and let him try them on. The chieftain quickly learned how to wear these clothes and led the other savages to kneel down for the 4th time. With these clothes and a wooden cabin with a fireplace, their survival rate in a blizzard would be almost 100%. The savages have lived on this land for a long time, and they increased their hunting frequency when the weather turned cold a few days ago, drying the excess meat into jerky. In extremely cold weather, the shelf life of these dried meats is also extended. Unlike the survivors, they don't have to fight against monster tides, so even when the snow is heavy outside, they have to go out to cut down trees and search for supplies. However, staying inside the wooden house is still relatively safer. Under the reluctant gazes of the wild people, Jiang Mian left the wooden house, mounted his bicycle, and disappeared into the heavy snow. He had a tight schedule today. He not only had to visit Shining, but also explore the other side of the cave that he hadn't had time to explore last time. If it were a lab like Shining's, he could collect dozens more rock cores. He was also wondering what he would do if there was another god in the laboratory on the other side. It seems that a god's territory can only be bound to one god. Faith must indeed be steadfast and consistent. One cannot be half-hearted. If that god senses the aura of the Shining spirit on him, will he be disgusted with him and attack him? After all, he was considered a heretic by the other gods. Let's ask Shining first after we go in. Chapter 62 is just out of control. Upon entering the cave, no bats flew out this time. Jiang Mian looked up at the cave ceiling, where countless bats hung upside down, quietly and motionless. Looks like they're going into hibernation. Jiang Mian approached the cave wall quietly, without immediately starting a fire. He found a spot on the wall covered with white saltpeter and carefully chipped off a few pieces with a hammer. After collecting the saltpeter fragments, he entered the cave and, once he was deep enough, lit a torch and continued deeper. As Jiang Mian reached the T-junction, the connection deep within his soul that led to Shining became even clearer. After scanning in front of the crystal panel, the metal door slowly opened, and Jiang Mian followed him in. There were fewer lights on in the laboratory than before, making the room less bright than when we first entered. There are fewer instruments still operating normally around the culture chamber, and upon closer inspection, it can be seen that the color of the culture medium inside the culture chamber is much lighter than before. Some of the substances it contains are being lost at a rapid rate. The girl in the incubation chamber disappeared at some point, reverting to her original cat form. Sensing Jiang Mian approaching, the white cat barely opened its divine eyes, its gaze piercing through Jiang Mian's soul. She saw a warm and magnificent shelter in the snow 100 miles away, where potatoes were growing well on the farm and rabbits were munching on hay in the ranch. She saw a wild man prostrate on the ground praying several miles away, and every move he made was full of respect. She saw the question deep in his soul. Finally, the gaze returned to his face. A fleeting, almost imperceptible sadness crossed her eyes. Millions of years have passed, and now people are starting to believe in her again. Some of their beliefs remain exceptionally pure. Only a new god will rejoice at the appearance of believers. A ship about to sink does not want travelers to board it. The purer their faith, the sadder she became. The white cat opened its mouth and uttered a few mysterious and melodious syllables. The sound was not loud, but it seemed to fall from an extremely high dome, and the entire space resonated with it. Jiang Mian had never heard those syllables before, but when they reached his ears, he somehow understood their meaning. Your blood. This is in response to Jiang Mian's question about, what is divine material? It's dead. This describes the situation in the cave on the left. The black cat in the mural represents another deity who is already dead. Jiang Mian no longer needed to worry about whether another deity would pose a threat to him. Oh, I see. Thank you. He felt completely seen through. But I don't dislike it. The white cat's gaze was not aggressive at all. It was a light that illuminated the night, simply dispelling darkness and the unknown, making everything clear. Jiang Mian looked at the white cat's body and asked meaningfully, "How are you?" He sensed something amiss with the white cat, a sense of incongruity between her and the world. It's like a long dream, 100 years of rotten wood, and when I wake up, everything is different, and spring is over. The world has abandoned her. The era in which the white cat lived is too far removed from the present, so far that mountains and rivers have changed and miracles have vanished. Those who once revered it, and those who persecuted it, all died before it. The white cat concealed the sadness in its eyes, shook its head at him, and then closed its eyes to fall asleep. Jiang Mian guessed that the white cat felt he couldn't help her now. That's underestimating him. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Suddenly, a mesmerizing passage of text popped into Jiang Mian's mind, and then, unusually, she asked in a smug tone, "I also took the route through the territory of demons. You won't blame me, will you?" He said this for two reasons. The first reason is that I want to hear her opinion. The second reason is out of a sense of rebellion. When adults think, what do you know? Children do something eye-catching to show that they are not ignorant. Look, I took 2 routes. No one else can do it. The white cat didn't open its eyes. Only the corners of its mouth curved slightly upwards. They just got out of control. It just got out of control. In the white cat's eyes, those aberrations were described so casually. This puzzled Jiang Mian. He has his own views on the 4 major paths: spirit, silver, God, and ghost. According to the murals, the earliest era should be the era of gods, followed by the birth of magic and supernatural abilities, and then a technological civilization that developed rapidly and became powerful enough to imprison and control the gods. This technological civilization is not visible in the current survival world. Survivors can only see wilderness and endless mutants. This leads one to speculate that the technological civilization may have perished due to the mutation. The scene of the aberrations destroying the world must have been hellish. Following this line of thought, the power of the aberrations is greater than that of technological civilization, and technological civilization can control the gods. But why would the gods think that the mutants are nothing? Jiang Mian felt that the white cat wouldn't tell him anything if he kept asking, so he stopped bothering her and turned to leave the laboratory. He lit a torch, came to the T-junction, and began to walk towards the cave on the left. After walking a few steps, the torch in his hand suddenly went out. The entire cave was plunged into darkness once more. Without wind, without water, and not too cold, the fire went out without warning. This cave on the left looks a bit eerie. Jiang Mian tried to light the torch using the fire starter method, but couldn't even see a spark. The moment that magical power was formed, it seemed to be devoured by some unseen monster. Isn't the black cat over here already dead? Jiang Mian was puzzled. He hesitated whether to continue walking in. Previously, others only encountered small monsters when entering the fog, so he thought he would be fine. However, after entering, he encountered small monsters that could summon reinforcements. A single Lord-level aberration is already difficult to deal with. There's no guarantee there won't be even higher-level monsters above it. No, Shining already saw what I was thinking. If there was danger here, she should have warned me. Jiang Mian decided to believe her. What god would betray his own believers? He used his spiritual senses to navigate the path and walked into the passage, while his fingers touched the cave walls, searching for the carvings in the murals. Even after reaching the end of the passage and touching the cold, smooth metal door, Jiang Mian still couldn't find any engravings on the cave wall. Are there no murals here? He reached out along the metal door to the right, searching for the location of the crystal panel. As his fingertips left the edge of the metal door, a sharp object pierced them, causing him to jerkily pull his hand back. What the hell? Jiang Mian took a few steps back and touched her injured finger. The object was about the size of a tooth, and it didn't penetrate very deeply, like when you cut your finger in a hospital to extract blood for testing. It only required a little bleeding. A deep voice echoed from the darkness, sounding like a demon crawling up from hell. Type 2 human, level 22, may enter. The gate check here is quite unique. The metal door slid open with a rumble, but this time no lights came on. It was still pitch black. No way. How will those researchers work without light? Or perhaps the lab here is more severely damaged, with its electrical system failing. Jiang Mian carefully lifted her left foot and stepped into the laboratory. His forward movement stopped as soon as his toes touched the ground. The texture doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like a smooth floor. Stepping on it feels more like being in a cave, with an uneven surface. Was this laboratory attacked by a nuclear bomb? Chapter 63: The Talking Coffin. Tick-tock. The crisp sound bounced several times in the empty space before dissipating, as if it came from a very deep and distant place. Even the sound of dripping water can echo. The space behind the metal door was much larger than Jiang Mian had imagined. He sniffed and caught a stale smell in the air. The smell wasn't unpleasant. It wasn't like the rotten stench emanating from a garbage can, but rather like the musty, decaying smell of an abandoned old house that had been sealed off for countless years, so much so that even the dust had stopped bothering to rise. He lifted his right foot and went inside, trying again to light the torch, but failed once more. The mental perception spreads forward. There was nothing ahead. If you can't reach the top of the wall when you look up, it means the height above is more than 30 meters. As Jiang Mian probed downwards, he obtained useful information. The road slopes downwards. There is also a lot of space below. Why dig such a large space? Could it be that experiments involving black cats require a closed and spacious area? Simply drawing blood to make potions, like Shining, doesn't require such a space. Weapons, explosions, several potentially related words flashed through Jiang Mian's mind. Everything has a positive aspect and a negative aspect. The shining is related to the sun, and the power Jiang Mian came into contact with was probably positive and uplifting words like clarity and light. The black cat, the complete opposite of shining, symbolizes the moon, and its power is likely to be something like making things murky or dark. The sun allows us to see everything, but darkness does not. Therefore, once you enter the left-hand passage, the generation of light is not permitted. This is after that god has already fallen. If its remaining power is already so great, one wonders if, at its peak, it could cloud all of a person's senses, including their thoughts. Jiang Mian walked down the slope for 100 or 2 meters before his mental energy detected a rectangular object to his right. It was about 2 meters long and less than 1 meter wide, and was placed casually on the ground. It could also have been discarded. He approached, put on gloves, and reached out to touch the object. His fingertips touched something cool through the gloves, like the coolness of cold water from an old well in summer. He felt the material should be some kind of stone. The surface is polished very smooth, and it is a single piece, like a marble coffee table. Slide your finger along the surface to the left, and you can feel the indentation. There are meander patterns and wavy curves, one after another, arranged very neatly. There are also some smaller engravings, like some kind of ancient hieroglyphics, with strokes that twist and turn, forming a pattern in a few strokes. Through the gloves, Jiang Mian couldn't tell what the pattern was. My fingers continued forward and touched a raised hemispherical object, about the size of a thumb, embedded in the stone and slightly protruding from the surface. Ordinary coffee tables or stone chests would not have such fine carvings on their surfaces. According to his understanding, it was either a work of art to be appreciated or a sacrificial offering to be made. Considering the length, width, and height of this object. No, could this be a coffin? Jiang Mian felt a chill run down her spine and took a few steps back. Isn't this a laboratory? Why is there a coffin here? He was puzzled. Such a meticulously carved stone coffin, which has remained intact for millions of years, must have contained someone of extraordinary status. But then again, is the coffin of such a distinguished person just going to be left lying on the roadside? Jiang Mian imagined a scene where something unexpected happened in the laboratory, and people fled in panic. Someone was carrying the coffin of an important person and running away, but died when they reached the door, and the coffin fell off their backs. Over the endless years, the remains disappeared without a trace, leaving only that coffin made of a special material. So, the body in the coffin is probably gone. Maybe some burial items are left behind. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. What remains for a short time is called a tomb. What remains for a long time is a cultural relic. Jiang Mian spent 5 minutes convincing himself. He clasped his hands together in the direction of the coffin and said, "May the deceased rest in peace." Then he stepped forward and reached out to touch the side of his body with both hands. He found a crack. That must be a coffin. Jiang Mian used both hands to lift the coffin lid. The coffin was made of an unknown material, but it was incredibly heavy. With his current strength of over 40, he couldn't even budge it by the slightest. In the end, he had no choice but to let go. Aren't you afraid of suffocating to death after becoming a ghost using this material? Seeing a coffin that can't be opened makes me really itchy to open it. After circling the coffin, he found a button behind it. Jiang Mian's finger hovered over the button, remaining silent for several seconds. Who installs buttons on their coffin? Of course, Jiang Mian pressed the button without hesitation. The next moment, a silver glow suddenly appeared in the darkness. The points of light gathered before his eyes and transformed into a line of words. What a rude fellow. The owner of this coffin must have had quite a temper. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know who to talk to. He's been dead for so many years. Does anyone really listen to him? It's like those people who carve words like death upon opening the coffin on their coffins. No matter what you think after reading it, you can certainly say it, but no one will hear you. Jiang Mian ignored the slowly fading text, gripped the seam of the coffin with both hands again, and turned it upside down. This time, the coffin lid slowly rose, rubbing against the coffin body and making a soft hissing sound, like two polished pieces of jade sliding together. Jiang Mian gritted his teeth, the veins on his arms bulging, and lifted the coffin lid, slowly pushing it aside. It's so heavy. He gasped for breath, and after pausing for a moment, he reached into the coffin. When my right hand was halfway out, my wrist was grabbed by a warm hand. Jiang Mian instantly got goosebumps all over his body, and his hair stood on end. Holy crap, did it come back to life? It's still hot. He jerked the hand away, staggered back several steps, and steadied himself. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could hear it clearly every time. The hand didn't cause him any real harm, but the sudden attack was more frightening than any monster. Seriously, what's the point of lying in a coffin while still alive? He immediately took out a shield and crossbow from the warehouse, held his breath, and continued to retreat while remaining vigilant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 2 or 3 minutes passed, and nothing happened. Only the distant dripping sound of water droplets falling into puddles could be heard, one after another. At this moment, Jiang Mian had already distanced himself from the coffin by more than 10 meters. He stared at the coffin with a mixture of surprise and doubt, recalling the temperature of the hand in his mind. He was quite certain that it was warm and shaped like a human hand, not some kind of animal. They didn't grab him very hard, and after they caught him, they didn't take any further action. It seems like it was just to scare him. What's this? Was this a clever way for the coffin owner to deal with tomb raiders? But what means could be used to create a warm, living hand that could grab the hand reaching into the coffin after it has been opened? Just as Jiang Mian was thinking these thoughts, a silver glow reappeared above the coffin. The radiance condensed into words, which bounced and hopped in the air, appearing extremely playful. Were you scared? Chapter 64 The Witch's Music Box. It was just a prank. Jiang Mian's lips twitched, and the fear in his heart completely dissipated. He strode towards the coffin. The darkness and emptiness of the entire underground cave, the silence of the dripping water, and the scent of time were all part of the coffin owner's calculations. In such an environment, how could anyone imagine that a living person's hand would grab them from inside the coffin? Only by being completely relaxed, completely unexpected, and launching a fatal attack can you truly frighten someone. He must have been a restless person in life. You wouldn't feel guilty lifting the lid off a person's coffin. He walked to the coffin and reached inside a second time. As he suspected, the warm hand was only a one-time thing. He didn't encounter any other hands this time, because he directly touched a warm and soft body. It was still rising and falling rhythmically with each breath. At that moment, Jiang Mian froze completely. His mind went blank. He didn't know whether he should pull his hand back or stop moving. A few seconds later, Jiang Mian withdrew her hand, took a step back, and whispered, "Sorry, what is all this nonsense? It's all interconnected, a series of pranks designed to torment people." There really were living people lying inside. 2 more minutes passed, and the person in the coffin still did not respond to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian didn't know that the man was a magnanimous prime minister who had forgiven him. They're still brewing some big move to deal with him. He waited for another 2 minutes, but there was still no movement from inside the coffin. Jiang Mian grew bolder for the 3rd time and tiptoed forward. The person in the coffin, apart from breathing, having a heartbeat, and the wrist that had grabbed him before, lay there motionless, as if asleep. Is this a cosplay of Chow Chow's line? "I dream of killing people"? He pondered for a moment, and finally decided to reach out and grab something. This time, he moved his hands along the walls of the coffin, avoiding the person in the center of the coffin. In the upper left corner of the coffin, he touched a square, cold object. The object was small enough to fit in the palm of your hand, and its surface seemed to have fine cracks, like porcelain or some kind of jade. He grabbed the object and pulled it out. There were no traps or mechanisms, and the item was retrieved smoothly. It was too dark inside the cave to see what it was, so Jiang Mian just held it in her hands and stroked the outline of the box. It appears that a piece is missing from one corner of the box. This is a damaged item. He shook it gently, and a faint sound of gears turning came from inside, along with a very light sound, as if something was swaying inside. It has gears, and it's square. Is it an alarm clock or a music box? Neither of them seems like they should be in a coffin. Jiang Mian tried scanning with the bracelet. Last time, scanning soft metal in the shining lab returned a string of question marks, but this time it actually produced a result. Item: Witch's Music Box, Fragment. Quality C. Description: a witch, while traveling the world, passed through a kingdom overflowing with flowers and gifted it to the king's youngest daughter as a 12th birthday present. Over countless years, it has been damaged, but its magic still lingers. Effect: 1. Tranquil Guardian. Residual when holding the witch's music box. There is a 20% chance to recover an additional 1 point of mental energy for every point of mental energy recovered, and mental damage received is reduced by 20%. 2. Witch's Whispers. Fragment when the music box is played. It inflicts a suppression effect on weak spiritual beings and a silence effect on low-level spiritual beings. A minimum of 12 minutes must pass between two performances. Suppression: unable to move, unable to cast spells actively or passively. Silence: unable to cast spells actively. Upon seeing the quality and performance of the music box, Jiang Mian's first thought was, it was worth lifting the coffin lid. The owner of the coffin was indeed quite unusual. For every point of mental energy restored, there is a 20% chance of restoring an additional point of mental energy. This effect is independent of the previous, increased mental energy recovery speed percent effect, and is equivalent to directly increasing the base mental energy recovery speed, which is quite significant. The second passive effect provided by Tranquil Guardian is a 20% reduction in mental damage. Combined with the 25% damage reduction from Sanctuary, it can almost have the mental damage he receives. Whispers of the Witch is also a pretty good active effect. Directly prohibit mental enemies from using skills. I wonder how many seconds this broken music box can play. He plucked the strings of the music box in his hand, and a soothing melody flowed out, as if someone were humming through a door, hazy and indistinct, like lying in a mother's gentle embrace, bringing a sense of peace to the listener. The sound lasted for about 8 seconds, then suddenly stopped, and the gears spun around a few times. It's a bit short. The skill has a 12-minute cooldown, so it seems I'll have to save it for crucial moments. Just as Jiang Mian was about to reach into the coffin to see what other treasures were inside, the coffin lid suddenly lifted and fell onto the coffin. Bang! After a loud bang, the coffin closed tightly again. Then, the coffin rose from its spot and crashed into the void. The space was violently shattered, splitting into countless swirling fragments that swallowed the coffin whole before returning to its original state. The ground was empty, as if the coffin had never existed, and it was all just a dream. They just ran away like that? Jiang Mian felt somewhat lost and disappointed. Even a damaged music box is of C quality. If it could be repaired, its quality would be unimaginably high. If there are other items in the coffin, they must be very valuable. That's enough. If we are destined to meet in life, then we should not force it if we are not meant to be. Jiang Mian shook his head, put away the music box, and continued walking down the slope. Jiang Mian encountered nothing more on the road ahead. After walking for about 2 or 3 kilometers, he heard more dripping water and the faint sound of water flowing below. The air became damp, and a faint, fishy smell mingled with the deathly silence. The further down you go, the stronger the fishy smell becomes. It felt like stepping into a blood-stained battlefield. He slowed his pace and held the crossbow in his hand. The road began to narrow, becoming so narrow that only 2 people could pass side by side. He continued to slow his pace. The sound of water lapping against the shore came from the darkness, soft and slow, like a stagnant pool slowly churning. The sound spread out from ahead, and he couldn't tell how big the water was. After walking for a while, the narrow road suddenly widened. Once you step onto that wide expanse of land, all around you, in all directions, is the sound of still water gently lapping against the shore. This is an island in the water. But is this water really water? There was no clear, splashing sound like ordinary flowing water. The sound of the surrounding liquid churning was muffled, and it all sounded very viscous. The pungent fishy smell when he stepped onto the island made Jiang Mian's guess more and more certain, but he didn't want to confirm it. He put on a mask, resisted the urge to think about it, and continued walking forward. There were several piles of dust in the center of the island. It may have been an object before, but over the long years it was eroded by some force and turned into powder. As Jiang Mian approached, he sensed several polyhedral stones in the center of the dust. He picked up the stones, scanned them with his bracelet, and found that they were rock cores, 18 in total. The objects that were originally in those piles of dust were probably laboratory tables and chairs. The situation here is very different from the laboratory where Shining is. Apart from elemental gems like the rock core, very little has been preserved. Upon reaching the edge of the island, he sensed a long sword lying on the ground. The long sword exuded a cold and sinister aura, making people feel uneasy. Scanning with the wristband only returned a string of question marks. Chapter 65: The Truth About the Aberrant Furnace. The back of the blade was engraved with a row of small, light gray runes, which were crookedly connected together and emitted a faint glow, allowing Jiang Mian to see the entire blade. It is entirely black, with a long, gently curved, crescent-shaped blade that is 1 meter long. Upon closer inspection, several strokes of the runes had cracked, An ominous black energy was seeping out of the cracks. It perfectly matches Jiang Mian's definition of a murder weapon. As Jiang Mian took a few steps closer, the black mist drifted onto the leather gloves he was wearing, instantly corroding them and revealing a small hole. Jiang Mian withdrew her exposed hand, but one of her fingers, which was pointing directly at the small hole, still felt a stinging pain. It felt like being stung by a scorpion. You have been attacked by an unknown force. Your health has decreased by 1. Jiang Mian's health started decreasing before he even touched the knife. He didn't dare imagine how much damage he would suffer if he touched it directly. Let's bypass this knife for now. He ultimately decided to avoid it and keep moving forward. There's a fork in the road on this side of the island, with 2 roads leading to 2 different places. Jiang Mian first turned left. At the end of the road on the left is another metal door. As Jiang Mian approached, the crystal panel on the right side of the metal door scanned him and then opened the metal door. Behind the door was a space about the same size as the Shining Lab, with no lights inside, relying on the pale blue fluorescent vines growing on the walls for illumination. The vines climbed along the wall, their roots penetrating the cracks in the stones. The branches and leaves were small yet dense, emitting a fluorescent glow that flickered rhythmically, like breathing. Using the blue fluorescence, Jiang Mian saw a familiar architectural distortion furnace in the center of the laboratory. To be precise, it's other versions of the aberration furnace. The mutated furnace in Jiang Mian's shelter was white and made of bones, while the one in front of us was black and made entirely of the scales of an unknown creature, emanating the same black aura as the longsword from before. Both are similar in appearance, round and chubby, with 2 eyes on their furnace heads. Several chairs were scattered haphazardly in front of the metal tables around the furnace. We've got a job. Jiang Mian stepped forward, knocked the chair over, took out his bone blade, and began to pry open the rock core of the chair base. Apart from the furnace, there were no special instruments in this laboratory, which allowed Jiang Mian to work freely without worrying about touching anything he shouldn't. After prying open the rock core of the chair base, he flipped over the tables one by one and pried off the rock core beneath them. With a total of 48, plus the ones he picked up from the dust pile on the small island, he obtained 132 rock cores after triggering the talent. Finally, Jiang Mian also took away the tables and chairs. The entire laboratory instantly became empty. Jiang Mian walked to the wall and scanned the vines with his bracelet, but he didn't get any useful information. He picked up the bone blade and used it to poke at the vines to test if they were harmful. The vines have a very tough surface. Even bone blades cannot break through their defenses. It didn't even leave a scratch on it when it was cut. Jiang Mian immediately became interested. These resilient vines would certainly be effective if used to make fences or as the core defensive material for stone walls. If he can't deal with the vines, can't he at least deal with the wall behind them? Jiang Mian found a pickaxe and started smashing the wall. There were many vines in the room. He found the main stem of one of them and knocked down the entire wall behind it that it was clinging to. Then, he stored the entire wall into the system space. This laboratory was built inside an underground rock structure. After the walls were removed, the original appearance of the rock was revealed behind it. Using this method, Jiang Mian soon tore down all 4 walls of the laboratory. Only the ceiling remains. The height is a bit too high, making it difficult for him to exert force. Building a ladder and slowly knocking it down is too time-consuming. Thinking that there were already 4 walls and that one more wouldn't make a difference, Jiang Mian ignored it and turned to approach the black furnace. Behind the furnace, he found a document that resembled an instruction manual. He couldn't understand the text and symbols in the document, but he could understand some of the pictures. On the first page of the instruction manual, there is a 3-view drawing of a black cat. This is very similar to the mural on the cave wall at the entrance of the Shining Laboratory. However, the later pages do not depict a human-shaped black cat, but instead show the black cat's left arm, left leg, right leg, head, tail, internal organs, and so on. The second page depicts the black cat's heart. Several complex formulas are connected by a line, one end of which is the heart, and the other end is connected to a mechanical device filled with tubes. The top half of the third page shows the spine of a black cat, and the bottom half shows a long bridge spanning the sea, with maps drawn on either side of the bridge, representing 2 continents. On page 6, Jiang Mian saw a familiar item. A black longsword, exuding an aura of killing intent, was the very one he had encountered on the island. Above the long sword is drawn the left arm bone of a black cat. Upon seeing this, Jiang Mian felt a pang in his heart. The voice of the Shining echoed in my mind. It's dead. It died. That's what it meant. The people in these labs are animals. They had already developed a technology similar to the distortion furnace, back then, disassembling every part of the god's body to make various weapons and buildings. Compared to the black cat, it's already quite an achievement that Shining managed to leave with a complete corpse. There must be a reason why they took different measures against the two gods. Perhaps the black cat's power was suited to destruction, making it quite suitable as a weapon of war, so they couldn't wait to dismember the black cat. Some people take away your eyes, some take away your heart, some take away your bones. They have all sorts of desires. They killed the gods with their own hands. What a bunch of lunatics. Jiang Mian closed the instruction manual and added it to the system repository. That black furnace was stained with a lot of black smoke and was very dangerous, so he wouldn't take it with him. After asking someone on the regional channel about the time, Jiang Mian prepared to return home. His experiences in this underground cave gave him a completely new understanding of the ghost territory route. This is a power tainted with evil. No wonder Wang Gang said that gods and demons are mutually hostile. The evolutionary path of the deceptive realm is built upon the corpse of a god. Any god or believer would probably want to kill everyone in the territory of the devil, right? A blood feud. Think back to not long ago, when he stood in front of Shining and said that he had also taken the path of the ghost. It's like dancing on a grave, disturbing the peace of the most powerful deity. He deserves to die. Jiang Mian now wants to slap herself a few times. But Shining didn't punish me. He just said, they've gone out of control. What does this mean? Does God love the world? Is it because the divine being's realm is too high, making them willing to forgive others? Or are there more details they are unaware of? Agility type 1 aberration, strength type 1 aberration, and the nightmare. What materials were these aberrations made from in the aberration forge? Chapter 66. The storm is brewing. Jiang Mian spent her 6th night in the survival world, filled with doubts. No new aberrations have appeared yet. There has only been an increase in their number and level. That night, he drew up the blueprints for the crucible, officially commencing the production of forged steel. After producing a batch of steel balls using molds, Jiang Mian began mass-producing black powder on the intermediate workbench. There were plenty of sulfur and charcoal, but only a few pieces of saltpeter that he had brought back from the cave. Finally, 37 portions of black powder were made, which, together with small steel balls, were used to make 37 shotgun shells. With limited ammunition, he didn't test the damage against the wall, planning to wait until the monster tide arrived the next night. In the regional channel, he found several people near the shelter who had caves and asked them to help him find out if there was any saltpeter. 2 people who found the bronze treasure chest came to Jiang Mian and asked him if they could trade a bronze treasure chest for 4 walls and a secondary crossbow. Whether the treasure chest would contain good supplies was unknown, and these people were afraid of getting something of little value, so they didn't open it immediately. If you don't open it, you might find something good inside, which naturally increases the value of the box. A few hundred stones were nothing to Jiang Mian, so he readily agreed. The supplies from the treasure chests over the past 2 days have already filled 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, and Lin Kuan is now tidying up the 3rd room. In addition to supplies, Jiang Mian also offered a 50-year-old Hisho Wu, Polygonum multiflorum. It didn't provide any attributes, but instead gave Jiang Mian a very useful ability, healing. The effect is restores 1 point of health every 30 minutes. The numerical values may not seem impressive, but life attributes in this world are not just a number. Bleeding, getting injured, or catching a cold will all deduct life points. Being able to restore health means he can overcome illness and heal wounds quickly. Zhou Xinghua, who went out to search for the E-grade spiritual herb, sacred white aloe vera, didn't find aloe vera, but he still found something useful for Jiang Mian. Item, Phantom Spirit Amanita. Quality, F. Description, gray umbrella, white pole. After eating, they lie down together on the board. Effects. This highly poisonous and hallucinogenic fungus can be used to make hallucinogenic drugs and poisons. Jiang Mian combined crossbow bolts with this poisonous mushroom to create poison arrows that could cause continuous damage. These poisoned arrows can also cause the target to hallucinate, immersing them in a magical ocean. It's a real and tangible control effect. According to Zhou Xinghua, after finding mushrooms in the woods, she wanted to make a mushroom soup to offer to him. It was only after scanning with a wristband that I realized it was a poisonous mushroom. Using the heavenly compassion grass produced by Zhou Xian, the world tree made 56 weak life potions. She kept 10 for herself and gave the remaining 46 to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian, and World Tree have no plans to sell the potions for the time being. With the monster tide approaching, it's always good to be prepared. According to the monster tide rules, mutated creatures will be more ferocious, with all attributes increased by 50%, and will no longer be affected by the sanctuary holy fire. Jiang Mian's level 6 shelter will be attacked by 4 waves of 600 mutants tomorrow night. This number is no less than the number he encountered in the mist the night before, and they are all enhanced monsters. Survivors across the entire survival world are actively preparing tonight. After killing the aberration outside the gate tonight, the number 100th on the world ranking will reach level 14. Survivor's average level is around level 7. If all free attribute points are allocated to strength, based on an initial strength of 6 to 8, this level would result in a strength of 18 to 20. Inside the shelter, you can also gain bonuses to all attributes, eventually reaching a level where you can use a crossbow to break through the defenses of elite monsters. The game's death control is very precise. It can filter out nearly half of the survivors simply by observing the defenses of elite monsters. If we include survivors who haven't built defensive structures or don't have crossbows, the mortality rate of monster tides in normal areas will exceed 90%. Humans are social animals. Only by organizing and cooperating within a region can the mortality rate be reduced. In reality, even in the same area, survivors generally don't know each other. Mutual suspicion limits the extent of any possible unity. Many of these groups consist of dozens or hundreds of people from a single area banding together in solidarity. In areas like Jiang Mian's location, the combination of stone walls and secondary crossbows he introduced can save thousands, or even tens of thousands, of survivors. This phenomenon is rare in the entire survival world. It's not that no one realizes that the more people who survive in the same area, the better it is for the future development of the entire area and for themselves. But most of them were powerless to do so. It's already difficult to be self-reliant and strong. Helping dozens or hundreds of people survive the monster tide is a pipe dream, let alone thousands or tens of thousands. Take crossbows as an example. 1,000 people would require 1,000 pieces of forged iron. A person used to dig up dozens of coins a day, but even with increased strength, they can only dig up 100 or so at most. Only a few people in a region can mine iron ore, and even if they have furnace blueprints, they can't obtain that much wrought iron. Only Jiang Mian could send 20 skeleton soldiers to mine day and night. After bringing back the 10 Frost Soul skeleton soldiers, he added 10 more skeleton soldiers to mine. As of 6 p.m. today, he has delivered more than 2,000 secondary crossbows. This terrifying productivity terrified everyone in the region. They all thought that Jiang Mian was quite impressive if he could produce 100 or 200 crossbows every night. When someone shared this news with others on the World Channel, people in other regions treated it as a joke. 2,000 crossbows. Even if each one only consumes 1 piece of forged iron, that's still 2,000 pieces of forged iron. How is that possible? Unless your area is entirely composed of iron ore. Some survivors tested the stone wall made of the strange leather and found that it only had 50 points of defense. Not to mention elite monsters. Even ordinary agility-type mutated monsters could damage it. After multiple tests, they estimated that such a wall could withstand continuous attacks from the Agile Type 1 aberration for about 2 to 3 minutes. If their attributes increase by 50%, this time will decrease rapidly, and they may not even be able to withstand it for a minute. This means that if they use this kind of wall tomorrow, they will need dense and powerful firepower to eliminate any approaching aberrations in time. It would be best to have a reserve of stones to repair the stone wall in a timely manner. The pale armor dropped by elite monsters can be used to create hardened walls. These walls can completely ignore the attacks of Agility Type 1 aberrations and should last for at least half an hour. However, the pale armor is too scarce and expensive. Even someone like Jiang Mian, without revealing his talent and strength, could only produce a few hundred pieces of pale hard armor. It simply cannot meet the needs of the survivors. This forces them to consider purchasing a large number of archery platforms and spear throwers, and they cannot upgrade their shelter level for the time being. Otherwise, the number of monsters will increase by several hundred. Some people decided to forcibly upgrade their shelter to level 4, so that they would have 100 points of defense and could use the shelter to absorb damage. This also eliminates the need for materials to build stone walls. Many people didn't do this because if the shelter was destroyed in the first few waves, the bonuses to all attributes and the damage reduction effect would disappear, which would basically mean certain death. Chapter 67 The 7th Day. On the 7th day, All the fonts in the survival system turned red, like some kind of verdict, bringing a feeling of panic to every survivor. The heavy snow miraculously stopped in the early morning, the clouds dispersed, and the long-awaited sunshine shone on the earth. But those who woke up felt no warmth at all. The outdoor temperature had dropped to minus 35 degrees Celsius, and the snow from last night was knee-high. Clearing the roads has become the first thing people do after getting up. Everywhere was covered in half a meter of snow, making even cutting down trees a luxury. Many survivors who planned to gather resources today to replenish their materials for fighting the monster tide were filled with despair after opening the door. The cold wind howled, cutting like a knife against their faces, reminding them. Crying counts as time too. What's the point of playing around? With the cold wind blowing, it would take forever to sweep a path. Yesterday I had the foresight to make a zip line with a rope, hanging one end at home and the other end in the low-lying forest. I just put on gloves and slid across. Wow, that's a great idea. How come I didn't think of that? Can we ask a powerful figure for help? We really can't gather enough materials for the stone wall. What's the use of asking a big shot? Each person needs dozens of stones, and thousands of people together would need hundreds of thousands. Can a big shot conjure stones out of thin air for you? I decided to settle for second best and build the defense line with only 3 walls, even though the internal area is more than half the size. Then there'll only be enough room for a watchtower. Where are you going to put the archery range? There's nothing I can do. This place is flat, and I can't find a mountain to use as a wall. I envy those who live in snow-capped mountains. You're envious of the snow-capped mountains? Last night, the temperature there dropped to minus 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, and hundreds of people froze to death. They're really leaving us no way to survive. Are other disasters in other regions as serious as ours? The East 8th District is experiencing a typhoon, with new ones forming every day. Yesterday, the strongest one reached Category 16, a super typhoon. Before crossing, we lived in reinforced concrete buildings, and it felt like only the buildings were shaking. Now, our wooden houses have been blown away. This morning, I checked and found that there are only about 50,000 people left in their area. Wow, this is really tragic. People living by the sea can't even resist if they want to. However, people who live inland are not greatly affected. At most, there will be some heavy rain. If you ask me, we should have a ranking of the number of survivors in each region. I've never seen any region with more survivors than ours. There are still more than 80,000 survivors in our region. That's right. With this kind of list, everyone is more likely to help each other. People's circumstances are always relative. As news of the devastation in other areas spread, the survivors in the regional chat channel felt relieved, and their complaints lessened. The protagonist they admired was now wearing snow boots, opening a window, climbing a zip line, and sliding down to the nearest watchtower. Taking advantage of the temporary pause in the heavy snow, he needed to hurry to the hematite mine and bring back 20 skeleton soldiers and iron ore. The task of shoveling snow in the shelter was carried out by Lin Kuan, who personally guided the skeleton generals. After they cleared a space, Jiang Mian built the altar before leaving. The divine material needed is his blood. Architecture, altar. Deity, the shining. Quality, see. Description, the place where offerings were made to the gods. It bears witness to the birth of ancient vows. Effect. 1. The Holy Spirit is immortal, the sun shines brightly. All production within the territory, including farming, fishing, aquaculture, manufacturing, and all other productive activities, is accelerated by 20%, and the effects of all calamity erosion are reduced by 20%. 2. Sacrifice. Offer up your harvest, your spoils of war, and everything the gods desire. You will receive unparalleled rewards. Jiang Mian only glanced at the effects before being immediately drawn to the passive effect provided by the first effect, a simple yet powerful increase in overall production speed. The growth of crops, the processing at the blacksmith shop, and the growth of rabbits all receive bonuses. He had never encountered the calamity erosion that followed and did not know what it was. The second effect is sacrifice, which is done voluntarily. He doesn't have time to do it now. After he left, Lin Kuan and the skeleton general continued to sweep the snow from inside the walls. After sweeping through the farmland and livestock farms, he hurriedly went inside to check on their condition. The potatoes in the fields were not affected much. They are a cold-resistant variety, and with the prearranged heating channels, the temperature in the entire field was kept at minus 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. They can still grow normally at this temperature. However, the situation at the breeding farm was not so good. Although it also drew heat from the blacksmith's workshop, one of the baby rabbits unfortunately died. What can the rabbits do? They're just ordinary rabbits. It is neither a mutant animal nor has any genetic mutation. Lin Kuan provided them with hay, then took the dead baby rabbit to the kitchen. Around noon, Jiang Mian slowly returned from the south. He stood on the watchtower and saw that there were still many spaces inside the walls piled with snow. Even though the skeleton general was tireless, transporting the snow to the outside of the inner wall was a long journey, and using sleds to carry the shoveled snow was not very efficient. His shelter lacked large loading equipment. The sled needs to be pulled along, and because it has friction with the ground, it moves very slowly. A wheeled cart is needed. After delivering the last batch of crossbows tonight, he plans to have the two blacksmiths study the wheel hub manufacturing technology. The shelter has steel. They should be able to make very strong wheels. After having a spicy rabbit head meal in the kitchen, Jiang Mian sorted through a batch of crop seeds she had collected over the past few days. Chili peppers, scallions, ginger, peanuts, winter melon, colorful corn, and romaine lettuce. The supply of seasonings is very unstable, so he will have to grow them himself in the future. I've been eating meat every day for the past few days, and I'm getting tired of it. Before the potatoes ripen, if you don't go to the pantry to find biscuits and bread, you can only eat smoked jerky. Because Jiang Mian and Lin Kuan's cooking skills were really not good, the smoked jerky was extremely bitter, and every bite tasted like charcoal. He was determined to expand the farm after the snowstorm. I haven't tasted scallions, ginger, or garlic for several days. There are many ways to enjoy corn on the cob, whether roasted or boiled. It always has a wonderful aroma. The pond can be opened for business later, and Uncle Wang can manage it. It's too far from the sea and the river, so we can't let him fish there yet. The farm also needs new members to join. However, there are no domestic chickens or pigs in this wilderness. Wild boars are extremely fierce, and pheasants fly around everywhere, making them difficult to raise. Of course, chefs will also be an urgent need at that time. This is actually easy to solve. Even if the contract doesn't provide him with a chef, how many people in the area can cook? The problem is that everyone is currently lacking tools and food, and everyone is busy collecting supplies, so no one is really thinking about food. It's good enough to have something to eat. Chapter 68 Extreme Blizzard arrives. Once the first monster tide has passed, Jiang Mian predicts that the survival world will enter a relatively peaceful and prosperous period. Survivors' levels increase, leading to a significant boost in productivity. We will no longer surrender to the aberrations. People's needs will gradually shift from safety and survival to spiritual needs such as satisfying their appetites. In the storage room on the third floor of a shelter, there are daily necessities such as cigarettes, alcohol, mahjong sets, pillows, toilet paper, shampoo, and clothes for all 4 seasons, which will be put to great use when the time comes. People get bored living alone for too long. Especially since they still live like primitive people, things like brushing their teeth and taking a bath, which used to be commonplace, have become unattainable. Many smokers are in a daze, listless and lethargic. Many anglers are no longer empty-handed, or rather, no longer happy. Many girls can't put on makeup and end up with messy, unkempt hair. Many mobile phone users can't watch videos or read novels. Well, there's nothing we can do about Jiang Mian. This survival world doesn't even have a steam engine yet. Who knows how long it will be before electricity appears, and then the information age. Hopefully, when survivors enter the silver territory, they'll level up their tech tree more. In short, sunshine always follows the storm. Just like the words of comfort that optimists on the regional channel use to console each other. It will be alright. As long as we get through tonight's disaster. No, actually, the disaster started in the afternoon. It was completely dark by 4 o'clock. The sun hadn't actually set, but thick, oppressive black clouds covered the entire sky, as if they were about to collapse and shatter the earth at any moment. The gale often arrives before the blizzard, howling incessantly as it rushes down the cliffs, crashes against the hardened walls, and blows the snow off the tops. Jiang Mian stood by the second-floor window, gazing out the window. The trees swayed in the wind, their canopies bending under the weight, and then springing back up. Some had already been snapped in half by the wind. Once the snowstorm is over, there's no need for the labor of cutting down trees. Jiang Mian went downstairs and instructed everyone to check all the doors and windows. The wind was too strong, and Jiang Mian was worried that the wooden watchtowers would be blown down, so he took them all away first. The Frost Arrow Tower is made of a mix of wood and stone, and is not greatly affected by strong winds. It would be great if there were a protective barrier or something similar. Survivors who were out in the area saw the sky and earth change color and knew that a blizzard was coming, so they immediately ran back home. Shortly after they ran home, large snowflakes began to fall, getting caught in the wind as they reached midair and flying everywhere. In less than 5 minutes, the sky seemed to have been torn open, and snow poured down. That was a snowfall that many people had never seen in their lives. The delicate snowflakes in the book may one day fall as densely as rain, obscuring the view. Visibility plummeted from hundreds of meters to tens of meters, then to a dozen meters, until finally even the stone wall outside the window was just a blurry shadow. Only then did they truly realize the horror of tonight's disaster. In such an environment, it is extremely difficult for people to go out. So how can they go out to fight against the 4 waves of monster tides at night? The archery platform and spear-throwing machine placed outside will soon be buried under the thick snow and rendered useless. A thought arose in the minds of countless people. Nature is aiding and abetting evil. The situation they were worried about did not have a significant impact on Jiang Mian. In the afternoon, he took 2 blacksmiths and 20 skeleton soldiers who were out mining and built a snow-blocking corridor in front of the main building of the shelter. The introduction of the intermediate workbench and the availability of items such as nails undoubtedly accelerated the construction of buildings. The corridor is not a single path. It starts from the main building entrance and splits into 3 paths after walking for about 10 meters. One path leads to the stone house storage room and the breeding farm, another to the farm, and yet another to a low watchtower built right next to the inner wall. This watchtower is the only one still standing on the field. It was covered with a snow shelter beforehand, allowing people to stand on it at night and have a panoramic view of the battlefield. After the corridor leads to this watchtower, continue walking outwards, passing through the inner wall gate, and extending to the left and right along the outer side of the inner wall. This distance is quite long, and it's right next to the inner wall, so there's no need to build load-bearing pillars. Jiang Mian immediately switched it to a tripod support. Every 2 meters, a wooden beam extends from the wall, and a diagonal brace is placed underneath, forming a stable triangle with the wall. Covering it with logs will prevent large amounts of snow from accumulating underneath. The wind is blowing from north to south, so this area is minimally affected. Below the tripod, Jiang Mian moved the archery platform and spear-throwing machine from the stone wall to this location. When the monster tide arrives at night, he will open the side door on the outer wall. This door is very narrow, allowing only small, agile Type 1 aberrations to enter. Once they rush in large numbers, they will fall right into the trap. A row of archery platforms and spear-throwing machines awaited them. Jiang Mian wasn't going to let the big guys in. They grabbed the agile Type 1 mutants and threw them into the inner wall. Tonight, the monsters weren't burned by the holy fire, so they would wreak havoc in the shelter. The defensive lines built by others were much simpler than those built by Jiang Mian, consisting mainly of 4 stone walls and 3 watchtowers. Spear throwers or arrow emplacements were placed on the stone wall, and a person stood on one watchtower while the other 2 watchtowers were covered with arrow emplacements. Their defensive line was small, and their approach was very similar to the temporary defensive line Jiang Mian had set up in the fog last time. The main attack should be from a high position to prevent large numbers of monsters from approaching and destroying the stone wall. When it snows heavily, most of these weapons will be affected, and their effectiveness will be greatly reduced. So they had no choice but to brave the wind and snow to run out and take away the archery platform, the spear-throwing machine, and the tall watchtower, which they would bring out again when the monster tide came at night. However, by then, the stone walls will be covered in snow, and it's uncertain how much space will remain to place these weapons. The impact of the wind and snow is not limited to these. In such harsh conditions, even starting a fire outdoors is a luxury. At night, apart from the fire burning inside the wooden house illuminating a small area, it was almost pitch black outside. Although the archery platform and spear-throwing machine are launched automatically, it makes it difficult for survivors to determine which monsters might threaten the stone wall and thus carry out targeted attacks. They've been researching lanterns on the regional channel lately, hoping to make a wooden cage, light a fire inside, and then hang it on the watchtower. This problem has also been solved for Jiang Mian. He moved all the torches that used to be stuck in the hard armor wall to the bottom of the tripod. Even without these torches, he could simply take out the 4 glowing walls he had taken from the Black Cat laboratory and use them as lighting. He couldn't destroy those vines with magic, and even when he took them out for the mutants to tear at, they couldn't bite them off. Once Jiang Mian levels up and his power is sufficient to destroy these vines, his first task will be to turn them into walls. A whole row of glowing walls. It's quite unique to imagine. Chapter 69, they've all stopped acting. At 9:50, The first wave of monsters was about to arrive. Some people on the regional channel who thought they were enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens couldn't hold back any longer and started making pre-battle declarations. And I'm leveling up all by myself. Your days of swaggering are over. In the monster tide, everyone is equal. Everyone receives the same amount of experience. Merchant alliances and hunter gangs just wait to be purged after the war. In the early stages, even if there's a 10-level difference, the higher-level player's attributes might be more than 3 times that of the lower-level player. However, as the game progresses, your initial advantage will become increasingly irrelevant. We welcome all survivors who have been treated unfairly. We want to establish a new post-war order. We want to overthrow your rule. Chi Chong and his group, who had been hiding their identities for several days, also emerged. It's that murderer from before he time-traveled. This group firmly believes that in the world of survival, violence is the primary means of gaining control of the discourse. Over the course of a few days, they secretly recruited many people and even sent a group of people to pretend to be ordinary people to trick Jiang Mian into giving them the secondary crossbow. I leveled up to adult on my own. Do you still remember me, little guy? I'm Chi Chong, the one destined to climb over you to the top. Let me tell you something. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. In a long race, the one who sprints to the front in the first lap usually doesn't win the final prize. I am Lu Chong. The monster tide is about to refresh. I'm telling you in a merciful way, your secondary crossbow is in my hands now. I won't return it after the monster tide. It's ridiculous to think about it. Talking about credit in this apocalypse, and then targeting us afterwards? As long as there are enough people who don't pay you back, what can you do about it? Being too kind here is not a good thing. Believe me, once we take your place and control the entire area, not a single person will remember your kindness. These guys were incredibly arrogant, mocking one survivor after another while inciting the other survivors. The law does not punish the masses. If enough people don't pay their debts, it's equivalent to everyone being debt-free. Can Jiang Mian grow wings? They came to our shelter to collect debts? Even if he really could, so what? Everyone else is armed with both arms and shields. They have a bonus in their own sanctuary, while outsiders have nothing. Even Jiang Mian, who was of a higher rank than them, could only lie down in their shelter. The shelter was designed to be easy to defend and difficult to attack. On the watchtower, Jiang Mian was rocking back and forth in a chair. When he saw these people come out and declare war on him by name, a look of wanting to laugh but trying his best to hold it back appeared on his face. First of all, he doesn't lack iron ore. The secondary crossbows he provides are not part of his entire stock, but only the output for the next 2 or 3 days. He never expected that everyone would return the deformed corpses to him to pay off their debts. We only need to recover a portion of it. The bones from the decomposition of 25 Agile Type 1 aberrations can be combined to create a skeleton monster. For survivors in a normal Level 3 shelter, there are 4 waves of monsters totaling 1,200 Agile Type 1 aberrations, which translates to 48 skeleton monsters. These skeleton monsters can mine thousands of iron ore a day. He's guaranteed to make a profit anyway. There's one more thing he didn't understand. He didn't want to pay back the debt, so he just popped up and provoked him. Why do these people all shout out their names after they finish speaking? It's like standing on a desk and taking an oath to the whole class. You're afraid others won't know who you are. Do you really think he doesn't hold grudges? In this bizarre and fantastical world of survival, it's not impossible that in the future, we'll acquire the means to locate other survivors. If someone is second in the world, wouldn't they be able to go to other people's homes? You've never seen the underworld before? Hundreds, or even thousands of fully armed skeleton monsters could flatten a small mountain if let over. Why can't these people sit still? One by one, they started setting flags, much like an old general on a stage with flags stuck all over his back. He tried to put himself in the other person's shoes. From Chi Chong's perspective, the average attributes of a level 1 survivor are in the range of 6 to 8, while the average attributes of a level 11 survivor are in the range of 18 to 20, a difference of up to 3 times. The average attributes of a level 22 survivor are only 30 to 32, which is less than half that of a level 11 survivor. Further on, the average attribute range of a level 32 survivor is 42 to 44, which doesn't seem to be much higher than that of a level 22 survivor. And upgrades will definitely slow down as you go further. Those who previously had an early advantage may now have their experience gained restricted if the level difference exceeds 15. As time progresses from 7 days to 14 days to 21 days, it becomes increasingly difficult for survivors at the forefront to establish a significant level advantage over those behind them. This also gives others the opportunity to seemingly overtake on a curve. Why do I say seemingly? The world-class title in the survival world has always been held by Jiang Mian. He didn't say anything, so no one else knew what the effects were. So far, many people have been speculating about Jiang Mian's talent, but no one has guessed correctly. He revealed too many possibilities. Some say he can track monsters, which is why he can consistently kill the most aberrations. Some say that he temporarily boosted his combat power, which is why he was able to be the first to kill elite monsters and boss monsters. Some say it's dismantling, which is why he can quickly decompose monster corpses, and the large amount of iron ore, they speculate, can also be obtained by dismantling or veins using the dismantling talent. Some people simply call it a talent of luck. He always manages to take advantage of his environment to do things that ordinary people cannot. Regardless of the type of speculation, we cannot see the whole picture of him. There are many more things they don't know, such as the rock core, the frost stone, and the territory evolution path after the level 6 sanctuary. They had never seen it, so they couldn't subconsciously imagine it. They thought Jiang Mian had simply gained an early advantage by having a higher level and opening some treasure chests ahead of time. Then this person who had a slight advantage foolishly helped the entire region overcome the difficulties. Actually, not to mention Chi Chong and others in the regional channel, which of the top players on the world ranking list is not incredibly talented, and which one doesn't want to compete for the #1 spot. Since the world rankings were released, no expert from other regions has ever provoked Jiang Mian. The more desperately the top players tried to climb the rankings, the more unfathomable Jiang Mian seemed to them. Last night, I surged to second place in the world at level 20, and I felt like I was living in his shadow. If it's about sheer strength, at least there's someone to catch up to. It's so dark you can't even see clearly, and it's full of unknowns. That's what's truly terrifying. The one thing the experts most want to say is, this guy hasn't leveled up for 2 whole days. Another thing I'd like to say is, could you suggest other ways to obtain world-class titles? For example, different monsters could be deployed to different areas, giving each area the potential to obtain an exclusive world-class title. Even if it's a very weak title, can't we just let them take a look? Just one glance. To this day, no one knows what a world-class title looks like. Chapter 70 Abnormalities of the Complete Form. They're here. There's a dark mass to my east. Damn, there are so many 300 mutants. It's like a sea. Stop fucking chatting and get to setting up the archery platform. They're charging at us, so fast I can't even see them. They're starting to crash into the wall. This is not what we expected. How could it be so fast? Damn it, 20 archery platforms are not enough. These monsters are not affected by the sacred fire, and their defenses do not decrease. They used to be able to be killed with a few arrows, but now they are still not dead after more than a dozen arrows. As the first wave of monsters appeared, all channels instantly erupted in chaos. Just minutes ago, people were mocking, hurling insults, and writing wills. Now, they've all turned into a discussion about the complete deformity variant. A survivor nicknamed, I Am Milk Dragon, crouched on the watchtower, clutching a crossbow, staring into the darkness beyond the wall. A dense rustling sound came from the heavy snow with extremely low visibility. The Agile Type 1 aberration, with its extremely fast speed, stepped on the snow's surface as if flying, and its limbs did not sink at all. The first Agile mutant burst out of the snow, its forelimbs slicing through the air and slamming into the stone wall, sending up a spray of gravel. Then a second and a third emerged from the darkness like a tide, covering the base of the wall in the blink of an eye. It was only then that he realized how ridiculously effective the shelter had been in protecting him. People only realize the greatness of the sun when it stops rising. Without the burning of the sacred flame, the Agile Type 1 aberration, like a night elf, silently teleports to any location you can see. Over the past few nights, when the survivors casually killed Agile Type 1 aberrations, they all thought they had become stronger and could easily control these aberrations. They were wrong. They were terribly wrong. The strong are always the shelters, not them. Calm down, calm down. I am Milk Dragon, I told myself, and I had to stay calm. He quickly activated the 30 prepared archery platforms, and hundreds of arrows were fired at the same time. Yesterday, these arrows would have been enough to wipe out a large group of monsters. But now all that can be heard is the plop sound of an arrow tip piercing the surface of an Agile Type 1 mutant's body. Looking around, only a few had fallen. Most, though injured, continued to attack the stone wall without a care. Race, Agile Type 1 aberration. Level 1. Life support, 120. Strength, 18. Stamina, 14. Speed, 38. Spirit, 5. Description: a low-level aberration, fearing both fire and light, and an extremely fast Night Reaper. Upon realizing that the aberration was only level 1, I am a milk dragon, was deeply shocked. Based on everyone's predictions from the past few days, the level of the second wave of aberrations is likely to be higher than that of the first wave. The level 1 agility type 1 aberration in the monster tide has higher stats than the level 5 agility type 1 aberration I encountered a few days ago. A sense of powerlessness welled up inside me. He trembled as he picked up the crossbow, aimed at the base of the wall, and pulled the trigger. The crossbow bolt pierced the head of a mutant, which twitched twice and collapsed into the snow, only to be immediately trampled over by those behind it. The number of monsters at the base of the wall was not under control. They took turns swinging their forelimbs, slashing at the stone wall, and sending sparks flying. Click. At the northwest corner of the stone wall, a stone block has broken off, creating a glaring gap. I am Milk Dragon, quickly slid down and ran to the wall to repair it. He didn't have many stones in his warehouse, only a few dozen, which would be gone after a few more repairs. The grotesque screams outside the wall rose and fell, as if mocking his vulnerability. Damn it, we're going to die either way, might as well fight. I am the Healer Dragon. Activates the 3 spear throwers to prepare for dealing with the elite monster, while simultaneously climbing the watchtower, firing crossbow bolts, and quickly switching them. The amount of ammunition in the warehouse is decreasing at a visible rate. Similar scenarios have occurred around the world in the survival genre. The survivors had never independently killed an Agile Type 1 aberration outside of the shelter, and basically none of them truly understood how terrifying they were. After actual combat, it was discovered that not only were the stone walls unsustainable, but their prepared ammunition was also clearly lacking. These aberrations have increased defense and health, and the cost of killing one has increased several times over. 2 or 3 minutes later, people began to die. Then, in the upper right corner of the regional channel, the number of survivors began to decline continuously. Those who fail to build proper defenses and harbor wishful thinking will be eliminated from the very beginning. Within 20 minutes, the number of survivors in Jiang Mian's area had plummeted to 51,221. The death toll is higher than the total for the previous 6 days combined. Many people immediately lost the courage to continue resisting. The first wave of monsters had already damaged many parts of the stone wall, and the ammunition for the archery platform was almost gone. There are 3 even stronger waves of tides to come. What can we use to resist them? There's nothing to say. Is there anyone who can save me? As long as I can live, I'll be your servant for the rest of my life. Please, is there anyone here who's passing by? My wall is about to collapse, and monsters have already climbed in. Does anyone have extra stone arrows? 10 stone arrows for 1 log. Are you in? My wall has collapsed, and now I'm moving to a shelter. It's a do-or-die situation. I've decided to abandon my dignity as a human being. Actually, before I transmigrated, I was a popular singer. If anyone is willing to help me, I'll be their exclusive singer. No, your nickname sounds familiar. Didn't you say you were FLJ last time? And the time before that you said you were a cosplayer. Only now do you realize the need to abandon your dignity? I decided to give up on being human on the 3rd day. Now I'm running errands for Wang Tung's dad. This guy takes advantage of the fact that we used to be Wang Tung's classmate and bosses me around all day. Can you please help me? I level up a loan expert. I promise to pay back the debt, and I'll hand over 30% of the resources I collect in the future. You're only charging 30% here? I'll pay 50%. I don't want any of it. I'll hand over all the supplies from now on. All I want is for you to feed me. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, just your leftovers will do. Boss, I know Chi Chong's identity. He used to be from the same village as me. These past few days he's been plotting something that would harm you. If you help me, I'll reveal his entire plan to you. Boss, I have the list of Chi Chong's organization members. If you guarantee I'll survive tonight, I'll hand it over with both hands. Faced with the threat of death, the survivors almost instantly devise various ways to survive. What are blood oaths between brothers? What are great undertakings built together? They mean nothing in the face of death. The unrest instigated by Chi Chong and others was nipped in the bud. Jiang Mian naturally couldn't be bothered with these opportunists. He slid down the rope, pushed open the inner door, and went outside to dissect the 600 deformed corpses. These corpses, riddled with arrows and spears, collapsed just a dozen meters from the inner wall as they charged through the outer gate. There's no other reason than that 80% of the arrows fired from Jiang Mian's archery platform were stone arrows, while 20% had been replaced with iron arrows. The penetrating power of iron arrows is incomparable to that of stone arrows. Moreover, there were over 100 archery platforms and 40 or 50 spear-throwing machines placed outside the inner wall. Jiang Mian was bored, so he sat on the watchtower, picked up a pipe pistol, and practiced shooting at moving targets. Chapter 71 Annexation Order. During the first wave of monsters, the number of survivors in each area dropped below 50,000 one after another. This means that more than half of the deaths have occurred in the past 7 days. When less than half of the population survives in a certain area, a new announcement will appear in the area channel, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Those survivors who didn't know if they would survive an hour later grasped at this as if it were a lifeline. They hope the new announcement from the regional channel will provide them with a way to survive. Less than 50,000 survivors have been detected in this area. The survival system's second phase rules have been updated. Unlocks the items Merger Order and Blood Pact and the Red Name Mark feature. The above is the information. Please try your best to survive. The survivors eagerly checked out the 3 updates. The first item, Merger Order, is issued to the 100 highest level players in the current area after each wave of monsters ends. It requires the survivor's own shelter level to be level 5 or higher to be eligible to use it. The effect is to absorb the shelters of other survivors in the area, obtain all their resources, absorb the monster tides they will encounter next, and at the same time demote the status of the survivors in the absorbed shelters. Survivors whose status has been downgraded are similar to the farmers and fishermen summoned by the contract. They no longer have control over the shelter. Their survival system can still be retained, but the number of times they can speak and trade each day is limited, making them like temporary visitors. Upon seeing that shelters could be merged, the survivor's first thought was to latch onto a powerful player. Under this monster tide, there is no future for us to fight alone. The survival system also realized this and activated the merge function after half of us died. Is this hope? Finally, I can team up. Voila. It seems the system is encouraging us to band together, but the number of merger orders they're giving us is very small. What's going on? You're still asking what's going on? Don't mistake this for some kind of mercy in the survival world. You're just an ordinary person. What value do you have? Those big shots with merger orders would never want you. Damn, so that's how it is. It makes the strong even stronger. Is this survival world selecting the strongest humans? Then we're doomed. I really want to curse. A single tree can't make a forest. Humans are social animals. Why are we being separated like this, with each person more than 100 miles apart? After a thorough analysis, the survivor's newly glimmered hope was once again extinguished. Yes, you're worthless, so why would anyone take on your mess? They will also face even more monster tides. They've all lived for 7 days. Nobody's stupid. The second item in the update, Blood Pact, is a contract with a binding effect. Those who sign it cannot break the contract, or they will suffer the consequences of breach of contract as mentioned in the contract. Jiang Mian was so angry when she saw this prop that she gritted her teeth. Why didn't this thing come out sooner? If it had, he could have made all the survivors who acquired the secondary crossbow sign the Blood Pact a few days earlier. The latest update, Red Name Marking, is something many frequent gamers are probably familiar with. To prevent players from killing each other, the IDs of those who commit multiple murders in the game will be highlighted in red. People whose IDs turn red may be wanted or suffer other negative effects, such as an increased drop rate of equipment after being killed. After the merger order was issued, survivors were able to meet directly. If they kill each other, their nicknames in the system will turn red. This mark will be retained whether they are speaking or trading, and even if they are anonymous, the words anonymous will still be red. The appearance of this red name marker seems to be a warning to those who are preparing to use the merger order. Be wary of your own kind. Remember to use the Blood Pact. It was nearly 10:30 when the first wave of monsters finally ended. Survivors in the regional chat channel barely had time to catch their breath before they began frantically trading ammunition and stones. Some people, unwilling to give up, pleaded for mercy, hoping that some powerful figure would take pity on them and take them away. After saying that, he added, I am definitely not a traitor. The top 100 survivors in each region also received the merger order at this time. The Merchant Alliance had 36 members, the Hunter Gang had 51 members, and 12 of them were Lone Rangers, excluding Jiang Mian. Surprisingly, almost everyone in the Hunters Gang showed little interest in the merger order. They are used to living alone and don't like being disturbed by others. Moreover, they had just experienced the first wave of monster tides, which were not easy to deal with, and every second was depleting their strength. Unless it's I upgrade alone, who's willing to merge with them, they immediately hand over the merger order, then raise their hands and feet to show their approval and loyalty. One hunter tagged Jiang Mian in the group chat, asking if he had the same idea. Jiang Mian only replied with a few words. It's already sold. His shelter is not short of manpower. Now, the survivors who are closer to him are only concerned with the resources around them, such as minerals or hardwood. Anyway, it's not human. What is better than the hard-working skeleton soldier? There will definitely be new additions to the aberration furnace in the future. Without needing to say more about Jiang Mian's name, everyone tacitly guessed who he had sold it to. Wang Teng was not good at fighting and always felt that his island in the middle of the lake was not safe enough, so he bought contracts and various weapons at high prices every day. They wished they could gather all the core members of the business alliance together. These people share similar characteristics with Wang Teng. They are not capable of being independent and self-reliant, but they are better at strategizing for the team. Wang Teng will definitely seize any opportunity to recruit soldiers. For the hunters, each person's resources are independent, and merging with other survivors is more harmful than beneficial. However, for the merchant alliance, which concentrates resources, the concentration of survivors can achieve a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. Even when faced with a monster tide many times larger, the merchant alliance is not afraid. Finally, Wang Teng gathered all 82 merger orders and used the half-hour window before the next wave of monsters to integrate the top talents of the business alliance. The stone walls on Wang Teng Lake Island were specially ordered from Jiang Mian. They were hard armor walls, making them perfect for defending against the Agile Type 1 aberration variant. The remaining 18 merger orders were used individually by those lone wolves. Some of them found acquaintances from their previous lives in the vast sea of people and agreed to travel together. A few, however, were exceptionally skilled and daring, ignoring the increased monster tide and taking on beautiful women and handsome men as mistresses. As a result, a small-scale selfie competition broke out on the regional channel. These people are willing to label themselves as goods, begging for buyers' favor. Rather than face the next 3 waves of monsters, they would rather be put up for a price tag. Chapter 72 Skeleton Dragon. Having witnessed so many transactions involving selling oneself into servitude, the channel also featured a bizarre story about being cuckolded. It all started when a young food delivery guy had a crush on a high school classmate for years. After the college entrance examination, because his family couldn't afford to eat, he had to give up going to the same university as that classmate and go out to work on his own. Their life paths diverged from then on. But the young man still held on to his past aspirations, and every year during the spring festival and other holidays, he would send greetings starting with "Are you there?" and wishing everyone a happy holiday. The long chat history contained only holiday greetings exchanged a month or several months apart, and all of them were initiated by the young man himself. After arriving in the survival world, the young man gained a talent that increased his tree-cutting speed by 100%. In addition, being a countryman, he was quite familiar with farming and the wild, so he quickly adapted to the environment, collected resources, and renovated his shelter. After accidentally learning that there was someone in the area with the exact same nickname as the goddess Xian, he secretly inquired and discovered that she was his high school classmate. So the young man decided to secretly work twice as hard and then amaze everyone. A few days later, the young man had enough strength and reached the top 100 in the entire region, thus obtaining a merger order. He called out the goddess's name on the regional channel, inviting her to join his sanctuary. The goddess casually replied with an "oh," and then asked him that if he wanted her to join, he had to invite her current girlfriend, whom she had met after spending 3 or 4 days in the survival world. The onlookers were immediately filled with questions. They tried to exhaust their wisdom to decipher this sentence. Analyze the complex relationship between these 3 people. Although the young man was devastated, he still couldn't forget his beloved. He ultimately decided to buy another merger order and then take the couple to his shelter. He had to make a quick decision because the second wave of monsters was coming soon, and the aberrations would be upgraded from level 1 to level 2, increasing their average stats by about 1 or 2 points. The number of people in the region has dropped sharply once again. Most people had run out of stored stones and could only watch helplessly as breaches appeared in the stone walls. About 30% of the stone arrows fired during the first wave of monsters were damaged and could not be reused. Therefore, the number of available arrows decreases with each iteration. Rebuilding them is impossible. Constructing the defenses has already exhausted their resources. They can only learn through battle how dense the mutant swarms are to fire arrows and inflict maximum damage. When the second wave of monsters ended, the number of people in the area had dropped to around 30,000. After the third wave of monsters ended, the number of people in the area decreased to around 17,000. The mutation level increased with each iteration, but the number of deaths actually decreased each time. As the survivors level up, once their strength attribute breaks through 30, the power of their crossbow bolts increases significantly, enabling them to pierce through the bodies of agile Type 1 aberrations and cause penetrating damage to multiple targets. Those survivors who obtained the secondary crossbow from Jiang Mian were all secretly rejoicing. After each wave of monsters subsided, Jiang Mian would have these people collect the monster corpses and send them to him. Nearly 80% of people did as instructed. The remaining 20% were either too busy repairing the front lines to collect the materials, or they had already decided to refuse to exchange them. Anyway, when they made the agreement with Jiang Mian, there was no blood pact yet. Everyone has reached level 16 or 17 now. As long as we get through the last wave, we'll be among the elite. Within just a few hours, the Jiang Mian system warehouse experienced several instances of bone shortages. Even though he kept pouring more and more into the aberration forge to create skeletons, he couldn't keep up with the sheer number of bones. After producing a total of 100 skeleton soldiers, the new smelting target, the skeleton horse, is unlocked in the aberration forge. Each skeleton horse requires 500 bones to make, is about the same size as a normal horse, and has blue ghost fire in its eyes, just like the skeleton soldiers. With the skeleton horse, Jiang Mian had the power to build cargo carts. In order to quickly consume the bones, Jiang Mian immediately changed his production goal and began mass-producing skeleton horses. After crafting 100 skeleton horses, the aberrant forge unlocks new smelting targets. Skeleton dragon. The dragon is a symbol of emperors. After seeing that a skeleton dragon consumed 10,000 bones and 10 attribute gems, Jiang Mian was certain that this guy must be a behemoth. He immediately conjured a frostbone skeleton dragon and an earth skeleton dragon. Both skeletal dragons were 12 meters long and 2 meters tall. They were neither the kind of winged, evil dragons nor the long, coiled image of an oriental dragon. They lay on the ground with short limbs and their tails swishing back and forth like two large lizards. One is ice blue, the other is earth yellow. The two colors of patterns are outlined on the skeletons of the two, exuding different magical auras. Both are level 10, with 850 health points, a low speed of 20, and strength, stamina, and spirit of 52, 35, and 29 respectively. These stats mean that even without using magic or firearms, Jiang Mian would have a hard time dealing with them in a one-on-one fight. After creating 2 skeleton dragons, the progress of the ghost territory route jumped from 5% to 15%. With this level of combat power, Jiang Mian launched the Skull Express global delivery service before the arrival of the 4th wave of monsters. Having acquired a dragon, it would be unreasonable not to show it off and flaunt it. Others still see him as an easy target. Show off your muscles, and let those who are planning to default on their debts think twice before doing so. In the darkness, upon seeing the enormous photo Jiang Mian shared in the regional channel, the survivor's first reaction was to wonder when the survival system had enabled photo editing permissions. A dragon 12 meters long. At its feet, Jiang Mian thoughtfully placed several agile Type 1 mutant corpses so that everyone could more intuitively see its enormous size. After confirming it wasn't a hallucination, the survivors looked back at their dilapidated shelter and began to question their existence. Are we playing the same game? A survivor's slow, deliberate words echoed everyone's sentiments. While everyone else is struggling to fight off the mobs, you're casually dealing with the boss. Look at the bottom left corner of that photo. There's a skeleton monster standing there wearing strange leather armor and holding a sword and shield. Wait, when did the big boss defect to the enemy? What? The big boss has defected to the enemy? What will become of humanity's future? Could this be the real talent of a master? A necromancer? Holy crap. Boss, could you elaborate on the skull delivery service? Could you perhaps deploy one of these massive machines to our shelter? Finally, some survivors snapped out of their shock and asked about the key to the matter. After the 3rd wave of monsters, more than half of the people's stone walls were damaged and could no longer be defended, so they had to retreat to the shelter. Really? My lord, I am your godson whom you have never met. I have wandered for half my life. only regretting that I have never met a wise ruler. If you will not abandon me. Boss, it must be really cold in bed these days. Now that there's a merger order, I feel like I can. Trying to use such low-level temptations? The boss isn't that kind of person. Chapter 73. Have you ever heard of an army descending from the sky? Here are a few rules. First, those who need assistance must draw their own blood pact and clearly state the price they are willing to pay. Some people might say they're penniless right now, but your future is bright. Those who understand what I mean can take action now. Secondly, my skeleton army is mainly responsible for dealing with elite monsters and those situations that we cannot resist. We should handle things ourselves and not take up other people's resources. Finally, once the skeleton army has dealt with the monsters, send them back immediately. Don't even think about detaining them. I've given them orders that if they aren't sent back for a long time, they will destroy your shelter. Jiang Mian made it very clear that from the beginning, he blocked any way out for those who wanted to take shortcuts. He divided his skeleton army into small squads, packaged them up, and sent them to the trading area. 2 skeleton generals, along with 2 skeleton horses and 5 skeleton soldiers, formed a squad. All members are equipped with hardened shields, bizarre leather armor, and bone spears, with the skeleton general additionally equipped with an iron spear. The skeleton general is entirely melee-based, unlike the skeleton wyvern, which can cast low-level magic. Therefore, the skeleton horse is needed to provide movement speed and engage the aberration in combat. The skeleton dragon wasn't included in the party. He was randomly assigned to a squad, not to kill monsters, but to show off. 12 Frost Soul skeleton dragons and a squad led by nearly 200 skeleton generals embarked on their conquest in a grand and imposing manner. The survivors considered Jiang Mian's words carefully and understood that he meant for them to take out loans. Many people are all too familiar with the burden of car loans, mortgages, and Alipay's Huabei, a consumer credit service, on their shoulders. They never expected that even after arriving in another world, they still couldn't escape the fate of being burdened with loans. After discussing it amongst themselves, they began to quote prices. I will forever hand over 30% of the resources I acquire in the future. There are copper mines around my shelter. We didn't have time to mine them before, but I'm willing to spend half of my time every day mining them and dedicate them to the big boss. My talent is becoming the pirate king. I can unlock a treasure location every 7 days. But that treasure location is too far away. If I have a means of transportation in the future, I am willing to scout out the treasure location for you and offer up 70% of the treasure. The deaths of 50 to 60,000 people serve as a cautionary tale, and the survivors are now demanding prices they would never normally utter, even in the face of death. Some people have great talent and starting resources, but their power doesn't come in the early game. For example, there are other mineral veins nearby, and there is a survivor with the talent Pirate King. They have treasures around them, but due to various reasons, they cannot mine them and can only remain ordinary people. Jiang Mian selected the blood contracts that satisfied him and then sent them to the Skeleton Legion. On the other side of the continent, I am a milk dragon, who was hiding in a shelter, had just shakily typed out a blood pact. His talent is Tang people, not the Tang dynasty, but the Tang who pretends to be Tang. The word Tang here is not an adjective or a noun, but a causative verb, meaning to make Tang. The effect is, when actively equipping Tang, apply a de-intelligence aura to hostile intelligent beings. He had used this talent on the savages before. By performing abstract behaviors, he successfully lowered their intelligence, temporarily depriving them of the ability to use tactics to hunt wild beasts. However, the current enemy, the mutants, has very low intelligence, and their thoughts are completely dominated by bloodthirsty instincts, so they cannot be judged as intelligent beings at all. His talent has been completely wasted. After nervously submitting the blood pact, I am a healer dragon, set the item collection to automatic collection, and then began the long wait. The stone wall outside the window was dilapidated, with large holes on 3 sides, offering little protection. The south wall of the shelter was also attacked and cracked in several places during the 3rd wave of monsters, and it probably won't last much longer. Only a quarter of the original number of crossbow bolts were recovered, and the number of spears and stone arrows was only enough to kill a few dozen more agile Type 1 aberrations. He watched helplessly as the clock struck 1 in the morning, and the 4th wave of monsters erupted. It was pitch black outside the window, the snow was still falling, and the monsters' roars came with the wind, coming from near and far. Besieged on all sides. I am the milk dragon, had no choice but to look away from the survival system, open the window, and set up a crossbow to prepare for battle. Amidst the falling snowflakes, he saw a giant with a large head, 5 or 6 meters tall. He took a deep breath, knowing that this was an elite monster. Behind the giant, countless agile Type 1 aberrations swung their forelimbs, leaping over the broken stone wall and charging toward the shelter. Stone arrows and spears were fired one after another, but they could not stop their advance. Wipe, rub, rub. He could hear the sound of sharp objects scraping against the walls of the shelter, and the floor beneath his feet was shaking restlessly. I am the milk dragon, gripped the crossbow tightly, and as the giant approached with each step, he suddenly pulled the trigger and fired the crossbow bolt. After leveling up, crossbow bolts can more easily pierce the defense of the strength Type 1 aberration, but elite monsters also have very high health. He needs a sufficient time window to output. Reality did not give him that opportunity. Upon feeling the pain, the giant head immediately entered berserk mode, roared, and suddenly accelerated its pace, crashing into the shelter. Bang! The entire wooden house trembled violently, and the cracks in the walls at the impact points deepened, causing the walls to deform. If this goes on for another 2 or 3 times, the wooden house will fall apart. I am the milk dragon, paused for a moment, but after seeing the remaining lives in the shelter, it did not panic, but instead smiled. It was a relieved smile after seeing the future clearly. With one hit from that elite monster, the shelter lost 1/5 of its health. It is currently located on the other side of the cabin, and the crossbow in I am the milk dragon's hand cannot attack it. Unless you go out. But there are hundreds of agile Type 1 aberrations outside. Going out means certain death. He simply fired all the bolts from his crossbow into the air, targeting the agile Type 1 mutant, then closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. Bang! Another impact caused the load-bearing pillar on the west side of the wooden house to crack, and a hole appeared in the wall, allowing wind and snow to rush into the house through the crack. It's all over, he thought. A dozen seconds later, the expected next impact did not occur. I am Milk Dragon opened its eyes in confusion and looked up to see the dilapidated wooden house. He didn't go to the underworld either. I got up and looked out the window, and there were 2 tall figures on horseback in the monster tide. The wind howled relentlessly, causing the cloak behind the skeleton general to flutter wildly. One of them raised his iron spear and pierced through several agile Type 1 aberrations at once, moving through the monster horde. The other, holding a shield, lured the giant away, protecting it from one of its attacks. The skeleton horse beneath him retreated a few steps, then suddenly pulled on the reins and charged forward bravely. The iron spear in the skeleton general's hand pierced the giant's eye, and white fluid splattered everywhere. The giant covered his eyes and staggered, only to be stabbed again by the skeleton general. Damn, that's awesome. I am a milk dragon. Has never thought that a skeleton monster could be so cool. This is the boss's skeleton army. He hurriedly looked at the survival system and found that the big boss was quite interested in his talent, so he sent reinforcements. Because he had set up automatic reception and there were no empty slots in the system inventory, the reinforcements landed directly. It was as if it had fallen from the sky. Chapter 74, Yearning for Skeleton Soldiers. Then came a series of heavy footsteps from not far away, even more violent than when the giant had arrived. Could there be an even stronger giant with a large head? I am the milk dragon. Following the voice, he saw a giant, ice-blue dragon skeleton lying on the snow, casually breaking through the monster horde and running to his door. 5 neatly lined-up skeleton soldiers stood on the dragon's back, so orderly they didn't look like inanimate objects. They held shields and spears, waving their spears as they drove away the deformed creatures that tried to destroy the wooden house. I am Milk Dragon was immediately moved to tears, having been all alone since arriving in the survival world. He cuts down trees alone, upgrades his house alone, ventures out alone to find treasure chests alone, and fights mutated creatures alone. Now, he has a partner to fight alongside him. Although it was only temporary, it allowed him to rediscover a sliver of human compassion. On the other side, the enraged giant was furious. Its limited intelligence told it that its own kind, which had inexplicably turned against it, was not its target. Winning or losing is meaningless. So it turned around, distanced itself from the skeleton general, and rushed toward the shelter. As long as we can get to that place. Smash the shelter and let the agile Type 1 aberration go in and tear the survivor inside apart. Its mission is complete. As it charged toward the shelter, the skeleton general, who had just been fighting it, stopped chasing it, and instead began killing other agile Type 1 aberrations. The giant didn't think about why it wasn't chasing it. It just kept running. It was clear that its eyesight was poor and it was blind in one eye, so it did not see the giant dragon, which was more than 10 meters long, lying in front of the shelter through the snow. When the giant reached the shelter, he finally saw the colossal creature, as large as a mountain. The icy blue skeleton gleamed eerily in the snow, like an iceberg that had suddenly emerged from the ground. A glimmer of clarity flashed in its remaining single eye. The giant took a step back, his foot sinking into the snow with a dull thud. Before they could even turn and run, the dragon had already opened its mouth. A chilling aura gathered in the gap between the upper and lower jaws. The cold air surged between his teeth, forming a visible mist of ice that burst forth at a certain moment. Boom! It was an ice cannonball, leaving a thin trail of icy mist that slammed straight into the giant's chest. As the ice puck shattered, the biting cold air exploded into a cloud of icy mist, engulfing the giant's entire upper body. The icy magic surged into its body, tearing at its flesh and bones. The ice on his body grew thicker and thicker, and the giant trembled as he fell to the ground, kicking up a flurry of snowflakes. One-hit kill. This skeletal dragon can even use magic. I am Milk Dragon, its eyes wide like copper bells, filled with disbelief. It's truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. These survivors don't even know magic, yet this summonable skeleton dragon can. And the effect is so powerful. A dozen minutes later, the monster tied around the shelter was cleared. I am the Milk Dragon, went outside and took a close look at the skeleton dragon, wondering when he would have such a majestic summon. I wonder if the big boss will sell it in the future. He quickly collected the monster corpses, packaged them up and sent them to the boss, and then sent back several skeleton monsters as well. After witnessing the power of the skeleton army, no one dared to leave them behind. If these guys start tearing things down, they'll be really hard to deal with. Their hard-armored shields were so strong that even crossbows could hardly penetrate them. And that skeleton general on horseback is as fast as lightning. In the short time it takes you to reload your arrows, he can rush over and stab a hole in the door. Rather than feeling possessive, survivors generally have a favorable attitude towards the skeleton army. Like, I am a Milk Dragon. Even though there are regional channels for communication after transmigrating, people are suspicious of each other, and no one has someone they can completely rely on. The skeleton soldiers, who rushed in like princes on a white horse to save them, were adored by them. In other words, they want to buy? Is this what it feels like to fight side by side? The Skull Brothers give me such a strong sense of security. The best live streaming sales. Wow, so cool. That big cape is fluttering in the snow. Hey boss, do you need a skeleton wife? I want to be a dragon knight, but when I see the bone dragon's cold eyes, I don't dare to get close. Hey bro, can I sell this? I really want it. We were guessing before how the big boss had so much iron, but now we understand. With so many skeleton monsters mining together, there's no way there's a shortage of iron ore. I never would have guessed that skeletons could be used like this, buddy. Could you sell us a few to chop down trees and mine? Once the survivors' minds were opened, they quickly came up with many ways to use the skeleton soldiers. The fact that skeletons don't need to eat or rest has led many survivors to consider this. False partners, other survivors acquired through the merger order. True allies, skeleton soldiers. Anyway, we finally survived the monster tide. That was fucking awesome. With more experience, our survival rate will definitely increase significantly. We are the champions. Other regions have less than 5,000 people left, while our region still has 13,526 people. We strongly suggest that a regional ranking system be launched. This is all thanks to the big boss. Without him, we would be no different from those other regions. Well said. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. It is said that external disasters are a good way to unite people. Under the monster tide, the relationship between survivors in the same area has also become much stronger within a few hours. Survivors in other areas, when only a few thousand remained, spontaneously began to help each other. They dared not imagine what life would be like if only a few dozen or a few hundred people remained in the entire area. If you want to trade anything, you have to go to the world chat and find other areas. Looking at the 4-digit number of survivors in the regional channel, an idea immediately arose in the minds of many survivors. Now that shelters can merge with each other through merger orders, will there be a way for regions to merge with each other in the future? Perhaps, just like when the population of a region is reduced to half, a merger order will be issued. Regional integration also requires certain conditions. In retrospect, those conditions may seem far removed from their reality. Each region has 100,000 people, and the distance between each pair is more than 100 kilometers. Roughly estimated, the area of a region is several 100 million square kilometers. The scope is ridiculously large. The Earth's surface area is only 510 million square kilometers, of which nearly 150 million square kilometers are land. In other words, each region is the size of a planet. 100,000 people are distributed on a planet. It is indeed very difficult for any two survivors to meet. Furthermore, the total number of regions in the entire world channel is 361. If these areas are just continents or parts of continents, then the size of this entire survival world is simply unimaginable. Chapter 75 Cement Mixer. The tide has receded, and all is quiet. Congratulations on passing the beginner phase. Please enjoy the rest of the night peacefully. Nothing will disturb your sweet dreams. At sunrise, the source of calamity, buried deep within the earth for millions of years, will begin to erode the land beneath your feet. At that time, the mist can appear during the day, and mutated creatures will emerge from within it. Every 7 days, the source of calamity will inflict an erosion effect. At the same time, more resources will appear on the land. Faced with calamity, you are not helpless. Your shelters will be upgraded to territories, and you can choose an evolutionary path. To place one's spiritual hopes in deities, to forge wisdom into technology, to manipulate rules into superpowers, or to choose to collude with them. Note that this choice of evolutionary direction is irreversible and crucial. Please choose carefully. As the last mutant fell to the ground, a system announcement appeared simultaneously in all 361 regional channels. After briefly praising the survivors, it then began to hint at future crises. It also depicted a future vision of the territory. Apart from Jiang Mian, the other survivors were filled with curiosity and longing after seeing this new rule. After all, the term territory sounds much more extensive and complex than shelter. These 7 days of stumbling along the way, were they just the newbie period? 4 evolutionary paths, they all sound amazing. Technological advancement, spiritual advancement, psionic advancement, physical advancement. Your summary is good. I understood it immediately. What evolutionary path do you all want to take? Is my Lord Jesus Christ finally coming to welcome me? Sorry, I am an atheist and a firm believer in materialism. Stop discussing these trivial matters. How do you upgrade a shelter into a territory? I don't know. Right now, the highest level shelter is probably only level 5. Maybe level 6 or higher. Let's not talk about that for now. The first ranking list is out. I'm dying of laughter. The I level up alone legend didn't move his level tonight, but he's still firmly in first place at level 22. His shout caused countless survivors to scroll to the leaderboard page. World rankings finalized, week 1. First place. I leveled up solo, level 22. Second place. Great Love, Immortal Venerable, level 21. Third place. Whisper, level 20. Repeated levels are sorted by the time they were achieved. Fourth place. My daughter is truly a gift from my sister to my mother, level 20. Holy crap. When did the second place player change their name? Why are they suddenly such a big fan of the Immortal Venerable? Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious. They've been driven to the dark side by people from their own region. Alas, the paths people take are not replicable. I am the pinnacle of college. The nickname for fourth place is quite profound. Let me think about it. What's all this fuss about? Go and invite Master Yang, the Thunder and Lightning Dharma King, to decide whether to choose 220V or 380V for this kind of direct electricity. The first reward is a silver treasure chest. What good stuff could that be? An RPG? Sigh. The moment you mention RPGs, I think of tanks and armored vehicles. As the old saying goes, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Give me a missile base, and you'll see if I'm still afraid of these aberrations. While the survivors were having a lively discussion, Jiang Mian was still tirelessly creating skeleton monsters. There are too many deformed corpses. Crafting a skeleton dragon directly would consume a lot of bones, but Jiang Mian didn't have that many attribute gems to squander. The rock core is now almost a rare item, and it's related to upgrading the shelter from level 5 to level 6. If this news gets out, survivors will go crazy fighting over it. The frost stones can be produced daily from the frost pool, but the quantity is not large. They are mainly used as energy for the frost arrow tower, and he plans to store a batch for future use. The skeletons lined up in front of the main building of the shelter, row upon row, almost extending outside the inner wall. He planned to take advantage of the fact that other survivors could not reach level 6 shelter, choose the territory evolution direction, and sell the skeleton monster to make a fortune. Of course, They definitely won't sell tonight. Those survivors are too poor. A monster tide wiped out their entire fortune. Jiang Mian will give the survivors a few days to develop. Let the chives grow. After the world rankings were finalized, the ranking rewards were also sent out, and a precious metal treasure chest, emitting a silvery white luster, appeared in front of Jiang Mian. Based on his previous speculation, the silver treasure chest could yield D-grade items. The only items he has encountered that are at or above D rank, besides buildings, are the witch's music box, the Shining's divine potion, and the mysterious soft metal and fluorescent vines he brought back from the 2 laboratories. Among them, the mysterious soft metal and the fluorescent vines are both items above grade C. Items of grade D and above all have their own backgrounds and are closely related to this world, rather than being ordinary supplies. This is the experience summarized by Jiang Mian. Wang Tang's dad helped me out. He got me a more upscale mode of transportation through the lottery. What Jiang Mian needs most right now is a high speed of movement. Whether he wanted to explore the Black Cat laboratory again or dig for treasure maps, it was always dozens of kilometers away, and a round trip would take half a day or even a whole day. The silver treasure chest was opened, and 4 silver rays of light appeared. You have obtained 1 cement mixer, 2 solar panels, 2 batteries, and 1 intermediate treasure map. Holy crap, electricity. Jiang Mian picked up the solar charging panel and felt an immense sense of familiarity with it. He also thought that the world's progress in obtaining electricity was a slow process, starting with chemical power generation and mechanical power generation. Unexpectedly, they obtained solar panels and 2 batteries directly. With the equipment for generating electricity and the equipment for storing electricity, 2 major problems in the power sector have been solved directly. Transmitting and utilizing electricity seem particularly simple in the face of these 2. Electric wires can be made of silver or copper, and Jiang Mian also remembered the working principle of DC motors. In fact, generating electricity is not difficult. It is the opposite of generating an electric motor. Using the principle of generating electricity from magnetism, Jiang Mian was able to tinker with a hand crank generator after a period of research. What he has no shortage of is manpower. Those rows of skeleton soldiers are practically perpetual motion machines. He would find it difficult to manufacture batteries that store electricity. Jiang Mian inspected the cement mixer, which had 2 driving methods, electric or manual. A cement mixer can mix cement, sand, and stones to produce concrete. Cement is obtained by calcining stones in a furnace. With concrete, he can build better houses and repair roads. The shelter is located halfway up a mountain, surrounded by forests, and the roads are rugged and difficult to travel. If the road is repaired, he can quickly reach other places by mountain bike. The key point is that the other people in the shelter can also use these roads. Their physical attributes are not as good as Jiang Mian's, and there are few bicycles and hang gliders. In the future, they will probably rely on the kuruma as their mode of transportation. The skeleton horse itself cannot carry large amounts of goods, so when it is made into a wagon, it needs a wide and flat road. Chapter 76 Prerequisites for Stable Production. Jiang Mian was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He ran to the blacksmith to add stones and start making cement. Then he searched for survivors in the desert in the regional channel and bought sand from them. He didn't know how long the snow would last, so he instructed the skeleton soldiers to expand the original corridor into a snow shelter. After the shed was built, he ordered the skeleton soldiers to clear the snow from under it. He placed the cement mixer under the shed, where it was driven in turns by several skeleton soldiers. As dawn broke, the first batch of concrete was produced. Once the shelter reaches level 6, the next upgrade is a territory upgrade, and the main building can be customized. Survivors can modify their characters however they want. With enough materials, you can expand rooms, add floors, and change the materials of the shelter. Jiang Mian first replaced his room with concrete, and then used limestone mortar to paint the walls grayish-white. Standing at the doorway, looking at the familiar colors, he had a fleeting illusion of traveling back in time. The limestone slurry needed time to dry, and he felt sleepy, so he went to sleep in the living room. After sleeping for a few hours, Jiang Mian woke up with drowsy eyes. The snow was still falling outside the window, and the snow piled up to an adult's shoulder, making him not even think about going out. In this weather, nothing, no paraglider or bicycle, would be of any use. The survival system also announced the calamity erosion effects that will appear in their area this week. The calamity corroding effect here is the same one that Jiang Mian saw on the altar before. Within his territory, the effects of calamity corruption will be reduced by 20%. The current effect of the calamity is Calamity erodes, draining the pond to catch the fish. Level low. Description: draining the pond to catch all the fish, burning the forest to hunt. Nature cannot withstand humanity's insatiable exploitation. Effect: the number of all wild animals in the area has been reduced to 1/10 of normal levels. The erosion effect of this calamity doesn't actually have a significant impact on the survivors. The extreme cold persists, making hunting virtually impossible. Therefore, the number of wild animals has decreased sharply, and survivors can no longer hunt them. In the past few days, the survivors have been cutting down trees and digging up rocks to build a defensive line, and most of them have been hungry. Few people have the spare money to buy the dried meat sold by hunters. Fortunately, after the monster tide, each person was given 5 wooden treasure chests, which contained a batch of food, allowing the hungry survivors to have a good meal. However, this won't last more than 2 or 3 days. If the heavy snow continues, many people will starve to death. Jiang Mian was more anxious than the people themselves when he saw them all staying at home and not going out on the regional channel. He stockpiled a lot of food, daily necessities, and those skeleton soldiers. Since the survivors can't leave their homes, they can't produce resources and therefore can't buy them from him. The chives had already retreated back into the ground before they even started to grow. How can this be allowed? Jiang Mian sought out Wang Tung to discuss this matter. Who says survivors can only work outdoors? He had plenty of wrought iron materials, so he asked 2 blacksmiths and the blacksmith from Wang Tung's side to discuss and design the manufacture of several items. For example, pots and pans, and everyday items such as recliners and umbrellas. Cloth, wood, and iron can be used to make a variety of furniture. Wang Tung was also very worried today. Since no one was going out, how could he gather resources? After Jiang Mian found him, the two hit it off and had in-depth discussions, making his initial designs for a clothing factory and ironware factory from the previous week feasible. The alliance provides raw materials, and then the survivors manufacture products at home using techniques and skills. The business alliance distributes wages daily based on the amount of work done, such as a small amount of dried meat. 2 days later, when the potatoes planted by Jiang Mian are ripe, they can also receive some potatoes. When the shelter was upgraded to level 6, the farmland area also expanded. Now the farmland is more than 400 square meters, which is more than half an acre. It is estimated that more than 2,000 kilograms of potatoes will be produced in a few days. These potatoes would last a long time for the 7 people in Jiang Mian's territory. But considering the total population of over 10,000 in the region, it's less than the cost of a single meal. To ensure a stable food source, we need to get everyone to farm, especially those who are in shelters on the plains. The vast plains can easily provide tens or hundreds of acres of arable land. Jiang Mian and Wang Tung discussed the food source. Many survivors on the plains used to have this idea, to build a future by farming. But then the temperature dropped and blizzards came, so they stopped doing it. Wang Tung explained that he had designated a plot of farmland on the shore next to the island in the lake, but the land was put on hold due to the drop in temperature. Most of the survivors in the Jiang Mian area have a love for farming in their blood, but this potential was nipped in the bud by the environment and mutated creatures before it could be realized. Jiang Mian believes that many people know how to farm, how to cope with climate change, and what crops yield the best harvest, but they lack a stable external environment. Stable production requires the absence of war and natural disasters, as has always been the case. Find a group of people who are good at farming. I will provide them with stone walls and secondary crossbows. If they can farm to a certain level, I will upgrade them to hardened walls and normal crossbows. Jiang Mian decided to solve the region's food problem. One monster tide increased the population of the area to over 10,000. Although there was nothing that could be done, we can't let so many people die in the future. Skeleton soldiers have their advantages, and survivors also have their roles. In primitive times, some people, such as scientists and engineers, could not fully utilize their talents and knowledge. Once the entire survivor society and technology have developed to a certain level, they will be able to come in handy. After discussing their options, the two went to the regional channel and began recruiting survivors who wanted to farm or work. The finished furniture and other items can be sold to other areas in addition to supplying the local area. This is a job that requires seizing the initiative and capturing the market. The survivors, who were bored at home and at a loss, saw Jiang Mian and Wang Tung offering them jobs in exchange for food and rushed to sign up. Boss, with your promise of security right here, I would be letting down my family's generations of farmland if I didn't cultivate a piece of land for you. What blizzard? This world has cold-resistant seeds. If I hadn't been busy cutting down trees and building defenses, I would have gone to farm and stockpile food to make a fortune. Even the fastest maturing crops will take a week to mature, by which time the monster tide will have already arrived. Boss, my family has been carpenters for generations, and I also have carpentry skills. I can build you anything from wheelbarrows to horse-drawn carriages. You all have skills, why am I a chef? The world's biggest shortage is food. Jiang Mian saw this message while scrolling, and then sent a private message to the person. Really a chef? Boss, would I dare to lie to you? Here's some raw meat. Let's make some jerky and see how it goes. Do you have salt and spices, sir? I know how to make cured pork. Chapter 77 The concept of the forward defense line. It only contains salt, soy sauce, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and 13 spice powder, but no star anise or Sichuan peppercorns. Okay, I'll let you know. Jiang Mian went to the kitchen and brought him a small amount of meat and seasonings. It's time to plant some chili peppers and scallions. These crops are not in high demand on a daily basis. Planting a few dozen plants is enough to feed the crops for a week. He led a few skeleton monsters along the corridor to the farmland, dug out 2 or 3 clods of soil, and then, next to the kitchen window, stacked stones to make a planting trough and sowed chili and scallion seeds. During this season, ordinary crop seeds have difficulty germinating, but Jiang Mian has the ability to force them to germinate. It is still possible to support the growth of a small number of crops. He squatted down to the side, his palms pressed against the ground, consuming his mental energy to convert it into wisps of life attribute magic. A few minutes later, a small bump rose up on the soil surface, and a tender green sprout emerged. Chili seedlings grow slowly, taking half a day to sprout a section the size of a fingernail. In comparison, scallions grow extremely fast, and in the same amount of time, they have already grown into a small patch of lush green scallion leaves. Once his mental strength recovers, Jiang Mian will return to accelerate their growth. He went to the cement mixer to inspect the concrete being produced. With the alter's 20% production bonus, it can produce 61 cubic meter concrete blocks per hour, and with the talent activated, that's 120 blocks per hour. There is only one concrete mixer, and the output of concrete is limited. But there is no rush to use it now. It is still snowing, and it is difficult to expand houses or repair roads. Every night, the shelter is attacked by mutated monsters. If a road is built starting from the main gate, the damage from the aftershocks of attacking the mutated monsters will also damage the road. Of the 4 directions surrounding the shelter, only the mountain wall behind it remains free from monsters. We can dig through the mountain wall, and the tunnel can be expanded and used as a warehouse. After the tunnel is dug to the outside, we can start building a road from the other side of the tunnel. In the past, Jiang Mian would never have dared to even think about digging through the mountain wall. But now he has a handy digging tool, 13 skeleton dragons. For these big guys, digging holes is just the right job. Especially the earth skeleton dragon, which possesses earth attributes and can manipulate rocks and soil. A natural-born construction team leader. Jiang Mian led them to the sanctuary and made a digging motion with his palms, encouraging them to imitate him. The 13 skeleton dragons, possessing high spiritual attributes, quickly understood his meaning and began digging holes one after another. According to Jiang Mian's plan, 2 tunnels need to be dug. 1 entrance, 1 exit. The 2 passages lead inside and connect to the large warehouse. In the forge, 2 blacksmiths had already tinkered with the prototype of the cart and started practicing it. The skeleton horse will pull the carts and be responsible for the distribution of supplies within the territory. Therefore, the size of the passageway needs to be sufficient for the normal entry and exit of the skull carriage. The earth skeleton dragon manipulated magic and quickly dug the entrances to 2 passages. While it was recovering its mental strength, the other 12 skeleton dragons dug into the entrances. Jiang Mian went inside, found paper and pen, and compared the map in her mind to draw the surrounding environment. He also marked the locations of mountains, rivers, forests, beaches, as well as mines and savage camps. After finishing one drawing, he made several more copies and showed them to the other people in the shelter. The hematite is located at the foot of another mountain range. It's the mountain range east of the mountain range where the shelter is located, and on the other side of the mountain range is the laboratory where the black cat and the white cat live. To get from the shelter to the hematite mine, you need to go down the mountain first, and then cross the valley floor horizontally. The mutated creature also needs to cross the valley floor and then climb the mountain to reach his sanctuary. He might be able to establish a forward defensive line at the bottom of the valley, which could serve as a deterrent. If the shelter, as a crucial rear base, faces the threat of mutated creatures every day, it will hinder its future expansion and development. The main body of this defensive line at the bottom of the valley consists of hardened walls, with beacon towers built at intervals, which are defended by skeleton creatures. Skeleton generals are highly intelligent and can be equipped with crossbows and iron-barreled shotguns to target and attack high-threat enemies. Ordinary skeleton soldiers wear strange leather armor and wield bone spears to fight weaker enemies. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, 2 or 3 frost soul skeleton dragons can also be stationed there. The mutated creatures start from the monster spawner, cross the beach, and enter the valley. If they are blocked at the bottom of the valley, they have to go directly up the mountain and take a longer route. The valley floor is flat and close to a water source, so Jiang Mian may be able to cultivate or raise livestock on a large scale here in the future. With the increasing demand for iron, the forge also needed to be rebuilt outdoors to a larger one. Choosing a location near a hematite vein can reduce the transportation process. Simply transport wrought iron or finished ironware to the shelter. We should also choose a day to bring over the savages on the other side of the mountain. Human intelligence is far superior to that of skeletal creatures. Even if they are savages and uneducated, they can master many skills with a little guidance. Let the 2 blacksmiths teach them blacksmithing, let Lin Kuan teach them farming, and let Uncle Wang teach them fish farming. Language and writing skills needed in daily life can be easily learned through oral transmission. Jiang Mian now has enough clothing and food reserves to feed these savages. Anyway, these things can't be sold for the time being, so they're just sitting there. From the valley floor defense line to the area of the shelter, this is the first step in the expansion of Jiang Mian's territory. The entire valley floor defense line is estimated to be over 10 kilometers long. That means at least 2,000 hardened walls. He has quite a few pale, hard armor pieces, but he's far from having 200,000 stones. He should proceed cautiously. After the snow stops, you can build a section first, and then send the skeleton soldiers there to guard against the interference of mutated creatures in the mining of hematite. At present, the mutated creatures are not very intelligent and simply ignore the skeleton soldiers. However, if their intelligence increases later, they may start attacking the skeleton soldiers. Jiang Mian estimated that with the intelligence of the nightmare beings, they would be able to recognize that the skeleton soldiers were not of the same origin as them. Having planned the future development of his territory, Jiang Mian turned back to clean up the blueprints he had obtained from other survivors during this period. He built a large raft that could carry more than a dozen people at a time, intending to pick up the savages from the other side of the mountains later. When the progress of the Divine Realm route reaches 10%, the building statue is unlocked. Its building material is just ordinary stone, but the building requirements are not so simple. It requires that the builder himself must have seen the true face of the deity. Whether seen in reality or in a dream, it is a real and direct depiction of the divine appearance. It cannot be a secondary image recorded on a drawing or paper. This demand was nothing to Jiang Mian. He could have manufactured it yesterday, but he simply didn't have a place to put it. The base of the statue is as tall as a person, and on the base is carved a rock surrounded by a clear spring, on which a peaceful and serene cat lies quietly. The cat's appearance was indistinct, as clouds seemed to surround it. It is said that one should not look directly at the gods. The placement of deity statues is subject to strict conditions. They must be located in a peaceful area undisturbed by external forces. Chapter 78 Distortion Source Pool. Jiang Mian tried placing the item in every available spot in the shelter yesterday, but it didn't meet the placement requirements. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. These places are likely to be directly attacked by mutated creatures, so they are certainly not secluded corners suitable for placing statues. Once the statue is set aside, the Aberration Source Pool, a building unlocked after reaching 10% progress on the ghostly territory route, can be placed anywhere. Item, Aberration Source Pool. Quality, C. Description, on the journey to find the source of distortion, you can find common similarities among them. Effect, inputting mutant corpses yields mutation sources of varying quality. Mutation sources can cause mutations in organisms and can enhance already mutated organisms. There were still some corpses in the warehouse that had not yet been decomposed. Jiang Mian took out 10 Agile Type 1 aberration corpses and threw them into the aberration source pool, obtaining 1% of the low-level aberration source. It seems the conversion ratio is 1,000 to 1. He then took out 990 corpses and threw them into the aberration source pool, finally obtaining a complete drop of low-level aberration source. The source of distortion is similar in color and shape to oil droplets, being brownish yellow and highly viscous. According to the description of its effects, the source of aberration can be used on living organisms, regardless of whether they are animals or plants. He had never seen a mutant plant before, so now was the perfect time to give it a try. Jiang Mian walked to a large, uncut tree near the inner wall and dripped the source of low-level distortion onto its roots. The moment the liquid touched the bark, the trunk, as thick as a bowl, trembled violently. The tree roots quickly absorbed the drop of liquid, and then grayish-white bumps began to appear on the surface, like the back of a toad. As the bumps appeared, the tree roots thickened at a visible speed, pulling more roots from the ground and waving them in the air. These changes spread upwards along the tree trunk, causing the once sturdy trunk to gradually wither, devouring sections exceeding 5 meters in height, and then turning to horizontal growth, sprouting even more rows of dry branches. Some branches intertwined, twisted into a rope, while others burrowed into the soil and then emerged from elsewhere. Gradually, some branches also began to thicken, becoming indistinguishable from the main trunk. From the outside, the deformed tree looks like a withered forest. A single tree can form a forest, which is somewhat similar to the banyan tree. Jiang Mian tried to sense the faint connection between himself and the mutated tree. In other words, the other party is his creation and will not attack him. He took out the corpse of an agile type 1 aberration and threw it at the aberration tree. When the branches of the mutated tree in midair touched the mutated corpse, it seemed to come alive, immediately extending fine branches to wrap around the corpse, like a spider web wrapping a fly. The branches continued to wrap around it, layer upon layer, getting tighter and tighter. Click, click, click. The sound of dislocated joints came from inside, accompanied by the squeezing sound of liquid being squeezed. As Jiang Mian listened to the sound, he seemed to see the corpse being drained of energy and nutrients, and then becoming shriveled. A few pieces of debris leaked out of the twig net, fell to the ground, and were then caught by tree roots that were turned up from the soil and dragged back into the ground. About 3 minutes later, the layers of intertwined branches loosened, leaving nothing inside. The deformed tree hasn't changed much compared to before, except that it seems to have more branches. That's a bit violent. Jiang Mian scanned the information of the distorted tree and found that a parenthesis appeared after its level, with the words "can grow" written inside. As long as he keeps feeding this mutated tree, its level and attributes will keep increasing. This is what you call a territory of deception. This tree is currently level 5, and its strength is similar to that of the skeleton general. But given time, he might be able to raise the strongest mutant king. This malformed tree should be placed on the front line of defense. Jiang Mian thought to himself. Every night, tens of millions of mutants pass by there. It's practically a God-given breeding ground for mutated creatures. After creating 9 more aberration trees using the same method, Jiang Mian condensed a drop of aberration source and dripped it onto the back of the resting earth skeleton dragon. The liquid seeped into the bone crevices, and the power of distortion merged into the earthy yellow patterns of the dragon's skeleton, causing it to emit a bright light. The dragon raised its head and let out a deep hiss. It could feel itself undergoing a baptism. Bright, earthy yellow stripes extended from the spine to both sides, wrapping around 1/10 of the earth skeleton wyvern skeleton, before abruptly stopping. The earth skeleton dragon was enjoying a blissful sensation when the pleasure suddenly stopped, causing it to let out a confused and annoyed roar. It seems that 1 drop is not enough for this guy. Jiang Mian patted its tail with a smile, then turned around and went to the edge of the aberration source pool to refine another 9 drops of primary aberration source. 9 drops of primary aberration source were incorporated into the earth skeleton dragon's body, and only then did this evolution begin. When all the earth yellow patterns were lit up, the bones of the earth skeleton dragon's torso began to crack and pop as new bones emerged from the sides of its ribs, breaking through the original skeleton and extending outwards in 2 rows of bone spikes. The bone spurs grew longer and longer, drawing closer together to form the rudimentary shape of a wing on both sides of the spine. Then evolution stopped again. The earth skeleton dragon turned back again, dissatisfied, its 2 flickering, yellowish-brown eyes fixed on Jiang Mian. Wow, you can really eat. Jiang Mian was speechless. 10 drops of primary aberration source are equivalent to 10,000 agile type 1 aberrations, enough to create 400 skeleton monsters. Yet they can't even support 1 evolution of the earth skeleton wyvern. Since you have wings, I'll lend you another hand. The sanctuary currently lacks aerial power, And if the skeleton wyvern could grow wings and fly into the sky, it would make up for this. If the skeleton dragon grows wings and flies fast enough, he can ride it directly to other places. Jiang Mian then smelted another 10 drops of primary source of aberration and added them to the wings of the earth skeleton dragon. After the source of the mutation was incorporated, a translucent periosteum rapidly grew between the bone spurs, faintly glowing with an earthy yellow light, somewhat like the wings of a bat or pterosaur. The moment its wings took shape, the dragon suddenly spread its wings, the length of which even exceeded its body length, reaching a full 15 or 16 meters. With a sudden flap of its wings, it whipped up a gust of wind, sending the snow flying everywhere. It splashed all over Jiang Mian's face. Jiang Mian wiped her face, took a few steps back to make room for it, and then said, "Want to try flying it?" The earth skeleton dragon lowered its head and nuzzled Jiang Mian's head, then took a few steps back, spread its wings again, and gave a sudden flap. Using the updraft, it continued to flap its wings, and its entire body quickly left the ground. 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, and finally it flew higher than the 3-story main building of the shelter, soaring over the cliff, spreading its huge wings and gliding through the snow, letting out excited howls. Chapter 79 Snow Wild Man. This height is acceptable. Jiang Mian waved to the earth skeleton dragon and shouted, "Come down, take me with you." After calling out a few times, he felt something was missing. As the first skeleton dragon to complete its evolution, and also his mount, it deserves a name. Its skeleton is a bright, earthy yellow, and its species is the legendary dragon, so it can be named Huang to mean glorious and splendid. The character, Awag, Huang, is also a homophone for its color, which is just right. The earth skeleton dragon circled down from the sky and landed back in front of the shelter, listening to Jiang Mian call its new name, Huang. It quickly memorized the syllable, then lowered its upper body, allowing Jiang Mian to easily climb onto its back. Jiang Mian did not climb up immediately, but went into the house first and found a sponge cushion, which she then tied to Huang's back with a rope. Sitting directly on the skeletal frame is not comfortable. After securing the seat cushion, Jiang Mian patted the back of its neck. Go, go, go. Huang flapped its wings and took flight once more. This time, with Jiang Mian on its back, it flew exceptionally smoothly. Jiang Mian looked down and saw the yellowish-brown skeleton casting a moving shadow on the snow. Fly southeast. This direction is the direction of hematite. Jiang Mian observed the surroundings and planned the road construction as he traveled downhill. After the cliff behind the shelter was cleared, the exit was located 40 to 50 meters away from the shelter, still within the influence range of the Olympic flame. From here, heading southeast, there is a 45-degree slope that extends all the way to the edge of the distant woods. This slope is barely manageable for a person to walk on, but a vehicle carrying heavy loads cannot climb it, and going downhill is also dangerous. Several bends need to be constructed in a zigzag pattern, reducing the slope to about 15 degrees. The bends should be widened, or they could be built as small platforms to serve as rest areas for vehicles. After walking about 400 to 500 meters, the 45-degree slope begins to flatten out and continues all the way to the bottom of the valley. This section of road can be built directly, but several bridges need to be built to cross the river. Every 5 kilometers, Jiang Mian would have Huang land and build a watchtower on the ground as a marker. These roads don't have to be entirely made of concrete. For the later, flatter sections, you can just pave them with stones and spread sand in between. The S-shaped bend that stretches for about 400 to 500 meters ahead can be constructed with concrete to compact the roadbed, taking into account the slippery conditions in rainy weather. Flying all the way to the vicinity of the hematite mine, Jiang Mian built another watchtower next to the mine. Then, he began to establish the initial forward defense line. Due to a shortage of stones, his first step was to build a 50-meter section of hardened wall every 450 meters, for a total of 10 kilometers. A total of 1,000 meters of armored wall needs to be built. Once we have enough stones, we can connect these walls together. Like the first emperor, he connected the border defenses of the Qin, Zhao, and Yin states to form a complete Great Wall. In the gaps between the armored walls, Jiang Mian placed the deformed trees, allowing them to take root again. Tonight they will be able to kill the mutants and absorb nutrients to grow. As Jiang Mian prepared to return, he stood on the watchtower and saw several white figures standing in the snow in the distance. They are tall and look just like wild men, standing over 2 meters tall, with thick fur all over their bodies like a layer of white felt. Standing in the snow, they almost blend into the background. Upon seeing that Jiang Mian had discovered them, one of them bent down, dug a stone from the ground, swung its arm, and the stone flew over. Jiang Mian dodged to the side, and the stone hit the wooden pillar of the watchtower with a muffled bang, sending wood chips flying. You dare throw stones at me? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow slightly, turned around, took out a dark iron-barreled shotgun, and loaded it with shot. Let me give you a technological shock. Jiang Mian whistled, waking up Huang, who was lying behind her, and then leaped onto it. Only then did the white savages notice the enormous creature, let out strange cries, and began to run away into the distance. Now you know to run away? Jiang Mian snorted softly, rode Huang, and quickly took flight, passing the fleeing white savages and blocking their retreat. The white savage stared at the dark gun barrel, bewildered and unaware of its presence. They had never seen such a thing before. The white savage who had initially thrown stones at Jiang Mian even picked up another stone from the ground, preparing to throw it at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian didn't give him time to raise his hand. The shotgun in his arms suddenly burst into flames. Boom! The shotgun shells sprayed from the muzzle, launching small pellets that struck the white savage in the chest, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist on his white fur. It staggered back 2 steps, looked down at the numerous bloody holes in its chest, let out a muffled whimper, and then fell straight backward, crashing onto the snow and splashing up a cloud of snow. When it fell, its eyes were still wide open. It couldn't understand why this seemingly small creature could inflict such damage on it with just a pipe. Seeing the pool of blood that stained the snow, Jiang Mian slowly lowered his hands, which were holding a shotgun. Not a mutant, but a real savage. He was talking to himself. What kind of wild man is this? He looks like an albino chimpanzee. Upon hearing the gunshot, the other white savages all looked at the savage who had been shot. After witnessing his tragic state, the white savages were immediately terrified, some kneeling down to beg for mercy, others fleeing in a frenzy, as if they had lost their souls. There was also a slender, white savage who ran to the savage who had been shot and burst into tears. Jiang Mian stared, stunned, as if he were the one who was guilty. He was not soft-hearted, but he was somewhat surprised to see the feelings of a fellow human being in someone who was different from him. If he were soft-hearted, he wouldn't have drawn his gun immediately. Given the force with which that white savage threw the stone, if he hadn't dodged, and if he were an ordinary human, he would have been seriously injured long ago. The other party didn't treat him like a human being. He was being merciful by not hitting him on the head. The slender savage cried for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on Jiang Mian, muttering something as if cursing him. Waby Babu. Jiang Mian couldn't understand its language, but he could see the hatred in its eyes. There is also a system notification. You have been subjected to a minor mental attack, but are immune to its negative effects thanks to Shining Blessing. Very well, you found a way to die? They were so focused on hitting it that they forgot to hit you. Jiang Mian raised the iron-barreled shotgun again with both hands and fired a shot at the head of the slender savage who was chanting incantations. The head exploded like a ripe watermelon, spraying out various colored liquids. Call. Jiang Mian blew on the smoking muzzle of the gun, his expression calm. You murdered a priestly candidate from a snow-covered savage tribe. Upon death, he left an unknown mark on your body. What consequences will this mark bring you? Hidden quest triggered? Jiang Mian looked down at the 2 corpses on the ground. Knowing that even in death, they had left some kind of mark on him, he sensed the scent of revenge. The people from that snowy savage tribe might very well follow these marks and come looking for us. I feel so bad that I made them come to me. Jiang Mian smiled shyly, rode Huang to block the path of another snow savage, and raised his gun to point it at it. Lead the way. Chapter 80: Infiltrating the Snowy Savage Tribe. 5 minutes later, the snow savage in front of the gun finally understood Jiang Mian's meaning and immediately felt like dying. Is it going to bring such a demon back to the tribe? He could easily kill a strong young man from the tribe's most powerful warrior. But if we don't take him back, he'll be blasted to death by the firelight spewing from that dark pipe. In the end, the instinct for survival prevailed over the idea of for the tribe, and the snow savage decided to let the wolves into the house. It led the way, and Jiang Mian rode Huang, flying through the sky. The snow savage arrived at the foot of a small mountain, where snow covered everything, and it was an excellent ski resort. It came to a secluded spot at the foot of the mountain, squatted down, and pushed aside the thick snow in front of it to reveal a hole that could only be passed by one person at a time. Upon seeing the cave entrance, Jiang Mian sensed that this snow-covered savage tribe was no ordinary place. Its level of civilization clearly surpasses that of ordinary savage tribes in the wilderness. The presence of a passageway resembling a door signifies the existence of a homeland. A place that is stable, or even where generations have lived for generations, can be called a homeland. They have the idea of defending their homeland, and may have already divided themselves into simple positions, such as soldiers or logistics personnel. Jiang Mian left Huang near the cave entrance and followed the snow savage into the passage. The passage was narrow, just enough for him to bend over and pass through. There were no signs of chiseling on the rocks in the cave walls. They were probably natural cracks that the savages used as the entrance. After walking about 20 or 30 steps, light appeared ahead, and the smell of burnt firewood wafted through the air. Jiang Mian stopped, knocked out the snow savage leading the way, then pulled out a white animal skin coat and put it on. He squatted down at the edge of the cave entrance and carefully peered inside. This is a sunken valley surrounded by mountains, with rock walls on all sides shielding it from wind and snow, forming a natural sanctuary. A dozen or so domed buildings made of ice and snow are scattered around, like upside-down bowls. These are their houses. Igloos are scattered around the valley. Each igloo has an animal skin curtain covered with icicles hanging at its door. Under the curtain sit several snowmen, some chatting, some sharpening tools, and some playing. In the center of the igloo, there was a large fire pit, on which was roasting some kind of animal, which was so blackened that it was impossible to tell what kind of animal it was. The oil sizzled as it dripped onto the fire, and the aroma made the dozen or so snow savages around the hearth drool. A short, snow-covered savage, leaning on a cane, walked shakily to the fire pit, reached out and touched the roasting meat, tore off a small piece and put it in his mouth to chew. As if sensing that the meat was cooked, the short, snow-covered savage raised his cane and tapped the ground, muttering something under his breath. The next moment, the snow savages who had been eagerly waiting around got up, rushed to the center of the fire pit, took out the cooked thing, and tore off pieces of meat with their hands. When Jiang Mian saw a blurry yet incredibly familiar set of 5 toes, his stomach churned violently. He now understood why the snowman had thrown stones at him. That guy thought he was food. After closing his eyes and calming himself down for a while, Jiang Mian observed the movements of the snow-covered wild people again. When he found that their attention was focused on the food, he took the opportunity to tiptoe around to the back of an igloo. He reached out and touched the ice wall, which was frozen solid and felt cold and smooth to the touch. Comparing the sizes of the igloos, Jiang Mian focused his gaze on an igloo to the due north. It is about 7 or 8 square meters in size, twice the size of other igloos which are 3 or 4 square meters. That short, snow-covered savage came out of this igloo. This guy must be the priest, Jiang Mian thought to himself. He wouldn't pay much attention to ordinary savage tribes, but the priest here could use mental attacks, which was something he needed to be concerned about. He has yet to employ any means of psychological attack. When facing those psychic monsters, you can only deal damage when their bodies materialize from the void. If mental attacks can be used, damage can be inflicted even on those in a holographic state. Jiang Mian crouched down and moved almost imperceptibly to the side of the large igloo. At that moment, a gust of wind swept across the valley, making a loud whooshing sound. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Mian lifted the animal skin curtain of the ice house. He wasn't sure if it was animal skin or not, and he didn't want to investigate further. He went into the igloo. A grease lamp was lit inside the room, casting a dim light. Thick animal hides were spread on the floor, where several little savages were curled up sleeping. Near the door, there was a pile of stone tools and leftover bones, and several strings of dried meat hung on the wall next to it. These are all ordinary items, nothing of value. Jiang Mian's gaze swept across the deepest corner, and he saw a small stone platform with a giant serpentine beast sculpted from ice on it. The fact that the bracelet couldn't scan the ice sculpture's information indicates that it's of very high quality. The serpentine beast was coiled up, with a row of fine ice spikes on each side of its body, extending from its neck to the tip of its tail. Its head was raised high, its tongue flicking outwards. Its 2 vertical pupils are inlaid with amber-colored stones. It has no horns on its head, and a gray crystal the size of a fingernail is embedded in the center of its brow. The gray crystal's edges are similar to those of the cold soul stone, but it is more complex, and a faint, ethereal blue light floats within it. When Jiang Mian looked into the gray crystal, He vaguely felt as if he were being watched by some unknown entity. The feeling of being spied on was chilling, penetrating to the bone, but it didn't last more than a second. The next second, a warm power surged from his body, like the bright sunshine in March, melting away the chilling coldness. I seemed to hear a soft meow beside my ear. This must be another deity, Jiang Mian thought to herself. The Snowfield Wildman tribe is truly remarkable. They actually worship a deity. The thought that had just crossed my mind of digging out the crystals from the ice sculpture vanished without a trace. The sense of being spied upon suggests that this serpentine deity is still alive. Jiang Mian didn't have the guts to blaspheme a deity's statue. This tribe was protected by other gods, and he quickly abandoned the idea of confiscating their property. If a conflict breaks out between a tribe whose territory worships a different god, it can be considered a holy war. I should at least go back and ask Shining for instructions first. Jiang Mian was unclear about the relative strengths and weaknesses of different deities and what their relationships were, so he naturally wouldn't act rashly. If, after consulting Shining deems the serpent god a mere minor calamity, then he will face imminent doom and die, having already taken Jade Dragon as his ruler. If Shining thinks this serpent god is about as strong as she is, then her territory and this snow savage tribe will be in competition from now on. If Shining tells him that this serpent god is stronger than her, then his territory and this tribe will become friendly neighbors from now on. Chapter 81 Interrupting Spellcasting. Jiang Mian speculated that this serpentine deity was probably inferior to Shining. Even though Shining was dozens of miles away, he could suppress the power emanating from the serpentine deity through his body. If they can't even beat their home team, what else can they be but weaker? And Shining's current condition must be very bad. When Jiang Mian last met Shining, he sensed weakness in her, weakness in both physical strength and mental state. Fortunately, he did not see any signs of decay or even death. In his perception, Shining was like a tree that had been struck by lightning and felled. The trunk was destroyed, but the stump and the roots in the ground were still there. As long as the wind and rain came, it could return to its peak in an instant. She just seemed tired and unwilling to recover. Leaving empty-handed like this always leaves me feeling a little lost. Jiang Mian shifted his gaze from the serpentine ice sculpture and continued searching for anything that might be of value. He wouldn't touch the dried meat stored in the igloo unless he was sure it was actually animal meat. As Jiang Mian passed by several small snowmen sleeping on animal skins, he noticed the necklaces of animal teeth hanging around their necks. The milky white beast teeth were carved with crooked runes, which were somewhat similar to the symbols and texts in the laboratory, but with some differences in style. It's like the relationship between small seal script and clerical script. They carry the same meaning, but the same writing system evolved differently in different eras. If these snowmen knew the meaning of these symbols, they might be able to help me decipher the information in the lab documents. Jiang Mian took out a bone blade from the system's inventory, cut the rope binding the beast's teeth, and took the necklace. Children should study hard and avoid letting playthings distract them from their studies. Your brother will keep it for you. He had just taken the last necklace when one of the sleeping snowmen, still half asleep, rolled over. In its hazy vision, it saw a strange figure, food, covered in thick black clothing. The little snow-covered savage was suddenly excited by the sight of food. He opened his eyes, jumped up, and yelled loudly. Wabi wabi. It shook the other little wild men awake, then charged toward Jiang Mian while barking. When the other little savages woke up and saw Jiang Mian, their eyes lit up, and they immediately joined in. That brat. Jiang Mian picked up the little savage who was charging at the front with one hand, and then threw him to the ground like he was picking up a chick. He did the same thing again and quickly dealt with them all. The little savages were beaten black and blue and cried loudly. The cries attracted the adult snow savages outside. Upon discovering that strangers had entered their territory, they immediately grabbed their weapons and surrounded them. Jiang Mian calmly bent down, picked up a small wild man lying on the ground, and placed the bone blade against its neck. Seeing this, the other savages dared not approach, but instead stomped their feet and cursed in a language he could not understand. Anyway, Jiang Mian couldn't understand it, so she just let it go in one ear and out the other. Through his observation, he found that this savage tribe already had the beginnings of civilization, possessing emotional bonds such as kinship and love, rather than simply adhering to the jungle law of wolves. Therefore, kidnapping a small savage can force them to compromise. It sounds a lot like the villainous behavior of a scoundrel. But these are cannibals. There's no reasoning between sheep and wolves. He also didn't want a large-scale conflict with the other party. He took a step forward, but the adult savages wouldn't give way. Jiang Mian used a bit of force with his right hand to cut a gash in the little savage's neck, and bright red blood flowed out. Feeling the pain, the little wild man cried out even louder. The adult savages dared not speak out in anger and could only take a step back. Just as Jiang Mian was about to reach the exit, several adult savages couldn't contain themselves and suddenly rushed over. They thought they were so fast that their enemies couldn't react. They could quickly subdue this two-legged beast, tie it up, hang it in the fire pit to roast it into cooked meat, and then brutally tear apart its internal organs. However, Jiang Mian was faster. He spun the bone blade in his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a half-meter-long iron pipe shotgun. Bang! Gunfire erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar, and several adult savages that charged forward were instantly blasted away. This time, Jiang Mian didn't bombard their upper bodies, but instead lowered the muzzle and fired at their legs. He awaited the priest and the serpentine deity's reaction. Even so, at such close range, the enormous impact still sent them flying. Blood splattered, limbs flew everywhere, and the valley was silent like never before. All the snow savages who had just been filled with anger stood frozen in place, like statues. Among the crowd, the savage priest was the first to recover from his shock. His round eyes turned cold as he stared intently at Jiang Mian. He shook his staff and muttered incantations, preparing to chant a spell. Jiang Mian abandoned the little wild man, and a music box with a sky-blue sapphire luster appeared in his left hand. Fine cracks spread from the top to the bottom of the box, and the corners of the box are edged with silver-white metal. One corner is completely missing, revealing the interlocking gears inside. He opened the box, revealing a painting inside made of thin gemstone fragments. A black cat wearing a top hat crouched on the moon, elegantly raising its left hand with a mysterious smile on its lips as it greeted Jiang Mian. The right half of the moon seemed to have been erased by time, and the cat was missing half of its face, but the remaining eye seemed to still be alive. No matter which angle you looked at it from, the cat seemed to be staring at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian did not hesitate and wound up the music box with his fingers. The gears meshed and turned inside the box, making a soft clicking sound, like some ancient mechanism being awakened. The melody flowed from the box. The sound was faint, but very penetrating, reaching everyone's ears the moment it started. The savage priest's staff stopped in midair, his lips moved a few times, and the incantation he was about to recite got stuck in his throat. Its eyes were wide open, and the coldness in its pupils gradually faded, replaced by a blank emptiness, as if its consciousness had been sucked away by something. The chanting was too long, and the music box bound it, interrupting the spellcasting. The 8-second melody quickly ended, and by the time the savage priest reacted, a dark, black foot had already appeared in front of it. Jiang Mian kicked it in the face. Smack! The savage priest was sent flying backward, crashing into other snow savages behind him, groaning intermittently. When the snow savages saw that their priest's magic had failed, they were so frightened that they stood frozen in place, too afraid to move. Why did their gods abandon them? Throughout the entire conflict, the serpentine deity remained unresponsive. Why don't you just let me go? Why force me? Jiang Mian put away his shotgun, switched to a pistol, and fired several shots on the snow to intimidate the savages. Bang, bang, bang. The ice and snow deposited above the valley were shaken and fell with a clatter. He wanted to make these savages afraid of him, afraid of the gun in his hand. After he moved the savages from the east side of the mountain range over, these cannibals would no longer dare to target them. Chapter 82 Remains of the Previous Generation of Survivors. When Jiang Mian left the snow-covered savage camp, the snow had already begun to lessen. Some survivors emerged from the shelter to clear away the snow, while others ventured out to explore before nightfall, trudging through the thick snow. The regional channel posted an announcement in the morning saying that more resources will appear on the ground. Some people have drawn parallels to the elemental arrow towers acquired last week, which require elemental attribute gems to build, suggesting that this high-level resource may have already arrived on Earth. The snow was very deep, and the survivors didn't get very far, nor did anyone find any elemental gems. Several survivors who were sheltering at the foot of the mountain discovered several caves while exploring the area. These caves were previously covered by thick vegetation, but the extreme cold and blizzards froze the vegetation to death. Only after the vegetation fell off with the snowflakes did the cave entrances become visible. Upon entering the cave, They discovered the remains of either stone or wooden houses. After making a comparison, they found that the wooden houses and stone houses were identical in appearance and structure, and also had distinct levels. This is similar to their own shelters now, but the shelters in the caves are built against the cave walls, with only the other sides constructed. It is clearly a shelter adapted to caves. After these messages were brought back to the regional channel, other survivors immediately reported similar phenomena. These caves are all deep mine shafts, mostly filled with pure stone, with a few containing iron or found even deeper within the rock layers. Did the previous generation of survivors play a game of mine survival? I found a faded mineral water bottle in a wooden cabin, and I could still make out the words, "We do not produce water. We are just nature's porters." The words are still legible, so the water bottle must have been used recently. The climate changes very quickly in this survival world. Maybe in a few months, the bottle will look like it has been several years. My cabin is similar. The wood is a bit damp, but there are no signs of weathering. It was just breached by some kind of monster. It feels like it was only a few months ago. Did any of the previous generation of survivors survive? We haven't encountered any houses with living people yet. Do you think we'll all end up dead? The atmosphere on the regional channel immediately plummeted. When they meet people like themselves, they are initially full of expectations. If you can meet and talk with these people, you will definitely gain a lot of survival experience and knowledge. The world of survival changes every week. What surprises await in the future? Learning from the experiences of those who have gone before you is always a good idea. But as more and more dilapidated wooden and stone houses were discovered, not a single living person was found. When morale was low, someone spoke up, breaking the silence. I don't think we need to be so pessimistic. I don't know if you've noticed, but our region's development speed has always been much faster than other regions. Other regions only showed obvious signs of clustering on the 4th or 5th day, but our region saw it within 2 or 3 days. Other regions only learned today, after the monster tide, that they needed to help others in their regions to jointly resist the monster tide, while we had experts come out to help us devise strategies 3 days before the monster tide arrived. Even if this survival world is a world of 9 deaths and 1 chance, and generations of survivors may perish here, we may be the lucky ones who may create a miracle. The survivors, upon reading this relatable statement, immediately felt it made a lot of sense. Someone who could utter such profound words must be, why is it Wang Tung? Is this kid not going to cross-dress today? At Wang Tung, why don't you ask someone else to pass on my message? I was a little touched just now, but I immediately deflated when I saw your name. You might as well say that this is the golden age, where holy emperors and divine sons, immortal gods and immortal dynasties, and countless geniuses will compete for supremacy in this great age. Wang Tung, why don't you just say that you are a survivor from the previous generation, sealed in the divine source, and only unsealed in this generation to participate in the great struggle? So you're trying to find ways to praise yourself, huh? Our region has already formed cliques within 2 or 3 days. It's like Lu Sun praising Zhou Shuren here, a self-directed and self-active performance. At Wang Tung, your shelter must be level 5 by now, right? Tell everyone what materials you need to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. Wang Tang's brief display of genuine emotion was quickly overshadowed by the overwhelming news. I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but instead I was met with sarcasm and ridicule. Let me be clear, I am a survivor from the previous generation of survivors. What the hell? Everyone looks down on you, yet you're the one who's most disliked. Isn't that true? Just kidding. I have an older brother who was a survivor from the previous generation. I don't know why, but I had completely forgotten about it before. Now, seeing those pictures of dilapidated wooden houses, I suddenly remembered it. It's like some force erased all my memories of him. Wang Tung then went on to explain his perspective in detail. One day, my brother disappeared from this world. I couldn't get through to him on the phone, and I couldn't find him at his house either. Just as I was about to call the police to find him, I felt dizzy and forgot everything after that. Wait, now that you mention it, I dreamt last night that I have a younger sister who was crying and saying she was going to die, and that I had to be careful. Could that be real? Damn, I vaguely remember something too. My dad also disappeared suddenly before, but in my memory, he was taken away by the great fortune. I remember now, I used to have a boyfriend. A month ago, I found an engagement ring in my house for some reason. I thought some guest had left it behind. Damn it, where are the ruins of the previous shelter? I need to find my boyfriend. Damn, none of what you're saying applies to me. But I always have this feeling that there should be someone around me. Every time I see something interesting, I want to turn around and share it with someone, but when I turn around, there's no one there. I feel the same way as the person upstairs. Whenever I encounter danger, my first reaction is to turn around and call out a name, but I can't. I can't remember what that name is. We only remembered it today when we saw the ruins of the shelter, but we only remember the general outline. We still can't remember the specific details about that person. Maybe we'll only remember it when we actually see their shelter again. Then I should definitely go find my boyfriend. You bastard, everyone knows you have a girlfriend, so there's no need to make such a fuss about it. Outside of the regional channel, Jiang Mian had seen all the pictures of the shelter ruins, but unlike others, no vague memories arose in her mind. His parents died in an accident shortly after he was born, and his uncle raised him. His uncle passed away from cancer before his college entrance examination. His uncle had no sons, so he left his entire estate to him. During his school years, he changed schools several times due to his uncle's different work locations. Every classmate I just met would be replaced within a semester or two. Therefore, he has very few relatives or friends with whom he has any interaction. Therefore, almost at any time, Jiang Mian's mind was primarily on himself. Everyone else was just a fleeting passerby in his life. Chapter 83. Has the world changed today? Information about the remains of previous survivors also appeared in the world chat. In the West 4th District, a survivor found a broken iron pipe pistol in the ruins, loaded it with stone beads as ammunition, and before he could show it off, it exploded. In the South 2nd District, some survivors found several blazing stones in the ruins and sold them at a high price to someone who had the Crimson Flame Arrow Tower blueprint. Besides the ruins, survivors have also discovered some new species around the world. In areas that have experienced drought disasters, large numbers of mutated locust humans have appeared. They are half human and half locust, with protruding compound eyes, transparent thin wings on their backs, and serrated sickle-shaped forelimbs that can easily cut down trees as thick as an arm. In the area affected by the blizzard, a new species appeared, the snow wild man, whom Jiang Mian had encountered before. In the flooded areas, fishmen with pointed heads crawl out of the surface water. She's not the mermaid from fairy tales, with a human upper body and a fish lower body. Their upper body is the head of a fish, and their lower body is the legs of a human. After observation, the survivors discovered that these strange species were not aberrations, but were brought to the continent along with various disasters. Like these survivors, they are experiencing their own struggle for survival. In other words, these new species also face the threat of mutations and are potential targets for solidarity. The only problem is that humans and they don't understand each other's languages. And humans are part of their diet. Therefore, many survivors also feel that these new species are enemies. One survivor from the South 6th District decided to strike first. They've exploded. When they rushed over, they found they couldn't win and were eventually trapped in the stone house by the fishmen, not daring to go out for the entire afternoon. They are numerous and appear in groups. Each tribe has members who can use magic. If an ordinary survivor were to encounter this, they would simply turn and run. Back at the shelter, Jiang Mian described the appearance of the snow wild man to Lin Kuan and the others, wanting to ask if they had ever seen this creature before. The group shook their heads after hearing this, indicating that it was the first time they had ever heard of it either. Be careful when you go out during the day, those snow savages eat people. Jiang Mian gave instructions. Since crossbows were inconvenient to carry, he equipped everyone with 2 iron pipe pistols for self-defense. Yes, Lord, the group replied in unison. After the shelter expanded into territory, the group changed how they addressed Jiang Mian. How's the cave digging going? The storage room and cellar have been dug, and the wyverns are digging the exit on the other side. I'm having the skeleton soldiers help move the goods. Lin Kuan pointed to the several skeleton soldiers walking out of the main building entrance. Currently, the shelter has more than 300 sets of clothing and more than 40 sets of bedding. There are 60 or 70 boxes of long-term storable food such as biscuits and bread, more than 20 boxes of alcoholic beverages, and more than 100 pieces of dried meat. Jiang Mian put other items he didn't need, such as niche items like pillows and stockings, or items in general demand like cigarettes, on the trading platform. The items traded were stones, sand, and logs. Building roads and expanding shelters both require a lot of materials. He had thought that the items he listed in the trading area would stay listed for a long time. After all, the snow had just stopped, and the snow outside was so thick that it was difficult to pass. Unexpectedly, some people are unstoppable by wind and snow. With aspirations in our hearts, we find strength in our steps. Several cushions were bought by their respective promoters within half an hour of being put on the shelves. After finding the pillows in the trading area, no matter how hungry they were or how badly the cabin had been damaged the night before, they resolutely rushed into the woods and beside the rocks to cut down trees and mine. Their efficiency even surpassed that of the previous 2 days when they were building the defense line. Some dedicated fans, after gathering all the necessary materials, opened the trading area only to find the pillow had already been bought. Their faces flushed red, and they shouted in the regional chat, "Who the hell touched my wife? What do you mean, your wife? Is your surname Wong? Holy crap, there's a cow." Smokers are just as fast as those pushing cigarettes. Some even demolish houses on the spot just to collect enough for the value of a single cigarette. Jiang Mian was shocked and somewhat puzzled that most of the stockings, leather shoes, and skirts he put on the shelves were bought by men. What's the logic behind this? He was completely baffled. Why would a man living alone in a wooden hut buy these things? Are they all effeminate men? They are all from the land of abundance. A bearded man even messaged Jiang Mian privately, offering to give up his treasured textile factory blueprints in exchange for a few pairs of white socks and a pair of leather shoes. The textile factory blueprints were architectural blueprints found in a low-level treasure map. They could transform plant fibers into linen and weave simple clothing, so their value was considerable. The world is so big, there are all kinds of wonders. Jiang Mian readily agreed to the deal, and after receiving the blueprints for the textile factory, he immediately built 2 in the shelter. Plant fiber can be obtained by cutting grass. Although the mountains are now closed by heavy snow and the grass and trees have withered, when spring comes and the flowers bloom, the mountains and fields will be covered with wild grass. Send out skeleton soldiers to cut grass. They can cut hundreds of pounds a day. At that time, we can not only make linen clothes for more savages to wear, but also sell them to other survivors. In addition, there is a survivor with the talent of hatching eggs. After acquiring a batch of eggs, they hatch them into chicks and then list them in the trading area. 8 hens and 4 roosters. Jiang Mian bought them immediately. He didn't know how many delicious dishes rabbits could make, but he was very familiar with chickens. There are dishes like braised chicken with mushrooms, kung pao chicken, spicy chicken, Sichuan-style chicken, salt-baked chicken, poached chicken, beggar's chicken, big plate chicken, 3-cup chicken, as well as basketballs and chicken. Chicken hearts, gizzards, drumsticks, wings, and feet. One chicken can be transformed into a whole table of dishes. Chickens are omnivorous and will eat anything, making them much easier to raise than rabbits. Even if you don't specifically manage them, just designate an area, fence it off, and let them roam freely. They won't starve. However, it's been snowing outside these past few days, and these chickens are all newly hatched chicks, still very fragile. You can hold 2 or 3 of them in one hand. Jiang Mian took them to the indoor breeding farm, made a wooden cage, hung a water trough and a food trough in front of the cage, lined the bottom of the cage with dry grass, and placed it 1 or 2 meters away from the fireplace. The room with the fireplace is small, but the indoor temperature can reach 25 degrees Celsius, and it is specifically used to raise cubs. Chicks are afraid of the dark. When there is no light at night, they panic and huddle together. Those at the bottom will be trampled or suffocated. Placed next to the fireplace, they provide both heat and light, and the fireflies will spontaneously move to the side with the brighter flame, without crowding around. Other survivors don't have such a comfortable environment. These 12 chicks were on the verge of death and listless when they were delivered. Jiang Mian broke the bread into pieces, soaked it until soft, mixed it with some wild vegetable leaves, and fed it to the little guys. He has no other source of pasta now. He remembers feeding the chickens cornmeal. The corn seeds and winter rye are still in the warehouse and haven't been planted yet. Tomorrow he will cultivate another piece of land and start planting corn and winter rye. A few chicks won't eat much. They'll be enough to get through these few days. The potatoes will be ready in 2 days, then I'll cook them for them. Chapter 84: The Beginning of a Territory. If any survivors saw how these dozen or so chicks were being treated, they'd probably cry and come to the farm to be chicks themselves. The average level of everyone's shelter is still level 3, with double-layered wooden walls. Although it is not drafty, heat loss is quite serious. Even if there is a fireplace burning indoors, the temperature is only around 10 degrees Celsius. At night, you have to move your bed next to the fireplace and cover yourself with a blanket to avoid catching a cold. And the food for the little chicks: bread, wild vegetables. It's no exaggeration to say that they eat better than some people. In recent days, many people have been eating dried meat with snow. After the snow stopped, Jiang Mian was able to expand the shelter. Clearing snow is not an easy task for others. But for Jiang Mian, who has hundreds of skeleton soldiers under his command, it is just a matter of minutes. The two blacksmiths have already built more than a dozen skeleton wagons to haul away the excavated snow and dump it outside the inner wall. The process is progressing quickly. Wang Gang provided very professional experience and guidance on the expansion of the shelter. He had been to the general's mansion of the border army and knew the structure of the territory. He also understood the layout of the city's defenses. At his suggestion, the original three-story main building of the sanctuary was preserved separately as the Lord's Castle. To the east of the Lord's Castle are farmlands, breeding grounds, ponds, and a separate forge that has been moved out, while to the west are large storage rooms, armories, kitchens, and dining rooms. Further west were several rows of low stone and wood houses, forming a small courtyard where Lin Kuan and the others lived. Meanwhile, rooms for living are provided in the forge, farmland, and breeding farm. If the blacksmiths work late and need to get up in the middle of the night to check the progress of the forging, they can stay in these rooms. The altar is located south of the Lord's Castle, in the very center of the territory within the inner walls. Jiang Mian moved the aberration furnace and aberration source pool to the northwest corner, where he built several stone houses to handle affairs of the aberration territory. Aside from the skeleton soldiers who have jobs, the extra skeleton soldiers will be directly assigned by Jiang Mian to the area between the inner and outer walls. Although the buildings in the territory of devils were very useful, Jiang Mian felt that they were small-scale and not worthy of serious consideration. In name only, he is still a citizen of God. Of course, the altar of the divine building should be placed in the very center of the territory. It is worth mentioning that when Jiang Mian tried to place the statue in the cave dug out in the mountain on the north side of the territory, he found that the area was identified as a placeable area. So Jiang Mian dug a room for the statue and placed the statue of Shining inside properly. Item, idol, the Shining. Quality, see. Description, his image, his likeness. Effect, 1. Under true presence, all things are clear. You can view the loyalty and faith of everyone in the territory, and all enemies and disguises in the territory will have nowhere to hide. 2. Prayer, state your requests, your desires, all your longings. God makes no promises, but he remembers. Limited to once a week. Based on your prayer, you will receive specific divine blessings. The production acceleration effect provided by the altar over the past 2 days has been truly felt by everyone in the territory. They are extremely curious about who the Lord's God is, and who possesses such great authority and power. If there is a God who can guide them to a better life, they would not mind changing their faith and worshiping that God. From the moment they leave their former territory, everything they own will belong to their new territory and its new master. As Jiang Mian led them to pay homage to the statue, they could feel its imposing and inviolable power even through the mist surrounding it. Ancient, vast, and sacred. This is undoubtedly a powerful and righteous God. Although they could only follow the Lord's faith in whatever God he worshipped, they would naturally be more sincere if the God they worshipped was a righteous and honorable one, rather than some evil or crooked God. When asked what kind of deity this was, Jiang Mian fabricated several identities for Shanliang. The great sun has truly arrived, the Lord of daylight, the God of true vision. He is the God who rules over the day and the truth. Nothing can be hidden under the sun. His eyes can see through all falsehood. Lies are like snow meeting the sun before him. He said that the world in the daytime should be clear. Where he is, darkness has no place to stand. Having experienced spreading the doctrine among the savages, Jiang Mian became increasingly adept at crafting his stories, even convincing himself of them. What he didn't know was that in this world where gods exist, the name and authority of any god are not to be desecrated, and any god who touches or steals the power of another god will be hunted down by that god and his followers. Therefore, the world has never allowed the existence of those who steal power. It is an untouchable taboo. Even wild talk about deities can be perceived by the deities involved. When a god is angry, it brings a devastating divine punishment. And after he uttered these boastful words, no dangerous signs appeared. Lin Kuan and the others listened attentively, remembering every word he said. Wang Gang seemed to be deep in thought, and his eyes lit up. He spent half his life fighting against the aberrant beings in the darkness and mist. Aren't the titles Great Sun Arrival and Lord of Daylight the opposite of that misty world that was like the beginning of chaos? This was exactly what he had been searching for all his life. Wang Gang trembled all over, tears welled up in his eyes, and he knelt down on the ground with a thud. Great Lord of the Day, Your faithful follower bows in reverence. Wang Gang's voice trembled, but every word he uttered was firm and resounding. I have spent half my life fighting against the mist, and many brothers have died at the hands of those unseen monsters. We light torches, but the fire goes out. We raise shields, but the shields shatter. We never know when the night will end. Thank you for letting me see the light. From this day forward, I will hold your shield and draw your sword. Even if it only brings a little more light to this world, I will die without regret. His sudden, heartfelt words caught Jiang Mian off guard. After the statue was erected, he was able to sense the level of faith of anyone who believed in the Shining. The purest faith originated from himself, then from the savages on the east side of the mountains, and finally from Wang Gang in front of him. Jiang Mian blinked a few times as she looked at Wang Gang. Dude, didn't you just swear a few days ago that you believed in the guardian god of your Golden Moon territory? Are we now going all out in our acting, getting too caught up in the role? How did he suddenly become a fanatical believer? Hearing Wang Gang's impassioned oath, Lin Kuan and the others were also moved and knelt down on the ground, each taking their own passionate oath. The purity of faith offered to the idols also increased dramatically. Faith is a special thing. It is only related to the depth of one's faith and has nothing to do with race or social class. Faith is not divided into high and low, noble and base. This is why Jiang Mian cares so much about the savages on the east side of the mountains. They are truly sincere, a pure and innocent heart, without any pretense or ulterior motives. With the resources Jiang Mian left for those savages, it would be enough for them to conquer other tribes in the surrounding area. Once they recruited them all into their territory, the faith the statue would gain would skyrocket. Chapter 85 Roche Text. After everyone returned to their respective work, Jiang Mian began her weekly prayers before the statue of the deity. Great God, I love you. You wouldn't want to see your followers lack mental attack methods and then get kicked to death by the nightmare, would you? The several beast tooth necklaces stolen from the Snowfield savage territory are catalysts for activating mental magic, but require the recitation of the corresponding incantation. Jiang Mian couldn't even understand those characters, let alone chant incantations. The statue behind the mist glowed slightly, and then a white ball of light flew out and landed in Jiang Mian's hand. You have obtained the Roche Language Dictionary, 6th edition. As the halo faded, a brand new, thick dictionary was revealed. Jiang Mian flipped to the back. It had over 1,600 pages. Did the gods want him to learn on his own? Jiang Mian looked troubled. Dead memories began to attack him. Abandon, give up, discard. After a quick glance through the dictionary, he discovered that the runes inside were the same script found in the laboratory documents. This dictionary uses Chinese characters to explain the language and script of the Loxi Empire. The publisher is Loxi Empire Type 2 Human Second Cooperative. Jiang Mian had encountered this Loxi Empire once before when he went to the laboratory. It was most likely an empire from that era. The phrase, Type 2 Human Second Cooperative, also caught his attention. During the last test at the lab entrance, the crystal panel scan showed that he was a Type 2 human. At the time, he was curious as to why he was a Type 2 human. Could it be that during the era of the Loxi Empire 10,000 years ago, survivors from Earth descended here and even established their own organization? So it's estimated that there are hundreds, thousands, or even more survivors transferred from the survival system. He continued flipping through the dictionary, beginning with an explanation of the reasons for its compilation. Given the current severe lack of understanding and mastery of the Loxi script among Type 2 humans, resulting in significant shortcomings in key areas such as magical studies, divine communication, and divine analysis, and the absence of a systematic and comprehensive language reference book on the market, the second cooperative of Type 2 humans of the Loxi Empire, in conjunction with multiple academic institutions, gathered hundreds of scholars and clergy in fields such as philology, linguistics, ancient rune research, and theology to compile this encyclopedia over 4 years. This passage contains a wealth of information. Type 2 humans are the survivors. After arriving in this world, they did not understand the local language and writing system and needed to learn it, so they compiled a Chinese dictionary. Jiang Mian felt the same way. He is now also facing the dilemma of not understanding these languages. The reasons for compiling the work emphasized several key areas: magical studies, divine communication, and divine analysis. These areas should be the main uses of Roche script, or rather, its main uses for survivors at that time. He could understand magic studies. All the magical spells in this world relied on the Roche script. Does divine revelation mean communicating with deities? Does communicating with God actually require learning Rohirjian script? Jiang Mian speaks Chinese, but her communication with Shining has always been smooth. He believed that the power of the gods was unfathomable, and that they could naturally understand all the thoughts of all living beings in the world, and could also convey their own thoughts to all living things. It may not be so now. The Shining's authority seems to include the ability to see into people's hearts, which is why she can understand the thoughts of all things. Other gods might not be able to do this. This last divine analysis sounds like it has the flavor of scientific research. Does divinity refer to the nature of God? Analysis again. Those laboratories. Jiang Mian broke out in a cold sweat. He had always felt that those taboo and sinful studies were the work of unscrupulous researchers obsessed with power, but now it seemed that things were not so simple. Survivors who had traveled through time joined in, defining it as the primary use of the Rashi script for divine analysis. This indicates that divine analysis was quite common at the time, rather than a taboo, and that the entire empire was probably involved in it. This is more terrifying and more thought-provoking than the capture and study of deities by a few evil organizations. If everyone did it, then the cause was definitely not the greed of a few people. What exactly caused almost the entire empire to get involved? Is it because a deity stands against humanity? Or is humanity facing the end of the world and has no choice but to do this? The dictionary doesn't provide more details, but it immediately follows with a summary of the structure and evolution of the Roman script. The writing system of the Loxi Empire consisted of two systems. One type is pictographs, which depict the shapes of objects. A single character is a simple sketch. For example, the sun is a circle surrounded by radiating lines. Unlike Chinese characters that evolved from oracle bone script, Roche hieroglyphs seem to have a particular fondness for circles, a point even raised in the dictionary preface. The character Feng here has 4 sharp corners, while the other 4 sides are rounded. It looks perfectly round and is very cute. Lothian hieroglyphs are rigid and orderly, suitable for recording codes, contracts, and historical records, and also for inscribing magical catalyst runes. It has a major characteristic of ideographic writing systems. A small number of characters can carry a large amount of information. Because of its complexity and high learning threshold, the Rashi hieroglyphic script was not conducive to its widespread use as a magical spell after the advent of magic. Therefore, the empire promulgated a second writing system, the Rashi syllabic script. The Roche syllabic script only represents pronunciation and not meaning. The characters are twisted and distorted, like knotted ropes, and each character corresponds to a fixed vowel-consonant combination. There are far fewer phonetic characters than pictographs, totaling 72, which, when put together, can be used to pronounce any Romance word. Most magic spells are written in phonetic spelling. The caster does not need to understand the meaning of the spell. As long as the pronunciation is accurate, the magic can be guided to release the spell. Its simplicity and ease of use allowed the rosy syllabic script to successfully surpass the original hieroglyphics and become the mainstream script of the empire. Those difficult-to-learn hieroglyphs only appear in a few ancient traditional fields. 72 characters? Spare me. English only has 26 letters, and Japanese only has 50 sounds. Jiang Mian was baffled. How could the Roche syllable script be so universally praised in the empire because of its simplicity? Is it because pictographs are too difficult to learn? Great God, can't you just input this knowledge into my brain? He could learn even minor spells like starting a fire and freezing ice directly. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be impossible to instill knowledge of a language into his brain and have him learn it directly, right? Hagi-shan, are you trying to kill me with exhaustion? Jiang Mian sighed. Fortunately, he doesn't need to learn the language completely yet. He just needs to find the corresponding pronunciation by referring to the Rashi hieroglyphs engraved on the beast tooth necklace, and then memorize the spell. He only needs to learn this mental magic spell. He can learn the rest of the text later. Chapter 86 My Personal Guard. The Divine Laboratory on the eastern side of the mountain range. In the culture chamber in the center of the laboratory, the light blue solution had completely lost its luster, and the life support system had completely failed. The white cat opened its golden eyes and remained silent for a moment. In that brief moment, its consciousness pierced through the dust of countless eras, swept past the embers of the rise and fall of civilizations, and silently surveyed the upper and lower reaches of the river of time. Past, present, and future unfold before it like 3 intertwined ribbons. It crosses the present and gazes towards a corner of a future scene. It raised its front paw and slapped it on the breeding chamber where it was imprisoned. The moment the furry claws touched the wall of the culture chamber, countless fine silver runes lit up inside the transparent chamber, interconnecting to form numerous chain-like patterns. At the same time, an invisible force field emanated from inside and outside the entire incubation chamber, sealing off every particle of matter, every point of energy, and every rule. This is the pinnacle of divine analysis in the Loxi Empire over hundreds of years, and is said to be the ultimate seal capable of imprisoning all gods. No captured god has ever escaped its clutches. Now, just as it has always done, it activates its restraint mode when the gods rebel. Trillions of runes surged wildly within the force field, spinning at high speed, layer upon layer, weaving into an impenetrable cage. The white cat's golden eyes held no emotion. Its movements were quite ordinary. It simply lifted and slapped down lightly, with a force no greater than that of slapping an ant. But when that seemingly weak cat paw landed, the sealing runes were torn apart, the high-level binding force field was blown away like fog, and countless laws collapsed simultaneously in that single strike. In the beginning of chaos, a single claw split the heavens and the earth. A dazzling light erupted both inside and outside the barrier. It was the enormous energy released when the runes collided and annihilated. Soon, the dazzling light was wiped away by the cat's paw, silently. Everything returns to nothingness. All of this happened very quickly. Spiderweb-like cracks quickly filled the entire culture chamber as the cat's paw landed, and then the runes, along with them, began to shatter. Bang! The culture chamber burst, and the colorless culture medium gushed out, pouring onto the ground. The white cat licked its front paws and stepped out into the void. It was as if the wisdom accumulated over hundreds of years by the divine analysis of the Loxi Empire behind it was no different from a paper lantern in its eyes. It squinted its eyes, freely breathing in the fresh air from outside. It swung its paw forward. The metal door in front of them didn't move, but the space in front of and behind it was torn apart. A large amount of chaotic nothingness surged out of the rift, and spatial fragments peeled off from the edge of the rift, drifting slowly in the void like shattered mirrors. Each piece reflected a different scene. Some were the laboratory walls, some were the snowfield outside, and some were its own silhouette. The white cat found one of the pieces and prepared to step inside. At that moment, the prayer of its current number one believer reached my ears. The white cat searched among the fragments, then pulled a dictionary from one fragment and tossed it into another fragment containing its idol. As I prepared to step into the chosen fragment space once more, a voice from my heart echoed in my ears. The white cat's eyelashes trembled twice. It was somewhat puzzled. What is a Hagi flash? Jiang Mian spent half an hour searching for and copying the runes engraved on the beast tooth chain, and then spent more than an hour forcibly memorizing the obscure and difficult-to-read syllables. A very strange sentence. Babi bubu bibi bala, gugu laha y by babu, baba bu e. It takes about 20 seconds to finish chanting. The effect of this magic is roughly mental shock. He found a frost soul skeleton soldier with a spirit value of 30 to be his test subject. The mental attack released after chanting this spell can deal 20 points of damage to him. After multiple tests, he discovered that the damage calculation for mental types differs from that for physical spell damage. Mental type damage will first deduct mental points, causing the attacked person's mental points to reach 0. At this point, the attacked person will fall into a coma, and then suffer mental damage, which will deal damage equivalent to true damage. When Jiang Mian first encountered the nightmare did not immediately reduce his health points when attacked. Instead, he felt dizzy, which meant that his mental value had been reduced. No wonder mental magic is so hard to obtain. Attribute fruits never give out this kind of ability. Jiang Mian only began to understand the damage mechanism of mental types after learning about it. Agility and strength type aberrations generally have very low spirit values, and if they previously possessed spirit type magic, it would be a nemesis to these aberrations. He can easily deplete the aberrant's mental strength, then ignore its physical and magical defenses and deal true damage to it. Jiang Mian estimated that the magic inscribed on the beast tooth necklace was only a weak level magic. Using it would consume about the same amount of spirit as starting a fire and freezing, and it was a single target attack. Compared to abilities gained directly through attribute fruits, the characteristic of chanting magic is that it takes too long. The chanting lasted only 20 seconds, as slow as a snail's pace. By the time Jiang Mian had a basic grasp of the mental impact, the sun had already set. He glanced at the clock. It was 7:30 p.m. He was already getting impatient. Having learned new abilities, how can I not test them on the mutants? Jiang Mian arrived at the inner wall gate and quickly summoned 3,000 skeleton soldiers. Each of these skeleton soldiers was equipped with bone spears and strange leather armor, and could move like a dragon through the agile type 1 aberration swarm, entering and exiting 7 times. He designated this legion as his personal guard, which included 30 skeleton generals, each leading 100 soldiers, and 10 frost soul skeleton dragons providing cover. When we have enough materials later, we will equip some of them with skeleton horses and establish a cavalry unit. They also equipped some soldiers with crossbows or pistols, forming crossbow or musket teams to provide long-range fire support. The nightly sieges by the mutants are a good opportunity for training. Anyway, if these aberrations don't increase in level, he won't gain experience from killing them. Keep it up, little dragonfly who's good at fighting monsters. By 8:11 p.m., no trace of the mutants had appeared around the shelter. This made Jiang Mian, who was sharpening his knife, somewhat anxious. Could it be that the few hundred defenders and the mutated trees on the front line are too strong, keeping the monsters at bay? Wait a little longer. There are so many monsters. Even if we herded them all like pigs to be killed by the defenders at the front line, we still couldn't kill them all. Maybe they just took a longer route. Jiang Mian tried to comfort herself. At 8:15, the soft sound of footsteps on snow could be heard through the mist. Jiang Mian's ears perked up suddenly. They're here. My sons, follow me on my personal expedition. He raised his arm and shouted, opening the outer gate. 3,000 skeleton soldiers marched out in orderly steps, their heads held high, causing the earth to tremble. The skeleton general on horseback charged at the forefront, carrying a long spear and a crossbow strapped to his back, looking majestic and imposing. 4 of the spears were made by Jiang Mian using the tips of mutated eagle claws he encountered in the canyon. They possess 10% physical penetration and are extremely sharp. Jiang Mian also summoned 10 frost soul skeleton dragons that were digging holes, and they were distributed among the army. Because the army was too large, when more than 1,000 of the 3,000 skeleton soldiers had gone out, the agile type 1 aberration emerged from the mist. Several large-headed mutants followed closely behind, breaking through the fog. A similar, massive earthquake tremor came from not far ahead. The big-headed people looked up in confusion. Then they saw a scene they would never forget, and their short legs, which had been charging forward, slid in and came to a stop. What the hell is that? Chapter 87 Rotspore-Loving Snails. The hundreds of skeleton soldiers at the front quickly took their positions and formed 3 rows. The first row crouched, the second row half-crouched, and the third row stood upright, with the spear tips of all 3 rows pointing straight ahead. The mindless, bloodthirsty, agile type 1 aberration charged forward, only to be met by the spear phalanx. At the skeleton general's command, the first row of bone spears thrust out with a series of muffled thuds. The first few were riddled with holes and struggled to break free, hanging from the spear tips. Then, the second and third rows of skeletons thrust out their bone spears in turn, while the first row of skeletons retracted their bone spears, preparing for the next round of fierce thrusts. Several large-headed creatures charged in, swung their short, thick arms, and swept away more than a dozen skeleton soldiers. A gap appeared in the line, and skeleton soldiers quickly filled in from behind. The frost soul skeleton wyvern, following in the group, kept its eyes fixed on the few big-headed monsters. With its powerful physique, it charged ruthlessly into the monster horde, chasing after them and tearing them apart. The frost arrow towers periodically fire a frost arrow to limit the number of monsters and prevent too many from rushing in at once, which could disrupt the skeleton's formation. With the addition of skeletons, the work of the archery range and spear throwers has become much easier. They now play a supporting role, harvesting the remaining brutes on the front lines. On both sides of the battlefield, the main defenses were reinforced by armored walls, while the attacks were carried out by archery platforms and javelin throwers. This arrangement can save a lot of stone arrows and spears. After these ammunition are fired, it takes a lot of time to retrieve them, and there is a loss of several % each time. They need to be replenished continuously the next day. As the territory expands, the perimeter of the outer walls also increases, resulting in more and more areas facing the enemy. Simply increasing the number of archery platforms and spear-throwing machines would place a heavy burden on nightly defenses. Jiang Mian stood on the watchtower at the outer wall entrance, observing the performance of the skeleton soldiers. Tonight, the average level of agile type 1 aberration monsters has increased to around level 8, and the average level of elite monsters has also increased to around level 17, a significant improvement compared to the previous night. The skeletons would need to stab it about 8 to 10 times to kill the Agile Type 1 aberration, whose defense was reduced due to the burning of the holy fire. Once crossbowmen are added, this process will be even faster. He also saw the first row of skeletons being knocked away. This could happen when elite monsters charged in, or when there were too many Agile Type 1 aberrations. Tomorrow we need to make hardened shields for these skeleton soldiers so they can hold the line firmly. Halfway through the battle, a dark green beam of light shot out from the mist and struck several of the first row of skeleton soldiers. Their skeletons were immediately stained green, and then short, moss-like plants grew out and enveloped the skeletons. The roots of these small plants secrete strong acid, which quickly dissolves the skeletons of the skeleton soldiers. Within seconds, 7 or 8 people in the front row collapsed, their bones shattered on the ground, and green moss grew wildly on the broken bones, swallowing the remains as well. Jiang Mian squinted and looked in the direction from which the beam of light came. There seemed to be something moving in the mist. It was not large, floated in midair, and was moving very fast. A new monster. He took it seriously, picked up the crossbow, but didn't rush to shoot. You three, go and take a look over there. Upon hearing this, the 3 frost soul skeleton dragons converged and approached the direction from which the green light was being emitted. The monster seemed to sense the danger and immediately shot 3 beams of green light at the 3 of them. This time, because Jiang Mian had been watching intently, unlike last time when he was caught off guard, he saw the true face of the green light. That stuff isn't actually light. It's a liquid that emits a green fluorescent glow. The frost soul skeleton dragon was prepared and immediately opened its mouth to spew out icy breath, freezing the green liquid in midair. The mist was partially dispersed by the icy breath, revealing the true form of the monster hidden within. It lay flat on the snow, its body a flat, upright oval shape, covered with gray-green mold spots, with several clusters of brightly colored mushrooms standing behind it, their caps adorned with fine spore threads. At the bottom of this ugly and deformed monster, there was a clump of sticky, soft flesh, like a snail's foot, secreting wet mucus. Its head, which protrudes forward, has 2 tentacles standing upright. Beneath the tentacles is a smiling human face, grinning and laughing heartily. It seemed as if they had witnessed something very pleasant. The mushrooms on the monster's back were glowing outwards, so when Jiang Mian saw the ball of light in midair while in the mist, he thought it was another floating thing like the nightmare. It's fucking ugly. Jiang Mian was disgusted by the monster with a human face and carrying mushrooms even from a distance. The nightmare ones may look like they have low sanity, but they are naturally well-proportioned, with round or spherical shapes that have a certain aesthetic appeal. But this thing, covered in mold, dripping with a thick, dark green liquid, and with that face laughing maniacally for some reason, gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The face resembled a human face, but there was something indescribable about it. His smile was so bright, it was almost fake, almost insincere. Even the large-headed and mantis-like Agile Type 1 variants looked quite handsome in comparison. Jiang Mian controlled 4 ice arrow towers and fired 4 arrows directly at it. The eerie smiling face noticed the ice arrows falling from the sky. Its mouth grinned even wider, spitting out several streams of green viscous liquid, successfully intercepting the 3 arrows. Interception rate, 75%. The final icy arrow pierced the night, flying straight toward the eerie smiling face. Seeing that its interception had failed, the eerie smiling face remained calm. Its protruding head became smooth as if it had been coated with oil, and it quickly retracted into the mushroom shell on its back. The icy arrows struck the mushroom shells, sending up streaks of ice. The mushroom shell was incredibly hard and was not broken by the icy arrows. The damaged mushrooms shattered and released countless tiny spores, which landed on the mushroom shells and grew into new mushrooms. After being hit, the monster's information is displayed. Race, spore-loving snail, life type 1 aberration, elite. Level, 24. Life, 4772/4800, spores being recovered in progress. Strength, 24. Stamina, 97. Speed, 35. Spirit, 52. Description, a mutated creature dwelling deep within humus and mold, feeding on spores and flesh. It holds onto the smile at war in life, as if freezing its past happiness in time. The slime that the spore-loving snail had previously fired out corroded the skeletons of the skeleton soldiers, and new mushrooms grew from it. These mushrooms mature quickly, then burst open, scattering more robes. Some of these robes fly back to the main body to provide nutrients for the repair of the mushrooms on its back, while others spread outwards and land on other skeleton soldiers. They reparasitize, corrode, and absorb nutrients. So it was a parasitic seed. Jiang Mian, witnessing this scene, realized that this monster was not only tough and powerful, but could also parasitize others to obtain nutrients and repair itself. And this guy's health points, aren't they over 1 billion? 4,800? That's 1,500 higher than the level 18 Lord Nightmare. No wonder it's a life-type aberration variant. Chapter 88 Fierce Battle in the Snow. Somewhat strangely, the description of Spheropoda rotatus mentions him. Both aberrations, such as agility and strength, reveal the shape of a person. They are very likely the result of human mutations. This life-type aberration, the spore-loving snail, apart from its eerie smiling face, shows no other human-like characteristics. How does this aberration occur? It has parts of plants and parts of mollusks, a living chimera. The deformed tree induced by Jiang Mian using the source of deformity is far inferior to this rotspore snail in both ability and degree of deformity. Is the ultimate meaning of distortion that the more bizarre the distortion, the lower the sanity value, and the better? Jiang Mian secretly made a mental note of it, intending to try it later. If the spores in front of you are not dealt with in time, the scattered spores will erode your army. The king dies for his country, the emperor guards the nation's gate. He should protect everyone behind him. Plants are afraid of fire. Try using a fire-enchanted arrow. Jiang Mian raised his hand and enchanted the crossbow bolts with flames, and 3 arrows shot out with a whoosh. Without the eerie smiling face spraying water to obstruct it, the rocket, trailing an orange-red contrail, successfully struck the mushroom shell. The magical flames touched the mold, and the fire instantly intensified, emitting a sizzling sound. The spore-loving snail's smiling face remained huddled inside its shell, refusing to emerge. The mushrooms on the shell were charred black, their spores swallowed by flames before they could even fly out, and a burnt smell filled the air. The flames were clearly effective. Jiang Mian rallied the uninfected skeleton soldiers to retreat, while the skeleton dragons and skeleton generals covered the rear to defend against the aberration's attack. At the same time, he relentlessly fired enchanted rockets at the skeleton soldiers infected with spores and covered in moss and mushrooms. The magical flames touched the mushroom, instantly robbing it of its life force, and wisps of black smoke billowed out. I will remember your contributions. Jiang Mian looked at the skeleton soldiers being engulfed by the flames and said, some spores are still floating in the air, making them difficult to completely eliminate. The surrounding area was all snow, so it was impossible to start a large-scale fire. He had to quickly eliminate the source of the spores, that level 24 spore-loving snail. Jiang Mian put on a mask, lit a flame in front of it to burn away the spores that wanted to invade his body, and then rode Huang down from the watchtower. Huang spread its wings and glided at a height of 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Upon reaching the airspace above the rotspore snail, Jiang Mian dropped down several lit tubular explosives. The tubular explosive landed on the rotspore snail and exploded with a loud bang. The shockwave and noise startled the eerie smiling face inside the shell, causing the entire shell to flip over, exposing the body that had been retracted inside. Seeing this, Jiang Mian shouted loudly, good opportunity, Huang, fly back and land lower. Huang changed direction and began to dive back, maintaining an altitude of 2 or 3 meters above the ground. This distance was enough for Jiang Mian to load the shotgun with ammunition and then fire a shot at the hole in the exposed shell. Sensing danger, the eerie smiling face immediately sprayed a large cloud of green slime into the air. Jiang Mian activated the fire-starting technique, burning the clump of slime, and billowing smoke and a burnt smell rose up. A steel ball was stuck close to the eerie smiling face, exploding into a cloud of green liquid. This time, too much green liquid was sprayed out, and there wasn't enough time to burn it off. Jiang Mian slapped Huang's nape hard, and Huang spun to the side, and then climbed upwards, avoiding the splash of green liquid. Life 857. The eerie smiling face forced its way out of the shell, stretched out its tentacles to flip the shell over, and then turned and ran into the depths of the mist. Jiang Mian can't let it go. If it runs away, those spores will still be there. He commanded several skeleton soldiers to ride on skeleton horses and quickly chase after the rotspore snail. Once they caught up, the skeleton soldiers bravely jumped down, ran up, grabbed the rotspore snail, and slowed its escape. The spore-loving snail immediately sprayed out green slime, which splashed onto the skeleton soldiers and quickly corroded their skeletons. But the skeleton soldiers have no pain or feelings. They simply obey Jiang Mian's orders. Even as the mycelium penetrates deep into its arms and decomposes its skeleton, the skeleton soldiers still cling tightly to the spore-loving snail, refusing to let it advance. This was a suicidal act. As they held back the spore-loving snails, Jiang Mian chanted a spell to inflict mental shock. He intends to use psychological attacks to render his opponent unconscious. The defenses of this spore-loving snail are not impenetrable. However, if it cannot be completely destroyed in one blow, its powerful regenerative ability will allow it to rebuild its hard shell. The spore-loving snail's mental attribute is not high. It can be completely depleted through mental attacks, and then its defense can be ignored to deal true damage. As the incantation was finished, an invisible wave rushed toward the rot spore snail, penetrating its shell and striking the eerie smiling face inside. Spirit, 15. Having suffered a mental trauma, the writhing body of the rot spore snail suddenly stopped, and its movements slowed down considerably. Jiang Mian continued chanting the incantation, and the second mental shock came. Spirit, 16. The eerie smiling face winced in pain, making a sound inside its shell, but the sound wasn't a scream or a wail, it was laughter. This monster seems to only know how to laugh. That's really twisted. Jiang Mian commented, and began reciting the third incantation. Spirit, 17. After the third mental shock hit the corrupted spore snail, its struggle to break free from the skeleton soldiers' encirclement completely stopped, and its entire body fell silent. Jiang Mian continued chanting the incantation and controlled the skeleton soldiers to overturn the body of the rot spore snail, exposing the entrance to the shell. Jiang Mian multitasked, picking up the shotgun and pulling the trigger, while simultaneously unleashing a mental attack that completely destroyed its consciousness. Life 869. Life, 140. The second stage of damage was caused by the latter half of the mental shock. It dealt high-quality damage by ignoring defense, but unfortunately, the mental shock he currently possessed was only a weak-level spell. If it were a low-level mental spell, this attack would probably have easily dealt over 1,000 damage. The mushroom shell was blasted with several large holes by the projectile, and green juice gushed out. Due to the blurring of consciousness, the mushroom shell's repair speed was also greatly slowed down. Jiang Mian once again controlled Huang to dodge the splashing green liquid, circled once, turned around, and fired fiercely at the shattered mushroom shell. Several frost soul skeleton dragons had also arrived, spewing out several streams of icy breath that froze the soft bodies inside the mushroom shells. Hard objects, when hit by shotgun shells, have reduced cushioning, making the damage more significant. Life 1651. Life 1669. You have killed a level 24 rotspore snail, elite, gaining 360 experience. The current achievable level is 34. Your level has automatically increased by 2 levels, and you are now level 24. After killing the spore-bearing snail, the diffused spores slowly lose their vitality, and the remaining aberrant variants are no longer a concern. The skeleton army charged out again and wiped out all the mutants within half an hour. Jiang Mian decomposed the corpse of the rotspore snail. No bones or snail shells fell off. Instead, 3 portions of dark green dust fell off. At first, he was a little disappointed. If those renewable snail mushroom shells could be dropped and used as core defensive materials to make mushroom walls, those walls might have the effect of absorbing monster corpses and then restoring themselves. However, after seeing the effects of these 3 powders, Jiang Mian thought the drop was pretty good. Chapter 89 7 Emotions Corrosive Spores. You have obtained 6 hurting dust by triggering the talent Builder's Dream. Item, Dust of Decay. Quality, E+. Description, powder containing powerful life force. Effect, when added to farmland. Each unit of humus can upgrade 1 square meter of farmland to basic spirit soil. The note following the description of the primary spirit soil states, plants planted on primary spirit soil can grow normally regardless of the environment and season, and their growth rate is increased by 100%. By having the plant growth cycle and combining it with its growth-inducing ability, a batch of chili peppers can be grown in just 1 or 2 days. Furthermore, the plants grown on the spiritual soil disregard the environment and seasons. No matter if it's windy and snowy or scorching hot outside, and no matter the season, it can grow all year round. With this kind of soil, There's no need to make plant troughs indoors. You can plant directly outdoors. Jiang Mian returned to the house and transplanted the chili peppers and scallions from the plant trough back into the farmland. Then he sprinkled 6 portions of powder, transforming 6 square meters of land into primary spiritual soil. Spirit soil looks no different from normal soil, except that it has some specks of light. It looks like soil mixed with crystal shards. 6 square meters is still too small. Jiang Mian opened the regional channel to see if anyone else had encountered the rosacea snail. Is this survival world even human? The highest level of the mutants on the 6th day last week was only level 9 or 10, but on the first day of the 2nd week, there's a level 17 big head standing at the entrance. Be content, upstairs. There's a new level 23 monster standing right outside my door, carrying a snail shell covered in mushrooms, with a mournful face sticking out of its head. I tried shooting it with an arrow and found out this thing is called a rotten spore snail, with 4,600 HP. It probably won't survive the night. You met a crying face, but I met a face that looks a lot like my white moonlight, with a pair of bright eyes looking at me with love. What a great opportunity. Shouldn't we thank nature for this gift? The gift to your grandmother, apart from its face, was covered in pus and rotten spots, and the stench it emitted was nauseating, which directly frightened her to death. This monster is afraid of fire, has a lot of health and strong regeneration, but not much attack power. I set all the fences on fire, and it wandered around the gate for a while before leaving. Brother, that's a great idea. I'll go give it a try. This place is all snow, and my shelter doesn't have a fence to burn. What should I do? Is there another color? Jiang Mian reviewed the accounts of several eyewitnesses and discovered that, in addition to the rotspore snails he encountered, there were also 6 other life-type aberration variants: anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire. This corresponds perfectly to the 7 human emotions. With the appearance of this new monster, the survivors are no longer as at a loss as they were when Big Head first appeared. At the time, the 2 sides were vastly different in strength, but now everyone is around level 10 or 20, and they still have the equipment they used to deal with the monster tide. If a survivor like the one who set the entire fence on fire were to be encountered, the rotspore might feel disgusted, or find it too troublesome to attack the shelter, so it might wander around for a while and then leave. After all, fire can burn spores. Attribute advantages and disadvantages can be quite important sometimes. But that's all the survivors can do. Trying to kill a monster with over 4,000 lives is practically a pipe dream. Jiang Mian had fought against the rotspore snail and had figured out its various abilities. You don't necessarily have to use mental magic to deal with this monster. He used mental magic only because he was afraid the monster would escape, and he was in a hurry to kill it. In fact, you can freeze the rotspore snail by using the frostbite skeleton dragon's frost breath, then send a few suicide squad skeletons to knock it down, and then unleash a barrage of attacks on the entrance to the mushroom shell. Jiang Mian has 12 frost soul skeleton dragons here, in pairs, each with 20 skeleton soldiers and 2 skeleton generals with shotguns. That should be enough to deal with the rotspore snail. Previously, gunpowder production lacked saltpeter. Later, he found several survivors in the area who had caves near their shelters, and 3 of them could provide saltpeter. Now, his arsenal contains several hundred shotgun shells and more than 30 tubular explosives. Of course, without a mental shock, the rotspore snail can still make a hasty escape if it runs fast enough. The frost soul skeleton wyvern's mental energy is not unlimited, and it can only use its frost breath a few times. However, even if these spore snails escape, they will move on to the next survivor's shelter. When the survivors see it, Jiang Mian can simply send the same squad. After dividing the teams, Jiang Mian shouted in the regional channel, "If you encounter a rotspore snail, you can contact me. The Skeleton Legion will help you deal with it. You get the experience afterwards, and I get the monster's corpse. I just killed one. It provides over 300 experience points. With over 300 experience points, a survivor at level 10 or so can level up to level 1 or even level 2. How could they let such a good opportunity slip by?" Someone responded quickly, "Hey buddy, I've got some here. Use your army to whip me into a pulp. Something's wrong with you. Hey boss, are you selling these skeleton soldiers? I really want to buy them. That's free labor. I know I'm broke right now, but could you give me a loan in installments and give me a chance?" Some responded to the demand for the skeleton army, while others rekindled their desire to buy skeleton soldiers. The snow stopped in the afternoon. As temperatures rise and spring arrives, it will be the perfect time to meet the demand for labor. Jiang Mian still has a lot of bones in his warehouse, enough to create several thousand more skeleton soldiers. It's time to sell them. Priority will be given to materials of grade E or above. If not, we'll arrange an installment loan, and you can pay it off with stones. Upon seeing that he agreed, the survivors immediately celebrated. I'm so happy. My husband is so understanding of a good-for-nothing like me. He can repay me with stones. The boss's nickname is too long. 5-character IDs are hard to pronounce. From now on, just call him District Chief. Whether the boss agrees or not is one thing. Whether we pronounce it or not is another. That's hilarious. Does that guy think we're utterly useless? Compared to him, we are indeed somewhat useless. Holy crap. Wait. Why is this skeleton general holding a long pipe? Wait, this design looks like a shotgun. What? Shotguns that can kill one kid with one shot are here. Really? Why would I lie to you? There are 2 skeleton generals, one for each of them. The sound of that shot was really loud. It was definitely a shotgun. I sat up in shock while on my deathbed and realized that I was actually a primitive man. Has the outside world already entered the age of firearms? Even the skeleton soldiers have shotguns now? I'm so envious. No wonder the boss's skeleton army could be deployed to fight the Type 1 aberration. Their equipment is that good. Wah. District Chief, I know I've gone a bit too far, but could I borrow this gun for a few days? As a military enthusiast who's never touched a real gun in my life, I'd like to have some fun. That seems unlikely. If I were a big shot, why would I sell my most advanced weapons? Chapter 90, The Terrifying Aspects of a Builder's Dream. This survivor had a pretty good idea of what Jiang Mian was thinking. Advanced weapons should be developed in 1 generation, equipped with 1 generation, and sold abroad 1 generation. Jiang Mian sold the crossbow earlier because he had the Frost Arrow Tower in hand. He now possesses 3 elemental magic attributes and 1 mental magic, making him virtually untouchable among the survivors, eliminating any concerns about his safety. Selling iron pipe shotguns isn't necessarily a bad thing. Even if the other survivors manage to get their hands on guns, they won't be able to produce their own ammunition. Putting aside the 3 materials needed for gunpowder production, mass-producing steel balls is something that ordinary survivors cannot do. This isn't a question of whether or not we have blueprints. It's a problem of having blueprints, but lacking steelmaking equipment and raw steel materials. No one can match Jiang Mian's level of complete and powerful production chain. Even if their shelter reaches level 6 in the future, and they choose the same route as the territory of devils, they will not be able to perfectly replicate Jiang Mian's shelter. At that time, the price of mutant corpses will definitely skyrocket, and ordinary survivors will have no way to obtain a large number of mutant corpses except for the monster tide that occurs once every 7 days. Choosing the territory of the unorthodox might even slow down their development. Not everyone's shelter is next to a monster spawner. Even if they wait until the monster tide arrives in 7 days and turn all their mutant corpses into skeleton soldiers, there will only be a few dozen left. With some people mining iron or others transporting it, and still others watching over the furnace, the production efficiency wouldn't be very high. On Jiang Mian's side, there were not only thousands of skeleton soldiers supporting the entire production line. Furthermore, his talent was clearly taking effect. When iron or mining triggers Builder's Dream, the quantity will double. When iron ore is smelted into forged iron, since forged iron is also a building material, the talent will be triggered again, resulting in double the amount of forged iron. When wrought iron is smelted in a crucible and steel balls are produced through a mold, the talent will be triggered for the 3rd time, resulting in double the number of steel balls. The last piece of iron or mined here in Jiang Mian yields 8 times the amount of steel balls. This is precisely what makes his talent, the architect's dream, truly terrifying. The more times intermediate materials appear in the production process, the more their quantity increases. 2, 4, 8, 16. This will be exponential expansion. Even if other survivors buy Jiang Mian's gun, they will still need him to provide them with ammunition. Tomorrow, he will go to the hematite mine to resume mining and improve the construction of the steel production chain. Then we can continue to produce weapons and ammunition. The iron pipe shotguns will be available the day after tomorrow, Jiang Mian replied to the crowd eager for shotguns. Even if he sells now, he can't supply enough ammunition. Bro, are you really selling it? Sai, you just spoil us. Hey bro, is what that guy said true? Shotguns are considered 2nd best weapons for you. Do you have RPGs? District Chief, I encountered snow savages south of the shelter this afternoon. How should we deal with these creatures? According to the people on the World Channel, these creatures seem to eat people. Some survivors noticed that Jiang Mian was active in the regional channel at night, so they asked him questions during the day at this time. He didn't dare ask during the day, afraid of disturbing the big boss. Jiang Mian saw this person's question and replied, "Yes, they eat people. I went to their camp and saw them eating. Try to avoid them when you see them. Some of them can use mental attacks. Most of the people in the area have been filtered out by the monster tide, and those who remain have a certain survival wisdom, and most of them are people who have received his kindness." Chi Chong and his group, who were once incredibly arrogant, have already perished in the monster tide. There are very few demons and monsters among these people now. Jiang Mian was happy to offer them some assistance. "Oh, thank you for letting me know. Luckily, I didn't do anything rash this afternoon." The man spoke as if he had survived a disaster. "I haven't encountered mental attacks yet, but the pros encountered them when fighting boss monsters. The fact that the big boss told us to avoid it means that mental attacks are very difficult to deal with. This guy is incredibly brave. Not only did he run into the snow-covered savage camp, but he also watched them eat people. I've discovered that the big boss has a rather wicked sense of humor. By late at night, the few spore-bearing snails in the area had been killed. After triggering the talent, Jiang Mian obtained a total of 54 portions of humus dust, which he scattered in the farmland to upgrade it into spirit soil. After the upgrade, we should be able to harvest some potatoes tomorrow afternoon. During this waiting period, he contacted the survivor who had obtained the blazing stone. That person hadn't had time to build the Crimson Flame arrow tower yet. I have frost arrow towers here. The two types of arrow towers have similar effects. After you make the arrow tower, you need to consume attribute stones as arrow energy. You don't have many blazing stones right now, so even if you make a Crimson Flame arrow tower, you won't be able to use it many times. How about you sell me the blueprints and the blazing stones you have, and I'll give you an ice arrow tower, plus 10 frost stones." The man was silent for a moment, then said, "I have 7 blazing stones here, but I might find more later. There are only a handful of people in the world with the elemental arrow tower blueprint right now, so why can't I wait a little longer?" "Then what do you want?" Jiang Mian doesn't believe there's anything in the world that can't be bought. If so, it means the price offered is not high enough. "I've heard about the news in your area. You can create skeleton soldiers. I'll give you the aberration corpses from the monster tides, and you can create their corresponding skeleton soldiers for me. You're strong, and I trust you won't deceive me with numbers. Make a deal." The man sent 6,000 mutant corpses, indicating that Monster Tide had acquired a considerable number of corpses that night. Jiang Mian created 240 skeleton soldiers, packed them up, and sent them to him. As this person said, at his level, he naturally wouldn't stoop to embezzling a few skeleton soldiers. Eventually, someone will reach level 6 shelter and choose the territory of devils. At that time, everyone will know the conversion coefficient between bones and skeletons. When the time comes, recalling the number of skeleton soldiers Jiang Mian gave you, you'll be able to tell whether he lied or not. After receiving the skeleton soldiers, the man immediately sent Jiang Mian 7 blazing stones and the Crimson Flame arrow tower blueprints. The 7 blazing stones turned into 14 after they reached Jiang Mian. Instead of immediately building the Crimson arrow tower, he took out 10 of them and used them in the aberrant forge to create a blazing skeleton bone dragon. These 14 blazing stones are too few. Even if they were used to build an arrow tower, they wouldn't be used many times. The blazing skull dragon can unleash fire breath, although it needs to recover its energy after a few uses. However, it is a permanent fire attribute magical combat power, and it can evolve in the future through the source of anomaly to gain even stronger fire attribute abilities. Speaking of evolution, I wonder how those mutated trees on the front lines are doing. Being dozens of kilometers away, with no internet or cameras, Jiang Mian had no way of knowing what was happening on the other side. This is also a limitation of this era. Information transmission was very inconvenient. If only there were some kind of magic that could transmit sound or even images over long distances. Chapter 91: How to Achieve Level 10 Territory. Early the next morning, Jiang Mian called Wang Gang and set off to meet the wild men on the east side of the mountain range. Wang Gang served as a squad leader during his time in the army. At that time, the fighting on the front lines was intense, and many of the new recruits in the army were recruited from civilians and were basically illiterate. Wang Gang and other veterans who had received formal education were responsible for quickly teaching them to read and understand the various rules and regulations of the army. After hearing Jiang Mian mention teaching the wild people to read, he volunteered. The climate in this survival world is really unreasonable. It gets cold quickly and warms up quickly too. How is the climate in your Golden Moon territory? Is it like the no man's land? Jiang Mian looked down at the thermometer in his hand, which showed an outdoor temperature of minus 26 degrees Celsius. In another 2 or 3 days, the temperature is expected to rise back to 0 degrees Celsius. Only the uninhabited areas are like this. The Golden Moon territory is a level 9 territory, covering a radius of 100 kilometers, and the climate is relatively stable. Wang Gang stuffed cured meat into his mouth while answering. These climate anomalies are caused by the erosion of calamities. After advancing to level 7 territory, the 4 territory evolution paths will unlock corresponding buildings to resist the erosion of calamities, and the climate within the territory will be relatively stable. However, a level 7 territory is only 1 kilometer in radius, which is not very large. External climate change will still affect the territory. Once the territory reaches level 8, the Sacred Flame domain can expand to a radius of 10 kilometers, which is roughly the size of a town. Only then will the territory be qualified to fight against calamities. A level 9 territory has a radius of 100 kilometers, which is roughly the distance between every 2 survivors. The distance allocation in survival systems seems to follow this rule. Once everyone's territory reaches level 9, they will be able to border each other. Why isn't it a level 10 territory? What's the difference between level 9 and level 10? Jiang Mian turned his head and asked, "Are there level 10 territories in the world?" "No." Wang Gang answered very decisively. "A level 10 territory is the end of the evolutionary path. I heard that it requires annexing all the level 9 territories along that evolutionary path to achieve this, which is almost impossible. No territory has ever achieved this in thousands of years. So that's how it is." Jiang Mian was deep in thought. The initial distance between any 2 survivor shelters is the limit for a level 9 territory. Survivors who want to expand their territory beyond that point will have to annex other survivors. This news, once it gets out, will undoubtedly disrupt the existing balance among the survivors. Everyone is a potential future enemy of others. Wang Gang obtained the contract from a bronze treasure chest. He opened dozens of chests and only got 1 contract. However, the number of survivors is still very large, so who knows, someone might get a contract from a bronze treasure chest in the future. When they ask about future territories, they are very likely to learn how to achieve a level 10 territory. Will the alliance among the survivors and their friendships crumble by then? Therefore, he concluded, we must accelerate the development of our own territory, while also guarding against others. We've already announced that the iron pipe shotguns will be available, but that's not all for now. We need to keep a close eye on any other key advanced technologies that come up later. I have no intention of harming others, but I must be wary of them. After Wang Gang finished chewing the cured meat, Jiang Mian came to the cliff, mounted Huang, and then reached out to pull Wang Gang up as well. The weather is still very cold, especially at high altitudes. Both of them wore thick thermal underwear under their animal skin coats. Wang Gang, who was not as strong as Jiang Mian, wrapped 2 scarves around his neck, covering half of his face. Hold on tight to Huang's spine, don't let him fall. Don't worry, my lord. I used to be a paratrooper, so I'm quite familiar with high-altitude environments. Wang Gang pulled up his hood and patted his chest to assure him. Huang spread its wings, leaped off the cliff, and flew southeast, skimming the treetops. Considering the difficulty of traveling on the snowy road, and to allow the wild people enough time, the 2 of them would need to spend less time on the way there. Therefore, Huang flew very fast, and after the 2 people on his back adapted to the cold wind at high altitude, he suddenly accelerated. The treetops below receded rapidly, one after another, creating afterimages. Wang Gang's scarf was caught in the airflow and fluttered behind his head. He used one hand to hold it down while his other hand gripped Huang's spine tightly. Jiang Mian squinted, staring ahead through his goggles, the outline of the valley becoming clearer and clearer. 20 minutes later, the shadow of the gray-white wall appeared on the horizon. From a distance, it looks like broken teeth peeking out from the snow. Huang began to slow down, its wings tucked back slightly, its body leaned forward slightly, and it glided toward the ground. As Jiang Mian got closer, he saw the condition of the mutated trees. He wondered how many mutated creatures they had eaten last night. Each of them was now 40 or 50 square meters in size, and their trunks were as thick as a house, so thick that 5 or 6 people couldn't wrap their arms around them. This is indeed a great place for free-range grazing. Huang landed beside a section of hard-armored wall, and the snow spray kicked up by its wings covered the 2 of them. Jiang Mian jumped down, walked through knee-deep snow to the wall, and reached out to touch the wall. The vast majority of the hardened walls were intact, without even a scratch on the surface. The two sections of armored walls in the middle of the defensive line were partially damaged, perhaps due to the large number of monsters passing through them. The skeleton guards surrounding these two armored walls were all killed, leaving no trace of their bodies. It must have been done by the 7 emotions rot snail last night, he speculated. Skeleton soldiers cannot use fire attacks, and they are almost always countered by the 7 emotions rot spore snail, becoming nothing more than nutrients. Heavy guards tonight, including the blazing skullbone dragon that counters spores. As for the rot spore snail, we'll make sure it never returns. Jiang Mian took out materials to repair the hardened wall and turned to look at the nearby deformed trees. Dozens of deformed remains still hung in the canopy of the grove of deformed trees, entangled in cocoons by branches, not yet fully digested. I guess I ate too much last night. Did the 7 emotions rot snail not attack the deformed trees? Is it because they are all deformed plants? Jiang Mian did not see any trace of spores on the deformed tree. Maybe it's afraid of the deformed tree, Wang Gang said. The deformed tree isn't its target, it's just passing by. There's no need for it to fight to the death. Perhaps. What do you think of as ways to improve this defense line? Jiang Mian asked. Wang Gang took a few steps back, looked at the left and right defensive lines, and said, currently, the wall is not long enough, so there are many gaps in the middle. Once we have enough materials to fill in the gaps in the middle, we can make more deformed trees and place them in front of the armored wall. There will definitely be more ranged enemies like the spore slug in the future, and we should prevent them from attacking hardened walls directly. With the current strength of the hardened wall, the spore worm can corrode a large hole in it after only a few attacks. The mutated trees not only obstruct their view, but also prolong the battlefield, giving the defenders on the wall time to react. The defending forces noticed the high-threat enemy in the distance, and then focused their efforts on targeting it. Chapter 92 The Barbarians Dodeka. Wang Gang spread his arms and drew a large circle. If this is the only way for all aberrations to pass through, there will be a huge number of monsters, so we need to equip turrets with wide-area attacks. The skeleton soldiers can't handle much of the problem right now. However, our goal is simply to divert the ordinary aberrations. They can't destroy the hardened walls, so they'll definitely take a detour to save time. Jiang Mian nodded, turned back to Huang, and said, so, for those enemies that pose a threat to the armored wall, just prevent them from getting close to the armored wall. Powerful enemies like the spore-destroying snail are intelligent. When they feel threatened or in trouble, they will take a different path. That's right. As Wang Gang spoke, he climbed onto Huang's back. Huang spread its wings and flew south along the valley. The snowfield stretched out beneath my feet, a vast expanse of white that seemed to go on forever, with only occasional glimpses of black rocks scattered across it like ink dots. Continuing south, the pristine snowfields turned grayish-white after crossing a certain line. Further away, it was utter black. That was a sea frozen solid. A very niche combination of words. The sea is frozen over. The grayish-white ice surface was crisscrossed with cracks, the edges of which rose up to form ridges, as if something had arched it up from underneath. In the distance, several pieces of ice floated on the dark water, rising and falling with the surging of the deep sea, making a cracking sound as they collided with each other. It seems the large raft is no longer usable. Man proposes, God disposes. He didn't expect the extreme temperature drop to have such a big impact. Jiang Mian had Huang land near the shore. The ice was very thick, and with Huang's weight, the ice wouldn't collapse even if he ran around on it. Those savages passed by overhead, they should be fine. Walking on the frozen sea, Jiang Mian suddenly thought of the ancient humans who migrated from the Bering Strait to the Americas. What ocean? I don't know. I just saw a road and went there. Let's bring them to this side of the river today, and then let them migrate slowly into the valley later. Jiang Mian beckoned to Wang Gang, who was curiously squatting on the ice chiseling, and gave him instructions. You stay here for now, mark the way with a red cloth strip on the shore, and walk all the way to the other side of the canyon. While people don't have maps, they're fine when they're in familiar surroundings, but they might easily get lost in unfamiliar ones. After the second week, aberrations will also appear during the day, but always within the fog. As long as he avoids the fog, Wang Gang, who has a knack for criticizing others, can survive alone outside. After giving Wang Gang enough red cloth strips, Jiang Mian rode Huang Fei towards the canyon. As Huang approached the canyon, it flapped its wings and soared upwards, passing over the canyon. After passing through the canyon, the eastern side of the mountain range is a flat, white snowfield. Jiang Mian found a cliff near the savage camp and had Huang fall down. The snow covered the fields, and the savages stayed in their wooden huts, with only grayish-white smoke rising from the chimneys. When Huang landed, its 4 feet made a low thud on the ground. Only when the savages heard the sound did they push open the wooden doors and windows a crack and look out. They were immediately awestruck upon seeing the enormous creature, which was over 10 meters long. At the same time, there is endless fear. A savage cried out in panic and ran to find his chief. The chief followed him to the window and glanced outside. He was terrified when he saw the winged skeletal dragon, but the next moment, he saw a black figure jump off the dragon's back. He is a messenger of God. This is a dragon sent by the gods. The initial shock instantly transformed into a feeling of security and pride. This is the messenger of the god they believe in. With the chief's explanation, the frightened savages lowered their guard and came out of the house together. The leader was the fastest runner, rushing to Jiang Mian in a few seconds, babbling on and on with a big smile on his face. Jiang Mian looked past him and saw that the number of savages behind them far exceeded that of the last time. The leader took a stone out of his pocket, on which was drawn a large circle, 2 medium circles, and 7 small circles. Does this mean 127? Jiang Mian drew a medium-sized circle and 10 small circles on the snow, and then drew a straight line connecting the two. He looked up at the savage leader. He was asking if a medium-sized circle is equal to 10 small circles. The savage chieftain understood what he meant and reached out to add 2 more circles next to the small circle on the right. Goodness, 12. 144 plus 212 plus 7, which is 175 people. Jiang Mian was stunned. Could the house he built before really fit so many people? He glanced around at the savages behind the leader and realized there weren't that many people. The savage chieftain seemed to sense his confusion, so he drew the shape of a wooden house on the ground, and then drew a cave on the east and south sides of the wooden house. Next to the wooden hut, the savage leader drew 5 medium-sized circles and 6 small circles, which represents 66 people. The other 2 caves housed 82 and 27 people respectively. With the leader's gestures, Jiang Mian roughly guessed what was going on. The chieftain shared the news of the god with the surrounding tribes. After witnessing the miracle, many tribes were willing to believe in the god and become his children. It can build houses, make fires, and cure diseases. If it's not a god, then what is? However, the wooden houses could only accommodate a limited number of people, so the people from the 2 larger tribes remained in their caves. It seems this leader is quite capable, able to gather so many people. In the worldview of the savages, having resources means being able to control a larger population. Population is sometimes used to exchange for resources. In the savage world, a chieftain with a wooden cabin complete with a fireplace is like an aircraft carrier. Jiang Mian drew the outline of the wooden house on the ground, pointed to the wooden house behind the leader, and then drew the coastline and mountains, pointing to their corresponding locations. On the other side of the canyon, he drew an area, and then in the northwest corner of that area, he drew a larger wooden house, which was the location of his shelter. Jiang Mian drew a triangle at the location of the valley. Then he connected the cabin to the triangle with a line, and the connecting line was the route they needed to migrate. The savage chieftain didn't understand his meaning at first. He thought that the line he drew meant the same thing as the line between the medium and small circles last time, which meant equal signs. The savage leader only understood after Jiang Mian made a running motion while carrying something on his back. Then his eyes filled with tears. God is sending him to his kingdom. It's too cold these past few days, so Jiang Mian doesn't plan to relocate everyone there. A batch of strong, healthy men will be sent over to learn the written language and spoken language. The elderly, women, and children cannot endure the long journey in temperatures as low as minus 20 degrees Celsius. After some communication, the chief understood his plan, returned to the center of the savages, and explained in a babbling voice the divine message delivered by the messenger. The savages bowed their heads in reverence. Seeing that the progress of the god's evolution road had increased by another 5%, Jiang Mian was in a great mood. He waved his hand and took out another batch of clothes from the warehouse and distributed them to them. He also took out more than 10 kilograms of cured meat and asked the leader to distribute them to taste. The savages were already lucky if they could roast and eat cooked meat, let alone eat cured meat made with seasonings. They were all amazed, as if they were savoring a delicacy. Chapter 93: The First Migrants. The savage leaders sent men to the other 2 caves to inform them to select a few able-bodied young men to serve as an advance team to the kingdom of God. The savages in the two caves were filled with curiosity upon hearing of the arrival of the divine messenger. The man who came to inform them took out a piece of cured meat from his pocket and said it was a divine delicacy. The savages each tasted a little bit, and all felt that this thing should not exist in the human world. Compared to this flavor of meat, the meat they grilled before was a complete waste. After they finished eating, some able-bodied young men immediately volunteered to go with them to the wooden cabin to meet up. The tribe consisted of 175 people, with the first group of 36 migrating. If you bring enough food for one night, the distance is too far, you definitely can't get there in a day. Jiang Mian was drawing routes for 36 people on the snow. On the first day, which is today, all they need to do is cross the canyon and reach the west side of the mountains. Several bright young savages were already able to understand some of the syllables Jiang Mian spoke. For example, the word food simply means eating. For example, Jiang Mian said the words go, first day, and second day so many times that they gradually associated them with the local language. I will lead you for a while first, and once you can see the sea, you will have to walk the rest of the way on your own. On the ice near the shore, follow the red ribbons that indicate your path. Jiang Mian said, waving the red cloth strip in her hand to remind them of the symbol. On the other side of the canyon, there are several wooden cabins built for you. You will spend the night there. I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. Look around on the way and remember some prominent terrain features. When the rest of the tribe migrates, we will select people from among you to lead them. Before the migration, Jiang Mian offered a sacred prayer, inspiring these young people to yearn for God's kingdom. The young savage already had some understanding of the world. But unlike those old people who stick to the old ways, they have a certain amount of thought about nature and the divine. They will be enthusiastic, expectant, and feel that they should go out and explore. They are also easily swayed. After Jiang Mian solemnly recited some prayers praising Shining, the progress of the divine evolution path increased to 20%, unlocking the quality upgrade blueprint for the altar. The young savages looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Great, very energetic. Jiang Mian told the young savages to say goodbye to their families, then rode on Huang's back and led the way. The young savages lined up and marched forward through the snow. They all felt they were doing something sacred and worthy of praise. Their faces flushed with excitement, and they even forgot the cold weather. They put on straw sandals and set off on their journey. After walking only a few steps, my shoes were covered in snow inside and out, and my feet were frozen red, as if they would bleed if touched. But they remained enthusiastic, and after asking Jiang Mian for his opinion, they even sang folk songs loudly. Some of them simply took off their straw sandals and stepped barefoot on the snow, hissing and inhaling the cold air, while hopping and skipping. After walking for more than an hour, the group stopped to rest at the foot of a sheltered cliff. Jiang Mian started a fire, used the black iron treasure chest to cook a pot of meat soup, and distributed an iron bowl to each of them so that they could use it to drink the soup. The young savages had never seen an iron bowl before, and they began to examine it curiously after receiving it. They discovered that the iron bowl, though seemingly thin, was exceptionally sturdy, and immediately took a liking to it. These kinds of bowls used to be family heirlooms in tribes. A bowl passed down through 3 generations. The person may leave, but the bowl remains. After happily thanking the gods, the young savages gathered around the black iron treasure chest to share the soup. The warm current flowing into their cold bodies made them feel full of energy. Then, holding the iron bowl in their hands, they embarked on their journey once more. Half an hour later, the grayish-white ice layer outside the coastline could be seen. The sea is over there. Once you reach the shore, walk west until you see a canyon. There are red ribbons in the canyon that will guide you forward. Jiang Mian stood on a high ground, pointed to the grayish-white ice layer, and spoke to the wild people. The savages remembered his words and reluctantly bid him farewell, looking up to see Jiang Mian ride away on the dragon. Jiang Mian rode Huang Fei to the edge of the canyon, picked up Wang Gang, and flew to the hematite mine. The vein was covered in snow, and the brownish-red surface was no longer visible from high above. If Jiang Mian hadn't had a map in his mind, he would have had a hard time pinpointing the location of the vein at the foot of the snow-covered mountain. He released dozens of skeleton soldiers to begin clearing the snow from the mine. The iron ore in the shelter is almost depleted. It's time to replenish the reserves. Then, he walked north along the foot of the mountain and found a cave containing saltpeter at the edge of a forest. Strategic resources should still be partially controlled by ourselves. Saltpeter, besides being a raw material for making gunpowder, can also be used to make fertilizer and glass. Saltpeter absorbs a lot of heat when it dissolves in water. In ancient times, saltpeter was used to make ice to preserve food in the summer. When it's cold, you can light a fire to keep warm and add more clothes. When the weather gets hot, people can't just shed their skin, so even if he had freezing magic, he couldn't cool down a large area. Flame can be transmitted through burning. Dry wood will ignite when it comes into contact with a campfire, releasing light and heat. However, ice cannot transfer. If you put a glass of water in contact with a piece of ice, the water will not freeze on its own. When that happens, areas experiencing extreme blizzards will likely see large quantities of ice sold on the world chat. During the first week, everyone was busy upgrading their shelters and dealing with monster tides, so the requirements for survival quality were not high. Even if someone wanted to sell some ice, no one else had much to exchange for it. With the monster tide over these past 2 days, there has been a significant increase in information about exchanging hot and cold resources on the World Channel. In the Jiang Mian area, many people clear the snow from their shelters and then sell it on the World Channel, exchanging it for building materials, food, and other resources from survivors in the hotter areas. Survivors in the hot areas also want to sell the hot items in the area, such as hot sand and hot river water, but no one buys them, causing the survivors in these areas to curse the unfairness. Why should they suffer from the heat first? At this point, areas that have been hit by typhoons and sandstorms can talk about selling sandstorms. During the argument, one of the survivors revealed a shocking piece of information. He came across an abandoned laboratory halfway up the mountain. The laboratory was dilapidated, with cracked walls and broken doors. Once inside, he saw a culture chamber where the liquid had long since dried up, and the bottom was littered with the bones of some kind of fish, which looked to have been there for countless years. At first, he didn't know what this culture chamber and laboratory were, because he couldn't understand the writing inside at all. But while rummaging through the various tools in the laboratory, he found a perfectly intact bottle of reagent on the reagent shelf. The reagent is named Primary Divine Elixir, Primary Ning Shui Elixir, and its quality is grade D-. The description states that it is an elixir prepared by diluting the blood of a deity, numbered 058. The reagent's effects are even more astonishing. After ingestion, it directly grants plus 15 health and the water attribute ability, water absorption. It's worth noting that the attribute fruits obtained from bronze treasure chests don't provide such significant attribute bonuses. Chapter 94: The Debate Between God and the Indigenous People. Deity ID, Deity Elixir, greatly enhances attributes. These words drove survivors across the entire World Channel into a frenzy. It's not just because of the astonishing nature of this laboratory and the divine potion, but also because these things are independent of the treasure chest system in the survival world. This shattered their previous understanding of the world. They had always thought this was a survival world, a wilderness everywhere, where a transcendent survival system distributed resources and regulated the survival process. It's just like a game world. The ruins of those former survivors only indicate that they were from the previous batch of players. But now, someone has discovered a mysterious object that already existed in this world. There is also an unfathomable being, the gods. These fantastical beings are not part of the survival system. It's possible that the survival system isn't what we thought it was. I've talked to the farmers summoned by the contract before. Our shelter and our survival may just be part of the rules that this world operates in, presented to us in a way that is easy for us to understand. A survivor nicknamed "My daughter is really the mother my sister gave me" analyzed. This world may already be very prosperous. The laboratory that the guy upstairs mentioned was once a place where the original inhabitants of this world were able to capture gods and study them, extracting their blood to make medicines. Gods are terrifying enough, but how terrifying must it be for these indigenous people to imprison gods? Not long after he made his statement, some people raised objections. This man, a former devout Christian, was very dissatisfied with his remarks. Putting aside your thunderous nickname for now, if I were to run into you, I would definitely beat you up and then tie you to a cross to be judged. God loves the world, but how do you know that God is not selfless and therefore allows humanity to take what they want? Among the 4 major territory routes, the God's territory is a route that can stand alongside technology, magic, and anomaly, which shows that there is no distinction between the 4 in terms of superiority or inferiority. His argument was well-founded, based not only on his own views, but also on his analysis of information related to the survival system. If so-called gods are merely objects that can be manipulated at will by past technological civilizations, why place the 4 routes side by side? But that God has also been erased from history, hasn't he? My daughter is really the mother my sister gave me, she retorted. According to you, if gods are so powerful, how could they turn into skeletons in a laboratory culture chamber? The gods of this world are probably just some extraordinary beings. Gods have no form, and they can turn into fish bones. They must be powerful ancient beings. If he were truly the supreme being that some people understand him to be, he would surely live as long as the heavens. How could he have perished in a laboratory? The survivors who found the lab upstairs have taken photos of the situation inside and made them into paid photos, which they are then selling at a high price on the World Channel. The top players on the world rankings are all capable of buying these photos, and they've basically all bought them to look at. At the bottom of the ellipsoidal culture chamber, fish bones lay quietly against the glass, their surfaces dark as if they had been soaked in water for too long and then dried repeatedly. At first glance, someone who doesn't know better might mistake it for leftover bones from someone's kitchen. After careful observation, observers become engrossed in it. The fish skeleton seemed to possess some kind of magic. Its spine curved into an elegant arc segment by segment, each segment's curvature perfectly shaped, like a meticulously carved jade artifact, its form possessing an indescribable perfection. Some people think that the dark surface of the bones is just accumulated dust, and that the survivor broke the incubation chamber, took out the fish bones, wiped them clean, and took a picture. However, the survivor responded that he couldn't do it. The walls of the transparent culture chamber look like glass, but their strength is ridiculously high. Even hitting them with an iron axe won't leave a single mark. Otherwise, he would have removed the fish bones immediately. This is the remains of a god. I wonder how high its quality will be judged. Reaching S rank is not impossible. If he could obtain the divine remains, he felt that he might be able to take the top spot on the ranking list. The emperor's throne rotates. Next year it's my turn. Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? Even if he couldn't obtain the divine remains, he could still get divine potions from the laboratory, which would greatly enhance his attributes. After a thorough search, he also found yellowish-brown gemstones on the base of the table and chairs. Rock core. The rock core has been all over the place these past few days. High-level materials that can upgrade a level 5 shelter to level 6 and unlock the evolution paths of the 4 territories. Unfortunately, there are only 24, far short of the 50 needed for the upgrade. However, after this news spread, the experts in the World Channel went on a bidding frenzy, wanting to buy one from him. The survivor wasn't stupid enough to sell the key materials for upgrading the shelter. He absolutely refused to sell them. So the experts had no choice but to pack up their equipment and go out to look for a laboratory near their shelter. Whether or not the deity is divine is still up for debate, but the rock core is a truly essential material. Even if the sole purpose is to find the rock core, this laboratory is worth exploring. Several skilled players also tagged me in the world chat, asking if I had already upgraded my shelter and if I had any remaining rock cores. As for the top player, I leveled up all by myself. The experts only dared to think about how awesome I was, and no one dared to underestimate me. He was capable of producing iron and crossbows for an entire region by himself, and single-handedly ensured that the number of survivors in the region exceeded 10,000. He had already killed the Lord-level aberrations several days ago, and there were still countless skeleton soldiers under his command. Even if he came out and said he was a god, the experts would still believe him. In the past 2 days, when everyone was discussing the evolution paths of the 4 territories in detail, some people pointed out that after the opening of the territory of deviousness, it might be possible to create aberrations. Upgrading on my own allows me to create skeleton soldiers. Does this mean he has already reached level 6 shelter and chosen the devious territory route? Boss, you've already upgraded, so there's no point in keeping the extra rock cores, is there? Rock cores are so rare now. You can sell them for whatever price you want, right? Yeah, boss. Even though your nickname is, I level up alone, leveling up alone is no fun. Sharing is worse than enjoying it alone. You'll also benefit from others opening up territory evolution paths. You chose the ghost territory, while others can open spirit territories, silver territories, or god territories. Wouldn't it be better if we could exchange resources? The more these experts talked, the more convinced they became that Jiang Mian must possess a rock core. There are just enough materials for 50, and it's highly unlikely that all of them will be used up for the upgrade. According to the survivors in the lab, the rock cores were found in groups of 3 on the base of the tables and chairs, and the final number was definitely a multiple of 3. There should be 51 stones at most, so there should be 1 left in your hand. Chapter 95 The Pilgrimage. Jiang Mian currently has 144 rock cores, enough for 2 people to upgrade their shelter to level 6. Rather than selling them to other survivors, he preferred to entrust these rock cores to certain trustworthy individuals so that they could embark on other territorial evolution paths ahead of time. Silver Collar and Spirit Collar, one represents technology, the other represents magic. Both play a crucial role in the current defensive and offensive capabilities of shelters. This is an evolutionary path that allows you to gain strength early on. For example, God's territory is currently at 20% progress, but the overall improvement feels inferior to the Skeleton Soldier series provided by Ghost Territory and the Aberration Source series. The altar provides a 20% increase to all production speeds, but given the territory's current low productivity, a 20% increase is negligible. Producing 100 pieces of wrought iron and turning them into 120 pieces of wrought iron only results in an extra 20 pieces of wrought iron. If the territory level increases in the future, enabling the production of thousands or tens of thousands of pieces of wrought iron or other products of higher value, then this 20% increase will be even more valuable. The altar weakens the effect of calamity erosion, and because the current calamity erosion effect is not strong, it has little effect. In comparison, thousands of skeleton soldiers can instantly solve problems such as labor shortage and insufficient defense personnel. After evolving once, the skeleton dragon unlocks the ability to fly, greatly improving its travel efficiency. Silver Collar and Spirit Collar should also be able to provide buildings that can be developed relatively quickly. However, deciding who gets those 2 spots is a question worth considering. Survivors from other areas were directly excluded by Jiang Mian. The survivor in this area now has the ability to travel to the other side's shelter. If the distance between shelters is 100 kilometers, Huang, with a flight speed of 80 kilometers per hour, can reach other survivors' shelters in an hour and a half. He was unsure which direction the neighboring shelter was in, and with the road and defense line work underway in his territory these past few days, he didn't have the time to go out and search. Once the territory is initially established, he can consider going out to find other survivors. Survivors in other areas are unknown how far away they are, and may even be on different continents. The Emperor is far away, and the people are difficult to control and cannot be fully trusted. As some survivors in the regional chat say about the regional rankings, the fact that 100,000 people are assigned to the same region is a kind of fate and close relationship. In the event that a regional ranking emerges in the future, or a disaster requires the entire region to withstand, the overall strength of the region will be relevant to everyone. It's best to keep these 2 spots within our own region for now. Even if they become arrogant after obtaining a spot and unlocking the territory's evolution path, or even become his enemies. Even in the same area, Jiang Mian could cause trouble for the other party. It's not just casual talk on the channel, but real offline. Having a dual territory evolution path and seizing the initiative, if he still can't defeat the other territories, he might as well just kill himself. As for selecting recipients, he felt it was too early to do so in the next couple of days. Even if someone were lucky enough to find a laboratory, the probability of obtaining more than 50 rock cores from it would still be too small. The person who obtains the core of the rock will never give it up easily. Moreover, upgrading to a level 6 shelter requires several thousand stones, which is no small amount. He is currently short of stones for road and wall repairs. Therefore, Jiang Mian ignored all inquiries on the World Channel. He is very busy. After setting up the saltpeter production line, he assigned several hundred skeleton soldiers to dig stones. Once the snow melts, he must immediately finish repairing the road from the shelter to the valley. Above the valley, Jiang Mian led Wang Gang to inspect areas suitable for large-scale planting. It needs to be a flat location, close to a water source, and surrounded by open space to ensure sunlight reaches the area. Meanwhile, 36 young savages on the east side of the mountains, driven by their passion, successfully reached the sea. After walking some distance west, they spotted a striking red ribbon on the ice field. Baoji. A glimmer of light appeared in the savage leader's numb eyes, and his frozen mouth slowly opened, uttering 2 indistinct syllables. He was imitating a word that the divine messenger had mentioned many times. With no shelter on the beach and a biting wind blowing, the savages dared not linger and continued onward. The chill mercilessly stripped them of their body temperature, leaving their minds blank. The initial courage and aspirations are no longer so important at this point. The road to God's kingdom is indeed arduous. The savage leader knew that in this situation, he had to press on with all his might. If he had any thoughts of resting along the way, he probably wouldn't be able to reach the destination before nightfall. He removed the exquisite grass wreath that symbolized his leadership and tied a red cloth strip on his head. The vibrant red swayed in the wind, visually stimulating the young savage behind them. The young savages quickened their pace as they looked at the red ribbon swaying in the wind. No one spoke. Only the crunching of snow underfoot and heavy breathing filled the air. Only when the savages' eyebrows and eyelashes were covered in a layer of white frost, and the tips of their noses were frozen purple, did the chief see the second red strip of cloth. He stopped beside the red cloth strip, paused, bent down, picked up the red cloth strip that was pressed down by a stone, and patted it clean. Turning around, the chief walked to the young savage at the front and personally tied a red cloth strip around his head. The young savage was stunned. He never imagined that one day he would be wearing the same ornaments as the chief. The chieftain looked at him intently and spoke in the savage language. "We are all God's people, and God loves each and every one of his believers equally." In an instant, an inexplicable force was injected into the young savage's body. He reached out and touched the red ribbon above his head, a newfound determination in his eyes, and his steps became larger and more steady than before. Behind him, the others in the group couldn't hide their envy. They must move forward and receive their rightful red ribbon. The third red ribbon appeared not far from the canyon entrance. This time, the leader didn't take it himself, but pointed to the strip of cloth and then to the youngest man in the group. The young man's lips trembled, whether from the cold or from being moved. It was hard to tell. He jogged over, squatted down, and picked up the strip of cloth with both hands, as if he were holding the embers that the tribe had guarded every day. The chief took the strip of cloth and tied it around his forehead. The young man sniffed, bit his lip, straightened his chest, and walked to the front of the line. And so, at each of the fourth, fifth, and sixth markers, a young man would have a red ribbon tied around his neck. Those who had their ribbons tied on walked to the front of the line with firm steps, as if they were carrying out some sacred mission. As darkness fell, the group finally emerged from the ice field and stepped onto another world scattered with reefs. The scattered flickering lights stood out starkly in the dim twilight, and the young savages looked in that direction, spotting several neat wooden houses in the distance. Burning torches were stuck in front of the wooden house, flashing like navigation lights to guide them through the night. The leader stared at the firelight, a smirk playing on his lips. "I had a dream about it." Chapter 96. To conform or to rebel. The progress on the God's territory route has reached 30%, bringing your territory one step closer to the God's kingdom. The progress on the God's territory route has reached 40%, bringing your territory one step closer to the God's kingdom. The progress of the God's territory route has reached 50%, unlocking the quality upgrade blueprint. 1. For the God's territory building statue. The divine territory route is 75% complete, unlocking the divine territory building blueprint for a specific deity, sundial. Jiang Mian had just returned to the shelter and hadn't even had time to take off her coat when she saw a series of notifications on the survival system. This made him feel somewhat flattered. He couldn't understand how the progress could jump from 20 to 75. The savage leader was on his way to migrate, and would not be spreading the faith of God to convert several times more savages to the shining. Could it be that the system has a bug and has directly increased the route progress from 20% to 75%? He guessed. Similar bugs have appeared in some games he played before. For example, more gold coins were issued, or the actual price of skins in the store was lower than that stated in the announcement due to some glitch. Smarter operators will then go with the flow and retain these rewards. However, some people with questionable judgment forcibly modified the data and deducted these rewards from players' accounts. Naturally, negative reviews followed. Will the survival system take back these bug rewards? He felt a little uneasy. Upgrade all the buildings first, and then build the new ones. The sooner you upgrade, the sooner you can enjoy the benefits. Even if the system reclaims them later, it can't take back the profits I've made during this period, right? Jiang Mian immediately ran to the altar and began upgrading it. Upgrading the altar requires a small amount of stone, but even more divine materials, namely Jiang Mian's blood. After several tens of milliliters of blood were drained, a bright light burst forth from the altar. The originally rough stone surface became smooth, and a light golden halo appeared in the pure blackish gray. Several grooves appeared around the jar, with fine silver patterns embedded at the bottom of the grooves, extending outwards like the sunlight of the sun. The base of the altar was also raised, from knee height to waist height, and the platform in front of the altar used to place offerings had more intricate patterns. Jiang Mian took 2 steps back and looked him up and down. This no longer resembles a randomly piled stone platform in the wild. It possesses the ancient and sacred quality of a divine object unearthed from an ancient ruin. The altar's quality is upgraded to C+. The sacrifice effect remains unchanged, and the passive effect, the Holy Spirit never dies, the sun shines brightly, is changed to all production within the territory, including farming, fishing, aquaculture, manufacturing, and all other productive activities, is accelerated by 25%, and the effects of all calamity erosion are reduced by 25%. This increase in overall production speed can actually be enhanced again. Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised. This speed boost is unlike some survivor talents that speed up tree cutting or mining. It accelerates all production processes, a foundational multiplier. Didn't I praise Shining's authority before? And what I said was only a part of her. He was somewhat slow to realize that among all the item effects and descriptions, only the items related to Shining were the most imposing. Other items have effect names of 2 or 3 characters, and titles of no more than 4 characters. But the unique effects of Shining's altar and idol are all 8 characters long, grand, and magnificent. The Holy Spirit is immortal, the sun shines brightly in the sky. Immortality and eternity, what a magnificent image. What kind of authority is it to increase the speed of all production across the entire territory? Growth, prosperity, or the legendary time? As for time, I feel that the new sundial building is more related to it. Jiang Mian opened the construction drawings for the sundial. Ver means sun, and Gor means shadow. Together, they represent the shadow of the sun, an ancient instrument that used the sun's shadow to tell time. Making a sundial requires stones and a moderate amount of divine materials. Jiang Mian bled almost half a bowl of blood this time to meet the requirements for making the sundial. If I need a large amount of divine materials in the future, or even a huge amount of divine materials, won't I be bled to death? Why must divine material be harvested from a believer like me? As the white light faded, a stone disc appeared beside the altar. The plate stood at an angle, with a thin stone needle stuck in the center. The sun had already set, so no shadow could be seen. Item, sundial. Quality, C+. Description, the shadow cast by the gnomon. Is it the movement of light, or the relentless passage of time? Effect, 1. Observe the sun and watch the shadows, follow the seasons, the cycle of all periodic behaviors, including growth, reproduction, recovery, cooling, etc., within the territory is shortened by 20%, and all behaviors that violate the rhythm, such as staying up late, working overtime, planting out of season, etc., will be subject to a 20% output penalty. 2. Timekeeping. It is itself a timekeeping instrument. The time it records is only related to the sun and is not affected by other factors. Wait, does this mean there will be a production penalty for skeleton soldiers working at night from now on? Jiang Mian immediately expressed his dissatisfaction and protested. How could this be? How will he exploit surplus value? No, how will he produce efficiently in the future? He's after territory. The corpses of mutants killed at night cannot be decomposed at night, and treasure chests cannot be opened when you should be sleeping, otherwise there will be a 20% production penalty. This means there will be even more things to do the next day. Of the many crops he encouraged to grow, such as chili peppers and scallions, which should be planted, grown, and even matured in winter, even if there are penalties for working overtime at night, the skeleton soldiers cannot stop working. Jiang Mian was determined to go against the rhythm. Even if it's 80% output, it's still better than nothing. Humans are born to either follow the will of heaven or defy it. How can we stop moving forward just because the rules of heaven and earth do not allow it? Even gods, he must. Jiang Mian's body suddenly stiffened. This idea looks somewhat familiar. Was the divine analysis project from millions of years ago, in which humanity imprisoned the gods, based on this idea? Dissatisfied with the rules set by the gods, they wanted to break through the gods' laws. Therefore, kill the god. The rules of the gods are both protection and constraint. Jiang Mian turned to look at the sundial, reached out and stroked its surface, seemingly lost in thought. By following the rules, you can gain the corresponding bonuses. The cycle of all periodic behaviors, including growth, reproduction, recovery, and cooling, is shortened by 20%. Just as the cycle of plant growth is cyclical, so too is the time required for iron smelting in a furnace. The recovery time for consumed mental and physical energy is a cycle, and even the cool down of skills, the important attribute CD, can be shortened. The sanctuary's 3 daily true damage judgments are a skill cooldown, and the witch's music boxes, at least 12 minutes between 2 music box performances, also counts as a cycle. With a 20% reduction, the cooldowns of these 2 skills will be 3.75 true damage judgments per day, and at least 9.6 minutes between 2 music box playing sessions. If I live according to a certain routine, the cycle of each of my tasks is shortened by 20%. For example, I don't need 8 hours of sleep, but 6.4 hours is enough to meet my body's needs. Jiang Mian quickly thought of more uses for this effect, and the more he thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. My day is equivalent to 30 hours. Chapter 97 Phenomena of Calamity. However, the effective range of the sundial is limited to the territory. His shelter now covers only a radius of 1 kilometer, and it's almost impossible for him not to go out during the day. It's impossible to equate a day to 30 hours. If there were any cultivation methods or meditation techniques in this world, he would cultivate at 1.25 times the speed. We still need to upgrade the territory level. Jiang Mian didn't know if the building effects of the divine territory were inherently strong, or if it was because the deity chosen for the territory was shining spirit, but the effects of the altar, the statue, and the sundial could only be fully realized after the territory had grown. It was already night when he went to the blacksmith's workshop to check on the output of the skeleton soldier's work. A dozen minutes later, he discovered that the skeleton's output was not being penalized. Only the 2 blacksmiths in the forge suffered a 20% production penalty. The 2 blacksmiths were startled to find that several pieces of the ironware they had forged had disappeared, but they understood after hearing Jiang Mian's explanation. From now on, you should study and think about the structure of ironware at night, and start construction during the day. Jiang Mian offered them advice. It's only a little past 7, and shining is already telling us not to work. This is nothing compared to what he used to do during his summer internships, when his boss wouldn't let him leave until 8 or 9 p.m. What kind of Xiao Jiang? You're new here, how can you not learn new skills? Xiao Jiang, look how hard he works. You should learn from him. We are a group, and we should have a sense of collective honor. They didn't always ask him to work overtime. Jiang Mian could play games during that time, but he had to pretend to be sitting there working to make the leaders feel comfortable. These experiences also honed Jiang Mian's ability to play games with one hand in portrait mode. The thumb controls the cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, while the index finger is responsible for adjusting the camera angle and releasing skills. Technology is often born out of necessity, just like those experts who can fall asleep while standing and reading aloud in the morning. His eyes were half closed, his lips were moving, and even the ballpoint pen he was holding was wobbling. At first glance, it seems like they are studying diligently while reading and taking notes, but their eyes are half closed, indicating that they have encountered difficulties, which is commendable. My actual consciousness has already drifted off to sleep. Before 8 o'clock, Jiang Mian arrived at the cave behind the Lord's castle where the statues of gods were placed. Upgrading the statue required dozens of stones, and then several tens of milliliters of his blood were extracted. The quality upgrade is the same as the altar, reaching level C+, and the active effects remain unchanged. The passive effect, under the true descent, all things are clear, changes from being able to view the faith and loyalty of everyone in the territory to being able to view the faith of all believers and the loyalty of everyone in the territory. After unlocking this feature, Jiang Mian immediately understood why the evolution path of the divine realm had skyrocketed. The 36 wild men on the southwest coast conveyed a faith that was pure and sincere to the extreme. He almost surpassed him as a lord. They didn't give those people any inspirational platitudes, so was it some kind of self-help strategy? Jiang Mian stepped out of the cave and looked southwest. Just the surge in faith of 36 savages can increase the progress of the God territory's evolution path to 75%. There are still more than 100 savages behind. Even if we don't raise their faith to the level of the first 36, even if we raise it to 1/3 of their level, the progress should reach 100%. Jiang Mian had a premonition that when the progress reached 100%, he could upgrade to a level 7 territory. Looking back on all of this, it was truly an unexpected and wonderful outcome. If he hadn't felt compassion for those savages a few days ago, his progress in the divine realm would still be stuck at 5%. The progress of the divine realm requires exploration on your own, as do the other 3 routes. If no one else shares the information, this process can keep survivors stuck for a very long time. When it comes to sharing, pioneers naturally have a certain mindset. If you've been caught in the rain, You're going to tear other people's umbrellas apart. When I was feeling my way across the river, why didn't anyone come to help me? The hardships I've endured, you others must also endure them to feel at peace. Considering the dog-eat-dog world of survival, it seems we should tear other people's umbrellas apart, leaving them with nothing at all. Jiang Mian was reluctant to help others reach level 6 territory before he himself reached level 7 territory. Not to mention sharing experience in advancing territory progress. Now that I see the divine territory route is 75% complete, the question of when to help the two of them unlock the upgrade to level 6 territory suddenly becomes clear. Let's wait until he reaches level 7 first. The monster lineup remained largely unchanged on the second night, but the number of 7 emotions rot spore snails increased, with 2 appearing around Jiang Mian's shelter alone. Having learned from his previous experience, he took the initiative and led the skeleton dragons to lie in ambush at the edge of the mist. Before the 7 emotional spore snails can even emerge and release their spores, they should be immediately captured and killed. Today he has equipped the first rank of skeletons with hardened shields, which stand guard at the front of the battlefield and can directly block the advance of the aberration army. Even the big head needs to charge several times to break the formation. With ice arrow towers and crossbow-equipped skeletons watching, they had no chance. Back in the farmland, as I scattered the humus dust, a regional announcement suddenly appeared in the survival system. A calamity has occurred in the area. The coordinates of the calamity event are 00337-02436. The survivors surviving nearby are identified as 98,437, 98654, and 99453. Event description: Ancient knights' remnants wander the forest. Though dead for millennia, they still yearn to kill, but their minds have been corrupted by calamity, leaving only their most primal instinct for slaughter. You can choose to redeem them with love, or you can choose to destroy them directly. The world will remember your choice. Until the Knight's Remnant Soul incident is completely resolved, the area will be subject to a temporary calamity-inducing effect. Ancient War's Lament. Calamity's Erosion. The tragedy of ancient warfare. Level: Intermediate. Description: Those who died forgot who they were, but they still remembered how to kill the enemy. Effect: The spirit of all creatures within the area decreases by 1 point per hour. This effect doubles after 24 hours, and so on. And all natural spirit regeneration effects are disabled. Regardless of friend or foe, good or evil, all living things in the area, whether survivors, plants, animals, or mutants, will be affected by this calamity. Preventing the natural recovery of mental energy means that, under normal circumstances, mental energy will only decrease and not increase. If a person's mental state drops too low, they will become disoriented and fall into a coma. It's alright during the day, but if you encounter this situation at night, it's basically no different from a death sentence. Jiang Mian turned around and looked at the altar in the shelter behind her, feeling fortunate. The altar's effect in mitigating the effects of calamity is only truly appreciated when a truly powerful calamity strikes. But we still need to resolve this calamity as soon as possible. The coordinates reported by the calamity event were incomprehensible to other survivors, but he had a mental map and knew his current coordinates. 00125, 00237. Chapter 98. Hope for the entire region? In the 2 coordinates, the first coordinate represents the east-west direction, and the second represents the north-south direction. On the map, he could clearly see the coordinates of the calamity in the dark area, 5 degrees north of east. There are 100,000 survivors in the area, and each survivor's shelter is located in a small circular area of 100 kilometers. Based on the hexagonal tessellation pattern, Jiang Mian estimated the total area and then deduced that the actual distance corresponding to 1 in the coordinate system was approximately 300 meters. In other words, the calamity occurred approximately 660 kilometers to the north of him, but about 60 kilometers to the east. Going straight ahead, it's about 663 kilometers. The location where this calamity event spawns is a bit unreasonable. This is difficult. Jiang Mian's side. His north side is not flat land, but a continuous mountain range more than 2,000 meters high. To the north of this visible mountain range, it's unknown whether there are other mountain ranges. The highest altitude Huang could take him to was only a few hundred meters. He had never tried flying at a height of over 1,000 meters. Not to mention it's still nighttime, and the area outside the shelter is shrouded in mist. For other survivors, the location of the calamity event is simply a red exclamation mark appearing in a certain direction in front of them, like a mission location marked in the game, with the distance, km, indicated after the exclamation mark. The exclamation mark in front of Jiang Mian indicated a distance of 781 kilometers, which was farther than he had estimated. Based on this actual distance, the actual distance of one coordinate unit is 355 meters. This suggests that the actual distribution of shelters may be irregular. It's no good if everyone is too incompetent. The impact of this kind of incident is felt throughout the entire region. No one can remain unaffected. The rules and mechanisms for this kind of event are far more effective than any regional ranking system. We may not fight for collective honor, but when the collective ship is sinking, no one will be calm. The survivors in the entire area are united. Jiang Mian opened the regional channel to find the nearest survivors. After the incident announcement popped up, the survivors in the area were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. I knew things had calmed down a bit these past couple of days, and sure enough, this survival world wasn't holding back any good news. They stopped putting on an act the very next day. The mental value attribute is not only related to the power of magic, but also to the level of mental clarity. Before, when my mental value dropped to 3 points, I almost fainted. From what you're saying, isn't this the SAN value? I put all my points into strength and not a single point into spirit. It's not even 30 yet. At this rate, I'll be unconscious in a day. The one that boosts spirit isn't much better either. After 24 hours, the effect of spirit depletion doubles, and most importantly, natural regeneration is disabled. The most urgent thing is to resolve this calamity as soon as possible. This damn event shows that the distance between me and this place is 2,569 kilometers. I can't get there even if I run myself to death. This distance is farther than the distance between Beijing and Urumqi. Is 2,569 kilometers far? Then what is more than 10,000 kilometers? That's a third of the equator's circumference. Are numbers 98437, 98654, and 99,453 still around? You are the closest to them. Quickly check how far away they are. If they are close, our area will crowdfund equipment for you tomorrow morning to resolve the issue. Indeed, whatever you need, I will do my utmost to help. The impact of the disaster was so great that even Wang Tong, who had been busy building his island in the middle of the lake, started to get involved. A few minutes later, the hunters, who rarely spoke in the regional channel, also spoke up. If you handle this well, you'll have plenty of food and clothing. If any 7 emotions rot spores or big heads appear around your shelter tonight, just say so. Don't just die there without saying a word. Survivors numbered 98437, 98654, and 99453, who were previously inconspicuous and practically invisible in the area, were suddenly thrust into the spotlight today by a calamity event. They had never been treated like this before. The hopes of the entire region rest on them. They are in danger, and the whole region will suffer. The entire region should fawn over them. What business alliance leader, what stubborn hunter, do they still have to be humble and subservient when they meet them? Survivor number 98437 was incredibly pleased to see that the other survivors were treating them like saviors, and immediately typed in the area chat. This calamity sounds incredibly powerful. Perhaps the remnant soul of that ancient knight is at the Lord level. I need to get the shotgun and the attribute fruit that provides magical abilities right now. Give me a few contracts too. Also, my shelter is only level 3 right now. I need to upgrade it to level 5 tonight. Or what if I die tonight? Also, I see some people haven't used the annexation orders from the last few waves of monsters after the last monster tide. Give them to me now, and then I want a few pretty girls to come to my shelter. He listed these demands, and the other 2 survivors followed suit. Besides the same request as number 98437, they also remembered other requests, mainly targeting Jiang Mian. And I'm leveling up alone. I saw someone in the world chat talking about rock cores during the day. You must have some, right? Give me 50 so I can upgrade my shelter to level 6. Give me 10 of each of your skeleton generals, skeleton horses, and skeleton wyverns. No, 20. These are essential for dealing with the remnants of knights in the calamity event. You must have those elemental arrow towers too, right? Give them all to us, along with your other items and materials. If we die, or if we can't defeat the remnants of those knights from the calamity events tomorrow, you won't have an easy time either. After they spoke, the regional channel became unusually quiet. Some people couldn't stand these people taking advantage of the chaos. It was utterly shameless. But then I thought, if these people can't resolve the calamity, the entire region will suffer, and he himself will have his spirit wiped out and die. If I upgrade on my own, truly fails to meet these people's demands, he will also stand up and criticize them when his mental state is almost zero. What can you do when your life is in someone else's hands? I'm sorry to the boss, but there's nothing I can do about it. Nobody wants to die. And if someone is that capable, once they get through this hurdle, they'll probably be able to make a comeback. However, everyone remained silent. Because the big shot didn't say a word from beginning to end. They are no longer the naive young people they once were, easily swayed by rumors and gossip. Let the bullets fly for a while. The words of the big shots are the true indicators of the trend. They could hardly imagine the power of the big shots. What if they go all in now, and then some powerful player manages to solve the calamity event with some amazing method? Wouldn't they become the clowns? 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 5 minutes later, 2 bright words appeared on the regional channel, expressing one's thoughts directly and freely. Idiot. Chapter 99. Launching coordinates to other survivors. The entire area of over 10,000 people was staring intently at those 2 words. They had considered that the big boss might compromise, reason with them, or use other methods to suppress the 3. I never expected the big shot to criticize them directly. Was the big shot too impulsive? They knew these 3 were annoying, but without them, how could they fight off the calamity? On the island in the middle of the lake, Wang Tung saw Jiang Mian's statement, and his face showed an expression of "I knew it." Although he didn't know exactly why it happened, it just so happened. Without hesitation, he instantly transformed into a top-ranked Han Xian player and joined the team at lightning speed. The district chief's mental attributes are higher than yours. Even if you don't go to resolve the calamity, you will be the first to die. How dare you threaten others? Inside a stone house whose roof had been damaged by localized hail, a young girl repaired the hole while keeping an eye on the news on the local channel. When she saw the unreasonable words of numbers 98437, 98654, and 99453, her face turned red with anger. What were you 3 doing when the monster tide arrived 2 days ago? What is the boss doing again? Surprisingly, no one in the entire regional channel immediately refuted or criticized them. She was furious and was about to type something when a loud, muffled sound came from the snow-capped mountains behind the house. Unlike the sound of the aberrant swarm stomping on the ground, this sound came from a wider area. It was a rumbling, muffled sound rising from the ground, as if something enormous was tumbling inside the mountain. The noise grew louder and louder, even shaking the dust off the roof. She paused for a moment, dropped the stone in her hand, and leaned out the window to look outside. Under the moonlight, a white expanse was moving down the distant hillside. At first, it flowed like a gentle stream, but a few seconds later it turned into the surging yellow river, whipping up a sky full of snow and mist. This is avalanche. Zhou Xinghua made a bitter face, immediately closed the window, and then ran to check the windows of other rooms. Large chunks of ice and pebbles tumbled down the slope in the snow fog, snapping with a crack when they hit tree trunks and thudding against hardened walls. The front of the avalanche flew over the armored wall and crashed into the stone house wall, causing the entire level 4 stone house to shake slightly. She shuddered and curled up in the corner, covering her head with her hands. Don't be afraid. As long as we get through today, everything will be all right. As Wang Tung joined the group, the members of the business alliance began to attack the 3 people one after another, but they controlled the intensity of their attacks and did not attack too aggressively. After learning of Jiang Mian's attitude, the hunters could no longer restrain their attacks and immediately began to hurl insults at him. The 3 were somewhat bewildered by the sudden change in everyone's attitude within minutes, and asked in response with a mixture of confusion, resentment, and anger. What do you mean? Don't you want to live anymore? If it's too difficult, then let's not do it. We might as well die together. What are you all pretending for? Do you really think that upgrade alone method can handle calamities? The distance between shelters is over 100 kilometers. Let alone that distance. How many of you have ever walked more than 50 kilometers from a shelter? Probably no one in the whole world, right? This calamity is only a few dozen kilometers away from the 3 of us, and the 4th closest person is probably 200 kilometers away. What Chi Chang and his group said on the channel before was right. No matter how powerful he is, can he grow wings and fly away? He's just going ahead. Why are you all treating him like your father? Honestly, even without this calamity, I could survive on my own in the 2nd week. I'm not afraid of any joint sanctions you might impose. Come and fight me if you dare. The 3 of them grew angrier the more they thought about it. Why were all these people speaking up for me leveling up on my own? Jiang Mian, the protagonist of the incident, quietly read the words of the 3 of them, especially the sentence, "Can he grow wings and fly?" Then he looked up and glanced at Huang, who was dozing in the courtyard. I originally thought that traveling more than 700 kilometers would be too troublesome and the road would be difficult, so I decided to send the skeleton army to assist those who were nearby. Now it seems unnecessary. He waited until the three men finished venting, then said quietly, 00337, 02436 are the coordinates of the calamity event, and also the coordinates of the three of you. He didn't make any direct threats, nor did he continue to berate the three of them. His words were somewhat puzzling when read for the first time. It wasn't until the second or third time that everyone gradually realized what was going on. When a calamity occurs, what is presented to everyone is not only the coordinates of the event location, but also the coordinates of the nearby survivors. Judging from what the big boss is saying, is he going to personally go to those coordinates and settle accounts with those three idiots? That doesn't seem very realistic. It's so far away. Does the big shot have a helicopter at home? There's no electricity yet, so how could it fly? Don't forget that the big boss is following the route of the territory of devils. Who knows? The big boss might have some kind of creation like a skull wyvern or a skull eagle. If you know so much, why are you only saying it now? What were you doing for those last 5 minutes? I already said it was just a possibility. I didn't know if the big boss could resolve the calamity, but now it's pretty much confirmed. Hindsight is 20/20. Some were happy while others were sad. Survivors numbered 98437, 98654, and 99453, after seeing everyone's explanations, felt their frustration dissipate, replaced by fear and regret. They're just talking big. How can you really fly? In everyone's eyes, I leveled up on my own, is a calm and meticulous person. No one would believe that the other party's warning was a joke. Even those numbered 98437, 98654, and 99,453 felt they could see people in the sky above the shelter tomorrow. No, it's more likely an army of aerial skeletons. Number 98437 trembled at the thought of that scene. His mind raced, and he replied, "Boss, no need for you to come in person. We can handle these small matters." I was a bit drunk earlier, so I spoke a little harshly. Number 98654 hurriedly echoed his words. "I just got punched on the head by Big Head, so I'm a little dizzy. I'm just talking without thinking, so please just take it as a joke." Not bad, not bad. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm not speaking very sincerely today. No one believes what they said. The sharp-tongued hunters added insult to injury. Why don't you say the bracelet was stolen by a monkey, and the monkey sent the message? If you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to fear. Hey bro, I don't know the coordinates of my shelter right now, but if I did, I'd definitely send them to you. Come over to my place. I've been making spicy rabbit heads these past few days. Come join me for some big shot. District Chief, if you have time, come to the island in the middle of the lake and give me some pointers. Let me learn your methods. Chapter 100: The Emperor's Personal Expedition. Wang Gang. Tomorrow morning, you take the hang glider to the coast and bring those 36 savages to the valley. I have some business to attend to in the north. Jiang Mian gathered the people in the territory together and assigned tasks for the next day. The potatoes will all be ripe by tomorrow. We can transport them to the cellar in the cave for storage. We won't need to feed the chicks bread anymore. We can just boil the potatoes, mash them into a paste, and feed them to them. Lin Kuan nodded, then asked, "My lord, what should we plant next in our fields?" Last night, 54 square meters of farmland were transformed into spirit soil. Tonight, Jiang Mian expects to be able to transform at least 100 square meters of farmland into spirit soil. He will also collect humus dust on the World Channel. Before planting tomorrow, he should be able to transform all of the more than 400 square meters of farmland into spirit soil. Once it's all turned into spiritual soil, crops can be grown out of season. If you plant all the corn, how much land can that bag of seeds plant? 1,000 seeds should be enough to plant about 200 square meters. The rest can be planted as wheat. Let's plant wheat and leave 34 square meters to grow some vegetables. The valley's farmland is still under construction, and the wild people haven't fully migrated over, so there's no way to open up large-scale farming. The destructive effects of draining the pond to catch all the fish are devastating for the savages who live by hunting. Fortunately, the potatoes grown in Jiang Mian were enough to sustain more than 100 wild men for 1 or 2 weeks. The other wild men who were not protected by Jiang Mian are probably in for a terrible time. The number of wild animals in the area has plummeted to 1/10 of normal levels, making it too difficult for them to survive. This is also an opportunity for Jiang Mian. The wild men may have some food reserves from the past few days, but as the effects of draining the pond to catch all the fish continue, they will face the risk of starvation in just a few days. At this point, the savage leader was sent out to spread propaganda among other tribes. It doesn't mention the glory of God or the greatness of God. Just a simple sentence. God can feed them. Food is the most important thing for people, so when the time comes, there will surely be a great response. The night passed quickly, and Jiang Mian woke up at around 4 o'clock in the morning. The sundial's rhythmic effect shortened his sleep cycles. He opened the World Channel and bought the corpses of the humus dust and the 7 emotions rot spore snail. Not all survivors have the idea of farming. In some regions, the survivors belong to a maritime civilization before their journey, a small country with a small population, where the idea of doing business was deeply ingrained. Let others do the farming. If they want food, they can just buy it. Other areas now have only a few thousand people, and there isn't that much food demand, so naturally even fewer people want to farm on a large scale for profit. Exploration outside the home is gradually becoming the mainstream. If you're short of food, you might find some in a treasure chest. Therefore, Jiang Mian easily gathered enough humus dust for all the farmland. In addition, he found the world tree, sent her the basic mental recovery potion, and collected some raw materials for her. The tragedy of ancient wars prevents the natural recovery of mental energy. Mental recovery potions are sufficient. On the second night, calamities broke out in almost all areas, but most of them were low-level calamities, while a few were mid-level. The calamity in the area where the world tree is located is caused by the remnant soul of an ancient kingdom princess suffering from the calamity, unable to sleep peacefully, and needing someone to come to her side and sing her a lullaby. The erosion caused by the unresolved incident is not very severe. On this sleepless night, all survivors in the area are prohibited from sleeping. Staying up for a few nights is a punishment far less severe than losing mental energy in the Jiang Mian region. Arriving at the farmland, Jiang Mian scattered all the humus dust, handed the glider to Wang Gang, then boarded Huang's back and headed north. In his system inventory, there was a legion of 3,000 skeletons. 300 skeletons were equipped with crossbows, 50 skeletons with iron-barreled shotguns, and over 100 skeletons with hard-armored shields. The group also included a dozen or so Frost Soul skeleton soldiers who had previously consumed Frost Soul stones, as well as the only blazing flame skeleton bone dragon. Jiang Mian wanted to see what that remnant soul of the ancient night was. As Huang spiraled upwards, its wings struggled against the airflow with each flap. When it reached an altitude of about 800 meters, its wings began to become a little unsteady. It wasn't that I felt tired, but rather that the chaotic and rapid airflow from above the ridge was blowing Huang from side to side. Jiang Mian patted Huang's neck, signaling it to move closer to the ridge and fly close to it, where the wind would be less. The altitude quickly exceeded 1,000 meters, and the forest became sparse, with dozens or a dozen trees clustered together in small groups. Larger rocks appeared, some with sharp edges, some long and narrow, in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Huang continued to ascend, skimming the slope as it approached the summit. The sun rose behind us, casting its rays down and making the snow-covered earth shine brightly. Beyond the snow-capped mountains lies a large river, clearly visible even from 2,000 meters above the ground. Jiang Mian estimates the river to be several hundred meters wide. A layer of grayish-white ice covered it, with dark cracks running through it. The river meanders from the southeast, making several sharp turns before extending northwest to the horizon. To the north of the Great River lies another long mountain range. This mountain range is not as high as the one where the Jiang Mian shelter is located. Its highest peak is only about 1,300 to 1,400 meters. When Jiang Mian flew near the mountain range, he saw a wooden house enclosed by a fence on the ice field at the foot of the mountain. There was a small black dot in front of the cabin, moving towards the nearby woods. The little black dot was in a hurry and didn't notice the flying dragon high in the sky. Upon arriving in the forest, the survivor looked up as he selected a tree to cut down, only to see a yellowish-brown dragon soaring high in the sky. He quickly raised his wristband and took a picture of the sky. The distance was too far, so the yellow dragon in the photo was a bit blurry, but its general outline could still be seen. Isn't this the legendary skull dragon? Last night, the big shot said he was going to meet those 3 idiots in person. Is he actually going now? He opened the regional channel, found I leveled up alone, and sent a private message to Jiang Mian, asking if he could post the photos to share. After receiving permission, He couldn't wait to post the picture in the channel, along with the caption. This time, a king has truly descended from the heavens. The people in the area had just woken up and were still half asleep when they saw this headline on Tushio. They were all awakened. Holy crap, the big boss really went. Isn't this the same skeleton wyvern from before? Why does it have wings now? That's so cool. I want to be a dragon knight too. Numbers 98437, 98654, and 99453. Can you still speak now? Since the big boss is going, it means the distance between them can't be thousands of kilometers. The big boss's number is 100,000, which isn't much different from the other three. Does that mean people with similar numbers live very close to each other? That makes sense. These people are all numbered close to 100,000, which is roughly in the southwest corner of the coordinate system. I estimate that the numbering starts from the northeast corner, so number 00001 is in the northeast corner. The big boss must be in the southwest corner. Is this guy really that careless? Doesn't this just expose his location? Even if someone's shelter is built right next to yours, would you dare to cause trouble? Don't make your district chief laugh. Right now, he's the only person in the whole world who can ride a dragon around. Why would he be afraid of revealing his coordinates? Chapter 101. Above the sky, clouds, and sea. On the island in the middle of the lake, Wang Tung leaned back leisurely in a deck chair. Since the merger order was issued, there are now more than 40 people in his shelter. They handle most of the affairs, big and small, so he has a lot of free time. When he saw the picture of a flying dragon in the sky on the regional channel, he couldn't help but feel envious. When I Upgrade Alone sells flying skeleton dragons in the future, he must buy 9 of them, and then have a bronze coffin made so that the 9 dragons can pull it. At that time, he will sit alone on the ancient coffin, proudly facing the heavens, leaving only his back to all living beings. Sigh, they're so capable, but they don't know how to enjoy life. Wang Tung lamented that if he had the ability to level up on his own, he would have been the undisputed leader in the region for eternity. In the World Channel, each region has its own unique organization. Some regions have very strange organizational structures. Some of these organizations were founded to fulfill certain personal desires, while others sought to vent the repression of the survival world, coming up with countless bizarre and wonderful ideas. In the East 2nd District, a survivor nicknamed Nascent Soul Old Demon established an organization called Qingyun Sect, assigning various elder and disciple positions to its members according to their abilities and ranks. They renamed the talent levels Sabdef to things like Heavenly Spiritual Root and Top-Grade Single Spiritual Root, and renamed items of various qualities to things like Superior and Mid-Grade Magic Artifacts. Hundreds of people enjoyed themselves, calling those of the same level fellow Taoist, those of higher level senior, and those of lower level ants. Survivors in the West 4th District are divided into 2 factions, angels and demons, who have each chosen a level 9 angel and a demon with the 7 deadly sins. On one hand, there is the pursuit of truth, goodness, and beauty. On the other hand, there is the pursuit of a wild and free life. The 12 experts from the North 2nd District joined forces to establish a Tarot Elders Council, distributing different masks to each member. They held video conferences every night while wearing masks, which made everyone quite nervous. They used deformed skulls to make bone lamps, and somehow obtained phosphorus, which produced eerie blue flames when lit. They hung 2 lamps, one on the left and one on the right, on the background wall behind each person's seat. They really understand the atmosphere. It seems like these ducks, having spent so much time in this survival world, have become somewhat mentally unstable. Perhaps some people are deliberately trying to let loose. If you were just an ordinary person before time travel, working a 9 to 5 job, and you're still just an ordinary person after time travel, then what was the point of time travel? Live for today, for no one knows whether death or tomorrow will come first. The pictures of Jiang Mian on the regional channel were updated for a while, but then stopped. He rode on the chariot that had already crossed the mountains north of the Great River and arrived at the boundless alluvial plain. Looking around, a dozen or so major rivers, comparable in size to the previous one, traversed the plain from east to west. If the snow hadn't yet melted, Jiang Mian would likely be able to see a scene of lush grass and abundant cattle and sheep on the plains at this time. The vast snowfield receded beneath my feet, and a faint black silhouette gradually came into view on the northern horizon. The phantom was enormous and hazy, like a black texture that the Creator had affixed to the edge of the world. It is the shadow of the mountain, rising from the horizon like the roof of the world, stretching across the sky and earth. Huang flew for 2 hours, but the Black Mountain Phantom didn't become much clearer than before, indicating that the distance between the two was still very far. However, the ground level began to rise slowly, and low hills could be seen everywhere. The overall altitude is rising. Jiang Mian and Huang's flight altitude also rose accordingly, leaping into the clouds. The surrounding landscape has also been completely transformed. The sea of clouds surged beneath my feet, like a boundless white ocean. In the ocean, huge waves move slowly, like clusters of clouds. The rippling blue waves are like scattered clouds. The sea of clouds grew denser and denser, obscuring the view below. Jiang Mian could only determine his current location by looking at a map. He squinted, surrounded by a thick white mist all around him. Perhaps it was because I was a little tired from the long journey, but I could faintly hear a low, muffled sound, like the beating of a drum. 5 seconds later, he heard the muffled sound again. They came from all directions at the same time, and their source could not be determined. One after another. It was very rhythmic, like something breathing slowly deep in the clouds. Jiang Mian became wary. There were no other living people above him. What kind of creature could be making the noise? Can you really farm monsters high in the sky? Huang began to tremble slightly, every bone vibrating with the rhythmic muffled sound, and the ghostly fire in his eye sockets flickered frequently, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. Jiang Mian leaned down, sensing Huang's emotions. Compared to those skeleton soldiers, Huang, an advanced creation that has undergone one evolution, already possesses a rudimentary personality. It has emotions, is curious about the outside world, and will play around with weaker, deformed variants, kicking its big head like a ball. But now, the emotion it conveys is fear. A fear that comes from the depths of one's soul, a fear of encountering a higher level of life. There is great terror here. This was so terrifying that he couldn't even feel it. Only Huang could resonate with this and issue an early warning. Jiang Mian pressed down on Huang's back to soothe it, and at the same time, made it slow down its flight speed. Could there be even more powerful skeletal creatures lurking in these clouds that could terrify the skeleton dragon? That shouldn't be the case. Skeleton creatures are also a type of mutated creature. Logically, they should be in the mist during the day. Besides, it's only the second week. How could there be something in the wild during the day that Huang feels fear without even seeing it? This is a no man's land, and it couldn't possibly be a skeleton creation from the eerie territory of the native inhabitants of the survival world. Jiang Mian closed her eyes and glanced at the map. He had already flown over 600 kilometers and was less than 100 kilometers away from the coordinates of the calamity. Could it be the work of a calamity? But could the remnant soul of an ancient knight cause such a phenomenon from tens of kilometers away? Even a mid-level calamity event, with some remnant souls, can easily cause upheaval dozens of kilometers away. These are practically gods, aren't they? The deep, muffled sound grew louder, indicating that he was getting closer and closer to the terrifying creature. Let's not take that risk. It's not good to fight at high altitudes. You can't deploy buildings or skeletons. Jiang Mian told Huang to stop and prepared to take a detour. Just as we changed course and flew eastward, a crack suddenly appeared in the clouds. Through the cracks in the clouds were towering mountain peaks, and above them hung 2 dazzling golden suns. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the calm sea of clouds suddenly became restless. Blue-purple lightning bolts shot out from the gaps in the clouds, one after another, arcs of electricity stretching thousands of miles, splitting half the sky into pieces. The sky had completely changed color, turning as black as ink. The wind rushed in from all directions, carrying rain and ice crystals that lashed Jiang Mian's face. But he dared not move. He saw the 2 dazzling golden suns move. That wasn't the sun. Those were 2 enormous eyes, bursting forth with boundless power. Golden vertical pupils emerged from the depths of the clouds, looking down at him, at the tiny human who had intruded into its territory. Jiang Mian then realized that the black thing was not a mountain peak at all, but the body of the golden-eyed creature. Those jagged rocks, seen from a distance, are like dark scales on its massive body, layer upon layer, stretching to the horizon of the sea of clouds. The gnarled roots clinging to the crevices of the rocks atop the mountain are not those of a sturdy pine. They are clearly the towering horns of a dragon. There are indeed no skeletons in the sky. There are far more terrifying creatures here. A true dragon. A living, real dragon. Chapter 102 Black Dragon in the Clouds. If a skeletal dragon can feel pressure to its very core, then it must be a true dragon, right? Jiang Mian never imagined that such a thing existed in this survival world. What happened to the promise that daytime is relatively safe? Where's the safety? The appearance of such a colossal creature in the area, without even a word from the survival system, shows that the remnant souls of those ancient knights are nothing but trash in front of a true dragon. On the other hand, there's always a way out. Since the survival system didn't mention this behemoth, it might mean that it's not an enemy of humanity. The survival system will still mention creatures that directly target survivors, such as mutated creatures. The original savages, and the new species that emerged later, were not entirely opposed to humanity. It's just that there are people in the recipe. The mutated creatures don't care about anyone. They relentlessly chase and kill the survivors. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian managed to calm herself down, and her held breath began to stir. After calming down, he noticed details on the body of the black dragon in the cloud sea that he hadn't seen before. Many of its scales were covered in scars. Some were split into several pieces, possibly cut by some sharp instrument, with the edges of the scales curled up, revealing the grayish-white periosteum underneath. Some of them were completely sunken, as if they had been hit by something, leaving a pit several meters wide. With that caliber, if it were hit by a shell, the explosive yield would be enormous. The largest wound was below the neck, a long, perfectly clean slit that stretched from the chin all the way to the chest. Jiang Mian couldn't fathom what kind of sword or blade could have caused such a long and neat wound. Images of laser weapons cutting things up flashed through my mind. He stared at the wound for a few seconds. The black dragon noticed the hint of sympathy in his eyes and immediately let out a muffled groan. Powerful air currents dispersed the clouds and waves, whipping up towering waves that crashed against Jiang Mian and Huang. Huang was overturned by the airflow and tumbled back and forth in the storm vortex. Jiang Mian gripped his spine tightly, feeling dizzy and disoriented, his goggles fogged up. He felt a wave of nausea rising in his stomach and wanted to vomit up everything he had eaten over the past few days. The wind howled, lightning flashed wildly in the vortex, and the clouds surged and churned like a plowed field, turning up deep furrows. The golden eyes were obscured by thick clouds, and the black dragon's figure disappeared. The storm continued, and the blaze kept turning. Then it fell from the clouds. Jiang Mian had to accept a reality. His plane crashed. After swirling around in the air countless times, once the airflow subsided slightly, Jiang Mian immediately retrieved a fully inflated hot air balloon from the warehouse, put Huang away, and then gripped the edge of the balloon's basket tightly with both hands. The basket was tilted by the residual airflow, and he was hanging on the edge of the basket, with hundreds of feet in the air below. Jiang Mian freed one hand, grabbed the burner valve, and turned it on. The moment the flames erupted, the balloon inflated, the basket sank sharply, and then returned to an upright position. Jiang Mian took the opportunity to climb into the hanging basket, clutching his chest and panting. The air currents gradually subsided, and the hot air balloon slowly rose, drifting steadily. Jiang Mian stood up from the hanging basket and looked up at the top of the clouds, but the dragon was no longer visible. He started spewing insults without saying a word. What kind of temper does this dragon have? He even felt sorry for the other person's many wounds. Judging from its majestic appearance, one might mistake it for some noble creature. That's how unpredictable his personality is. It's not as good as one of his Chronos pills. Powerful, yet gentle. As the saying goes, the highest good is like water, which benefits all things without striving. If he hadn't had so many props, he would have fallen and nearly died today. Be more careful when you travel in the future. No, I should avoid traveling this far in the future. Jiang Mian decided to return immediately after finishing dealing with the remnants of the ancient knight's soul. This world is too dangerous. He felt he had to play it safe until he reached level 10 territory. He wasn't even sure if he could roam freely in a level 10 territory. Like this black dragon atop the clouds, with its mountain-like size, it seems that even missiles would be useless against it. Big is good. It's like a pistol. A bullet hitting a person can cause serious injury, but hitting a mountain is like nothing at all. Now that dragons exist, it's not surprising that phoenixes and unicorns are also appearing. This world is still too terrifying. Every time he tried to become arrogant, a powerful entity would appear and strike him hard. This will make him more cautious and discreet in the future. This black dragon must also be a god. Jiang Mian then summoned Huang again, letting it fly in the air for a while to clear its head. The gods in this world are all in the form of animals. There are cats, snakes, fish, and dragons now. There might be plants too. After hovering in the air for a while, Huang's mind cleared up, and he flew back to the hot air balloon. Jiang Mian climbed onto its back, put the hot air balloon away, and then headed towards its destination dozens of kilometers away. After he left, golden light shimmered among the clouds, and a dark shadow swirled around, retracting its outstretched tail. The calamity occurred in a forest. A chilling wind howled through the forest. Although it was daytime, visibility was extremely low, as if the sky were veiled. Jiang Mian jumped off Huang's back and stepped into the snow. He's in a really bad mood right now and desperately needs to vent his frustrations on a bunch of unlucky guys. Before that, he wanted to test the level of the remnant soul of the ancient knight. If it was strong enough, he would bully it relentlessly. If not, he would turn around and run away. 10 skeleton soldiers, you're all suicide squads. Don't bother with any equipment. Just charge in and go for it. Jiang Mian summoned 10 skeleton soldiers and sent them ahead to scout the situation in the forest. With a large number of skeletons, he no longer needed to go in himself. Come back in 10 minutes, if you're alive. The 10 skeleton soldiers nodded and ran into the forest one after another. The sound of branches breaking echoed through the woods, one after another, growing ever more distant. Jiang Mian stood in the snow, listening intently. At first there was some noise, a clicking sound, like skeletons rampaging through the tree branches. About 2 minutes later, the sound stopped. 8 minutes later, the skeleton soldiers did not return. Jiang Mian frowned and released 10 more skeleton soldiers, this time equipping them with bone shields and bone spears. Jiang Mian also imbued the bone spears with magical flames. Go in and check, don't get separated. If you can't fight them, run away and come back to report first. The skeleton soldiers lined up and marched into the forest in an orderly fashion. Less than a minute later, a series of loud metallic clanging sounds came from inside, indicating a fierce fight. 3 minutes later, all 6 skeleton soldiers ran back. 3 of them were missing an arm, and their hardened shields were covered with shocking scratches. Physical damage, but isn't this a remnant soul? But even if these skeleton soldiers can run back, even in the most pessimistic scenario, I can still escape if I can't defeat them after I go in. Jiang Mian gained confidence and summoned a legion of 3,000 skeletons from the warehouse. All troops attack. Encircle them. Chapter 103 The Last Night. At Jiang Mian's command, the skeleton soldiers, skeleton generals, and skeleton dragons stomped their feet in unison, creating a deafening sound. The skeletal dragon led the way, slapping down trees with its claws, shaking off the snow piled high on the canopies. Behind them, shield bearers, crossbowmen, spearmen, and shotgunners followed closely, stepping on tree branches and snow. Jiang Mian sat on Huang's back in the center of the group, keeping an eye on the surrounding movements. The dense forest suddenly cleared out at a certain point, revealing a clearing with a dead tree struck by lightning standing in the center. A dark figure stood beneath the tree. The figure had a strong silhouette, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. His left hand hung at his side, while his right hand held the hilt of a sword stuck in the ground. He knelt on one knee, head bowed and silent. The atmosphere around them was somber and tense. As you step inside, you can almost hear the shouts of battle and the crisp sounds of weapons clashing. The remnant soul of the night sensed the presence of enemies around him, slowly rose, and looked up behind him. He was surrounded by an endless horde of skeletons, with shield bearers crouching in the front and crossbowmen, spears, and incomprehensible black iron pipes pointing at him from the back. Among the enemies are towering dragons. A trace of sorrow flashed in the eyes of the knight's remnant soul. He was all alone again. Edwin, Roland, Isolde. They had crossed mountain ridges together, waited for dawn together in the rainy nights, and made a promise to attend Ed and Kardashian's wedding after the war. When foreign invaders attacked, they went to war together at the king's call. Amidst wind and rain, the mournful sound of bugles and fallen banners, the ugly feet of the lizardmen trampled on the commander's face. The princess was entrusted to him, the only survivor. He was enraged, he fought, and even when he was severely wounded and lying on the ground, he would still bite off a piece of his enemy's flesh. The knight clutched his head, trembling, overcome with pain. Imprisoned, is he about to fight a desperate battle again? His flickering crimson will-o'-the-wisps of light suddenly hardened, as if he had made a firm decision. Feel the pain. An insatiable fighting spirit ignited within him, materializing into dark red flames that continuously soared into the sky. Jiang Mian, sitting opposite, was completely baffled. Why did this boss immediately activate its hidden second phase upon seeing him? The next second, the remnant soul of the night drew his sword. Dark red flames rose from the blade, and Jiang Mian could feel the power contained within those flames even from dozens of meters away. He swung his sword horizontally, and the first row of skeleton shield soldiers instinctively blocked. A long, thin crack was cut into the hard armor of the shields, and flames burned in the crack, shooting in and setting the skeleton soldiers behind the shields ablaze. The skeleton soldier struggled for 2 steps, its skeleton quickly blackening and shattering in the firelight, scattering across the ground. No, something's definitely not right. Is this harm justified? That was a hardened shield. It was sliced open like tree bark. Furthermore, this dark red blade does not deal magical damage. If it's magic damage, when the flames hit the hardened shield, they will ignite the entire shield, causing it to shrivel like a plastic bag thrown into flames. This phenomenon always occurred when he attacked the aberration with enchanted fire. The fact that the hardened shield now only has cracks is clearly a result of suffering high levels of physical damage. But this thing is a remnant soul, which should be similar to the Void Nightmare. How can it be used for melee physical damage? He was a knight before he died, and he will remain a knight after he dies, right? Jiang Mian ordered the crossbowmen to begin firing, and dozens of bolts streaked past at the speed of light, all heading towards the knight's remnant soul. The knight neither dodged nor transformed into a phantom to evade the attack like the Nightmare one. He stood firm, advancing instead of retreating, and wielded his sword to meet the rain of arrows. Ping ping pong pong. The sword danced in a blur, each strike precisely hitting the arrowhead and sending it flying. No arrow could get past the circle of his sword. Awesome. This is incredible. Jiang Mian stood up involuntarily. He had seen many monsters, some relying on brute force, some on trickery, and some on sheer numbers to overwhelm their opponents. Jiang Mian only saw bloodlust and brutality in them, but today he saw something different in this knight. The will that can truly be called a battle or a duel. The arrows were only 2 or 3 centimeters long, yet the knight struck them with such precision with every strike. What incredible skill that must have been. While the technology was certainly commendable, what moved Jiang Mian the most was that this guy didn't use any of his monster abilities from beginning to end. Even when he turned into a calamity, he remained steadfast in seeing himself as a human being and as a knight. Sigh, I can't even stand using a shotgun. How can I use firearms to fight a knight? Unfortunately, I have no conscience. Musketeers fire. Fighting with all your might is the greatest respect you can show to the enemy. The crossbowmen retreated in unison, exchanging positions with dozens of skeleton soldiers wielding shotguns behind them. At the same time, shield soldiers from other positions ran over to repair the defensive line and protect the attacking force behind them. Shotguns deal area of effect damage, and the knight has no chance of blocking them with a slash. Just as he expected, dozens of shotguns fired simultaneously, and steel balls rained down like a storm. The knight's sword continued to swing, still precise, still too fast to see. But there were too many steel balls, and some kept slipping through the net and hitting his armor. Dark red flames spewed from the cracks in the armor, sparks flying everywhere. The knight was pushed back 2 steps by the impact, only regaining his footing when his longsword plunged into the snow. His soul had faded considerably, but he did not collapse. He staggered to his feet as he faced the second round of fire. Bow your head, bend over, and draw your sword. He was completely surrounded by flames, burning fiercely. He pushed off the ground with both legs, blasting a crater in the snow, which then transformed into a streak of fire that traced a straight path as it crashed directly into the line of skeleton shield soldiers. The shield was cleaved open, the skeleton was knocked away, and the skeletons along the way scattered and crumbled like scarecrows. He pierced through the shattered shield wall, knocked down the second rank of musketeers, and with a horizontal slash of his sword, cut 3 skeletons in half at the same time. Without pausing or turning, he stepped over the broken bones and shattered weapons scattered on the ground and slashed straight at Jiang Mian on Huang's back. Jiang Mian narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a certain mental fluctuation in the knight. The opponent must have used some kind of mental magic to enhance themselves, launching a desperate, all-or-nothing attack. He immediately wound up the music box, and a soothing and tranquil melody flowed out from the box, spreading outwards. The knight, burning with life force to unleash a deadly strike, suddenly froze, his eyes clearing for a moment. This familiar melody, this peaceful tone. This is the princess's music box. Who is Princess HM? His eyes began to become cloudy again. The princess is someone he would risk his life to protect. The flames on the knight's body were extinguished instantly. He planted his sword in the ground, and then knelt down on one knee in the direction of the music box. Chapter 104 Ancient Alchemy. Huh. Why aren't you playing by the rules? Jiang Mian, who was originally on high alert, was completely stunned when she saw the remnant soul of the knight kneel down. What kind of sword technique is this? He just can't understand it. Brother, where's your chivalry? Did you just kneel down because you couldn't beat them? The knight remained silent, bowing his head respectfully. 1 second, 2 seconds. The 8-second melody abruptly stopped. The knight froze, then looked up blankly at the music box in Jiang Mian's hand. The music box is broken. Yes, even you were damaged in the war, and the princess is long gone. An endless sorrow surrounded the knight, and as a spirit, his own emotions were infectious to others. Jiang Mian noticed the sadness and looked down at the music box in her hand. The melody stopped, and the knight did not launch another attack. This means that the knight's interruption of the attack was not entirely due to the music box's binding effect. The opponent may recognize the music box. The music box was obtained in the Jiang Mian area, and the knight's remnant soul also spawned in this area. It's not impossible that the other party knew about the music box before. Is this knight the knight from the kingdom full of flowers mentioned in the music box description? No wonder the other party stopped attacking, since he possessed the princess's music box. Jiang Mian then remembered a line from the description of the calamity. You can choose to influence them with love, or you can choose to destroy them directly. The world will remember your choice. Calamities are not necessarily resolved by direct destruction. If the other party is the princess's knight, he might be able to avoid battle, or even have a chance to subdue the knight's remnant soul. There's no other reason than that the opponent's combat strength is too great. After he used some kind of enhancement skill, the knight's soul's stats looked like this. Race, Cataclysmic Remnant Soul, Lord. Level, 30. HP, 6566/12600, plus 4,800 due to Desperate Struggle status, plus 3,000 due to Knight's Will status. Strength, 145, plus 24 due to Desperate Struggle, plus 36 due to Knight's Will. Stamina, 84, plus 15 due to Desperate Struggle, plus 20 due to Knight's Will. Speed, 75, plus 15 from Desperate Struggle, plus 20 from Knight's Will. Spirit, 62, plus 12 due to Fight to the Death. Status, Last Stand. Moved by memories of past desperate situations, Knight Simon unleashes unparalleled power, lasting 10 minutes. Knight's Will burns life force to enhance attack and speed, losing 500 life points per second until death. Description: if you hadn't awakened some of his memories from his past life, he would still be a ruthless machine only capable of killing. With a strength of over 100, no wonder it could cleave through a hard-armored shield. Wild monsters, after unleashing the forbidden technique of burning life force, may never recover. But domesticated monsters are different. Jiang Mian can provide resources like the Source of Mutation, which can empower mutated creatures, making them stronger and more evolved. Healing is naturally a given for them. Jiang Mian memorized the name Simon, then took out the Luo Shi Language Chinese Dictionary, 6th edition, and temporarily looked up the pronunciation of the two characters. It is unclear whether the era of the Loxi Empire is the same as that of the princess and the music box, but compared to Jiang Mian directly saying the word Simon, the Loxi script, being an older script, is undoubtedly more likely to be understood by the remnant soul of the knight. After a moment of mental preparation, Jiang Mian closed the book, picked up the music box, and said in a deep voice, "Knight Simon, would you like to come with me to find the princess?" Rosie's words. Whether the princess is dead or not is not important. Anyway, the knight didn't have many memories. He was already quite confused. After all these years, only a remnant soul of the knight Simon remains. The princess's ashes have probably turned into various minerals and returned to the biosphere's material cycle. The big tree next to him might even contain carbon elements that were once inside the princess's body. If the princess isn't dead, then it fits his words perfectly. Let's go search for her together. According to fairy tales, in this situation, the princess should lie quietly in the crystal coffin and wait. Wait a minute. Lying in a crystal coffin? Jiang Mian recalled the dark, shadowless underground cave of the Black Cat Laboratory, where a cold-feeling coffin lay on a certain path, and inside there was indeed a warm corpse. The music box was also obtained from that coffin. Could she be a princess? Hearing Jiang Mian's clumsy words, the remnant soul of the knight regained some clarity in his eyes. He shifted his gaze from the music box to Jiang Mian. He felt a sense of familiarity with this person. The other person was speaking a language he was familiar with, although it sounded like a dialect from some remote place to him, but he could still understand some of it. He heard his own name, and the princess's name. Let's find the princess together? Knight Simon has forgotten many things, and he wants to regain those memories. After wandering aimlessly in the forest for millions of years, he finally met someone he felt close to one day. He agreed to the other party's request, stood up, and bowed to Jiang Mian. You have resolved the calamity event, the tragedy of ancient war. You chose to redeem the remnant soul of the ancient knight, gaining the favor of the ancient kingdom's will, but also incurring the wrath of calamity. Your contribution to the calamity event, Ancient War's Lament, is 100% in the event assessment, and you will receive all rewards. You have obtained the designated bronze treasure chest 1, the ability Swordsman Mastery, the alchemical artifact Distant Void Realm, the ancient kingdom's gift of the alchemical technique, Blazing Stone Synthesis, and the basic level of calamity aversion. You are the first survivor in the world to resolve the calamity event, earning the title Enemy of Calamity. Can the original attribute gems be used to synthesize blazing stones? The process is considered ancient alchemy. Jiang Mian was overjoyed when he saw the alchemy recipe. Obtaining a large quantity of attribute gems had always been a problem, but now that he had the recipe, everything seemed to have a new turning point. He opened the alchemy recipe, his eyes scanning the text on it. The blazing sunflower only grows on sunny mountain slopes with plenty of sunshine. Its petals are pale gold, and its stamens are slightly red. It must be used within 3 days of being picked. The primordial source, a pure magical catalyst without any attributes. The morning dew, collected from the leaves of sun-facing plants a moment before sunrise, must be contained in jade or glass containers and must not come into contact with metal utensils. The recipe text is indeed in Chinese characters, but Jiang Mian can't understand the required materials. What is the blazing sunflower? And what is the primal source? The last drops of morning dew seem collectible, but it's snowing now, there are no plant leaves, and no dew at all. It feels even harder to find than blazing stone, he complained. Chapter 105 The Primary Aversion to Calamity. The ability Swordsman Proficiency allows Jiang Mian to master the use of a sword as easily as using an limb. The alchemical creation, Vast Void, is a magical item inscribed with spatial magic. The effect is instantaneous teleportation within a 10-meter range, and it can only be used 3 times. In critical moments, this will be a lifesaver. The title, Enemy of Calamity, has the effect of knowing the coordinates of a calamity event 1 day in advance, and not being allowed to tell others. This title gave Jiang Mian more time to prepare for future calamities. Finally, the calamity granted Jiang Mian a special state. Special status, Basic Aversion to Calamity. Quality, C. Description, Calamity does not abhor cold-blooded enemies, no matter how powerful they may be. Rather, it abhors anything that can destroy itself. Effect, Curse of Evil. Each time you gain Calamity Erosion, you will gain an additional Calamity Erosion of the same level. Additionally, you will be more likely to attract the aggro of mutated creatures. After this special state appeared, Jiang Mian immediately received a Calamity Erosion. Calamity's Erosion, besieged on all sides. Level low. Description, the sounds of war horns rise from all sides. Amidst 1,000 peaks, long trails of smoke rise as the sun sets on the lonely, closed city. Effect, at night, any creature surrounded by enemies from at least 2 directions deals 10% less damage and moves 10% slower. The effect increases by an additional 50% for each additional direction of encirclement. Attract the aggro of mutated creatures? Being surrounded reduces attack and movement speed? Is there really such a good thing? Jiang Mian was delighted. Other survivors would have a terrible headache if they encountered the besieged on all sides calamity. Once surrounded, generally from 4 directions, the damage dealt is reduced by 20%, and the movement speed is also reduced by 20%, which has a significant negative impact. 5 days later, there will be another monster tide. If we have to endure the besieged on all sides debuff, our chances of survival will drop even further. This effect is classified as a basic form of calamity erosion, possibly because calamity assumes that survivors currently have shelters of level 5 or lower. Everyone was simply surrounded. But for Jiang Mian, surrounding him? You are the challengers. If the number of monsters remains the same during the next monster tide, it will be 3,000 to 600, a 5-fold difference in troop strength, giving us the advantage. Apart from the monster tides, After the frontline defenses were established, the number of monsters that could rush to the vicinity of Jiang Mian's shelter at night was not much anymore. In the past few days, he has been buying up Big Head's corpse and stones from world and regional channels, and repairing more than 2,000 meters of the gaps in the hard armored wall of the front line. They can repair about 1,000 meters a day, and in another week, they will be able to repair the 10-kilometer defense line. At that time, very few monsters will be able to come near his shelter at night. Jiang Mian nodded to Knight Simon, then withdrew the skeleton army, and the two shook hands and made peace. As they shook hands, a dark red flame floated from Simon's hand to Jiang Mian's wrist, transforming into a flame icon that was imprinted on her skin. He felt a connection with Simon, somewhat like the connection with the skeleton soldiers, but not quite the same. For example, he cannot directly control Simon, but he can directly and forcibly control the skeleton creations. It's getting late, let's stay at a friend's house tonight. Those three were making quite a racket on the regional channel yesterday. It would be a real shame if he didn't go and acknowledge their hard work. Of course, he also wanted to test just how strong the effect of primary aversion to calamity was in attracting monster aggro. When it comes to testing the effects at home, why would you feel more at ease testing it at someone else's house? Simon sheathed his longsword and followed Jiang Mian to Huang's body. It's more accurate to say that he was floating on Huang's body than standing on it. A soul is weightless. Huang took flight, soaring above the forest, where the surrounding scenery below was laid out before him. The forest is situated on a plain, surrounded by low hills. Head south first. Jiang Mian randomly chose a direction and looked down. On the edge of another forest, he saw a wisp of smoke rising from a chimney. In this weather, the survivors are all indoors with fires burning, and the smoke drifts into the sky, making them easy to spot. Controlling Huang to fly downwards, Jiang Mian picked out a black hooded coat from the warehouse and put it on. Soon, he saw a wooden house with snow piled up on the roof so thick it was about to break the beams. Several sharpened wooden stakes were stuck around the wooden house, forming a crooked circle that served as a fence. Jiang Mian had Huang land in the distance, and then walked over through the snow. Simon floated behind him, like a faint shadow. The door to the wooden house was closed, with dim light shining through the crack. Jiang Mian walked to the fence, reached out, and pushed it. The wooden stake wobbled and almost fell over. He withdrew his hand, cleared his throat, and called out towards the door. Is anyone home? The community has sent a helping hand. The room was very quiet, without a sound. Are you not home? When Jiang Mian was high in the air, he did not see any people around the wooden house, so the owner of the house may have gone on a long trip. Of course, he wouldn't go out to look for the other person. Wouldn't it be better to go inside and sit and wait? He had already entered the sacred fire domain of the other party's wooden house and did not feel any discomfort, except that the buff effect of the other party's sanctuary did not apply to him. Simon, who was floating behind them, was also unharmed by the sacred flame, probably because he had established some kind of connection with Jiang Mian. In short, he was able to swagger over the fence and walk right up to the cabin. The cabin is locked and can only be opened by the cabin owner or someone authorized by the owner. Passively opening means kicking it open directly. Jiang Mian thought for a moment, then went to the other side of the wooden house, opened the window, and climbed inside. He climbed through the window and landed on a wooden table with a plastic bag of bread and a glass of water that had gone cold. He jumped down, dusted off his hands, and looked around. This is a 3-story wooden house with only 2 rooms. The larger outdoor area was used as a living room and kitchen. There was no stove, only an extinguished campfire with a black iron treasure chest on it. Several bundles of firewood were piled up in the corner next to it, and a chipped axe was placed on top of the firewood. The smaller room inside is the bedroom, with a wooden bed, a set of cotton quilts, and several quiver hanging on the wall. This is roughly the same level Jiang Mian reached a week ago. Before he could even settle into his level 3 wooden cabin, he was promoted to level 4 and then level 5. Jiang Mian searched through the remaining food in the other person's house, but apart from the bread wrappers on the table, he couldn't find anything to eat. He made the following judgment. It seems that food is scarce and very precious to him, so he always carries it with him, which is in the system's inventory. Under the scourge of draining the pond to catch all the fish, even when spring arrives and flowers bloom, hunters will find few prey. The food the survivors are eating now is from the wooden crates they were rewarded with 2 days ago after the monster tide. Wang Ting only arranged for people to start planting the day before yesterday, and it will take at least a week for this batch of grain to mature. If there are no survivors with any planting-related talents, Chapter 106. A thief breaks into the house. The seed burst rate is not low, but it contains a mixture of many types of plant seeds. For example, dandelion seeds, rose seeds, and tree seeds cannot be grown as food. The seeds of those crops cover a wide range of crops, including melons, fruits, and vegetables. Condiments like chili peppers and garlic, or watermelons and cantaloupes, are not staple foods and can be eaten as meals. There are not many seeds for staple crops such as wheat, rice, and corn cannot be grown in the snowy climate. The people recruited by Wang Tung mainly grew wheat, followed by winter melon and cabbage. The total planting area is not large. After all, the temperature is low now, and the farmland needs to be enclosed with sheds for wind protection and heat preservation. The farmers are dozens of people, and the total area they cultivate is about 3 or 4 acres. Once mature, the wheat yields about 1,000 jin, while the winter melon and cabbage yield 4,000 to 5,000 jin each. This amount of grain is not enough to feed 1 or 2,000 people for a week. Of course, Wang Teng's primary goal was to ensure the survival of the few hundred people within the business alliance, and to sell any surplus grain. For most survivors, the main source of food to survive and have enough to eat in the second week is to go out and search for supply chests. As long as they avoid the fog, the survivors are now more than capable of dealing with the guards of the black iron chest. However, a person's time in a day is limited. If you spend more time searching for resource chests, you will have less time to chop trees and mine. A higher-grade log cabin means a safer living environment. The durability and defense of ordinary stone walls were evident during the last monster tide. Upgrading to a hardened wall is the only reliable solution. The material for the hardened armor wall, pale hardened armor, is rare and extremely expensive. Even because of Jiang Mian's large-scale acquisitions, the price of the pale armor sold in the World Channel after several changes of hands was lower than that in the regional channel. Survivors can chop down trees all day and still not necessarily get a piece of pale hard armor. I thought that after the attribute increase, the efficiency of cutting down trees would increase several times, and everyone could easily live a good life. But the prices are also rising crazily. The price of a piece of meat used to be equivalent to that of 20 logs, which people considered too expensive and cursed the price setter for being heartless. Now, the price of a piece of meat has skyrocketed to more than 20 logs. This is only because everyone has food in stock these past 2 days. In a few more days, food prices will rise again. The survivors stopped hurling insults at the hunter. They often see on the regional channels that hunters go out for a stroll, but don't encounter a single animal. Food shortages in this region do not mean that you can buy food at a low price by going to the World Channel. People from other areas who choose to sell their food to other areas instead of their own are definitely looking to make a huge profit. How exorbitant the profits are depends on how much information the seller has about other regions. After accurately grasping the current situation in each area, the seller will gradually test the bottom line of the survivors in those areas. Finally, different prices were set for each region. This price is very close to the price at which food is sold among other things in the same area. Some might ask, isn't it enough that we agree within our region to keep it a secret and not disclose it to outsiders? Even state secrets can be infiltrated by foreign spies. If you were given a piece of meat, the survivors would say, for the sake of the collective good, I'd rather endure it. $2, $5, or even $10. Some survivors can't resist the temptation and reveal information about their area to food vendors in other areas. For them, even if they keep their mouth shut, they can't guarantee that others will keep their mouth shut. If others confess, wouldn't they be keeping their mouth shut for nothing? Secondly, even if the secret is eventually kept, it's hard to say whether the food profits one gains will exceed those 10 pieces of meat. In this situation, the optimal solution for collective interests is not necessarily the optimal solution for individual interests. Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for me. A cave a few kilometers away from the wooden house. A young man was digging rocks with a pickaxe. A small pile of broken stones was stacked at the entrance of the hole, and a half-empty bottle of cola was placed next to him. He bent down and hammered the rock face with his pickaxe, one stroke at a time, his movements unhurried and deliberate, as if he were used to this kind of physical labor. Several pits have been dug into the cave wall, indicating that he has been working there for several days. 2 hours later, he stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and looked up at the sky. The clouds on the horizon turned orange-red. The sun had set. I'm exhausted, damn it. He dropped the pickaxe and leaned against the rock wall to rest. It's time to go back. The man put away his pickaxe, picked up a can of cola, and gulped it down. After taking stock of his harvest for the day, he started walking back. After walking for about half an hour, I could see smoke coming from the chimney on my roof in the distance. Upon seeing the wooden house, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Home is a haven of happiness. After he traveled through time, he only felt at peace on the way back to the wooden house after a day's work. Humming a little tune, the man walked to the fence next to the wooden house. His gaze inadvertently swept across the snow, and he saw a series of footprints coming from another direction. The little tune he was singing stopped abruptly. The man became alert and stepped down next to the set of footprints. After comparing them, he found that the footprints were larger and deeper than his, as if they were left by someone wearing heavy boots. The gait was steady, not like someone running away or acting suspiciously. The footprints left in the open and above-board feel as if they have come to one's own home. He crouched down and looked in the direction of the footprints. The footprints circled the fence and disappeared behind the side of the wooden house. A thief broke into my house. The man stared out the window, his face ashen. He knew the owner of the footprints was a ruthless character. The footprints were very clear from beginning to end, without any attempt to hide them. It was as if they were openly showing him, telling him, "I'm fucking here. What can you do to me?" The man slowly stood up, gripped the pickaxe tightly, and walked around the fence to the side of the house. If you're fighting inside a house, a crossbow isn't suitable. In a confined space, you can't use a bow or crossbow effectively, so melee weapons are better, allowing for quicker reactions. He walked very quietly, making no sound with each step. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he appeared next to the cabin, he had already been detected by the creature inside through mental perception. As he turned the corner, he saw the footprints stop below the window, and there was a shallow indentation on the windowsill, indicating that someone had used it to brace themselves when climbing in. He swallowed hard, took 2 steps back, and held the pickaxe, thinking for a few seconds. There might be people inside, or there might be no one. Wearing thick boots and able to climb through windows, he doesn't look like a savage at all. If you're a survivor, you've traveled hundreds of miles to reach his shelter. Such a person must be very strong. He remembered the photos he had seen on the regional channel that morning and swallowed hard. If it were that person inside, he could just surrender. If it's a blessing in disguise, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, there's no escaping it. Charge. The man spoke in a low voice, gripped the pickaxe tightly, took a deep breath, and then walked back to the doorway. He pushed open the door. Inside the house, directly opposite the entrance, there was a recliner. On the recliner was a mysterious black hooded figure, who was leisurely lying there, holding a sturdy shotgun in his arms. Upon hearing who it was, the hooded man didn't even raise his head, his tone remaining calm. "You're here. Chapter 107. I was given a chance, but you didn't use it." The man stared intently at the dark, unsightly gun, then instinctively dropped the pickaxe, covered his head, and chuckled. "Haha, it's getting dark, time to come back." 7 paces away, the gun is swift. Within 7 steps, the gun is still faster. He couldn't kill his opponent with a single pickaxe strike, but the opponent could recover his strength with a single upgrade. But if his flesh and blood were hit by a shotgun, he would really be going to meet the king of hell. The hooded man raised the shotgun with one hand and said calmly, "Didn't you want the shotgun yesterday? Here, take it. Get it, then shoot me." Upon hearing the first sentence, the man paused for a moment, his eyes darting back and forth between the hooded man and the shotgun. Should I really give it to him? Did they travel all that way to deliver a gun to him? So kind of you. Upon hearing the second sentence, he trembled and knelt down with a thud. "Brother, I just made a joke on a whim yesterday. Please forgive me." Just kidding. How could he not see through the other party's brazenness? If he dares to catch that gun, he'll definitely suffer a terrible fate. Really don't want it. I really dare not. I really don't want to. TSK, I gave you a chance but you didn't do it. The hooded man chuckled, put away his shotgun, and leaned back in his chair as if he had just finished watching a boring show. The man knelt on the ground and awkwardly managed to squeeze out a sentence. "What exactly do you want? I'll put on a good show for you." Jiang Mian got up and walked to the window, holding onto the windowsill with both hands and looking outside. The last rays of the setting sun gradually faded from the earth, and the crescent moon began to take shape in the east. "Aren't you all always curious about how I encountered so many monsters?" The man's lips moved a few times, but he didn't say anything. "What does this have to do with him? Why aren't you saying anything?" Jiang Mian asked. "Oh, I am very curious, but who are you, sir? How could we presume to know?" The man quickly tried to play along, afraid of upsetting the other person. Jiang Mian pointed out the window and said, "Would you believe me if I said I could set the number of monsters around me?" "Set the number of monsters? Why don't you just say you're the creator god?" The man thought this to himself, but outwardly remained respectful. I believe you, I believe you. I'd believe you even if you said this survival world was run by your family. Everything else is secondary. The priority is to appease this gentleman. Jiang Mian chuckled and sighed. No, you still don't believe me. The man fell silent. He felt that nothing he said would be appropriate. Actually, he wanted to yell back. Yes, 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 you can say I don't believe it, or that I'm a mutant, whatever. Just do what you need to do, don't worry about me. What time do the monsters appear here? Jiang Mian didn't make things difficult for him anymore. After witnessing the plight of these survivors firsthand, he lost the desire to settle scores with them. How should I put it? The gap was too big. He didn't even have the desire to be angry. Seeing that Jiang Mian seemed unwilling to argue with him, the man felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders and stood up to reply earnestly. Last week it was around 8:35, but for some reason this week, the monsters appeared later, around 8:40. Jiang Mian tapped his fingers lightly on the windowsill. He knew best why the time was delayed. The establishment of the forward defense line forced the northward-bound mutants to take a longer route, which should save them some time. However, after spending most of the day getting there, a new question arose in his mind. How did the mutant manage to travel over 700 kilometers in just half an hour? The agile variant is very fast in the dark, but even at its fastest, its average speed is limited. If we calculate it at 100 kilometers per hour, it would take 7 hours to travel more than 700 kilometers. If we consider each shelter within a 100-kilometer radius as a small area, could the aberrations quickly move between these small areas using something like a teleportation array? Since using the teleportation array also takes time, the appearance of monsters in small areas far from the monster spawner will be delayed. Or it's also possible that some of the mutated creatures possess the ability to teleport. They are only responsible for teleportation, not combat. These advanced aberrations only appear when a survivor triggers a certain rule. For example, the nightmare being that Jiang Mian encountered in the mist. Jiang Mian had sent the two back to report the news and find more mutants, but the two ended up bringing his superior back. These Lord-level monsters, and those even higher-level aberrations, may exist within the mist. The monsters that appear around the survivor's shelter every night are not all of them that night. During that deep dive into the fog, Jiang Mian encountered many mutants in a standby state. They only become alert when people get close. Boss, have you eaten yet? The man carrying the black iron treasure chest walked to the campfire and interrupted Jiang Mian's thoughts. He added breadcrumbs, grass roots, and dried meat to the water, making a porridge, which he then cooked over the campfire. It was similar to the food Jiang Mian fed the chickens before, or even worse. The chickens don't eat grass roots. They only eat bits of vegetable leaves. Jiang Mian took a deep look at the man and noticed that when he was holding the porridge in the black iron treasure chest, there was no disgust on his face, but rather a look of anticipation for dinner. These survivors adapted to their environment very quickly. Humans adapt to their environment very quickly. You eat it yourself. Jiang Mian raised his hand and tossed him 3 potatoes. When the hooded man threw something to him, the man quickly reached out and caught it. When he saw the 3 oval objects in his hand, his eyes widened considerably. These potatoes were small and unattractive, with pitted and uneven surfaces. One of them even had a small piece of skin broken, making them look quite ordinary. Before he transmigrated, he would have treated this potato like trash if it were lying on the ground, not even giving it a second glance. But now food is scarce, and you can't even find a single leaf of fresh vegetables. Last week there was still grass to eat, but after the heavy snow, there's no grass left to eat. You have to dig very deep to find the grass roots that hold the promise of life. The man wiped the mud off with his hand, then wiped it with his sleeve, and smelled it. Then he looked up at Jiang Mian, as if to confirm that the potato was really edible, or as if he wanted to say something. He said those things yesterday, and this person doesn't blame him, but instead gives him food? Jiang Mian glanced at the time and said calmly, I won't eat it if I'm afraid it's poisonous. The man gritted his teeth and gripped the potato tightly in his palm. Eat. I haven't eaten since I woke up today, and there's only this pot of porridge left. I'll just stir-fry some vegetables. It's better to die full than starving. You don't even have a wok for cooking. The treasure chest is too thick to cook in. You don't even have oil or salt. Then I'll cook it and eat it. The man took the potatoes to a wooden basin filled with water, washed off the dirt, and instinctively took out a bone knife to peel them. Just as the bone blade was about to touch the potato, his hand suddenly stopped. Potato peels are food too. At least, it tastes better than grass roots. The man threw the whole potato into the pot, then pulled up a stool and sat down to wait. After a long pause, the man lowered his head and spoke. Brother, I'm really not human. Chapter 108 Re-encounter with the Nightmare. Thinking back to yesterday, the man really wanted to travel back in time and slap himself twice. Thinking about it carefully, the expert really helped them a lot after they came to this survival world. The number of survivors in their area is now several times that of other areas. Instead of being grateful, he turned around and blamed others. Bro, I used to talk nonsense online. You know, everyone online earns $1 million a year, has a master's or doctoral degree from a prestigious university, and beats professional gamers in games. No one checks what you say anyway. Actually, I'm not that bad in real life. I was a little envious and jealous when I saw you on the channel before, but now that I've met you in person, I really want to. As the man spoke, he raised his hand and slapped himself on both cheeks. Slap, slap. The voice was loud and clear, and the person had a pleasant face. I repent. The man's voice choked with sobs, and tears welled in his eyes. Slap, slap. 2 more slaps. Jiang Mian listened to his rambling without turning around at first, but when she heard him start to contradict himself, she turned her head and looked at him in confusion. Why is this big guy engaging in self-pity and even crying from it? As long as I live, I will belong to you, every single day. The man sobbed, no longer feeling himself. His words sent a chill down Jiang Mian's spine. What about his people? They were crying and wailing, making it seem like they were being coerced and lured by him in some heinous way, just like Brother Jia. I'm just borrowing their shelter for a bit, and all I'm getting in return are 3 potatoes. Go eat your food. Jiang Mian said coldly, glancing down at her wristwatch. It was already 8 o'clock. He climbed out the window to prepare for a simple setup. The men's shelter contained some archery platforms and javelin throwers, as well as 4 stone walls that were mostly broken, all left over from the last monster tide. His status is basic aversion to calamity. Since there are intermediate and advanced levels, this status is not very strong and should not attract monster aggro to a very high degree. It can be dealt with very easily. There were no walls made of armored steel here, and he didn't care. If he were to encounter another monster horde attack after leaving the shelter, there would be no need to build a wall on the spot, as long as the number of monsters is not too large. Hundreds of shield-wielding skeletons surrounded him, forming a movable wall of hardened armor. At 8:40, the aberration emerged from the fog precisely on time. The man also finished his meal and came out. In the past, he would first peek out the window to check the situation, and only dare to come out if there weren't many monsters. With the big boss here tonight, what is there for him to be afraid of? The boss is someone who slayed 100 monsters on the first day and went deep into the fog alone to kill Lord-level monsters. Dealing with some small karamis is a piece of cake for him. Following behind Jiang Mian, the man peeked out and counted the number of mutants. 1, 2, 320, 21 agile aberrations, 5 big heads, and 1 rotten spore snail. Wait, bro, can you really control the number of monsters? After counting, he was shocked to find that there were only 6 or 7 agile type 1 aberrations last night, not even big head. Then, an even more surprising scene unfolded. The mutants, having just emerged from the mist, rushed relentlessly toward him. To be precise, they were rushing towards Jiang Mian. That's not right. Usually, after these aberrations first appear, they are observed for a while before they launch their attack. Did you take drugs tonight? He took a few steps back, shielding the big shot in front of him. Boss this. Jiang Mian snapped his fingers, and a dark red phantom appeared behind him. He killed the spore-soothing snail, the spore-fearing snail, and the spore-angry snail last night, but he hasn't killed the spore-loving snail yet. This mutant, just like the one I saw on the regional channel 2 days ago, has a face that looks like the white moonlight of my childhood. Her eyebrows and eyes were gentle, her nose delicate, and she was neither glamorous nor ostentatious. A deep, affectionate gaze can always overlap with a vague face in one's memory. She tilted her head, her gaze piercing through the chaotic battlefield, past the howling monsters, and landing directly on Jiang Mian, as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. Jiang Mian smiled slightly at her, while simultaneously pushing the dark red phantom forward. Sorry, I don't have a white moonlight. Go, cut it down. Knight Simon couldn't understand the language Jiang Mian was using, but after observing the battlefield, he understood what Jiang Mian meant. He drew his long sword, and the flames reignited. A chilling sense of oppression spread, leaving the man behind stunned. Knight Simon rushed towards the rotten spore snail with lightning speed, mercilessly slashing down the flaming blade on that face. Knight Simon may have a white moonlight, but he has no memory of it. The face of the rotten spore snail had no effect on him either. With a force of 100, the force slashed down, splitting the face and the mushroom shell behind it in two. It's pointless. It's purely a numerical crushing victory. The smile on the lips of the rot spore-loving snail was still frozen on her face, like a torn photograph. It has a kind of mad, eccentric beauty reminiscent of Tomi Kawakami, still smiling even when it's being cleaved and destroyed. The man was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. This high-level elite monster was cleaved in two with a single strike? What kind of value is this? He subconsciously assumed that the flaming blade was magical damage, never expecting that the Knight Simon in front of him was a Lord-level monster with a strength attribute exceeding 100. What is this dark red phantom? Is it a spirit? Or is it an ancient, heroic spirit summoned by a powerful figure preparing to participate in the Holy Grail War, using a holy relic? After the Knight Simon swung his sword once, he didn't stop. He swiftly swung his sword several more times, ending the life of the rotten spore snail. During this process, the rotten spore snail continuously sprayed green liquid and spores at him, but the other party was a spirit. The spores cannot parasitize at all. After killing the rot spore snail, Knight Simon targeted the other aberrations and harvested them at lightning speed. This is a visual feast for swordsmen. After slaying the last mutant, Knight Simon did not return to Jiang Mian's side. Instead, he raised his head and stared intently in a certain direction within the mist. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Mian also sensed a powerful yet familiar aura. A Lord-level aberration has appeared. Even before seeing him, a tidal wave of spiritual impact surged forth. Knight Simon returned to Jiang Mian's side, held his sword horizontally, and burst into even greater flames. This time, the color of the flames was not the dark red of before. It contained some blue, which is a characteristic of the soul, and finally mixed into a dark purple flame. With Simon's protection, the mental shock did not affect Jiang Mian in the slightest. In fact, he now also possesses mental magic, so even if he were to face a mental attack head-on, he wouldn't be as disheveled as before. The man behind him collapsed to the ground the instant he was struck by the mental shock. Jiang Mian knew without a second thought what kind of creature was in the mist, given the familiar way it appeared. The nightmare. Old friend, we meet again. Just like last time, he encountered it not in his own shelter. But unlike last time, he is now completely unafraid when facing a Lord-level aberration. The hatred for calamity really works. Chapter 109 Lord vs. Lord. As the mist drifted, the Void Nightmare's vertebral ring slowly emerged, its central, jet black eye fixed on Knight Simon. It sensed the presence of someone on the same level of life in the other. It couldn't understand why someone like him would help a human. This human exuded an aura that it loathed. Wrong. There was also a trace of the aura of someone who had perished. He killed other nightmare beings? The nightmare assassin carefully examined Jiang Mian, raising his opinion of him to a new level. If such a human is capable of controlling the remnant soul of a knight, it is not surprising. But this did not scare it. It considered itself a noble being, and to be killed by insignificant humans was a great disgrace. That fallen kin was truly foolish and weak. The earth has only been awake for 10 days. These humans only have 10 days to develop, so the chances of them being harmed by magic are extremely slim, let alone mental harm. They, the nightmare beings, possess the ability to become ethereal. If they weren't so arrogant as to expose their true forms, how could they have been killed by humans at this stage? It had seen these remnants of knightly spirits before. Most of them were stubborn old fogies who, even in death, clung to their knightly honor, insisting on using swordsmanship and refusing to accept divine guidance to embrace new life. At the same level, this half-baked product is no match for it. The humans behind him were, in the eyes of the nightmare, merely individuals who had luckily defeated a weaker member of their own kind. There is nothing to fear. Moreover, this person has not received any blessing from the territory. This is not his territory. It was truly a stroke of luck. After assessing the strength of both sides, the nightmare decided that it was a fight. An invisible wave emanated from its pupil and spread into the surrounding mist. Jiang Mian guessed that it was going to call for reinforcements, so he decided to capture the leader first. Simon, beat it up. Jiang Mian patted Knight Simon's shoulder lightly, while simultaneously summoning 10 skeleton dragons to block the escape route of the nightmare. The nightmare one glanced disdainfully at the skeleton dragons. As long as he didn't reveal his true form, How could these guys who only knew brute force and low-level magic possibly hurt him? But the next moment, a suppression at the level of rules appeared on him. The Nightmare One felt his power weakened and his body became much heavier. Why? It could sense that the source of those rules was the god it worshipped. Why is God helping this human to fight against it? God clearly promised that the night would be their paradise. Why not weaken this human being, but instead weaken it? Just as the nightmare was filled with doubt, Jiang Mian finished chanting the mental shock spell, and the mental wave struck the nightmare floating in midair. The pale light in the eyes of the nightmare flickered a few times, briefly revealing its form, while Simon's dark purple sword slashed fiercely at its spinal ring. The air in front of the nightmare was distorted, and Simon's blade bounced back as if it had struck an invisible wall. The flames exploded in midair, shattering into countless sparks. Race, Nightmare Dweller, Lord. Level, 31. Life, 6055/6200. Strength, 34, reduces by 20% due to surrounded on all sides. Stamina, 37. Speed, 40, reduced by 20% due to surrounded on all sides. Spirit, 132, due to this surrounded by enemies, effect, reduced by 20%. Description, an ancient nightmare that roams the space between the present and dreams, feeding on negative emotions. Beware its eyes, for they are the abyss of fear. The nightmare was furious as it glared at Jiang Mian. This human can actually use mental magic. And why is his mental strength so much higher than that of the other survivors? It's just as good as it. Therefore, its virtual state is broken directly. That wretched human brat deliberately hid behind the remnant soul of the night, and even summoned a bunch of skeletal dragons to aid it in battle, making it think that the human's true form was weak. How cunning and treacherous. That's not sincere at all. A strong person should stand up openly and honestly. The nightmare being felt that Jiang Mian's mental attributes were no worse than its own, but in reality, it was the result of multiple influences. Looking only at Jiang Mian's attributes, there is still a clear difference between him and the Void Nightmare. Name, Jiang Mian. Nickname, I level up alone. Level, 25. Availability level, 35. Life, 37, plus 7. Strength, 56. Stamina, 40. Speed, 43. Mental strength, 92.4. Description, your soul often despises your physical body, feeling that it is unworthy of it. With 92.4% mental energy, an attack on the nightmare demon was insufficient to severely injure it. However, Jiang Mian's attack just now triggered the dual effect, increasing the damage by 50%. The conditions for triggering the dual effect state that there is only one enemy nearby, but it doesn't say that there can only be one person on your side. Summoned creatures and artifacts created by the survivors are both considered to be abilities of the survivors themselves. Having suffered a loss, the nightmare had little will to fight and planned to flee immediately. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Necessary forbearance is a prerequisite for future takeoff. Trying to run? Simon, take this. Seeing that the nightmare was retracting its spinal rings and preparing to escape, Jiang Mian immediately chanted a mental shock spell and tossed a test tube containing a drop of the source of aberration to Simon. Simon needs to consume his life force to strengthen himself, and he had already consumed some of it in the previous battle. Only after replenishing their life force with the source of distortion can they strengthen themselves again. Simon still couldn't understand Jiang Mian's words, but he sensed the small bottle being thrown at him and turned around to catch it. Upon opening the bottle, a mysterious and highly attractive scent wafted out. A fanaticism simultaneously shone in the eyes of Simon and the nightmare. The nightmare being, who was preparing to escape, smelled the scent and turned to stare intently at the small bottle. This is the source water. I never expected to encounter such a sacred object in this remote place. The nightmare suddenly didn't want to leave. It felt that the human must have a lot of source water on him, and drinking it would greatly increase its power. Fortune favors the bold. The nightmare's vertebrae spun rapidly, and an invisible mental shockwave shot out from his eyes, heading straight for Simon. Simon downed the bottle of the source of mutation in one gulp, feeling a warm power spread throughout his body. He roared to the sky, flames surging and boiling over his body, as if he possessed inexhaustible power. The flames condensed into a narrow arc on the blade, making it resemble a red-hot scythe. He leaped up suddenly and swung his longsword. The mental impact of the nightmare was neutralized by the mental impact of Jiang Mian's chanting. However, When it initiates an attack, the ethereal state will become invalid. Simon plunged his sword straight into the gap between the annulus vertebrae, and dark purple flames poured in along the blade, instantly enveloping several annulus vertebrae. The flames raged, tearing apart the vertebral ring structure and rushing into the central eyeball. The nightmare one drifted back several meters, its eyes tightly closed, trembling violently. The surrounding vertebral rings were also covered with cracks, the most serious one of which had broken off and was scattered in midair. Simon sheathed his sword, holding it horizontally in front of him, panting heavily, the flames on his body weakening slightly. That last sword strike had drained most of his energy. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, neither willing to make the first move. If the nightmare takes the initiative to attack, it will reveal its true form, while Simon's initiative to attack, striking the ethereal nightmare, is simply a futile effort. You're unwilling to make a move? Then don't make a move at all. Jiang Mian's voice sent a shiver down the spine of the nightmare warrior who was engrossed in battle. It almost forgot that there was another lurking creature watching from the side. Chapter 110 Enchanting Table Blueprint. After the mental shock incantation was completed, it struck the nightmare being directly, revealing its form. Almost simultaneously, 10 frost soul skeleton dragons unleashed their breath, freezing the void nightmare's vertebrae. They were summoned in 10, and it was only now that the dim-witted ones figured out when they could attack. Simon took a deep breath and, burning with life, swung his longsword. The annulus vertebrae are frozen and cannot rotate to form a surface to block the blade. The blade pierced directly through the gap and into the eyeball. Dark purple flames ignited from inside the eyeballs, spewing out tongues of fire like a volcanic eruption along the cracks that spread outwards from the sword wound. A few seconds later, the pale light in his eyes went out completely, leaving only a layer of charred black residue from the flames. Life 2657. You have killed a level 31 Nightmare Lord, gaining 1550 experience. The current achievable level is 39. Your level has automatically increased by 4 levels, and you are now level 29. The Void Nightmare's spiral ring shattered into pieces, and a silvery treasure chest exploded nearby, catching Jiang Mian's eye. You're so lucky. This was only the second boss monster killed, and it already triggered a 20% chance of upgrading the quality of the dropped treasure chest. He quickly opened the silver treasure chest, and 4 unfamiliar silver lights appeared. You have obtained Little Red Riding Hood 1, 20 meters of wire, 2 light bulbs, and 1 enchanting table blueprint. An enchanting table blueprint. Is this the enchanting table I'm thinking of? After Jiang Mian saw the name of the 4th item, he immediately reached out and took it out to check its description. Item: Enchanting Table Blueprint. Quality: C. Crafting materials: 1 ancient book, 2 primal sources, 5 forged silver. Description: Knowledge is contained in books. Power is deposited in metal. It is merely a reconstructor of knowledge and power. Effect: Placing an item on the enchanting table consumes spirit points and specific materials, such as attribute gems, to add a magical effect to it. Effects are categorized as common, rare, excellent, and legendary. The highest quality enchantment on this enchanting table is a rare enchantment. It really is the enchanting table I imagined, a core item. Ancient books, those books in the God's laboratory are from how many years ago? They should be considered ancient books. The origin source also requires this material in the alchemical scheme of blazing stone, but we don't know where to obtain it. The silver forging warehouse has it, but it's missing the primal source. Jiang Mian held the enchanting table blueprints, lost in thought. He has too much equipment that needs enchanting. His weapons include spears, crossbows, and shotguns, and his buildings include armored walls and elemental arrow towers. He's also been using the weird leather armor for too long, so it's time for an upgrade. He cannot view the enchanting table recipe yet because the enchanting table has not been crafted. I don't know what effects they can produce when enchanted. If possible, he would like to enchant the hardened wall with the effects of sturdy and reflect damage, or even spell defense, to make up for the hardened wall's shortcomings. The weapon should ideally have an armor penetration enchantment. The nightmare being constantly etherealizes itself. If it has the break void effect, it can directly cause damage without waiting for the ethereal gap to disappear. The ideas are all good, but I really don't have many enchanting materials right now. Jiang Mian closed his eyes and pondered the special materials he possessed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt poor and out of touch with the times. 24 hours a day is simply not enough. He still has 2 treasure maps he hasn't dug up. After the last monster tide ended, A survivor with the One-Piece talent also received a special treasure map, but the location was at sea. To find that treasure trove, we also need to build a large ship to sail the seas. The conditions at sea are not the same as on land. With various storms and surface activities, people who have never sailed at sea can easily perish at sea. Uncle Wong, a fisherman in the territory, used to go to sea when he was young. We'll ask him for help then. Jiang Mian's gaze returned to the manufacturing materials, and a sudden inspiration flashed in his mind. The name of this primal source is somewhat similar to that of the source of anomaly. Could it be a material created from the buildings unlocked by the other two territory routes? The description of the primal source is a pure magical catalyst without any attributes. It sounds like it has nothing to do with the Silver Territory. That might be the territory of the spirits. Behind Zhou Xinghua's sanctuary lies a cold pool containing the cold soul stone, a place perhaps suitable for the development of magic. Give her the raw core tonight. The value of the frost stone she provides is enough for me to help her upgrade her shelter to level 6. Jiang Mian decided not to wait until he reached level 7 territory. The world is vast, but the enchanting table is the greatest. With an enchanting table, all items in the entire territory will be upgraded to a higher level. Furthermore, Zhou Xinghua struck him as a very simple person. Although he could be a bit emotional at times, he was ultimately a kind person. 2 light bulbs, go back and hang them in the living room. This one is Little Red Riding Hood. Jiang Mian was taken aback by the prefix and suffix of this item. He reached out and took out the red hat, which was made of thick fabric and had a white fur trim around the edge. It looks like an ordinary red hat, similar to the one in the illustrations of fairy tale books. After scanning the bracelet, both the quality and effect columns displayed ? This is strange. If it were a higher quality item that the bracelet couldn't recognize, it shouldn't be able to scan it at all. This hat can produce a scan result, but the quality and effectiveness are unknown. He examined it several times, but found no special patterns or markings, and there were no linings or hidden pockets inside the brim. Jiang Mian tried it on and found it fit perfectly, as if it were made for him. It's quite warm, and that was the end of it. No system notification popped up explaining what status or bonus the hat provided. Is the hat that came out of the silver treasure chest really just a hat? Jiang Mian didn't believe it, so she took off the hat and started to examine it again. When my fingers touched the inside edge of the brim of the hat, my fingertips touched a thin thread. The stitching had come undone, revealing a small section of dark fabric. Jiang Mian pinched the corner and gently pulled it, lifting a corner of the fabric layer inside the hat brim to reveal a small white strip of cloth underneath. A line of words was written crookedly on the strip of cloth. It was in Rosh script. He took out a dictionary and translated the line word by word. It's Little Red Riding Hood. When you wear it, the wolf won't recognize you. It sounded like a child's voice. Jiang Mian just thought the sentence was kind of cute. As for the claim that wolves won't recognize them, that effect doesn't seem to be very useful. He doesn't go hunting. What use is it for someone of the same kind to disguise themselves as a wolf? When they encountered a pack of wolves in the wild, the 3,000 skeleton soldiers simply swept through them. There can't be a wolf-shaped god, can there? And then, wearing a little red hat, the other person won't recognize me? Jiang Mian stopped laughing as he spoke, remembering the strange cat toy from before. Even an E-rank item can attract Shining's attention. This little red hat might actually come in very handy someday. Chapter 111 My District Chief Friend. The next morning, the man woke up clutching his head, a sharp pain still lingering deep within his soul. What happened to me last night? I just fainted. He got up from the ground and found that the shelter was empty. Only the collapsed fence in front of the door proves that last night's experience was not a dream. What monster appeared last? The man walked outside the fence and examined the remaining traces on the ground. Today's temperature has returned to above 0, and the ice and snow have begun to melt, erasing even the traces of last night's fight on the snow. Sigh, there's no trace at all. What a pity. His face was full of regret. From the time he met the big shot yesterday afternoon until he fell into a coma, he didn't even take a single photo. How can he tell others that he was also one of the lucky ones who had been personally visited by a powerful figure? This is an honor that only one person in the entire world can receive. And they even survived until the next day? No, I shouldn't put on such a show. I'm not alive today because of my abilities, but because of the big boss's kindness. After a moment's thought, the man opened the regional channel and wrote a short essay, My District Chief Friend. Once upon a time, I heard of a district head. We had never met before, but he came to my house. It was that time that changed my opinion of him, and I became his good friend. When users numbered 98654 and 99453 saw his article, they immediately realized that I upgraded on my own had actually gone to visit him yesterday, and they panicked. Has he left? Could they be on their way to their house? In order to prepare in advance, they carefully considered every word of my article, my district chief friend. The article mentions that the district head smiled slightly and gave him his favorite fresh potatoes, which is clearly a lie and a veiled criticism. What punishment is levied on fresh potatoes? There's also the line, the district chief is like the sun in my heart. With a wave of his hand, he can summon ancient heroes to fight for him. And the district chief has the world-shaking ability to set the number of monsters. He said, "Let there be light," and there was light in the world. He said, "Let there be a certain number of monsters, and what level of monsters they are," and then monsters appeared around the shelter. This is utter nonsense. He was beaten so badly he's delirious and hallucinating. The two inquired cautiously in private, but only received a resounding reply. Don't you dare slander my district chief friend. This is a threat. The two made a judgment immediately. How terrifying are the methods used by I leveled up on my own to bring about such a dramatic transformation in a 7-foot-tall man. Meanwhile, the world's second-ranked player, Great Love Immortal Venerable, after turning to the dark side, spent 2 or 3 consecutive nights running into the mist to kill monsters, experiencing near-death experiences, and leveled up to level 26. Back at the shelter, I checked the rankings and saw that the top player had already jumped to level 29. Great Love Immortal Venerable frowned. Every time he leveled up consecutively and was about to catch up with the number 1, the other party would immediately level up as well. This has happened several times. It can't be a coincidence. The person in first place must be watching him closely. Feeling the pressure from his second-place finish, I started working harder myself. The thought of putting pressure on that person eased the Great Love Immortal Venerable's brows. Humph, it seems you're not invincible after all. You can get nervous about being surpassed. He used to be unable to let go of his compassion for humanity, but now he lives only for himself, even if it means betraying the world. He didn't care about anything anymore. Legend has it that there are 3 terrifying realms. I lack nothing. I have nothing left. I want nothing more. He is now at the final stage. Once you reach this level, you'll definitely be able to surpass even the number 1. Jiang Mian, who was being talked about by the Great Love Immortal Venerable, was on his way back. He just sent 50 rock cores and the basic materials needed for the upgrade to Zhou Xinghua, along with the following instructions. Choosing the evolution path of the spirit territory, your sanctuary is close to the spawn point of the Frost Stone, which is perfect. Okay, I'll listen to my brother. Zhou Xinghua responded obediently. Yesterday she was still wondering why her good luck hadn't arrived yet. This week's misfortune was even worse than last week's. The avalanche swept up rocks from the mountain and smashed several large holes in her stone house. Logically speaking, if one is so unlucky, one should also have quite a lot of good luck. She finally got her good luck today. The second survivor in the world to upgrade their shelter to level 6. Second only to the Emperor, above all others. When heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it first tests their resolve and strengthens their body. It was worth it. So many people in the world chat were begging the boss to sell the rock cores at high prices, but the boss still wouldn't sell them. Many people say that the boss is maliciously hoarding goods, playing the long game to catch a big fish. She had guessed that the boss probably had some rock cores left, but she didn't expect him to have so many, and he even gave her 50 of them. Wah, I can never repay my boss's kindness. Following Jiang Mian's instructions, after upgrading his shelter to level 6, Zhou Xinghua immediately chose the evolution path of the spirit territory and unlocked the first spirit territory building, the refinement pool. The refinement pool can transform the attributes of attribute gems, such as transforming frost stone into blazing stone and blazing stone into frost stone. Wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder. All transformation pathways are open, except for those leading towards the rock core. The earth attribute rock core seems to stand out from other attribute gems, perhaps because of some unique mystery. The refining pool can also remove the attributes of attribute gems, retaining only the most original magic power and obtaining the original source of the product. Upon receiving news of the origin of the primordial, Jiang Mian clapped his hands in delight and sent her a message. First, convert a primal source for me. Then, you can figure out how to improve the progress of the spirit territory route. After level 6, the shelter is called a territory. The prerequisites for upgrading are all unknown. I guess it is related to the progress of the route. But the way the evolutionary path progresses is also unknown. You don't need to give me the cold soul stones produced in the cold pool these days. You can use them yourself. If you have nothing to do, go for a stroll on a sunny hillside and see if there is a flower called blazing sunflower, which has pale golden petals and slightly red stamens. Humans are social animals, and every individual is unconsciously connected to others. Luck can also influence those around you. Jiang Mian believed that Zhou Xinghua's luck could be passed on to him. 2 days ago, he planned to give the rock core to Zhou Xinghua after upgrading his territory to level 7. But yesterday, he got a silver treasure chest and obtained a blueprint that also required primal source. This result indirectly prompted him to give the rock core to Zhou Xinghua ahead of time, allowing her to enjoy her good fortune sooner. He didn't message Zhou Xinghua on Monday or Tuesday of this week, nor did he assign her any tasks. To some extent, Jiang Mian's misfortune was also a misfortune for Zhou Xinghua, who was in the same boat. They were in the same boat, and their fates were intertwined. Fortunately, the ratio of bad luck to good luck was 2 to 5. If it had been 3 to 4, the outcome would have been hard to predict. Chapter 112: The Enchanting Table with Extremely High Degree of Freedom. Ancient Book, Primal Source, and Forged Silver have been detected. The requirements for crafting an enchanting table have been met. Craft now. Synthesis. Jiang Mian was still sitting on Huang's back when she couldn't wait any longer. The white light dissipated, and 2 silver-white enchanting tables floated in front of them. The base is a square silver base, on which is embedded a colorless and transparent crystal ball. Inside the ball are tiny silver specks that slowly rotate, like a galaxy slowly turning. Above the crystal ball floated an ancient book with a blank cover and no text. He put one of them in the warehouse, then flipped through the book, placed the shotgun on it, and checked the enchantment recipe. A line of text and a corresponding illustration slowly appeared on the page. The enchanting table does not provide a direct recipe. Do you need to try it yourself? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow slightly and took out a piece of pale, hard armor from the warehouse. Place the pale armor on the enchanting table. The text on the enchanting table pages turns green and then displays. Iron pipe shotgun plus pale hard armor equals enchanted iron pipe shotgun. It seems that pale armor can be used as an enchanting material. Jiang Mian then tried taking out a stone, and the 3 question marks on the page turned into red text, indicating that the stone could not be used as an enchanting material for the iron pipe shotgun. If the pale hard armor works, try enchanting the strange leather armor. If we could improve the defensive capabilities of the weird leather armor, we wouldn't have to carry a shield every day. He took out a set of strange leather armor from the warehouse and used the pale hard armor to enchant it. A bright green light flashes, indicating that the enchantment was successful. Enchantment item, strange leather armor. Enchantment, fortitude. Enchantment level, normal. Enchantment effect, reduces physical damage taken by the wearer by 10%. It feels like I'd rather just use a shield. After reviewing the enchantment's effects, Jiang Mian complained. Only 10% physical damage reduction. The hardened shield itself has such high physical defense that many low-level physical attacks can be ignored when you have it. Try other materials. Using a rock core as the enchanting material, the weird leather armor gained the rare enchantment Heavy. The heavy effect reduces the wearer's physical and magical damage by 15%, but it also significantly increases the weight of the strange leather armor. People with low physical fitness will find it very tiring to wear. He tried to lift the heavy, strange leather armor, feeling as if he were carrying a suit of iron armor weighing dozens of kilograms. Jiang Mian looked at this term and started to think outside the box. If this enchantment is given to hardened wall, the improvement will be significant, and the corresponding negative effect can be turned into an advantage. The increased weight of the wall is itself a benefit. Even with its increased weight, large aberrations struggle to topple it. He then tried the frost stone and obtained the same rare enchantment. Cold. When enemies attack the strange leather armor, they will be affected by the chill effect, which reduces their movement speed by 20%. Jiang Mian thought of the armored wall again when he saw this effect. The forward defense line extends beyond the current territory and cannot benefit from the control and weakening effects of the sacred flame domain. All aberrations are at full strength. Applying the frostbite enchantment to a 10-kilometer-long wall of armor can create a widespread slowing effect, thereby reducing the pressure on the defensive line. By checking the enchanting table's details, Jiang Mian found the rules for the number of enchantments. Items of grades F and E can only have 1 enchantment. Items of grades D and C can have 2 enchantments. items of grades B and A can have 3 enchantments, and items of grade S can have 4 enchantments. Unfortunately, Hardened Wall is only an E-grade item, so you can only choose 1 enchantment. Jiang Mian then tried other materials: logs, sticks, saltpeter, and sulfur. Most of them cannot be used as enchanting materials. All that can be used are related to magic and mutation. There are still too few materials available. Jiang Mian's gaze swept across the warehouse, and after spotting several pieces of mysterious silver-white metal, he took one out. I wonder if materials that the bracelet can't scan can be used as enchanting materials? When the mysterious metal was placed on it, a green light shone brighter and lasted longer than ever before. This works. Jiang Mian stared curiously at the mysterious metal, watching it gradually merge into the strange leather armor. Enchantment item, strange leather armor. Enchantment, reject force field. Enchantment level, rare. Enchantment effect, within a 3-meter radius of the wearer, reflects half of the magical attacks from enemies lower than the wearer's level. Huh? This effect is just rare. Jiang Mian was a little confused about the enchantment level rating. It reflects half of the magic. Although it cannot reflect non-magical attacks, this effect is much better than things like heavy or cold. He's currently level 29, and his maximum level is 39. If he levels up, facing last night's nightmare will be a piece of cake. Different mutated monsters have different attribute distributions. Some aberrations have big heads and high health. Compared to Simon, a knight of the same lord level, the nightmare is a glass cannon with high attack and low defense. Its mental shock has a wide range and strong effect, but its own body is relatively fragile. Against this type of enemy, the rejection field is a natural counter. There are also differences between rare items. The materials in the god's laboratory are worthy of their place. Jiang Mian immediately put on the strange leather armor, and then he enchanted the shotgun. Consuming 1 frost stone and 1 blazing stone, I obtained a shotgun with the cold enchantment and a shotgun with the burning enchantment. The former slows down the enemy that is hit, while the latter inflicts continuous magical burning damage on the enemy. The shotgun deals area of effect damage, and both of these enchantments can be used effectively. After flying for several hours, other colors began to appear in the monotonous white landscape of the earth. The rocks are black, the soil is yellow, and the river water is blackish-gray. Several great rivers on the plains melted together, carrying the remaining ice downstream, and the world was brought back to life. Jiang Mian sped up his return journey, hoping the road could be repaired once the snow melted. He's going to fix a section of the design tonight, so the skeleton soldiers can learn from it, and then they'll be responsible for completing the next few dozen kilometers. Judging by the time, Wang Gang should have brought the first batch of wild men back to the valley by now. With the arrival of spring, a fresh start is in the season, making it the perfect time for farming. Farming is not only a way to harvest food. From another perspective, farming can cultivate the relationship between people and the land. In agrarian civilizations, home is wherever there is land. Living by hunting, the wild man would move with the migration of his prey. Farmland is the only way to keep people confined to a certain area. If any enemy tries to trample their vegetables or damage their land, they will rise up in rebellion. Aberration? Even the king of heaven himself couldn't do it. Chapter 113 Iron Forging Production Line. Valley Hematite Mining Area. Dozens of wooden houses stand beside the mine, and in the center of the houses is a stone house with smoke billowing out, from which the constant clanging of blacksmithing can be heard. Skeleton soldiers and wagons shuttled back and forth between the mine and the stone house, carrying loads of excavated hematite into the stone house. 36 wild men sat in a row on the snow in front of the wooden house, their backs ramrod straight, listening attentively to the lecture by language master Wang Gang. Wang Gang had served in the army for many years and was extremely patient. He taught the soldiers word by word, and the soldiers would repeat after him. If they didn't get it right the first time, they would repeat it again. What is Daddy's dad called? Call me Mom. No, you don't call someone Mom here. Your father's father is called Grandpa. Think about it. Your father's father is 2 generations removed from you. So how could he be your mother? Then call him Grandpa. What's your brother's father's name? Call me Grandpa. Wang Gang. Wild people have short lifespans, and it is rare for 3 generations to live together. They have little impression of words like grandfather and grandmother. Different living environments and different perceptions added countless difficulties to Wang Gang's work. For example, Wang Gang took out a stone and taught the wild people that it was a stone. The savages quickly associated the 2 syllables stone with the stone in his hand. Then Wang Gang took out hematite and taught the savages that this was iron ore. The savages would be puzzled at this point, as this thing was just called stone. Wang Gang wanted to show them the entire hematite smelting process and demonstrate the forging process to help them understand the difference between hematite and stone. This is a special stone that can be melted and deformed, and then shaped into tools of other forms. Only then could the savages understand why this brownish-red stone had another name. Even for many savages, the world is divided into two parts, edible and inedible. So deer are eaten, sheep are eaten, rabbits are eaten, but stones are not eaten. They don't need much ability to distinguish. It took Wang Gang most of the day to gradually learn the wild people's way of thinking. He started with the concepts they could easily understand, such as words like I, you, sun, sky, earth, and north, south, east, and west. Once they had mastered simple vocabulary, Wang Gang gradually introduced everyday language. Are you okay? Have you eaten? I am fine. Whoosh. The sound of wings beating through the air came from above, and Wang Gang looked up. Ah, the Lord has arrived. That's all for today's lesson. Wang Gang clapped his hands, signaling them all to stand up. As Jiang Mian landed, the 36 savages turned to face him and shouted in unison. Greetings, my lord. Actually, these 3 words were the first sentence Wang Gang taught them. Jiang Mian nodded. Their voices were much more pleasant to hear than a few days ago. Although they still had a slightly stiff intonation, at least they were clearer. Hello. He smiled and responded, then quickly walked to Wang Gang's side and asked, How are you doing now? Simple words are easier for them, but they have a hard time understanding complex words, let alone memorizing syllables. I estimate that they will have to stay here for a while to gradually get familiar with the surrounding environment and new things. As Wang Gang was reporting, Jiang the blacksmith, who was inside the stone house, heard the commotion outside and came out by lifting the curtain of the stone house. Upon seeing Jiang Mian, Jiang the blacksmith's face lit up with excitement. He then patted his chest proudly, as if seeking credit, and invited him inside. My lord, it will take a long time for Wang Gang's work to show results. Why don't you take a look at the iron forging production line I've modified first? All right. Jiang Mian was a little surprised to see Jiang the blacksmith and asked curiously, There's only one hang glider. How did you manage to get it? Don't underestimate me just because I'm 50 years old. I'm at the age where I should be working hard and making progress. I learned to ride that bicycle in half an hour, followed behind Wang Gang, and pedaled over here. Before even reaching the door, Jiang the blacksmith continued his long-winded explanation. These skeleton soldiers are too unintelligent to understand the principles of iron forging. They only know single commands, so I broke down the process of filling the molten iron, forging, and cooling into small steps. Each batch of skeleton soldiers is only responsible for one small step. For example, when the skeleton soldiers in front bring over scorching hot wrought iron, they hammer and refine the impurities. The skeleton soldiers responsible for forging the iron axes first hammered the iron into a flat shape. The second group shaped the flat iron blocks into the general outline of the axe head. The third group cut the blade, and the fourth group polished it smooth. Each batch of skeletons doesn't need to know what the other steps are or what the purpose of doing them is. They just need to perform simple, repetitive operations. After doing it this way, I found that it was quite efficient. Oh, and one more thing. The skeletons are penalized for their output during the day, but not at night, which is the complete opposite of us humans. After hearing his description, Jiang Mian felt that Jiang the blacksmith was just a blacksmith before, which was a waste of his talents. This is a Ford assembly line. Jiang Mian only sent the skeleton soldiers to Jiang the blacksmith to lend a hand. Unexpectedly, after not checking for a few days, Jiang the blacksmith figured out an unmanned factory with fully automated production. He walked to the door of the stone house, lifted the curtain, and peeked inside. The furnace was blazing, and waves of heat were hitting us. The reddish-brown molten iron flowed slowly in the mold, gleaming with a dark golden light. The skeleton soldiers skillfully pushed and pulled the bellows and swung stone hammers to forge iron, creating tools such as iron axes and iron picks. The entire process can be completed smoothly without supervision. Jiang Mian said sincerely, Old Jiang, you shouldn't be a blacksmith anymore. You should be a housekeeper. A person's energy is limited. If he goes out, he will not be able to take care of the affairs in his territory. After Jiang the blacksmith was promoted to steward, he was entrusted with the subsequent farming and rabbit raising in the territory. Jiang Mian took out corn and wheat seeds from the warehouse and placed them on the ground. Once the savages have learned the basic language, You and Lin Kuan can teach them how to cultivate these seeds. I'll bring the rabbits from home here in a few days, once they're able to move around normally. There are very few wild animals now, and those that are caught are immediately turned into food. You can hardly find any live animals for sale in the market. He can't find cattle and sheep to raise in enclosures for the time being. However, rabbits also have their advantages. The rapid reproduction rate is still too high. The animal population has decreased due to the draining the pond to catch all the fish approach. But what does that have to do with plants? All creatures roam freely under the frosty sky. These rabbits, placed on the grassland, find themselves surrounded by grass, enjoying excellent conditions for growth and reproduction. Not only is there plenty of food, but the number of natural enemies has also decreased significantly, allowing their numbers to explode exponentially in no time. I'm going to repair the road in the back mountain tonight. You can take a look and arrange for the skeleton soldiers to continue the road construction. Upon hearing the word housekeeper, Jiang the blacksmith felt his back straighten considerably. He was the second person to arrive in the territory, and he was quite old. In terms of seniority, he is not as experienced as Lin Kuan, who accompanied the Lord through the most difficult night. In terms of ability, he is not as versatile as Wang Gang, who can be a paratrooper in the sky, fight freely on the ground, and even teach the savages their language. He is both literate and martial. These days he has been quietly studying how to balance the strengths and weaknesses of the skeleton soldiers, so that one day he can use it to prove himself. As expected, he eventually became the Lord's steward. So what if I'm 50? You can achieve great things even at 50. Chapter 114 Road Construction Problems. The first section of the road at the exit of the cave on the back mountain is planned to be on a slope. Jiang Mian first took out a bundle of hemp rope and several wooden stakes from the warehouse. He drove a wooden stake into the ground at the beginning of the slope, tied a rope to it, and then walked down the planned route, driving a stake every 10 meters or so to keep the rope taut. Another rope was stretched parallel to the other side, with the distance between the two ropes being a dozen centimeters wider than the width through which two carriages could pass side by side. After using a rope to limit the width, he then stood at a distance to check if the route was reasonable. The road winds back and forth in a zigzag pattern along the entire slope. The skeleton dragon acts as an excavator for digging roadbeds, using its bone claws to dig away the surface soil and grass roots, excavating a roadbed about 10 centimeters deep. The excavated soil was piled up on both sides of the road to be used for filling in the edges later. After digging for about 20 meters, Jiang Mian took stones from the warehouse and stacked them one by one on the leveled road surface. Skeleton Dragon followed closely behind, tamping the stones down and pressing them into the soil. A single stone is quite large. Once it fills the roadbed, it becomes a paved road. But this would cause the carriage to bump when it passed by. Especially when going up or down slopes, the bumpy ride can be dangerous. By pouring well-mixed, moist concrete into the gaps between the stones and then pressing it down with a wooden board, the road surface can be made smooth. After Jiang Mian practiced for a meter or two, he ordered Jiang the blacksmith and others on both sides to lead the skeleton soldiers into battle. The steps of driving piles and pulling ropes do not take long. The lines can be pulled backwards while the previous section of the roadbed is being filled. These two operations were performed by Jiang the blacksmith and others, which ensured the accuracy of the route. The work of filling in the stones was carried and done by skeleton soldiers. The more intelligent skeletal dragons are responsible for tamping the stones, and can also adjust some of the stones that have been filled outside the lines. Jiang Mian allocated 2,000 skeleton soldiers for road construction, half of whom were responsible for mining stones and the other half for transporting and filling them. Next, dozens of skeleton generals were responsible for pouring the concrete. Finally, the concrete was flattened with wooden planks, an operation that required a high degree of precision and was done manually. It took them about an hour and a half to complete the 20-meter road. After observing the entire process, Jiang Mian discovered that the last few people's operation of pressing the concrete with wooden boards was the most time-consuming. Because smoothing concrete is not something that can be done in one go, as the concrete hardens and moisture evaporates, the remaining surface will become uneven and will need to be smoothed again with a wooden board. The water seeping up from the concrete also needs to be scraped away. After several rounds of smoothing, the first layer of concrete had already partially solidified, but the road surface was still somewhat rough. The concrete pouring speed should not be too fast. 2 or 3 meters at a time is about right. Jiang Mian summarized his experience. He originally thought that after pouring and smoothing the surface, he could simply wait for it to dry. and the team would immediately begin pouring the next section of the road. It wasn't until after repairing 20 meters that they discovered the smoothing work was being done simultaneously with the drying process. You can't just apply it once and then leave it alone. In that case, the progress is limited. Jiang Mian was a little worried, as the production and transportation of stones, as well as the production of concrete, all exceeded the speed of road construction. With the aid of a sundial, the mixer can produce 78 cubic meters of concrete per hour. The road is nearly 4.5 meters wide, and this concrete can pave a road of more than 80 meters. Not to mention mining stone, 1,000 skeleton soldiers can chop away nonstop, producing enough to support concrete manufacturing and road foundation paving. The straight line distance from the shelter to the valley is more than 30 kilometers, but the road is winding and needs to be repaired for 50 or 60 kilometers. This will take forever to fix. My lord, those savages can also come and help. They should be able to learn how to smooth the concrete in a few days. Wang Gang suggested that the wild man's intelligence was actually not low, but it was just underdeveloped. After careful consideration, Jiang Mian decided to settle for second best. All right, if the concrete pouring is slow, let's organize the skeleton soldiers to fill in all the stones and build a stone road first. Road construction is a major project that cannot be accomplished overnight. Once the savages have finished learning, they will be able to start building roads from several other nodes, which will increase the efficiency of road construction several times over. They worked 10 hours a day, repairing 2,000 meters, and completed the task in a month. The remaining 100 or so savages migrated over, allowing the road construction to be completed more quickly. After working until after 8 p.m., Jiang Mian and the others returned to the shelter to prepare for tonight's mutated monster. The number of elite monsters that appeared was several times higher than the night before, but no more nightmare devourers appeared. This immediately made Jiang Mian lose interest. Lord-level monsters, as their name suggests, may only appear once in a territory. He had already killed the Nightmare Warrior in his territory last week. The Nightmare one from last night was a lord from another territory. If this is the rule, then if you want to get a silver treasure chest in the future, you'll have to visit other survivors more often. Jiang Mian rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. They claimed it was to help them relieve the stress from the monsters. There are still so many survivors who have died, and the Lord-level monsters in their small area are still there. Jiang Mian opened the regional channel, ready to pick a lucky person who was nearby. Everyone in the channel is discussing one thing. Someone posted on the World channel that they encountered a creature resembling a throne in the fog. He had just taken a blurry photo when he went silent on the World channel. The survivors argued over what the creature in the surviving, blurry photograph actually was. Four nested wheels. Are there really angels in this world? Aren't angels supposed to be holy figures with halos above their heads and wings on their backs? Am I misunderstanding something? The angels we usually talk about are the angels depicted in paintings after the Renaissance, gentle and beautiful. I don't know if you've heard the saying that angels are born ugly and terrifying to awaken humanity, while demons are born charming and alluring to tempt people. Yes, the earlier images of angels, when they appeared in the Old Testament, were not there to bring warmth, but to judge. They were covered with eyes, constantly watching those around them, inspiring awe, which is the symbolism of judgment. In this survival world, even snails with angelic faces have appeared, so it's not surprising that there are angels too. I'm more curious about what level this guy is. He should be stronger than an elite monster, right? Is he a lord-level monster? Lord level? Isn't that the one the district chief killed last week? Thinking back to the scene last week when the district chief asked for help in the channel, he was so pitiful. I wanted to hug him. No wonder he would have thoughts of helping others when faced with such a monster. But the district chief still managed to kill that lord-level monster all by himself. If we think lord-level monsters are scary, then isn't the district chief even more terrifying? There were conspiracy theories circulating yesterday, saying that the district chief is the son of the source of the strange power, who ran to the mortal world to be a young master and toy with humans. Son of the overlord, my ass. The district chief went to shelter number 98,437 yesterday. How could that be the son of the mysterious overlord? Don't be misled by that idiot Wang Teng's theory of the overlord of the Forbidden Zone. He's just a complete fraud. Chapter 115, The Fallen Divine Kingdom Underground. It's not surprising that there are angels. The Tarot elders of the North 2nd District discovered a divine kingdom in a collapsed pit at dusk. A divine kingdom? That's something those mystics made up, isn't it? Why would I lie to you? There's an underground world in that pit, with photos of destroyed idols, churches, and stone tablets carved with ancient characters where countless skeletons worship. Is this the former territory of the gods? That's possible. Besides the human and animal remains, there might also be deformed remains in that underground cave, which may have been destroyed. The person speaking forwarded 3 pictures from the World Channel. Jiang Mian clicked on the first image. There was a long crack in the ground, pressed down by rocks, through which dim sunlight shone and the bottom could not be seen. This is the entrance to that underground cave. The second photo shows the interior of the cave, with the photographer standing inside a dilapidated temple. In the center of the temple, a huge statue lay on the ground, broken at the waist, its body shattered into dozens of pieces scattered on the ground. The damage was so severe that even observers couldn't identify the statue at first glance. Jiang Mian's gaze swept quickly over the statue, searching for key features. Apart from the neatly arranged scales on the surface of some unbroken statues, other features are indistinguishable. Given the overall length of the statue, it is very likely some kind of reptile. Snake, lizard, crocodile, or dragon. The last photo shows a path underground. On both sides of the road, there were a few agile Type 1 aberrations standing in 2s and 3s, their heads hanging down, motionless, just like the sleeping aberrations that Jiang Mian had seen in the mist. There was no mist in the underground cave, but mutated creatures appeared. This does not conform to the rules described in the survival system description. Other survivors also discovered this problem. Some of them believe that the underground world is another world, while others believe that it is a parallel world, or what this world used to be like. The Tarot elders of the North 2nd District have simply stumbled into a past timeline. I think it's the kingdom of God, which is different from the mortal world we live in. There are divine cultivation chambers in the laboratory, and there are also statues of gods in the underground world. I always feel that the gods have an extraordinary status in this world and are inextricably linked to many things. Let me summarize the gods I've discovered these past few days. The fish skeleton in the lab is one, and it seems to be related to those fishmen. The god worshipped by the Snow Wild Man is a snake. I initially thought it was a polar bear. The locust people are ferocious and violent. We haven't found out what they believe in yet, but we estimate they are some kind of insect. All 3 of them are related to the new race. Upstairs, I'd like to add something. I once saw the 9-colored deer temple in the forest, and it looked much more respectable than the gods worshipped by those 3 new races. This morning, after the rain, I saw the silhouette of a large ice phoenix on the rainbow. I estimated it to be several tens of meters long. Then what are the statues of this underground divine kingdom? There are plenty of things with scales. The photo is taken from only one direction and is very blurry. There's nothing we can do because the surrounding area is full of distortions. I guess the Tarot elders just went in, took a couple of quick photos, and ran out. When Jiang Mian thought of the underground world, the first thing that came to mind was the laboratory where the black cat lived. Even though there was no light in that underground cave, he still managed to roughly deduce the underground scene through sound and mental perception. The structure of the dome, rock walls, and the road surface at the bottom is very similar to that in the photo. However, he did not encounter any aberrations when he went there last week. Was it only refreshed this week, or is it the lingering scent of the black cat that keeps those mutants away? Go again tomorrow, check on Shining, go into the cave to see what's going on, and then relocate the rest of the savages here. With the upgrade of the territory, Huang has already gained the ability to fly. The laboratory, which is 100 kilometers away, is now practically at Jiang Mian's doorstep. If anything happens in this place, he will be among the first to be affected. He had been eyeing the demonic sword in the cave for a long time. Whether you can use it yourself is one thing, but preventing others from getting it is the important thing. The long sword formed from the bone of the black cat's left arm is something that can be called a divine weapon. Last time I went there, various materials were relatively scarce, and I didn't know how to contain that demonic sword. This time, he will try using iron tools, magical ice, skeleton soldiers, and other methods to find a way to take the sword away. If human effort is insufficient, Jiang Mian arrived at the altar, placed the wondrous cat toy on it, and began the sacrificial ceremony. The only thing he had was this cat toy that was worth Shining's attention. After stepping back and waiting a few seconds, a very faint silvery white halo gradually appeared on the surface of the altar, like ripples on the water surface caused by a gentle breeze. Jiang Mian silently recited his needs. The rewards obtained from altar sacrifices differ from those obtained from praying to idols. The latter can be heard directly by the gods, so there is a chance that the gods will grant your request, while the former depends entirely on the items offered and the god's mood. Therefore, priests need to maintain good relationships with the gods or their messengers and try to please them as much as possible. This is a profound and specialized field of study. In an era when gods were everywhere, some deities had hundreds of millions of followers and millions of priests, making it impossible to remember who each priest or follower was. It is a great honor for the gods to even look upon them. Priests who can communicate with the gods are the highest-ranking people in the divine realm. In this era of divine silence, very few gods have been revived. Jiang Mian's territory is one of the few divine territories, and he has only one priest as the god he worships. Therefore, the gods will also favor him. The cat toy disappeared above the altar, replaced by a red rope. It was coiled up in a circle, with a line of text floating beside it. Tie it to the hilt of the knife. Shining strikes directly. The containment materials are readily available, eliminating the need for further crafting. Jiang Mian picked up the red rope and squeezed it. It was soft and elastic, and she didn't know what material it was made of. After scanning the bracelet, only the words, "miracle item," were displayed. The quality and effects were left as question marks. He put away the red rope and looked at the empty altar. There's only one cat toy, and once it's used up, it's gone. What will we have to sacrifice next? Magic is something that humans imitated that God created. Related derivatives, such as attribute gems, are all defective products or scraps in the eyes of God. Sacrifice attribute gems are an insult to the gods. The mutated creatures are also at odds with the gods, and they sacrifice materials from the lower-level aberrant beings. It's already a miracle that the gods don't punish them. Even if it's to be sacrificed as a trophy, it has to be a king-level aberration among mutated creatures. Or they could simply sacrifice the remains of other gods or divine objects, such as the fishbone remains of a god that were previously found in laboratory culture chambers in other areas. Chapter 116 Who? Obtaining divine remains is nearly impossible, but obtaining divine objects would be much easier. The snake god statue in the Snowfield Savage territory might just be the answer. Several days have passed, and Jiang Mian has yet to receive any retribution from the snake god and the snow wild man. Meanwhile, as the divine buildings were gradually unlocked, Jiang Mian gained a deeper understanding of the Shining Authority and discovered that it seemed to be somewhat powerful. The weak will be bullied by the strong. The fact that the serpent god didn't cause him any trouble indicates that the other party was wary of Shining. More likely, the serpent god himself didn't care much about those snow savages. Whether they are alive or dead is unimportant to God. The snowman can be found in many areas. If there is a statue in each camp, there must be a lot of statues in total. Jiang Mian thought for a while and then initiated a material collection campaign in the regional and global channels. Snowy Savage Camp Snake God Statue. Exchange for a number of materials such as stones, iron ore, and wrought iron, or a skeleton soldier. The next morning, upon seeing the notice about collecting materials, the survivor packed his bags and went out to search for traces of the snow wild man. The news that finding a snake god statue could be exchanged for a skeleton soldier excited everyone. Each skeleton soldier is an extra source of labor. It's totally worth it. Some survivors who previously wanted to coexist peacefully with the snow savages have turned on them in an instant, grabbing crossbows and heading out. A wave of looting of snow-covered savage camps swept across the entire survival world. Survivors in those areas who had merfolk were asking if it was possible to get the merfolk god statue. After receiving confirmation, they immediately joined the looting army. Jiang Mi and I left the shelter as soon as possible and headed to the snowy savage valley, which she had visited before. When the snow savages inside saw him, they put down their weapons and stood in a row, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. Upon seeing Jiang Mian enter the ice house and take away the snake god statue, the savage priest became enraged and, in a fit of anger, struck a blow. Because the next second, a bullet struck the ground in front of his feet. The other savages dared not speak out in their anger and could only watch as Jiang Mian took the snake god statue away. Jiang Mian returned to the shelter and offered sacrifices directly to the snake god statue. The statue was sculpted realistically enough, containing a hint of divine power, and should be worthy of Shanling's attention. After the sacrifice, Jiang Mian inquired about the snake god in his mind. A statue probably won't be worth much in terms of material rewards. Just ask for information. Shining's understanding of this world is far deeper than his. He knows almost everything. Shining, I offer you the statue of the serpent god. May I ask what this serpent god is? And what is its relationship with the snow savages and calamities? The snow wildlings reappear with extreme blizzards, and the gods they worship may be related to calamities. A dozen seconds later, a single word appeared on the altar. Who? Jiang Mian stared at the word in the air, unable to utter a word for a long time. Is the existence of the snake god so insignificant? He had considered that the serpent god might be a bit weak in the eyes of Shining, but he never expected that in Shining's eyes, the serpent god would be evaluated as who? It was mistaken for a roadside object. No wonder they didn't dare to cause him any trouble. With this, Jiang Mian felt more confident when she went out in the future. After acquiring and sacrificing another serpent god statue, he asked his second question. Information about the black dragon above the clouds. The altar removed the statue, but there was no reaction. Jiang Mian guessed that the question was of great value, and one snake god statue was not enough. So he simply led the savage chieftain out the door. Having tested Huang's maximum flight altitude the day before yesterday, Jiang Mian did not detour to the seaside this time. Instead, he went through the canyon to the east side of the mountains and crossed the mountains directly in a straight line. A straight line saves more than 20 kilometers compared to a broken line, and you arrive in less than an hour. Jiang Mian placed the savage leader on the ground and sent him to gather the other savages, then walked towards the laboratory cave himself. He first went to visit Shining, entering the laboratory through the access control. Once inside, he saw that the culture chamber had broken at some point, and the liquid had leaked out, leaving only traces on the floor where it had long since dried. The white cat is neither in the warehouse nor nearby. Where did she go? Have you left? Jiang Mian was puzzled. He remembered that the survivors who went to the fish god's laboratory in the World Channel said that the walls of the cultivation chamber were unbreakable and that the technology used was enough to seal gods. Shining had just been revived and was still so weak, yet she broke out of the incubation chamber and left? If that's the case, then how did the once dominant Shining end up being imprisoned in a cultivation chamber by the humans of the Lothian Empire? Unless it is voluntary. The claim made by some survivors that God loves humanity and therefore voluntarily allows himself to be analyzed and studied by humankind may actually be true. If the white cat Shining is so powerful, the black cat should be no less so. And why were they dismembered and turned into various weapons by humans? Even if God loves the world, can he love it to this extent? There are too many mysteries. Jiang Mian murmured. Now that Shining has left, there's no need to worry about damaging the equipment in this lab. There's no need to worry about how you look in front of God anymore. I used to feel embarrassed when she stared at me. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian's eyes lit up again, and he felt an unprecedented sense of ease throughout his body. He stood there for a few seconds, then respectfully addressed the air. The Shining. Lord God. Kitty. The choice of words is becoming increasingly casual, and the tone is becoming increasingly unrestrained. There was no response from beginning to end. Jiang Mian took a breath, loosened his grip, walked to the nearest table, grabbed the edge of the table with both hands, and lifted it up. He even wants to move the table. There were several round lights on the ceiling, embedded in a metal frame. He stood on the instrument table and reached out to unscrew them one by one. He took all the test tube racks, wires, and instruments, even picking up every single piece of the shattered culture chamber wall. The material used to build this warehouse wall is said to be able to bind the gods, so there must be some truth to it. Although it cannot be restrained. But for Jiang Mian, this was definitely a high-quality material. Throw it into the enchanting table and use it directly as an enchanting material. Of course, it's also possible that the material quality is too high, resulting in an enchantment level that exceeds the enchanting table's limit, making it unusable now. After a period of rummaging, all that remained were 4 bare metal walls and the floor beneath one's feet, leaving only emptiness. Jiang Mian walked to the wall and tried to pry the plaster with the tip of his dagger, but the entire metal panel did not budge. He squatted down again to test the floor. It was also made of a single piece of material, with perfectly fitted edges, leaving no place to touch it. Pity. Jiang Mian then dusted off her hands, glanced at the empty room, and reluctantly left. The other underground cave was completely dark, just like last time. Knowing that there might be mutants on the roadside this time, Jiang Mian slowed down and walked even more carefully than last time. Not far away, their senses detected 2 agile Type 1 aberrations about 20 or 30 meters away. Without knowing the density of monsters ahead, he didn't choose the noisy shotgun, but instead took out his crossbow and started firing. After firing 3 arrows in quick succession, Jiang Mian learned the levels of the 2 mutants. One is level 22, and the other is level 23. It is significantly higher in level than the Agile Type 1 aberration that appears at night. Chapter 117 felt like being home. After killing the two mutants, Jiang Mian continued forward, summoning Simon to protect his back. As you go deeper, the level of the Agile Type 1 aberrations you encounter gradually increases. When you reach a location where you can hear the sound of dripping water, level 25 Agility Type 1 aberrations have already begun to appear. The Power Type 1 variant also appeared underground. All of this seems to be gradually approaching the source of the distortion. The surface is the outer perimeter, the underground caves are the inner perimeter, and the further in you go, the more you reach the core. This place may not be an ancient world site, or it may have been, but has now been taken over by aberrations. The underground cave he faced was even more dangerous than the one in the North 2nd District. Light was not allowed here, and everything was in darkness. If I were pursuing a silver collar or spiritual career path, I might have to back down now. Jiang Mian stopped and summoned a legion of 1,000 skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldiers are creatures of the night. Darkness not only doesn't affect them, it actually strengthens them. They clustered around Jiang Mian, armed with various weapons, forming a mobile fortress. After moving forward a distance, Jiang Mian noticed something was wrong. The skeleton soldiers around him are becoming stronger by absorbing some kind of energy from the cave. The environment here has the same effect as the source of the distortion. After scanning their information, Jiang Mian discovered that the skeleton soldiers who were initially at level 1 or 2 had all broken through to level 4 or 5, while the level 5 skeleton generals had also reached level 6 or 7. The trend of upgrading has not stopped. Who crammed so much experience into my skeleton soldiers? Jiang Mian regretted not bringing all the skeleton soldiers with her. This is no longer the land of mutants. It's clearly his home. Those mutants are so evil, they actually invaded his homeland. He wants to drive these monsters out. Defend our homeland. The skeleton soldiers in his hands were far more powerful than any other mutant of the same level. 5 fully armed level 2 spearmen, clad in bizarre leather armor, wielding hardened shields in their left hands and bone spears in their right, were able to contend with a level 10 plus agility type 1 aberration. With the addition of ranged support from crossbowmen and spearmen, their combat effectiveness is even greater. Now everyone's level has been raised, and their overall combat power has also soared. Moreover, the mutants in the underground caves don't surge up in hundreds like the monster tide. They are scattered in 2s, 3s, or 4s. It's daytime now, and the aberrations will be weakened. They were all in a dormant state before discovering the intruder. In other words, Jiang Mian's legion has a surprise attack bonus, enabling them to deal the first wave of damage. By the time the mutant realized what was happening, it had already been hit by several crossbow bolts. Despite their higher average level, the mutants are still at a disadvantage due to numerous unfavorable conditions. The roles of attacker and defender have switched compared to the night. Previously, monsters would spawn from monster spawners and attack survivors' shelters. Jiang Mian is now setting off from the shelter to attack the aberration that has a bunch of debuffs on it. The skeletons can obtain their damaged bone spears from the slain Agile Type 1 aberrations, thus becoming even more powerful in battle. They swept through the enemy lines with unstoppable momentum, directly reaching the vicinity of the Bloodsea Island. The highest level skeleton general has already reached level 12. The Demon Blade is on the other side of the island. Jiang Mian stood at the entrance of the island and used his mental power to skin forward. There are over 50 Agile Type 1 aberrations on the island, 7 or 8 with large heads, and 2 eyeballs encased in vertebral rings, and nightmare beings. I was just looking for you guys to loot treasure chests. Jiang Mian roused himself and eagerly began chanting the mental impact in advance. Skeleton Wyvern charged ahead, engaging several large-headed creatures in close combat, while Skeleton General, on horseback, led his skeleton soldiers to surround the Agile Type 1 aberrations. The sound awakened the sleeping nightmare beings, who were furious that someone had disturbed their peaceful dreams. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw through their minds a long sword blazing with flames, fiercely slashing at them. For a moment, their anger subsided, and their minds were filled with confusion and doubt. Who is so bold as to come here and attack them? Don't you know where this place is? They were even more bewildered after sensing the presence of the survivors. Did they get the time wrong, or did they reverse day and night? At this time, shouldn't the survivors be collecting resources to upgrade their shelter and prepare to defend against the mutated creatures that will appear at night? Before the 2 nightmare beings could figure out these questions, Their minds were suddenly struck by a powerful force, and their true forms were immediately exposed to the real world. Then, the flaming longsword struck them squarely. Bang! The blade struck the annulus vertebrae with a heavy thud. Interspersed among the sounds were a few cracking sounds of bones and joints breaking. "Evil mutants, get out of my home!" A furious shout rang out on the island. The voice contained the anger of oppression and the heartache of seeing their homeland being ravaged. These are all words from our vocabulary. Even those genuine and abundant emotions were shamelessly seized by the enemy. Completely bewildered, the nightmare hastily engaged in battle, retreating several meters to create distance between himself and Simon before re-entering the ethereal state. One of them deployed a mental barrier to protect itself and its companion, defending against a potential mental attack, while the other began to prepare for a mental attack and counterattack. This way, they won't be knocked out of their ethereal state. After the second mental attack was blocked by the mental barrier, Jiang Mian realized that the combination of these two nightmare beings was far more troublesome than the previous one. Previously, it was a 2-on-1 fight, and they even took advantage of the nightmare's arrogance. Now it's Jiang Mian's side taking the initiative, while the opponent is attacking and defending. Although they may not be able to gain the upper hand, they can still defend well. Jiang Mian told Simon to step back temporarily and think of a solution. The music box can be used. Mental shock and mental barrier are both low-level spells, and nightmare walkers will be bound and unable to cast them. However, the music box can only be used once every 12 minutes. If it is used now, and multiple nightmare devourers are encountered within 12 minutes, it cannot be used again. Furthermore, the music in a music box is controlled by a range, without limiting the number of objects that can be controlled. Not to mention 2, 4, or 8 can all be controlled. It's a bit of a waste of talent to use 2 nightmare beings. Other items that can interrupt the ethereal state of the nightmare being. Jiang Mian thought of a certain item, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. "You can try this one too." He pulled a statue from the warehouse and hurled it at the nightmare, shouting passionately at the same time. "Take this. Universal Super Invincible Divine Serpent Tail Swing." Upon hearing the sound, the 2 nightmare beings shuddered and held their breath in anticipation. The nightmare being responsible for the attack immediately unleashed a mental shockwave, heading straight for the unknown object. Bang! The intense mental impact directly destroyed the statue, sending rubble flying everywhere. Jiang Mian's attack seems to have had no effect. The 2 nightmare beings stared at the scattered rocks with their eyes open, waiting for a few seconds. Seeing no movement, they rolled their eyes and glanced smugly at Jiang Mian, as if to say, "That's all there is to it." This year's survivors are really weak. When faced with difficulties, all they do is throw stones in frustration. Chapter 1:18 Tyrant. The nightmare being was in a great mood, and he increased the speed at which he rotated the vertebral rings. Their eyes were slightly narrowed. This was their smile. After the intervertebral disc rotated a few more times, the movement suddenly slowed down. The eyeballs sensed the abnormality and extended their mental energy outward, attempting to explore the surrounding space. The moment the spiritual energy was extended, it was as if it had sunk into a sticky swamp, unable to penetrate or retract. Immediately afterwards, a bone-chilling cold surged in from all directions, quickly filling the entire underground cavern. A colossal phantom pierced through the rift in space-time, slowly emerging from the boundary between the real and the unreal, and descended upon this frozen space. The phantom was initially faint, with a semi-transparent outline, but as it gradually solidified, the details within the outline began to appear, serpentine, coiled, with fine scales, each gleaming with a dark luster. The phantom's head drooped, and 2 vertical pupils lit up in the darkness, finally bringing light to the long dark underground cave. Hiss! The snake's hissing sound, barely audible, clearly echoed throughout the entire cave. The 2 nightmare beings' eyes suddenly contracted, and they fell silent as if trembling in fear. When they realized what was happening and tried to back away, they found themselves stuck in place. A viscous divine consciousness enveloped them, and then something larger and deeper descended from above, crushing their will. The wind and frost grind them down like a millstone, crushing their spirit and body until not even powder remains. 2 level 30-plus nightmare beings were thus annihilated. The phantom head slowly turned, its gaze sweeping across the location of the nightmare being, the broken statue, and finally settling on the humans standing on the island. Cause and effect, human calculations. He understood everything. He did not have an attack. He is not a benevolent god. It's not exactly a magnanimous existence. However, that seemingly insignificant human possessed 3 auras that were enough to keep him calm for 10,000 times over. And that special behavior that humans are currently engaging in. He knelt upright on the ground, placing several shattered fragments of the culture chamber wall in front of him. Then he bent over, pounding the ground with his fists, tears welling in his eyes, his voice a sincere sob. Great God, your successful rescue is our lifelong wish. Long confined in a cage, I have finally returned to nature. Those fools will one day pay the price for their blasphemy. After saying this, he cried uncontrollably, unable to contain his emotions, and lost all sense of the world around him. The phantom's lips twitched slightly as it turned its head to look elsewhere. His true form has not yet awakened, so there's no need for him to bother with a human. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. There is no light here, only deathly silence. The aura of destruction and stillness perpetually influences the cave's environment. As if struck by a thought, he suddenly lowered his head, his gaze fixed on a jet-black knife lying motionless on the ground at the edge of the island. Seeing his actions, Jiang Mian, who was lost in tears, felt a pang of unease. Little snake, what do you intend to do? That's his knife. Jiang Mian took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and then, still maintaining a composed expression, said in a seemingly sorrowful tone, I will obey your divine decree for the rest of my life. I will carry out your instructions meticulously. As he spoke, Jiang Mian took out the red rope and held it in his palm. He stood up, looked straight ahead, completely ignoring the phantom in the sky, as if he couldn't see it at all. His gaze was firm as he walked step by step toward the other side of the island. Their goal was clearly that demonic sword. The serpentine phantom narrowed its eyes and turned to look at the human again. He saw the red rope in the human's hands. There was indeed that person's aura on the rope. Was it that person's intention to take that knife? Or is it? The serpentine phantom suddenly recalled an interesting fable it had read in a book 10,000 years ago. A story about a fox and a tiger. Whether tigers actually exist or not, foxes can instill fear in other animals. How can other animals tell if it's true or false? If it turns out to be a mere illusion, then we will have missed out on the tyrant's left arm bone. Hiss. The phantom flicked its tongue and lowered its upper body. He wanted to give it a try. Jiang Mian caught a glimpse of the shadowy figure's reaction out of the corner of his eye and quickened his pace without making a sound. Finally, get fast enough to run. Because the phantom rushed directly towards the demonic blade. That's mine. Jiang Mian simply stopped acting and shouted at the phantom in the air. The phantom did not stop at his words and arrived beside the demonic blade in the blink of an eye. His vertical pupils were fixed on the knife, his eyes filled with longing. He understood that even if he lost an incarnation, it would be invaluable to obtain a piece of the tyrant's left arm bone. His true form is not here. The serpentine phantom's gaping maw was wide open, and the outline of the knife was reflected in its dark, vertical pupils. At that moment, a streak of light flew out of Jiang Mian's warehouse. It was the witch's music box. Without Jiang Mian's mental prompting, the music box flew out on its own. When the box was opened, the image of a black cat wearing a top hat on the box suddenly lit up and came to life. It blinked, jumped out of the music box, and burrowed into its left arm bone. A violent, dark aura erupted from the knife, transforming into a boundless abyss that threatened to devour everything in the world. A claw emerged from the vortex. A terrifying giant claw covered in thick, jet-black fur. The giant claw easily pressed down on the snake-shaped phantom's head, like a cat catching a mouse. Then another giant claw emerged from the abyss. Its sharp claw tip curved like a hook, and plunged straight into the snake's heart. With its belly ripped open, golden blood splattered everywhere, making the whole scene exceptionally bloody. Hiss crack. The phantom emitted an extremely short, hissing sound, as if it had been choked in its throat. The giant claw gripped the beating, warm heart, and pulled it back. A few seconds later, the sound of teeth biting through a heart and blood splattering out came from the abyss, followed by the sticky sound of chewing soft, wet flesh. Apart from that sound, the cave was eerily quiet. The serpentine phantom collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Jiang Mian stood not far away, listening to the primitive and bloody chewing sounds, and the hair on his whole body stood on end. Fear, nausea, and confusion. This practice of eating raw meat and drinking blood is not very consistent with the identity of a god. It's even stranger than the bizarre. The owner of the giant paw is completely different from the black cat in a top hat depicted on the music box. Apart from both being black, Jiang Mian could find no other similarities between the two. With a swallowing sound, the chewing stopped, and the giant claw dragged the lifeless snake body into the abyss. Instead of tearing at flesh again, it stretched out its bloodied claws, picked up the black long sword from the ground, and presented it to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian carefully took the red rope and tied it to the hilt of the knife. The rampaging demonic energy of the demonic blade was immediately suppressed and lay there obediently. "I took it, okay?" Jiang Mian whispered to the giant claw. The giant claw shook the knife, as if to indicate its agreement. Jiang Mian picked up the knife, and this time the bracelet reacted. Item: Divine Artifact Unsealed, currently sealed. Quality: C. Description: Nature and humanity act on each other's behalf, creating and accomplishing things. This is called the work of nature. Effect: 1. Silent and eternal. When using an artifact to launch an attack, from the start of the attack to the completion of the damage calculation, all attributes and statuses of the holder related to this damage are locked at the values at the time of the attack and are not affected by any temporary increase or decrease effects. 2. Settling. When using a divine artifact to launch a dynamic attack, every 7 attacks, the 7th attack will ignore all evasion, invisibility, and immunity effects on the target, and will always deal damage. The information about the artifact overshadowed the unease in Jiang Mian's heart, and his expression softened somewhat. The giant beast seemed to sense that his mood had improved and raised its massive claw to pat his head. Just as her palm was about to touch him, she suddenly stopped, paused for a few seconds, and then withdrew it. It retreated into the abyss and never reappeared. Chapter 119: Cave Collapse. The music box returned to Jiang Mian's hands, and the magical fluctuations it emitted were much weaker than before. Jiang Mian opened the box and found that the black cat image on the box had disappeared. In this world, it has lost another piece of its former proof. The quality of the music box also dropped from C to D, and the interval between music playing was extended to 15 minutes. This is within Jiang Mian's acceptable range. He held the divine weapon in his hand and waved it a few times in the air. Swords and blades are interconnected. A swordsman's expertise can also be applied to a blade. Effect 1, silent and everlasting, unchanging as before, is a panel lock. Temporary effects obtained by using potions before an attack will remain locked until the damage is calculated. If used properly, this feature can extend the duration of many temporary buffs. For example, he can gain a bonus to all attributes while in the shelter, but the effect disappears when he leaves the Sacred Flame domain. However, if Jiang Mian performs a preparatory attack before leaving the Sacred Flame domain, the full attribute bonus will remain on his stats even after he leaves the Sacred Flame domain before he deals his first damage. At the same time, it can also ensure that Jiang Mian is not affected by the weakening effects applied to him by the enemy when he attacks. Effect 2 settled, cosplays Odin's Eternal Spear Gungnir from Norse mythology. To trigger the guaranteed hit effect, you need to attack 6 times in advance to stack the passive. I just don't know if attacking air can stack passives. If possible, accumulate 6 attack passives in advance, so that the first strike against the nightmare will be a guaranteed hit. Jiang Mian gathered his skeleton army and prepared to continue deeper, to find a nightmare to test the effect of settling. The moment he stepped off the island, the earth began to tremble violently. The island is like a ship that has run aground and sunk into the sea, while rubble rolls down from the dome. The underground cave began to collapse for unknown reasons. Jiang Mian looked back and saw the road he had come from rapidly collapse and shatter, falling into a sea of blood. In the distance, which he could not see, the mountain where the cave was located had just been hit by an earthquake, and was completely shattered and turned into ruins in just a few seconds. The survival system did not notify of the earthquake. The anomaly here may have been caused by the black cat. Jiang Mian guessed. We can only move forward. With his escape route cut off, he had no choice but to lead his skeleton soldiers to avoid the falling rocks and run deeper into the area. On the other side of the island, there was a fork in the road. The last time he came here, he chose to go left and ended up in a laboratory where he learned about the analytical experiments on the black cat. That laboratory was at the end of the road on the left. There was no road leading to the ground. He turned to the right. Let's go to the right. There might be another way to leave the cave. The collapse of the cave was very loud, and the alien creatures on both sides of the road had awakened. After smelling the human presence, they swarmed towards Jiang Mian like a bee. Jiang Mian drew his divine weapon and rushed to the right path, wreaking havoc among the mutant swarm. These aberrations have an average level of 25, and killing them will give Jiang Mian experience. The skeletons were also absorbing energy from the cave to upgrade themselves, and the longer the time dragged on, the more advantageous the situation became for them. After advancing several dozen meters, Jiang Mian reached level 33, where he spotted a floating void nightmare in the Agile Type 1 aberration swarm. The nightmare was staring at the uninvited guest with hostility. Its territory, inhabited by other creatures, collapsed, and before it could find the cause, it suddenly spotted a clumsy human. It's hard not to suspect that this human was behind this. The Nightmare 1 enters a void state, controlling other aberrations to consume it forward. The humans who manage to get this far must be quite skilled. This is their territory, so naturally, they must wear down their opponent and wait for the enemy to tire themselves out. But the human ignored the other mutants. He wielded a long black sword and swung it wildly in the air 6 times. Then he leaped up and landed on a winged skeletal dragon, pouncing directly on it. The Nightmare didn't understand what he was trying to do, but he still built a mental barrier to defend against the mental impact the other party might cause. Then, it saw that the human completely ignored its mental barrier and swung the knife at it. Does he want to hurt himself with a physical attack? The Nightmare suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Even when the other party used magical damage to attack it, it still felt that the other party had a brain and had thought things through. It didn't dodge, it just remained in its ethereal state, floating there. It wants to see what kind of tricks these humans are up to. A few seconds later, the long sword sliced through its body, as if they were in 2 parallel universes, and neither of them was harmed. The Nightmare was not harmed. The human frowned and looked down at the long sword in his hand. Did he realize his attack was futile? The Nightmare wondered. It thought the human was going to change tactics, but when it turned its eyes to the back, it saw the human raise the long knife again and quickly slash at it. The second, third, and fourth strikes were so fast they left afterimages, but none of them caused any damage. The Nightmare began to doubt its initial judgment. Was this human who had broken in truly capable, or had he simply gotten in by chance? For safety's sake, it decided to remain in the blurred state and observe for a while longer. The 5th cut. The 6th cut. The human unleashed his 7th strike, which looked no different from the previous ones. Even the Nightmare warriors were getting a little bored. Just as it was about to blink, it suddenly felt a burning pain in its vertebral atrium. The black longsword struck its ethereal vertebrae, tearing one of them in half, and continued to approach its eyeball. Not good. You must dodge this attack. The Nightmare immediately retreated, quickly moving to an area 3 meters away. But when it looked ahead, it discovered that the knife and its owner had moved 3 meters away for some reason, and their relative positions remained unchanged. What's this? The Nightmare was in a state of utter panic. It had clearly retreated to avoid the attack, so why did the other party move along with it? The Nightmare being refused to believe in evil, squeezed all his spiritual energy, and quickly moved more than 10 meters to the left. Open your eyes. The human and the knife still followed it. And the blade of that knife was already right next to his eyeball. There's no way to avoid it. There's absolutely no way to avoid it. The Nightmare was filled with despair. This strike not only ignored its ethereal nature, but also the changes in space and time. It was as if it were destined to strike. Even if the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, or the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled, it was determined to strike it. That's completely unreasonable. Click. The blade slashed at the pale eyeball, the immense force carving several cracks into its surface. HP minus 2211. Current HP 4189/6400. It's one thing to be able to hit it, but why does this strike do so much damage? The Nightmare 1 endured the pain and continued moving backward. This time it successfully moved away, creating a distance of 4 or 5 meters between itself and Jiang Mian. Its bleeding eyes stared at the long knife in Jiang Mian's hand, filled with apprehension and fear. This human is too strange, and the knife in his hand is just as strange. Even though his own strength attribute wasn't very high, when he struck it with that knife, it caused damage more severe than low-level magic. Chapter 120 The Other Side of Distortion. Jiang Mian gripped the long sword in his hand, experiencing firsthand the terrifying power of the settling effect. As the Nightmare 1 dodged backward, he was already preparing to unleash 7 more strikes. But in an instant, the scene around him changed rapidly, and the Nightmare appeared under his blade. It will definitely hit. It will definitely hit. Not only does it ignore the intangibility, the opponent won't even have a chance to escape. This is an attack on cause and effect. Jiang Mian was even more grateful that he had managed to take down the knife, even if he had to face the serpent god. If someone else were to use such a powerful weapon on him, the seventh attack would be guaranteed to hit, and he wouldn't even have a chance to dodge it. And this knife has extremely high damage. In this survival world, the damage caused by any weapon is related to the weapon itself and the survivor's attributes. Like iron spears and stone spears, for the same user, the former will inevitably cause more damage than the latter. Different weapons correspond to different damage multipliers. With Jiang Mian's power, if he successfully attacked the nightmare with a shotgun, he could probably deal 200 to 300 physical damage. Using the bone spear can only cause a few dozen points of physical damage. Like the agility and strength aberrations, nightmares have low spell defense, but can deal higher spell damage with magic. Using flash, with all your might, can probably deal 3,000 to 4,000 damage to a nightmare. Although the damage dealt by using the artifact is lower than the value of flash, the latter can only be used once without upgrading. However, wielding the long sword 7 times only consumes a tiny bit of energy. He can swing 100 knives in one go. The strong find surprises everywhere, while the weak find terror everywhere. The 7th strike is guaranteed to hit. This is the display mechanism. A successful strike is a major artery. This is the displayed numerical value. Jiang Mian even suspected that the quality displayed as a C after the bracelet scanning device was turned on might not actually be that it only had a C grade, but rather that the bracelet could only scan up to a C grade at present. Just like an exam with a maximum score of 100, some people get 100 points because they have the ability to achieve 100 points, while others get 100 points because the exam only has 100 points. The difference between the two can only be understood intuitively and cannot be explained in words. Shining sealed the artifact with a red rope, possibly so that the seal would gradually be broken as Jiang Mian grows up. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian's heart stirred slightly. Wah, I can never repay the kindness of Flashy Cat. I have no choice but to repay him with my body. He will henceforth proclaim himself the messenger of the Shining on earth, and dedicate himself to spreading the Shining's name to every corner of the world. He was serious, and it was entirely based on his consideration for the Shining. It definitely wasn't because he wanted to raise a big flag. For my God, Jiang Mian raised his arm and shouted, "Justice and responsibility," as he charged toward the trembling nightmare warriors. The left hand deals high damage. The right hand deals high damage. The nightmare was attacked as it ran. Jiang Mian forced it to reveal its true form with a mental shock, and then hit by a shotgun enchanted with cold, which reduced its movement speed. It was no match for Jiang Mian riding Huang. This is outrageous. It is a lord. Unable to endure this one-sided humiliation, the nightmare demon decided to fight back against Jiang Mian. At worst, we'll fight to the death. If it dies, the other side won't get away with it either. The nightmare one stopped fleeing, deliberately revealing its true form, its eyes filled with a look of fearlessness in the face of death, and unleashing a mental shock with all its might. At the same time, Jiang Mian's long sword and the blade of Knight Simon's sword struck its eyeballs one after another. 2 lines of damage numbers appeared, the nightmare's eyeballs exploded, its vertebral rings shattered, and it collapsed to the ground. The mental shock it unleashed before its death triggered the rejection field, enchantment on the strange leather armor when it struck Jiang Mian, causing it to bounce off and attack a large number of aberrant creatures in the surrounding area. Both the Agility Type 1 aberration and the Strength Type 1 aberration have low mental attributes, and dozens of them died instantly from such a high-intensity, wide-range mental impact. The mutants, who were further away, also temporarily fainted due to the mental shock. The skeleton army seized the opportunity, launched a fierce attack, and broke through the encirclement of the mutants. They surrounded Jiang Mian and moved along the road. As the level increases, the skeletons become harder, and various runes grow on the surface of some skeletons, indicating a mutation. Some skeleton soldiers learned dark magic and enchanted their weapons, making them even more powerful. Some skeleton soldiers grew 3 heads and 6 arms, operating 6 shotguns simultaneously, and charged into the mutant horde, transforming into war machines. Some skeleton soldiers even went so far as to abandon humanity, fusing with the remains of mutants, their bodies twisted, transforming them into true monsters. While overjoyed, Jiang Mian also became wary. The higher the level of the skeleton soldier and the more severe the mutation, the more brutal their personality becomes. They gradually shifted from passively defending and killing mutants to actively attacking. They will even attack the corpses of dead mutants, even if it makes no sense. Further down the line, they'll probably be no different from those mutants who only know how to kill. The unknown energy within the cave, while enhancing their level and degree of distortion, also twists their very nature. Jiang Mian questioned the route of the demon realm for the first time. There has to be a limit to distortion. Wang Gang said that the reputation of the ghost territory is bad, and that it is considered heretical by other territories. Perhaps he was referring to this phenomenon. Selling one's soul to calamity. Power that comes too easily often comes at a bottomless price. Jiang Mian recalled the most severely mutated skeleton soldiers, while avoiding direct conflict with the mutated creatures. Firstly, the level of the aberrations increases as you go deeper into the cave, and if he wants to limit the degree of aberration of the skeleton soldiers, the skeleton army will gradually fall behind the rate at which the aberrations level up. Secondly, it limits the killing instinct of the skeletons and reduces the influence of the environment on their nature. He quickened his pace in searching for an exit, avoiding areas densely populated with aberrations. Finally, Jiang Mian arrived near a dilapidated building after a winding and circuitous journey. The building bore a resemblance to the temple photographed by the North 2nd District Tarot Elders Association, with ruins and bones scattered everywhere. The collapsed rubble in the center of the temple formed a small hill. If it was originally a statue of a deity, the treatment it received was far worse than that of the deity in the underground cave in the North 2nd District. There was no trace of carving in that small hill of rubble. It's just a pile of useless rubble in some nook or cranny. Unlike the underground cave temple in the North 2nd District, there was a small lantern carrying a girl sitting on that hill. Completely opposite to the little girl carrying a lantern. The lantern itself was alive. Some kind of insect was wriggling inside the bamboo lamp holder, and the paper surface had a sickly dark red hue. It extends a bamboo pole forward, with a little girl's head hanging at the end. The little girl's head and neck were cut off and turned black, indicating that she had been dead for a long time. Her eyes were open, but there were no pupils, only a cloudy white. She stared straight in Jiang Mian's direction, motionless. The lantern swayed, and the head swayed along with it. I found you. Chapter 121, Head Holding Lantern. Now that our eyes have met, let's begin a thrilling duel. From the moment Jiang Mian stepped into the temple, the girl's little lantern locked onto him. He had nowhere to hide. After the image of the black cat disappeared, the laws it left behind in the cave began to slowly dissipate, and light reappeared in the darkness. Although it was still dark, Jiang Mian could still see the little girl smiling at him. It was as if a candle had been lit in her head, with her eyes serving as windows, shining out a crimson light. The red light covered the entire temple. The ground heated up, the gravel surface shimmered with a dark red luster, and hot air rose from it from time to time. Jiang Mian looked down and saw that the heat had seeped into the soil, scorching the soles of his shoes and emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Such a fast skill release speed, and such a large area of effect. If this is some kind of magic, it should at least be intermediate level magic. He hurriedly collected the skeleton soldiers, but a few were too slow and were directly engulfed by the heat, resulting in a new display in the status bar. If you are affected by fire attribute continuous damage, the healing and recovery effects you receive will be reduced by 50% for 15 seconds. Let's test the waters first and see what the numbers say. Jiang Mian jumped on Huang's back, quickly flew off the scorching ground, and pulled the trigger of his crossbow. He had enchanted the tip of the iron arrow with ice magic, making it resistant to the burning red light along its path. Carrying the girl's little lantern, he calmly and gently shook the girl's head. The light in her eyes turned gray, and then the lantern's paper lost its luster, its outline becoming blurred, as if viewed through frosted glass. A thin mist of gray smoke drifted from the little girl's mouth, slowly spreading outwards and enveloping her head and the lantern. The iron arrow pierced through the gray mist and landed on the ground behind the lantern. No harm was caused. Etherealization. Jiang Mian frowned. He didn't know the other party's attribute values and didn't dare to rush forward and slash with his knife. The unknown is the most terrifying. The gray light from the little girl's eyes shone on the ground, instantly causing the dark red ground to lose its heat and become shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Where Jiang Mian and the skeleton soldiers had stood, silvery white fluorescent marks remained. The fluorescent markings extended from the ground into the air, tracing back to the flying Huang. When the mark landed on Jiang Mian's shoe, a strange gray question mark appeared above his head. You are affected by the target locking confusion effect which prevents your attacks from locking onto targets for 15 seconds. It seems that the gray fog has the effect of reducing the hit rate. Jiang Mian realized why the crossbow bolt had missed. In fact, this was the first time he had encountered an enemy capable of inflicting negative effects. The opponent can also change their state. When the light is red, it causes widespread burning and reduces healing. When the light is gray, it tracks enemy movements and reduces enemy accuracy. Generally, complex mechanisms like these are found only at the boss level. But Jiang Mian did not back down. Instead, his fighting spirit was ignited even stronger. What's a rank higher than a lord? The first kill of an elite monster grants the title a 20% chance to increase the quality of dropped treasure chests. The first kill of a lord-level monster grants a title that directly increases damage dealt to a single target by 50%. If these two titles represent a survivor's talent, they would at least be A-level talents. Not to mention that he is now trapped in the underground cave and has no choice but to move forward. Your mechanism is excellent, but my knife is not without its flaws. Jiang Mian commanded Huang to fly downwards close to the ground and switch the iron crossbow in his hand to the divine weapon. If the target cannot be locked, what does that have to do with his guaranteed hit? Huang swooped down and accelerated, quickly closing the distance to the lantern by 40 or 50 meters. Jiang Mian gripped his longsword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. The lantern then shook the little girl's head again, its gray light flashing before transforming into a thick, viscous glow like ink. The entire lantern transformed into a suspended black sphere, with tiny dark currents slowly crawling across its surface. The little girl's head was also filled with ink, and the withered skin on her neck became moist and swollen. Just as Jiang Mian was about to swing his sword, the lantern and the girl turned into a pool of ink, spreading out on the ground and splitting in two. One half quickly moved to another location more than 10 meters away, transforming back into the shape of a girl's lantern. The other half remained in place, bubbling outwards, and then the figure of a young man holding a knife emerged from it. Jiang Mian was slightly taken aback. That figure was clearly a clone of him. I can't bring myself to do it. After all, she has a face just as handsome as his. Its body was covered in black ink, and it made the same movements as Jiang Mian, like two mirror images of each other, with two long swords clashing together. Click. Then, the long sword formed from ink crumbled inch by inch, turning into dust. Jiang Mian's tense nerves finally relaxed for a moment. Copying him is one thing. He's just an ordinary person. But what level are you, a monster, to dare to copy a divine artifact? The ink clone, now without its weapon, was no match for Jiang Mian. Its attributes are 80% of Jiang Mian's, making it too easy for Jiang Mian to defeat itself. All survivors are essentially high attack, low defense damage dealers. You need to build a defensive line to hold off the monsters, and then hide in the back to deal damage. He deliberately controlled his strength, slashing the clone 5 more times before finally killing it. The 7th cut followed. Jiang Mian located the girl's lantern, leaped forward, and slashed at it. The girl used the same trick again, turning the lantern into a puddle of ink and splitting it in two. This time, however, Jiang Mian's blade did not strike the clone in front of him. Instead, it teleported Jiang Mian to the new location where the girl's lantern had appeared. Life, 1570. Life, 799. 2 damage numbers rose from the girl's head and the lantern's head, respectively. 2 monsters. Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised and checked its information. Race, skull-bearing lantern juvenile form, monarch. Level, 35. Life, 14630/16200. Head holding, 7201/8000. Lantern. Status, Dark Eclipse. Strength, 5669. Stamina, 6788. Speed, 116. Spirit, 72 165. Description: the skull has no openings, the lamp has no light. No one knows when they became one, nor does anyone know what will crawl out of the darkness after the lamp goes out. You should be glad it hasn't mastered the 4th state yet. What a strange way of displaying attributes. It's clearly a monster, yet it has 2 sets of attributes at the same time. In the dark erosion state, the speed of the skull-holding lantern is very fast. If it weren't for the guaranteed hit effect of open, which allows it to automatically track, Jiang Mian would not be able to keep up with its speed at all. In the other 2 states, the properties of the skull-holding lantern should change. Jiang Mian read down the description of the skull-bearing lantern. Due to its juvenile form, this monarch-level monster only possessed 3 states. Judging from the tone of the description, the 4th state must be very powerful. You should fight the boss when it's in its infancy. Jiang Mian's gaze fell on the 35 level, and with a thought, he directly leveled himself up to level 36. It's been 12 days, and I'm still only level 35. Sometimes I should look for the reasons within myself. Have I been grinding for experience? Have I been seriously trying to level up? The Nightmare Warriors are already over level 30, and you, a monarch, are like this. What do you mean by bullying the weak and the many? That's how it's been going on for so many days. Just wait to pay back half of your magic. Chapter 122. I've been set up. Simon, let's fight together, brothers. After Jiang Mian finished speaking, the skull-holding lantern changed its state once again, entering the crimson light. Perhaps it was angry because it had been slashed by a human, so this time it took the initiative and shook the little girl's head. Scalding blood flowed from the little girl's 7 orifices, dripping onto the dark red ground, blooming into burning red lotus flowers. Hundreds of red lotus flowers were blown by the wind, floating into the air like dandelions, and converging on Jiang Mian's position. They are so densely packed that it is impossible to completely avoid them by dodging. Jiang Mian could sense the explosive energy contained within the fire lotuses. Any one of them exploding on him would cause him significant damage. Hardened shields have extremely low spell resistance and are helpless against magical fire. Nearly half of the fire lotuses suddenly changed direction and engaged in firefights with friendly forces when they entered within a 3-meter radius of him. The fire lotuses met, just like different explosive barrels being ignited at the same time, bursting out with a roar that sent flames half a meter high into the air. The scalding blood contained within them transformed into lava erupting from the volcano, splashing everywhere. In the end, only a few fire lotuses survived, which Jiang Mian easily dodged. With a 50% chance of magic reflection, the success rate fluctuates significantly when facing a low number of spells. However, when faced with a large number of magical attacks like turrets, the success rate is almost 50%. Amidst the blazing fire, Simon grabbed Jiang Mian's hand and slashed across her, simultaneously aiming a knife and a sword at the skull-holding lantern. Sensing danger, the creature carrying the skull lantern immediately changed its state and returned to being enveloped in gray mist. Simon's sword missed its mark, while Jiang Mian swiftly swung his longsword, delivering over a dozen consecutive blows that dealt 2 guaranteed hits to the lantern bearer. A shrill scream came from the little girl's head. The skull-carrying lantern transformed into a dark, eroded state, turning into ink to distance itself from Jiang Mian, and then fled into the distance. It stopped fighting. Half of one's own attack can be reflected back by the opponent. Your own survival skills can be ignored by the opponent. One's own copying ability cannot copy the opponent's weapon. Although it is a juvenile, its intelligence is already at the level of a normal human, and it knows that the current situation is unfavorable to it. Under normal circumstances, it can keep enemies running around in circles simply by teleporting and copying in the dark erosion state. With an 80% copy attribute and the ability to copy the opponent's weapon, it's generally very difficult for most people to win easily. It only needs to interfere slightly from the sidelines to win. Not to mention the other 2 states, one for survival and the other for a large-scale burst of magic. How could anyone not defeat them? Holding a lantern while carrying a skull in his mouth, he was completely baffled. It seems like they've been set up. He was restrained in every way. It was only 12 days old. According to the divine decree and the rules, it was to stay in its own lair and grow steadily until it became a fully fledged monarch-level creature. Then, it was to go out and wreak havoc in an area, slaughtering all the survivors. Rule the world. But reality shattered his perception. What does it mean when the boss is rushed into the nest and shot dead before it even grows up? Shouldn't they be struggling to make ends meet and live hand to mouth right now? Even the best survivors should remain in the stage of cautiously exploring the world. What kind of thing is this human in front of me? They came in and got to work without saying a word. Is this what you call careful exploration? The previous batch of survivors all died, so he can't be a veteran from the previous batches. Why does he have so many powerful gadgets? Given this reality, it can only be overcome through strategy. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. It can't beat this human, but if it wants to run, the other side can't stop it. This is its lair, with countless aberrations available for support. Furthermore, it is more familiar with the environment here than the other party. It is not yet complete. The humiliation of today will surely be avenged in the future. The little girl opened her mouth again and let out a deep, ancient sound. Upon hearing this voice, the mutants within a radius of several miles were summoned and surrounded the temple ruins. A rumbling sound echoed from inside the cave. In addition to the 4 aberrations Jiang Mian had seen, 2 new aberrations appeared in the monster horde. One type is the spore snail with 7 faces, each with a different emotion jostling against the others, creating quite a lively scene. One type is the large-headed variant, a 2-headed power variant. After the crossbow bolts were fired, Jiang Mian learned that both of these new aberrations were Lord level. Life Type 2 and Strength Type 2 variants. The summoned mutants rushed forward desperately, covering the rear of the skull-bearing lantern and protecting it as it left first. Run so early? This was the first time Jiang Mian had ever seen such a cautious mutant. Don't get carried away, don't take risks, and if you feel you can't win or it's too difficult to win, run away immediately. Even while escaping, they knew to call for cover. Its distortion level is also very high, yet it possesses such meticulous thinking. His skeleton soldiers are now progressing towards a low-level aberration, gradually becoming more ferocious. Once a certain level is reached, it continues to mutate. If it replicates the path of a higher-level mutator, it can generate new intelligence. This may be the ultimate path to distortion. I just don't know if the newly formed intelligence is still the original self. Jiang Mian, anyway, didn't really want to experience this kind of new life. The 2-headed giant was 10 meters tall, standing there like a small mountain. It charged over and started fighting Huang. This means Jiang Mian will no longer be able to fly. The 7-faced rot snail also continuously sprayed out spores, blocking his surroundings from view. In fact, with so many monsters crowding in, he would have to retreat first. Putting aside everything else, once the number of monsters increases, the dual effect becomes ineffective. If the person carrying the skull and lantern hadn't been in such a hurry to run away, and had fought Jiang Mian for a few more rounds, they would have found that his damage output had decreased significantly. At this point, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Jiang Mian summoned the Skeleton Legion, ordering them to temporarily hold off the monster horde, and then retrieve materials to build a wall on the spot. If the skeleton soldiers mutate too much, they might not even obey his orders anymore. He felt it was safer to build a wall and wait it out with the mutants. After the hardened wall was completed, Jiang Mian added attack structures such as the Frost Arrow Tower, and then ordered Simon to fight the 2-headed giant that could seriously threaten the wall. The skeletons with the lowest degree of distortion took the crossbows and shotguns from the skeletons with the highest degree of distortion and stood on the hardened wall to fire outwards. These aberrations are generally of a very high level, and Jiang Mian estimates that they will not spawn on the surface for several days or even next week. In the past, a single stone arrow could bring down a string of Agile Type 1 variant crossbows. Now, it can't even penetrate one. Only by switching to iron arrows with stronger penetrating power can a single arrow kill an Agile Type 1 aberration. The knockback effect of the shotgun was on full display at this moment. Every time a group of Agile Type 1 aberrations charged forward, a row of shotguns fired ammunition, directly knocking them all back. But it still wasn't a fatal blow. Those in front don't die, and those behind keep surging forward. This leads to an increasing number of aberrations accumulating at the front. Chapter 123, The Unchosen One. Is this the end for me? Is it really that hard to just run into a monster's lair and block the entrance? Jiang Mian's face was full of worry. Shivering with cold, when will this world of survival offer a place for vulnerable people like him? He sighed, took out tubular explosives from the warehouse with both hands, and threw them forward with force. Each explosive was pre-encased in magical ice, so that after it was thrown and exploded, the flying ice fragments, combined with the splash effect of the ice arrows, slowed down the aberrations charging at the front. Once the aberration was covered in ice shards, Jiang Mian took out a shotgun enchanted with burning and fired shot after shot. The alternating hot and cold temperatures caused tiny cracks to appear on the tough outer skin of the Agile Type 1 aberration variant. Then, it was struck head-on by a steel ball, tearing the entire skin and flesh apart. The effect is so good, it seems we need to equip them with a squad of cold enchanted shotgun skeletons and a squad of burning enchanted shotgun skeletons, and have them work together. Jiang Mian contacted Zhou Xinghua and sent him a message saying he needed more than a dozen blazing flame stones. He has 2 enchanting tables. One is at home, and he carries the other with him. A few minutes later, Zhou Xinghua sent 2 blazing stones and replied, Using the refinement pool to transform attributes consumes a lot of mental energy. I used up 25 of my 30 mental energy in one use. One of these was converted yesterday, and the other was converted today. Removing the attributes from attribute gems doesn't consume much mental energy. It only consumes 2 points at a time. After Jiang Mian received the enchanting table yesterday, she began experimenting with various materials, without asking her for detailed information about the spirit realm and the refining pool. He felt at the time that the effects of the refinement pool were exaggerated, possessing the ability to transform the attributes of gems. The earliest survivors to enter the spirit realm could be used as gem dealers of various attributes to make huge profits. The alchemy recipe for blazing stones that he had previously obtained required materials such as the primal source and blazing sunflower to synthesize, making it useless in the face of the refining pool. Now that he knows that changing attributes requires a lot of mental energy, he suddenly feels that the current refining pool is much more reasonable. Mental energy recovers very slowly. For ordinary people, the recovery rate is 1 point every 30 minutes. Even in a level 5 shelter, the recovery rate is only increased by 20%, so it becomes 1 point every 25 minutes. Each use consumes 25 points of stamina and takes 625 minutes, or more than 10 hours, to fully recover. Even if you wash away the gem's attributes, you still need 2 points of spirit. If you don't fall into a coma, Zhou Xinghua can wash out 12 primal sources in one go. Even if the refinement pool can be upgraded like the buildings in Jiang Mian's divine territory, judging from the stat increases from the altar and the statue, the efficiency of the refinement pool will not improve much. If he later finds out how to obtain the blazing sunflower, he can have Zhou Xinghua use the cold soul stone to cleanse the primal source, and then synthesize the blazing flame stone. It is more than 10 times more efficient than the original refining pool. The jewel dealer was himself. 2 blazing stones will trigger 4 talents, so let's start with 4. Jiang Mian took out an enchanting table and enchanted 10 cold shotguns and 4 incendiary shotguns. On the other side, Simon and Huang joined forces to kill the 2-headed giant. Although both are lords, Simon's combat strength is significantly higher than that of ordinary lords. Because he wasn't wild and had the supply of Jiang Mian's source of mutation, he used the ultimate skill of burning life as a normal attack every day, which left the 2-headed big head stunned. It thought he was so eager to protect his master that he actually traded his life for its own. Before dying, the 2-headed giant glanced in the direction where the skull-carrying lantern had left, thinking that he had dragged down a high-level combatant on the other side, and that his death was worthwhile. The next second, it saw the dying Simon calmly pull out a bottle of potion containing pure aberration power from behind his back. Gulp gurgle. That's holy water, you bastard. Stop it. Hateful. At least don't do it in front of it. The 2-headed giant looked heartbroken and desperate, and tried to reach out to Simon. But its last breath was gone, and it could only leave with regret. This hatred will last forever. Freed from its constraints, Huang flew to the wall to meet Jiang Mian, circled halfway, and flew towards the 7-faced rotten spore snail. As Jiang Mian passed by the 2-headed giant, he quickly dissected its corpse. You have obtained 1 twin armor and 20 bones, triggering the talent Builder's Dream, which doubles the number of twin armor and bones. Item, twin armor. Quality, D. Description, double-skinned. This is a type of nail with 2 layers of skin, an inner and an outer layer. Effect, if one side of the carapace is damaged, as long as the other side is not completely damaged, the damaged side will slowly recover, just like when it had 2 heads. With the automatic recovery effect, if we make it into 2 walls, one inside and one outside, as long as one wall remains, the other wall will slowly recover. It can also be used for enchanting, and the enchanting effect should be related to the material itself. At this moment, Jiang Mian began to understand the wonderful uses of the enchanting table. For example, when building a stone wall, you need to choose a core defensive material to give the completed wall certain properties. However, only one type of core defensive material can be selected. Without an enchanting table, the stone wall can only have one property. With the enchanting table, this problem was solved. After collecting the items dropped from the decomposition, Jiang Mian began chanting a mental attack on the 7-faced rotten spore snail. When the 7-faced rot spore snail saw that Jiang Mian was about to attack it, the 7 faces on its head immediately changed, all of them becoming the delicate faces of young girls. They looked at Jiang Mian with pitiful eyes and tender feelings, and a few of them even cried with tears streaming down their faces, making pitiful cries. I told you this trick wouldn't work. Jiang Mian snorted coldly and released a mental shock. The seven-faced rotten spore snail trembled a few times in pain, and then its 7 faces changed, transforming into the appearance of middle-aged parents who were over 50 years old. The middle-aged man and woman, their faces beginning to wrinkle, looked kindly ahead. But Jiang Mian remained unmoved and continued chanting the spiritual impact. I don't even know what my mom and dad look like. How would you know? Seven-faced rotten spore snail. Struck by the mental shock once again, just as the seven-faced rotten spore snail's body tilted, Simon attacked with his burning longsword. The raging flames touched the mushroom shell on its back, and the fire spread rapidly, scorching the mushroom and moss, causing it great suffering. It looked at Simon and Jiang Mian fighting side by side in front of it. The two cooperated perfectly and were true brothers. I see. It thought it had finally understood this human weakness. The seven-faced rotten spore snail devised a plan. It replaced all 7 faces with several young men of similar age to Jiang Mian, and then used illusion magic to guide these faces toward the outlines of Lin Kuan and others in Jiang Mian's memory. Then, when it saw the cold-hearted human, a slight change finally appeared on its face. It was a success. A few seconds later, the human put away the beast tooth necklace in his hand and replaced it with a black longsword that contained some kind of terrifying power. If you're a brother, come and chop me up. Good brother, I'll go to great lengths for you. Chapter 124. You're a mature shotgun now. When Jiang Mian's black longsword slashed at its face, the seven-faced rotten spore snail finally understood. There's no other reason than that the person in front of me is a complete beast. There's nothing to say. Cold-blooded and ruthless, showing no regard for even one's own family. It must be out of its mind to try to confuse the other party. In fact, that's not entirely true. The illusion of the seven-faced rotten spore snail is a low-level mental magic. Jiang Mian has received the blessing of the flash spirit. Although the effect only states that it is immune to weak mental influence, it still has a certain resistance to low-level magic that is only 1 level higher than weak. At the same time, he has considerable mental strength and is indeed a rather detached person. These combined effects meant that he was not greatly affected by illusions. As for what he said, it was purely to provoke the other party. A monster that enjoys manipulating people's hearts, it can't stand seeing others unaffected by its influence, let alone when those people turn around and manipulate it. Just like now, the seven-faced rotten spore snail, its Tao heart shattered, stood there in a daze. It had lost the will to resist. The two-headed giant was far more powerful than it in combat, and it had witnessed firsthand how the giant was killed. Once the illusion was gone, the opponent regained fire. It's just a snail, what can it do? Anyway, the lantern carrying the skull has successfully escaped, so its mission can be considered complete. After being stabbed by Jiang Mian, it felt the loss of more than 2,000 lives and became more at peace. Not only is it a beast, it's also a numerical monster. Crack an egg. This is harming a human being. No wonder they ran away so decisively, carrying their skulls and lanterns. A short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. It's better to die quickly and be reincarnated. No, even if it means dying, I'll still disgust the other person. Aren't you heartless and selfish? I'll become your own face, and you'll cut yourself in half. Let's see what you do then. Without a word, the seven-faced rotten spore snail replaced all 7 of its faces with Jiang Mian's, some smiling, some crying, some fearful, and some angry. Furthermore, the expressions on these 7 faces are more exaggerated than ever before, making it an enhanced version of its own hidden agenda. The smiling face wasn't a hearty laugh, but a silly grin like he or he. The crying face wasn't a genuine cry of sadness, but a kind of mournful, almost childlike sob. A hee-hee-woo-ah. Jiang Mian's face darkened, and he increased the speed of his knife swing, killing the seven-faced rotten spore snail in just a few seconds. You have gained 1 emotional dust, triggering the talent Builder's Dream, which doubles your emotional dust amount. Item, emotional dust. Quality, D. Description, this is a type of dust that can convey emotions. Effect, when added to farmland, each unit of emotional dust upgrades 1 square meter of farmland to intermediate emotional soil. Intermediate spirit soil, in addition to possessing the properties of primary spirit soil that ignore the influence of environment and season, has a 200% faster growth rate and the effect of friendly grower. This effect requires plant growers to go to the vicinity of the spirit soil every morning and evening and say encouraging words to the plants. For example, phrases like, "Good boy, grow up quickly." If the feelings are genuine, the plant will receive an additional 10% to 100% increase in growth rate. Speaking ill of plants can actually slow down their growth. Materials that would fall off like those from the brain-dead, seven-faced rotten spore snail. Jiang Mian both disliked, and had no choice but to remove the dust of emotion. His gaze fell on the black longsword in his hand, and something suddenly occurred to him. If this material is used for enchanting, could it give the weapon an effect that automatically makes it stronger? That would be fantastic. He flew back inside the hardened wall, had Huang and Simon help the skeleton soldiers defend, and then took out the enchanting table. Just in case, let's try to see if we can discard the original enchantment and re-enchant the item. Jiang Mian found the strange leather armor with the sturdy enchantment and placed it on the enchanting table along with the frost stone. The image of the strange leather armor in the enchanting book is highlighted in red, indicating that an item that has already been enchanted cannot be enchanted again. In that case, we won't enchant the artifact. If we do enchant the artifact, we must use the best enchantment. He took the shotgun from a skeleton soldier and then placed it and the emotion dust into the enchanting table. The enchantment book is showing green, meaning it can be enchanted. Jiang Mian chose to enchant. A few seconds later, the emotional dust disappeared, and a dark green mushroom mark appeared on the shotgun. Enchantment, man and gun as one. Enchantment level, rare. Enchantment effect. By speaking encouraging words to the shotgun, the user can cultivate a bond with it. Once a certain level is reached, the user can enter a state of perfect harmony with the gun, allowing for medium precision shooting without aiming, and increasing damage by an additional 10%. No need to aim, just blind firing? What use is that to shotgunners? They should give us rifles, with auto-aiming. I suddenly want to play sniper. When will you release a rifle blueprint and a scope? Compared to shotguns that deliver explosive, face-to-face damage, sniping can also provide a unique experience. That sense of control, like a golden eagle aiming at its prey from 100 meters away. Then a precise headshot. The enemy died without even knowing how they died. A 10% damage increase is better than nothing. Let's try to cultivate our relationship first. Jiang Mian, holding the enchanted shotgun, softened her gaze and said affectionately, "You're a fully fledged shotgun now. You need to learn how to kill monsters on your own." The green mushroom mark on the shotgun flickered a few times, then remained at a slightly glowing level. Its information did not mention the state of man and gun being one. Developing feelings is not an easy thing. This job should be given to Wang Teng or his father. As long as they can become stronger, they can tell you how to coax a gun without batting an eye. Life is like a play, and a play is like life. Sometimes, Jiang Mian couldn't tell whether they were acting or genuinely expressing their feelings. Jiang Mian returned the shotgun to the skeleton soldier, stood on the stone wall, and cast an ice spell to compensate for the slowing effect. His ammunition was not unlimited. Since entering the underground cave, he had used up most of his crossbow bolts and a third of his shotgun shells. The aberration population seems to have no end, and the aberration levels within it are becoming increasingly diverse. The lowest level is 6 or 7, and the highest is over 30. It was already past 7 in the afternoon, and night was about to fall. Some of these aberrations will definitely go to the surface and attack survivors' shelters. Jiang Mian did not use flash to kill the aberrations over a large area. Instead, he used the low-damage ice attack, precisely because he wanted to stall for time as long as possible. He can go out with the mutants once they start heading to the surface. Furthermore, based on his previous speculation, it seems that the aberrations can instantly and quickly traverse distances of hundreds or thousands of miles between regions through some kind of teleportation method. Could such devices be found in their nests? Chapter 125: The Mysterious Bell Ringing from Underground. Jiang Mian drank several bottles of mental recovery potion and continued to wear down the mutants. The tubular explosives had run out, and there were only a few seconds left before another round of gunfire. At 7:55, a clear and melodious bell sound suddenly came from deeper inside the cave. In the noisy and chaotic underground, the sound was like a dream, so unreal. Its sound is not loud, like the crisp sound of jade colliding, but it can penetrate layers of stone walls and reach every cave. The monsters that had been roaring, trampling, and shoving each other just moments before suddenly stopped. Time has been paused. They stood still, heads and hands bowed. It was exactly the same as that dormant state it had been in before. A beam of silvery white light spread out from the depths of the cave, extending forward along the ground. Wherever it went, the dust between the pebbles was gently brushed aside, and a few light green tinder leaves peeked out from the cracks in the rocks. The curled leaves unfurled, and from them emerged a few small white flowers with petals as thin as cicada wings. The flower-lined path, like a red carpet welcoming a great figure, stretches along the main passageway of the cave and then extends into each individual cave space. Small flowers bloom, their delicate fragrance spreading throughout the cave. Ding dong. The clear bell rang a second time. All the dormant aberrations simultaneously raised their heads, moving in unison towards the source of the sound. Their steps were very light, completely unlike their previous overwhelming momentum. Even Big Head's heavy body made almost silent footsteps. Not only that, even Jiang Mian's skeleton soldiers, who were watching the show from the sidelines, had their eyes flickering with ghostly fire, and then followed the mutants forward. No, buddy. Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. These are his newly trained soldiers. He had raised a fully armed legion for many days, and he would be heartbroken if the prize were stolen from him. Come back, come back. Jiang Mian quickly gathered up the skeleton army. After collecting them, Jiang Mian jumped down from the stone wall and hid behind it to observe secretly. He was now 9/10 certain that the underground cave was connected to the monster spawner. The 7:55 bell was the first horn sounded by the mutated creatures as they launched their attack on the surface of the earth. The owner of that bell has such a cool entrance. He must be a very important person. As Jiang Mian was guessing the bell's owner's rank, he suddenly caught a long, slanted shadow on the ground out of the corner of his eye. His shadow was cast from the cave entrance, stretching out long and almost filling the entire cave he was in. He looked up and saw a huge, shadowy silhouette at the entrance. What a huge monster. Just passing by the doorway, the shadows cast inside can cover most of the wall. The cave where the skull-carrying lantern was located was not the main underground passage. It was just a slightly larger room on the side and could not fully accommodate this enormous creature. Ding dong. The sound of bells came from the cave entrance. Jiang Mian frowned slightly this time. Judging from the shadow cast into the cave, this thing is ridiculously large, easily tens or even hundreds of meters in size. Would such a gigantic monster have such a small object as a bell hanging on its body? Or perhaps this giant beast is carrying a palace or a palanquin on its back. Is the one in the palace or sedan chair the real master? The tall shadow swayed a few times on the ground, then prepared to move forward. Ding dong. The bell, which normally rings once every half minute, suddenly rang again less than 5 seconds after its last ring. The tall shadow stopped, and then slowly rotated on the ground. A cold and domineering gaze was cast into the cave, like a long sword hanging upside down, slicing through the darkness. Jiang Mian abruptly pulled her head back, her heart leaping into her throat. Has this guy discovered something? Did they discover that the skull-carrying lantern that should have been in this cave was missing, or did they discover that there was an outsider here? In a state of extreme tension, the image of a tall, spinning figure kept replaying in my mind. Pointed ears, long snout. It looks like there's a tail below. Suddenly, the image of a wolf popped into his mind. Jiang Mian remembered the little red hat in the warehouse, and without thinking, grabbed it and put it on her head. As the brim of his hat was pulled down, that gaze swept over the stone wall where he was hiding. The only sound throughout the underground was the footsteps of the mutants moving forward. 1 second, 2 seconds. The gaze lingered on the stone wall for a few moments, as if wondering when this kind of landform had appeared underground. But his gaze shifted away after 3 seconds. Jiang Mian continued to hold her breath. The wolf's shadow did not linger, but strode forward, the sound of bells gradually fading into the darkness. The ground returned to its original state, and the small flowers and leaves withered quickly, like the receding tide, leaving nothing behind. Jiang Mian touched the red hat on her head, thinking to herself that the world was truly crazy. He never imagined in his entire life that Little Red Riding Hood's hood could be used in this way. This hat is indeed a prop that involves the rules. Peeking out again, Jiang Mian saw that the mutant was still heading towards the cave entrance. A wreath made of small white flowers had appeared at the entrance of the cave. When the mutants walked into the wreath area, their bodies began to fade, and after a few steps, they completely disappeared from the spot. Teleportation array. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. Find a way to sneak in. These mutants seem to be out of their minds. They probably won't notice me. Even so, he put on a mask made of mutant bones, draped a strange leather cloak over his back, and then summoned a group of skeleton soldiers to carry him into the mutants. Hey bro, move aside. Jiang Mian patted the 2 big heads walking in front. Let me cut in line. He didn't know when the teleportation array would close, so he needed to hurry. Big Head was dazed and didn't make any move to give way. Jiang Mian took out a stone and banged it twice on their heads. Big Head felt the pain, clutched his head, and cried out a few times before moving aside. Jiang Mian cut in line all the way to the front. As Jiang Mian walked into the reef, he felt a cool energy surge into his limbs and bones. Pure aberrant power detected. Should we use this to advance the progress of the mysterious territory? Oh, is this okay? Jiang Mian stared at the prompt in front of her, paused for half a second, and then continued. Lift, lift, lift. As soon as he finished speaking, the cool energy within his body was instantly sucked away by something. Then, the teleportation array sensed that there was no cool energy in his body and began to pour it back into him. Repeatedly, drawing out, injecting, drawing out, injecting. The prompts on the panel kept popping up. The progress of the mysterious territory route has reached 20%. Unlocking the quality upgrade blueprint. 1. For the mysterious territory building, the aberration furnace. The progress of the mysterious territory route has reached 40%, bringing your territory one step closer to the mysterious realm. The progress of the mysterious territory route has reached 50%. Unlocking the quality upgrade blueprint. 1. For the mysterious territory building aberration source pool. The progress of the ghost territory route was directly pushed to 65%. As the last notification flashed by, Jiang Mian and the skeleton soldiers simultaneously disappeared into the halo of the White Reef. Chapter 126 Alliance Function. As Jiang Mian was trapped underground, a new announcement on the World Channel turned tonight into another sleepless night. Confirmed by testing, the 4 branch routes of the territory, Spirit, Ghost, God, and Silver, have all been entered by survivors, and the survivors have achieved the initial objective. The journey has been arduous. As encouragement, each survivor will receive 3 black iron chests. Based on the current overall development assessment of survivors, the Monster Tide will add several more Lord-level aberrations in 2 days. Each survivor will have a 10% chance of encountering a Lord-level aberration, serving as a phased trial. Tip: defeating boss-level monsters will drop a bronze treasure chest. At the same time, the system will unlock map and alliance functions. Survivors within the same alliance will share alliance buffs. Please cooperate with each other to face the impending calamity. This sudden news caught the survivors, who were preparing to face the mutants tonight, completely off guard. Just a couple of days ago, everyone was discussing where to get rock cores. In the blink of an eye, the routes to all 4 territories have already been opened. They enabled it, but inexplicably improved the system's assessment of the development status of all survivors. This means that everyone will have to face a Lord-level aberration in 2 days. Is this still playing as the Bull Demon? Why do they get to level up while we get beaten up? Besides, I upgraded on my own. Who else is quietly making a fortune? No. How come the rock core seems so easy for them to obtain? Even with a rock core, how is it accomplished with thousands of stones and thousands of logs? Go back and ask your good district chief. He sells hundreds of skeletons in the World Channel every day. I even saw a powerful guy buy 10, then mined iron ore for a few days and sold them for tens of thousands of logs. They're treating skeleton soldiers like livestock. Don't skeleton soldiers have any right to freedom? Are you still using these old-fashioned methods? First, find out who those 4 who opened up the territory are. They should bear some responsibility for the current situation, shouldn't they? To be honest, this time it's not about moral blackmail or anything like that. So many Lord monsters suddenly appeared, and it's my fault. I feel really bad about it. Are there really only 4? How do you know that a certain territory isn't entered by multiple people? Maybe there are 5 or 6 people who have reached level 6 territory. No matter how many people there are, leveling up alone is definitely going to happen. With so many skeletons, don't tell me he's not a ghost lord. Look at you. Go and find out how I leveled up alone helped people in their region last week. Now they have over 10,000 people in their region. Our region has fewer people. When we buy food or other supplies, we get charged several times the price by unscrupulous merchants in other regions. Only in the last few days have we realized how important I leveled up alone's actions were to a region. That's right. From the beginning until now, he has never forced anyone to buy or sell or suppressed anyone. I used to laugh at him for being a pure saint, helping others when he had nothing better to do, and then he would encounter ungrateful people. But later I realized that he wasn't just overflowing with saintly compassion. When he helped others, he was actually helping himself. We'd like to know too, but we don't have the ability to find out. Don't fight amongst yourselves. I think the world announcement is trying to get us to unite. Yes, let's unite. Let's check out the alliance feature first. It should be quite important. The survivors then carefully read the description of the alliance function. This alliance feature is similar to guilds and sects in some games. Alliances must select a territory of level 6 or above as their base. Initially, the owner of the territory where the alliance base is located is the alliance leader. An alliance must have 2 or more members to be established, and the creator must spend 1,000 personal experience points to complete the registration. Currently, the alliance does not allow cross-regional travel. It's unclear whether this will be allowed in the future. The appointment and removal of the vice leader, deacons, and elite members within the alliance are the sole responsibility of the alliance leader. Alliances, like territories, have levels. Starting from level 1, each level of alliance will have different alliance buffs. The buffs you receive will vary depending on your status within the alliance. The alliance has built-in functions such as the alliance warehouse, alliance shop, and alliance channel. The warehouse and shop are related to the acquisition and use of alliance contribution points. The alliance warehouse initially has 10,000 slots, with a maximum stacking limit of 10,000 per slot. Only the alliance leader, deputy alliance leader, and stewards authorized by the alliance leader can freely move items within the warehouse. Other deacons, elite members, and ordinary members can only store items and view certain item information that falls within their authorized scope after reporting to their superiors and obtaining their consent. Contribution points can initially be obtained by donating resources to the warehouse. The specific exchange rate is set by the alliance leader, and donations cannot be refunded. After acquiring contribution points, members can request to exchange for items in the warehouse or spend contribution points to unlock shop slots. The alliance encourages priority trading within the alliance to ensure that basic needs such as clothing, food, housing, and transportation are met through internal circulation. Therefore, the transaction amount in the alliance shop can earn a corresponding proportion of contribution points, which is also set by the alliance leader. The alliance channel is similar to the regional channel. The alliance leader, deputy alliance leader, and authorized deacons have the right to mute users, post announcements, and reward or punish users based on contribution points. The alliance can receive a certain number of merger orders and resource chests every week. Overall, the alliance is essentially a mini-region with more comprehensive functions. However, when survivors who don't know each other are assigned to the same area, they will start to scheme against each other. Alliances, on the other hand, are established and organized by the survivors themselves, resulting in closer relationships. After the survivors finished reading the alliance's information and rules, the world channel fell silent, followed by a flurry of discussions on the regional channels. After all, the league is a matter for its own region, so why discuss it outside? At Wang Tong, hurry up and establish a business alliance for me. Don't force your father to kneel down and beg you. Yeah, the alliance's current warehouses are Wang Teng's and those core members' personal warehouses, which are tiny and incredibly inconvenient. Wang Teng boasts about his imperial status every day, but he still hasn't reached level 6 territory. He can't build it. It requires 1,000 experience points, which is going to kill him. District Chief Brother, District Chief Sister, District Chief Brother, District Chief Sister, District Chief Father. Can we form an alliance? Damn, now that you mention it, I realize I don't even know if the district head is male or female, or how old he is. Let the district chief establish an alliance, and Wang Teng can be the vice leader. Anyway, the district chief doesn't really like to get involved. It's hard to say. Although Wang Teng outwardly respects the district head, he has always held absolute power within the business alliance. Once people have experienced the pleasure of power, it's hard for them to relinquish it. That's nothing. If you're so capable, build it yourself. How do you know Wang Teng wasn't the founder of the other 3 territories? How would I know? With his personality, if he reached a level 6 territory, he would have already created an alliance as soon as the function was unlocked, and then come out to show off and say that he had created some ancient imperial family or some holy land. Chapter 126. Are you also chasing the light? A certain area in the East 1 district. The stream meanders through the bushes, the water is narrow, and several green ducks paddle back and forth. A middle-aged man with the Mediterranean Sea overhead crouched behind a bush on the shore, holding a crossbow in his hand, motionless. As the ducks swam closer, he pulled the trigger. 3 crossbow bolts were fired close to the water's surface. 2 of them pierced the bodies of 2 ducks, while the third missed. The 2 injured ducks thrashed about violently, and the surrounding ducks scattered and fled, quickly spreading a murky red stain on the water's surface. The middle-aged man put away his crossbow and jumped directly into the river. Dinner is finally sorted out. He grabbed 2 ducks that were still thrashing about, waded through the icy river water, and walked toward the bank. Damn it! What kind of draining the pond to catch all the fish erosion effect is this? Last week, before it snowed, this river was full of ducks, but now I only see a few after walking several kilometers. The middle-aged man cursed as he stepped ashore. I glanced at my watch on the shore. It was already past 8 o'clock. There's never enough time. During the day, he went out to look for a box for more than 10 hours and came across a wooden box. When he opened the box, there was no food inside, but it was full of mineral water from a certain spring. I'm so incredibly ripped off. That's why he has to come out to find food even when night falls. The middle-aged man took out a bone blade, delivered the final blow to the 2 ducks, and then picked them up and started running back. He walked 3 to 5 kilometers before finally reaching the woods near the shelter, panting heavily. Just as my tense nerves began to relax, a mist suddenly billowed out from the dark woods behind me, and I could vaguely hear rustling footsteps. Oh no! The middle-aged man dared not delay and continued running home with his tired legs. Squeak! It is the sharp cry of the agile Type 1 variant. The middle-aged man stopped, took out his crossbow, and scanned his surroundings warily. He knew that this mutant was very fast, and he couldn't expose his back to it. Damn, a warehouse with 10,000 slots, and a stacking limit of 10,000 slots. A joyful exclamation suddenly came from the depths of the mist. At the same time, there was the sound of deafening gunfire and the pitiful screams of the agile Type 1 mutant. Is it a person? There are guns too? The middle-aged man dared not breathe loudly. The temperature was only 7 or 8 degrees Celsius, yet his forehead was already covered with large beads of sweat. Good news, the aberration didn't attack him directly. Bad news, a strange man has appeared around the shelter, and he has a gun. With the excavation of the bronze treasure chests over the past few days, survivors have obtained many strange and wonderful items from them. Bicycles, scooters, and unicycles greatly expanded the survivors' range of activities. In the regional channels alone, there have been reports of several survivors arriving at nearby survivor shelters. No one knows whether strangers will appear around the shelter at any moment. What a forgetful person. We were just riding the elevator together, but once we got there, he turned on me and didn't even dare to breathe on me. The voice came from not far away again. This time, the middle-aged man realized that the other person was a young man, who looked to be in his early 20s. But he didn't feel much relieved. In the world before the time travel, a young person would be seen as innocent and easily manipulated. But this is a world of survival, where the other party has guns and can reach other people's shelters. In this situation, the word young can actually be frightening. Putting aside the impulsiveness of young people, they might blow their heads in a moment of anger. It is said that the difference between genius and devil is only a thought away. Who can guarantee that the other person is not a troubled youth with an unpredictable mind? Not to mention, he felt a chill run down his spine just listening to what the other person was saying. He could chat and laugh with the mutants, saying things like important people have bad memories, and even jokingly tortured them, questioning why they breathed on him. Is this person's mental state really normal? Are you also chasing the light? The sound came down from above. The middle-aged man shuddered violently, nearly dropping the crossbow from his hand, and collapsed backward. He shakily looked up and saw a person suspended in midair, completely wrapped in a pure white robe. The person was enveloped in a layer of light golden light, not dazzling but very strong, like the winter sky, making people feel warm all over. The wind blew through the woods, causing the hem of his robe to flutter gently, like the wings of an angel. And you are? The middle-aged man opened his mouth and asked, his hand holding the crossbow still trembling. In his most fearful moment, he saw angels, he saw miracles. Where the light is, there I am. Wherever the light leads, I will go. And wherever the light has not yet reached, that is where I will bring the light. I am the messenger of light, the one who brings light to this land corrupted by darkness. As the man spoke, he raised his hand and tapped lightly, and a golden light shot out from his fingertip, heading straight for the middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man turned around sharply and saw that a mutant had appeared a few meters behind him at some unknown time. The mutant was pierced through the top of its head by a white light and died instantly. So strong. The middle-aged man immediately knelt down and bowed in submission, saying, "Thank you for your help, envoy. Whether it's true or not, it's so powerful, I'll just worship it first. You don't need to thank me. It was the light that led me here." The man remained unmoved by the middle-aged man's flattery. The middle-aged man looked in the direction where the eccentric young man had been and asked in a low voice, "Divine messenger, may I ask about that person?" The man in white robes did not answer directly, but said rather cryptically, "He went astray and chose the embrace of calamity, but the light of forgiveness has guided him in the right direction." "Oh, thank you, divine messenger." The middle-aged man kowtowed several more times, and when he looked up again, the white-robed figure floating in the sky had disappeared. He touched his chest with his right hand and gasped for breath. "What a strange day. I've run into all sorts of people." That divine messenger was truly mysterious and unpredictable. He could easily dispatch survivors with guns. The middle-aged man hurriedly returned to the shelter, opened the survival system, and checked the messages being discussed in the channel. As soon as he entered, he saw a world announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to I Leveled Up Alone for becoming the first survivor in the world to form an alliance. Alliance? What is that? The middle-aged man flipped up and finally understood the whole story. The I Level Up Alone expert is really strong. He can spend 1,000 experience points without losing any level. Wait, when did he reach level 36? The middle-aged man's eyes widened. The second place player is only level 26. The big shot can form an alliance. I remember he's from the territory of devils, right? Huh. The middle-aged man suddenly remembered what the divine messenger had just said. He went astray and chose to embrace disaster. Could the divine messenger be referring to a big shot? The bigwig hasn't publicly sold shotguns and ammunition yet, but it's possible he'll sell them to others privately. He hadn't expected the young man to be a big shot. Firstly, the young man's voice sounded too young, and secondly, the big shot had just gone to a place hundreds of miles away a few days ago, so how could he have come here so quickly? Even a big shot like him got taught a lesson by the divine messenger? The middle-aged man muttered to himself, his respect and faith in the mysterious messenger and the light he spoke of growing even stronger. The power of that divine messenger was too great. If he could also obtain that much power. Chapter 128, If Truth Exists. The glowing effect still consumes too much mental energy. I almost didn't have enough. On the other side of the shelter for middle-aged men, Jiang Mian took off his white robe and put on his original clothes. "Simon, I didn't expect your blower to be so effective. Swing the sword a few times, the wind is just right." The final levitation effect was that Simon, in his soul form, became transparent, floating in the air and embracing Jiang Mian. As for the mutant that attacked the middle-aged man, it was naturally a stooge that Huang had driven from the other side. I have no idea where this teleported me to. Jiang Mian glanced at the map. His location was 1,141.54 kilometers away from the shelter in the lower left corner. The location of that intermediate-level treasure map is nearby. Since we're already here, let's go take a look. He climbed onto Huang's back and flew towards the due north. Although the map became invalid after flying into the fog, the direction was determined to be due north, so Jiang Mian only needed to follow the compass to move forward. Having ridden Huang for thousands of miles, he had developed a good grasp of distance and time. Now, night or day doesn't make much difference to him. They've already gone to the mutant's lair, so how can they not go to the surface? In the short term, there will be no aberrations that surpass the Lord level. After flying more than 80 kilometers north, Jiang Mian felt it was about time and told Huang to land from the air. There were 3 treasure compasses lying in his warehouse, all of which he had obtained from opening bronze chests in the past. After using a treasure hunting compass, Jiang Mian sensed 2 directions where treasures were located. The first treasure was very close. He encountered it after walking only a few dozen meters. It's a wooden treasure chest. He walked in another direction for about a few hundred meters and came to a thicket of bushes. Jiang Mian searched high and low but found no treasure. All he found were weeds and branches. Strange, where could it be hidden? It can't be in the sky, and it's not in any of the 4 cardinal directions, so could it be underground? Jiang Mian used magical fire to burn a clearing in the bushes, and then walked up to it. He took a few steps, and then stomped on the ground. When he reached a certain spot, the sound of his footsteps on the ground was hollow and muffled. There's a basement. Jiang Mian immediately squatted down, took out a shovel, and began to shovel the soil at his feet. The soil layer was not thick and was quickly cleared to both sides, revealing an iron cover plate with reddish rust edges and a surface covered with fine rust marks and dried mud. He continued shoveling soil along the iron cover, clearing out the entire cover. Finally, he found a handle on one side of the cover plate, pulled it up hard, and the cover plate made a dull metallic scraping sound. After the cover is opened, A narrow vertical shaft is revealed underneath, large enough for one person to go down. There was no ladder and no rope. Jiang Mian used a flashlight on his fingertip to illuminate the bottom of the shaft. The shaft has a cement floor and is not very deep, only about 4 or 5 meters deep. He moved his fingertips back and forth, scanning the area to confirm that the bottom was about 5 or 6 square meters in size, with no water accumulation, no monsters, and no obvious signs of collapse. In the corner were several sandbags and dark green metal boxes, as well as 3 cylindrical oil drums, making it look like a small, long-abandoned armory. Once it was safe, Jiang Mian found a thick hemp rope in the warehouse, tied one end to a tree outside, and threw the other end into the shaft. Then, he grabbed the rope and slowly climbed down. The surrounding walls, plastered with cement, were now covered in cobwebs and exuded a deathly, dusty smell. Jiang Mian landed on the ground and took a few steps toward the corner of the wall. There were 3 rusty tin boxes there, with a line of faded English letters printed on the lids. He put on a mask and then pried open the top metal box. Squeak, creak. The iron box was pried open, revealing a brand new black pistol inside. Next to the gun were several oil paper packages containing neatly arranged brass-colored bullets with rounded bullet tips and shallow marks pressed into the bottom of the cartridge cases. 9mm? Jiang Mian couldn't identify the model of the pistol, but he could recognize the several packs of round bullets. He stroked the smooth barrel of the gun and couldn't help but sigh. The processing is really good, even the bullets. I'm envious. His iron-barreled shotgun was far too crude compared to this. After fiddling with the magazine a few times, Jiang Mian counted the magazine capacity of the pistol. 1, 2, 3, 16, 17. He seems to know what kind of gun it is. Jiang Mian scanned the pistol with the bracelet and indeed saw a line of familiar text. Item, Glock 17. Quality, D. Description, polymer grip, steel slide, high-capacity precision pistol, suitable for rapid fire at close to medium range. Effect, each shot allows for rapid, continuous trigger pulls, resulting in a slightly higher rate of fire than a standard pistol. Magazine capacity is 17 rounds. Durability, 1000/1000. The dust of emotions was used too early. Aimbots could have been used on pistols too. Jiang Mian felt a pang of heartache when she thought of the enchanted iron pipe shotgun. There are 2 more boxes. He put away his pistol and 9mm bullets, moved the dusty first metal box aside, and then pried open the second box. The second box contained no guns, but in the center was a blueprint and several rows of bullets of a different type. These bullets were longer than 9mm bullets, but their tip diameters were much smaller. Jiang Mian picked up a bag of bullets and weighed it in his hand. The overall weight of the bullets was heavier than that of 9mm bullets, and the bottom of the cartridge cases was engraved with several rows of numbers 7.6239. Then what about these blueprints? After seeing the numbers on the bottom of the cartridge case, he eagerly scanned the blueprint. Item, AK-47. Quality, D+. Description, if there is any truth in the world, it must be _. Effect, suitable for accurate shooting at medium to long ranges, significant recoil during continuous fire, requiring controlled firing rhythm. Magazine capacity, 30 rounds, effective range, approximately 300 meters, rate of fire, approximately 600 rounds per minute. Making an AK-47 requires 3 pieces of forged iron, 2 pieces of forged steel, 1 piece of hardwood board, 2 springs, and 1 iron pipe, and must be done on a high-grade workbench. The main body of the gun and the firing mechanism need to be made of wrought iron and wrought steel, while wooden parts are used for the grip and stock. As long as the attack speed is fast enough, it's the same as fighting a group. Jiang Mian picked up the AK-47 blueprints. It was just a thin sheet of paper, but he felt it was heavier than a stone. If we enchant this gun with something like burning or freezing, and then mass-produce it and distribute it to thousands of skeleton soldiers, let alone several thousand, even if he equips 100 skeleton soldiers, their firepower would be enough to directly attack the aberration nest. Shotguns have a slow reload speed, while AKs can create a dense fire network with continuous fire, making them extremely effective in skirmishes in underground caves. At the same time, compared to crossbows, shotguns, and melee weapons, the AK has the ability to provide sustained long-range firepower. A few hours earlier, in the underground cave, Jiang Mian was facing a situation where the mutant's level increased and its health increased, resulting in insufficient damage output on his side. Crossbows and shotguns fire in short bursts, with significant gaps in the output. Crafting an AK requires an advanced workbench, which should drop from a silver treasure chest. Anyway, we can't craft bullets, so waiting won't hurt. As for the last box, let's just go with the flow and give it the blueprints for bullet manufacturing. He pried open the last iron box. There were no weapons he wanted inside, only a blueprint lying there all alone. Motorcycle blueprints. Chapter 129, He is the Alliance. Motorcycle blueprints can only be used on advanced workbenches. In addition to the usual materials such as forged steel, forged iron, plastic, sponge, cloth strips, springs, and rubber, a new material called mechanical source is also required. Jiang Mian didn't even need to guess this time. The source of knowledge format was undoubtedly a product of the Silver Territory. He still didn't know who the mysterious silver collar survivor was, yet he had already reached level 6 so quickly. He's not even level 7 yet. These survivors are not to be underestimated. Jiang Mian felt that this was probably related to the fact that one of them had opened a vehicle from the bronze treasure chest. With transportation, people can travel to places farther away from the shelter. Find more treasure chests, search for treasure maps, and discover those mysterious and rare ancient ruins. Just like the development of ocean-going ships at the end of the 15th century, which directly led to the age of exploration, Columbus was able to cross the Atlantic Ocean and Vasco da Gama was able to round the Cape of Good Hope and reach India. But these people are ultimately a minority. In the next few days, or even a week or two, most survivors will not be able to have their own means of transportation. If one cannot travel far, the possibility of obtaining the rock core is lost. Motorcycles, at this point, found themselves at the center of the storm. It doesn't require the survivors to open up any territory. Its operation only consumes gasoline. There were 3 buckets in this basement. Besides, gasoline and diesel fuel are not uncommon items that appear in bronze treasure chests. The trading area of the regional channel has a lot of gasoline and engine oil listed. Currently, the only machines that consume oil are very few small chainsaws and oil drills. Overall, the oil is useless. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. We should lend Wang Tung 50 rock cores, wait for him to advance to Silver Collar, and then ask him for the source of machinery. Jiang Mian opened the world channel, pondered for a few minutes, and gave up the idea of sending a message to find the mysterious Silver Collar survivor. Although Wang Tung was quite dishonest, compared to the survivors in other areas, he was still considered half one of their own. Furthermore, Wang Tung is now in a difficult position. He has been serving as the leader of the Merchant Alliance, and without upgrading his territory to level 6, he cannot establish an alliance and continue the Merchant Alliance's rule. Some people in the region suggested that he lead the Business Alliance to merge into Jiang Mian's alliance. Wang Tung was definitely unwilling. Of course, Jiang Mian was also extremely unwilling. He already considered that 10,000 slot alliance warehouse as an expansion of his personal warehouse. A level 6 territory's warehouse has 100 slots, with a stacking limit of 1,000 per slot. Simply increasing the amount of building materials such as logs and stones is still feasible. But now that he's out and about, if he encounters savages and wants to teach them, he'll definitely need to bring food and clothing. When encountering a large number of aberrations, you need to build walls and wear pale, hard armor. With so many mutated creatures, the skeleton army's armor and equipment need to be replaced, and they should also bring the corresponding reserves. He always carries backups of his enchanting table and workbench, which he uses frequently. After going around in circles, there wasn't much space left. These 10,000 x 10,000 grids are so useful, he could squander them all without ever running out. No one would accuse him of misappropriating public property. Besides him, the leader, Zhou Xinghua, is just an ordinary member in the alliance. He hasn't even come up with a name for the alliance yet. It's currently still called the initial name, Alliance number 100000. Isn't bringing Wang Tung and his business alliance in just asking for trouble? What alliances need management talent to manage them? I am the nation, and the nation is me. Why not just let him be the league leader? If you can't solve the problem of managing talent, solving the problem of managing people can solve the same problem. Having figured out the problem, Jiang Mian sent a message to Wang Tung, who was deeply troubled. Loans? 9 out, 13 back. The island in the middle of the lake. Wang Tung and more than 30 people gathered around the campfire, their faces grim. Just minutes ago, they had discussed 6 or 7 options for the continuation of the business alliance in the future. Almost all of these proposals were rejected by a show of hands after being put forward. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Someone impatiently broke the peace and raised their hand to speak. President Wang, titles are really not important to me. Do you think the district chief is someone who likes to meddle? We've joined his alliance, and you're the vice leader, but in the end, won't you still be the one calling the shots in the business alliance? The alliance's warehouse, contribution value, and other mechanisms are much more comprehensive than the current self-made alliance rules. Alliance members also receive buffs and weekly resource rewards. The alliance's food reserves are currently facing a huge shortage, and the threat of a Lord-level monster is imminent the night after tomorrow. The business alliance desperately needs every opportunity to improve itself. Can they be the same? We've all read the alliance rules. The alliance leader has the final say on setting the contribution value exchange ratio and appointing stewards. The deputy alliance leader is still subject to others. It's fine if the district head is willing, but what if he's not? Several middle-aged men retorted. The person who spoke first was unconvinced and questioned. No, is the district chief a bad person? What are you saying? One of the middle-aged men shook his head and said earnestly, they're not inherently bad or bad people. We're business people. We can't always judge people by good or bad. The district head seems a bit too compassionate. Many of his decisions. Someone snorted, interrupting him. Here we go again. District chief, you're not a compassionate person at all. How many people in our district are still alive today? Merchants, my foot. If everyone dies, who will do business for you? That's not what I meant. So what do you mean? That's what I mean. What does Maiga Yisu mean? There can't be two suns on the grassland, and two tigers can't share one mountain. You know that? Humph. I think it's just that someone is petty and narrow-minded. They see that others are powerful and feel that they can't control them, so they start to have ulterior motives. All right. Wang Ting clapped his hands suddenly, and the entire venue fell silent. These 30-odd core members all listened to Wang Tung. After all, he was the one who established the business alliance, and Wang Tung was in charge of the overall planning and direction of the alliance. It takes 1,000 experience points to form an alliance. Haven't you noticed that apart from the district chief, the other three haven't formed an alliance yet? Experience points are quite important in the early stages. Building an alliance can't be rushed. It's okay to postpone it for now. The current business alliances are pretty good. As Wang Tung spoke calmly, a special notification sound he had set suddenly rang in his ears, making his entire spine shudder. That was the notification sound he both most wanted to hear and least wanted to hear. He looked up and scanned the core members around him. Everyone was looking at him. Wang Tung lowered his head and resignedly examined the notification. Half a minute later, Wang Tung's face brightened and his back straightened. He coughed a few times and said, Ahem, the current business alliance urgently needs reform, and the establishment of an alliance has become an urgent matter. I've decided to form an alliance tonight. Chapter 130 Old cell phone exchange for knives and scissors. Establish an alliance? Mr. Wang, are you out of your mind? Have you been telling too many jokes about the great emperor? You need to distinguish between reality and fantasy. You are not the young great emperor, nor do you have a chaotic body. Does having a chaos entity mean you can manually craft a rock core and upgrade your territory to level 6? Anyway, after asking around on the world channel, no one is selling rock cores. If the district chief wanted to give them to us, he would have done so long ago, instead of waiting until now. We're not that close to the district chief anyway. Smack. Wang Ting suddenly clapped his hands, his expression serious and his eyes cold. Who is trying to sow discord between me and the district head? Seeing this, the people around the campfire looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering if there was any need to sow discord between them. If you were really close, you would have asked for the rock core a long time ago. Why did you wait until today? Wang Tung, however, persisted. The district head is the person I, Wang Tung, respect the most, and he should also be the person you respect the most. You are not allowed to speak ill of the district head in the future. Finally, someone in the audience couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Wang Ting glanced at him coldly, and the man quickly waved his hand and said, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just thinking about something that happened to Kason. Yes, my pet rabbit had babies. After he finished speaking, several people who were trying hard to keep their composure burst out laughing. Before Wang Tung could even look over, they waved their hands and explained. Sorry, our rabbits had babies too, and we just remembered. The fluffy little ones are so cute. Wang Tung ignored them and cut to the chase. The district chief gave me the rock core. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then blurted out. What are the conditions? They are usually influenced by Wang Tung. They might be a bit abstract when arguing, but when it comes to serious matters, they can quickly get back into the swing of things. The district head must have had conditions for giving Wang Tung the core rock at this time. Wang Tung said in a deep voice, "The district chief asked me to choose the silver collar route and then produce a material called source of machinery for him." The source of machinery? The district chief isn't a silver collar worker, so how would he know about the output of silver collar workers? I told you long ago, you can't explain what a dog is to someone who has never seen one. We should all be in awe of the district chief who is at the forefront, what he knows, and what he possesses. Whose side are you on anyway? Why are you always praising others? How do you know it wasn't the district chief who found the first silver collar survivor, and then the negotiations fell apart? It's ridiculous that the elephant and the ant couldn't negotiate a deal. While they were making a ruckus, Wang Tung had already begun to allocate materials to upgrade the shelter. Apart from the rock core, he had prepared the rest of the materials several days ago. You have acquired the silver territory. You have obtained the beginner-level silver collar building blueprint, mechanical heart. Item, mechanical heart. Quality, C. Description, give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world. Effect, deploying intact or damaged machinery yields the source of machinery. Source of machinery, precision design mechanical parts used in the manufacture of complex mechanical products. After reviewing the effects of the mechanical heart, Wang Tung turned to the core members and said, "Look in your warehouse for unused mechanical parts, like watches and pulleys. Should we change the knife or the scissors? With the source of machinery, we should be able to manufacture all kinds of precision mechanical products. What are knives and scissors?" At the same time that the announcement of the establishment of the Alliance, Business Alliance, was sent out, another alliance, Smallest Bullet, was also established. At first, some people didn't understand what the name meant until someone explained it to them. The first and third place teams have formed alliances, and even the followers of the first team in their region have formed alliances. The second place winner must have also advanced to level 6 territory. The survivors all thought so, but by dawn, no second player had formed an alliance. Jiang Mian has already traveled more than 200 kilometers south. Traveling at night could be dangerous, so he told Huang to fly slower. As the fog cleared and the sun rose, he opened the map and began to calibrate the route. After spotting the location of another treasure map, he adjusted his direction and went to find that treasure. Inside the treasure is a fully automatic harvester that requires fuel to operate. There is also a roller mill, which can grind wheat grains and other grains into powder. There are two types of drive methods for grinding mills, fuel oil or water power. Water power is not feasible in the shelter, as the nearby stream has a very slow flow and a small volume. You have to walk at least a few kilometers downstream to reach the first small waterfall. In the regional channel, someone invented a stone mill powered by human or animal power to grind wheat, corn, and other grains into flour. The flour produced by this method is relatively coarse and needs to be sifted again with a fine sieve to separate the flour from the bran. It also has a relatively high demand for labor and low efficiency. In contrast, roller mills rely on metal rollers, and wheat grains are repeatedly crushed and sieved, which can separate fine flour and bran in one go. Jiang Mian decided to build a mill near the downstream waterfall to process the coarse grains that were transported there. He has no shortage of low-quality labor. Tasks like moving and transporting coarse grains, which are strenuous but not technically demanding, can be easily handled by skeleton soldiers. However, this involves road construction work. The road was not built along the river. A section had to be built from the location chosen by the mill to the nearest road. The road construction is still too slow. Jiang Mian drew the newly added routes on the map. The road he was building couldn't be done hastily, so the construction was very slow. The road must be wide enough to accommodate horse-drawn carriages traveling back and forth. Since it is used to transport heavy goods such as iron, ore, and grain, the quality of the road must not be poor. Among all the roads in the city, those that are used by large trucks are the ones that break down the fastest. Using the evolved skeleton dragon to transport supplies is quite costly. Huang's evolution used 20 drops of aberration source, equivalent to 20,000 agile type 1 aberration corpses, which can create 800 skeleton soldiers. Only during monster tides can you find so many mutant corpses. It does not travel by land or air, and waterways can only operate in the downstream areas or even in the valleys. What other path can we take? Teleportation array. Jiang Mian recalled the small white flowers in the underground cave, which could instantly travel thousands of miles. It seems even less realistic than evolving a skeleton dragon. Jiang Mian immediately dismissed the thought in an instant. The phantom of the giant wolf in the underground cave and the owner of the mysterious bell sound could easily crush him into pieces. Importantly, the mutants and the survivors are mortal enemies. Unlike gods, even if they are incredibly powerful, some are inherently kind, and some can be communicated with, so they can always be outsmarted. When the mutants see survivors, their first reaction is to rush up and tear them to pieces. There was absolutely no room for turning back. The battle begins the moment we meet. It's either you or me who lives. Chapter 131: The Survivor of East District 1 Who Became a Sales Master. On the 6th day of the second week, as of noon, there were still only messages from 3 alliances on the World Channel. After the establishment of Smallest Bullet and Merchant Alliance, thousands of survivors immediately flocked to them. After some screening, the 2 groups had 1,791 and 4,399 members respectively. At first glance, it seems that the latter accepts all kinds of people, but in reality, the former has taken in half of the survivors in its area, while the latter has only taken in 1/3. In a formal alliance structure, the control over personal assets is far stricter than in the DIY alliances people use to form. Member status and rights are entirely tied to their contribution value. Generally, donating non-essential personal resources will earn far greater rewards in the alliance than hoarding them. Individuals' daily food and clothing were also distributed uniformly, and members were divided into different classes according to their status and position. In a world where survival is a struggle for survival, groups are far more likely to survive than individuals, but this can also limit individual development to some extent. If it weren't for the threat of tomorrow's Lord-level mutated monsters, so many people wouldn't be scrambling to join the alliance. The number of times the Nightmare, a Lord-level monster that looks like an angel from the Old Testament, has been appearing at night and being sighted has been increasing every day. The survivors learned that this was a mutated form of mental type, with attribute values that were considered abnormal. Apart from that, no one knows how to defeat it, because everyone who encountered it eventually died. Oh, and of course, except for, I leveled up alone, who solo killed the Nightmare last week. But that expert's past experiences must have been far from easy, forcing him to seek help on all channels. Over the past 2 days, countless survivors have been asking privately or publicly for help with I level up alone, but have yet to receive a response. Comments like, was he doing this on purpose, or he's cold-blooded and heartless, rarely appear on the channel. After the first monster tide, survivors in countless regions of the World Channel paid even more attention to this expert. Whether paid or not, they questioned the survivors of East District 1, digging into the history of how the big bosses made their fortunes. My biographical account has already been published in several versions. Through these biographies, the method of leveling up alone against elite monsters and monster tides was popularized around the world. Those survivors who later obtained the crossbow blueprints also bought and disassembled the I upgraded alone secondary crossbow and copied it to make their own. Mysterious and shrewd. That's how many people perceive him. Last time, I upgraded alone helped the survivors in this area fight against the monster tide, but the price the survivors had to pay was the mutated corpse. At the time, people did not know the reason, but now that the routes to the 4 major territories have been revealed, people realize that this is a necessity for the deceptive territories. He is not simply kind and benevolent. They even profit from information asymmetry. But no one will say anything about it. Not even the survivors whose mutant corpses were taken away. After all, they survived, didn't they? What is more important than life? That's why, when the survivors asked about ways to fight the Lord-level monster without success, their first reaction wasn't he's cold-blooded and ruthless, or he's powerless. Everyone's first reaction was, you'll have to pay more. Fighting a Lord-level monster is undoubtedly difficult, both in terms of tactics and the necessary items. After careful consideration, that expert felt that it was not possible to simply hand it over to them. The question is, what materials does your district head need? Someone asked the survivors in the East 1 area. Picking up the flowers at dusk, I think the mutated corpses from this monster tide are pretty good. The rules for the second monster tide were released yesterday after the Alliance feature update. Most of the rules are the same as the first time, except that the number of monsters has changed to Sanctuary level 200. Each wave has several elite monsters, and there is a 10% chance of encountering a Lord-level monster. The value of these deformed corpses far exceeds that of the first one. Will it work? I don't think it's enough. That's a boss monster. Why not? Think about it. There's only a 10% chance of encountering a boss monster, but we're terrified of it. We'll probably all sign a contract with our district chief. No matter if we need it or not, we'll have to hand over the mutant corpse to him. That's like paying 10 times the price. A 10% chance? To be honest, I'd take the gamble. There's a 90% chance I'll survive. Strange, what are you thinking? So many people have died in the area. How come you still dare to gamble here? But if there are a lot of people like you, the district chief will indeed collect fewer mutant corpses, and he'll have to pay more. Our region has no big shots or alliances. It feels like we're already half dead. We're going to die sooner or later anyway. No, brother, I think you can still be saved. Besides the mutated corpses, offer up some high-value items you acquire later as tribute. In the world chat, survivors in the East Zone 1 are particularly active today, most of them voluntarily coming out to promote their shelter packages. Although they didn't know whether I upgraded on my own would get the package this week. But after Wang Tung from the Business Alliance posted a message in the morning explaining that all his achievements came from the district chief, the survivors in the entire region became envious. On what grounds? So what if you started licking earlier? When one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. They gave me 50 rock cores without hesitation. No, if you, Wang Tung, can do it, we can do it too. How do you flatter the district chief? Think about what he needs most. A single sentence from fishing master Lu Ruyan enlightened countless survivors. What does a district head need? The district chief's territory is a realm of monsters, so he definitely needs mutated corpses. They need to help the district chief collect more mutant corpses. This is not just beneficial to the district head. This week, survivors in different regions compared their current survival status on the World Chat channel, and those in the East 1 region suddenly realized. Not every survivor has a crossbow, and not every survivor has the right to directly purchase skeleton soldiers. Anyway, they're not the ghost territory anymore. If we give the district chief enough mutant corpses so he can create more skeleton soldiers, who benefits from that? That's so hard to guess. Of course, we'll sell it to them. Your Excellency District Chief. Small profits, but quick turnover. Small profits, but quick turnover. As long as the district chief produces enough skeletons, he might be able to drive down the price of skeletons. The district head has many duties and rarely participates in world channel trade. How could these loyal supporters of the district head not share his burdens? Buy skeletons at a low price and then sell them to other areas at a higher price. This is to relieve the district head's burden. How can we let middlemen profit from the price difference? They don't feel any remorse for doing this. When other regions sold them grain at high prices, did they ever feel any remorse? It's just a matter of what goes around comes around. Karma is a cycle. When it's your turn to sell grain, you talk about survival of the fittest and adapting to local conditions. Okay then, if he crosses the river, I'll cross the river too. When it's our turn to sell skeletons and crossbows, don't change your tune and start talking about democracy and harmony. Chapter 132, The Tragic Snowman. In reality, Jiang Mian doesn't actively sell crossbows and skeletons in the world chat. He only trades privately when others provide high-value items, such as blueprints. It's not entirely because he's too busy. The survivors in the East Zone are ultimately closer to him. Even if his alliance doesn't recruit people, these people are still his base. He always leaves a sip of soup for everyone when he eats meat. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is in turmoil, all for gain. After the first monster tide, everyone handed over the mutated corpses, and many people signed contracts to hand over a portion of the future loot. This will undoubtedly dampen their enthusiasm for exploration. It will also make people resent him every time they think of him. Add to that the negative effects of draining the pond to catch all the fish. Those without stone houses could huddle in wooden huts. Those without clean water could make do with dirty water. But when they have no food, they will take desperate measures. Survivors selling food in other areas don't care about your situation. They'll maliciously raise prices if you're short on food. So in the first 2 days, some people secretly took out crossbows to sell, and a few people got together to buy skeleton soldiers and then resell them at a high price. Jiang Mian always turned a blind eye. Gradually, this became a tacit acceptance. Everyone's smart enough to know that rumors will spread everywhere. The big boss might not know on the first day, but he'll find out on the second and third day. If you know something but don't say anything, that's tacit approval. Everything is permissible unless prohibited by law. Jiang Mian didn't say anything when they openly discussed and negotiated the price for reselling to other regions in the regional channel. Through this reselling, the survivors in East District 1 found a way to survive after food shortages. Therefore, after the alliance function was launched, a group of people called for Wang Tung to work as the deputy leader of the alliance for the district chief. Whoever provides milk is the mother, and whoever feeds you is the father. Who is Wang Tung? Last week, When you passed on the torch, you were the young emperor. Now, sorry, I don't know him. Having suffered multiple blows and unable to find the rock core, Wang Ting once thought he would fade into obscurity. Fortunately, Jiang Mian gave him a dignified end. Offering help in times of need is far more noble than adding to someone's success. After the establishment of the business alliance, he not only expressed his gratitude to Jiang Mian in a high-profile manner, but also voluntarily signed a contract for the permanent transfer of 5% of the business alliance's resources. The target of the transfer was Jiang Mian. When he finished signing and was about to send it to Jiang Mian, he gritted his teeth and made a last-minute change, changing 5% to 10%. It's harder to change things beyond that. His resource ownership in the business alliance is only 20%. Other vice leaders, deacons, and even some elite members all have their own share of resources. It's basically the shareholding system before time travel. Upon receiving Wang Ting's resource transfer agreement, Jiang Mian replied with a message. The Snow Wild Man's Beast Tooth Necklace. Wang Ting knew the meaning behind those words at a glance. The Snowman's Beast Tooth Necklace must be related to the district chief's plan to fight the boss monster this week. The district head is giving him a benefit so that he can spread the news and gain some goodwill from everyone. So Wang Ting immediately went to different channels and posted news about the Beast Tooth Necklace in different tones and attitudes. Go collect the Snow Savage's Tooth Necklace. That's what the district chief said. This is what he said internally on the League channel. Collecting the Snow Savage's Tooth Necklace is related to the district chief's plan. This is what he said on the regional channel. Rumor has it that I was chatting with the district chief last night, and he seemed to hear that the Snow Wild Man's Beast Tooth Necklace is related to the Lord Monster. This is his statement on the World Channel. In the World Chat, the survivors had been waiting for this sentence for far too long. They initially dismissed the claims of rumors, and it seems, as mere hearsay. This is clearly a despicable news story designed to mislead and attract attention. Upon closer inspection, the poster turned out to be Wang Ting, the lackey of that guy from East Zone 1. Haha, Wang Ting really is a kind and honest man. It must have been someone who secretly instructed them to prepare something in advance. The name, Snowy Savage's Beast Tooth Necklace, instantly spread throughout the streets and alleys. If Jiang Mian had sent it directly, it might not have had the same effect. If news is delivered directly to your face, then everyone knows about it. So how can it be considered precious or valuable news? But the insider information that I obtained through my own thinking and analysis is absolutely authentic and definitely worth searching for the corresponding tools. Furthermore, Jiang Mian's direct release of this information may have the opposite effect. Are we to go find a certain item? What tone of voice? What attitude? I won't. Some people are rebellious, and then they'll fixate on that 10% probability. It's just a 10% chance of facing a boss monster, right? How could I be so unlucky? But now, they found out about this item themselves. They actively sought it out. Can these be the same? I am saving myself, relying on myself. Half an hour later, all the areas where snow wildlings spawned, and the snow wildling territories, had been invaded by humans to varying degrees. They broke into their homes, then targeted the tallest and largest igloos, rushing inside to steal the children's necklaces and toys. The adult snow savages were immediately enraged. True warriors deserve respect, even if they die on the battlefield. A truly brave and righteous enemy would never rush in and not attack people or steal supplies, but instead steal children's toys. This is a blatant insult. The survivors picked up crossbows. The adult snow savages sat down around the campfire, whistling as they shared the roasted meat. The two remained at peace. Look how friendly these creatures, who also have 2 arms and 2 legs, are, and how willing they are to play with children of different races. The children were so happy that tears welled up in their eyes. The world's biodiversity is a harmonious and friendly family. Many touching scenes. The group of snow savages in the camp with the old priest would be more ferocious, picking up weapons and surrounding the savage priest while shouting. Survivors know that the old priestess's mental attacks are not to be trifled with, so they usually run away as soon as they grab the necklace. The old priest also needs time to chant his magic. Why get bogged down in a bitter struggle? Generally, a savage camp can borrow 3 or more necklaces. In some areas, there are no snow savages, only fishmen or something else. People who own multiple necklaces might also consider selling them to them. Some people were unsure how many necklaces were needed and remained silent. At 6 p.m., Jiang Mian released the conditions for signing a blood pact. He will provide a spell of a mental type of magic, and then the contractor, if he survives the monster tide, must hand over all the aberration corpses to him, regardless of whether he encounters a Lord-level monster. The audio contained the Baba Bai spell that he recorded for Wang Gang, which, with the help of a magical catalyst, the Snow Savage's Beast Tooth Necklace, could unleash a mental shock. Following this condition, Jiang Mian also stated that, in addition to the nightmare beings, he encountered 2 other new Lord-level monsters in a certain area. In other words, psychological shocks are not necessarily effective against them. The choice is in the hands of the survivors themselves. Chapter 133, Level 7 Territory. Boss, I'm switching to mental magic. I'd like to ask if the information on those 2 Lord-level monsters can be included as a bonus. One is a Life Type 2 aberration, and the other is a Power Type 2 aberration, which are the previous versions of the Spore Snail and Big Head Plus. Okay, thank you, boss. The probability of these 2 types of monsters appearing tomorrow shouldn't be high. The monsters that appeared in the monster tides before all appeared multiple times at night in advance. You may have encountered an earlier version. Jiang Mian remained noncommittal, saying that everyone had only encountered the monster tide once, and it couldn't be taken as a precedent. The 7-faced rot spore snail can use illusions to bewitch people. The Power Type 2 aberration has 2 heads, so you need to kill them both at the same time. He compiled the weaknesses of both characters and sent them to the survivors who had signed a contract. As we were about to return to the shelter, the survival system broadcast several messages in succession. The progress on the God's Territory route has reached 80%, bringing your territory 1 step closer to the God's Kingdom. The progress on the God's Territory route has reached 90%, bringing your territory 1 step closer to the God's Kingdom. The progress of the Divine Territory route has reached 100%. You have met the requirements for Level 7 Divine Territory Advancement and unlocked the Quality Upgrade Blueprint. 2. For the Divine Territory Building, the Altar. It seems the second group of cannibals has been brought back. Jiang Mian walked through the mist and saw the shelter shrouded in firelight in the distance. The aberration was killed by the patrolling skeleton soldiers before it could reach the holy flame. Perhaps because the mutated creature's hatred is locked onto the survivors, the number of mutated creatures appearing here has decreased significantly after Jiang Mian left the shelter. Huang landed in the courtyard, and Jiang Mian jumped off its back to greet Wang Gang and the others. My lord, the first batch of savages has been able to participate in the road construction. We are now working on 4 sections simultaneously, and the road construction speed is 4 times that of before. The second batch of savages should have arrived by now. Give me 5 more days. No, 3 days, and I can get them involved as well. Wang Gang rushed over to report on the current situation. Last time, when Zhang the blacksmith was promoted to steward, he stole the show and overshadowed even the legendary paratrooper. He was in his early 30s, in the prime of his life. How could a man born between heaven and earth be willing to be subordinate to a 50-year-old man? Under his intensive training, the first batch of wild men spent all their time, except for eating and sleeping, learning how to build roads from both sides of the road. Potential is always squeezed out. In just 2 days, these savages went from thinking, why build roads? Wherever you go, there's a road, to realizing, if you want to get rich, build roads first. I dream of concrete. The second batch consists of the elderly, women, and children. Just make sure you don't exhaust them. Butler Zhang walked over unhurriedly and said in a deep, muffled voice. Wang Gang immediately responded in kind. People need exercise. In the past, they were not well fed and lacked strength. Only the adults went out hunting, while the others stayed in the camp. Now we give them plenty of food. If they continue to be idle, they will not be able to digest properly. Butler Zhang snorted, walked past Wang Gang, went to the other side of Jiang Mian, and then took out a map and a drawing from his pocket. My lord, these are the blueprints for the mill and stone mill that I came up with yesterday. We have terrain differences and water power that we can utilize. The location of the mill is the one I selected based on my on-site investigation. While Wang Gang was racking his brains to educate the savage, Steward Zhang was not idle either. Learning is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. He was a blacksmith by trade, having spent most of his life forging iron. Even after being promoted to steward, his hands were still busy. It's like an old man who has farmed all his life. Once he leaves the land, he feels like something is missing from his life. After overhearing Lin Kuan, a farmer, mention the words flour and mill, he began preparing for the construction of the mill and the structure of the stone mill. He also drew the branch roads leading from the main road to the mill on the map during his on-site investigation. What a coincidence. Guess what I found when I went out? Jiang Mian took the two pictures and thought to himself that they were thinking the same thing. Stone mill blueprints. Butler Zhang asked. Jiang Mian shook his head and took out the roller mill and the fully automatic harvester. When Zhang, the housekeeper, saw the appearance of the roller mill, his eyes lit up. He could tell it was a high-end grinding tool, made of steel, which was perfect for his profession. Does the Lord want me to try to replicate this machine? If you can do it, of course you can. Jiang Mian could see Zhang's curiosity and eagerness to try it out. The roller mill was much more efficient than the stone mill. There are some in the steel material shelter. He pointed to the machine next to him and said, "That's a combine harvester. It's fuel guzzling. Let Lin Kuan learn how to use it. In a few days, when the wheat is ripe, we can use the combine harvester to harvest it. Don't worry about leaving it to me." Steward Zhang summoned a carriage, moved the two machines to a new location, and then returned to the forge after asking Jiang Mian if there was anything else. Jiang Mian took a stroll around the shelter. The chicks grew plump and round, and after getting used to their surroundings, they started to crawl out of the cage and walk outside in a row, swaying back and forth. The rabbits then had another litter, bringing the total number to 25. Compared to the chicks who cluck around aimlessly, the rabbits were much quieter, lying there contentedly with their eyes narrowed to slits. They're fed every day, so they're too lazy to go out and explore. The weeds on the grass outside are just beginning to turn green, and they are all small, hard-to-eat sprouts. Animals that haven't mutated are also very resistant to fog. When a mist rises outside the shelter at night, they become even more docile. After looking around and seeing everything thriving, Jiang Mian returned to the altar and released a bowl of blood. Upgrading both the territory and the altar requires divine materials, and he couldn't afford to lose too much blood in a day, so he chose to upgrade the territory first. Item, Shelter. Quality, B. Level, 7. Durability, 50,000. Defense, 500. Territory Evolution Path. Divine Territory, Level 7, 0%. Deceptive Territory, Level 6, 65%. Auxiliary Buildings. Farm, Breeding Ground, Pond, Armored Wall. Warehouse, 200 slots. Maximum stack size of 5,000 per slot. Description: the shelter, blending seamlessly with its environment, has become a small territory in itself. Effect: 1. Inside the shelter, all attributes of survivors are increased by 15 points. Damage taken is reduced by 27%. Stamina recovery speed is increased by 50%, and mental recovery speed is increased by 40%. 2. The flames within the shelter gain the Holy Fire effect, which can damage mutated creatures within a certain range and inflict fear, causing brief stun. 3. The shelter owner gains the active skill Holy Fire Judgment, which deals true damage equal to 10% of the target's maximum health and can be used 3 times per day. 4. The shelter has an inherent aura that can deter lower-level mutated creatures, preventing them from approaching. 5. The effective range of the shelter extends beyond the shelter itself, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Within a radius of 1 kilometer. The size of a village, including arable land. From now on, our territory can have another name, our village. Your shelter has been upgraded to level 7, gaining 1 small shelter and triggering the talent Builder's Dream, which doubles the number of small shelters. Because you are the first survivor to reach level 7 shelter, you are awarded the title Pioneering Spirit. Title: Pioneering and Establishing a Foundation. Description: you built a village and erected a boundary marker on the land ravaged by calamity, and from then on, hope returned to the land. Effect: you have received the blessing of the unknown deity, Terra. Chapter 134: Terra's Blessing. After advancing to level 7 territory, rewards kept popping up one after another, which surprised Jiang Mian. Is a level 7 territory some kind of important milestone? Not only did they give me a free small shelter, but they also triggered a talent that turned it into 2. It's fine if there's a new title, but the effect of that title is still a blessing from a deity. According to the description, that deity is a powerful deity of the same rank as Shining. Special status: Terra's Blessing. Quality S. Description: when your feet touch the earth, you bear its weight without collapsing, and life continues. Every inch of soil you tread rejoices, and the rock layers remember your weight. You are the first to hear the heartbeat of the earth's veins after it falls into slumber. Effect: 1. Body as solid as a mountain. Permanently increases base health attributes by 20%, increases health regeneration speed by 50%, and grants immunity to minor health-related negative status effects. 2. Rock protection. When standing on the ground, you will gain a physical shield equal to your health, which refreshes every 30 minutes. 3. Great virtue bears all things * your foundation is strengthened, and earth elemental creatures feel a sense of affinity towards you. Effect 1, Effect 3 and Shining Blessing give the exact same values, only the type is different. Effect 2 provides a physical damage shield equal to one's health, with a refresh cooldown of 30 minutes. Jiang Mian felt that with the protection of the rock, he could stand in the shelter and do nothing, letting other survivors shoot him with their secondary crossbows. It would be difficult for them to kill him with a single arrow. His base health is currently 48, which increases to 57.6 after triggering His Body is Like a Mountain, and to 79.6 with the addition of the strange leather armor and the sanctuary's protection. With the rock protection buff, it has 159.2 life. With the 27% damage reduction from the shelter, it's equivalent to 218 health. When he was level 20, he used a secondary crossbow to attack an agile type 1 aberration, which only caused a little over 100 damage. A physical body comparable to a monster. Jiang Mian clenched his right hand, forcing out his biceps. He only wanted to be a gentle strategist, a scholar with a feather fan and silk turban, who could destroy enemy ships with a few words, but fate was unkind and sent him to fight against the powerful. This is a deity on par with Shining. Terra, from the Latin word terra, means earth or land. This is clearly a deity who holds the power over the earth. The gods aren't numbered according to their strength, are they? The Shining has so much power, so being numbered 001 doesn't seem unreasonable. If Shining is 001, then Black Cat must be 002 without a doubt. Terra, the goddess of the earth, feels just like 003. After Yin and Yang, comes Qian and Kuan. Qian represents heaven, and Kuan represents earth. Does that mean there's a god of the sky? These two might be 003 and 004 respectively, but it's hard to say who's in front. In some myths, the earth is the mother goddess who gave birth to the sky. Some myths describe a world where heaven and earth exist before and after. In some myths, the two appear simultaneously, without any order of precedence. No matter how they are ordered, they are all gods of the same level, unlike that serpent god, which Shining doesn't even know where it came from. At the same level, besides spirit and life, other attributes such as strength, stamina, and speed are also likely to have corresponding divine blessings. Jiang Mian's desire to collect was aroused. It's like having only one unfamiliar Ultraman or Armor Hero card in your hand, unaware that it's part of a series. But once you get the second card that's similar yet different, you'll want to collect the rest. Moreover, the blessings bestowed by these gods are as effective as divine artifacts. If an average person possesses one, they can become a top player among all the survivors. Having two of these makes you a true master. I almost forgot about the main point. What exactly is a small shelter? Jiang Mian turned around to look at the information about the small shelter. This is the official reward for upgrading to level 7 shelter. Item, small shelter. Quality, D. Level, 1, changes as the main shelter level increases. Description, a miniature version of a small shelter. Its location is movable, and multiple shelters can exist simultaneously. Effect, 1, Mini. Inherits the attributes and effects of the main shelter at level 4, including the warehouse, and warehouse access can be transferred to others. 2. Teleportation. People and goods can be teleported between small shelters and the main shelter, with a quantity of 1% of the main shelter's warehouse slots. Single-type materials can be teleported in stacks, with the stacking limit the same as the single-slot stacking limit in the main warehouse, and a maximum of 1 teleportation per hour. 3. Devour. Small shelters can devour captured shelters, taking their place. Multiple talents can exist at the same time, so the materials will not be returned after this talent takes effect. Being able to move around is such a good thing. We can have Wang Gang and the others work overtime tonight to repair the road, so we don't have to be afraid of the fog anymore. Jiang Mian really liked this little thing. After triggering his talent, he gained 2 small shelters. One could be placed in the valley as a base, and the other could be placed by the roadside for road repair at night. Each small shelter also comes with a small storage room, and access can be delegated to others. Large quantities of building materials and skeleton artifacts can be stored in the warehouse. Giving the small warehouse access to Steward Zhang and Wang Gang would make things much easier for them. There's also a teleportation effect. I couldn't find the teleportation array, but it appeared automatically after my territory was upgraded to level 7. A level 7 territory has 200 slots, which means it can teleport 2 people at the same time, or 2 slots, which is equivalent to 50,002 materials. From now on, finished ironwork or ironware from the valley can be sent directly to the main shelter. The harvested wheat could also be sent directly to the mill for grinding. The quantity of wheat is measured in kilograms. 1 kilogram is considered 1 piece, so one compartment can store 5,000 kilograms of wheat, not 5,000 grains of wheat. There are time intervals for teleportation. It's not like the instant teleportation in underground caves. In that case, the real purpose of teleportation in small shelters should be to transport people or urgently transport small batches of supplies. Currently, the territory's resource output, such as wrought iron, is calculated in hundreds or thousands, while stones and logs are calculated in tens of thousands. When the territory's productivity leaps again in the future, relying solely on teleportation will probably not be enough. The importance of road construction has not been shaken, but there is no need to rush to build it. When Jiang Mian first saw the final Devour effect, it reminded him of the way Wang Gang had mentioned achieving level 10 territory. Devour all level 9 shelters of the same type. What does devouring mean? Does simply destroying it count? When these questions were asked, Wang Gang said he wasn't sure. Now, Jiang Mian may have found some clues. It involves using small shelters to devour other people's shelters. After being devoured, the level and quality of the small shelter should also increase. Competitors are enemies. Right now, we only know that there are more than 2 Silver Collar members, but in the future, they may all become enemies with each other. I wonder if the divine territory and the demonic territory have appeared yet. If they have, you'd better hide them well. Beware, the great demon King Jiang Mian is watching you from the heavens. Chapter 135 Steam Engine. Oh, I just remembered something. Excessive blood loss can cause weakness before transmigrating, but I can level up. His current physical condition far surpasses that of his pre-transmigration self. He doesn't even know the extent of the mutation. Its bodily functions and recovery speed are also very strong. The scars on its hands heal 2 to 3 times faster than before. The hematopoietic function should also have been strengthened. Jiang Mian steeled his heart and slashed at his wrist with the knife. Shield -7. Current shield strength 72.6/79.6. No, with the shield, I can't cut through it anymore. He had no choice but to climb onto Huang's back, temporarily leaving the ground and removing the shield. After draining another bowl of blood, he began to feel slightly dizzy and weak all over. 2 health points have been deducted. Back on the ground, Jiang Mian used materials to upgrade the altar. 2 types of divinity were detected within the divine material. Divinity 1, from Shining, and Divinity 2, from Terra. The 2 divinities mentioned above are independent and cannot be merged, and the latter is incompatible with territory attributes. Continuing to use this will automatically remove Divinity 2. Do you wish to continue? 2 kinds of divinity? Oh, so divinity comes from blessing. The altar's reminder helped Jiang Mian understand why his blood could be used as a divine material. The blessings of the gods not only bestow certain attributes, but also change some of the essence of the person being blessed. Therefore, his current status is more like that of a favored one of God. They are no longer simply human beings. Unfortunately, while multiple divine buildings can be created, the effects of buildings with the same name will not stack, and the faith must be unique. Terra is on the same level as Shining, so its corresponding altars, statues, and other architectural effects must also be extraordinary. After the altar's second upgrade, its quality breaks through to B-. The effect of Holy Spirit never dies, great sun shines, is improved to increase production speed by 30% and resistance to calamities by 30%. The sacrifice talent remains unchanged. Strengthening resistance to calamities is far more valuable than increasing production speed. The former increases the value upwards, from 100% to 130%, with no upper limit, and the effect becomes progressively worse with each additional value. A 130% increase is 30% compared to 100%, but a 160% increase is only 23.1% compared to 130% in terms of production speed. The latter involves subtracting downwards, and it continues to subtract until it reaches 0%, with the value increasing as it goes down. Compared to 100%, 70% reduces the erosion effect by 30%, while 40% reduces the erosion effect by 42.9% compared to 70%. As the territory expanded to a radius of 1 kilometer, The altar's effectiveness in warding off calamities became more apparent. Just as Wang Gang said, only when the territory is large enough can it have an effect on the surrounding environment. The practice of draining the pond to catch all the fish has caused the wild animal population to plummet to 10% of normal levels. In his territory, that number would rise to 13.7%. After upgrading the altar, Jiang Mian took the small shelter out to set it up. The firelight dispelled the fog, and the savages could begin paving roads again. Of course, he wasn't a heartless boss who made them work all night. You can go to sleep after working until 10 o'clock. More than working overtime, the wild men cared about Jiang Mian's miracle. They had all witnessed the firelight of the main shelter, which could dispel the fog and drive away monsters. But in their eyes, that place was blessed by God, a sacred place, and was so by nature. The fact that Jiang Mian has conjured up such a sacred place out of thin air is quite astonishing to the wild people. Furthermore, that holy site can be moved multiple times. Even if Jiang Mian were to claim that he is the incarnation of a god, the savages would still believe it without a doubt. Jiang Mian would certainly not do such an overstepping act. His deity is neither King Yu of Zhou nor Emperor Xian of Han. Some people might want to rebel against Li Shimin, but they couldn't bring themselves to rebel against Emperor Wen of Han or the Duke of Zhou. Besides, he doesn't have that ability. Jiang Mian followed behind the savages, inspecting their work. Others in the survival world had much more to do. The Learn a Foreign Language Overnight Series, Chapter 1. Weibibabu. This language has no connection to any known language on Earth, which is a major headache for many adults who no longer read or study. Having just witnessed the magic of this world, the survivors were all filled with longing, for it was far more exciting than their mundane lives before they transmigrated. They will surely soar like birds into the sky and fish into the sea, free from all constraints from now on. After seeing the long and obscure incantation, sigh, I suddenly think that lying down and being a useless person isn't so bad. In the Eastern District 3, an elementary school teacher, in order to solve everyone's predicament, even composed a jingle based on the spell. What about Pan Jinlian fighting the tiger and going to the capital to become sworn brothers with Liu Bei? By telling stories, other survivors can quickly get started and master the skills. Survivors from other language groups also followed suit, creating their own humorous jokes. There are multiple survivors in the shelter, so the pressure is much less. For example, Wang Tung. He delegated the task of endorsement to others and continued working on the silver collar progress himself. In just one day, he tried everything from the most basic levers to axles and gears, experimenting with all kinds of mechanical inventions related to torque, and finally slowly pushed silver collar's progress forward. He unlocked a new technology tree. It is also the second silver collar building. Steam engine. It armed humanity, making weak and powerless hands incredibly strong, and perfected the human brain to handle all problems. This quote from Watt's obituary after his death aptly summarizes the role of the steam engine. Looking again, Wang Teng's eyes were already red. Before his transmigration, he had never imagined that he would be so shaken by such primitive things. Praise be to Watt. Wang Teng stroked the surface of the steam engine blueprints, feeling as if he had stepped into the gate of civilization. The routes for the 4 territories are all different. The steam engine that is unlocked at 10% progress in the silver territory is not a building with a specific function like the aberration source pool in the ghost territory or the statue in the god territory. It's just a blueprint for a machine. It looks ordinary, but it has countless subsequent assembly blueprints. Well digging and pumping, textile machines, steam locomotives, steamships, steam blowers. It frees people from dependence on the machine's operating environment, does not require proximity to rivers for water-powered machinery, and does not require a large labor force. It only needs energy. Coal. Wang Teng realized this, and then thought of the signs that fuel had been acquired by some invisible force in the regional channels, including the world channel, since last night. Some people are already making plans for energy. Which expert is it? Wang Teng was surprised and uncertain. After thinking for a moment, he pulled up his friend's list and sent a message to Jiang Mian. District Chief, I've unlocked the steam engine. It's Silver Collar's second technology point. Having experienced the vicissitudes of the survival world, he has lost his former arrogance and knows that he doesn't have much of an advantage and should honestly stick close to the big players. He explained in detail the function of the steam engine and how he accelerated his progress in becoming a Silver Collar member. Without reservation. Chapter 136. Everyone is short of money. The steam engine has been unlocked. Jiang Mian was taken aback when she saw Wang Teng's message. If I had this, why would I need to build a mill by a waterfall? So Silver Collar's progress, is this fast? The second item is a steam engine. No, the 4 routes shouldn't differ this much. An unrestricted steam engine. Isn't this just making a fool of the spirit realm? The first building in the spirit realm is the refinement pool, which consumes a large amount of spirit points to convert the attributes of gems. Only a few gems can be converted per day. In contrast, the mechanical resources produced by the Silver Collar can be used to directly create many simple machines. Gears and axles alone can benefit many survivors whose families do not have blacksmiths or carpenters. What does it take to build a steam engine? He asked the crucial question. Basic materials such as wrought iron and wrought steel are also the source of machinery. Is the source of machinery easy to obtain? Jiang Mian felt that the limitation should lie in the source of machinery, as such things should be more difficult to manufacture than imagined. It's not easy. You could even say it's very difficult to transform. At first, I tried to transform it by throwing in items like knives and axes, but they all failed. You have to use machinery with a certain technical structure, such as watches or chainsaws. Furthermore, small items cannot be converted one-to-one. 10 watches cannot match the speed of a chainsaw, and a chainsaw can only convert 0.3 to 0.4 mechanical sources. Making a regular steam engine requires 3 mechanical sources. To increase power, even more mechanical sources are needed. Wang Tung responded seriously. Machines with any technological sophistication are all obtained from bronze treasure chests. Bronze chests are still not easy to obtain. Roughly 5 to 8 out of every 100 survivors have ever obtained one. The rewards given in those bronze treasure chests were also quite bizarre, such as blueprints for stone walls and arrow towers, or basic recovery reagents, which could not be used to convert into mechanical sources. Of the portion that can be converted, most of it is tightly held onto by the survivors. For example, if someone finally manages to get a bicycle, it's a crucial tool for them at this stage, so how could they possibly sell it? Despite the resource advantage of the business alliance, Wang Tung has only converted 5 mechanical sources so far. 1 was given to Jiang Mian, and the remaining 4 were made into simple machines. This has already depleted his entire mechanical arsenal. If you have money, you rely on technology. If you don't, you rely on mutation, Wang Tung remarked with deep emotion. Jiang Mian read Wang Tung's reflections and thought to himself, it's not like Guiling doesn't make money. How many mutant corpses does a flying skeleton dragon require? Corpses are common, but the demand is just too high. The spirit realm is completely locked down. Money is useless, as the progress is severely limited by the single point of spiritual power. In comparison, opening the divine realm is difficult, but afterwards it's a smooth and unobstructed journey. He had no idea what was going on, but those savages that were everywhere were frantically trying to conquer the land and were rapidly advancing. The effects of the divine buildings are not just empty words. They are real and progressive buffs that become stronger as the game progresses. What's wrong with being weak in the early game? Just kidding. It's strong in the early stages too. Of course, it's also possible that he was just lucky and the first god he encountered was shining. If you encounter that snake, or that arrogant dragon to the north, the building effect won't be as good. After Jiang Mian returned last time, she kept recalling the scene of meeting that black dragon in her mind. He roughly figured out why the other party was spraying him with dragon breath. It seems that he felt sympathy for him, but the high and mighty dragon considered it an insult to be pitted by a weak human, so it simply drove him away. However, the black dragon definitely didn't kill him, and Shining didn't react either. Asking such an arrogant guy for favors would probably require coaxing him every day with a different approach, and even then, the results might not be good. Jiang Mian became increasingly angry as she thought about it, and then she began to motivate herself. 30 years in Shandong, 30 years in Shaanxi. You're high and mighty now, but tomorrow you'll be begging for your attention. He told Wang Tung not to rush to build a steam engine, but to give him the source of machinery first, and he could build a motorcycle. Motorcycles consume fuel, but there is plenty of fuel available on the market. They are only used for exploring a certain distance, so they don't require as much fuel as large machinery. The machinery that Wang Tung needs can only be obtained by other survivors traveling to more distant places. Treasure chests don't refresh completely every day. The number of chests that you visit frequently is very small. And in those unexplored areas far from the shelter, there are more treasure chests. So it was the district chief who collected the oil. I was wondering who had such foresight and such a deep pocket, planning for the future while other survivors were searching for ways to get through tomorrow night. Wang Tung immediately showered him with compliments and then readily agreed. In reality, being unhappy is not an option either. The district head has ordered you to hand over the source of machinery. Will you do it or not? You have to pay, even if it kills you. Wang Tung closed the chat window and muttered to himself. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever lost money doing business with the district head. Transportation is indeed very important now. Steam engines are more suitable for the mid to late game, when everyone is settled down and focused on building and developing shelters. The district head should have arrived at this stage long ago. If he's not in a hurry, why should I be? Wang Tung summoned the core members and began assigning tasks to those who did not need to memorize incantations. Coal mines are formed from the remains of ancient plants and animals through geological changes. They are generally found in areas that were once river channels and swamps, but are now basins and hills. The survival world is so vast, with all sorts of terrains, that it's not difficult to find things. However, due to the need to get back to the shelter before nightfall, everyone's distance of going out is limited. Thinking about it this way, Wang Tung felt once again that the motorcycle was the right thing to do. Seeing that Wang Tung unlocked the second building in one day, Jiang Mian also sent a message to Zhou Xinghua to ask about her current progress. Her spiritual realm was unlocked earlier than Wang Tung's, so why is there no news about it at all? Jiang Mian added at the end. In future upgrades, add some spirit. You should add even more spirit if you're going down the spirit path. QAQ, I added it, brother. That spirit realm is such a ripoff. Its progress can only be advanced by using different conversion routes. Converting Froststone into Blazing Flamestone only increases the progress by 0.5%. You need to convert Froststone into other types to increase it further. Nobody starts by adding points to spirit. Everyone used to add points to strength. Zhou Xinghua started ranting and raving about his troubles. His mental recovery still so slow. It's better to go for a walk. Just turn right after you go out, and you'll see those red flowers you mentioned before. On the way back, we even found a colorful treasure chest. It didn't have legs, but it moved. I chased after them for a long time, and finally caught up with them when it got dark. Inside, there was a blueprint and a purple ring. The blueprint looks like some kind of advanced crafting table blueprint, and the ring has some kind of temporary status effect called Starry Night. I was too tired just now and didn't have a chance to tell you. Wait, what effect does that ring have? Jiang Mian interrupted her. The magic that could be attached to the ring was teleportation the last time he encountered it. This time it's still a temporary status effect. Ever since he got the artifact, he's been thinking about this effect. It doesn't seem very useful to me. A 100% increase in mental strength and a 30% increase in magic damage seem impressive, but the effect only lasts for 3 seconds. I saw that the mental spell you cast, brother, took several minutes to cast. Chapter 137 Glass and Alloys. I guess only instant cast spells can achieve this effect, and even then there's a 10-minute cooldown. Let me see. Jiang Mian received the ring amidst Zhou Xinghua's rambling and checked its information. The situation was roughly as she described. By mobilizing mental energy, one could actively release the buff spell Starry Night, which greatly enhanced mental strength and moderately increased magic damage for 3 seconds. Due to the cooldown time limitation, it may only be used once per battle. Its 3-second activation time also seems rather useless. For survivors nowadays, even if they eat attribute fruits and gain some weak magic, the effect is as weak as the magic level suggests. A small flame, a piece of ice, or a ball of water. None of these spells have the ability to instantly unleash massive damage, and even using Starry Night didn't have much effect. Jiang Mian is different. In addition to possessing the magic Flash, which can adjust its power, the effect of his artifact, silent and everlasting, constant as before, can also extend the duration of Starry River, making it a perpetual state. Triggering this effect is not difficult. Silent and enduring, eternally unchanged, describes the user's attributes and status being locked from the start of the attack until the damage calculation is completed when using a divine artifact to launch an attack. In other words, as long as the damage calculation is not completed, the Starry Night effect will continue indefinitely. Then he can use a method that can continuously cause damage. For example, you could enchant a knife with fire, then randomly select a group of aberrations to attack, allowing the magical flames to burn them. The magical flames will not go out unless they encounter magical water and are extinguished, or the entire group of aberrations dies, and the damage will continue to occur. It doesn't matter if they're not a group of aberrant variants. Jiang Mian is good enough to see the rotten spore snail. With high blood volume, it can continuously regenerate life. It's a perfect match. He keeps one at home when necessary. The rotspore snail is quite pleasing to the eye just by looking at its face. Control the heat to achieve a dynamic balance between the damage caused by the flames and the life restored by the spore worm. The unlocked state is permanent. If you find the blazing sunflower, start removing the attributes from the frost soul stone tomorrow. After you're done, send me the primal source. Jiang Mian gave the instructions. Flames are the natural enemy of the corruption spore swarm. If a Lord level 7-faced corruption spore swarm appears tomorrow night, the blazing stone will definitely become the main character. By the way, what's a colored treasure chest? Does it still exist after you open it? It was a treasure chest that emitted colorful light. Although I didn't know anything about it, I could tell at a glance that there was something good inside. After I opened it, the chest turned into points of light and disappeared. Oh, send me the blueprints for the advanced workbench. I'll give you one once it's finished. Advanced workbenches require the source of machinery to craft. The mechanical source that Wang Tung gave to Jiang Mian turned into two parts after it came into his possession. One part was kept to make motorcycles, and the other part was used by Jiang Mian to make advanced workbenches. Unlike low-level and medium-level workbenches, high-level workbenches are not actually workbenches. They are entirely workshops filled with all kinds of mechanical equipment. In addition to producing more precise wooden and ironware, the advanced workbench also contains smelting formulas for glass and alloys, requiring the addition of furnaces, crucibles, and other equipment to the workshop. Glass can be used to make glass doors and windows, lenses, etc. There is an abundance of materials, and it can even be used to make bulletproof glass. There are many types of alloys, including high-carbon steel with higher hardness and strength, lightweight aluminum alloys, and tungsten alloys with high density that can be used to make armor-piercing projectiles. The era of large-scale mining of bauxite and tungsten has arrived. Jiang Mian really hopes that all the mines will respawn in his territory. With so many types of minerals, mining and smelting required a greater power source, which is where the steam engine came in to replace human labor. The skeleton lords have ample manpower, but their individual power is too weak. No matter how many skeletons they have, they can only cover the surface of the ore vein with a single layer. Steam-powered machines can extract larger ores at once, which are then crushed by a grinder. They are much more efficient than skeletons. Only a skeletal dragon can contend with the power of a steam engine. Different evolutionary paths, but a shared increase in power. The abilities that Spirit Lord unlocks later may be magical creations or powerful magic that can directly blast mountains and cause Earth to crumble. God's word. Yes, how did God solve the mining problem? God said, "Let there be light," and there was light in the world. Could it be that mining is God's way of saying there must be mines? And so, minerals came into existence. Should I wait until next week when the number of prayers to the statue refreshes, and then pray to the shining spirit to spawn a coal mine in my territory? Jiang Mian pondered for a moment, then took out another source of machinery and prepared to start making a motorcycle on the advanced workbench. Motorcycles require many types of materials. Iron and steel are plentiful, and plastics can be obtained from beverage bottles, but rubber is the most troublesome. Current technology does not support the extraction of oil to synthesize rubber. Natural rubber can only be obtained from rubber trees. Although rubber trees are found near survivors in some tropical and subtropical regions, they are not mined, and very few people would mine them. Finally, Jiang Mian found an old farmer who had previously tapped rubber trees and obtained a batch of latex this morning. When heated, the latex coagulates and hardens, becoming a solid rubber block. The old farmer said he was reborn on an island where the weather was scorching hot every day, and the disaster he faced last week was a tropical cyclone. On the day the cyclone made landfall, he found a cave to hide in beforehand, thus avoiding being swept away by the storm. After learning that his island was full of rubber trees, Jiang Mian signed a contract with him. Jiang Mian will provide 5 to 10 skeleton soldiers and help the old farmer upgrade his wooden house to a level 5 stone house. After that, the old farmer will need to provide Jiang Mian with latex every day. After the motorcycle was completed, Jiang Mian immediately uploaded it to the regional channel. Enjoy the good things in your own area first. Furthermore, since the people in the area are visible and tangible, it's not easy to hide who becomes a leader of the gods or a leader of the demons. He can also better control the situation. In the regional channels, survivors who are still memorizing incantations can take a stroll through the system when they get tired of memorizing them. Upon entering, you'll see a motorcycle hanging in the trading area. Am I seeing things? Is someone carrying a trailer? Or a motorcycle? I hope it doesn't break. The survivors were suspicious and scrolled down to see the seller's nickname. Oh, it's the district head delivering welfare benefits in the countryside. It must be brand new. It seems the district chief didn't sell it on the World Channel. He's thinking of his brothers first when it comes to good stuff. So touching. Jiang Mian did not set a price for the motorcycle directly. He asked those who wanted to buy it to bring out some good items of equal value, and then he would choose them. With the proliferation of bronze treasure chests and the increase in survivor levels, many talented players are bound to emerge like mushrooms after rain. However, these people kept quiet and made a fortune, and none of them came out to show off. Compared to the first week, the survivors have been much more behaving themselves. They don't argue, they don't show off, they don't compare themselves to others. The first thing they say is that they're poor. What? Not eating all day yesterday. What? The roof is leaking. It's like everyone is a victim of misfortune. Jiang Mian has been traveling several times this week and hasn't been paying much attention to the regional and world channels. He's also a bit unsure about how far everyone else has gone. But I have a gut feeling that it's time to reap the rewards. Chapter 138 Frost Ridge Black Snakeskin. District Chief, you know me. I stood firmly on your side before the last monster tide, and I even chased after Chi Chong and berated him. I only have a blueprint for an iron pipe rifle, which I've kept in used until now. Could you? Dream on. The district chief is already selling iron pipe shotguns and supplying them with ammunition. Why would he owe you a rifle blueprint? Upstairs. That's not what you said when you came out begging for alms yesterday. Didn't you say you'd never opened a bronze treasure chest before? District Chief, I have a piece of skin here that I don't know what kind of creature it is. Anyway, my level 5 shelter can't scan it. I've been hiding it for 3 days and haven't found it to be of any use. What do you think? Where did you get this skin from to dare come and trade it for a motorcycle? Humph. I found this hide in the Snow Savage camp. They worship it as a sacred object, so it must be extraordinary. Zhao Xiao, do you believe those uncivilized snow savages? They eat people and even worship human skulls. Yeah, this isn't human skin, is it? It can't be the skin of that snake god, can it? Hard to say, it has scale-like patterns on it. During the argument, Jiang Mian received the skin that the other person had sent her. The skin is gray, 2 meters long and less than 1 meter wide, with curled edges and no knife marks, so it may have fallen off naturally. Jiang Mian turned the skin over. The inner layer had a translucent grayish-white sheen, and fine, neatly arranged scales could be seen. Touching the scales with your fingers, you can feel a cold, icy aura emanating from them from time to time, like a portable air conditioner. The cold attribute does indeed resemble the skin shed by that snake. He scanned the snake's skin, and the bracelet showed the result as skin of a certain mutated snake. Mutant snakes? Then decompose them. You have obtained 2 frostspine serpent hide, triggering the talent Builder's Dream, which doubles the quantity of frostspine serpent hide. Item, Frostback Black Snake Skin. Quality, C+. Durability, 5000. Defense, 369. Description, skin salvaged from a member of a deity's retinue. Effect, 1. Mana absorption. Increases defense against spell damage by an additional 20%. When receiving spell damage, absorbs the spell damage and converts 20% of the damage into an equivalent spell shield. 2. Frostfall. When damaged, launches a frost impact at the attacker, dealing minor continuous spell damage and reducing the enemy's movement speed by 25%. I knew it was so easy to encounter the remains of gods. Even if the bracelet can't scan it, ordinary people can still see its strangeness. However, the effects of divine companions are not bad either, so switching to a motorcycle should be enough. When this material is made into clothing and worn, its slowing effect, combined with the cold enchantment and the surrounded on all sides effect at night, can reduce the enemy's movement speed by a full 65%. There are only 4 pieces of leather, so it's impossible to make a complete set. Even without completing the set, its effect is still stronger than the weird leather armor. Jiang Mian thought for a moment, and then made the 4 pieces of frostback black serpent skin into a head armor, breastplate, left leg armor, and right leg armor. Once crafted into armor, each piece provides an additional 4 health points, and 4 pieces provide a total of 16 health points. Additionally, the strange leather armor on the left arm is enchanted with Rejection Field, while the armor on the right arm is enchanted with Cold. For the Rejection Field enchantment, you only need 1 piece of enchantment on a set of leather armor. With a physical defense of 369, higher than the 300 of the hard armor shield, and a magic defense of 443. It makes up for Jiang Mian's current lack of magic defense armor. The rejection field can only reflect half of the spell damage. The remaining damage will still be borne by the user. The skull-carrying lantern we encountered in the cave wasn't smart or bold enough. After witnessing that half of the area of effect scattering magic was reflected, it should have changed tactics and tried single-target magic. Although there is a 50% chance that the attack will bounce back and hit him, if it doesn't bounce back, it can severely damage Jiang Mian at that time, forcing him to upgrade and refresh his status. When two armies meet on a narrow path, the brave one will prevail. After its transformation into different states was repeatedly restrained, the creature began to panic and only wanted to escape, no longer thinking about fighting properly. It even fantasized about becoming stronger in the future and settling scores with Jiang Mian. Little did it know that that might have been the closest it ever came to killing Jiang Mian. A C+ grade leather piece, worth more than a motorcycle. How about I give you 10 liters of fuel and 2 skeleton soldiers? Jiang Mian sent that person a private message. I'll do whatever the district chief says. I can't scan this skin and it's unusable. I just need to exchange it for something we can use right now. A promising but unknown snakeskin couldn't quickly improve his shelter. It would be good enough to buy him a motorcycle, let alone the fact that Jiang Mian gave him enough fuel to run 300 or 400 kilometers, plus 2 skeleton soldiers. This was a wonderful surprise. This way, while he goes out to search for bronze chests or other relics, the skeleton soldiers can continue chopping trees and mining at home. Neither will interfere with the other. After selling the motorcycle, Jiang Mian tallied the number of iron pipe shotguns in the warehouse and shelter, and then listed 100 guns in the regional market. For the initial sale of the iron pipe shotguns, Jiang Mian equipped each gun with 10 rounds of shotgun shells, and the materials used in the transaction also changed. He no longer needed materials such as logs and stones, but added a certain proportion of materials that could not be manufactured at present, such as plastics and sponges, as well as mineral resources such as iron ore, sulfur ore, and saltpeter. Survivors no longer need certain special minerals. They may have seen them around the shelter, but haven't mined them. Jiang Mian's acquisition of more types of resources not only benefits many survivors who are unaware of their presence in the mines, but also saves them from having to sell their belongings and exchange them for gold standard logs and stones. Otherwise, with merchants taking a cut of profits from the constant trading, the value of what the survivors possess becomes increasingly lower. This is also because he can manufacture so many products: wrought iron firearms production line, stone concrete production line, sandglass production line, and after the mill is built, there will also be a grain flour production line. He needs almost everything. Some new blueprints or other strange and unusual items can also be used to offset part of the materials with him, based on the valuation certificate from the business alliance. Through the trading of high-value items such as crossbows, skeleton soldiers, and shotguns, Jiang Mian has inadvertently stabilized the market prices of various materials in the region. In the first week, the production of logs remained roughly the same, so people used the value of logs as a constant standard to measure the value of other items. In the second week, the survivors' levels jumped significantly, and the production of logs increased several times over. However, the food supply in the East Zone 1 fluctuated wildly due to various reasons such as blizzards and overfishing, so it cannot be used as a standard. Gradually, everyone used the secondary crossbows produced by Jiang Mian as the standard. Because his daily output is very stable, around 500 rounds, and it is difficult for anyone in the entire region or even the entire survival world to compare with his output. Even if others have it, they only use it for their own consumption or produce it on a small scale. With relatively stable standards, survivors use them to measure the price of certain items, such as a piece of meat being equivalent to a fraction of a crossbow. Chapter 139: The Peach Blossom Spring. The hunters who once stirred up a storm have also been forced to pick up axes and pickaxes and return to the business they once thought. Mining is a dead end, due to the corrosive effects of the exploitative practices. This scene prompted other survivors to start mocking the survivors. Hey, isn't this a self-reliant hunter? Haven't seen you in a while, and you've gotten diarrhea? Don't you look down on farmers? My half-acre of wheat will be ripe in a few days. Be spirited then, don't embarrass yourself, and be a tough guy. The hunters remained silent, but quietly noted down those who were now mocking them. He endured hardship and bided his time. Tolerate. Just wait until next week, until everything gets better. Once shotguns are introduced, the crossbow may be replaced as the standard weapon. Although shotguns are better suited for encounters and assaults than crossbows, which have penetrating power and longer range. They are sometimes less effective in defensive battles than crossbows. But guns are clearly more deeply ingrained in people's minds. Furthermore, because it deals area of effect damage, it doesn't require survivors to have high precision in controlling it. In short, brainless. The iron pipe shotgun was snatched up as soon as it appeared, with survivors vying to bring out their most treasured items. Shotguns are such garbage, short range, spread damage. What a mess. What are you guys fighting over? Leave them all to me. Hey, Wang Teng's dad, why did you buy 2? There were only 500 guns to begin with, and you bought 2 more? The district chief didn't say that each person could only buy 1. What's wrong with me buying 2? My back mountain has iron, copper, and lead mines all in one place. I have plenty of mines. Jiang Mian prioritizes the sale of shotguns in mineral resource transactions, followed by other non-renewable resources, and then basic construction materials. The other survivors were also helpless in the face of Wang Teng's father's actions. TCH, a dog who wins by lying down. At Wang Teng, come out and do something about your dad. He used to bring you food, sign you in for class, and let you copy his homework. He's your dad, but now he's not helping you anymore. Are you going to let him ride on your head? He brought me mine. He bought 2. Isn't he just trying to resell them to people in the World Channel? That's unethical, isn't it? This region isn't even self-sufficient yet. Yeah, tomorrow night is the monster tide. Are we still going to side with outsiders? Wang Teng pondered for a moment and also felt that Wang Teng's father's behavior was not very kind, so he shouted out, Qin Xiaoyao, they're right, stop reselling. Just after Wang Teng's father lost his real name, a wave of insults swept in the next moment. Qin Xiaoyao, it's me. Are you Mr. Qin, ID number 35479? You are suspected of endangering public safety. We are investigating you in accordance with the law. FBI, open the door. Qin Xiaoyao, I'm your elementary school homeroom teacher. If you don't want me to expose your dirty secrets and ruin your life, then put your other shotgun up for sale in the trading area. What a coincidence. I actually held a baby named Qin Xiaoyao when I was a child, and I still have a photo of it. Damn, brothers and sisters, I dug through the mine and found a paradise. I'll give you one more chance to put your thoughts into words. What did you find? What a paradise. The land here is flat and spacious. The houses are neatly arranged. There are fertile fields, beautiful ponds, mulberry trees and bamboo groves, and so on. How come the bamboo here is moving? What's going on? They're spanking me. Damn it, they can pole vault. Pole vaulting? I'm also good at toughness. No, the plants here are strange. The peach trees split their petals and shoot at people like machine guns. Are you awake? Damn it, why would I lie to you? I'll take your picture. It was a very powerful photograph, showing peach blossoms swaying in the breeze, with countless pink petals rushing towards the camera at the same time. The edge of the hard armor shield can be seen in the lower left corner of the photo, indicating that the photographer was hiding behind the hard armor shield. Besides the peach tree, the several green bamboos next to it were also quite strange. Their bamboo stalks could separate from each other, then bend into an arc shape, and use their resilience to support the ground and shoot out, with their target also pointing directly at the camera. Behind the peach and bamboo groves, several small thatched huts stood in the overgrown fields, unattended and uninhabited. However, the arrangement of the peach and bamboo groves was clearly a deliberate defensive measure. The style of this thatched hut is different from the previous survivor ruins we saw. They are not the same as our shelter. Isn't this a survivor ruin? Or is it some new savage? Do savages know how to farm and how to grow bamboo for pole vaulting? You mean the indigenous people? To put it politely, they were Type 1 humans. Do you remember those people who came to the lab before? Their test results at the gate were Type 2 humans. Later, the people they summoned with the summoning book, who were the locals, were tested and their results were Type 1 humans. I don't understand why we are Type 2 humans. I don't understand either. These Type 1 humans are even speaking languages from Earth. They've forgotten their original languages. What is their language? Rashi script is a very difficult script to read. The mental shock runes that the district chief used are a type of Rashi script. That's hard to read. But it's really strange that a type of human that survived from ancient times can't speak their own language, while the savage monsters can. Based on the survivor's own language proficiency, the summoned person happens to be someone who speaks the summoner's own language. Those who can speak Chinese summon those who speak Chinese. Those who can speak English summon those who speak English. Blind student, you found the key point. This is what's strange. I wonder if you've studied the calls of aberrations? There's a linguist in the North 2nd District who analyzed the calls of aberrations of types like agility and strength and found that they seemed to contain some kind of language. I suspect it's Rosh. So you're saying monsters and mutants are the original inhabitants? And these inhabitants are actually descendants of us Earthlings? Hard to say. We've only been in this world for less than 2 weeks. We don't understand the full mechanics of the survival system, and we don't know how many generations of survivors were brought here before us. I feel like once a generation of survivors dies out, the next generation of survivors starts being summoned. But friend, how do you know so much? All of this is guided by the light. Light. Yes, wherever the light is, there I will be. Wherever the light leads, I will go. Wherever the light has not yet reached, that is where I will bring the light. Speak like a human. I met God's messenger and witnessed miracles, so I began to search for God's traces all over the world. A divine messenger? So you're a charlatan? In this world, a divine messenger should be a high-ranking priest in the indigenous divine realm, right? Foolish. You have no idea the truth of the world. Even the district chief is nothing more than a divine messenger in comparison. The middle-aged man's face showed anger, and he suddenly stopped typing when he got to "that's all." He suddenly remembered that this was a regional channel. So he deleted the second sentence, leaving only the first sentence. Ignorant. You have no idea what the truth of the world is. Chapter 140 Holy Light Cult. The gods of this world are so powerful, yet you turn a blind eye to them. What did you see? Tell us about it. 5 days ago, after the first monster tide, the survival system said calamity is eroding the earth. The calamity is reviving, and the earth is also reviving. Do you really think that the earth here only refers to the soil you can step on? Otherwise what? Ignorant. Something that can contend with calamity is merely mud? That is an unfathomable God, a supreme God as powerful as my divine light. This is hilarious. The earth god has even appeared. Why don't you just call it Terra? Seriously, all these gods are locked up in laboratories. Even if they were once very powerful, we haven't seen any living ones. That water god is just a fish skeleton now. And those collapsed statues in the underground caves, the kingdom of gods has long been buried in the dust of time. If it's truly been buried, why is there still a divine leader? His rhetorical question stunned everyone who had just questioned him. Yes, not only has the survival system provided the route to the gods' territory, but some people in their survival world have already stepped onto the gods' territory route long ago. There is no doubt that gods exist. No more words, huh? From this day forward, I will establish the Church of Holy Light, and we will bring light to this land corrupted by darkness. Do you have divine relics? Then you should establish a religion based on them. I have seen the messenger of the gods. He is infinitely more noble than any divine relic. I remember his appearance vividly in my mind, and I will carve a statue of him to worship him. This is my divine relic. As for you, you have never even seen a miracle, let alone a messenger of the gods. Outside the regional channel, Jiang Mian witnessed the establishment of the Holy Light Church and couldn't help but admire the speed of this person. He has a knack for missionary work. He acts on his ideas without hesitation. In the course of spreading the faith, he had earlier discovered a pattern. As long as a belief is spread, the source of that spread will receive feedback, even if they are not personally involved in the spread of the new belief. For example, he passed on Shining's faith to the savage leader, who then influenced the savages of other tribes. Jiang Mian did not directly participate in the latter, but after the savages of those other tribes strengthened their faith, Jiang Mian could also receive faith points as a feedback. Of course, he gained even more faith value by personally spreading the faith. As the chain of transmission lengthens, the amount of faith value passed down to him by each believer decreases. But as time went on, more and more people joined in. If one person passes on their faith to 3 people, and those 3 people then pass it on to 9 people, quantity triumphs over quality. The person who established the Holy Light cult in the channel, even if they later chose the divine territory path, would naturally be suppressed by Jiang Mian. His faith was spread to him by Jiang Mian, and it was only a part of the Shining Authority, plus his own fabrications. Just like information transmission, the longer the transmission chain, the more distorted the transmitted content becomes. The more his Holy Light cult spreads, the further it drifts away from Shining, while his relationship with Jiang Mian grows closer. That person even planned to erect a statue for Jiang Mian. Don't worship him to the end. You might end up worshipping Jiang Mian as a god instead of Shining. If that's really the case, Jiang Mian wouldn't mind. He was also very curious about how the gods in this world were born. Does being worshipped or believed in make one a god, or give them divine power? Is the magnitude of divine power and the strength of divine status related to the amount of faith? He himself felt that it wasn't entirely true, or that there might be many types of God. Like Shining and the Black Cat, they lived high in the sky before they met the witch, existing in themselves just like many things in this world. How many believers does the Shining still have today? Despite looking so weak, it managed to break out of the cultivation chamber that imprisoned the god. He couldn't even imagine how strong he was at his peak. That snake god, worshipped by so many savages in the snowy lands, was ultimately killed by a black cat's phantom claw. Black cat's condition isn't exactly good either. Jiang Mian didn't know if it was dead or alive. It had been dismembered, and each part of its body had been made into various artifacts, yet it still reappeared. Its last appearance across the vortex was very strange. It was filled with an aura of distortion. It's like a person turning into a zombie after death. But there's no corpse left, so how did it turn into a zombie? There are too many mysteries. At level 36, I'm still too insignificant. Jiang Mian's current way to improve the strength of his territory, besides improving himself, is to accelerate the progress of the ghost territory. The monster tide is coming soon, bringing with it even more mutant corpses. But he wasn't very happy right now. Since the last time, he began to feel that the ghost realm was a bit too strange. As the skeleton soldiers leveled up and became stronger, the degree of distortion would intensify. They can be bloodthirsty and insane. If the treacherous territory continues to develop, won't it devour its master? The original description of the ghost realm also mentioned that you and they become one. If you were to ask him to merge with the gods he's encountered so far are all reasonably good-looking, so he doesn't feel much psychological burden. So what if you don't become a human? You've become a god. It can blend in with the aberration. The mantis monster agility type 1 aberration, the big-headed doll strength type 1 aberration, and the snail life type 1 aberration, which smells foul and oozes a green, viscous liquid. The immortals are lined up like hemp. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. We can only hope that the mutations in the ghost realm are controllable. The Shining also said that the mutations outside are out of control. Jiang Mian tried to comfort herself. The survival system can present 4 evolutionary paths side by side. It can't just let someone die as soon as they leave, can it? The high-level aberrations born from the ghost realm itself, like Huang, evolved directly to level 20, their intelligence increased, but they did not exhibit bloodlust or berserk behavior. Perhaps he can simply avoid contact with skeletal creations and anything related to calamity in the future. What's meant to be will be. Let's go see what blueprints and materials they've given us. Jiang Mian opened the market to see what good items the survivors had brought out. Several of them are related to glass. Blueprints for telescopes, blueprints for nearsighted glasses, and a blueprint for a 2x scope that's better than nothing. He can then set up a few simple production lines for these items, as telescopes and eyeglasses are still items that people need on a daily basis. In this world of survival, if a nearsighted person doesn't wear glasses, they really can't find an optical shop to get new ones. The whole world would turn into a mosaic, which would be even more exciting than playing Minecraft on a little tyrant learning machine. Jiang Mian also found a few good items. Blueprints for a hand-cranked fan, a small sailboat, and a catapult. We should be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and next week might very well be the height of summer. It will take a long time before the steam engine can be widely adopted. Having skeleton soldiers manually crank fans is a wonderful thing. Small sailboats are a clear game-changer compared to the human-powered rafts. Only with sailboats can we say that the age of exploration has begun. People use compasses and wind power to explore and fish in the nearshore waters. The final catapult, a famous medieval siege unit, used gunpowder to propel stone or iron projectiles, capable of causing significant damage to stronghold buildings. Aside from sniping to two from a distance, Jiang Mian couldn't think of any other use for him. The aberration will not build shelters, nor will it attack other survivors' shelters. Surely some monster more intelligent than the snowman can appear and build a small city next week? Chapter 141 The Great Wall. Whether nervous, uneasy, or expectant, the second 7 days still arrived. The text in the survival system turned blood red again, urging those who were planning to sleep in to get up and memorize the incantation. Having learned from the previous monster tide, and with more supplies available, the survivors have mostly built a wall of armor around their shelters. Jiang Mian also completed the construction of a 10-mile-long armored wall in the valley. Everyone is trying their best to live. He originally planned to finish the project in a few more days, but the iron pipe shotgun was so popular that many survivors reluctantly gave up their pale armor. allowing Jiang Mian to complete the 10-mile armor wall ahead of schedule. Every so often, he would enchant the hardened wall with cold. The heavy effect is better, but the rock core is too scarce and cannot be converted through the refining pool, so it is simply too precious to use. After the hard armor wall was completed, Jiang Mian took out the walls in the warehouse that were covered with glowing vines, and then pieced them together with the 10-mile hard armor wall. He had tried his best, but couldn't damage the glowing vines at all. He could cut the vines with a magic knife, but it was very tiring. After cutting off a small section, Jiang Mian wondered if he could simply lure the vines to grow onto the hardened wall. The wall where the vines originally grew was an ordinary concrete wall, which is much weaker than a hardened wall, but the vines climbed up it without damaging the concrete wall. Jiang Mian thought that it should be fine to let them grow on the hardened wall. After a week of feeding, each of the deformed trees grew into a forest nearly 100 meters long, covering the area in front of the hardened wall and extending all the way to the mountains on both sides of the valley. Their levels also rose to 20 to 22, evolving a new skill called corrosive splash, making them far more powerful than before. Compared to the dense, deformed forest, the 3-meter height of the armored wall is already a bit low. You need to stand on a watchtower 6 or 7 meters, or even higher to see the outside view. Stone wall blueprints are obtained from bronze treasure chests. Higher-level blueprints require higher-level treasure chests. The silver treasure chest can only be obtained by the first person to finish the monster tide, and Jiang Mian has a 20% chance of obtaining it after killing a Lord-level monster. He really wants the talent that ranks second on the leaderboard, which allows him to teleport to other survivors' shelters, kill boss-level monsters, and loot treasure chests. The second-place finisher, although he doesn't have the title of upgraded treasure chest quality, can still obtain many bronze treasure chests and rise quickly if he can go to other survivor shelters tonight and kill enough Lord-level monsters. The surface aberrations are not as high in grade as those in the underground caves. The Agile Type 1 aberration is around level 12, the Big Head is around level 20, and even the Lord-level monsters are only around level 25. The nightmare that Jiang Mian attracted with primary dislike was not a Lord-level creature that spawned on the surface. It was lured out from an underground cave. The average level of the survivors had already surpassed level 20 yesterday, and the top 10 on the level leaderboard are all over level 24. After the emergence of the nightmare beings, people no longer simply focused on increasing their strength, but began to pay attention to their mental attributes. After the initial popularization of the psychic shock, as long as the survivor's psychic value is not too low, they can knock the nightmare out of its ethereal state. But expecting the psychological impact to cause significant harm is probably unrealistic. They need to patiently and cautiously whittle down the health of the nightmare ones to see who falls first. In the monster tide, the aberration's attributes are increased by an additional 50%. They can make many mistakes, but survivors cannot. Being directly attacked usually results in severe damage. In the entire world channel, only the top survivors, through magic, can unleash burst damage in a short period of time. A shotgun with high burst damage at close range can also satisfy this requirement. However, apart from the East Zone 1, survivors in other zones can only watch helplessly. They won't sell, there's nothing we can do. A smaller population in a region also has its advantages. A few thousand to 10,000 people can unite more quickly than 100,000. In just half a month, the cohesion in District 1 has far surpassed that of before. Now, it's very difficult for people from other areas to get good stuff from East Zone 1 at high prices. Multiple external pressures and the hunter's forced restraint have led to a situation where the more than 10,000 survivors in the East Zone have largely eliminated any major conflicts or misunderstandings among themselves. Because of the scarcity of shotguns, they even spontaneously signed an agreement. Survivors who have shotguns tonight, if they don't encounter a Lord-level monster in the final round, should lend their shotguns to survivors who do encounter a Lord-level monster. The area has more than 10,000 people, and Jiang Mian put 500 shotguns on the shelves yesterday, which is already the total number from the previous few days. After the small shelter appears, the amplification effects of the altar and the sun corona can travel dozens of miles to the vicinity of the hematite mine in the valley. A 30% increase in production speed and a 20% reduction in cycle time, combined, can increase shotgun production efficiency by 62.5%. From last night to today, many survivors in the area have donated their mutant corpses free of charge, also that Jiang Mian can create more skeleton soldiers and speed up shotgun production. Jiang Mian estimated that another 400 shotguns could be provided by evening. Manufacturing shotguns alone only requires processing iron forging, which doesn't take long. The real time-consuming part is the shotgun shells, which require the process of forging steel and then melting it into steel balls. Killing a nightmare is definitely not something that can be done with just 1 or 2 shots. If there are many elite monsters tonight, the survivors will need to use shotguns to prioritize attacking them. The big head poses the most serious threat to hard armor walls, as the corrosive slime sprayed by the spore worm can also corrode hard armor walls. By nightfall, there can be 900 people in the area with shotguns, and with a 10% chance of a boss monster spawning, that's enough to cover 9,000 people, including a small number of survivors with magic and some hunters with combat talents. Jiang Mian will not stand idly by and will send Simon and Skeleton Dragon to provide support. In the end, the survivors in the area can barely fight against the boss monster. When 1,000 bronze treasure chests are opened, the strength of the entire region will increase by leaps and bounds. As for other areas, the only thing Jiang Mian can do to help them is spread the magic of mental impact. The low-level mental recovery potion he gave to the world tree last week has been used to manufacture hundreds of bottles this week. After delivering a large portion of the potion to Jiang Mian, she chose to leave the rest for the people in her own region. Last time, only 3,000 or 4,000 survivors died during the monster tide. If the survivors don't unite, the number of survivors next Monday might be in the hundreds, or even less than 100. Some people don't know whether death or tomorrow will come first, and they think about venting their anger before they die. So he went to the world chat and tagged and cursed each of the people who had maliciously adjusted the prices of food and other supplies this week. Different ethnic groups, different cultures. If you criticize someone in a niche way, others won't understand. Sometimes it's also necessary to explain the points that need to be criticized. Chapter 142, The Everlasting Splendor of the Starry Sky. You'll gain a lot of experience from killing the aberrations in the first few waves. Save it for the last wave when you're dealing with the boss monster. After posting this suggestion in the evening, Jiang Mian turned off the survival system and walked out of the house. He needs to verify some rules tonight. Monster tides spawn based on the shelter, regardless of the shelter's location. He now has 3 shelters, with the main shelter at level 7 and the other 2 at level 4. Will 3 waves of monsters appear at the same time? The Valley Sanctuary doesn't need much attention. The border troops are far stronger than the Central Army. Those dozens of mutated trees are enough to give the level 4 monster tide a hard time. He also sent Wang Gang to take command. The shelter for the road construction project is very close to the main shelter, so support can be provided quickly. Will the initial aversion to calamity affect the monster tides? If you can, please send more Lord-level monsters to give me a good beating. He desperately wanted the silver treasure chest. Jiang Mian walked to the advanced workbench and manufactured the AK-47. Although he couldn't make it without the bullet blueprints, the 600 rounds of 7.62 mm bullets in the metal box containing the blueprints were enough for him to fire several magazines. After enchanting his AK-47 with the cold enchantment using an advanced enchanting table, he carried the gun to the outer wall. A D+ grade AK-47 can be enchanted with 2 attributes, but currently, it doesn't care about any enchantments other than cold. He can't just enchant it with burning. That would be no different than putting a torch in front of the frost archer. Both ice and burning are considered magical enchantments, and firing them will consume a small amount of mental energy. Jiang Mian doesn't lack mental energy right now. He'll catch a rotting spore snail, put it in a cage, and use the demon blade to get a permanent starry sky status. His mental energy will then break through 200. Extremely violent numerical values. Even those who are considered phantom survivors might think that this survivor is being a bit too ruthless today. Spirit is an attribute with multiple meanings. Its upper limit is related to the strength of spells and mental attacks, as well as mental defense. At the same time, it is also a consumable attribute, somewhat similar to stamina and life. Actively casting magic will deduct mental points, but it is the current mental points that are deducted, not the maximum. The strength of the magic cast by the character is only positively correlated with the maximum mental points. Thump. The sound of Big Head stomping on the ground came from the mist. Before it could emerge from the mist suddenly parted to both sides, and a huge figure rushed in. Instead of choosing to run away, you actually flew towards them? Big Head caught the scent of the survivor and immediately became even more ferocious. Ouch! It raised its head, waved its arms, and roared at the skeletal dragon in the air. The human on the skeletal dragon noticed it, so he pulled out a black pistol from his pocket and pointed the dark muzzle at it. Bang! Round bullets engulfed in crimson flames shot from the muzzle, moving so fast their trajectories were obscured. The next moment, a black hole the size of a thumb appeared on Big Head's head, with flames still burning at the opening, turning the edges black. HP minus 417. HP remaining 2483/2900. Such a thick layer of blood. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow slightly. If there are too many elite monsters, many people will probably still die tonight. He didn't linger too long with this level 20 Big Head, and commanded Huang to dive forward. His target is the rot spore snail. Of the first wave of 1,400 aberrations, 6 were elite monsters. 5 large heads, and 1 spore-forming snail. Huang sprinted forward, grabbed the mushroom shell of the rot spore snail with its claws, then rose up, circled once, changed direction, and flew towards the shelter. The big-headed creatures below looked up at this scene, feeling like they had been tricked. They stomped their feet in anger and followed Huang's figure, rushing out of the mist. Breaking through the fog, the mutants saw a blinding light. Then they found themselves surrounded. 3,000 against 1,014. The mutants felt no fear. They were even more ferocious tonight, and charged forward without a second thought. The skeleton shield soldiers knelt in unison, their shields joined together, instantly forming a wall. Between the shields, dozens of skeleton soldiers wielding shotguns were ready to fire the instant the agile type, 1 aberration, charged forward. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another, and the agile type 1 aberrations at the forefront were blasted away one by one. The ice fragments in the bullets splashed onto their body surfaces and immediately condensed into a thin layer of ice. Due to the deceleration effect, their movements immediately became somewhat sluggish. Seeing that the charge was unsuccessful, Big Head immediately took over the charge flag and, with his massive body, launched a charge towards the shield infantry line. Squeak! The outer gate slowly opened, and several skeleton soldiers worked together to push out a heavy, massive steel pipe with wheels. As he was sprinting forward, the two suddenly had a bad feeling. Butler Zhang walked over, picked up a torch, and lit the fuse. The fuse was suddenly lit, and the sizzling sound of burning was so inconspicuous in the noisy environment. Boom! 2 or 3 seconds later, a loud roar came from inside the steel pipe. The entire stone-throwing cannon was shaking back and forth. The cannon suddenly lurched backward, and the huge recoil directly knocked back the skeleton soldiers who hadn't had time to get away. The iron bullet, weighing several tens of kilograms, shot out of the cannon, drawing a low, flat arc, and slammed heavily into the large head that had no time to dodge. The enormous face visibly collapsed downwards, hundreds of bones shattered simultaneously, and the round head was smashed into a flat, disc-like shape. Big Head staggered backward for less than a step before falling backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. He never stood up again. Jiang Mian, who had just put the spore-bearing snail into the cage, heard the commotion outside and looked up. The rot spore snail saw him imbue the demon blade with flames and sensed the survivor's excessive mental strength. The other one seems to have better stats. The arrogance of her initial arrival vanished, replaced by a trembling, innocent-looking face. Jiang Mian smiled slightly at it, the purple ring on her right hand sparkling. He swiftly brought down the knife. The rot spore snail was so frightened that it closed its eyes. There was no pain of being cleaved in two. Only the blade lightly grazed the surface of the body, and then magical flames ignited on the body. The magical flames weren't even very intense, and although it hurt a lot, it could still recover if it mustered its strength and tried its best. But what is the reason for this? The rotten spore snail opened its eyes in confusion. Could it be that this human has been bewitched by its charm? It looked fierce when I caught it. Are you playing some kind of hurt first, then hug game? Under its confused gaze, Jiang Mian closed the cage and used magical flames to envelop the cage from all sides to prevent it from spraying spores outwards. The fire spore snail fears fire, so it automatically curls up in its cage. Since there's no way to escape anyway, resistance is worse than acceptance. It wants to see what kind of airplane this human is making. But the human only checked the status once, then happily walked away without looking back, ignoring it completely. It was confused. So it was just a placement play? Chapter 143 Lack of Output. The first wave consisted of 5 or 6 elite monsters with high health. I shot them 6 or 7 times, and they didn't even lose half their health. I'm really impressed. Luckily, I placed several circles of wooden peg traps outside the armored wall, which slowed down Big Head's running speed. Otherwise, if it charged over, I wouldn't be able to kill it, and it would have just started crashing into the wall. The hardened wall is truly invincible. Last time during the monster tide, even a regular stone wall could be destroyed by an agile type 1 aberration, but this time it didn't budge at all. Our defense has improved, but our offensive capabilities are lacking, have you noticed? Yes, the number of monsters has doubled, and their health is still 2 or 3 times that of last time, so we need 5 or 6 times the output. My legs were about to break from running. I ran back and forth along 4 walls that were dozens of meters long, clearing away the mutants that were rushing up. The defensive line has been stretched out. I didn't expect it to have this disadvantage. Last time, we could hit monsters in other directions just by turning our heads from 3 or 4 walls. Tonight, during the first wave, the survivors were still able to steal a moment to speak in the channel. Hardened walls offer far superior defense compared to ordinary stone walls, and can withstand attacks from elite monsters for a long time. The problem they are facing now is the same one that Jiang Mian encountered a few days ago in the underground cave. There is a lack of output. Numerous archery platforms and spear-throwing machines only deal a dozen to several dozen points of damage. When facing a mutant horde with more than 500 lives, shooting for several minutes doesn't even kill 1/5 of them. The crossbow that used to be able to kill several mutants with a single arrow can now not even kill one. Shotguns capable of engaging multiple targets are limited in both quantity and ammunition, making widespread adoption impossible. It's still too much for one person to fight against hundreds or thousands of monsters. Not to mention the agile type 1 aberration, several elite monsters rushed in from different directions at the same time, making it impossible to kill them all in time. In the end, some managed to slip through the net and rush to the armored wall, where they began to cause damage. Survivors who have used the merge order can be more relaxed when there are multiple people in the shelter, each responsible for a direction, or several people responsible for a direction. In the last monster tide, the sanctuary was merged, and the monsters you will encounter next will also be merged. By the second week, as the merged survivors lost some of their survivor privileges, they also became part of the shelter. When this monster tide arrives, you only need to face one wave of monsters. In places like Wang Tung's Merchant Alliance base, with the buffs of level 6 territory and alliance attributes, about 30 people can kill 5 or 6 elite monsters with crossbows before the main force even gets close to the armored wall. After defeating the elite monster, Wang Tung took a picture and posted it in the regional chat with the following text. It's easier to fight if there are more people. Seeing how relaxed Wang Tung and the others were, the survivors all had the idea of forming a team. Even during monster tides, annexation doesn't reduce the number of monsters to deal with. With multiple people responsible for the same length of defense, it's easier to react. We weren't familiar with each other during the first week, but we're much more familiar with each other now. Everyone got to know a group of people through multiple transactions and chats. In their East District 1, job allocation had also begun to develop rudimentarily. The number of furnaces began to increase, and more people were able to smelt iron ore, but not everyone had an iron ore vein at home. This requires them to find survivors with iron mines nearby and cultivate good relationships with them. The second week was less stressful, giving people time to chat and get to know each other. People who share common interests can easily have fun together. After this wave is over, the system should issue a lot of merger orders, right? At Elite Fraud earns 30,000 a day, at Elite Fraud earns 20,000 a day, at Elite Fraud is in debt of 50,000 a day. What do you guys think? We've done transactions before and know each other. How about we find a merger order and team up? Hello friends, I am Wang Tung's father. My family owns a mine. I sincerely invite like-minded people to come and help us overcome this difficult time. Why don't you go find your son? Are you that reluctant to part with the family mine? None of your business. Don't miss out, ladies first. Hey buddy, you're still single. Get out of here. Do you have a boyfriend? Did your boyfriend come here with you? 10 days have passed, and we are separated by life and death. I don't want to think about it, but I can't forget the separation between us. And you still have the mood to talk about me. Maybe my girlfriend will come to the survivor world next week too. My memories have returned these days. My dad disappeared last month, and my mom disappeared 3 weeks ago. There was only a 2-week gap between them. Maybe every batch of survivors will meet certain conditions, and then the next batch will arrive. To put it bluntly but truthfully, your dad's batch of survivors may have all died out before your mom's batch started coming in. You motherfucker. Wang Ting's father, I am an ambitious person with mining experience, but I am not a woman. Could you wait a moment? You good for nothing, I'll give you 2 punches. A real man shouldn't be living under someone else's roof. Stay home by yourself. You're not the ambitious person I'm looking for. Is it okay if I have hemorrhoids? Does that make me a person of ambition? Are you looking for a beating? Southern foothills of a certain mountain range. Zhou Xinghua stood on the watchtower, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Two skeleton soldiers, one on each side, supported her so that she could stand steadily on it. Her shelter is level 6, and she faces 1,200 aberrations. She had never seen so many strange things in her life. Looking down, you can't see the end of it. Although she had dozens of skeleton soldiers firing crossbows from several watchtowers, and ice arrow towers providing cover, making it impossible for elite monsters to even touch the armored walls, she still felt very uneasy and isolated when she stood on high ground. Seeing everyone having a good time on the regional channel and starting to find each other companions, Zhou Xinghua also had someone in mind. When it comes to a sense of security, no one can compare to your boss. The boss only started selling crossbows when he had shotguns. Now he's selling shotguns, and who knows, he might even have cannons. Even though the Monster Tide boss sold it as soon as he got the merger order last time, it's clear that he's someone who likes to be alone. But icebergs will melt, and rocks will weather. Opportunity favors the prepared mind. Keep it up, Zhou Xinghua. She mustered up her courage and opened her friends list. Brother, it's me. She had barely sent a few words when a reply came in. Did you experience any localized heavy rainfall last week? Yes. This week was all hail and avalanches, right? Yes. Will there be mudslides next week? I don't know. My house is newly built. Wah, I'm so sorry. The anticipated life together ended before it even began. The portrait of Zhou Xing was like a deflated balloon, its head drooping, having lost all its strength and power. Is it because she has bad luck 2 days a week? I should have chosen a different talent. No, if you choose a different talent, you might not even be able to find a boss. A whoa. The giant head, which had been hit by crossbow bolts in the distance, roared suddenly, its cry piercing Zhou Xinghua's ears. What's all the noise about? It's so annoying. The frustration in Zhou Xinghua's heart instantly transformed into grief and indignation, and he found an outlet for his emotions. She picked up the crossbow from the watchtower, aimed it at Big Head's eye, and fired. With each arrow she shot, she would utter a vicious remark. I'll teach you to yell. I'll teach you to yell. Chapter 144 Attacking Their Spawn Points. After the first wave of monsters passed, the system issued a merger order to the top 100 players in each region. The number did not increase as the survivors had expected. This forced more survivors to change their strategies, taking advantage of the gaps between waves of monsters to alter the layout of the armored walls. They had originally surrounded the shelter with dozens of walls, but now they had all been dismantled, returning them to the front lines that were close to the first monster tide. A small circle is formed by 3 or 4 walls, and then a larger circle is formed outside the small circle. The 2 layers of hardened walls prevent a large influx of aberrations from occurring even if all the elite monsters cannot be dealt with at once. Spike traps, fences, barbed wire, and other roadblocks were also manufactured and traded in large quantities. Unlike Jiang Mian, they don't have ice arrow towers, shotguns with cold enchantments, or the slowing effect of being surrounded on all sides. At night, the Agile Type 1 aberration, unaffected by the Sacred Flames domain, can rush over from 50 meters away in seconds. If their movement speed is not restricted, soon outside the 3-meter-high armored wall, there will be aberrations stacked up and then climb over the armored wall. The reason for this is that the survivor's damage output cannot keep up with the mutation's health expansion. If the first mutants that rush in cannot be dealt with quickly, they will continue to surge in, and the more you fight, the more there will be. The number of survivors who died in the first wave was also enormous. There were 13,512 people in East Zone 1 before the monster tide arrived tonight. After the first wave of monsters, the number of survivors reached 11,436. Most of them died due to a lack of resources, insufficient output, and prolonged delays, resulting in partial collapse of the walls, an influx of mutants, and their unfortunate deaths. After learning from past experiences and shrinking the defensive line, the Lord monsters will not be able to appear, and the number of deaths should be effectively controlled. Compared to East Zone 1, the number of deaths in other areas was less than 2,000. Of the initial 3,000 to 4,000 people, only a little over 1,000 died. In their own words, the weak ones all died last week, and almost every one of them was a lone wolf who survived by sheer willpower. However, the loss of more than 1,000 people represents a sharp reduction of 1/3 to 1/2 of their total population, undoubtedly having a more severe impact on the region. Jiang Mian sold the annexation order he had obtained as usual, and then moved the small shelters by the roadside to the vicinity of the main shelter, making it easier to fight against the enemy. He had seen the survivors' miserable state in the regional and world channels, and the lack of damage output was a major problem. To deal with a sea of monsters, you need more concentrated firepower or large-scale destructive magical structures. Without the blueprints for 7.62mm bullets, the AK-47 was unusable, and he also lacked any large-scale magical structures. If there are enough elemental arrow towers, and they deal high damage, they can serve as the main source of damage. However, the problem is that the arrows are made from elemental gems, which are extremely scarce. In the entire world of survival, very few survivors encounter gem-producing areas like the one behind the painter Zhou Xing. Although there are more vehicles, there are more people who can explore ancient laboratories or ruins. But 8 out of 10 of these people are hiding it, neither telling others nor making it for trading. They create advanced technologies only for their own use. If the system hadn't issued a notification after people entered all 4 types of territories, Jiang Mian wouldn't have known that someone had also obtained 50+ rock cores and then advanced to the next level of territory. The chances of finding a vehicle in a bronze chest are low, but there are usually 5, 6, 7, or 8 in a single area. With vehicles around, will these people really encounter nothing at all? The treasure compass yields more items. Using it in the wild allows you to scan for high-value items in your vicinity. Not to mention that some people have a natural talent for treasure hunting. Last week, there was a talent in the area called One Piece, which would grant you a treasure map located at sea every so often. It feels like everyone else is moving forward, but I'm just standing still. The less Jiang Mian could see their progress, the more he would fill in the gaps in his mind. Will the survivors unearth an even more powerful arsenal, acquiring tanks and cannons? Could it be that they also found the gods and entered the realm of the gods? Once they discover that the savage's faith can be very pure, the progress of the divine evolution path can be accelerated very quickly. This kind of road can be completely replicated. Jiang Mian could ignore the development of the other 3 types of territories, but the development of the divine territory could directly threaten him. Its progress is accelerating too fast. The pressure is immense. Although I can't just sit here and wait to die, where can I go so late at night? Jiang Mian stood on the watchtower and spread out the map. This monster tide was just like a piece of cake for him, no different from his last trip to the underground cave. The monsters are lower level than those in the cave, but their attributes are boosted by 50%, so in the end they're about the same. But this time he was fighting on home ground, with his frost arrow towers ready to fire and several hundred shotgunners. It was nighttime, so he could enjoy the effect of being besieged on all sides. It makes no difference whether he's in the shelter or not. The treasure map at sea is too far away, and we haven't built a large enough ship to go there. The Shining ran away, and the lab was buried. The underground is hollow. That passage should still be able to be dug out, but getting there. That makes sense. Now that the mutants have all come out, their lair is empty, isn't it? Putting everything else aside, could the one carrying the skull and lantern have already gone back? Young monarch level. Killing it will drop a silver treasure chest, and maybe even a gold one, directly triggering a 20% chance to get a gold treasure chest. Monarch level creatures like the one carrying the skull and lantern should all be in their infancy at this point. Attack. Leave no one alive. Attack them all. Should I wait until they grow to their full potential, and then come after me if I don't fight them now? With Terra's blessing, health and physical defense are greatly enhanced, and with the Frostspine Serpent Hide armor, magic defense also reaches a new level. The rotten spore snail is still being roasted by fire, the starry river continues to shine, and spiritual power doubles. Laughing loudly, I go out the door. How can I, a man of such talent, be a mere commoner? I am the pinnacle of humanity. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Jiang Mian devised a plan and brought along the 2,000 skeletons who hadn't gone to the underground cave last time, assigning them 1/3 of the shotguns and other weapons. After the Black Cat's phantom disappeared, the remaining laws in the cave gradually dissipated, allowing light to appear there. Find a few skeleton soldiers holding torches, and you'll have a better view. He was much more familiar with the road conditions, so he didn't need to be timid like he had been the previous 2 times. Old Zhang, guard the house well. I'm going to attack their lair. Jiang Mian climbed down from the watchtower, strode over to Steward Zhang, and gave him a few instructions. My lord, isn't this a bit too reckless? Butler Zhang was genuinely worried after hearing his plan. A monster raid every 7 days. and instead they go and raid the enemy's fountain? Jiang Mian waved his hand, indicating that he wasn't without trump cards. In a few hours it will be the third week, and the number of prayers to the idol will be refreshed. Little Red Riding Hood, when she met the wolf, was not recognized by him. With the right timing, location, and people, if he doesn't go now, it will be too difficult for him to fight against those monarch-level mutants in the future. In an era of great contention, the strong become strong, and the weak perish. How can you advance your territory to level 10 without taking risks? If you don't dare to take the risk, someone else will. At that point, the only possibility will be being swallowed up. Chapter 145, A Thousand-Year Blood Sea. Laboratory ruins on the eastern side of the mountain range. A dozen or so skeletal dragons lay on the ground, digging with all their might. A few days ago, a landslide caused the rock layers to fracture, covering the entire cave. Fortunately, the ruins were mainly composed of large rocks, and there had been no rain recently, so the weather was dry and the soil had clumped together. The skeleton dragon was powerful and was best suited to move the large rocks. In less than half an hour, the boulders above the Black Cat Cave were moved away piece by piece, revealing several bottomless crevices. They continued digging, creating a gap that made the space large enough for Huang to carry Jiang Mian through. Jiang Mian had Huang carry the large torch in its mouth and fly into the cave through the large crack. The original paths inside the cave are no longer discernible, and the ground is completely covered by large and small pebbles that have fallen from the cave ceiling, forming uneven slopes. The skeleton dragon's previous digging caused some of the rubble above to fall again, and fine stone dust floated in the air, forming circles of dim yellow light when illuminated by the torchlight. The light of a single torch was too insignificant compared to the entire underground cavern. Beyond 5 meters, it was still pitch black. This was no challenge for Jiang Mian. He summoned more than a dozen skeleton dragons, and had them carry torches as they advanced. The skeleton general, wielding a shotgun, stood on the back of the dragon, holding a torch in one hand as well. Flash! Jiang Mian unleashed a burst of light from his palm, illuminating the darkness ahead. After confirming that there were no obvious obstacles to advance within 100 meters, he signaled Huang to continue to lower its altitude and fly slowly close to the top of the pile of rubble. The skeleton army followed closely behind. The massive body of the skeleton dragon stepped on the pile of rubble, shifting it and making a series of cracking sounds. Every so often, Jiang Mian would release the flashlight again to confirm the route. They flew for several hundred meters without encountering a single mutant. Jiang Mian knew he had arrived near the stagnant water when he heard the sound of dripping water in the distance. The narrow path leading to the original island had long since broken off and fallen into the water. Now, all that remained was a precipice, about 100 meters away from the shore. With the help of the firelight, Jiang Mian finally saw the true nature of this stagnant water. Dark red, viscous, and with a fishy smell in the air, there was no doubt that this was a sea of blood. Pebbles of varying sizes floated on the water's surface. Some were half submerged, while others sank completely to the shallows, their edges soaked with a dark red liquid. The mutants that couldn't escape a few days ago are now quietly floating on the surface of the sea of blood, lifeless. How did this sea of blood come about? Jiang Mian asked in confusion. He had doubts after guessing this place was a blood pool last time. Even if you killed all the lab personnel, they wouldn't have that much blood, right? There must be other blood sources, whether human or animal, that were captured, killed, and drained of their last drop of blood. And this blood, after millions of years, has not yet dried up. This is a strange thing in itself. Jiang Mian couldn't help but suspect that this sea of blood might be involved in some kind of experiment, and that there might be a deeper story behind it. Blood is much less transparent than clear water, so he couldn't see inside through the surface. We can only use our mental power now. Jiang Mian put away the skeleton army and let Huang continue flying forward, getting closer to the sea of blood, the torchlight sweeping across the water's surface. With over 200 spirit points, his perception range expanded to a radius of 40 meters, and under the effect of the blessing of the spirit, this distance doubled to over 80 meters. When encountering water, a medium denser than air, mental energy is limited, and the range of perception decreases. Jiang Mian probed downwards along a rock protruding from the water, extending his mental energy to the bottom of the rock and continuing downwards. 10 meters, 20 meters, the sea of blood was empty. Apart from those rocks that are leaning to the east and west. He only began to perceive something different when he was 30 meters away. He couldn't see these objects directly, but when he sensed their outlines, Jiang Mian immediately knew what they were. Skeleton. Having dealt with skeleton soldiers for so long, Jiang Mian was extremely familiar with bones. The first ones I encountered were small skeletons, numerous in number, coiled in a spiral, with the spines spiraling downwards in circles, as if being pulled down by some kind of suction force. There are human creatures, beasts like wolves and tigers, as well as fish and birds. Compared to animals on the ground, they have one striking characteristic. It's just that its size is several times larger. The skeleton of a wolf can be over 6 meters long. Its limbs were outstretched, with its leg and arm bones intertwined, clearly in a struggling posture. Its ribs were turned outwards, and the fracture surface was as clean as a mirror, as if it had been quickly cut open by some sharp weapon. Jiang Mian had seen this kind of wound on the black dragon hundreds of kilometers away from him. However, the scar below the black dragon's neck was tens of meters long. A clash between technology and distortion. The thought popped into Jiang Mian's mind. These animal remains may have been deformed offspring developed in a laboratory, perhaps for testing some kind of weapon, or perhaps the deformed offspring failed to meet expectations and were therefore disposed of in batches. Over time, this place became a sea of blood. This idea could explain why the sea of blood and the skeleton appeared near the laboratory, but there is one thing that seems a little harder to explain. The spiral arrangement of the skeletons indicates that they once encountered a powerful suction force from the bottom of the water. It's possible that researchers deliberately installed some kind of meat grinder-like processing device at the cleanup site to suck in the deformed corpses and then clean them up. It's also possible that they later used these fragments to extract the source of the mutation. It's like the source pool of the bizarre architectural distortion. There are other possibilities. Some huge creature may be lurking at the bottom of the water, or it may simply be a deep abyss connecting to another place. For safety's sake, Jiang Mian withdrew his mental energy and continued flying across the sea of blood. The primary objective of this trip is to reach the level of a young monarch. If you're fast enough, you can catch the last train of the final monster tie teleportation and teleport him out with it. For him now, it doesn't really matter where the virus spreads, as long as it's on the ground. It's just a matter of whether it's close to or far from home. After arriving on shore, Jiang Mian first flew towards the laboratory where the distorted furnace had been last time. He tore down all 4 walls of the laboratory, which were covered in mysterious vines, but he didn't take the roof with him. When he arrived near the laboratory this time, he found that it had been crushed by the collapsed boulders. The collapsed roof was shattered into pieces, but the glowing vines climbing on it remained intact. Several skeletal dragons went over and carried the boulder away, clearing the scene. After cleaning up, he collected the glowing vines and turned to walk in the other direction. After walking 300 or 400 meters, Jiang Mian finally emerged from the area covered with rubble and arrived at a spacious cave room. The last time he came to this room, he encountered hundreds of mutants. Now it is completely empty. I don't know if they left or went to a room further inside. Jiang Mian jumped off Huang's back and started walking. He released more skeletons, a group of which carried torches and walked in front to light the way. Chapter 146. It's you again? The army arrived in an orderly fashion at the entrance to the second room. Jiang Mian went inside and immediately made eye contact with 7 or 8 dozing nightmare beings floating around. So much. Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised. The lowest ranking creature in this room is the big head, and there are more than 10 lord-level creatures, all gathered in the center of the room resting, as if waiting for something. Are you waiting for him? Everyone's here, and they didn't invite me to the party. Jiang Mian spoke succinctly, directly unleashing a mental shock containing 200 units of spiritual power. Those with low mental strength couldn't withstand it, and their mental attributes were instantly reset to 0, turning them into a dazed, puppet-like state. The nightmare beings were startled by his immense mental power and turned their eyes to meet his. They reached a consensus and immediately surrounded Jiang Mian. The opponent is strong, let's all attack together. Jiang Mian clapped his hands. 2 seconds later, the skeleton legion behind him walked in carrying shotguns, forming a larger encirclement around the nightmare. The nightmare being suddenly felt suppressed by something. Their gaze swept across the area, and they discovered that these skeleton soldiers were all of low level, a group of weaklings. However, the dark muzzles of their guns gave the nightmare walkers a bad feeling. Jiang Mian drew the demonic sword, and crimson magical flames danced on its blade. 10 minutes later, Jiang Mian sat in front of the 3 silver treasure chests, lost in thought. Zhou Xinghua's luck is about to turn around tomorrow. Let's open it for her now. Going further in, we'll definitely encounter more advanced mutants and obtain silver treasure chests. Now, let Zhou Xinghua try his luck. They can even encounter colorful treasure chests. Can you bring out a Gundam? Jiang Mian asked. Me? Me. I trust you. I'll do my best. After waiting for 3 to 5 minutes, Zhou Xinghua sent over the open treasure chest. You have obtained 1 seed harvester blueprint, 1 500-year-old peach, 1 advanced contract, and 10 diamonds. You have obtained 1 revolver blueprint, 1 9mm bullet blueprint, 1 fragmentation grenade blueprint, and 1 crippling module blueprint. You have obtained 1 steam-driven drilling rig, requires a steam engine, 1 oil pump, 20 meters of pipeline, and 1 basic distillation apparatus blueprint. Did they go straight to petroleum technology? Jiang Mian witnessed the effects of the chosen one once again. A seed harvester is a device that extracts seeds from crops, eliminating the need for manual sorting and greatly improving the efficiency of repeated sowing. The 500-year peach is a plus version of the 10-year peach, with a quality grade of C. After consumption, all attributes are increased by 3, and the ability Healing Spell is gained upon first consumption. As the name suggests, it's a healing spell that restores health. Consumes a certain amount of spirit points to restore health. Currently, the ratio of mental energy conversion in this treatment technique is approximately 1 to 2, converting 1 point of mental energy per second. The speed is a little slow. Advanced contracts can summon more powerful beings, while diamonds can be used as drills to cut glass and other objects. In the second treasure chest, with the Glock 17 already a top-tier weapon, the revolver seems a bit lacking. The blueprints for 9mm bullets are actually more valuable. The fragmentation grenades that follow are more advanced explosives than tubular explosives, with an effective kill radius of 7 or 8 meters, causing sufficient damage to the mass of aberrant variants. It requires forged steel, gunpowder, and other materials to make. The crippling mod is a mod that is applied to firearms. When it hits an enemy, there is a 20% chance to cripple them. When mounted on a high-powered machine gun, it can effectively reduce the movement speed of a large number of enemies. Jiang Mian checked the items in the warehouse, created a crippling module on the workbench and added it to the Glock 17, and then mass-produced several hundred 9mm bullets. With the crippling mod combined with the coldness enchantment, the slowing effect of a pistol can be quite noticeable. The last box contained the complete set of 3 essential oil extraction components, a drilling rig, pipelines, and an oil pump. It even included blueprints for a basic distillation unit. Unfortunately, the first 3 items were not blueprints, but merely props, which limited the speed of oil extraction. In addition to distilling oil, basic distillation equipment can also be used to brew wine from grains and refine alcohol. Alcohol is an effective disinfectant and medical product, and it can also be used as fuel, a solvent, and for the extraction and refining of certain chemicals. Just eat the peaches directly. A few attribute points aren't that important. Let's master the healing spell first. Jiang Mian ate the whole peach with a few crunches. Healing spells are also magic. Influenced by Starry Night, they consume 1 point of spirit and can convert 2.6 points of life. This will give you more room for error when fighting the Monarch monster later. After some reorganization, the skeleton's levels were raised to around level 8 or 9. Beyond that, the severity of the mutation would begin to show. Jiang Mian quickly led them into the next room. The next room was filled with ordinary Agile Type 1 aberrations, all gathered in the center of the room, waiting for something. Jiang Mian looked up and thought their distribution range was good, so as to avoid gathering monsters. He raised his Glock 17 and began firing at the group of Agile Type 1 aberrations. By the time the mutants realized what was happening, a significant portion of them had been subjected to a crippling effect, causing them to run with a limp and their speed to be greatly reduced. The skeleton soldiers around Jiang Mian spread out, with shield soldiers in front defending and shotgunners crouching down to aim and fire. Soon, the Agile Type 1 mutants were all eliminated, and Jiang Mian entered the next room. Collapsed idols, bones scattered everywhere. A strong sense of déjà vu washed over Jiang Mian, and he subconsciously looked at the pile of rubble in the center of the room. The lantern on the pile of rubble faced away from him, leisurely holding the little girl's head in his hand. Hearing a noise behind him, the bearer carrying the skull and lantern turned around abruptly. The little girl in his hand instantly grinned in horror, blood flowing from her 7 orifices, her mouth gaping open like a gaping wound. In less than half a second, the little girl's smile froze, then turned into a smile that was even uglier than crying. "It's you again?" Holding the lantern in his hand, He shook the head in his hand to clear his mind. Although the clothes had changed, it could still recognize the human scent. That bastard who scared it out of the room a few days ago. Is that bastard still in the underground cave? What's even more terrifying is that he managed to evade the divine messenger's investigation. All this effort, just to wait here for it to come back. Holding the skull and carrying the lantern, he felt a chill run down his spine, realizing how terrifying this human's cunning was. You're so powerful, why do you always have to go against it? Holding a skull and carrying a lantern, it dared not linger. It emitted a sonic wave and then quickly fled into the distance. Stop yelling. I've already cleared out the aberrations in the 2 nearby rooms. This time, Jiang Mian was prepared. He immediately activated the spatial magic, Distant Void Realm, teleporting 10 meters to close the distance between himself and the skull-holding lantern. At the same time, his Glock 17 quickly fired a series of cold bullets. Knowing that even entering the dark erosion state wouldn't allow it to dodge this guy's attacks, the lantern with the skull in its mouth felt its fear of Jiang Mian grow infinitely. Its previous experience made it subconsciously believe that it could ignore and directly track all types of attacks from the other party. Let's just tough it out. A few shots won't kill it anyway. He carried the skull and lantern and ran away at top speed, ignoring the bullets flying behind him. The 9mm bullet hit the surface of the lantern, pierced the paper, and exited from the other side. At the same time, several skeleton generals galloped around it. The lantern carrying the skull discovered that its movement speed had decreased by more than half. Chapter 147: A desperate battle with a skull in hand and a lantern in hand. Is a fight to the death the only option? Driven to the brink, the creature carrying the skull and lantern began a desperate fight. It wanted to resist the atrocity of the invader before it died. The little girl's eyes turned red, and then a blazing red light quickly spread outwards, and a wave of heat swept through the entire room. It is now in a state of intense heat, which reduces its speed and health, but significantly increases its spirit and strength. The scalding flames rippled outwards from the center of the lantern with the skull in its mouth, like waves. Each wave carries deadly high temperatures and raging fire elemental damage. The first wave of attacks failed to trigger the rejection field and successfully hit Jiang Mian, but the black armor on his chest, head, and even legs quickly deepened, absorbing most of the damage. At the same time, Jiang Mian used his healing technique to restore his arms, which had been severely burned. The 4 armor plates absorbed some of the spell damage in this wave, converting it into spell shields, preparing to face the next wave of fire. As a result, the second wave was deflected by the rejection field. The second wave bounced out and collided with the third wave of fire. Jiang Mian seized the opportunity, brandished the demonic blade, and charged out with lightning speed. On the other hand, the skull-holding lantern also discovered that this human could not completely deflect its magic. It seems there's a probability limit. Its original unwavering belief has gained a touch of confidence. Based on the damage dealt to the opponent in the first wave, as long as he increases the damage of each wave of fire waves and controls the frequency to ensure that the rebounding waves do not hit him, he can wear down the opponent. As the frequency was adjusted, Jiang Mian's knife had already arrived. The skull-carrying lantern decided to trade blows, and without dodging, a wave of flames suddenly erupted the moment it was struck. Life 1954. Life 856. 2 damage numbers lit up, and the flames of the skull-holding lantern also scorched Jiang Mian. It still didn't bounce off. The red light in the little girl's eyes intensified, and the flame inside the lantern began to flicker frequently. The wave of flames struck Jiang Mian, combining magical damage with the physical damage from the intense heat at close range, delivering a double blow to him. It seems to have succeeded. The little girl's eyes widened, trying to see every detail of Jiang Mian's severe injury. But no matter how wide she stared, she could only see that when the raging flames came into contact with Jiang Mian's chest armor, they were partially neutralized by something and inexplicably weakened. Then, the physical damage from the high temperature at close range did not harm this mortal body in front of me. It seems to have been forcibly absorbed by something. Only the remaining spell damage, under the high spell defense of 443, caused a small amount of damage to Jiang Mian. The damage to his arms, which lacked black armor, was quite severe, but then a surge of life force emanated from him, slowly healing his arms. This doesn't make sense, does it? The one holding the skull and carrying the lantern got all worked up. It was lucky enough to bypass the rebound and hit the opponent directly at face value. So why didn't it cause serious damage? If only its arms are injured, it can recover slowly. So how can it outlast its opponent? The next wave might see a rebound. During this time, the other party can recover, but it is consuming mental and magical energy. No, we can't afford to waste time with him. Since it can inflict damage without triggering a rebound, it will continue to increase the damage. If it is rebounded, it will enter a dark erosion state to avoid it. Realizing it needed to take a gamble, it slowed down its attack frequency and built up its strength as much as possible before each wave. It aims to kill with a single blow. Jiang Mian also realized its intention. Even if the lantern bearer suffered a 20% damage reduction from surrounded by enemies on all sides, the maximum amount of magic damage it caused could destroy his arms if he couldn't reflect it. With his arms burned off, it became difficult for him to use the demonic blade to inflict damage. The next step is to upgrade to restore health. However, the demon blade locks all attributes and statuses related to the current damage calculation. The damage he previously dealt to the rot spore was a mixture of magic and physical damage, so the maximum strength and maximum spirit attributes were locked. Next, you cannot increase the upper limit of your spirit and strength to amplify the damage you inflict on the skull-holding lantern. Moreover, this is a monarch-level aberration, containing immense power, unlike Simon's life-burning technique, which weakens him after a single use. The skull-holding lantern could launch several, or even dozens, high-intensity waves of flame at him. Even if he uses up all his remaining upgrade attempts, his opponent might not be exhausted. The opponent can also use changes in their status to buy time and recover. During this period, he may not necessarily be able to kill the other party in advance. Even when the opponent's damage was too overwhelming, he was killed instantly without even a chance to level up. Upgrading requires surviving severe injuries and maintaining full consciousness. Once you die, you cannot activate an upgrade to restore your attributes. He can't put all his eggs in one basket with the 50% probability of the rejection field. Jiang Mian quickly considered how to deal with it. Before the next wave of even stronger flames arrived, he put on another layer of strange leather armor to gain the effect of reducing damage from mutated creatures by 15%. Then, he summoned a building behind him. The two-story stone building had torches emitting a gentle glow stuck in the doorway. It's a small shelter. The small shelter continues the effects of the level 4 shelter, directly providing Jiang Mian with 23% damage reduction of all types, a 4-point increase in all attributes, and a 10% increase in mental recovery speed. Although his strength and spirit were locked, the enhancement of his life attributes, under Terra's blessing, amplified the actual improvement in Jiang Mian's tankiness. There's also a 10% increase in mental recovery speed, allowing Jiang Mian to use healing spells more often. If it weren't for this real-world experience, Jiang Mian would never have imagined that a small shelter could be used in this way. Of course, when the small shelters were moved over, the aberrations that were originally teleported by the monster tide also came with them. But the moment they landed, they were met with the maximum heat of the skull-carrying lantern, their bodies quickly turning black and hot, and then their bones were charred. The skull-holding lantern did not reduce the damage caused by burning these deformities. In its view, the deaths of these low-level mutants are worthwhile as long as they can kill the human in front of them. This wave, brimming with fury and the rage of someone carrying a skull and a lantern, was not deflected and struck Jiang Mian directly. Holding a lantern with his head in his hand, he suddenly felt that he was truly destined by heaven. Even the heavens are on its side. How can humanity resist? A wave of flames swept across, the heat scorching the rocks until they were red-hot, and dozens of skeletons that had formed an encirclement were reduced to ashes. But soon, the next wave of skeleton soldiers was summoned to the scene, surrounding the skull-bearing lantern to maintain the effect of being besieged on all sides. A massive fire raged. Perhaps I was too stressed. In the flickering firelight, the figure holding the lantern could be vaguely seen still standing there. A silvery white light shone from his body, restoring his life force to its original state. Then, wielding his long sword, he charged towards it. Chapter 148 Golden Treasure Chest. As the sharp blade drew ever closer, the man holding the skull and lantern realized that it was not an illusion. It didn't have time to switch to dark erosion state, and took the hit head-on. After it was repelled, Simon also used his life force to launch a fatal blow, adding another layer of damage. Life, 2043. Life, 897. Life, 2559. Life, 1123. For damage effects lit up on the head of the skull lantern, making it sense something was wrong and prompting it to quickly enter the dark erosion state. It deals high damage in its explosive state, but its health is also low. Having just suffered 2 severe blows, along with the previous knife wound and several Glock 17 shots, its life is already more than half gone. In the dark erosion state, its lifespan is 16,200 skull holding and 8,000 lantern holding. In the explosive flame state, there are only 10,500 skull holding and 4,800 lantern holding. However, when the state changes, the maximum health increases, but the current health as a percentage of the maximum remains unchanged. Before the transformation, the current lifespan of the character with the skull in its mouth and the lantern is 2,956, skull in its mouth, and 1,495, lantern. After the transformation, the current lifespan is 4,560, skull in its mouth, and 2,492, lantern. If you get slashed 3 more times in a row, you're done for. The skull-carrying lantern replicated the ink images of Jiang Mian and Simon, allowing them to temporarily restrain the enemy. Then, it quickly created distance, transformed into the gray spirit state that could reduce the enemy's hit rate, and restored its own health. As a monarch-level creature, the skull-holding lantern possesses powerful attributes and mechanisms, and its recovery ability is comparable to that of the spore-rotting snail, which excels in recovery. As for the materials consumed for recovery, the spore worm needs spores to recover, and it only needs to extract life from other aberrations to recover. And what this underground cave is full of is deformed creatures. A few minutes ago, its sound wave traveled a very long distance. As Jiang Mian said, he had killed them all in the 2 closest rooms, but there were still mutants in the more distant rooms. Within minutes, they arrived as well. The skull-bearing lantern emitted an even thicker mist, enveloping the approaching mutants and draining them of all their life force. Shield bearers, block the entrance. Don't let any other aberrations in, no matter what. Upon seeing the skull-carrying lantern recover in this way, Jiang Mian immediately shouted and raised his demonic blade to cut off the head of the clone in front of him. The shield bearer's eyes flickered with ghostly fire as he hurried toward the entrance. Seeing that they were running slowly, a skeletal dragon rushed over and used its body to knock back the charging aberrations, buying time for the shield bearers behind it. No matter how the mutants tore at its body, it remained unmoved. This is a battle between mutants and the undead. You are emotionless killing machines, and they are emotionless, undead creatures. Neither side is particularly intelligent, nor is their strength necessarily great, but both are 100% obedient to orders. Having lost the life-sustaining effects of the mutant, the skull-carrying lantern jumped around anxiously. Jiang Mian also stacked the 6th cut on the clone, and then swung the sure-hit 7th cut toward the skull-holding lantern. The creature carrying the skull and lantern quickly dodged, but the scene before it was the same as it had been a few days earlier. The human and its knife flashed towards it. It can't escape. That's the feeling of despair. Life 2067. Life 910. 2 strings of numbers lit up, and the lantern carrying the skull suffered another heavy blow. This attack returned all the life force it had just extracted, with interest. The amount drawn wasn't as much as the amount deducted. Facing imminent death, the consciousness of the creature carrying the skull and lantern grew increasingly frenzied. It recklessly transformed back into its fiery state, attempting to inflict further damage on the human once more. With 38% damage reduction, 20% damage reduction, 443 spell defense, Terra's Blessing, and the ultimate strike of the skull lantern, Jiang Mian could not be killed instantly. The pain from his burned arms kept Jiang Mian from being careless. Before the burst of energy from the skull-holding lantern arrived, he quickly upgraded his attack and then swung his sword with the phantom pain. The next wave of flames was deflected. The skull-carrying lantern transformed into a gray spirit form, dodging the rebounding flames. Jiang Mian also stacked 2 passive attacks. The skull-carrying lantern completely abandoned the idea of escaping, dodged the flames, and transformed back into its explosive flame state, as another wave of flames came. It seems that the heavenly Tao is no longer on its side, and this attack was once again deflected by the rejection field. The skull-carrying lantern turned to ash and mist, and Jiang Mian made the 4th cut. Holding a lantern in its mouth, it stared at the jet-black knife, as if it had figured something out. Apart from the damage inflicted on it by this knife, no other damage inflicted on it by the human through other means can have that kind of predetermined locking effect. It's all because of this knife. This knife can impose cause and effect. It regretted that it realized it too late. This human is much stronger than the last one, but it is still struggling against it when it goes all out. It shouldn't have run away last time. It should have taken a gamble and maybe eliminated the threat ahead of time. Now, even if it fully understands this human's trump card, it is powerless to do anything about it. It has lost most of its health. The other party, however, seems capable of recovering their condition several more times. The little girl carrying the lantern with her skull in her mouth gradually developed a layer of resentment in her eyes, beyond her madness. It was completely manipulated by this human. It's not that it's not strong enough, so it's dissatisfied. It thought of a certain guy in a certain room, and its resentment deepened. It's doomed, and you won't get away with it either. Even if it goes against God's rules and summons that terrifying creature, it will still get its revenge. The lantern, carrying a skull, shattered the little girl's head in its hand, and a strange bloody aura gushed out, flowing out rapidly in just a few breaths. The shield bearers could stop the advance of the skeleton soldiers, but they couldn't stop the eerie blood energy from surging out. Jiang Mian didn't understand why the man holding the skull lantern had cut off his own arm. He didn't care about the receding blood and continued to swing his knife. The fifth cut, the sixth cut, the seventh cut. The lantern, now stripped of its skull, had only one health bar left. With this absolutely accurate strike, it was cut in two. HP minus 4,159. Current HP 0/16200. You have defeated a level 35 skull-bearing lantern, Monarch, gaining 3,500 experience. The current achievable level is 51. Your level has automatically increased by 3 levels, and you are now level 41. You have become the world's first survivor to kill a Monarch-level mutated creature, earning the title Kingslayer. Your previous habits have been recorded. Do you wish to continue with the announcements being broadcast directly? Title: Kingslayer. Description: Monarchs are higher beings whom mortals can only look up to, but you have successfully overthrown their status. Effect: deals an additional 5% damage to Monarch-level creatures and gains the special effect, Reign Supreme. Special effect, Reign Supreme. Description: those who usurp the position inherit the power that was in their place. Effect: when facing beings below the Monarch level, suppress all their attributes to 80% of their original value and reduce their fighting spirit. Before Jiang Mian could pay attention to the series of pop-up windows, her gaze was first drawn to the colors bursting out next to the broken lantern. Shining with golden light, a golden legend. It's a golden treasure chest. Chapter 149, The True Monarch. You have obtained 1 epic contract, 1 mermaid's tear, 1 fragment of the eye of the tide, 1 source of sapphire, and 1 mystic conch. As the golden light faded, the 5 items gradually appeared. The epic contract hovered at the highest point. Unlike the low, medium, and high-level contracts that were just pieces of paper, it was a true book. The book's cover is made of dark purple leather, soft to the touch, with light silver patterns inlaid on the corners. A rhomboid dark blue crystal is embedded in the center of the cover, with fluorescent dots inside, as if reflecting a clear blue starry sky. The silver treasure chest contains 4 items, and the gold treasure chest contains 5 items. This epic contract feels really powerful. Let's see what kind of class it can summon. Jiang Mian opened the cover, and a mermaid girl emerged from between the pages. She lay on her side on the reef, her long, sea blue hair cascading down to her waist, her tail fin gently slapping the water's surface, lively and agile. Mermaid. Jiang Mian's eyes widened. It's not the fishman monster with the upper body of a fish and the lower body of a human, like those in other areas. This time, it's the little mermaid from the fairy tale who's here. He tried to summon it. The contract didn't react at all. Only a pop-up window appeared on the system. You cannot summon merfolk in areas without water. Can't mermaids come ashore? Jiang Mian was puzzled. The mermaid girl depicted in the contract was on the shore. Is the picture not accurate, and only for reference? His gaze swept past the other 3 items and landed on the source of the sapphire. Sapphire is a water element gemstone, and this gemstone source sounds like it can produce sapphire. Scanning its information with the bracelet yielded results consistent with Jiang Mian's premonition. The source of sapphire is a spring that, once placed in a chosen location, continuously produces pure water and absorbs the magic of heaven and earth, producing 2 sapphires per hour. Before he could look at the other 3 items, the ground beneath his feet trembled violently, and rubble from the cave ceiling tumbled down. What's going on? Jiang Mian thought the cave was about to collapse again, so he immediately packed up all the items and ran back. He planned to return along the same route. But just as he took 2 steps, a silvery white thread shot out from the direction of the cave entrance, precisely wrapping around his ankle. The thread forked and intertwined, firmly gripping his flesh. Before he could even see clearly, a strange force suddenly erupted from the silk thread, pulling him down and dragging him forcefully into the depths of darkness. Jiang Mian stumbled, swallowing a mouthful of dirt. He then drew his demonic blade and drove it into the ground, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands. But the thread was too strong. The blade carved a shallow trench in the ground, and he was still being dragged back little by little. The other party was too strong. Jiang Mian summoned the skeleton dragons, preparing to have them help pull the thread. As the skeleton dragons emerged from the system space, their feet barely touching the ground when several more threads shot out from the cave entrance, entangling them as well. The skeletal dragons struggled desperately, trying to break free. The louder the noise they make, the more threads are shot towards them, gradually enveloping half of their bodies. This scene reminded Jiang Mian of something. Spiderweb, vibration sensing. He immediately drew his demonic sword, rolled over, held his breath, and minimized his movements, trying to remain still as much as possible. The thread that was being pulled could not be felt moving, and it gradually calmed down, with the tension from it decreasing sharply. But the pulling force didn't decrease to zero. He was still being slowly dragged along. He cannot make any big movements. Otherwise he will soon be dragged into the darkness and summon other skeletons, who will also be entangled in the threads and unable to help him break free. Simon is a spirit, let him give it a try. Jiang Mian used his mental power to summon Simon. The translucent Simon floated in the air, unaffected by the silk threads. He turned around, flames erupting from the blade, and slashed at the silk threads wrapped around Jiang Mian's ankle. A series of intermittent hissing sounds suddenly came from the depths of the darkness. Upon hearing the sound, Simon slowed his movements, and his sword slashed out, just missing the silk thread. He then slashed again, the blade striking the silk thread, which bounced back rather elastically, but the thread was not cut, nor could the flames burn it. Simon's attacks and speed have decreased, so what is that hissing sound? Jiang Mian scanned Simon's status and found that he was suffering from the negative effects of Monarch's Might, with all his attributes on the panel reduced by 50%. Junwei, isn't that just an enhanced version of his new title? The unknown entity in the darkness is a monarch-level being. It could even be a fully fledged monarch. Even a monarch like the one carrying a skull and lantern wouldn't possess a suppressive skill like royal majesty, perhaps because it's still in its infancy. He struggles even in his childhood. How can he face a fully fledged monarch? This guy didn't even show his face, yet he crippled most of Simon's skeleton army and suppressed Simon's attributes by half. How do we fight this? Jiang Mian used his mind to enter the warehouse and scan the 3 unexamined items. Mermaid's Tears is a B-grade, one-time healing item that can instantly restore 80% of lost health and purify all negative status effects on the user. The Tie-Dye Fragment is a magic scroll that records the advanced water attribute magic, Tie-Dye, which the holder can learn directly. However, since this is an incomplete scroll, it only allows one to master a portion of the Eye of the Tide, and its effects are definitely significantly reduced compared to advanced magic. The final magical conch shell was a palm-sized, sky-blue shell, with several blue lines of varying shades on its surface. Item, magical conch. Quality, B. Description, why not ask the amazing conch shell? Effect, 1. Conch shell, tell me. Every day, you can say conch shell, tell me, to the magical conch shell, and it will tell you the answer. Although most of the time the answer is useless, a miracle might happen next time. 2. Siren's Lament. When a mermaid uses the magical conch shell, they can unleash the advanced mental magic, Siren's Lament, inflicting the vulnerable effect on enemies within a 500-meter radius and dealing significant mental damage. If the user is a female mermaid, Siren's Lament will additionally inflict a sleep effect on up to 5 enemies, lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 week. Vulnerable. Increases damage taken by 20%. Sleep. A state of unconsciousness and inability to act. Screw your magical conch shell. What a stupid effect. Jiang Mian's heart sank before she even finished reading the short essay about the magical conch. Normally, when he gets such a tool, he would play with the conch shell with great interest, but now his situation is different. He urgently needs a tool or ability to deal with the unknown monarch in the darkness. I'll try anything, even if it's a dead end. Conch, tell me, how am I supposed to escape? Jiang Mian took out the magical conch shell, ignoring the fact that the silk threads would tighten again, and asked. The blue conch shell glowed faintly, and the sound of ocean waves could be heard from within. From blurry to clear, finally merging into the ocean's response. Leaving here only takes 3 steps. Pick up your weapon, kill the spider, and then leave through the entrance you came from. Chapter 150, The Stranded Mermaid. You motherfucker. Jiang Mian couldn't help but swear. It really does live up to the line and the effect. Although most of the time the answers are useless. What if we put an elephant in the refrigerator and do it in 3 steps? If he could kill that spider, would he need to ask? Wait, that monarch-level being is a spider? Knowing this information is useless. The mutants don't make any sense. Jiang Mian had by then been dragged to a deeper part of the cave entrance. In the deep darkness, he saw 1 pair, 2 pairs. 4 pairs of blood-red eyes. 1 pair of eyes is the most conspicuous and the largest, while the other 3 pairs are arranged on both sides, like 2 rows of dark red lanterns. After staring into those eyes for a few seconds, Jiang Mian felt a wave of dizziness, her mind filled with blood red and chaos. You should know that he has over 200 spirits. Being hit by the mental attack of a level 30 nightmare wouldn't cause much discomfort. What level is this giant spider? It's hardly like a variant designed to deal with his group of survivors. Survivors have previous generations, and even the generation before that. Could this spider be one of the old monarchs from the past? The spider silk was dragging him faster and faster, and he was about to be dragged into the darkness. Jiang Mian made a decisive move and had Simon cut off his ankle. Upgrade. Enveloped in a silvery white light, Jiang Mian endured the excruciating pain and finally broke free from the spider's silk binding her. Hiss. A faint sound came from the darkness, and several more spider webs appeared. Jiang Mian tapped the ring on his right hand and activated Vast Void Realm to teleport away from the spider webs. 3 teleports have been used, and now there is only 1 teleportation opportunity left. He took out the fragment of the Eye of the Tide scroll and directly learned the incomplete advanced magic, Eye of the Tide. Although it is incomplete, it requires a full 50 points of spirit to activate. The description is to trigger the tide and deal moderate water damage to enemies within range. It should be at the level of intermediate magic. Jiang Mian used the incomplete scroll to master the fragmented Eye of the Tide. As several more spider silk threads shot towards him from behind, he used his mental energy to chant a spell. Splash, splash. The sound of flowing water suddenly surged from the cave, and a few seconds later, waves surged, carrying a cold, dark current that rushed into the depths of darkness, scattering the spider silk that had shot towards them. Compared to the tiny fireballs created by the weak magic fire, the Eye of the Tide is as bright as the moon compared to the stars. The hissing in the darkness suddenly became rapid, as if the giant spider's senses had been disrupted by the tide. More importantly, after the wave subsided, a small puddle less than half a meter deep appeared on the ground. Is this considered an area with water? Jiang Mian's heart stirred slightly. Looking at the small puddle, he took out the epic contract. He needs the 10-second sleep effect created by the mermaid girl using the magical conch shell. It's a bit small, but it'll do for swimming. The little pool is also very cute. 1 second, 2 seconds, and water vapor began to appear on the blue gem on the cover of the contract. Then it emitted a clear blue light, casting a slender figure into the puddle. The mermaid girl fell into the water, habitually flipped over, and prepared to playfully splash her tail fins. Then, she stranded. The mermaid girl tilted her head, her bright blue sapphire eyes showing confusion. She splashed the water a few times, then turned around to look at her surroundings. The puddle, which was already low in water, overflowed after she turned around, splashing mud onto her beautiful face. There was no blue sky around. There is no open sea. There was no gentle breeze either. This isn't the seaside, it's not even a small river or lake. This is clearly land. It wasn't even on the surface, it was some dark underground cave. The mermaid girl was a little angry, her delicate little face puffed out slightly. Her master is so petty. No, she's being very good-natured by saying that. He's a bad guy. So bad. Summoning her on land is one thing. But even if there are no rivers or lakes nearby, at least prepare a water tank, right? They just dug a mud pit and let her go in. She is a mermaid, a spirit of the sea and song. They are born to live in the purest seawater, accompanied by seagulls and fish, and sing the most moving songs. It's not a mudfish from the bottom of the river that likes to burrow into the mud. Now my gauze dress and body are completely dirty. The mermaid girl's small face was filled with a resentful expression as she lay in front of the pit, staring at Jiang Mian. Stare. She hoped to see a look of apology or pity on this human's face, and then be carefully cared for by him, transferred to a clean water source, and washed. But the human didn't even look at her directly, and instead tossed her a blue conch shell. Blow, blow, blow now. His voice was urgent. The mermaid girl caught the conch shell, her eyes filled with even greater confusion. What's going on? A clean pool, carefully maintained? Hiss. The faint sound of spider silk brushing against the air came from behind, which the mermaid girl caught precisely. Mermaids are extremely sensitive to sound. She instinctively dodged to the side, and several spider webs fell from the spot where she had just stood. The mermaid girl turned around and saw 8 eyes in the darkness. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Why is there a giant spider of monarch-level size next to me? She still thinks too highly of her master. The other person summoned her not to befriend her, nor to hear her beautiful singing. He sent himself to fight a fully evolved monarch-class aberration. How is that possible? She was still a child. The mermaid girl's eyes were red and swollen. She curled up pitifully, sobbing softly, and crystal tears flowed out one by one, turning into pearls and scattering all over the ground. The spider silk fell again, and Jiang Mian chanted the eye of the tide once more to disperse it. Stop crying. The pearls have all fallen to the ground. If you want to cry, go home and cry. I can find a basin to catch them and sell them for money. Jiang Mian turned to look at the weeping mermaid girl, and seeing the scattered pearls, felt a pang of regret. He quickly urged her on. Blow, blow the conch shell quickly. Let the siren's final song lull it to sleep. Jiang Mian turned up the volume, startling the mermaid girl. She rubbed her reddened eyes and stared at him blankly. The siren's swan song? She looked down at the conch shell in her hand, sensing a certain magic contained within it. She was so angry that she didn't even look at it properly. This is the legendary magical conch shell. Long ago, due to the changing environment, mermaids often had to migrate to other habitable sea areas. Unsure of where to live, the mermaid community splits into several groups, each heading in a different direction. Some couples are forced to separate and move away to distant places with their parents. Mermaids who are about to be separated will go to the beach to choose a beautiful conch shell, pour half of their magic into it, and then give it to their other half as a token. This behavior evolved over a long period of time and eventually became a custom. Give a carefully selected conch shell to a mermaid of the opposite sex as a token of love. If the other person catches the conch shell and uses it to make a beautiful sound, it means they agree to the declaration of love. The more beautiful the sound of the conch shell, the more sincere the feelings between the two people. The most beautiful song of the mermaids is the swan song of the siren. Chapter 151, Brewing Feelings. The mermaid girl's face was flushed, her mind a jumble of legends and futuristic fantasies, making her feel somewhat drowsy. She's been shown affection by a human. It was still the master who summoned her. This is considered a forbidden love within the tribe. And the other party immediately asked her to sing the siren's lament, a song symbolizing the most sincere love. That's so domineering. She wasn't prepared at all. In the darkness, the monarch realized that the spider silk had been repeatedly knocked down by its prey and gradually grew impatient. Restricted by certain rules, it cannot leave its own room and can only remotely affect other rooms. Otherwise, a tiny human would have long since become its meal. Hiss. It lost patience with toying with its prey and no longer shot out spider silk one strand at a time, but instead sprayed out huge, sticky white spider webs. The thickened spider web pierced through the water flow of the eye of the tide, rushing towards the person and the fish inside and outside the water pit. Jiang Mian rushed forward in 2 steps, picked up the mermaid girl, and the alchemical ring distant void realm on his right hand shattered. A flash of silver light, and his figure appeared 10 meters away. This is the last time I'll teleport. In a dizzying moment, the mermaid girl nestled obediently in his arms and quietly closed her eyes. See, he still cares about me. This is what it feels like to be cared for. Are you ready? Jiang Mian asked, steadying himself. This mermaid girl seems so unreliable. What is she doing? Are you here for tourism? Can't you see they're building up their feelings? The mermaid girl suddenly spoke, her voice sounding somewhat cold. Jiang Mian was stunned for a moment. Looking down, all that could be seen on her delicate little face was the shyness of a young girl. She's like a little bird nestled against someone. What happened? Did he just hallucinate? The moment this thought crossed his mind, the mermaid girl in his arms raised the conch shell to her lips and gently blew on it. A tranquil and melodious tune drifted out from there. The cave ceiling seemed to lead in the bright moonlight, which spilled over the entire sea. Jiang Mian saw countless colorful bubbles rising from the sea and flying into the air, like starlight crushed by the wind, or like bubbles gently blown out by an octopus in a dream. Each bubble reflected the lingering melody, flickering in and out of existence. The darkness of the entire cave was gradually dispelled by this melody. The giant spider's hissing stopped abruptly, and even its silk threads ceased trembling. There was no chaos, no fighting. Everything was immersed in the tranquility of the sea. Jiang Mian was still dazed by the lingering music when a small, cool, and soft hand gently patted her cheek twice. "Silly master, stop staring blankly and hurry up and moisten it." The mermaid girl leaned wearily on his shoulder and breathed softly into his ear. Jiang Mian snapped out of her daze, turned her head and saw the weariness between her brows, and realized that the dreamlike scene just now was the siren's swan song. That's terrifyingly advanced mental magic. He didn't even know when he was dragged into the illusion. With a thought, Jiang Mian summoned the skeleton horse, picked up the mermaid girl, mounted it, and galloped off to the other side of the room. A few seconds later, an angry hissing sound came from the depths of the darkness, along with the sound of spiders angrily spraying silk and stirring up the gravel. Jiang Mian dared not linger for a moment, rushing forward without looking back. The siren's lament has a 1-week cooldown period. It's only a little past 11:30 now, and there's still half an hour until the statue prayer refreshes next week. Neither of their trump cards can be used. If that giant spider catches him again, he'll truly be doomed. Jiang Mian fled all the way to the edge of the blood sea before stopping to catch his breath. The monster spawner is truly unfathomable. Go back and develop steadily. We can't risk coming here again until we can defeat the monarch head-on. In his past experience, he had always believed that the mutants in the monster spawner grew in sync with the survivors' progress. Monarchs, for example, should still be in their infancy. It now appears that there are still some veterans among the variants. They may be bound by some rules, preventing them from voluntarily coming out to destroy the still weak survivors. However, their existence also serves as a constant warning to survivors like Jiang Mian who encounter them. Calamities and distortions are abysses that humanity cannot help but revere and fear. Although it's a near-death experience, it's worth it for a golden treasure chest. Jiang Mian glanced at the mermaid girl who had fallen asleep in his arms. The most precious of them all must be this mermaid who was summoned. At first, he thought he had summoned a pendant. She's always complaining, whining, and crying. It turned out that she wasn't as simple as she seemed. 2 different personalities, or what? I'll ask her what happened when I wake up. Jiang Mian thought to himself, and casually scanned her information. Race, mermaid royal family, monarch, childhood. Level, 38. Lifespan, 22,300. Strength, 95. Stamina, 64. Speed, 101. Mental state, 7/362. Status, mentally weak, negative status after chanting the siren's lament, slightly dry, she has been out of the water for 7 minutes. Ability, 1. Tide Singer. Increases water magic damage by 30%. In a water environment, gains the deep sea echo status. If the user's water magic deals water damage to the target again within 3 seconds after hitting the target, the damage will be increased by 15%, up to a maximum of 3 times. 2. Water Body Healing. When in a water environment, restores 0.25% of maximum health per second. This effect disappears 30 seconds after leaving the water. Description. A young member of the merfolk royal family. She is the last echo of the deep sea left on land, not yet fully learned how to walk on water. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. How much spirit points? 362? Jiang Mian never expected that this seemingly frail girl would possess such immense spiritual power. He is currently level 41, 3 levels higher than his opponent. Even with the blessing of the Shining Spirit and the 100% huge boost to spirit from Starry Night, his spirit power is only a little over 200. This golden treasure chest is truly a golden treasure chest. They suddenly found a powerful figure who boosted their overall strength to a whole new level. But then Jiang Mian frowned again. Even with 362 units of mental strength and the magical conch shell, the spider only fell asleep for 10 seconds and was completely powerless to resist. Just how high are the spider's base stats? Anyway, you can't beat them now. A soft moan came from her arms. Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised and lowered her head to ask, "You woke up so quickly? You don't seem to have recovered yet." "I'm almost dying of thirst." Hurry up and find me a pool of water." The mermaid girl kept her eyes closed, pouted her lips, sniffed the bloody smell wafting from the sea of blood, and added, "It needs to be clean." Fine, you're in charge." Jiang Mian was still grateful for the summoned creature that played such a significant role. After hearing her words, Jiang Mian also gave up the idea of throwing her into the sea of blood to try it out. He took a bottle of water from the warehouse and splashed it on her calm face. "What are you doing?" The mermaid girl was suddenly doused with a bottle of cold water, which soaked her completely. She couldn't help but shiver, then opened her eyes in displeasure and questioned him. "Your face is dirty." Jiang Mian took the water bottle, wiped the water off her face, then picked her up and jumped onto Huang's body. Chapter 152 Guardian Divine Beast. The mermaid girl gave a soft hum and closed her eyes again. Huang flew forward for several hundred meters, then climbed upwards to a place with a faint light. Upon seeing the familiar, boundless mist, Jiang Mian knew that he had left the cave. After crossing the high mountains, he saw scattered lights in the valley. That was the only recognizable sign in the darkness below. The fog covered the ground to a height of tens of meters, while the tallest watchtowers in the valley, built against the mountain, were already higher than that. These watchtowers were originally built to guide the skeleton soldiers mining. They dig upwards along the vein, but they easily dig off course. Since it's impossible for people to keep an eye on them the whole time, they have to use firelight as a warning. The night was completely silent, except for the sound of Huang flapping its wings in the high-altitude air currents. After flying down a certain distance, the clanging and banging of metal being struck began to be heard. The skeletons outside fought the aberrant creatures, while production inside continued as usual. Skeleton creatures produce at night and also receive a period reduction bonus from the solar corona, so Jiang Mian naturally wanted to squeeze them as much as possible. In front of the forge, Wang Gang lay leisurely on a chair atop the watchtower. The third wave of aberrations, which spawned at 12 o'clock, were dragged away by the horde of thirsty aberration trees before they could even begin their charge toward the valley shelter. Both being life-giving spore snails, they can compete for the lead against a single deformed tree, but when faced with a row of them surging towards them, they can only flee with their faces covered. The slow-moving big head had no way to use its strength against the deformed tree. The branches of the deformed tree that entwine around it are incredibly flexible. The more force you pull, the tighter they wrap around it. Finally, the big head was dragged directly off the ground. Without any foothold, Big Head could only let the deformed tree extend its branches and insert them into its eyes and ears, drawing life force from them. Looking at the deformed trees, Jiang Mian was also amazed by their growth and evolution. Each one is a large, elite-level tree. No wonder the pressure at the valley shelter is so low. Wang Gang on the deck chair is almost asleep. There was absolutely no opportunity for him to demonstrate his command abilities. "Do you live here?" The mermaid girl in his arms peeked out from her crystal blue eyes, surveying the small shelter below. A simple, unadorned two-story stone house, a forge with rhythmic hammering sounds, and skeleton soldiers transporting minerals by wagon. There was no farmland, no livestock, and no human habitation. What a strange shelter. Moreover, the stone house wasn't surrounded by a wall. Instead, a wall stood behind it, extending into endless darkness on both sides. The mermaid girl estimated that the wall was several kilometers long. She couldn't understand why such a small shelter would need to build a wall strong enough to defend a large territory. Do you have money but nowhere to spend it? They're only concerned with the beginning and not the end. After signing the contract, she became the summoner and couldn't escape even if she wanted to. She would naturally observe and assess the strength of the summoner. In the underground cave, she sensed the presence of a monarch-level spider the moment she was summoned. The first time the other party summoned her, they made her face the fully formed monarch. The mermaid girl was somewhat dissatisfied, because it looks like she's being used as a scapegoat. She didn't know Jiang Mian and didn't know what kind of person he was, so they simply pretended to be innocent. Cry your heart out. A cold-hearted person will disregard her life and death with a stern face and push her towards the enemy. A cowardly and incompetent person will feel utterly hopeless upon seeing how weak the helper they have summoned is. Kind-hearted people, upon seeing a beautiful mermaid girl crying, will soften and offer words of comfort. But the human in front of her said directly, "Stop crying. The pearls have all fallen to the ground. If you want to cry, go home and cry. I can find a basin to catch them and sell them for money." From that sentence onward, the mermaid girl knew he was a talented person. Even when faced with mortal danger, he was still thinking about every benefit. This is not being petty. It only shows that even in this situation, he remained clear-headed, calm, and resilient, and did not place all his hopes on others. He meticulously calculated everything he could utilize. She knew she had chosen the right person to follow. So she began to hypnotize herself. That is, the phrase cultivating feelings. Her shyness was fake, her fantasies were fake, but the legends and customs of the mermaids were real, and the chanting of the siren's lament had to contain deep emotion. This includes kinship, friendship, and love. After hypnotizing herself, she used the fantasy in her dream to naturally blow the conch shell, putting the monarch spider into a slumber for 10 seconds. However, advanced magic was not something a young monarch could master. After releasing the siren's lament, using the magic of the conch shell, her mental energy was almost completely depleted. But in the end, they managed to escape danger. This owner looks quite young, but he's quite bold, daring to roam the ghost realm despite being so weak. Aren't the uninhabited areas on the surface enough for him to explore? With the resurgence of that deity deep within the earth, within a month or two, many fragments of the past world will reappear from the earth's veins and merge with the real world. Why did he skip all those places and instead go to the ghost realm headquarters to dance at the graveyard? No, this is where they mine and produce ironware. Jiang Mian's voice interrupted her thoughts. Huang landed on the ground, creating a gust of air that woke up Wang Gang, who was half asleep. As soon as Wang Gang opened his eyes, he saw his lord holding a beautiful mermaid girl who looked like she had stepped out of a fairy tale book, and he couldn't help but pat his face. What kind of bizarre and fantastical dream did I have? Huang flapped its wings a few more times, and the cool air blew, causing the watchtower to sway slightly. The clanging and banging of forging iron came and went, and Wang Gang jumped up with a start. This is not a dream. Perhaps feeling embarrassed at being caught slacking off by his boss, he instinctively straightened up and saluted Jiang Mian. Reporting to the Lord, all is well at the valley sanctuary. The mutated trees were too powerful. He didn't even have a chance to fire a shot. He's half asleep now, just waiting for the final wave, when the boss monster might spawn and he'll be needed to command it. Take a break if you're tired. There's still an hour until the last wave. Jiang Mian nodded to him, gave him a few instructions, and then patted Huang on the back. Huang shook its head and flapped its wings, flying northwest. After Huang's figure disappeared into the mist, Wang Gang lowered his right hand from the salute and rubbed his eyes. He thought he hadn't misread it. The Lord was holding a merman in his arms. Those legendary, powerful, advanced life forms. As a former servant of a water attribute deity, mermaids are naturally affinity for water magic, making it easier for them to master water magic than other creatures. Once fully grown, they can possess the power to summon wind and rain. In some high-level spiritual realms, a fully formed merman is considered a guardian beast-level existence. Their guardian beast of the Golden Moon territory is a 6-winged unicorn with the same noble bloodline. And his lord has only been in power for a few days. So this is a guardian beast?